Family, during the soul power test, the crystal ball exploded right in front of me, and even the mentor was stunned. This all started with my unreliable system. It enhanced my body and then ran away, and I awakened the martial soul hand of rules, with soul power exceeding the standard. I even provoked a Xianming bear in the Douluo forest, and then unexpectedly ended up in a mysterious space, where I learned that breaking the rules is the key to mastering power. Let me tell you, the scene at that time was incredible. As soon as I placed my hand on the crystal ball, there was a loud bang, and it exploded into countless shards of glass right before my eyes. The mentor beside me was left speechless, who understands it was just a soul power test, and it almost sent someone away. But this all has to start with my extremely unreliable system. I am LuZe, an unremarkable transmigrator, sporting white hair and red eyes, who's been living in this corner of Douluo continent for 6 whole years. 6 years. I feel like I'm about to develop a patina. Every day I've been waiting for my golden finger. And guess what happened? That day, I was lying on a rock pondering life when I heard a ding in my head. My long-awaited system finally arrived. I was so excited that I did a flip. Then this guy told me it was just a newbie gift package distributor, here to enhance my body and then off to serve the next customer. I was dumbfounded and said, "Dude, are you kidding me? You just got here and you're leaving?" Before I could react, a white light swallowed me, and I heard body enhancement 99. Enhancement complete, goodbye. Hey, system, don't abandon me. I panicked. Then it replied with a classic response. "Dear, we never even started. How can I abandon you?" Goodness, I was left speechless. In a flash, it really ran away, leaving me alone in the wind, confused. Fine, if you're gone, life must go on. Didn't the system say it enhanced my potential and my martial soul wouldn't be too weak? Maybe I'd directly start with a god-level martial soul? Thinking of this, I got excited calculating my age. I was just 6 years old, the perfect time to awaken my martial soul. Without a second thought, I dashed to the city. You wouldn't believe it, the body enhancement really worked. I ran for a long time without breaking a sweat. In the past, I would have been exhausted halfway through. Upon reaching the martial soul hall, it was packed with people. I randomly joined a line and entered a large room. The mentor leading the group was a kind-looking uncle who asked who would go first. Could I let that slide? I shot right to the front. Me. Let me go. The uncle chuckled and asked my name. I got a bit dramatic. I changed not my name nor my surname. I am LuZe. He laughed and patted my head, then had me stand on the 6-pointed star array on the ground. Let me tell you, I was so excited inside, a god-level martial soul. Here I come. As soon as the uncle activated his soul power, a blinding white light erupted from my body, dazzling the entire room. The uncle muttered to himself, "Wow, is a peerless martial soul about to emerge?" When the white light faded, I opened my eyes and felt my red eyes looking even more enchanting. The uncle stared blankly at me because there was nothing around me. He leaned in and asked, "Little LuZe, what did you awaken?" I calmly extended my right hand and said, "My right hand is my martial soul." He looked down and was stunned. My entire right hand, extending to my forearm, was covered in strange golden inscriptions like tattoos, but feeling very advanced. He probably hadn't seen anything like it and wondered if it might be a new type. "Well then, let's test your innate soul power." He handed me the crystal ball. Without hesitation, I pressed my right hand covered in inscriptions onto it. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. The crystal ball first emitted a light brighter than the sun, so bright that one couldn't open their eyes. Then with a crack, it began to break. The uncle turned pale and shouted at me, "LuZe, let go. The ball is going to explode." Before I could even say, "Huh?" the crystal ball went bang and heroically sacrificed itself. Fortunately, the uncle reacted quickly and pulled me aside at the last moment. Looking at the mess of shards, the uncle's expression was as if he had eaten something unpleasant. I was still grinning. "Mentor, how much soul power do I have?" He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "LuZe, your soul power exceeds the standard. I don't know the exact amount you need to come with me." I immediately understood, a god-level martial soul. Am set. I burst into laughter on the spot, completely ignoring what he said afterward, and turned to run outside. The uncle wanted to chase me, but seeing the bunch of kids waiting to awaken behind him, he had to give up and said he would report it to the higher-ups later. I didn't care about that. I dashed out of the city and looked at the Douluo forest ahead, smiling. Now it was time to get my first spirit ring. But let me tell you, I was still too young. As soon as I entered the Douluo forest, I felt invincible and wandered around aimlessly. In a careless moment, I provoked a 1,000-year Xianming bear. Damn, that giant was like a small mountain, shaking the ground with its roar. Then I began my first marathon of being chased by a soul beast. Luckily, my physical fitness was good, and being small and agile, I navigated through the forest with all sorts of dodging. But the bear was relentless, getting angrier the more it chased me, as if I owed it 8 million. Damn it, I just looked at you a bit longer. Is it necessary to chase me so hard? I cursed while running. It responded with a roar that shook the heavens and chased me even faster. Family, who understands? This was the real-life version of If You Love Me, Catch Me. Just when my stamina was about to run out, I had a brainwave and spotted a narrow cave that the bear definitely couldn't fit into. I dove right in. Sure enough, the shimming bear got stuck at the entrance, furious as it tried to shove its way in like a demolition crew. Seeing it couldn't come in, I grew bold and shouted at it, "Aren't you tough? Come in and fight me, you silly bear." Wow. That line broke its defenses completely. It roared and pushed even harder against the cave. I casually laid down on a nearby stone slab, entering lazy mode. "You'll just lie here if you can. Come in and kill me." After struggling for a while, the bear realized it couldn't get in, so it simply laid down at the entrance, starting a 247 live stream, its eyes clearly saying, "Just wait till see who lasts longer." Seeing this situation, I thought, great, I've been looked down upon. I fiercely pointed at it. "Just wait, it'll turn you in my spirit ring sooner or later." After cursing, I ignored it and began to study my peculiar martial soul. What exactly was the use of my right hand full of inscriptions? After thinking for a long time with no clue, I simply sat cross-legged and began to meditate, trying to see if I could control the soul power within me. As soon as I closed my eyes and opened them again, I found myself in a very strange place, surrounded by a gray, chaotic void. Just as I was confused, a point of light in the distance caught my attention. For some reason, I felt that the light was calling me. If I got closer, I would know everything. So I started drifting toward it, but something strange happened. No matter how I floated, that point of light always kept a fixed distance from me, like a star hanging in the sky, visible but out of reach. I began to doubt life. Wasn't this just pure teasing? After calming down, I thought, why did I have to chase it? Couldn't I let it come find me? Thinking of this, I simply stopped moving, closed my eyes, and let things be as they may. I don't know how long it has been, but a wonderful feeling washed over me. When I opened my eyes again, the scenery around me had completely changed. I found myself in a pure white space, with countless golden inscriptions flowing around me like little fish. Right in front of me, there stood a magnificent palace. What is this place? I was stunned. I tried to walk towards the palace, and even more astonishingly, with each step I took, the golden inscriptions gathered behind me like little followers. By the time I reached the entrance of the palace, there was already a large mass of golden clouds following me. Just as I was about to enter, a voice echoed in my ear. "You have finally arrived." I was startled. Who was that? Looking up, I saw a figure sitting on a throne above the palace. Let me tell you, the aura he exuded was simply above all under heaven. I alone am supreme, looking down on me like an emperor. He spoke. "LuZe, I've been waiting for you for a long time." It took me a moment to regain my composure, and I cautiously asked, "Senior, what are you waiting for me for?" He smiled and said, "To help you understand your abilities." Upon hearing this, I was excited and quickly asked, "What abilities?" He stepped down from the throne and said, "Your right hand is called the Hand of Rules, and it can wield the power of rules." At that moment, my mind buzzed. The power of rules? Isn't that something incredibly powerful? Does this mean I will be invincible? But before I could be happy for 2 seconds, he doused me with cold water. Don't be too happy too soon. This world has its own rules. If you want to truly master the power of the Hand of Rules, you must first break the rules of this world. Otherwise, you will always be just a half-baked version. Break the rules of the world? Doesn't that mean I have to become a god? I quickly confirmed. So you mean I can't fully use this ability unless I become a god? He nodded. You can understand it that way. How to break them is up to you. After saying this, he turned around, and his body began to transform into golden inscriptions. My mission is complete. The rest of the path is yours to walk. The method to use the Hand of Rules is on that throne. Sit on it, and you will gain everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely merged into the throne. Goodness, the main. Spoiler alert, and then run away, right? I looked at the empty throne, and my heart ignited. Break the rules of the world? That sounds exhilarating. Aren't rules meant to be broken? I smiled as I walked up to the throne and plopped down on it. In an instant, endless memories and information flooded into my mind, causing such pain that I almost cracked open on the spot. But I gritted my teeth and held on. For the sake of becoming stronger, this bit of pain was nothing. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually in the cave, I slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and opened my eyes. In my crimson gaze, there was now a hint of faint gold. I stood up and looked around. Wow, my clothes had shrunk, and I had grown half a head taller. Looking outside the cave, that bear was long gone, probably couldn't wait to get home. I walked out of the cave, and the sunlight was so bright that I could barely open my eyes. It seems that this time of meditation lasted unusually long. However, the gains were also tremendous. I have already mastered part of the usage of the Hand of Rules. I casually broke off a branch from a nearby tree, holding it in my right hand and channeling my soul power. The golden inscriptions on my right hand instantly lit up, and the light enveloped the entire branch. With the glowing branch in hand, I waved it casually at a nearby large tree. With a thud, that tree, which required 2 people to embrace, was surprisingly cut in half by a single branch. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. This broken branch somehow gave me the feeling of wielding a legendary sword. This is the ability I currently possess. The golden inscriptions enhance the sharpness of objects significantly. Although it's just a basic ability, it's enough for me at this moment. I just don't know where that clumsy bear went. I'm still thinking about its soul ring. I smiled and walked towards the place where I first encountered it. And guess what? As soon as I arrived there, I bumped into the Xianming bear returning from foraging. Long time no see. I greeted it with a smile. The bear saw me and charged at me without a word. Still so aggressive? I chuckled lightly, leaped, and easily dodged. The Xianming bear was momentarily stunned, feeling as if I had become a different person. I didn't give it a chance to think. I casually picked up a stone from the ground and activated the golden pattern coverage. The stone instantly shone with golden light. I threw it with all my strength, and the bear thought it was just an ordinary stone and tried to take it head on. As a result, with a thud, the stone pierced through its shoulder, and blood gushed out. The Xianming bear was stunned. It knew its own defense well, and now it had been breached by a mere stone. It immediately became timid and turned to run away. Oh, it knows how to run? I chuckled and picked up a few more stones, covered them with the golden pattern, and shot them out like cannonballs. Thud! Thud! With a few muffled sounds, all 4 limbs of the Xianming bear were pierced, and it fell to the ground, screaming in agony. I walked up to it, gently stroking its fur, and said, "Don't blame me. I need your soul ring to become stronger. To break the rules of this world, one must pay a price, right?" After saying that, I picked up a thick tree branch and reinforced it with golden patterns to form a decapitating knife. With a swift motion, I ended its suffering. A circle of purple 1,000-year soul rings slowly emerged above its corpse. I dragged it back to the bear cave, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb. I didn't know if I could do it, but my intuition told me that after the enlightenment on the throne, I could definitely handle it. When the first ray of sunlight came the next day, I succeeded. Phew! I stretched, feeling power coursing through my body. The first soul skill, quite interesting, was called Gravity Field. I waved my right hand at a huge rock in front of me, and that stone was instantly pressed into the ground by an invisible force of gravity. So powerful? I was shocked myself. After getting familiar with the new skill, I left the Stardow Forest. I had gained some strength, but now I lacked knowledge about this world. I remembered there was a library in town, so I decided to go and catch up on my studies. As soon as I stepped onto the street, I felt someone was following me. When I turned around, a man's figure flashed through the crowd. I was startled. Had my secret been exposed? I immediately dove into a crowded area, twisting and turning, and finally shook him off. Hiding in a corner, I watched the man's retreating figure, my gaze turning cold. It seemed that before having absolute strength, I needed to keep a low profile. If the secret of my martial soul leaked out, it would be a big trouble. I decided that after I had caught up on my knowledge at the library, I would return to the Star and wait until I had enough self-defense capability before coming out. Half a month later, I finally emerged from the library. If it weren't for the administrator forcing me out, I could have stayed another half month. During this half month, I had learned quite a bit about this world and also discovered the existence of Shrek Academy. However, since I was only at level 15 now, I wouldn't be able to compete with that group of monsters, so I decided to stick to my original plan and focus on developing myself for now. I bought a bunch of daily necessities and prepared to retreat to the Starry Forest for a long time. Just as I was about to leave the city, a figure stopped me. "Kid, I finally caught you." I looked up and saw, good grief, it was the man who had been following me half a month ago. My expression instantly turned cold. "What do you want with me?" I asked coldly. The man was taken aback by my attitude and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. My name is Tang Xiao. I'm a mentor at the Soul Master Academy, and I was the one who helped you awaken your martial soul last time." As soon as I heard it, I realized it was him. I then softened my tone a bit. "I don't know what Senior Tang wants to see me for." Tang Xiao cleared his throat and said with a serious expression, "It's like this. I've noticed your talent, and I would like to invite you to study at our academy. What do you think?" So it turned out he was here for recruitment. I thought my secret had been exposed, and I'd been nervous for nothing. "So, what do you think? Please consider it." Tang Xiao looked at me with great anticipation. I snapped back to reality and directly rejected him. "Sorry, I already have a college I want to go to." The guy was stunned on the spot. Probably didn't expect that a sought-after person like me would actually not give him face. But he wasn't giving up insisting on asking me where I actually wanted to go. I coolly turned around and dropped 4 words, Shrek Academy. I tell you, as soon as those 4 words came out, that guy immediately fell silent. And the expression on his face, well, those who understand know what's up. The first Soul Master Academy in the mainland, a holy land where geniuses gather and compete intensely. It's only reasonable for me to go there. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him any longer, so I turned around and walked away without looking back. The truth is, it's not that I don't want to take shortcuts. It's just that to build my career, both startup capital and networking resources are essential. Shrek Academy is the version I've chosen. What do you mean by going to Star Luo Empire or the Sun Moon Empire's academies? Come on, that place is in constant conflict, just like Northern Myanmar. If my secrets get exposed, I'll be in danger in no time. No way, the risks are too high. My life is important. Once I figured all this out, I dove straight into the Star Doe forest. Who understands the feeling of returning to a familiar place? This time, I'm not the rookie I used to be. My back is straight and strong. I stood on a big tree, took a deep breath, and felt that I could do it again. With a leap, I was ready to return to the cave I had used before, treating it as my temporary base. However, just after taking a few steps, trouble came. A few gray wolves surrounded me, baring their teeth, their eyes sharp as knives, as if they were about to pounce at any moment. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Is that it? I glanced around, and it was all just a bunch of century-old junk. It seemed like the pack of wolves understood my sarcasm and got angry, letting out a howl before charging at me. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. A flash of purple light appeared on my body, and the 1,000-year soul ring lit up directly. Gravity field activate. Thud, thud. Those wolves instantly seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand, all lying at my feet, unable to move. One stubborn wolf still tried to struggle and bite me. With a thought, I increased the intensity just for it, and the gravity surged to more than 10 times. With a snap, that wolf didn't even have time to scream before it was crushed into a puddle of meat. This is simply about physical transcendence. I shook my head with a smile and said, what is the point of this? As for the few left, I couldn't be bothered to waste my breath. With a wave of my right hand, I applied gravitational pressure, and in an instant, I sent them all to their demise. If other soul masters saw this, they would probably break down on the spot. They worked so hard just to take down a century-old soul beast, while I was just clearing out the minions with a single wave of my hand, killing a large number at once. Indeed, there is no harm without comparison. Returning to my cave hideout, I tidied up briefly and sat cross-legged to begin meditating. My cultivation is simple. I just let my spirit slip into the golden hall in my mind and sit on the throne to comprehend the Tao. Just as I was entering a deep state of meditation, I suddenly felt something approaching outside the cave. And that fluctuation of soul power, let me tell you, was many times stronger than that of the previous Xiaming bear. I suddenly opened my eyes, fully alert, and coldly asked, who are you? A particularly deep voice came from outside the cave, saying not to worry, that there was no ill intent, and that they wanted to come out and talk. I was puzzled at the time, wondering what was going on. I had never even seen the person before, and here they were wanting to have a heart-to-heart, but their strength was evident, so I had no choice but to go. I could only brace myself and walk out of the cave, but when I looked up, I was completely stunned. What the hell? What is this? A gigantic black dragon is coiled at the entrance of my cave. That size, those scales, that oppressive presence. It feels like it's going to swallow me whole. The great black dragon slowly opened its mouth and asked me what my name was. My head was buzzing at the time. This aura is at least at the level of 100,000 years, equivalent to a title Dalu in the human world. I, a mere level 15 soul master, felt like an ant in front of it. I didn't answer directly and asked him what he needed from me. He was straightforward and said, I came to find you because I do have something I need from you. I was confused at that moment. I said, dude, you're already so amazing. Why do you still want to seek out an ordinary person like me? He actually replied, I don't know, but I just have a feeling that you can lead us to an unprecedented height. As soon as I heard that, I became interested. He continued to say that it was the inscription on my right hand that made him feel an exceptionally powerful force. Wow, another person who knows what's up? It seems that this cheat of mine is becoming harder to hide. I simply asked him how he wants me to help. I tell you, what he said next almost dropped my jaw. It's very simple. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, lead us to the divine realm and slay our way there. Wow, this guy has quite the audacity. But, upon careful thought, doesn't this align perfectly with my ultimate goal? If I want to break the rules of this world, I have to take down those old-timers in the divine realm, right? It's like someone is delivering a pillow just as I'm feeling sleepy. I made my decision on the spot. Sure, but I need you to help me figure out how to get my soul ring, okay? The black dragon was quite surprised that I agreed so readily. I then asked him how to address him, and he slowly said 2 words, Tion. I felt a jolt in my heart. The beast god Emperor Tion. Wow, I've directly latched onto the thickest thigh in the entire server. Without saying a word, Emperor Tion took me with him, saying that going to his place would help me improve my cultivation more effectively. Of course, I didn't hesitate and followed him right away. A month later, my strength had reached an astonishing level. Although my soul power was only at level 20, my real combat ability could already match that of Soul Sect. One day, while I was meditating, a little beast shimmering with golden light, the Emperor's favorite beast, 3-eyed golden lion, came over and asked me, "When do you plan to obtain your second soul ring?" This little guy had been giving me a hard time ever since I arrived, feeling that I had taken her position as the group favorite and was always looking for trouble with me. Just as we were talking, Emperor Tion arrived. He asked me how many years I could endure for the second soul ring. I stood up and calmly replied, "About 8,000 years would be fine." "Are you sure?" Emperor Tion was stunned. The limit for a Soul Master's second soul ring is only about 700 years. Are you joking about 8,000 years? I looked confident and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Tion couldn't go against me. So he sent a big shot named Chi Wong to accompany me in hunting for soul rings. As a result, that 3-eyed golden lion insisted on tagging along. And when Tion refused, she threw a tantrum. As soon as I saw it, I thought, fine, let her come along. I believe she won't cause any trouble. Tion had no choice but to agree. The 3-eyed golden lion happily pranced ahead, and honestly, I began to doubt whether this creature was really a royal beast. It didn't seem very smart at all. I leaned close to the Crimson King and whispered the type of soul beast I wanted. The Crimson King looked incredulous and asked, "Are you sure you want that kind of soul ring? Is it not possible?" I replied, "It is possible, but that type of soul beast is very rare." The Crimson King said, "However, I will do my best to help you." They understood that the stronger I became, the more beneficial it was for them. After a thorough search, the Crimson King indeed found a soul beast that I needed. I didn't hesitate and directly used gravitational pressure to kill it. A circle of deep purple soul rings quickly rose up, and without a second thought, I put them on and began to absorb them. I don't know how long it took, but I slowly opened my eyes. Seeing that I was awake, the Crimson King hurriedly asked, "How was the absorption? What is your second soul skill like?" I smiled meaningfully. "Do you want to know?" The Crimson King nodded vigorously. I no longer hide it. The second soul ring flashed with purple light. Before the Crimson King could react, a transparent barrier instantly enveloped him. I tell you, the Crimson King was stunned right there in the barrier. He realized that not only could he not breathe, but he couldn't even make a sound, completely becoming like a mute. Fortunately, his cultivation was high, and he quickly broke through the barrier with sheer strength. After coming out, he looked at me in shock and asked, "What kind of soul skill is this?" I smiled faintly and said slowly, "This is my second soul skill, vacuum domain. There is no matter in the given space, including air." The Scarlet King broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. This move is too sinister and hard to guard against. If someone lacking in strength were trapped inside, wouldn't they suffocate to death? I wasn't very satisfied and shook my head. It seems that the vacuum realm can't contain those stronger than me. I still need to improve my own strength. Upon hearing this, Chi Wong didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, the 3-eyed golden lion returned and, seeing the two of us, immediately became interested and insisted that I demonstrate my new soul skill for her as well. Who understands this curious little one? I had no choice but to find a random excuse to brush her off. Actually, I can only use this soul skill once a day, and it's still on cooldown. She actually believed it and looked a bit disappointed, but soon perked up again. "Then I'll come find you tomorrow. How about that?" This. I felt quite troubled. It seems I need to prepare sufficient excuses in the future. In the days that followed, besides meditating and cultivating, I found various ways to brush off the endlessly curious 3-eyed golden lion. Over time, it became a habit. Day after day, year after year. I finally grew to 12 years old. Now, I have long silver hair casually tied behind me, and my originally crimson eyes have turned golden, with faint inscriptions mixed in. This morning, I found Emperor Tion and laid my cards on the table. "Are you really going to do this?" Emperor Tion's tone was a bit urgent. I smiled calmly and said, "I've thought it through. If I stay here with you, the things I can learn are limited. The times have changed, and I need to step into the world." Tion understands that the technology of soul-guiding devices is advancing rapidly now, and he has to acknowledge it. Since that's the case, I won't stop you, but I hope you won't forget the promise we made to each other. I smiled faintly and turned to leave. After several years, I once again stepped into the human world. The first stop was Shrek City. Looking at the bustling city before me, I went directly to the admissions office, filled out some information, and received a wooden plaque before finding my new student dormitory. I opened the door, and it was empty inside. I tidied up a bit and sat cross-legged on my bed to meditate. I don't know how long it passed, but I sensed someone had arrived and slowly opened my eyes. I saw a blonde boy about my age staring at me. He was quite handsome. "Are you my roommate?" The blonde boy spoke first. I smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I'm LuZe. What about you?" He was clearly taken aback by my smile, definitely a girl killer. He quickly regained his composure and replied, "I'm Dai Yaoheng, a freshman this year." I was a little shocked when I heard this name. Isn't this the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke's family? I can't believe I graduated in the same class as him. I deliberately asked him, "You seem to be from the Baihu Duke lineage of the Xinghua Empire, right? As the child of a duke, your talent should be quite good, right?" Dai Yaoheng understood immediately and realized that I was trying to probe him. He started to show off in a humble way, saying, "My talent isn't that great. I just broke through to Soul Sovereign this year." Although he spoke very modestly, to me, it felt like he was unknowingly engaging in the most popular form of humble bragging of 2025. I also started acting and said enviously, "I really envy you talented people, unlike me with my pitifully low soul power." He actually believed it and comforted me in return. I slowly got up and walked toward the dormitory exit. When I reached the door, I suddenly said softly, "That's right, I must intensify my training and strive to break through to the soul sect as soon as possible." After saying that, I casually left him with my back, while Dai Yaoheng, who stayed behind, looked completely bewildered. Did he say he wanted to break through to the soul sect? He was a bit slow to react, but then he suddenly realized, this guy is also a soul master. Sometime later, I was sitting on a bench by the sea god lake, enjoying the breeze, when Dai Yaoheng came looking for me again. He naturally sat down next to me and got straight to the point. "You're also a soul master, right? You figured out?" I replied. He frowned and said, "Didn't you say it yourself?" Hearing this, I felt a bit embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. See my expression. Dai Yaoheng stopped beating around the bush. "I want to spar with you." "That might not be good," I said softly. "Isn't fighting prohibited in the academy? We could go to the soul fighting area to battle." "Ah, well." Seeing me hesitate, Dai Yaoheng directly started using the goading tactic. "Are you afraid of losing?" Not only was I not the least bit angry, but I also naturally admitted, "Yes, I'm afraid of losing." "You." Dai Yaoheng was instantly speechless. He probably had never seen someone so honest. In a fit of anger, he directly took action. Bang! He punched at me, and I reacted quickly, dodging it. But the bench he was sitting on wasn't so lucky, and it collapsed under the impact. "Are you serious?" I blocked his punch and said loudly. Dai Yaoheng looked serious. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he sent a kick my way. Seeing this, I quickly dodged and stood opposite him, helplessly saying, "Do you really want to fight me?" Dai Yaoheng immediately became excited upon hearing this, releasing his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, smiling and saying, "What else could it be?" There was no choice but to let him suffer a bit. I calmly said, "Then don't blame me." He excitedly charged at me, but as soon as he took a step, he suddenly felt his body become exceptionally heavy and stopped in place. When he looked at me, he was instantly shocked. I was surrounded by 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. How is this possible? Dai Yaoheng stared at me in astonishment. This kind of soul ring configuration completely overturned his understanding. "Are you still coming?" I said, but to my surprise, after seeing my soul ring configuration, he not only didn't feel like retreating, but became even more excited. Changes began to occur in him. Patterns of the white tiger appeared on his face, and his arms transformed into tiger claws, bracing against my gravity domain and slowly walking towards me step by step. I was a bit shocked to see that he could move in my gravitational field. Although it was just ordinary gravity, it was not something an average person could withstand. At this point, I started to admire him a little and then said with a smile, "You are really strong, but..." I paused for a moment, and my right index finger moved gently. "You are limited to this as well." After I said this, the gravity on Dai Yaoheng doubled instantly. He could barely muster all his strength to take one more step forward, and then with a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. I couldn't help but sigh at this scene. Why do you have to do this? We're all classmates. There's no need to compete so fiercely, right? At this moment, Dai Yaoheng also realized the gap between us and fell silent. I saw him calm down, so I canceled the gravity field and walked over to ask with concern, "Are you okay?" He slowly got up and looked at me, saying, "I'm fine. As long as you're fine." I replied with a smile and turned to head back to the dorm. I knew that this guy must have already regarded me as a target to surpass. However, what I didn't know was that the entire process of our fight was clearly observed by a teacher hiding in the shadows, who was probably also stunned, muttering to himself. A configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. It seems this time the recruitment has really brought in a monster among monsters. After a conflict by the Sea God Lake, I naturally returned to my dorm and lay directly on the bed. Shortly after, Dai Yaoheng also returned. As soon as he entered the dorm and saw me lying on the bed with my eyes closed, he immediately felt puzzled. How did he reach that level? Dai Yaoheng looked at me in front of him, lost in thought. But what he didn't know was that while I seemed to be sleeping, I was actually comprehending the inscriptions on the throne inside the Golden Palace, primarily practicing the Sleep Dream Arhut skill. On the surface, I appear to be slacking off. But in reality, I was secretly working hard. I finished practicing the Sleep Dream Arhut, and the next morning, good heavens, that guy Dai Yaoheng was like a clock come to life, waking me up right on time. I remember at that time, I was also in a daze. And as soon as I opened my eyes, I guess the essence of the inscriptions I'd comprehended in that golden palace hadn't worn off yet. My eyes shot out golden light in an instant. Dai Yaoheng was frozen in place, completely stunned, with an expression as if he had seen an alien. His CPU must have been overloading, probably thinking wildly. Wait, can this guy evolve just by taking a nap? How could I let him notice? I quickly collected my thoughts, yawned and said, "What are you staring at? If you don't leave now, the teacher is going to call the roll." After that, I had dashed out of the dormitory. Only then did he react and let out a roar, following me out. Family, who understands? We were like 2 cannonballs firing out, rushing into the classroom just as the class bell was ringing. We had barely sat down when the teacher walked in. He was a middle-aged man with a dark expression, named Shiryu. When he stood at the podium, his aura was as if someone owed him 8 million. Just as the students below were about to whisper to each other, he slammed his hand on the podium, and the entire classroom fell silent instantly. Listen up. His voice was as loud as if it had a loudspeaker. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not you so-called geniuses. Don't let me down. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of soul power pressure enveloped the entire class. The classmates around me looked scared like quails, not daring to breathe. But I was different. Let me tell you. At that moment, I felt like, wow, this feels right. It was like coming home. That pressure was nothing but a drizzle to me. I was even a bit excited. As a result, I couldn't hide my expression, and my classmates next to me looked at me as if I were crazy. Once Shiryu saw that he had calmed the room, he slowly said, "A class needs a class leader, and this position is only for the strongest." Goodness. When I heard this, my heart skipped a beat. He opened the folder in his hand and directly announced, "Our class has 2 soul respect level students, and the class leader will be chosen from them." The classmates below instantly erupted, discussing which 2 great figures it would be. Shiryu didn't keep them in suspense and directly called out, "LuZe, Dai Yaoheng, you 2 stand up." We both stood up suddenly. Dai Yaoheng's expression was a mix of excitement and nervousness, probably wanting to be the class monitor, but intimidated by me. As for me, I had the expression of an old person on the subway, looking at their phone like, huh? Be the class monitor? Do you want this good fortune? It's a completely thankless position. Whoever wants it can have it. Shiryu looked at our strange expressions and furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Are you not happy? Dai Yaoheng was about to explain, but I quickly interrupted with a sliding tackle, answering directly. Teacher, I forfeit. I think classmate Dai Yaoheng is more suitable to be the class monitor than I am. As soon as I said this, the whole class was stunned. While others were fighting for the position, I just threw it away. Dai Yaoheng also had a puzzled expression, probably wondering what I was trying to do. Shiryu was also taken aback. He flipped through the materials. LuZe, you have level 35 soul power, which is 4 levels higher than Dai Yaoheng. Are you telling me you can't do it? When Dai Yaoheng heard this, his eyes nearly popped out. Level 35. The way he looked at me became even more complicated. Can I speak honestly? Can I say that I just find it troublesome? No. Right on the spot, I painted a big picture for him, saying that soul power doesn't represent everything, and that classmate Dai Yaoheng has strong management skills, which I really appreciate. I explained it clearly to him. Sure, you probably saw me as such a fresh and unconventional top student for the first time, and he was actually convinced by me. He made the decision on the spot that Dai Yaoheng would be the class monitor. As soon as the matter was settled, Shiryu waved at me. LuZe, come out with me for a moment. As soon as I walked out with him, the classroom instantly became as lively as a vegetable market. Dai Yaoheng sat there, his brows furrowed in confusion, probably still pondering what I was up to. And what was the result? The result was that when he returned to the dormitory that evening, looking troubled, he pushed the door open and lo and behold, there I was holding a chicken in my left hand and a duck in my right. battling a pile of barbecue. He was frozen at the door for a moment, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. You? I swallowed the meat in my mouth and enthusiastically asked him, "Class monitor, want some?" He shook his head with a dark face and sat back down on his bed. After I finished eating, he finally couldn't hold back and asked me why I was giving the class monitor position to him. I let out a big burp and honestly told him, "Bro, being the class monitor means you should do well, but if you don't, it's all your fault. It's a thankless job, just a pure, unfair position, so I won't do it." After hearing this, Dai Yaoheng seemed stunned, probably thinking, "So you're just lazy?" The next day, our devil instructor, "Sure, you directly took us to the playground." I was also being mouthy, boasting to a classmate next to me, and ended up getting caught by him. He looked at me with a forced smile and said, "You're quite brave, huh?" At that moment, my mouth was faster than my brain, and I blurted out, "I'm super brave." When I turned around, I saw the teacher's face as dark as a pot bottom. "Well, this is great. Punishment is here." The whole class had to do 100 laps with weights. And me? I got the VIP Middle P package, 200 laps, plus a noticeable 20-pound iron vest. I have to tell you, it was a disaster. The sun was as fierce as a wicked stepmother, and all my classmates were running like dogs. But when they saw me, dressed up like a piece of iron and moving like a perpetual motion machine, they all perked up like they had just received a shot of adrenaline. Dai Yaoheng is truly a good friend. Seeing that I was struggling, he went straight to Shuriwe to confront him, saying that the punishment was too harsh and that he wanted to share the burden with me. But Shuriwe shot him down with one sentence. "Am I the teacher or are you the teacher? If you plead again, you'll all be expelled." Later, I found out that this was not Shuriwe's intention at all, but a strict order from the higher-ups in the college, aimed at pushing me to my limits. By the end, I really reached my limit. Everything in front of me turned white, and I felt like my soul was about to leave my body. Just when I was on the brink of collapse, Dai Yaoheng took the lead, and all my classmates, without exception, followed closely behind me to run along. That scene turned into a live broadcast of the most touching moment in the Shrek foreign language department. Perhaps it was this momentum that stimulated me. I felt as if I'd suddenly unlocked my potential, and my consciousness instantly sank into that golden palace, my right hand uncontrollably pressed against the throne. Boom! A surge of immense power instantly filled my entire body. When I opened my eyes again, I felt energized all over. The fatigue I felt before, non-existent. In front of the entire school crowd, I directly sprinted 100 meters and gracefully completed the last 100 laps. After that battle, I became the star of the foreign language department. Wherever I went, people called me Running Man. That day, Shuriwe gathered us again and announced something big. The new student assessment was coming. The rules were simple. Teams of 3 would compete in a contest. As soon as I heard, I was thrilled. Wasn't this my home turf? Shuriwe started reading the team list, and when he got to the end, I heard my team, the last group, LuZe, Dai Yaoheng, Yin. At that moment, I only had one word in my mind. Steady. I was with Dai Yaoheng, both soul masters, and we had one teammate. Wasn't that enough? Dai Yaoheng was seriously contemplating tactics, while I directly gave him a thumbs up. What's there to panic about? Class monitor? With both of us here, I believe you can lead us to victory on your own. Just as I finished giving the class monitor some encouragement, a little guy popped up next to me, staring at me with shining eyes, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. The class monitor asked how much stronger I was compared to him. Wow, I was completely at a loss. Who is this? Oh, I remember now. His name is Yin, right? Seeing that I didn't react, he casually introduced himself. My name is Yin. My martial soul is Lucky Clover. I'm an auxiliary type, and I'm at level 21. As soon as I heard that, I was amused. The support class is great. It's all about winning from the back. This is a sure win. But then this guy changed his tone and looked at me and Dai Yaoheng with eager anticipation. By the way, I still don't know what your martial souls are. Can you share them? I then made a tactical turn, pretending to admire the scenery. Who among my family understands? My martial soul is really complicated to explain. Dai Yaoheng, however, was succinct and cold. White Tiger, level 31 strong attack system. After he spoke, both of their gazes suddenly focused on me. Dai Yaoheng added, "Yeah, it's been so long. What exactly is your martial soul?" As soon as I saw the situation, I knew there was no escaping, so I could only stretch out my right hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and helplessly say, "My martial soul." My right hand, level 35 control system. The main body martial soul? Dai Yaoheng was shocked. Yin was even more of an action-oriented person. He directly grabbed my hand and turned it over to examine it, as if he were looking at a monkey. Wow, your own hand as a martial soul? It must be really strong, right? I can only awkwardly scratch my head and say, not bad, it's just okay, haha. As a result, Dai Yaoheng. This straightforward boy directly undermined me. He's being modest. He's much stronger than me. Yin Yun's eyes instantly lit up with mischief upon hearing this. He ran over to Dai Yaoheng and raised an eyebrow at me. "LuZe, dare you accept the challenge from me and the class leader? 2 against 1. I laughed. Stop messing around. The teacher just said to behave for a couple of days. Who knew Dai Yaoheng was even more excited than him, with fighting spirit almost overflowing. Let's have a match. I just want to see how much I differ from you with support. I'm completely numb. Hey, you. The class monitor are actually leading the trouble? This ISNT causing trouble. Dai Yaoheng replied seriously. It's called enhancing friendship among classmates and getting to know each other. All right, since you said it like that. Seeing that I didn't respond, he even used reverse psychology. What? Are you scared? I couldn't hold back at that moment and muttered softly, it's not. I'm mainly worried about dampening your enthusiasm. Goodness, that sentence was like lighting a firecracker. The two of them instantly exploded in anger and shouted in unison at me. Who do you look down on? You'll only know after you try. I can only shrug my shoulders with a face that says you guys are forcing me. All right. Just make sure not to cry later. In the next moment, we found ourselves standing in a small clearing at Shrek Academy. I looked at the 2 people across from me who were already in position and confirmed one last time. Are you really ready? Dai Yaoheng had a serious expression and completely ignored me, shouting at Yin Yun. Prepare? Give me the buff. Understood. Yin Yun's soul rings lit up, exuding a fierce aura. Well, don't blame me then. Seeing their stance, I also got serious. A breeze blew, and a leaf fell to the ground. Dai Yaoheng shouted loudly, go. His whole person transformed with his martial soul, pouncing at me like a little tiger. Yin Yun's supportive light instantly enveloped him, and Dai Yaoheng's momentum surged again, feeling filled with power, ready to clash with me. And then, there was nothing after that. I tell you, imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. As Dai Yaoheng took his first step, he heard a buzzing sound, and he and Yin Yun beside him were like being slammed to the ground by an invisible giant hand, face down, unable to move. How is this possible? Dai Yaoheng lay on the ground, completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief. The 3rd purple millennium soul ring on my body is emitting a faint glow. I walked over slowly and said, I told you, don't blame me. Give it up. In a 10-fold gravity field, you can't even stand up. Dai Yaoheng struggled for a moment, realizing he was truly stuck to the ground like he was welded there. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and said dejectedly, we lost. As soon as I heard it, I immediately stepped in, smiling as I pulled him up. We're all classmates. Why bother with a fight? Although Dai Yaoheng was unwilling, this time he truly accepted his defeat. Unfortunately, Yin Yun, that little support, couldn't handle it physically and fainted right away. When he woke up again, it was already dark, and he found himself lying on a bench, looking completely bewildered. He got up and found a withdrawn Dai Yaoheng nearby, hastily asking, Class monitor, what happened? Why did I faint? By the way, how do we do? Did we win? Dai Yaoheng, feeling hopeless, muttered 2 words. We lost. What? Lost? Impossible, we were 2 against 1. Dai Yaoheng sighed helplessly. You fainted in less than a second, and I was pinned to the ground by him. How do you expect us to win? Yin Yun was stunned on the spot. Upon reflection, it did seem to be the case. He slumped back onto the bench, gazing at the starry sky, starting to question life. Why? We clearly had a greater chance of winning. Dai Yaoheng gave a bitter smile. LuZe's strength cannot be measured by soul power levels. Even now, I only know that his first soul skill is gravity manipulation. I have no idea what the other 2 are. What? Yin Yun sat up straight. You mean that 1,000-year soul ring is just for his first soul skill? Exactly. And Dai Yaoheng dropped an even more shocking piece of news. He has a 10,000-year one too. 10,000. Yin Yun was completely dumbfounded, feeling as if his worldview was being crushed repeatedly. He weakly slumped down again, staring up at the starry sky, asking himself existential questions. LuZe. Is he even human anymore? Dai Yaoheng, I don't know. Before long, it was the day of the freshman assessment. I tell you, the scene was packed with people. Our team's first-round opponent was Class 2 of the freshmen. Before the fight started, Yin Yun had completely given up, cheerfully saying to me, Since you're here, we could just lie down and relax. What else can I say? I can only stare at him in a daze. All right, it's our turn to go on stage. Dai Yaoheng interrupted us. The referee announced the start of the match. With a command, Dai Yaoheng charged out like a cannonball. The 3 guys from Class 2 were completely stunned. Damn, how unlucky. We ran into a soul master right away. There was a guy named Lin Zihu who was still unconvinced and bravely shouted, What are we afraid of? Let's go together. Then he charged towards Dai Yaoheng. I stood at the back, quietly giving him a thumbs up. Brother, he's a real man. What happened next? Bang! With a dull sound. That guy was sent flying out of the ring like a shooting star. Dai Yaoheng viciously shook his hand. Although I'm not as good as LuZe, I'm not to be underestimated. The whole place fell silent. A single move to take them out. Is this the power of a soul master? So strong. Dai Yaoheng didn't stop. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the second guy, delivering another punch to send him off. When he turned back after dealing with the two, he found a last one, Yin Jin, sneaking up to ambush our support, Yin Yun. He thought he had a good plan, taking out the weakest first, but just as he rushed up to Yin Yun, he realized he couldn't move. My cold voice echoed in his ear. Are you tired of living, touching my teammate in front of me? Without giving him any time to react, I increased the gravity to 10 times. The guy rolled his eyes and instantly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The first round, first match, class, one of the freshmen wins. The referee announced. I immediately put away my cold expression, restored my smile, and patted Yin Yun's shoulder. See, with the class monitor here, how could we possibly lose? Yin Yun also smiled excitedly. This time the championship is definitely ours. The three of us left the venue laughing, but we left a huge psychological shadow on all the teams that followed. The entire competition zone was wailing. Those three from Class 1 are monsters. Just surrender when you face them. The subsequent matches were basically a complete domination. We quickly made it to the quarterfinals. Early on the day of the match, Dai Yaoheng ran to my bedside like he was on adrenaline, shouting, LuZe, get up. The match is about to start. I was startled and, still half asleep, looked at the dimly lit sky outside. Big brother, what time is it? Still sleeping? Today's match is very important. All right, from 8 to 4. I slowly got up. On the way, I ran into Yin Yun, and the three of us chatted and boasted all the way to the soul fighting zone. There are really a lot of people today. Our second match is against the new 6th class. So we first watched the first match, which was between the 5th class and the 7th class. Yin Yun also reminded me, aren't you going to check on our opponent? I laughed. What's there to worry about? Do you think we will lose? Yin Yun thought about it and agreed. Don't mention my bug. Just one Dai Yaoheng is enough for them to drink a pot. Dai Yaoheng leaned over and asked me, who do you think will win? I told him, the result is obvious. That guy named Gongyang Mo from Class 7, although he looks a bit effeminate, is quite strong, and their team has great synergy. Look at those three from Class 5. Their spirit power isn't weak. But they each do their own thing, like a scattered sand. How can they win? Sure enough, not long after, Class 7 won. Soon, the referee announced, quarterfinals, second match. Freshman Class 1 versus Freshman Class 6. We walked onto the field, and the captain of Class 6, named Yi Qing, even came over to greet us, smiling and saying, hello, I know you're super strong, so please go easy on us later. I sincerely smiled and said, don't worry, we'll definitely go easy on you. Yin Yun next to me rolled her eyes, looking at me as if to say she didn't believe a word. The competition started. Dai Yaoheng shot out like an arrow, his momentum as if he was about to kill someone. Yi Qing on the opposite side was directly caught off guard, shouting, do we not agree to go easy on each other? Why do I feel like he's going to tear me apart? I covered my mouth and chuckled. I'll go easy on him, but I never said he would too. Damn. Yi Qing was stunned. The next second, Dai Yaoheng's fist came flying. As a result, hey, it's quite interesting. Yi Qing actually caught it head on. I let out a small exclamation of surprise. Yin Yun's lucky clover buff was timely applied, increasing Dai Yaoheng's strength by 40%, and with one punch, he sent Yi Qing flying. But the trump card Class 6 was also revealed. Surprisingly, they had a support with the 7-treasure glazed tile. Wow, the number 1 support Martial Soul has appeared. As soon as the support named Ning Yuan made his move, a beam of light shot into Yi Qing's body, and he instantly revived with full health, shouting triumphantly, come on, today I'm going to slay everywhere. Then he charged towards Dai Yaoheng again. I got fired up all of a sudden. Oh, finally met a worthy opponent. I lifted the corner of my mouth and slowly took a step forward. It seems that this time will be much more interesting than before. Yin Yun and Dai Yaoheng both noticed my movement, and their expressions changed. Dai Yaoheng's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. Seizing the moment when Dai Yaoheng was distracted, Yi Qing kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Dai Yaoheng, I know you're strong, but you can't lose focus in a match, Yi Qing said proudly. After Dai Yaoheng stabilized himself, he directly retreated behind me. This move left Yi Qing stunned. Are you scared, Dai Yaoheng? Why are you running? Dai Yaoheng completely ignored him, just staring at my back and chuckling softly. Let me see what you'll be like, LuZe, when you choose to take the initiative. Yi Qing thought he was being impressive, believing he could surpass Dai, and began to gloat. But he didn't know that what he was about to face was a monster 1,000 times more terrifying than Dai Yaoing. I looked at the 7-treasure glazed pagoda on the opposite side and smiled. Let's see how powerful the 7-treasure glazed pagoda really is. I raised the corners of my mouth and locked my gaze directly on the support player from Class 6 named Ning Yuan. Just that one look made the cold sweat pour down his back, and his hand shook, causing the enhancement for Yi Qing to be interrupted. Ning Yuan, what are you doing? Yi Qing was stunned. Ning Yuan came back to his senses, his voice trembling as he shouted to his teammates. Yi Qing, Xiao Feng, hurry, let's go together. That guy is way more terrifying than Dai Yaoing. Another teammate named Xiao Feng instantly stood by Yi Qing's side, his expression serious. This guy is not ordinary. We must end this quickly. All right, nice perception. I smiled as I watched them approach me step by step. As soon as I finished speaking, Yi Qing appeared behind me like a ghost, while Xiao Feng attacked from front. In the distance, Ning Yuan was also giving it his all, hands raised. Lily Bauda, Lily first power, second speed. 2 beams of light simultaneously fell on Yi Qing and Xiao Feng. Double enhancement, distraction control. Dai Yaoheng behind them was left stunned. What about me? I just stood there, motionless. The audience erupted. Is LuZe crazy? Standing there as a live target? Hurry and dodge. The next moment, the entire battle arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone saw it. 2 long swords appeared out of thin air, effortlessly blocking Yi Qing and Xiao Feng's full-force attacks. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was the 3 soul rings slowly rising from my body. Purple, black, 2,000-year rings, and 1 10,000-year ring. Is this fake? This was the thought of everyone present. Even the referee was stunned with his mouth agape. I just want to give them a little shock at this moment. The 2 who attacked me, Yi Qing and Xiao Feng, had their pupils shake, their brains completely crashed, and their CPUs were almost burned out. What's wrong? Are you scared? I asked with a smile. The 2 snapped back to reality, retreating in panic. Ning Yuan saw that the situation was not good and opened his mouth to yell, "Referee." But unfortunately, it was too late. With a casual wave of my hand, an invisible barrier instantly trapped him, cutting off sound and air entirely. He could only flail around inside like a fish out of water, but he couldn't make a single sound. With a gentle wave of my right hand, the 2 long swords shot towards Yi Qing, one in front and the other behind. Yi Qing instinctively dodged the first sword, and just when he thought he could relax, with a poof, the second sword had already slashed a cut on his back. It was then that he realized he could only evade one of the 2 swords. No matter how he dodged or blocked, the second sword would always strike him at an awkward angle, just as Yi Qing was tangled up and flustered by the dual swords. Xiao Feng seized what seemed to be my moment of distraction and lunged a thrust towards my heart. I looked at him without turning my head, only lightly moving my right index finger. Buzz! A 10-fold gravity descended in an instant, originally as fast as lightning. Xiao Feng felt as if he had crashed into an invisible wall, instantly frozen in place, his body so heavy that even lifting a foot was difficult. How could this be? He refused to accept it. He had never been one to back down. He directly urged all the soul power within him, forcefully taking a step, then another. But he found that with each step he took, the gravity on him seemed to double. You're quite impressive. I smiled, this time genuinely. But in his eyes, my smile turned into mockery. Move. He screamed hysterically, unleashing a power far beyond his level, a secret technique obtained by burning his life force. He took another step. Good heavens, this guy really surprised me. On the other side, Yi Qing was already covered in injuries, his soul power exhausted, half kneeling on the ground, completely losing his fighting spirit. Soon, the match ended. Ning Yuan collapsed from oxygen deprivation, and Yi Qing and Xiao Feng fainted from exhaustion. We won, but this time, the audience did not cheer for me. Instead, they applauded Yi Qing and Xiao Feng. They were defeated, yet still honorable. From today on, I gained a new nickname at Shrek, Monster Among Monsters. On the way back, Dai Qiheng remained silent, his face as dark as a pot bottom. I knew he had heard what I said to Xiao Feng, who was about to faint before the match ended. You are so far the only soul master who has been able to walk within 10 meters of me on your own. I admire you. Back in the dormitory that night, he finally couldn't hold back. Why do you admire that Xiao Feng? I think I understand why he has been withdrawn all day. I smiled and asked, do you want to know? I put away my smile and said seriously, because he was willing to burn his own life to get closer to me. I admire this determination to go to any lengths for a goal. Dai Yaoheng fell silent for a moment. He remembered the explosive power that Xiao Feng displayed at the end, which was actually achieved at the cost of his life. He lay on the bed, turned over, and faced away from me, lost in thought. Yes, why do I always deny others? Others are willing to give their lives for a goal, but what about me? At that moment, it seemed he realized something. Meanwhile, I had already fallen asleep. The next day, it was the semifinals. Our opponent was the freshman Class 7 that had won yesterday's match through teamwork. Dai Yaoheng arrived early, standing in front of us with a serious expression. Everyone, get your state ready. There is still some time before the match. I looked at him and thought, hey, this guy seems to have changed a lot. It seems that what was said last night really affected him. Just then, a figure walked over, swaying their hips with a soft and sweet voice. Hello, everyone. As soon as I saw him, I recognized him as the effeminate team leader of Class 7, Gong Yangma. Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yin both instinctively averted their gaze upon seeing him, looking uncomfortable. I couldn't help but laugh, and, hello there, what brings you here? The Ram and Mo covered his mouth and laughed. What else could it be? We're up next, of course. I'm here to ask you to go easy on us. Oh, I see. I smiled warmly. I would hold back, but he was a different story. I told you when that guy called Gonyang and Mo heard this, his face turned green, and he stammered for a long time without being able to say a word. In the end, he left with his team, looking dejected. As soon as he left, Yin Yin poked me with his elbow and said, no way, are you really going to go easy on that sissy? I gave him a look that said, you guess. Goodness, his expression was one of disbelief. Well, last time someone said they would hold back, but in the end, I pinned them to the ground and did a 720-degree Thomas spin. You can't trust my words, that's for sure. On Dai Yaoheng's side, they were straightforward. Ready, let's go. All right, time to hit the stage. As soon as the referee gave the command, the semifinals began. 3 guys came up on the other side, and let me tell you, 2 of them were shaking like they had motors in their legs. One was trying to reassure the other. What are you afraid of? We're in sync. Even if we lose, we should lose heroically. But the other guy shot back. Then why are your legs shaking? I'm just excited. You don't get it. Seriously, who understands? This batch of freshmen is all about putting on a tough front. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw it, and I politely waved at them. As a result, that guy was so scared he jumped and broke out in a cold sweat. When the whistle blew to start the match, something strange happened. Our strongest player, Dai Yaoheng, didn't move at all. I was puzzled. Wow. Did the class leader change his ways today? Is he playing tactics now? And guess what he said? With a completely nonchalant expression, he replied, do we need tactics? This. I was completely taken aback. The way he said it was just too spot on. The 3 of us were chatting right there, leaving the 3 guys across from us completely at a loss. One of them, named Wang Xing, broke down on the spot, feeling that we were humiliating them. He let out a roar and charged at me, his hands transforming into claws, heading straight for my face. His teammates couldn't stop him and could only grit their teeth and follow him in. 3 people, from 3 directions, with a clear goal to take me down first. The idea was nice, but unfortunately, reality was a steel plate. I was in the middle of a crucial conversation with Dai Yaoheng when someone interrupted us. I'll tell you, I'm not usually grumpy in the morning, but I get really frustrated when a conversation is cut off. I could barely lift my eyelids and coldly said, I don't like to be disturbed when I'm chatting. Buzz. In that instant, the 3 of them seemed to be struck down by an invisible hand from the sky, slamming down in perfect unison, not making a sound, and fainting right away. The referee was dumbfounded, and after a long pause, finally announced, Class 1 of the freshmen wins. The whole place fell silent. Everyone thought that what they saw yesterday in my fight was the limit, but today it was like, wow, yesterday was just child's play. Yin Yin was also confused. Is this over? After the match, Dai Yaoheng said to go back and rest, preparing for the finals in the afternoon. I said I had something to do and would definitely come back before the finals. Then I found a small grove where no one was around. And as soon as I got there, I was done for, collapsing right on the ground. I tell you, that feeling was like having hundreds of electric drills simultaneously working in my head, making me roll on the floor in pain. I don't even know how long it lasted, but finally, that intensity passed. I pushed myself up from the ground, opened my eyes, and realized it was bad. My left eye had turned that terrifying crimson color again. This was all because of my 3rd soul skill, called Absolute Balance, which sounds pretty impressive, but its side effects are outrageous. It directly weighs the good and evil in my heart on opposite ends of the scale, and I have to maintain a balance to be myself. But today, when I got angry, the balance was completely broken, and I almost turned dark. This crimson would be impossible to explain when I go back. I can't just say my colored contact lens slipped, right? In the end, I had no choice but to find an eye patch to cover my left eye. looking like a typical edgy teenager. In the afternoon's finals, I rushed and rushed, almost being late. Yin Yun and Dai Yaoheng were almost going crazy, thinking I would be disqualified. When I arrived, Dai Yaoheng was just about to tell the referee that we conceded. "Where have you been?" Yin Yun was almost in tears. I scratched my head and awkwardly made up an excuse. Hee, I accidentally overslept. Their faces instantly turned dark. Dai Yaoheng pointed at my eyes. "What's going on with you?" "Oh, this." I accidentally bumped into something, and fearing it would affect my handsome image, I wore that patch. I continued to maintain my composure. Dai Yaoheng clearly didn't believe me, but didn't ask further. Our opponent in the finals was Class 10 of the freshmen, with 2 Soul Masters, a tough match. As soon as the match started, the girl on the opposite side, Ling Luocheng, made her move, and in an instant, the 3 of us were frozen in place by ice. Dai Yaoheng unleashed his soul power, broke free, and charged at the opposing Soul Master, Chun Zifeng. Yin Yun was still struggling to break the ice blocks. As for me, I couldn't be bothered to move. Then the agile attacker on their side, Yao Haoshuan, came charging at me like a bolt of lightning, while Ling Luocheng increased her output, directly freezing me into an ice sculpture. Wow, things got lively. Yin Yun was so scared that she didn't know what to do, and Yao Haoshuan raised his hand to deliver a breaking ice strike. Just as his hand was about to touch the ice, there was a crack, and the ice surface split open. Immediately, a terrifying pressure descended. Yao Haoshuan didn't even have a chance to react and collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood frothing from his mouth. Bang! The ice exploded, and I stretched lazily as if nothing had happened and yawned. Ah, this ice sauna is quite comfortable. I smiled as I looked at Yao Haoshuan lying on the ground. "Brother, are you going to admit defeat? To avoid some physical pain, you know?" That guy was still quite tough. "I won't admit defeat, even if I die." "All right then." I shrugged and ignored him, casually walking towards the ice-type girl, Ling Luocheng. As I passed by Yao Haoshuan, I added, "You can stay there for a while. I'm going to ask your teammate." When the girl saw me coming, she panicked and desperately threw ice spikes and ice blades at me. But guess what? All her attacks disappeared a meter away from me, as if by magic. She was completely dumbfounded. Why didn't my soul skill work? I walked up to her and patiently explained, "I've wrapped myself in a vacuum field with no air. Your ice-type soul skill needs water molecules in the air as a medium. Got it? It's like a holy sort of physics." She completely froze, standing there in a daze. I found it amusing, so I reached out and gently flicked her forehead with my finger. "That hurts," she exclaimed, covering her forehead, her eyes suddenly red. The look in her eyes was a mix of grievance and anger. I saw her not speaking, and she raised her hand again. "You, don't come over," she said, frightened and retreating repeatedly, like a scared little rabbit. Over there, Dai Yaoheng had already pinned Chun Zifeng to the ground. Well, the match is over. Our freshman class has won the championship. As soon as the assessment ended, the teacher called me away and took me directly to the Sea God Pavilion, where a group of old men stared at me as if I were a criminal. The one in charge, an old man named Muin, spoke up, saying that my strength was already sufficient to enter the inner courtyard, suggesting that I skip a grade and become the new member of the Shrek 7 monsters. I hesitated at that moment. Wouldn't this just throw Dai Yaoheng and the others out of the Foreign Affairs College? It seemed that old Mu saw through my thoughts and said with a smile, "Your 2 friend will come in sooner or later. You're just taking the lead." I thought about it too. The resources in the inner courtyard are better, allowing for quicker improvement. So, I nodded in agreement. When I said goodbye to Dai Yaoheng and the others, although these 2 boys were shocked, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Dai Yaoheng pointed at me and said, "Wait, I'll come to the inner courtyard to find you soon." "All right, I'll be waiting." My days in the inner courtyard, let me tell you, were incredibly dull. For a month, I did nothing but train, and my soul power shot up to level 37, earning me the nickname Training Maniac. Finally, after eagerly awaiting the break, I couldn't even be bothered to pack my luggage and just set off directly for the Stardew Forest. I'm back again, standing on the familiar cliff. I felt so relieved. However, not long after entering the forest, a golden figure came rushing at me, shouting, "LuZe, you're finally back. Come fight with me." Great. The battle maniac, the 3-eyed golden lion. I dodged to the side and teased her with a smile. "It's been so long, and your temper is still as explosive as ever?" She didn't care and charged at me, ready to fight. I complained, saying, "You're bullying me, I'm just a soul sovereign." And then I slipped away. She was so angry that she shouted behind me and chased after me with all 4 legs. Damn, her speed was incredible, and she tackled me to the ground in no time. There was no way out. I had to agree to fight her. Just as I stood up and got into position, that guy Chi Wong popped up like a troublemaker. saying that Emperor Tian sent him and that we weren't allowed to fight. The three-eyed golden lion was so furious that it stomped its feet and then ran off without a trace. Chi carried me all the way to the core area. When we met Beast God Emperor Tian, he didn't waste any time and asked me why I was back. I replied more straightforwardly, let's get a fourth spirit ring. Have you thought about what effect you want? Well, let's go for one that can increase defense, but I still need to practice a bit more. My spirit power is a few levels short. Got it. Emperor Tian nodded. All right, then there's nothing more to say. Let's go into seclusion and cultivate, aiming for level 41st. I told you as soon as I stepped out, I ran into a stubborn resident, and it was that three-eyed golden lion again. She was just standing there calling my name, and I thought to myself, please don't come looking for a fight again, big sister. But she looked at me with a blank expression and said, can't I just talk to you? After saying that, she turned and walked away. What's going on here? Teasing and then running off? Forget her, just when I wanted some peace, I can go cultivate. Without saying a word, I went to the usual spot, sat cross-legged on the stone slab, and directly entered that familiar golden palace. I had been here in a while, and I really missed it. I didn't hold back, walking straight to the throne at the back and sitting down. Enlightenment. As soon as I closed my eyes, I lost all sense of time outside. It felt about right, time to wake up. When I opened my eyes, wow, my soul power surged out like a flood that had just been unleashed. Brother Tian probably had some radar set up because he arrived in an instant. As soon as I stumbled out of the cave, we made eye contact. He asked if I had reached the soul sect, and I nodded, asking him how long I had been asleep. He said half a month. Thank goodness, I hadn't overslept. I quickly asked, brother, what about my fourth soul ring? The one over 50,000 years old, is it arranged? Tian said, all set, follow me. He took me to a small pond, and I was dumbfounded. What's this about, buddy? There wasn't even a single soul beast in sight. Are you inviting me to soak in a hot spring? Tian shouted at the surface of the water, come out. Your chance to make a name for yourself has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the calm water began to bubble, and then a giant creature surfaced. I focused my gaze and thought, what the heck, a super giant turtle? Tian said, this is a golden spirit turtle nearly 90,000 years old, extremely strong in defense, perfect for you. 90,000 years. I was shocked and said, brother, you're not joking, are you? With my small frame, absorbing a 90,000-year soul ring would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. Tian laughed and said, don't worry, he has already agreed with this old turtle. It's voluntary, and there's no resentment. Absorbing it will be absolutely smooth. My friends, who understands this enlightenment? This is even more positive than when I go to work. I went over and touched that big turtle shell, feeling a bit shy. To my surprise, the old turtle actually spoke with a voice as old as time, saying its end was near and that it was satisfied to contribute to the beast god in its final moments. All right, since the old turtle has said that, I went ahead and gave it a quick end. Looking at that circle of pure black soul ring, I felt two words in my heart. Thank you. The absorption process was incredibly smooth. After all, it was a voluntary deal, no bumps at all, and I directly stepped into the soul sect realm. Tian saw I was awake and asked how I felt. I replied with two words, very strong. He laughed when he heard that, probably already fantasizing about the blueprint for the rise of soul beasts. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. I suddenly felt something in my body snap. My expression immediately couldn't hold back. Tian was also shocked and asked what was wrong. I couldn't articulate it well and just squeeze out a few words. Quick, take me away. He quickly cradled me in his hands and zoomed back to his lair. As soon as we landed, he looked at me and was dumbfounded. I was covered from head to toe, from skin to hair, in dense golden runes. Tian tried to help me, but that force directly sent him flying, shattering his proud dragon scales. I'm telling you, that an 80,000-year-old beast god, just a touch nearly incapacitated him. It was insane. He was so scared that he quickly threw me to the ground and retreated 10 meters, looking at me in disbelief. With the last bit of consciousness, I stumbled into a big tree hole nearby, and as soon as I got in, I couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. The moment I fell, the golden runes on me erupted completely, instantly wrapping me in a shining golden cocoon. Outside, Tian and the others were all stunned. The fierce beasts all rushed over, staring at me like I was an alien. They discovered that the energy emitted from my cocoon was like a miraculous tonic for them. One by one, they didn't care about my life or death and sat cross-legged at the entrance, starting to absorb my free Wi-Fi, their cultivation levels rapidly rising and their bloodlines evolving. Later, that three-eyed golden lion heard about it and insisted on coming to watch the excitement. Tian repeatedly warned her not to mess around, and she promised, but still sneaked in. She lay beside me, staring at my cocoon, and before long, she actually fell asleep. Then, the most outrageous thing happened. Those golden runes wrapped around her too. Wow, she directly got a matching golden cocoon, a buy one get one free situation. Tion and the others found out the auspicious beast was missing and came to check, only to be dumbfounded. Originally, there was one cocoon, and now there were two. But Tion, quick-witted, said this must mean the auspicious beast also received recognition from this power. It was a good thing. As for me, I was completely unconscious inside that cocoon. I slept so deeply that it felt like the world was turning upside down. When I regained consciousness, I felt like I was about to forget who I was. Crack. With a crisp sound, I felt the shell enveloping me crack open. Immediately, a terrifying aura that even I found shocking erupted outward, likely scaring the strong beings across the continent. In the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Elder Mu looked up at the sky and said, "The continent is about to change." Meanwhile, in the divine realm, a certain guy with the last name Tang was probably sipping tea, nearly dropping his cup from shock at my sudden emergence. In the tree hole, Tion and the others had already been overwhelmed by my power. As the cracking sound grew more intense, the cocoon shell completely shattered. I extended a hand and slowly walked out. Tion and the others were stunned because I was completely naked, with golden runes flowing over my skin and silver hair, looking like a deity descending to the mortal realm. That pressure made Tion and his group of top fierce beasts involuntarily kneel on the ground. The first question I asked was, "How long have I been sleeping?" Tion didn't even dare to lift his head, stammering, Almost 6 years. 6 years? I was stunned. That's way too long to sleep. Just then, I felt a pair of eyes peering at me from the sky. I looked up and smiled, saying to the sky, "Sometimes, it's best for you to close your eyes." As soon as I finished speaking, that feeling of being watched vanished instantly. Huh, you still want to have a god's eye view of my live stream? I lowered my head and looked at Emperor Tion and the others kneeling on the ground. Amused, what are you doing? Is there a treasure on the ground? They awkwardly got up, but when they saw my eyes, they were stunned again. At that moment, my eyes were filled with swirling inscriptions, resembling the stars and the universe. The inscriptions on my body quickly retracted, all converging on the back of my right hand, forming a complex mark, and my eyes returned to their normal golden color. Only then did Emperor Tion dare to ask me what I had experienced in these 6 years, and how much soul power I had. I gave him a strange smile. I went through a baptism, and my soul power is at level 55 now. I told him again that I no longer needed to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. I could condense them myself. As I spoke, I released the soul rings. And the first 4 soul rings had an additional circle of inscriptions, while the 5th soul ring was a golden one made up of golden inscriptions. An unprecedented golden soul ring. Tion sensed it, and the strength was definitely not inferior to that of 100,000 years. I told them that the 3-eyed golden lion was still in her cocoon, contemplating the Tao, and not to disturb her. Then I turned around and left. It's been 6 years. It was about time to go back to the academy and check in. Those old folks probably thought I was hanging out in the outside world. As I reached the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, I unexpectedly ran into 3 humans, 2 boys, and a girl. I smiled and greeted them, which startled the girl and made her jump 3 meters high. One of the boys, named Bebe, was very polite, and we introduced ourselves to each other. He said they were from Shrek Academy. When I heard that, I thought it was a coincidence and said I was too, and since I didn't know the way, could they give me a ride for a bit? Bebe agreed. The other boy, a blue-haired youth named Huiyuhao, seemed a bit evasive when he looked at me. Interesting. This kid had a million-year-old antique on him and thought he was hiding it well. Buddy, your white 10-year spirit ring performance, with its focus on a companion-style madness, is so exaggerated that I almost laughed. The old guy inside him was probably scared to death and wanted him to quickly retract the spirit ring. I pretended not to know anything and followed them all the way back to Shrek Academy. At the academy's gate, I bid them farewell, saying I needed to find a teacher first. Bebe looked at my back and felt that the name LuZe's sounded familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had heard it. As for Huiyuhao, after returning to the dormitory, he immediately dove into his sea of consciousness to ask his partner, the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Tianming, feeling a bit apprehensive, said that the guy named LuZe was too terrifying and could sense its presence, so they should never offend him. Upon hearing this, Huiyuhao agreed wholeheartedly. He truly believed Tianming's words and thought he had almost exposed himself just now. However, what Huiyuhao didn't know was was that the LuZe he was worried about was currently being taken by the Academy's higher-ups for a conversation. Let me tell you, as soon as LuZe stepped into Shrek, the big boss from the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Mu, didn't he even raise an eyebrow and immediately sensed it. Goodness, even radar isn't this accurate. LuZe was also sensible and ran straight to the edge of the Sea God Lake, standing there as if waiting for his number to be called. Before long, an old and grumpy voice came from behind. You brat actually know how to come back? Do you know how much we old folks have worried about you? LuZe turned around and grinned. Elder Xian, do you believe me if I say I can explain? It was indeed Elder Xian. Let me tell you, his temper is like a firecracker. He snorted directly, saying unkindly, what the hell is there to explain to me? Go talk to Elder Mu. With that, he grabbed LuZe by the back of his collar like a chick and whooshed into the Sea God Pavilion. When they arrived, LuZe stood straight, only to find that the main person, Elder Mu, wasn't he there. Elder Xian sat down beside him, crossed his legs, and while munching on a chicken leg and drinking, he mumbled, just wait, Elder Mu is outside soaking up the sun. He'll be back soon. What could LuZe say? He could only stand there honestly. The scene was simply absurd. An old man gorging himself, while a handsome young man stood like he was being punished, creating an extremely weird atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Elder Mu suddenly appeared in front of them like he had teleported. Elder Xian instantly put away the chicken leg and stood up straight. Elder Mu looked LuZe up and down, his voice quite gentle. Child, where have you been these past few years? LuZe used the same excuse. Chuckling, disciple accidentally overtrained and lost track of time. Guess what? Elder Mu actually nodded and said, well, since that's the case, let us just forget about it. Just forget it? Who understands what it's like to be missing for years, and just saying it was overtraining makes everything all right? This favoritism is almost overflowing from the screen. LuZe seized the opportunity and quickly asked, Elder Mu, am I going to the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard now? Upon hearing this, Elder Xian became impatient again. Nonsense. Of course, it's the inner courtyard. If I let you go to the outer courtyard, wouldn't that be pure dimensional suppression? Are we not letting others live? Hee. Then I'll trouble you two elders. Once LuZe heard that he had achieved his goal, he immediately slipped away without looking back. Once he left, Elder Xian leaned closer to Elder Mu and asked, Elder Mu, do you think this kid has changed at all? Elder Mu smiled, his expression full of deep meaning. The change is too great to the point that I can't see through his bottom line anymore. However, this is a good thing. Shrek's future has another layer of assurance. On the other side, LuZe exited the Sea God Pavilion and headed straight for the inner courtyard. He was still thinking about his class leader Dai Yaoheng, who had promised to meet him in the inner courtyard, wondering how he was doing now. At this moment, on a bench in the inner courtyard, two people were sitting. One was slumped on the chair, looking boneless, while the other sat upright. The slumped one spoke first. Class leader, what do you think that guy LuZe is gone? It's been so many years. The one sitting straight was Dai Yaoheng, and he replied, how would I know? He promised to wait for us in the inner courtyard, but when I came, he was gone. Really unreliable. That's right. These two were Dai Yaoheng and his good buddy Yin Yin. One was already a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, and the other was also an elite of the inner courtyard. Suddenly, Yin Yin sat up, shouting fiercely, that guy is really something, just wait until I catch him. See if I 1T smash his dog head. Dai Yaoheng was startled by him and then laughed. Just you? What is wrong with me? I'm strong now, okay? Yin Yin retorted, convincing himself. Dai Yaoheng burst into laughter. Yin Yin's face turned red, feeling anxious. What are you laughing at? Do you look down on me? Believe it or not, I'll go find LuZe to practice right now, and I'll definitely smash his. Before he could finish, a familiar and cheerful voice echoed behind them. Who? Say no more practice with me. Let me take a look. Dai Yaoheng turned around sharply, and he was completely stunned. LuZe, you're back? LuZe smiled and said, what is wrong? Not welcome? I tell you, Yin Yun's hairs were standing on end at the time. He didn't even dare to look back. As a result, LuZe directly put a hand on his shoulder and asked with a smile, just now I seem to hear someone say they wanted to blow up my head. Was it you? Yin Yun's voice started to tremble. That you might have misheard, haha. Really? LuZe had a look on his face that said he didn't believe him, but I heard it. It was your voice. Yin Yun quickly darted behind Dai Yaoheng's back, trembling all over like a frightened rabbit. You really misheard. I absolutely didn't say that. Seeing his cowardly appearance, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand. All right. I'm not teasing you anymore. After that, he turned to Dai Yaoheng. Class leader, how have you progressed in these years? Dai Yaoheng smiled. My talent is average. I barely managed to reach Soul Emperor. Soul Emperor? LuZe pretended to be surprised. Not bad, class leader. Impressive. Dai Yaoheng countered, what about you? LuZe immediately put on a pitiful expression. Me? I'm just a poor little soul king at level 55. As soon as these words came out, not only Dai Yaoheng, but even Yin Yin was shocked. Then this guy's courage grew, and he jumped out from behind Dai Yaoheng, laughing loudly. Huh? So you're only level 55. I'm already level 51. LuZe smirked. So what? What are you trying to say? Seeing LuZe's expression, Yin Yin suddenly felt emboldened and shouted. Today, I want to fight alongside the class leader to wash away the humiliation of the past. Come and fight us. Wow, what a bold declaration. Dai Yaoheng was also stirred up. He indeed wanted to see how big the gap was between him and LuZe. LuZe, come on. Let me see if your strength has improved or regressed. LuZe smiled. Are you really ready? Do you want to call a few more people? Yin Yin heard this and thought it sounded familiar, but he didn't care about that anymore and decisively said, no need. All right, LuZe shrugged. Let's go to the fighting spirit area. As soon as the three arrived at the fighting spirit area, the entire inner courtyard exploded. Did you hear? The white tiger Duke Dai Yaoheng from the Shrek 7 monsters is going to fight someone. Is it true? Hurry up and take a look. For a moment, there were crowds everywhere, all there to watch the excitement. LuZe looked at the scene and teased. Class leader, not bad. You have quite the popularity. Yin Yin started to show off again. Of course. Our class leader is now part of the Shrek 7 monsters. A big deal. Oh, and what about you? LuZe glanced at him sideways. Yin Yin immediately fell silent, turning his head to the side. LuZe chuckled and turned to Dai Yaoheng. You need to be mentally prepared. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng was full of momentum, like a fierce tiger. Got it. Then, let's begin. As soon as LuZe's voice fell, Dai Yaoheng charged over like a cannonball, his fist as big as a sandbag heading straight for LuZe's face. However, just when the fist was about to hit LuZe, an invisible gravity suddenly pressed down on Dai Yaoheng, distorting his movement. Dai Yaoheng gritted his teeth and pushed against the gravity to exert force again. Oh, you've gotten quite a bit stronger, LuZe commented casually while easily dodging. I have to tell you, that scene was incredibly frustrating. Dai Yaoheng was desperately attacking, while LuZe was casually strolling nearby, as if he were in his own backyard. The gravity was centered around LuZe, and the closer one got to him, the greater the pressure became. In the stands, a red-haired beauty, Ma Xiaotao, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, frowned and said, Is this guy just going to dodge? Can't he fight back like a man? Next to her, a guy named Yao Haoshuan was shocked when he recognized LuZe's face. That guy is LuZe. Didn't he disappear? Ma Xiaotao perked up at the mention of his name. He's the one who took the place of Gong Yang Mo? Yes. Sister Xiaotao. He's the monster from our generation. Yao Haoshuan gritted his teeth at the mention of LuZe, the memory of being crushed by him still vivid. Ma Xiaotao was even more excited. I wanted to see this genius that the teachers rave about, and now I finally get to. Yao Haoshuan saw her expression and panicked. Sister Xiaotao, you don't want to fight him, do you? Don't. That guy's a freak. You can't win. Why not? I see Dai Yaoheng chasing after him, too. That's because he knows Dai Yaoheng and is definitely going easy on him. If it were us, he would go all out. Ma Xiaotao's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want to fight him even more. Without heeding Yao Haoshuan's protests, she transformed into a ball of flames and charged directly into the soul fighting arena. Yao Haoshuan was left stomping his feet in anxiety. It's over. Sister Xiaotao is going to get into trouble. At that moment, another icy beauty, Ling Luocheng, walked over and said lightly, Let her go. She doesn't know how powerful LuZe is. She'll find out soon enough. Don't worry, in the academy, LuZe will at most just teach her a lesson. In the soul fighting arena, a burst of flames erupted, placing itself between LuZe and Dai Yaoheng. Ma Xiaotao, filled with fighting spirit, shouted, LuZe, let's have a match. LuZe, who had been smiling, instantly turned cold upon seeing someone erupt. Who are you? Dai Yaoheng was anxious. Ma Xiaotao, what are you doing? Nothing. I just want to see how strong someone with greater talent than me really is. Are you crazy? Don't you see we're in the middle of a fight? Let her come. Interrupted Lucia. His voice was icy enough to freeze shards of ice. His originally golden eyes turned crimson in an instant, and a killing intent almost became tangible. Dai Yaoheng felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart. LuZe coldly said, Dai Yaoheng, Yin Yin, you two, step down. Dai Yaoheng looked at LuZe's gaze, a can stuck in his throat, unable to utter a word, and obediently pulled Yin Yin back to the sidelines. He felt that something big was about to happen, and quickly told Yin Yin, Hurry, go find a teacher. Yin Yin was also stunned, and ran out in a hurry. On the stage, LuZe glared at Ma Xiaotao. Are you here to cause trouble? Ma Xiaotao replied with a smile. You could say that. I just want to see your strength. LuZe's lips curled into a dangerously sinister arc. Then come on. Buzz. A gravity several times stronger than before suddenly pressed down on Ma Xiaotao, making it impossible for her to even fly. She roared in anger, unleashing her soul power just to barely move. But at that moment, LuZe had already appeared in front of her like a ghost. How is this possible? Ma Xiaotao was taken aback. In the next second, LuZe grabbed her hair and forcefully slammed her face into the ground. Is this the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters? LuZe smiled, but his voice was chillingly cold. You're clearly this weak. Why do you bother challenging me? Ma Xiaotao had never experienced such humiliation. Fury surged within her, and the evil fire inside her exploded, engulfing LuZe in flames. Dai Yaoheng shouted from the sidelines. Not good. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire is out of control. But amidst the flames, LuZe walked out leisurely. Not even a hair on him burned. He smiled faintly. Evil fire, how interesting. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ma Xiaotao, both shocked and furious, unleashed all 6 of her soul rings and directly used her 6th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Countless fire meteors rained down from the sky, crashing towards LuZe. Yet LuZe merely smiled as he walked through the meteor shower. Not a single fire meteor could touch him. All were stopped a meter in front of him by an invisible force. Had enough? LuZe stopped and said, now it's my turn. He lit up his 5th soul ring, clasped his hands together, and softly said, Mirror World, unfold. Without giving anyone time to react in the blink of an eye, LuZe and Ma Xiaotao vanished from the soul fighting arena. The entire arena fell silent. Dai Yaoheng gripped the railing tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. What soul skill is that? In the place called the Mirror World, Ma Xiaotao was dazed. She found that her evil fire was completely suppressed, and LuZe's figure had disappeared. Welcome to the Mirror World. A voice echoed from all directions. Stop looking, you won't find me. Ma Xiaotao coldly asked, who are you? As soon as she finished speaking, a mirror appeared in front of her. In the mirror was a reflection of herself, identical in appearance, but radiating evil energy, with blood-red eyes, smiling eerily at her. I am you, the mirror. Ma Xiaotao smiled, stepping out of the mirror. You have 2 choices, the mirror. Ma Xiaotao said. Either defeat me to leave, or stay here forever. Without a word, Ma Xiaotao shot a phoenix beam at her. The mirror instantly fired back the same beam, even stronger than hers. What followed was a desperate battle. This mirror not only perfectly replicated all her moves, but also had greater power and seemingly infinite soul power. Ma Xiaotao quickly became battered and exhausted. Just when she thought it couldn't get worse, something even more despairing happened. Puffed. A hand pierced through her chest from behind. She struggled to turn around and saw a second, identical mirror grinning at her. I told you, you can't leave. In her fading consciousness, Ma Xiaotao collapsed in a pool of blood, completely giving up. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached and stopped in front of her. LuZe's voice rang out. What a mess. You can't even handle this little mirror. As soon as the mirrors saw LuZe, they instantly vanished. LuZe looked at the barely breathing Ma Xiaotao and smiled. Now you know how serious the consequences are for provoking me? He hadn't planned to save her. But after a moment's thought, he muttered, I almost forgot you're Yan Xiaozhi's disciple. If I really kill you, it wouldn't be easy to explain. After saying that, he condensed a golden inscription and sent it into Ma Xiaotao's body. With a flash of golden light, her injuries healed instantly, but her clothes disintegrated. I tell you, as soon as that golden light dissipated, wow. Cough, cough, our LuZe is also a decent gentleman, and he quickly found a piece of cloth to cover it up. Before long, Ma Xiaotao woke up. As soon as she regained consciousness, she realized something was off with her body, and when she looked at LuZe beside her, her face instantly turned bright red. Oh, you're awake? Ma Xiaotao screamed and jumped far away, only to have the cloth fall off her body. The two stared at each other, and the scene became extremely awkward. Ma Xiaotao reacted and slapped LuZe's face. However, LuZe easily caught her wrist and pressed her hand down to the ground. I saved you, and you still want to hit me? I really shouldn't have saved you. Ma Xiaotao was both embarrassed and angry. You rogue. Let me go. LuZe leaned close to her ear and whispered, Do you believe I can make you suffer right now? This is my independent world, and no one will come to save you. Ma Xiaotao panicked instantly. However, LuZe was just scaring her. He let go of her and stood up. You don't really think I would go too far, do you? Hurry up and get dressed. I'll take you out. Only then did Ma Xiaotao obediently put on her clothes. LuZe clasped his hands again and tore open a spatial rift. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Ma Xiaodao walked to the rift and couldn't help but look back and ask, how did you? What do you mean how? Stop with the nonsense. LuZe was annoyed with her delay and directly kicked her into the rift. Ma Xiaodao returned to the real world, stomping her feet in anger. LuZe, just wait until I catch you. Dai Yaoheng saw her and quickly asked, where's LuZe? Who won? Ma Xiaotao's face turned pale, and she reluctantly admitted, I lost. Dai Yaoheng was completely shocked. After some time, LuZe, having no class, wandered around the inner courtyard every day, looking like a slacker. The academy couldn't stand it anymore, and Elder Xian called him over. Lucia, you have nothing to do all day, right? Elder Xian smiled like an old fox. Just right, I have a job that needs manpower, what do you think? LuZe saw his expression and knew it was nothing good, but still asked, what is it, Elder Xian? Elder Xian's expression became serious. There's an evil soul master bandit group over at Tianmen Mountain. We don't have enough manpower, so we thought of you. Evil soul master? LuZe's eyes lit up. He was quite curious about this. Elder Xian, in that case I'll go. LuZe agreed with a smile. But let me tell you, that old man is really bad. He talked about some elite mission, and the next second, he directly grabbed me by the back of my neck and took off. Like picking up a chick. I didn't even have time to prepare and was directly airdropped at the foot of a desolate mountain. Then this old guy spread his hands and told me, oh, this mission is just you, I'll support you spiritually. My face darkened. Who understands what it's like? Just a bunch of empty promises, right? So this is how it is. Fine, since I'm here, I'll sneak into the lair of those evil soul masters alone. Wow, that cave was like a spider's den. As soon as I entered, a sentry yelled that someone was there. I was annoyed. I hate noisy people. I raised my hand and snapped my fingers, poof. That guy was directly covered by an invisible barrier. His face turned red, and in less than a second, boom, he exploded into a mist of blood right in front of me. Now I've poked the hornet's nest. A bunch of people rushed out from the cave. I laughed, let my silver hair down, my eyes turned red, and I unleashed my power. Don't leave, since you're here. Just as the words fell, 20 times gravity hit them in the face. Let me tell you, that scene was like stepping on tomatoes. The weak ones instantly turned into a puddle of mud. One guy lying on the ground still had the guts to ask who I was. I squatted down and patted his face. I'm the one here to change the rules. Then, with a slap, he was gone. But their leader was tough. Hiding in the cave, he directly initiated a sacrificial attack, and the remaining living ones self-destructed, causing a series of explosions, shaking the entire mountain. Elder Xian outside was so shocked he thought I was done for, and rushed in like a madman. Just as he reached the edge of the ruins, he saw a guy covered in black mist, the leader, running out in panic and crashed right into him. Elder Xian was furious and pinned him to the ground. At that moment, I leisurely walked out of the pit, brushed off the dirt on my clothes, completely unscathed. Looking at Elder Xian's face, which was more dramatic than seeing a ghost, I asked him, Elder Xian, mission accomplished, can I go back now? But this old man drew more empty promises, saying this was just an appetizer, and there was another mission. I was really done with it. Next stop, the northern mountain range. After a few days of traveling, when I arrived, that unreliable old man came again. Ahem, the target is somewhere in this mountain, but I don't know exactly where. As for the plan, there isn't one. Just look for yourself. Then he slipped away. I was really fine. I wandered around the mountain alone, just getting bored, when suddenly I heard a girl shouting for help. I perked up instantly and flew over to see. Wow, 2 men were bullying a little girl. I couldn't stand for that. Without showing my face, just with a thought, those 2 were directly squished into 2 puddles of red paint. The little girl was so scared she was stunned, covered in blood, staring at me blankly. I walked over, trying to smile kindly. Little sister, are you okay? This little girl was named Suya and said she got separated from her dad. I thought I should do a good deed to the end, so I took her to find her dad. She pointed to a foggy valley, saying her dad was inside. I felt something was off. That fog was strange. But looking at the little girl's pitiful face, I still went in with her. Just a few steps in, whoosh, a fog-congealed ice spear pierced through my shoulder. Suya was startled, and I told her to hide behind me, then shouted into the air. So you like to sneak attack? Not a fan. I directly activated the gravity field and vacuum area, instantly sucking all the fog out of the valley. At that moment, a man surrounded by white mist slowly walked out. He was actually Suya's dad, Subai. It turned out these father and daughter were not human at all, but a type of fog demon. A 10,000-year-old humanoid soul beast. No wonder it was so creepy. After bidding farewell to them, I continued searching for those evil soul masters. Soon, I discovered 2 sentries. I quietly snuck over and directly pressed them down with gravity. I told them, answer my questions honestly, and you have a 99% chance of surviving. These two were eager to live and spilled everything. Their leader was there to capture fog demons and even told me the direction of the main force. After questioning, they urged me to let them go. I chuckled, don't be anxious. Last question, are you evil soul masters? Their faces turned pale, yet they still tried to act tough. I laughed even harder. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, you two happen to be the remaining 1%. After saying that, I turned and walked away behind me. There were two loud bangs, and the world became quiet. I followed the direction, and wow, what a coincidence in life. A large group of evil soul masters was chasing after Su Bai and his daughter. Although Su Bai was a 100,000-year soul beast, he didn't seem to know how to fight and was beaten until he spat blood. Just as he was about to be captured by a soul saint with a black bear martial soul, I dropped down from the sky. Long time no see, Mr. Su Bai. My words left everyone dumbfounded. The black bear still dared to threaten me, boasting about his evil soul master title. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Evil soul master? Quite impressive, huh? Then I stepped on his huge bare head, applying full gravity. Now, your lives are in my hands. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. With a snap, I crushed one of his arms. He howled in pain while I casually sat on his back with my legs crossed. You have 2 chances left if you don't talk. The next leg will be gone. This guy completely caved, crying and shouting everything. Only then did I smile in satisfaction. All right, tell me, where's your boss and your base? The guy's survival instinct kicked in, and he spilled everything like bamboo shoots pouring out a tube. He said their boss was a level 90 soul Douluo, waiting in their base for the 9th soul ring, and their lair was in a valley at the far west of this mountain range. After listening, I slowly got off his back. This guy, seeing that I didn't ask any further, thought he had been given a second chance at life, and actually asked me with a face full of expectation. So, does that mean I can leave now? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Leaning close to his ear as if sharing a secret, I said, I think you've lived long enough. As soon as I finished speaking, I didn't even give him time to react. With a twist of gravity, there was a loud pop, and a big bare head just disappeared. As for the remaining few evil spirit masters, let me tell you, it was like dropping dumplings one after another. Their heads all crushed by my gravity, and the scene was incredibly clean and neat. After dealing with these small fries, I slipped over to Su Bai and his daughter. Luckily, Su Bai had the foresight to cover his daughter's eyes, or else it would have been a huge childhood trauma for her. Su Bai looked at me and sincerely said, thank you. I waved my hand. It's a small matter. He suddenly reacted. Are you going to their base now? Yeah. What's up? Take me with you. He got anxious. I can help you deal with those minions. I almost burst out laughing at that moment. Let me tell you, family, this guy really has no self-awareness. I directly refused. Forget it, bro. You're just going to be a hindrance if you come with me. You might as well spend more time with your daughter. Su Bai was taken aback right there, probably realizing that he really was a weakling and would only slow me down. While he was feeling emo, his daughter tugged at his shirt and said, Daddy, why are you in a daze? The big brother has already left. Upon hearing this, Su Bai suddenly looked up and glanced around, wondering where my shadow had gone. He was completely stunned, probably thinking if I had ascended right in front of him. In reality, I had already flashed to a big tree 500 meters away. At that moment, my state was completely different from before. My right, I was filled with dense golden inscriptions, swirling like a starry sky. The golden patterns on my right hand had spread all the way to my neck, and my aura was entirely different. I looked towards the west and smiled, hoping not to activate this performance mode in vain. The next second, with a whoosh, I appeared directly above the headquarters of the Evil Soul Master. Goodness, as soon as I arrived, Elder Xian sensed it immediately, looked up sharply, and saw me hovering in midair like a deity. He must have been thinking to himself, this kid really has something hidden up his sleeve. Of course, I saw him too, and a thought flashed in front of him. The old man was startled by me, puffing his beard and glaring, saying, how many hidden cards do you have, kid? Even I can't sense your aura. When he saw my skin covered in golden inscriptions, he suddenly realized and chuckled. All right, this Evil Soul Master's lair is yours to handle. No problem, right? It wasn't really a question. He clearly wanted to see me perform live. I was too lazy to speak, so I just smiled and raised my right hand. Elder Xian looked puzzled and said, what are you doing, kid? Nothing, I replied casually, just simply compressing gravity a bit. At first, he didn't understand, but soon he realized something was wrong. A black dot, smaller than a needle tip, began to appear in my palm, then slowly grew larger, emanating a terrifying aura that made even him shudder. Only then did he understand that I wasn't compressing gravity. I was creating a black hole with my hand. Before he could shout to stop me, I casually tossed that small black dot into the valley below, like throwing away garbage. As soon as the black dot hit the ground, there was no sound. Just a burst of strong light that instantly engulfed everything. When the light faded, Elder Xian's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. I tell you, that scene was unbelievable. The original valley, the headquarters of the evil spirit master, even the several hundred-meter-high mountain beside it, all disappeared. What was left was just a bottomless giant pit, as if it had been kissed by a meteorite. Elder Xian was dumbfounded, took a long time to recover, then flashed in front of me with a serious expression. What on earth was that move of yours just now? Oh, I just compressed gravity into a singularity. I said it very casually. It was my first time using it, and I was a bit rusty, didn't control it well. After hearing this, Elder Xian was completely at a loss for words. He knew that my strike had power that was no less than his full force. A Soul King. You know what I mean? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If I had used that at Shrek Academy, wouldn't the school have disappeared from the map on the spot? He thought for a long time and seriously warned me. Listen up, kid. That move of yours is absolutely not allowed to be used in the academy. Do you understand? I'm not stupid. Of course I nodded in agreement. After that incident, Elder Xian looked at me differently, as if I were a moving nuclear bomb. I also managed to grasp the tip of the iceberg regarding this golden inscription. If it activated so fiercely just at my neck, what would happen if it lit up all over my body? Wouldn't it pierce a hole in the sky? With the mission completed, the two of us set off. Our next destination was a small town on the border of the Sun Moon Empire. Once we arrived, we found a hotel to stay in. Elder Xian, for some reason, was acting strange again, holding a wooden box with a serious expression as if he were about to reveal an extraordinary treasure. Are you ready? It's about to open. Ready? Open it. I also cooperated with him very seriously. Then he actually opened it. You open it. I really opened it. I couldn't take it anymore. This old man was too much of a drama queen. I snatched the box from him and slammed it on the ground, annoyed. If you're going to open it, just do it. Why drag it out? Elder Xian awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. I was testing your patience. Well, you know. I looked at his silly smile, his eyes resembling those looking at someone with a mental disability. He probably also found it uninteresting, which is why he cleared his throat and got to the point. Kid, I'm heading back to the academy. You'll complete this mission on your own. Although I was a bit surprised, I quickly accepted it. What is the mission? He pointed to the broken box on the ground, saying, look for yourself, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Fine. I picked up the note from the box and was speechless. I was asked to investigate the recent disappearance of 6-year-old children in this town. Great. A new mission has arrived. I was strolling down the street, pretending to be a tourist. After a while, I stopped in front of a breakfast shop. I saw a little kid snatch a bun and then quickly dart into a nearby alley. Interestingly, the shop owner acted as if he hadn't seen anything. Unfazed by it all, I walked over and asked with a smile, Boss, what's the situation with that kid? The boss sighed and said, that kid is an orphan. I feel sorry for him, so I turned a blind eye. I chuckled after listening, directly tossing a gold soul coin as a tip for the information. The boss hadn't reacted yet when I slipped into that small alley. This alley was quite strange. After walking for a long time, I felt like I was just treading water, unable to reach the end at all. I suddenly understood. This was a spatial-type soul skill, and the entire alley was a maze. I laughed, stopped in my tracks, and said to the air, I've been walking for so long. Aren't you going to come out and meet me? As soon as I finished speaking, a hoarse voice echoed in the alley. Who are you really? Are you coming out on your own? Or do I have to invite you out? I smiled, and with a burst of strength, the surrounding space instantly began to crack like glass. With a snap, the entire space shattered completely. I found myself still standing in the alley, right in front of the end of the alley and a small door. I pushed the door open and saw an old man lying on a chair. You must be the owner of this space, right? I asked with a smile. The old man nodded. That's me indeed. What brings you here, young brother? I don't want to beat around the bush, so I'll ask directly. Just one question. Have you seen Child? The old man's expression changed noticeably, but he still played tough, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I frowned and said, Old man, I'm not joking with you. That kid is very important to me. I directly increased the gravity to 30 times. The old man instantly couldn't handle it and realized I wasn't someone to mess with. I retracted the gravity and explained, to be honest, I'm here to investigate the case of the missing child. Only then did he lower his guard and say, that child is hidden in my space, very safe. So it turned out we were on the same side. Just as we were about to chat, I decided to take my leave and come back in the evening. I'll take my leave then, sir, I said with a smile as I turned around. However, the moment I stepped out the door, I suddenly stepped into thin air and fell down. An illusion. I sneered and hovered in midair. How come you guys all like to play this game? I lightly waved my right hand, and with a crack, the illusion shattered again. Are you still not planning to come out? I stood there and said coldly. A strange laugh echoed in the alley, and a shadow with a scarred face appeared in front of me, cackling. I didn't expect you could actually break my illusion. I was really annoyed at that moment. Doesn't the villain know that they often die from talking too much? The next second, I was already in front of him, pressing his head down and smashing it hard against the ground. He was about to say something tough. Crack. I directly crushed his 2 legs with gravity. Who sent you? Speak. This guy was quite tough, laughing maniacally. I won't say even if I die. Ha ha. Oh, that's boring then. I directly exploded his head. I wiped my hands and walked out of the alley, only to find that the residents of the entire town were like walking corpses, aimlessly wandering the streets with vacant eyes. As soon as they saw me, they rushed over like madmen. Hypnotized, I immediately flew to the rooftop, just as I steadied myself. Another presence appeared behind me. Without turning my head, I instantly unleashed a 50-fold gravity field. Poof! The guy behind me didn't even have time to react. His internal organs were crushed, and he exploded into a puddle of blood. Another one of those suicide squads. Heh, bring as many as you want. I'll kill them all. I don't believe there's not a single one afraid of death. I sneered and began a massacre in the city. The golden inscriptions on my body spread to my neck, and with a sweep of my right eye, I uncovered all the hidden rats. I appeared behind one black-robed figure after another like a ghost. Brother, who are you waiting for? I patted his shoulder. As he turned around, I grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Who sent you? The group of guys responded like a broken record, only able to say, the Lord. It's not something a mortal like you can know. Then, with a bang, they self-destructed. At the same time, the zombie-like residents surrounded me once again. I was completely fed up. Buzz. The gravity field instantly covered the entire area, and those ordinary people didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into meat paste. In an instant, the street was flowing with blood. I stood in the center of a pool of blood, looked up at the sky, and coldly said, I don't care which gods are scheming behind my back. It's best not to provoke me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind killing a few gods for fun. After saying that, I turned and walked back to that alley. When I pushed open the door again, I was filled with rage. The room was a mess, filled with corpses and bloodstains. Elder Xia was covered in wounds, slumped on the ground, with his life force rapidly fading away. I rushed over to help him up. Old Xia, what happened here? He weakly smiled and said, It's nothing, just a few small thieves. I've already dealt with them. Don't move, I'll save you. I was ready to use the power of the golden inscriptions. But he pushed me away. Stop it, kid. I've long been meant to die. This power of yours, save it for those who can use it. Old Xia, promise me one thing, he said, pulling a sleeping child from some space and handing them to me. Protect this child. There's the aura of a deity within them. After saying that, his breath completely faded away. I looked at the child in my arms, then at the corpse of old Xia, and remained silent for a long time. I will take good care of this little one. After a while, news spread across the continent that this city had become a dead city. Everyone blamed the evil soul master. Only the higher-ups of Shrek suspected it was me. Elder Xian was sent to find me, while I had already taken the child and arrived in a small border town of the Star Luo Empire. I named him Lu Xiaoyu. One day, we were eating in a small restaurant when we overheard the table next to us discussing. Have you heard? The Yi family is in big trouble. The Yi family? No way. They're the local power here. It's true. I heard they got into serious trouble. I felt a stir in my heart, and my intuition told me that this matter was not simple. That night, I had Xiaoyu stay obediently at the inn while I made my way to the Yi family's doorstep alone. Without a second thought, I pushed the door open and entered. Who dares to intrude into the Yi family? A group of guards immediately surrounded me. I smiled and said, I heard that your Yi family is in trouble, and I'm here to help you solve it. But they didn't appreciate it at all and directly threw me out. I stood at the gate, feeling a bit amused. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, a group of people came up behind me. A crisp female voice rang out. Who are you? And why are you standing at my door? I turned around and saw a girl about my age, looking quite cute, glaring at me with a puffed-up expression. I tell you, this little girl came right up to me and questioned who I really was. Hey, with my short temper, should I tell you that I'm here to scout the place, preparing to raid your house? At that moment, I just smiled slightly and sincerely said, I'm just a passerby, simply here to admire the architectural style of the Yi family and conduct some real estate research. She looked at me with a do you think I'm stupid expression, circled around me twice, scanning me up and down, probably trying to see if I was hiding some kind of weapon of mass destruction. In the end, she didn't find anything and could only wave her hand impatiently. Hurry up and leave, don't linger at my doorstep. It affects the feng shui. I laughed and said, All right, if you want me to go, I'll go. I turned around and made a smooth exit. But after just a couple of steps, the girl came charging out again, blocking my way. Wow, this time she was even fiercer. You still say you have no bad intentions? It's been almost a week, and you've been hanging around my door every day. Are you clocking in for work here, or what? I was completely bewildered at that moment. I mean, I have so few hobbies, and you want to control that too? I could only continue to play innocent, spreading my hands and saying, Miss, I swear on my conscience. I was just passing by. There's only this main road in the city. What can I do? Seeing my expression, which was sincere yet slightly aggrieved, I could tell her CPU was probably overheating. She really started to doubt her life. As soon as I noticed she was getting distracted, I seized the opportunity. I quickly grabbed my brother Lu Xiaoyu and slipped away, keeping my accomplishments hidden. By the time she reacted, I was already lost in the crowd, leaving her alone in the wind, stomping her feet in anger. On the way, my brother was curious and asked, Bro, who was that sister? I patted his head and said casually, just a passerby, don't mind it. Little Xiaoyu instantly became emo, probably thinking about himself. I squatted down to look at him, and he stubbornly turned his little head to the side. I smiled and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I was calculating in my mind that the Yi family's connections were quite deep, but now wasn't the time for me to get involved. All right, let's take my brother to meet my old friends first. So, we headed straight to the Starry Forest. As soon as I entered the Star Doe Forest, the feeling was completely different. All the soul beasts, whether they were tens of thousands of years old or 100,000 years old, sensed my aura and ran away as if they had seen a ghost, making the entire forest as quiet as a library. My younger brother was quite curious. Bro, where are you taking me? I said, I'm taking you to meet some friends. His expression was as if he was saying, you have friends? It was ridiculous. Soon, we arrived at the core area. A loud and booming voice came. You're back. In the next moment, who would understand the family dynamics? A gigantic shadow that blocked out the sun suddenly appeared in front of us. That dragon head, those scales, that overwhelming pressure. My brother let out a sharp scream and immediately hid behind me, his face going pale. The newcomer was none other than Emperor Tian in his soul beast form. He looked at my shivering little brother and was also stunned. LuZe, who is this little guy? I introduced casually. This is my brother, Lu Xiaoyu. Emperor Tian was even more confused. You had a younger brother? I patted my brother's back and said to D. Tian, you should turn back into your human form. Look at how scared my brother is. D. Tian awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, and with a flash of light, he transformed into a handsome guy in black clothes. Only then did my brother dare to peek out from behind me, curiously asking, Bro, what is he? I corrected him seriously. He is not just anything. He is the leader among soul beasts, D. Tian, my friend. At first, D. Tian felt quite pleased, but as he listened, he sensed something was off and his expression darkened. Are you implying that I'm not anything good? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and asked him in return, Are you still something? Wow, D. Tian was directly silenced by me. After settling them down, I wandered over to D. Tian. I asked him, how's the situation with the three-eyed golden lion? D. Tian's expression instantly became serious. Without saying a word, he led me into the tree hole. When I looked, the light cocoon was still there, not making sound. All right, it seems we have to wait. I told D. Tian to go out first, and then I directly sat cross-legged under the light cocoon and entered into meditation. Let me tell you, my meditation is different from others. As soon as I closed my eyes, I instantly returned to the golden palace in my spiritual world, which is my true office. The golden rule runes around me, upon seeing me, rush towards me like children who have been away from home for years, seeing their father. Wrapping me up tightly, I wave my hand to let them follow behind, and I leisurely sit on the throne, starting to work and comprehend the underlying code of this world. When I open my eyes again, a month has already passed in the outside world. My cheap little brother Lu Xiaoyu has already become familiar with the group of soul beasts led by Emperor Tian. Every day, he chases after Emperor Tian asking, Uncle Emperor Tian, when will my brother wake up? Uncle Emperor Tian, who is stronger, you or my brother? He has almost driven Emperor Tian, this old dragon who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, to the brink of a breakdown. How could he dare to answer? He hasn't even seen how I look when I use my full strength. As soon as I walked out of the tree hole, I saw Emperor Tian and the others standing outside like guards waiting. My younger brother suddenly rushed over. Brother, why did it take you so long to wake up? I touched his head and walked straight up to D. Tian, getting straight to the point. D. Tian, I need your help with something. D. Tian was taken aback, probably because it was the first time he heard me ask him for a favor, and he immediately patted his chest and said, just say it. I'll go through fire and water for you. I glanced at my brother, And Tion immediately understood. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your brother. Absolutely. My younger brother, upon hearing this, became anxious and grabbed my hand tightly. Brother, are you going to leave me behind? I looked at his aggrieved expression. Although I felt a bit reluctant, I still had to say, Xiaoyu, it's too dangerous outside, and I can't always protect you. Once you're strong enough, I'll take you along to venture out. How about that? Although Xiaoyu was unwilling, he still let go of my hand. I rubbed his little head and casually infused some of the power of rules into his body. Hee, aiming for a cheat here, when his martial soul awakens. It will definitely be a surprise. Tion watched from the side, his eyes nearly popping out. He understood, he really understood. After calming I called Tion to the top of the mountain for a private chat. We were silent for a long time, and I spoke first. Tion, you want a master to wake up, right? He trembled all over and asked excitedly, LuZe, do you have a way? I nodded, yes, but it comes at a price. Any price. He agreed without a second thought. I looked at him, my expression turning cold. Are you really sure about this? Although he hesitated a bit, he still gritted his teeth and nodded. I suddenly laughed, my mouth corners wildly rising. Don't think too much. This cost is not for you to bear, but for your master. Emperor Tion was left dumbfounded. What kind of cost is this? I looked into the distance and said leisurely, the rules of this world need to be corrected, and after the correction, someone needs to manage it. Do you understand? Tion is a clever dragon. He instantly realized the one who manages the rules is your brother. My lord is only responsible for assisting him. You're very smart, I praised. He then asked, then why don't you come yourself? I smiled and glanced at him. Some things are better left unasked. He immediately shut his mouth. I told him that when the three-eyed golden lion breaks free from its cocoon, his master will naturally awaken. Then, without looking back, I walked towards the starry forest. After a few steps, I stopped and said to him over my shoulder, take good care, Xiaoyu, for me. And when he awakens his martial soul, let him train properly. After receiving his promise, I resumed my pace. Shrek Academy, I'm back. A few days later, I strolled back to Shrek City. As soon as I reached the academy gate, Elder Xian appeared in front of me in a flash, as if he had teleported. Hey, you brat actually know how to come back. I thought you had died out there. He started teasing me right away. I said with a playful smile. How could that be? Elder Xian, you're personally here to pick me up. This is so moving. As I spoke, I tried to slip away inside, but he immediately put his hand on my shoulder with such force that I couldn't even run away. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Come with me to see Elder Mu first. Before I knew it, he had grabbed me by the back of my collar and flew to the Sea God Pavilion. Elder Mu and a group of old-timers looked at me like I was being interrogated. Elder Mu spoke up. LuZe, was that Dead City incident caused by you? I was taken aback for a moment before I remembered what it was. Then I smiled awkwardly and said, it's me. They all gasped in surprise. Old Mu remained calm. He believed I wasn't someone who would kill innocents, and he asked me for the reason. I shrugged and explained casually. The reason is simple. The people in that city have long been controlled. Their souls are gone. They're just a bunch of puppets. Living is a torment for them. I'm just helping them find relief, and by the way, I tidied up a bit. After hearing my explanation, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Mu asked me to go back to the inner courtyard, and this matter was considered settled. As soon as I left, they immediately held an emergency meeting and sent Xian Lao to investigate the mastermind behind it. As for me, I leisurely returned to the inner courtyard, found a long bench, and lay down to bask in the sun. However, I didn't enjoy the peace for long before Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yin came looking for me. Yin Yin approached and said, it's been so long since we last met. Is it not okay to skip class and come see you? I sat up and glanced at him sideways. What's wrong? Is your skin itchy again? He instantly flared up. Who do you look down on? I'm a level 55 support Soul King. Yeah, so what? Can you take me down one-on-one? I shot back with a single sentence, and he immediately became obedient. Dai Yaoheng then directly added, stop talking nonsense. Let me see your progress. I sighed and said, oh, asking this as soon as we meet. The feelings have faded, huh? Cut out. All right, I said lazily. I haven't made much progress, just barely managed to reach Soul Emperor. As I spoke, I revealed my 6 soul rings. Dai Yaoheng's eyes widened at the last 2 peculiar soul rings of mine, and then his fighting spirit soared. Dare to have another match with me? I was about to refuse, and Yin Yin was still cheering beside me. Just then, a clear and bright voice shouted, step aside. I must let LuZe know how formidable I am today. I still haven't reacted. A ball of flames suddenly engulfed me. Dai Yaoheng and the others were stunned. The attacker, Ma Xiaodao, dove straight toward the fireball. Just as she was about to reach me, a hand shot out from the blazing flames, quick as lightning, and grabbed her head. Then, without giving her any chance, I slammed her face down into the ground with a loud thud. The ground instantly cracked like a spider web. As the flames dissipated, I stood there unscathed, looking down at Ma Xiaotao, who was pinned down and unable to move. I said lightly, after all this time, "Why are you still so weak?" This girl was so furious she was trembling, her soul power erupting wildly. I laughed. "Oh, you made some progress, huh? But it's useless. You can't break free. You." She was so angry she couldn't even speak. Then came the most outrageous move. She actually called out in an almost pouting tone, "Don't bully me too much. Dare you let me get up?" I tell you at that moment, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun's jaws were almost on the ground, their eyes wide open like brass bells. Their expressions seemed to say, "Is this still the fiery Dragon King, Ma? Shout out we know." I was amused by her, letting go of my hand and stepping aside. All right, then what? As soon as she regained her freedom, she rushed at me like a madwoman. As a result, in the next second, the familiar scene replayed itself. I pinned her down on the ground again, and this time I went even further by sitting right on her back. "Give up," I said, crossing my legs and looking down at her. "Even if I let you use one hand, you still can't beat me." Ma Xiaotao fell completely silent, probably wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Seeing her motionless, I stood up and looking at her lying still on the ground. I couldn't help but want to laugh. Just as I smiled, my peripheral vision caught sight of two familiar faces. "Well, isn't that Hui Yuhao?" I couldn't help but laugh and waved at him. When Hui Yuhao saw me, he froze, probably wondering how I ended up here. The guy next to him with the pink-blue hair, Wang Dong, looked confused and asked him what was wrong. I thought it was a good opportunity to catch up, so I used a flash to appear right in front of them. "Hey, Junior, long time no see," I greeted with a grin. Hui Yuhao's expression looked worse than crying as he stiffly replied, "Hello, Senior." My gaze then landed on Wang Dong, and after sizing him up, I immediately understood. I couldn't hold back my smile. Wang Dong was sweating profusely, feeling like I could see through the color of his underwear. I deliberately teased Hui Yuhao. "Yuhao, is this your friend? He really looks pretty." I emphasized the word pretty. And guess what? Hui Yuhao, being clueless, actually nodded seriously and said, "Yeah, Wang Dong is indeed very handsome." I was like, "All right then, as long as you two are happy." I casually chatted with them for a bit before slipping away, fearing I wouldn't be able to hold back my laughter any longer. The person left, but the old guys in Hui Yuhao's mind were already on the verge of exploding. Who understands the family members? He himself was still being foolish, but an emergency meeting had already been convened in his spiritual sea. That Ice Emperor, the one who had been a frozen scorpion for hundreds of thousands of years, trembled as he asked Tianming, "Who was that kid just now?" The sense of oppression was too strong. Tianming also felt intimidated and said, "Anyway, he's not someone we can provoke." The Ice Emperor was still unconvinced, saying, "I am clearly just a soul emperor." However, that most powerful little gray ball, which was the fragment of Ilek's consciousness, delivered a dimensional strike to them. "Little Scorpion, stop struggling," the old man said slowly. "That kid, even if a tidal Douluo comes now, he has to kneel. He might even be able to wrestle with a god." Once these words were spoken, Tianming and the Ice Emperor were completely stunned. A million-year soul beast is impressive, right? But in front of a wall, it would also be dumbfounded. Even more shocking was that the little gray ball added, "Moreover, he had already discovered us. He just didn't want to say anything." Now, the two old guys were completely unsettled. If this was exposed, Hui Yuhao's life would be over. Tianming immediately made a decision. "No, we must let Yuhao build a good relationship with that guy. If we really fall out in the future, the few of us together wouldn't even be enough for him to crush with one finger." The scene shifted, and Xian Lao had already finished reporting to Mu Lao and came directly to the inner courtyard to take us to class. At that time, I was lying on the sofa watching Dai Yaoheng and the others meditate. That guy felt uncomfortable under my gaze, exploded, and yelled at me, "LuZe, can you go out if you're not going to cultivate?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, shrugging my shoulders. "Am I bothering you just by lying here?" Dai Yaoheng's face turned green with anger, but he couldn't fight back against me, which was quite frustrating for him. Fortunately, Elder Xian arrived in time. Otherwise, I think he might have fainted from anger right there. Elder Xian cheerfully brought the 7 of us to the soul fighting area. To my surprise, there were already 7 people standing on the soul fighting platform. Upon closer inspection, I saw that Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were among them. Elder Xian cleared his throat and announced today's lesson. "Kids, today is simple, a 7-on-7 matchup, mixing the 2 generations of the Shrek's 7 monsters." Hui Yuhao and his team were dumbfounded. They were going to fight us? Wasn't that like smashing eggs against a rock? after both sides introduced themselves. When Hui Yuhao saw that I was also on the team, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. As for Dai Yaoheng, after sizing up the younger disciples opposite him, he disdainfully remarked, "They feel so weak." But he immediately regretted it, because he forgot that I was a heavyweight player on our side. Soon, the teams were finalized. I was teamed up with Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Su Sanshi, and the others. Opposite us were Dai Yaoheng, Ma, Xiaodao, Bei Bei, and their team. With Elder Xian's command, the match began. I tell you, those people over there didn't even look at the rest of our team. All 7 pairs of eyes were fixated on me, and the look in their eyes was like they wanted to eat me. Wang Dong noticed it too and quietly complained, "It seems like they're targeting you." Su Sanshi even said directly, "Senior, why do I feel like Xiaodao and the others want to take you down?" I could only awkwardly laugh. It's an illusion. All an illusion. As soon as I finished speaking, Ma Xiaodao exploded. Phoenix meteor shower. She soared into the sky, and the 6th soul ring lit up, unleashing a devastating ultimate move. Countless fire meteors came crashing down towards us as if they were free. Boom, boom, boom. The entire soul fighting stage was almost overturned. Hui Yuhao and the others turned pale with fright. However, when the smoke cleared, the 7 of us were completely unharmed, not even a hair out of place. Hui Yuhao and his friends were dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. When they finally saw me standing at the front, their jaws almost dropped in shock. 6 soul rings slowly pulsated around me, 2 purple and 2 black as the base, with incomprehensible yet impressive-looking runes carved on them. And then, family, the most explosive part is coming. The 5th and 6th are 2 golden rings. Hui Yuhao's mind was instantly shattered. Impossible. The only million-year soul beast on the continent is me. Where did those 2 golden rings come from? But that little gray ball remained calm and directly silenced Tianming with a single sentence. Those 2 golden soul rings, although not million-year soul rings, possess power far beyond a million years, because their soul rings condense from rules. On stage, Dai Yaoheng took advantage of everyone's shock to unleash his martial soul and rush towards me, delivering a heavy punch. And the result? His powerful punch came to a stop just a few centimeters in front of me, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Ma Xiaodao shouted anxiously from the sky, "Dai Yaoheng, what are you doing?" Dai Yaoheng was almost in tears. "My attack can't move forward." I smiled and slowly explained, "Let me introduce you to my 4th soul skill, Absolute Defense. It has only one effect, 360-degree defense with no blind spots. Any attack that gets closer to me will slow down to an infinite degree. Simply put, it's an invisible wall. It may look close, but you'll never be able to touch it. It mainly emphasizes the concept of come at me like a holy sort of physics." At this point, everyone was stunned. How were they supposed to fight me? Looking at their expressions, which resembled someone suffering from constipation, my smile grew more brazen. After such a long time apart, you all are still this weak. I think I could take you all on with one hand. As soon as I said this, the 7 people opposite me were instantly ignited with rage, their eyes blazing. Ma Xiaodao was the first to shout, "I'm gonna make you pay for that remark." She transformed into a red light and charged down, but I simply sidestepped and avoided her. Then, I shot out my hand like lightning, grabbing the back of her head without a word and slammed her face hard onto the soul fighting platform. With a loud bang, too weak, I stepped on her back, speaking with disdain, saying that such recklessness was not a good thing. After that, I kicked her away. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng finally noticed that my eyes had changed from golden to crimson. His expression changed drastically. "You're not LuZe. Oh, are you scared?" I smiled mischievously, instantly appearing in front of him, and kicked him in the stomach. Dai Yaoheng immediately vomited, his whole body flying out like a kite with a broken string. Bei Bei reacted the fastest, launching a Thunder Dragon head attack, but couldn't even break through my defense. I raised my hand, and the first soul ring lit up, 20 times gravity. With a few thuds, the remaining few of Bei Bei's team were instantly pressed to the ground, unable to move. The match is over. Elder Xian quickly called to stop. The crimson in my eyes faded, returning to my usual appearance. I scratched my head and innocently said, "Oh dear, it seems I might have been a bit too rough." The way Hui Yuhao and the others looked at me was as if they were staring at a monster. Elder Xian came over to lecture me a bit, telling me to be more careful next time, but not to hold back in the Soul Master competition. Of course, I readily agreed. Then, Elder Xian proposed an even more outrageous plan. For the second round of sparring, all of you will fight against LuZe together. 13 people fell silent. Su Sanshi was the first to complain. "Are we really going to fight? He's just too strong." Elder Xian glared. What are you afraid of? Can't the 13 of you handle just one? To make it fair, Elder Xian even added a restriction for me. I could only use one soul skill, and it couldn't be my fourth soul skill. Now Dai Yaoheng and the others were even more excited, looking at me with cold smiles. LuZe, it seems this time you can only lose. I just smiled and said, well, let's see what you can do. As the competition began, the crimson in my eyes lit up again. Ma Xiaodao attempted to ambush me from behind, throwing a punch, but I effortlessly caught her with a backhand and tossed her out like trash. Dai Yaoheng launched a frontal attack, but I grabbed the back of his head and rubbed him on the ground for a bit. Bei tried to come to the rescue, but I kicked him away. I tell you, that scene was like a Gundam entering a kindergarten. Yao Haoshuan attempted a sneak attack, but I sent him flying with a whip kick followed by a right hook. I turned around to target their support, Xiao Xiao, and just as Wu Yuhao tried to use mental interference to control me, his mental power backfired, leaving him pale. I was completely unaffected and kicked him away. Ma Xiaodao's fire ray hit me, but left no mark at all. My second soul skill made me immune. As Ling Luocheng called out the name of my soul skill, I appeared right in front of her, saying, "You know too much," and then I kicked her out of the match. By the end, they had completely lost their fighting spirit. I was a bit bored, so I accelerated the pace, grabbed Dai Yaoheng by the neck, and threw him like a cannonball at Ma Xiaodao, causing them to crash into each other and roll in a heap. The rest of them were pinned to the ground one by one, getting beaten until they doubted their lives. Just when I was getting into it, old Xian suddenly floated over leisurely and said that it was time to stop for today. Goodness, I had just warmed up. But since the big boss spoke, we little minions had no choice but to halt. He announced that we would gather at the school gate early tomorrow morning and head straight to Star Luo City for the Soul Master competition. As soon as I heard that, I thought, great, I can go out and have some fun. Everyone went their separate ways, and I was thinking of finding a quiet place to soak up some sun and enjoy this rare peace. But just as I lay down, that old man Xian suddenly appeared like a ghost and said he knew I was here. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. This old man was definitely not one to come without a reason. I lazily got up and asked him what he wanted. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, saying he wanted to know about that dead city. I told you, when he mentioned this, my expression instantly changed. I stared at him and asked if he really wanted to know. He didn't say anything, just looked at me intently, with a gaze that clearly said, "You better spill it." Fine, seeing how persistent he was, I revealed a bit. I said that the people attacking that city were not from our world at all. Their target is a child. As soon as Xian Lao heard this, his expression changed immediately, and he pressed me on what was so special about that child. I casually dropped a bombshell. That child has the aura of a deity and is very likely a child of God. Goodness, once those words came out, Master Xian completely lost his composure. The word God carries immense weight in the eyes of someone of his caliber. He immediately asked where the child was. Seeing his reaction, I knew I couldn't say any more. Xiao Yu Hao is my key protection target. How could I casually tell others? I didn't say a word, but Elder Xian was perceptive and could tell from my expression. He sighed and said that since I didn't want to talk, he wouldn't press me, but he hoped that the child would be okay. After saying that, he reminded me not to be late tomorrow and left on his own. I watched his back and thought, it's not that I don't want to say anything. It's just that there are too many secrets about that kid Yu Hao, and I can't let anything slip. The next morning, Dai Yaoheng and his group were quite punctual, standing at the school gate like javelins. As for me, of course, I made a grand entrance. Dai Yaoheng was whispering, saying I was late again and that he really couldn't stand me. I simply ignored him and greeted everyone with a smile. While up so early, the place fell silent, with dozens of eyes staring at me, making me feel a bit awkward, so I had to obediently stand in line. Elder Xian saw that everyone was present and announced that we would set off. I originally thought we would fly straight to Xingluo City and enjoy the scenery along the way. However, I learned from Dai Yaoheng that we had to stop midway for some kind of inspection mission. The target was a band of evil soul master bandits, and the location was in the Mingdo mountain range, at the border between the Sun Moon Empire and the Xingluo Empire. I was on the subway, looking at an old man on his phone, with a face full of despair. Didn't we agree to go to the competition? Why do we have to work overtime in the middle of it? I couldn't help but sigh, and the silly Xiao Xiao next to me asked what was wrong. I directly complained, saying the inspection task is so dangerous, whoever wants to go can go. A few people around heard me, and their expressions were priceless. They all looked like they wanted to roll their eyes, probably thinking, aren't you the most dangerous one here? At that moment, that kid Wang Dong started acting up again, making a noise. Hui Yuhao quickly asked him what was wrong, and he pouted, saying it's nothing, just simply dislike that guy LuZe. I heard him and gave him a faint glance, too lazy to respond. I had just pressed him to the ground yesterday, and now he was feeling emotional, I understood. While on the way, Teacher Wang Yin asked the older students to take care of the younger ones. Ma Xiaotao originally wanted to take Hui Yuhao, but because of that kid Wang Dong, it ended up being me who took Hui Yuhao. I deliberately slowed down, hanging at the back of the line, just to have a heart-to-heart talk with this kid Yuhao. He was on edge the whole time, afraid I would spill his secrets. Looking at his nervous state, I found it a bit amusing and suddenly said, Yuhao, I've been wanting to ask you something. He trembled a bit and stuttered, Lu Ge, you can ask. I leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice only the two of us could hear, the White Tiger Duke, that's your dad, right? Those around us wouldn't understand, but his little face turned pale in an instant, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with shock, probably wondering how I knew. Seeing his reaction, I chuckled and added fuel to the fire. Don't overthink it, I know a lot more. Like those three in your sea of consciousness. At this point, he was completely speechless, unable to utter a word, his gaze towards me filled with fear. I felt like I was no longer a person in his eyes. Noticing how frightened he was, I decided not to tease him further, patted his shoulder, and said, Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. He finally relaxed a bit, but all the way, he remained as quiet as a clam. Soon after, we finally arrived at the Mingdou mountain range. Elder Xian called me over again, mysteriously, and after some time, it turned out he wanted me to be a babysitter. His intention was simple. For this operation, I would only be responsible for protecting Dai Yaoheng and the others, letting these sheltered flowers handle those evil soul masters on their own and gain some experience. As soon as I heard this, I thought, isn't this exactly what I want? Who would work hard if they could slack off? I immediately patted my chest and promised, No problem, Elder Xian, I will definitely be the strongest support in the team. After resting for a day, the operation began in the evening. Elder Xian gave a pre-battle mobilization to the few newcomers, then waved his hand and let me lead the team. I walked at the front like a tour guide and soon found the lair of the evil soul masters. I'm still observing the terrain. That kid Dai Yaoheng rushed out like he was on adrenaline, shouting as he went. As soon as the others saw this, they all followed suit, instantly taking down the evil soul master who was on watch outside. Ma Xiaotao had Hui Yuhao and a few other newcomers guard the cave entrance to prevent anyone inside from escaping, and then she led her team into the cave. I was sitting outside with my legs crossed, watching the show. That kid Wang Dong was so angry his face turned green. He ran over to question me why wasn't he going in. I lazily replied, Even though I've beaten them up, they still have some strength. I don't need to. Wang Dong almost exploded on the spot, but was tightly held back by Hui Yuhao. With no other choice, I stood up and strolled into the cave. Just after I entered, an incident occurred. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the entire cave collapsed. Hui Yuhao and the others outside, along with the newly arrived Elder Xian, were all stunned. At that moment, a shadow suddenly shot out from the ruins, heading straight for Hui Yuhao and the others. The group was so scared their faces turned pale, but Hui Yuhao, with his keen eyes, noticed that the figure seemed to be fleeing, as something even more terrifying was chasing after it. The next second, the mystery was revealed. The shadow buzzed as if crushed by a mountain, instantly dropping to the ground, unable to move. As the dust settled, I walked out of the ruins unscathed, with Dai Yuheng and the others lying behind me, all covered in dirt and clearly injured. I walked up to the fallen evil soul master and sneered, You rats. Is ambushing and self-detonating all you know? How pathetic. The guy was so scared he was rolling on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. I was wrong. Please let me go. I beg you. I stepped on his head and smiled. Oh, so you could be afraid too. Please. Before he could finish his sentence, I applied a bit of force with my toes, and with a pop, his body exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. Wang Dong, who was closest, was splattered with sticky stuff and immediately ran to the side to vomit. TSK, his mental fortitude is really lacking. Elder Xian rushed over, and seeing Ma Xiaotao and the others lying on the ground, his face turned pale, and he quickly asked me what happened. I replied seriously, It's a corpse explosion. Those guys were playing dirty. Although I saved them, I still got a bit hurt and need to rest for a while. Elder Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing it was just a minor injury. But then he announced a thunderbolt. The main team was injured, so the upcoming Soul Master competition will be taken over by us reserve team members. Hui Yuhao and the others were a bit panicked at first, but when they looked back at me, they instantly felt reassured. Well, the intern had officially become a full member. With me around, what were they afraid of? Elder Xian looked at us and gave a passionate speech about how the glory of Shrek depended on us, then waved his hand. Let's go. Star Luo City. Upon arriving at Star Luo City, we checked into the Royal Hotel. Teacher Wang, Yin held a meeting to encourage everyone. I found it boring and went to the rooftop to get some fresh air. Dalu came over, looking worried, and asked me if we could still win this competition. I laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, "Have you forgotten I'm here? With me around, what do you have to worry about?" The next day, the competition officially began. Hui Yuhao and the others were up first, and I was almost falling asleep on the bench in the preparation area. Wang Dong was so infuriated by my attitude that he jumped up and insisted I take it seriously. I responded dismissively a couple of times and continued to lie down. As soon as Hui Yuhao took the stage, wow, the 6 red circles lit up, and the opposing team from Tianling Academy was directly scared out of their wits, getting taken down in no time. The entire venue erupted in cheers, discussing how Shrek had produced a monster with a 600,000-year soul ring. As soon as the match ended, I suddenly felt something was off. A familiar, nauseating aura flashed by. I greeted Teacher Wang Yin, saying I had something to take care of, and he noticed my odd expression but didn't ask further and agreed. I followed the scent to a deserted corner and coldly said to the air, "Come out." A shadow appeared out of nowhere, cackling, and immediately asked me where I had hidden that child. It was coming for Xiaoyu again. My gaze instantly turned cold. What if I don't say? Without a second thought, he threw a punch straight at my face. I stood still, not moving an inch. And what happened? His fist came to a complete stop just a few centimeters from my face, as if it had hit an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. He was stunned, his face filled with terror, and he shouted, "This is a paradox." After shouting, he turned to run. Want to run? Too late. I activated my gravity field and directly pressed him down to the ground. I walked over slowly, sat down on his back, and curiously asked, "Oh, do you know about paradoxes?" This guy was scared out of his wits and spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. He said that they have a general who is also the owner of a paradox, and it's a spatial paradox. Their general told them that paradoxes are abilities that transcend divine power, capable of influencing reality, time, and space. It is also thanks to their general's abilities that he could come to this world. I was stunned at that moment. Goodness, my rival was actually right beside me. It turns out this paradox isn't my exclusive cheat. There are others outside who can do it too. I immediately asked them where they came from. Just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly exploded with a puff, just like that evil soul master before. I looked at the scattered debris, and my gaze turned completely cold. It seems they were under some kind of restriction. Once they were about to reveal key information, they would self-destruct. Interesting. I'm not the only one who possesses the paradox. There's also a mysterious general in an unknown world. I sneered. Not only was I not afraid, but I was also a bit excited. I hope your paradox doesn't let me down. The next day was the elimination round, and Wang Dong and the others insisted that I go on stage. I had no choice but to slowly walk onto the battle platform. The contestant from Luo Academy, named Ma Ingjun, was so scared he was cramping up at his legs when he saw me. As soon as the referee shouted start, I flashed and appeared right in front of him. He didn't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. I smiled at him, extended my index finger, and gently flicked it on his forehead. In a whoosh, that guy flew out like a cannonball, directly falling off the battle platform. The entire arena fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting in cheers like a tidal wave. The referee rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times before stammering to announce my victory. I stood on the platform and said with a smile, "Next." As a result, the team leader from Luo Academy rushed onto the stage and announced their surrender right there. Ha ha, this is what it means to win without fighting. I wobbled back to the preparation area, and that guy Su Sanshur immediately came over to flatter me, but I punched him back. Teacher Wang Yin came over again to give me some motivational talk, saying that the glory of Shrek was all on me. I was so tired of hearing it that I could barely stand it, so I ignored him and turned around to head back to the hotel to sleep. But just as I got halfway there, I felt something was off. I tell you, the streetlights, flowers, and trees around me all looked like they were pixelated, distorted beyond recognition. Goodness, who is the blind fool that dares to open a domain on my way home? My face immediately turned cold, and I stood still, speaking to the air. "Aren't you coming out yet?" Then, I tell you, that laughter was like the standard villain's entrance BGM, cackling, sending chills down my spine. A dark shadow floated out, shouting at me. "Kid, hand over that child if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll be in for it." Oh, as soon as I heard that, I understood. The energy fluctuation from this guy was exactly the same as mine. We were both playing with paradoxes. The shadow probably sensed me too, paused for a moment, and then laughed even more joyfully. Cackle, cackle. I didn't expect there would actually be someone in this world who could master paradoxes. Interesting. I immediately perked up. After all, this wasn't something to be taken lightly. Just as that guy finished speaking, He lunged at me with a punch, which zipped right past my face. In the end, his fist stopped just a few centimeters from the tip of my nose, as if it had hit an invisible wall, freezing in place. Family, who understands? It was just that close, and my handsome face could have been gone. He was still analyzing the situation, saying something about how my paradox was meant for defense, right? I rolled my eyes, and in the next second, I teleported in front of him and kicked him flying. Why talk so much? Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? I said irritably. The guy coughed up blood and got up. His gaze towards me changed, filled with fear. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with him, so I directly pressed down with a gravity field, pinning him to the ground, unable to move at all. He struggled to squeeze out a few words. Wah. What exactly are you? I squatted down, grabbed his hair, and whispered in his ear, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that if Xiaoyu loses even a single hair, your world is ready to be formatted. After saying that, I let go of my hand, stood up, and went back to tell your general that if there is a next time, I'll come directly to find you. He probably didn't expect me to actually let him go, and after a moment of shock, he hurriedly tried to escape. Just when he thought he had narrowly escaped, I leisurely added, I hope you're a smart person, 10th seed of the 10 sons, Tengu. I tell you, his expression instantly looked like he had seen a ghost. He must have been wondering how I knew his background. That's right, this guy is one of the 10 sons. Codenamed Tengu, and his paradox ability is to create this kind of false space. He didn't dare to think any further and disappeared in a flash. As soon as he left, the surrounding counterfeit space shattered like glass, scattering everywhere. I returned to the path, murmuring that these 10 days were quite interesting. As everyone has their paradoxes. Suddenly, a voice came from behind me. It seems that what that guy said before is true. You're not the only one who has a paradox. I didn't even look back and just laughed. The only one? No, I am the only one who has mastered all the rules and paradoxes. The next day, the competition went on as usual, and my opponent was Qianling Academy, which had a decent lineup. 6 Soul Masters and 1 Soul King, looking quite impressive. The captain of a neighboring Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, a guy named Ma Rulong, didn't take his eyes off me, clearly seeing me as his #1 rival. When the match started, that kid Hui Yuhao went first, creating a frost tornado that made quite a scene. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, I slowly stepped out and impatiently said, what a hassle. With a casual wave of my hand, guess what happened? That tornado, taller than a building, poof, disappeared, dissipating like a puff of air. Then I followed up with a gravity compression, and the 7 opponents turned pale. If their teacher didn't call for surrender soon, they would probably be squished into 7 pieces of paper. The match ended. Shrek Academy wins. The referee shouted until his voice was almost gone. The whole crowd went wild, applauding thunderously. On the Sun and Moon Academy side, they looked like they had seen a ghost. One silver-haired kid in their team, named Xiao Hongchun, was quite arrogant, saying that it didn't matter how good LuZe was. He would still have to admit defeat against me. Huh, the young people nowadays really have their heads in the clouds. Back in the preparation area, Su Sancher started flattering me again, saying I single-handedly took out a team. Once everyone left, I directly told teacher Wang Yin I want to leave for a while. He got anxious and asked, this is a crucial time for the competition. Where are you going? I don't have time to explain to him, so I just said, there's something very important, and the return date is uncertain. After saying that, I turned and left, not staying for even a second longer. After I left, Dai Yaoheng, Ma Xiaodao, and the other injured came back, telling Wang Yin that they could go on the field now. Only then did he realize that I had calculated the time and made space for them. As for me, I was already outside Xinglua City. I could feel that something big had happened over at the Stardow Forest. As soon as I arrived at the core area of the Stardow Forest, I was taken aback by the scene. It was utterly brutal. Emperor Tian and Bear King, these top-tier soul beasts, were all injured and being toyed with by 2 guys in black and gold robes. The bald one was incredibly arrogant, calling Emperor Tian and the others beasts and mocking the gods of this world as pets of higher dimensional beings. I nearly laughed. Where did this cyber middle school syndrome come from? Bear King, unable to hold back, charged in but was promptly knocked into the ground with a single punch. Emperor Tian remained calm, knowing they couldn't win. At that moment, a familiar aura appeared. The 3-eyed golden lion, also known as the auspicious beast, broke free from its cocoon and transformed into a stunning blonde beauty with golden eyes. Hadyating Adivinoha. She coldly warned the 2 intruders. This is not a place for you outsiders. The bald one, named Tianlang, dismissed her entirely, mocking her incomplete power of rules and attacking without hesitation. Although the auspicious beast managed to block a few blows, the power gap was too vast. Tianlang created a paradox and formed a fictional space, turning the surroundings into his domain. It was then that I realized this ball guy was the 9th seat of the 10 sons, Tianlang, and his companion was the 8th seat, Rinhua. These two bottom-tier characters actually stirred up such chaos in the Stardew Forest. In his own space, Tianlang was practically a god, easily beating the auspicious beast to half-death, even piercing her chest. When Emperor Tian and the others tried to save her, Tianlang merely waved his hand, skewering them with spikes. Just when Tianlang thought he had secured victory and was ready to wipe out Emperor Tian and the others, something strange happened. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Tian and the others exploded into a mist of blood, only to resurrect in the next second. Kill again, resurrect again. Infinite Tsukuyomi, right? Tianlang was momentarily stunned, sensing that this space seemed no longer under his control. As he shouted in confusion, I appeared right in front of him, gripping Rinhua's neck. He was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, shouting something about complete rules. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. I just punched him down from the sky into the Earth's core. The entire false space shattered, and everyone returned to reality. When Emperor Tian and the others saw me, it was like they had seen a family member excitedly shouting, "LuZe, you finally returned." In fact, the Rinhua in my hand was a fake, just to scare that fool Tianlang. The real Rinhua appeared at this moment, his aura far stronger than Tianlang's, making me feel a bit wary. Without saying a word, he came at me with a space-cutting attack. I raised my hand to block, discovering that this move was quite impressive and could cut through space. But I just smiled, clenched my right hand, and his attack was instantly obliterated. Now, it was Rinhua's turn to be dumbfounded. He probably didn't expect that I also had a paradox. I didn't give him a chance to react, instantly appearing in front of him and delivering a punch that sent him flying. Following that, I began to compress gravity violently with my right hand, forming an ultra-condensed gravitational singularity that shot out with a bayou. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and a large part of the forest became bald. And guess what? As the smoke cleared, an even stronger figure appeared, casually holding the barely alive Tianlang and Rinhua as if they were chicks. He looked at me with ease and said with a smile, No. I'm not from that low-level team of the 10 sons. I am greed, one of the 7 sins. My heart skipped a beat. Goodness, this situation has escalated. Even someone of the level of the 7 deadly sins has shown up. The guy called Greed didn't seem to intend to make a move. He tossed those 2 useless ones into a spatial rift and prepared to leave himself. Before he left, he turned his back to me and said, "That child will eventually be mine again. I hope you won't get in my way when that time comes." After saying that, he disappeared. I stood still and let out a heavy sigh. The 7 deadly sins. It seems that world is even more troublesome than I imagined. After those people left, Emperor Tian and the others looked dejected. I couldn't be bothered to comfort them and directly asked, "Where's Xiaoyu?" Emperor Tian stammered for a long time before saying that Xiaoyu was cultivating with their master, the Silver Dragon King, and that he was safe. All right, lead the way. When we arrived at the bottom of the Lake of Life, I saw the giant Silver Dragon King. As soon as our eyes met, a small projectile came rushing towards me. It was my brother, Lu Xiaoyu. I grabbed him and lifted him into the air. This kid had grown quite a bit. He's already level 40 and was proudly showing off in front of me. I put him down and negotiated terms with the Silver Dragon King, ensuring that she would take good care of Xiaoyu in the future and that there would be benefits for her as well. She was perceptive after all. My aura put pressure on her. When I came out, the transformed, auspicious beast tangled with me again, insisting that I give her a name. I was quite annoyed, glanced at the fallen leaves around, and casually said, "Fallen leaves know autumn, so let's call you Chioer." Upon hearing this, she happily ran off, truly a silly girl. Later, I lay on the hillside with Xiaoyu, and he told me that he had grown stronger and was now capable of standing on his own. Wanted to venture out with me. I fell silent at that moment. My mind was filled with that greed and the 7 sins behind it. Even the weakest of the 10 sons could easily defeat the Emperor. So how terrifying must those 7 sins be? However, I also realized something. Those bastards must be repelled by the rules of this world. The more power they use, the more they are rejected. Otherwise, they could have just sent their strongest over and stolen everything long ago. I looked at Xiaoyu's innocent face, which was unusually serious. I said to him, "Xiaoyu, listen carefully. In the future, if you encounter something that even I can't solve, you must run, and the faster, the better." Xiaoyu was startled by my expression and stared blankly at me. "What are you looking at?" "Huh? Nothing, just daydreaming for a bit. I just finished a round of intense training, and my brain is about to crash. Let me tell you, once a person feels too good, it's bound to lead to trouble." Sure enough, I had just finished a competitive session with Lu Xiaoyu and the others. My strength had skyrocketed, and I was thinking about going into seclusion to push my performance. I was about to reach level 70, and just thinking about my martial soul's true form was exciting. I found a corner and began to meditate. My consciousness sank into that magnificent spiritual palace. As I sat on the throne, my mind instantly felt like it had downloaded several terabytes of study materials, all filled with high-level concepts like rules, paradoxes, and truths. Goodness, I researched for half a day. My head was spinning, and I felt like my CPU was about to overheat, yet I still couldn't figure out the ultimate meaning of this throne. Forget it. If I can't understand it, I won't think about it. Leveling up is more important. When I opened my eyes again, my aura was completely different. It felt like the air had thickened around me. The old buddies from the Imperial Sky sensed that I had exited seclusion and swarmed over. The first thing Tion said when he saw me was, "You finally woke up." As soon as I heard that tone, I sensed something was off. I said, "I've only been in seclusion for a short while." And something happened? Tion was hesitant, stumbling over his words, while the girl next to him, named by G, was straightforward and dropped a bombshell. The auspicious beast. She went to the human world. When I heard that, I thought, what's the big deal? I waved my hand and said, "Let her go, the world is so big. She wants to see it too. What does it have to do with me?" But then Bidya turned pale, her voice trembling, but when she left, she took Xiaoyu with her. What the heck? I was furious. Does anyone understand? One moment I was still pleased with my own breakthrough, and the next my little brother was abducted. What kind of dragon's den is the human world? Those lunatics from the 10 Sons and 7 Sins, just pulling one out could topple an empire. If Xiaoyu and the others ran into them, wouldn't that be a death sentence? My face instantly darkened like a pot bottom, and I gritted my teeth and asked, "Where's the Silver Dragon King?" Tion quickly said, "The master went with her." Phew. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. All right, with the Silver Dragon King watching, at least the safety factor is higher. I quickly instructed Tion and the others, telling them if they encountered that group again, they mustn't be reckless. If they couldn't fight, they should call for help. Then I had to set off quickly to find them. Let me tell you, the world is full of coincidences. Just as I was rushing to find my brother. On the other side, the villainous company was holding a struggle session. A big boss named Mammon, who is said to represent greed from the 7 deadly sins, was scolding his 2 unfortunate subordinates, Ren Hua and Tian Lang, with an icy expression. The 2 were trembling on the ground like they were sifting grain. Mammon's aura was fully unleashed, and his voice was as sharp as ice shards. "You messed up such a small task. What use are you to me?" Ren Hua, scared out of his wits, was bowing his head repeatedly like he was smashing garlic. "Lord Mammon, give us another chance. We promised to complete the task." Mammon snorted coldly, implying that if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't come in person, it wouldn't be their turn to be in charge. But in the end, he relented and said he would send a more powerful character named Tian Zai to help them. Good grief, just hearing that name indicates trouble. Once Ren Hua and Tian Lang managed to escape from the jaws of death, they discussed that they had an undercover agent named Tian Go, who was thriving in a human organization called the Holy Spirit Church. With several forces coming together, they felt confident again. I rushed back to Shrek Academy without stopping. My first stop was Sea God Pavilion. Master Su and the other old men were all there. As soon as I walked in, I asked Master Mu, "Has he really left?" Master Su sighed and said that before Master Mu left, he kept mentioning that he wanted to see me. He left me a message, saying that the future of the entire continent rests on my shoulders, and he hopes I can use my strength to change the current state of the world. Just this one sentence carried a weight that could crush me. I didn't say much and turned to leave. I knew that from this moment on, many things would be different. What do you think I was going to do next? Search the world for my brother? No. I immediately took on the role of class advisor for the new students at Shrek. On the first day of school, the classroom was as noisy as a market. As soon as I stood on the podium, the whole world fell silent. I introduced myself. "Hello, everyone. I am your new class advisor, LuZe's." As soon as I finished speaking, a boy in the last row suddenly stood up, pointing at me with a face full of disbelief, shouting, "Brother." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looking at him with a smile. "I never expected you to come to Shrek." That's right, this kid is Lu Xiaoyu. Next to him were 2 stunning beauties, one with cold white hair and the other with proud golden hair, who were none other than the Silver Dragon King Gu Na and the 3-eyed golden lion Xiao Air in human form. Folks, in that instant, the jaws of the entire class dropped to the ground, their eyes darting back and forth between me and those 2 goddesses. The gossip flames were practically about to set the ceiling on fire. I cleared my throat, straightened my face, and began the first lesson for this group of talented individuals. The main idea was simple. Everyone, tone down that bit of arrogant genius, or be prepared to be eliminated. After finishing, I directly ordered, 1 minute, gather on the playground. The students scrambled away, while only Lu Xiaoyu and the other two remained standing there. Xiaoyu curiously asked me how I became a teacher. I ignored him and first asked Guyuna and Shoer for their aliases, then sent them off to the playground as well. Xiaoyu wanted to stick with me, but I shot him a look that said this is the academy, and he walked away looking aggrieved. Upon reaching the playground, as a welcoming gift, I assigned 50 laps. Some students complained, and I shot them a cold glare, causing them to immediately fall silent and start running. I was comfortably propping my legs up, enjoying the view, when Elder Xian came looking for me again. This old man mysteriously pulled me aside and told me two major pieces of news. First, the rules for the next Soul Master competition have changed. Not only the academy, but other forces can also participate. Second, the mastermind behind the previous Dead City incident was that group from Shuriwe, who have now joined the Holy Spirit sect and may likely cause trouble during the Soul Master competition. As soon as I heard it, I knew what was going on. All right, looks like they're planning to gather for a game of mahjong. Huh? Just wait for me. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and the new students in Class 1 had been completely tamed by me. When I smiled, they would tremble. The new student assessment was coming up, and after announcing the groups, Lu Xiaoyu, Guyuna, and Shoer were naturally in the same group. After class, as I was strolling around, I felt a little tail following me from behind. I pretended not to notice and walked all the way to the Sea God Lake. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoyu was sneakily hiding behind a tree. Before I could tease him, a junior named Xiao Xiao ran over to chat with me. She was also a member of the Shrek 7 Monsters, a few years younger than me. I thought I'd show some concern for the younger generation. So I chatted with her for a bit and even patted her on the head. Oh, let me tell you, that head pat was a disaster waiting to happen. Lu Xiaoyu, hiding in the shadows, instantly changed his expression. I could almost hear his heart shatter crack. It was even crisper than potato chips. This move was textbook level panic. After I sent Xiao Xiao away, I turned around and dragged him out from behind the tree. At first, he pretended to be clueless, saying he was just out for a walk. I asked why he looked so pale, and after a long pause, he said it was because he was shocked that I had a female friend. I casually said she was just my friend and brushed it off. But this guy clearly didn't believe it and stormed off angrily. I was puzzled, wondering what was on his mind. As a result, that night, a big incident occurred. Lu Xiaoyu actually arranged to meet Xiao Xiao by the Sea God Lake. When they met, his face was as cold as if someone owed him 8 million. He got straight to the point and asked, "What is your relationship with my brother?" Xiao Xiao was completely confused, and without a word, Lu Xiaoyu kicked her. Bang! It was so fast and precise that Xiao Xiao, along with her martial soul, was kicked away, crashing into a big tree and coughing up blood on the spot. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiaoyu, like a ghost, closed in again and kicked her in the stomach. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a one-sided crushing. Lu Xiaoyu was fighting while exhaling cold air, saying, "I won't allow you to touch LuZe. He can only be touched by me." Xiao Xiao was almost knocked senseless, struggling to explain, but Lu Xiaoyu didn't listen at all. Her eyes cold enough to scare people. "I only trust the dead." As she spoke, a dazzling, golden long sword appeared in her hand, and she swung it down toward the already defenseless Xiao Xiao. Just as it seemed someone was about to die, the sword stopped less than a centimeter from Xiao Xiao's neck. I grabbed his wrist, my voice cold enough to freeze. "Are you trying to kill someone?" As soon as Lu Xiaoyu saw me, he instantly backed down, scared and retreating several steps, stuttering as he called out, "Bro." I let Xiao Xiao leave first, leaving just the two of us here. I stared at him, demanding an explanation. The kid kept his head down, refusing to say a word. After a long stalemate, he finally shouted out with a choked voice, "What is your relationship with that woman?" As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh in anger. After all that, he was just jealous. I patiently explained to him that we are all part of the Shrek 7 Monsters, and I am her senior. So it's normal for me to care about her. While saying this, I patted his head, and he calmed down like a cat that had just been petted. Once everything was cleared up, I noticed it was getting late and told him to go back to his dorm. But then he grabbed me and stammered, "I want to sleep at your place for a night." Well, what could I do? I can only spoil my own brother. I took him back to my dorm and pointed to a bed for him to sleep on. He quietly asked, "What about you?" I said, "Of course, I'll sleep on the other bed. How old are you and still want to sleep with me?" After that, I want to take a shower. When I came out of my bathrobe, my silver hair wet and draped over my back, I saw Lu Xiaoyu burying his head in the blanket, seemingly lost in thought. In the middle of the night, while I was sound asleep, I felt a warm presence crawling into my blanket. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, there was Lu Xiaoyu's enlarged handsome face right in front of me, hugging me like an octopus. I patted his back and said, hey, it's time to get up. He groggily opened his eyes, and after seeing me, he froze completely. He just stared at me intensely, and guess what? I didn't care about that at all, and simply picked him up in a princess carry. I told you at that time. His small body in my arms felt like a little ornament. He initially wanted to struggle, but then he probably gave up and just leaned his head on my shoulder. Hey, he really knows how to find a spot. I shook him a bit and said, don't sleep. Get up. We need to apologize to Xiao Xiao. As soon as I said that, he woke up instantly, his eyes wide open, looking very unwilling. Can I not go? I raised an eyebrow. No way. Not a chance. I welded the windows shut. In the end, I still dragged him to the inner courtyard. I walked in front, not looking back, and instructed, when you see her, remember to call her sister. He just made a small sound from his nose, so quiet it was like a mosquito buzzing. When we found that girl, Xiao Xiao, she was quite polite and asked what I needed. I smiled and pushed Lu Xiaoyu forward. The girl looked confused, and then my little guy stammered for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. I'm sorry. As soon as I saw his unwilling expression, my blood pressure rose, and I immediately added, show your sincerity. Upon hearing this, his face darkened even more, but he still obediently bowed and said, Sister Xiao Xiao, I was wrong yesterday. Please forgive me. Who understands? Family? At that moment, I really wanted to record it for him to watch later. The girl Xiao Xiao was quite magnanimous, smiled, and said it was fine. I couldn't help but add, this kid might have intermittent episodes. Don't take it to heart. As a result, that girl showed quite a bit of emotional intelligence and said, he must care about you a lot. Hey, that made me feel a bit smug. On the way back, the kid was gloomy, his little face drooping, and I couldn't help but want to laugh. When he heard me laugh, he immediately glared at me and asked, what are you laughing at? I held back my laughter and replied, nothing, just thought of some funny things. I then left him there to prepare for the new student assessment by himself. Soon, the new student assessment began. The battle spirit area was packed with people, like a bustling market. The first few matches were just small skirmishes, so I won't go into detail. And I'll fast forward to my little Lu Xiaoyu and the others taking the stage. The referee's voice boomed. New student class 1, Lu Xiaoyu, Guyuna Chiora, versus new student class 10, Yi Fei, Huang Sha, Lian. As both sides took the stage, wow. The one called Yi Fei had a look on his face that screamed arrogance. When he saw Lu Xiaoyu looking around for me, completely ignoring him, his temper flared, and he growled, you guy, you're so full of yourself. In response, my kid glanced back at him coldly and replied, so what? I tell you, this sentence directly ignited the powder keg of that guy on the opposite side, and he was about to charge over to start a fight. Luckily, the referee stopped him. The referee warned that anyone who acted out would be disqualified, and only then did he calm down. But that look in his eyes was as if he wanted to swallow Lu Xiaoyu whole. What, Lu Xiaoyu? He completely ignored him and continued to look for me. When he saw me smile at him, that guy's face instantly lit up, and his little eyes seemed to say, bro, watch closely, I'm going to win this for sure. With the referee's command, the battle begins. The guy Yi Fei from the opposite side charged over like a cannonball, shouting, you will pay for your previous actions. But what happened next? It was unbelievable. He didn't even touch the corner of Lu Xiaoyu's clothes. Guyuna lightly said, flame wave, and a wall of fire directly stopped him in his tracks. As he dodged, Chiora appeared in front of him like a ghost, holding a golden spear. And without saying a word, she lunged at his handsome face. Bang! With a muffled sound, that guy was sent straight into the battle arena, head down, leaving only his 2 feet sticking out, a classic case of physical domination. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. His 2 teammates ran over to take a look and were instantly petrified. The referee came over to check and loudly announced, new student class 10, Yi Fei, has lost the qualification to continue fighting. The audience erupted in disbelief, unable to believe it. Are you kidding? 1 hit to take down a soul master? What kind of cheat was this girl using? The remaining 2 from new student class 10, seeing the situation, surrendered without a second thought. Of course, what was there to fight about? They couldn't even break through the girl's defense. Once the match ended, Lu Xiaoyu dashed off the stage like a little cannonball, bouncing over to me, tilting his proud little head up, his eyes sparkling as he looked at me. Bro, I won. Isn't there any reward? What can I do? Just pamper him. I smiled and said, sure, when you win the championship, I'll promise you one thing. As soon as this kid heard that, his eyes lit up even more, and he stretched out his little hand. Pinky swear? As soon as we finished our deal, a person in a special uniform walked over. At a glance, I knew it was Elder Xian looking for me, and it certainly wasn't for anything good. I told Xiaoyu to go back first and follow that person. Watching my departing figure, the kid seemed a bit worried, but soon murmured to himself, My brother is so strong. How could anything happen? I followed someone all the way to the Sea God Pavilion and met Elder Xian. His expression was so serious that it seemed like water could drip from it. He told me that there were clues regarding the dead city. The people from inspection team sensed an extremely strong spatial power at the bottom of a large canyon. As soon as I heard that, my heart skipped a beat. I asked, "Do you mean there are spatial fissures down there?" Suan Lao not that. My expression instantly became serious because I knew what was behind it. Those guys who call themselves the 10 Sons, and that monster called greed. Their power is simply not from the dimension of our world. I immediately made the decision. I'll go alone. It's too dangerous, and I can't let anyone else go. Xian Lao wanted to send a genius from the inner courtyard to accompany me, but I flatly refused. What a joke. Sending them would be no different from sending them to their deaths. In the end, Xian Lao couldn't persuade me and said he would accompany me, but only to the edge of the canyon to support me. Fine. It's an extra layer of insurance. We hurriedly made our way to the Great Canyon, which was dark and bottomless. I exchanged a few words with Elder Xian, and without saying anything else, I jumped right in. Upon reaching the bottom, I quickly found the enormous spatial rift, with purple-black energy swirling inside, resembling the mouth of a monster. I steeled myself and stepped right in. Everything went blurry, and when I opened my eyes again, I was completely stunned. This place was simply hell. A dark red moon hung in the sky, and the entire world was permeated with a terrifying, evil aura. The moment I stepped into this world, several terrifying presences in a magnificent palace in the distance were instantly stirred. A man dressed in a black suit, strikingly handsome, who was the leader of the group calling themselves the 7 Sins, Lucifer, coldly said to his subordinates below, "That guy's aura is very weak. Go and capture him alive." Thus, the strongest of his subordinates, 10 Sons, was dispatched. At that time, I didn't know I'd become someone's target. I was walking down a small path, feeling as if everything here was familiar. Just when I was lost in thought, an attack suddenly hit me in the face. Boom! I leaned against Zeno's turtle and held on, looking up to see 7 figures standing in midair. They were the first 7 seats of the 10 Sons, and the one at the front, called Collapse, was staring at me with cold eyes. "Come with us for a while." I laughed at that moment and said, "If you can do it, I won't say a word." That being was instantly enraged, disappearing in the blink of an eye, and the next second appeared behind me, kicking towards my ribs. I reacted quickly and activated my absolute defense in an instant. However, with a crack, my defense was actually shattered by his kick. I spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, directly embedding myself into a distant rock. It was really damn embarrassing. I crawled out from the stone and laughed. These bastards really pushed me to the edge. Golden inscriptions began to appear on my body, and a powerful force erupted instantly. The being sensed something was off and threw another punch at me. But this time, I casually caught his forceful punch with one hand. I tell you at that time, it wasn't just him. The 6 guys in the sky looked as if they had seen a ghost. "Is this the chief of the 10 Sons?" I whispered. Next, it was 7 of them against me. The scene was utterly catastrophic, but they didn't dare to use deadly force because they needed me alive. I grasped their psychology, seized an opportunity, and directly threw out a gravity singularity. The massive explosion instantly consumed everything, and while they were in a frenzy trying to defend themselves, I took off running. I ran desperately towards the space rift, and just as I was about to escape, a magnetic voice suddenly sounded behind me. "Here you are. Do you really think you can just leave like this?" I was covered in goosebumps and suddenly turned around but saw nothing. I didn't sense anyone's presence at all. How did this guy get behind me? Just then, a man appeared in front of me, smiling as he said, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you need to follow me." I instantly understood that this guy was definitely the so-called Lord they mentioned in the collapse. Without a word, I turned around and wanted to rush into the rift. As a result, he simply said one word: "Stop." Family, who understands? My entire being, along with the surrounding space, was instantly frozen. My consciousness was incredibly clear, but my body couldn't move at all. This wasn't time stop. This was the absolute crushing of rules, the power of spoken command. He leisurely walked behind me, placed a hand on my shoulder, and smiled, saying, "Come with me." Just when I thought I was completely done for, I detonated all the power within me in an instant, breaking free from his hold for that mere 0.01 seconds. "You're really interesting." He seemed surprised that I could break free, but I didn't have time to listen to his nonsense anymore. I let out a cold laugh, staring at him intently. The moment he spoke, I unleashed my trump card, a black point of light condensed to perfection, directly flinging it at his face. Boom! Before he could react, The point of light exploded instantly, and the terrifying energy completely engulfed him. Let me tell you, LuZe, who was behind all this, watched as that guy called Lucifer was blown up into a sky full of fireworks, and he had only one thought in his mind. Run. Quickly run. He turned around and charged towards that space crack. Family members. His speed was like an arrow leaving the bow. Just as one foot was about to step in, the dawn of victory was right before him. But what happened next? Goodness, a hand just appeared out of thin air, blocking his way. Immediately after, a familiar figure slowly emerged. It was Lucifer, who had just been blown to bits. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Was this guy using some kind of cheat? I saw Lucifer extend a finger and lightly flick it at LuZe. With a loud bang, LuZe was sent flying like a cannonball, directly blasted into the ground, creating a massive pit, and the surroundings instantly turned into ruins. He struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, incredulously staring at the unharmed Lucifer. Lucifer, as if nothing had happened, dusted off non-existent dirt from his body and smiled, saying, "You can't escape, come with me obediently." LuZe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression incredibly serious, but he still spoke defiantly. "I want to leave. No one can stop me." Lucifer, upon hearing this, laughed, shaking with amusement. "Interesting, you're the first one to dare to speak to me like that." Before his words fell, LuZe had already made his move. With a whoosh, two long swords containing the power of rules appeared out of thin air. One aimed at Lucifer's face, and the other attempted a sneak attack on his side. Lucifer casually flicked away the first sword, but the second one still left a cut on him. He was momentarily stunned, looked down at the wound, and softly said, "Power of rules? Let me tell you, this is called a high-level match." Although at first, these two swords did make Lucifer a bit flustered, his learning ability is too strong, and in no time he figured out the trick. Just as he was about to counterattack, LuZe's sword arrived again. But this time, Lucifer completely ignored the sword. His figure flashed, and he appeared directly behind LuZe, tightly wrapping his arms around his waist from behind. Family, who understands this? What kind of operation is this? I was shocked at that moment. LuZe was also confused, struggling desperately and shouting to let go of me. But it was useless. Then, the most outrageous scene came. Lucifer just held him like that, motionless, watching the rule sword he had knocked away come flying back, and with a poof, it pierced through both of their chests. "I really can't stand you, you old six. What kind of strategy is this? Wounding the enemy 1,000 while hurting yourself 1,000? No, it's wounding the enemy 800 while hurting yourself 1,200. This Lucifer guy is acting like a freak, still chuckling beside LuZe's ear. I'm becoming more and more interested in you." At this, LuZe was completely stunned. His eyes instantly lost their luster, and he became completely wooden. Lucifer sensed something was off, quickly released him, and jumped aside. The next second, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from LuZe. His eyes turned blood red, and his whole body was enveloped in black shadows. The aura was simply overwhelming. Lucifer was dumbfounded, a bit terrified, and asked, "Awakened?" The darkened LuZe slowly turned around, his blood-red eyes staring directly at Lucifer. Just that one glance made Lucifer's heart race. But LuZe didn't attack. He turned around and prepared to continue into the space rift. Lucifer couldn't let him go, so he instantly teleported over to block him, coldly saying, "Did I let you go?" LuZe merely glanced at him and, in an emotionless tone, softly uttered a few words. "Stand there, don't move." Miraculously, Lucifer's body truly froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. He couldn't move a single finger. He watched helplessly as LuZe slowly walked into the space rift and disappeared. It wasn't until LuZe completely left that he regained control of his body. He stared at the rift, murmuring, "Is this the truth?" The scene shifted to Douluo continent. Elder Xian had been waiting at the bottom of the canyon for so long that he was almost turning into a stone statue. It had been a month. Just as he was about to go in and look for someone, a figure swayed out of the rift. Elder Xian focused and exclaimed, "What the hell? It's LuZe." But at this moment, LuZe was covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked person, clearly on the verge of collapse. Elder Xian hurriedly rushed over and held him, and LuZe, with only one last breath, trembled as he said, Quickly leave." Without saying a word, Elder Xian took him and flew out. In the blink of an eye, at Shrek Academy's dormitory, LuZe's younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, was staring blankly out the window when the door opened, and LuZe returned. Xiaoyu excitedly leaped into his arms, chattering about how he won first place in the freshman assessment. LuZe smiled and patted his head, promising to fulfill their agreement. However, Xiaoyu quickly noticed something was off and worriedly asked, "Brother, why do you look so pale?" LuZe stubbornly replied, "No, I'm doing great." Then he quickly changed the subject, asking Xiaoyu what reward he wanted. Xiaoyu's request was simple. He just wanted to live with him. The two brothers chatted for a while, and LuZe told him that he had to go to the inner courtyard to be a teacher for some reasons and would no longer teach them. That night, when they returned to the dormitory, Xiaoyu happily asked if they should sleep together. LuZe agreed with a smile, telling him to sleep first while he went to take a shower. But once he entered the bathroom, LuZe's smile instantly vanished, turning icy cold. He looked at the horrifying, penetrating wound on his chest in the mirror, blood still oozing out, gritting his teeth and saying, "Lucifer, you will pay for this." He forced himself to finish treating the wound, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and lay down beside his brother. Then, his consciousness sank into the sea of his spirit. Goodness! The once golden palace had now turned completely blood red, with all the inscriptions turning scarlet. It looked like a hellish realm. And the throne he had never understood was now clear to him. It concealed a power called absolute truth. In simple terms, it meant that whatever he said would become reality, and no one could resist. But LuZe was inherently rebellious. He murmured, "You want me to be the puppet of truth? Ridiculous." Then, he made a stunning decision and smashed his fist down on the throne. Boom! The throne exploded. But immediately afterward, his entire sea of spirit began to collapse. Countless blood-red inscriptions surged into his mind, and the pain was simply indescribable. He let out a heart-wrenching roar and fainted in that void. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to hear a strange laughter. I can finally interfere with this world once again. When he opened his eyes again, he found his brother Lu Xiaoyu crying on his chest. As soon as Xiaoyu saw him awake, he directly punched his chest, angrily shouting, "Why didn't you tell me you were so seriously injured?" LuZe was about to say it was nothing, but a sweet taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Following that, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he directly fainted. This scared Lu Xiaoyu so much that he could only cry and run to find Elder Xian. When Elder Xian arrived and saw LuZe's condition, he was also stunned and quickly carried him away to the Sea God Pavilion for emergency treatment. In the shattered sea of spirit, LuZe woke up in an endless darkness. The strange laughter echoed again. A dark red shadow condensed before him, greeting him with a sly smile. "Hello, LuZe." LuZe warily asked, "What are you?" The shadow laughed. "First of all, I'm not just anything. I am truth. Secondly, I am you, but you are not me. In simple terms, your body is my vessel, and it will belong to me from now on." After hearing this, LuZe laughed in anger. "Do you really think you could do that?" This self-proclaimed truth, in order to mess with LuZe's mindset, even transformed the surrounding darkness into a modern city from before his crossing, complete with skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Then it laid out the conditions. "As long as you agree to give me your body, I will return all your previous powers, rules, and paradoxes to you." On one side was becoming that omnipotent powerhouse, but being someone else's puppet. On the other side was being an ordinary person while retaining his self. LuZe remained silent for a long time, and finally turned around, his gaze cold and determined. "I refuse. I'd rather be an ordinary person than a puppet of someone else with that power." Truth was stunned for a moment, then began to laugh strangely. One day you will agree." As soon as the words fell, LuZe's consciousness was kicked out. In the Sea God Pavilion's room, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. Elder Xian was guarding beside him, and when he saw him awake, he was both surprised and delighted, but soon noticed something was off and cautiously asked, "LuZe, your soul power." LuZe sensed his body and felt completely empty. He raised his head, a bitter smile on his face. "It's fine. Being an ordinary person isn't bad." He truly had become an ordinary person. The golden inscriptions on his right hand disappeared, and his golden eyes turned back to ordinary black. Elder Xian watched his feigned ease with mixed feelings and could only comfort him that Shrek would always be his home. After Elder Xian left, LuZe lay alone on the bed, staring at the ceiling, smiling helplessly. A few days later, Lu Xiaoyu was brought to the Sea God Pavilion to see him. Seeing that his brother had really become an ordinary person without soul power, Xiaoyu felt very downcast, but still firmly said, "Brother, I will definitely protect you from now on." In the evening, the two brothers strolled by the Sea God Lake. LuZe joked that he would consider how to live a stable life from now on. When they returned to the dormitory, Xiaoyu looked at his brother's sickly face, feeling heartbroken, and directly lay down beside him that night. The next morning, LuZe saw his younger brother off to class. Once he turned around, the warmth on his face instantly vanished, becoming icy cold. and he coldly addressed the empty room. You should come out now, right? Hee, that sly laughter echoed, and the shadow of truth floated out again. LuZe got straight to the point. What do you need to do to leave my body? Truth circled around him and smiled. I will not leave. You only have two choices. Either agree to the deal, or I will stay by your side until you agree. It's all about companionship. LuZe's gaze was as cold as ice. What if I don't choose at all? And you guess what happened? That guy named Truth, the BK, just laughed directly. Let me tell you, that laugh was so annoying, he said. You will choose. Hey, with my bad temper, I was about to retort, but he didn't give me the chance, directly saying, how about this? Seeing how weak you are, I don't want you to kick the bucket before our deal is done. So I'll give you a deposit and send you some power to play with. After saying that, he vanished in an instant. At that moment, I was half convinced. Quickly checked inside my body, and wow. Family, who understands? The soul power in me was directly formatted. In its place was a strange, yet impressive power, called paradox power and rule power. I couldn't help but sneer, thinking, well, this counts as force consumption, right? But it's fine, at least I have some self-defense now. But what was this guy really up to? A bold guess flashed through my mind, but it wasn't the right time yet. I'll take it slow and play this game with you properly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, I was like a cyber Buddha in my dormitory, focusing on being clear-minded and desire-free. Except for myself. No one knew I had practiced my account back to its original state. One evening, while I was pondering with my eyes closed, my brother Lu Xiaoyu returned. He walked in without saying a word, just moved a stool and sat next to me, staring at me intently. I opened my eyes. Is class over so early today? He heard this and was as happy as could be, nodding vigorously. Yes. As soon as I saw his happy expression, I became curious. Did he find money? So beautiful? He paused for a moment and then proudly announced, I was selected for the inner court in advance. Oh, congratulations. I smiled and ruffled his hair. Then this little guy opened up and started talking nonstop, overflowing with confidence. While chatting, I suddenly remembered something and casually mentioned, it seems there's a big event in the inner court soon. You should get to experience it. He immediately perked up, his eyes brightened. What event? Can I participate? Looking at his eager little eyes, I smiled. I think it's called See God Fate. This was the first time he heard that term, and his curiosity skyrocketed. What is See God Fate for? I thought for a long time before I remembered what Yin said before. So I explained to him. Simply put, it's the college version of If You Were the One. A large-scale matchmaking event where you can successfully hold hands with your crush after going through the process. As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu let out a sharp scream that nearly burst my eardrums. What are you calling for? What's wrong? I looked at him in confusion. After he screamed, he fell into deep thought, and when he came back to his senses, he awkwardly smiled and said, It's nothing. Really? I looked at him, and he seemed off in so many ways. Yeah, he nodded vigorously, almost like he was crushing garlic, clearly afraid I would ask more questions. Fine, I thought. My brother can't have any bad intentions, so I didn't think much of it. But not long after, he leaned in closer and hesitantly asked, Bro, that's See God Fate. Are you going to participate? I was taken aback when I heard that, thinking to myself, why is this kid reacting so strongly? Seeing that I didn't say anything, he panicked and started firing off questions like a machine gun. Bro, you really aren't going? Are you? You don't even have a girl you like. What are you going for? All right. I quickly interrupted him, but he was still worried, grabbing my arm and saying, you really shouldn't go. I originally had no intention of going, but seeing him so nervous, I suddenly felt like teasing him. I pretended to look very troubled, but a friend invited me. Isn't it a bit rude not to go? Who understands family matters? My brother directly went into a frenzy. He grabbed my collar, his eyes were red, and he yelled at me, No, I won't allow you to attend that stupid See God event. Absolutely not. I was completely taken aback, but I maintained an awkward yet polite smile. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. After hearing this, he slowly released his grip, relaxed a bit, and said in a somewhat embarrassed whisper, I didn't blame him either. I rubbed his head and said, all right, I'm going out for a bit to see some friends. You can go to sleep by yourself. Just as I was about to head out, he tightened his grip on my wrist and said, I want to go too. I laughed. I'm just going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. No, I'm going to meet your friend. His attitude was incredibly firm. You stay in the dormitory honestly, and I'll bring you whatever you want to eat. No, I want to go. Be obedient. No, I really want to go. All right, I was at my wit's end. In the end, I couldn't out-stubborn him and had to take him along. It was completely dark, and we were walking on the path in the inner courtyard of Shrek, with him trailing behind me like a little tail. Bro, who exactly are you going to see? You'll know when we get there. Soon, we arrived at the restaurant in the inner courtyard. As soon as we walked in, Lu Xiaoyu spotted a few people coming towards us from a distance, and he instantly became alert like a protective animal. When they got closer, I saw it was a blue-haired boy, who greeted me. "Lu Gu, you came too. Long time no see. You how?" I replied with a smile. My younger brother immediately became quiet upon hearing our conversation, tugged at my clothes, and asked softly, "Bro, is he your friend?" I nodded and introduced him. "This is my former teammate, Hui Yu Hao, who just returned from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy." Hui Yu Hao looked my brother up and down, and then asked that critical question again. "The Sea God Fate is coming soon. Is Brother Lu going to participate?" I hadn't even spoken yet when my younger brother shouted out, "No, my brother isn't participating." His voice was so loud it seemed he was afraid the whole restaurant wouldn't hear him. Everyone around turned to look, probably thinking to themselves, "Whose child is this? And why is he so excited?" I quickly pressed his head down and smiled at everyone. "Don't mind him, my brother's like this." Once I held him down, he finally behaved. We played there for a while, and as it was getting late, Elder Xian said he needed to find me the next day. So I prepared to take my brother back. In just that short time, Lu Xiaoyu had actually gotten familiar with Hui Yu Hao and the others. The next day, I arrived at the Sea God Pavilion on time. As soon as I walked in, I was taken aback by the serious expressions on the faces of the elders, as if the sky was about to fall. My heart sank, and I directly asked, "Elder Xian, is there a problem with the space crack?" Elder Xian sighed, and the atmosphere in the room was so heavy it felt like it could drip water. "Yes, there's a problem. What happened?" I panicked, thinking if anything from that world came out, this continent would be doomed. One elder began to explain, "The aura from that space crack is getting stronger. It feels like something big is about to come out." As soon as I heard this, my expression changed, and I said decisively, "Have all the Shrek personnel stationed there withdraw immediately." What does it mean? A veteran who was unaware of the situation was quite puzzled, wondering if what was inside was really that terrifying. I then made a strong statement. "I can only say this, if what's inside comes out, this continent will be hell." The elders were shocked, but some still thought I was exaggerating. At that crucial moment, Elder Xian made the decision, shouting, "Do as LuZe says. Evacuate everyone. This is not a joke. LuZe is the only one who has gone in and come out alive." At this point, no one dared to speak up. Then they asked, "What happens after the evacuation?" I took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "I will go solve it." "You're crazy." Xian Lao was the first to explode. "When your soul power was still there, you almost lost your life coming out of that, let alone now. I am unusually calm. I have reasons I must go, and since I dare to say this, I must have a way." Elder Xian saw that he couldn't persuade me and took a step back. "I'll go with you. If it really doesn't work, I can still bring you back." I shot back directly, "No way. It's pointless for any of you to go. Rather than going to your deaths, it's better to stay behind." At this, everyone fell silent, finally realizing how terrifying that place was. Elder Xian still wanted to say something, but I cut him off. "Enough." I turned around and coldly left a remark. "Remember, I'm not doing this for the continent. I'm doing it for myself." After saying that, I walked out of the Sea God Pavilion without looking back. When I returned to the dormitory at night, Lu Xiaoyu was back too, looking delighted as he boasted to me, "Bro, I'm about to become a Soul Emperor. Impressive, right?" Seeing his eager expression for praise, I felt like a needle was poking at my heart, but I still forced a smile and patted his head. "Yeah, impressive." We chatted casually for a while, but I couldn't help myself and asked a question, which instantly dropped the atmosphere in the dormitory to freezing point. "Bro, you're joking, right?" Lu Xiaoyu asked me with a forced smile. I looked at him, feeling guilty to death, and could only continue to smile and say, "Of course, I was joking. I just want to know, what would you do if I disappeared one day?" "Of course, I would go find you. Until I find you," he answered decisively. I smiled and touched his head. As the night deepened, he lay beside me, thinking I was asleep, holding me tightly and whispering, "Don't leave me." He didn't know that I had been keeping my eyes open. I silently said in my heart, "I'm sorry." The next morning, Lu Xiaoyu woke up to find the space beside him empty. Brother, Lucia." The entire dorm echoed only his voice. He finally realized that I had really left, curling up in bed as tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. "Why?" At this moment, I was already walking along the path outside Shrek City. I looked back at the direction of the academy, my heart set on my decision. I said coldly to the air, "Truth, come out, I know you're watching." That familiar sneering laughter echoed again. "Have you thought it through?" He appeared before me. I paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. "I agree. Let's make a deal." Truth smiled even more happily and walked up to me. "It's begun." He pressed his forehead against mine, and a dark red energy instantly enveloped me. When I opened my eyes again, My originally black pupils had turned crimson, and my silver hair had turned pure black. Is this it? I reached out to feel. Truth's voice rang in my head. Now, you are my vessel. You can freely use all my abilities. I just nodded slightly. He seemed a bit surprised. That was fast. After saying that, he fell silent. I didn't look back, walking straight towards the spatial rift. I knew that only with his power could I suppress what was inside, allowing my brother to live safely. This was the entire reason for my deal. Above the canyon, I looked down at the spatial rift, my crimson eyes devoid of emotion. I didn't act immediately, but instead found a place nearby, deciding to wait for the best opportunity. Meanwhile, in my dormitory at Shrek Academy, Lu Xiaoyu had been curled up in bed for who knows how long. Until today, when the door was opened. He thought I had returned and rushed to the door, only to see Elder Xian. His expression instantly turned to disappointment as he coldly said to Elder Xian, "Don't call me Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I sent something everyone can say." Elder Xian was taken aback for a moment, then understood and changed his words. "All right, Lu Xiaoyu, I'm here to tell you something." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately thought of me and eagerly asked, "Is it about my brother?" Elder Xian fell silent, making Lu Xiaoyu even more anxious. "Hurry up and say it." Seeing his murderous expression, Elder Xian thought of a way. "How about this? As long as you can lead Shrek to win the next Soul Master competition, I will tell you the clues about LuZe." "Okay, I agree," Lu Xiaoyu replied without a second thought. He was willing to do anything to find me. In the training room, Lu Xiaoyu met Gu Yuna and Xiaoer. Xiaoer happily greeted him, but he coldly replied, "Don't call me that anymore. If you do, I'll kill you." Xiaoer was directly stunned, and Gu Yuna quickly pulled her aside, seriously saying, "He's not joking." At this moment, Elder Xian announced that in the next Soul Master competition, Lu Xiaoyu would be the captain, and Gu Yuna would be the vice-captain. A blonde kid named Dai Huabin immediately protested. "Why?" Elder Xian directly revealed their strengths. Lu Xiaoyu is at level 60, with power comparable to a Soul Emperor. Gu Yuna is a level 67 Soul Emperor. Now, do you still think they are not capable? That kid instantly shut up. After Elder Xian left, Dai Huabin was still not satisfied and came to provoke Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu completely ignored him and continued to look out the window. This made Dai Huabin angry, and he threw a punch. Guess what happened? Gu Yuna and Xiaoer, two fairy-like girls, immediately stood in front of my brother, one blocking the punch and the other unleashing Soul Emperor-level soul power. Everyone in the training room was stunned, thinking, who exactly is this kid? At that moment, someone whispered, "I remember now. He seems to be LuZe's brother." Everyone suddenly realized. Then that person added a reckless comment. "I also heard that LuZe seems to have been rendered useless recently, losing all his soul power." Bang. Family. That scene was downright authentic. Before that guy could finish his sentence, he was pressed into the floor tiles by my brother with one hand, spitting blood on the spot. Gu Yuna and Xiaoer couldn't hold him back and were thrown away by my brother. "You shouldn't say that about my brother." Lu Xiaoyu's voice was as cold as ice. Just as it seemed someone might die, Elder Xian appeared in time and calmed him down with our agreement. Lu Xiaoyu shot a fierce glare at that person and turned to leave. From that day on, the entire academy understood one principle. Never mention his brother in front of Lu Xiaoyu, or it would end very badly. Half a month later, I stood at the edge of the canyon, feeling that the timing was right, and leaped down. Once again, in front of the spatial rift, I had completely mastered the new power. I raised my right hand, merging the power of rules with the power of paradox. The principle was simple. Paradox means going against reality, and with rules, it could directly erase things in reality without leaving a trace. I looked at the crack and slowly uttered two words: eradicate. A mass of colorless airflow enveloped the crack, and the tear in space began to dissipate little by little. Watching it completely vanish, I finally let out a sigh of relief. I haven't caught my breath yet, and suddenly there's a loud bang behind me that almost knocked me over. As I turned around, 7 figures swayed out of the smoke and dust. I took a closer look and thought, oh, aren't these old acquaintances? The gang from Shiryao, all 7 of them are here. That fool named Judgment, upon seeing me, his eyes lit up like a starving husky that hasn't eaten in 800 years, seeing a bone, howled and exclaimed that we are indeed fated enemies meeting on a narrow road. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking to myself, isn't this just them coming to deliver performance to me? He was just about to charge, but the one next to him, called Collapse, who should be their leader, grabbed him. The Judgment wasn't happy and shouted, "What are you stopping me for? If we take him down, we can go back and report." That Collapse fellow had sharp eyes, staring at me intently, and said, "Something's off. This kid has some skills now. Hey, at least he has some insight." But I didn't have time to waste talking to them. so I directly took a step forward and raised my hand to launch an attack. Erasure. An invisible stream of air rushed towards their faces. These guys reacted quickly and scattered in an instant. However, who understands what happened next? When they turned back to look at where they had just been standing, they were instantly dumbfounded. There wasn't even a single stone left. The whole space looked like it had been erased by an eraser. I looked at their clueless expressions and almost burst out laughing. They reacted quickly, didn't they? The judge's face turned pale, but he still tried to act tough. I found it amusing and said to them, "I'm just curious. How does a little power you get from others' charity compare to mine?" When the ruin heard this, his pupils shook. He probably didn't expect me to know their background. I didn't hesitate and directly activated my new skill. Words became law, you know? I casually said, "Stay right there, don't move." The next second, a miracle happened. All 7 of them, one and all, froze as if they had been paralyzed. Even their eyeballs couldn't move. The judge looked completely bewildered. With his face showing who am I and where am I stuttering, I can't move. I walked straight up to them, as if I were strolling through my own backyard. It was really laughable. I shook my head and lifted my leg, kicking that judge away, embedding him into the mountain wall like a broken sack. At that moment, the others were able to move again, and the leader shouted, "Split up and act." Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, all 6 of them instantly slipped away, leaving me dumbfounded. Hey, selling out your teammates so smoothly. You really understand teamwork. All right, even if the monk runs away, the temple can't escape. I turned back to look at the judge I had pulled out from the wall. When he saw that all his teammates were gone, his little face turned scared, looking like an abstract painting that even a contemporary Picasso couldn't create. I slowly walked over, since they ran away. I could only ask you for some information. He still wanted to act tough. Don't be arrogant. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly said, "Kneel." With a thud, he uncontrollably knelt before me. The expression on his face was priceless. 3 parts shock, 7 parts fear, mixed with a hint of confusion as if he were wondering if he was dreaming. I looked down at him from my high position and asked directly, "What kind of place is your world?" He tried to resist, saying something about how Lord's 7 sins wouldn't let me go. I stepped on his head and told him not to talk nonsense. Then I increased the pressure. "Speak. What is your world?" This time, he couldn't hold back, and his mouth moved like an automatic reply, spilling everything. "Our world is the world of truth." "Who are the 7 sins?" "Speak." "There are 7 lords of sin, the managers after the fall of the previous master. The strongest is the proud Lord Lucifer, followed by the envious Leviathan, the wrathful Samuel, the lazy Beelzebub, the greedy Mammon, the gluttonous Beelzebub, and the lustful Asmodeus." Goodness, a classic villain lineup. I asked again, who was the previous master? He couldn't answer, saying only the 7 sins no. Fine, next question. Why do you want to capture the divine child? According to the collapse, the divine child is the child of the previous master, and only he can open the sealed door to the world of truth. I see. With the information in hand, I turned to leave. The judge seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved his life. How naive. Without looking back, I left him with one sentence. "You should end it yourself." As I flew out of the canyon, I heard his terrified scream behind me. His hands were uncontrollably clutching his own neck, and even though I had drained his strength, he was just an ordinary person, suffocating himself to death. After dealing with these minor threats, I stood above the canyon, feeling like the entire world had become serene. Next, it was time to clean up the house. On the other side, in the so-called world of truth, a guy named Lucifer, probably the arrogant one, sensed that the judgment had failed immediately. He seemed quite interested, and a guy named Leviathan next to him asked when he was going to deal with me. Lucifer said there was no rush. Without the Son of God, they couldn't come out. That world had a barrier, and when such big shots like them came over, their power would be nullified. So they could only send some minor minions. Leviathan then realized and said, "Wasn't the space crack erased by me?" Lucifer remained calm and said he had left a backup plan for the collapse, allowing them to teleport back anytime. Their goal was to get the Son of God to join them. TCH, what a beautiful thought. The scene switched back to me, and I began to chase down those evil soul masters everywhere. In an alley of a small town, I cornered a panting guy trying to escape. As soon as he saw me, his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, shouting that I was a monster. I laughed. "I am the one here to take your life." He wanted to run, but I directly said, "Stop," and he froze right there. I patted his shoulder and said, "I told you, you can't escape. Where's the address of the Holy Spirit Church? Tell me." In the end, his mouth answered uncontrollably, "I don't know." I was stunned for a moment. "Why don't you know? Tell me." The Holy Spirit Church moved away because of some issues, but as a small fry, I have no idea where exactly. TSK, what a waste of effort. I sighed, waved my right hand, and erased. That guy, along with his presence, instantly evaporated from the world. My annoying trading partner, Truth, floated out again with a smug laugh. You really are ruthless. I coldly replied to him. My business is none of your concern. From that day on, I began my plan to eliminate the evil soul masters. The Holy Spirit Church issued a strict order internally, stating that anyone targeted by me must commit suicide immediately and absolutely cannot fall into my hands. At this time, the Holy Spirit Church had already undergone a change. The few who had escaped from me had directly taken over, turning the original leader, Yi Shishui, into their little follower. Xinyue had died in a trial, becoming Jiuyao. Songhua sat in the main seat and asked Yi Shishui how her search for people was going. Yi Shishui, with her obsequious demeanor, said she hadn't found anyone yet. But she had an idea, to use the next Youth Soul Master competition, where there would be many people and eyes to lure out the Divine Sun. Upon hearing this, Songhua thought it was a good idea and promised her that if she found the person, she would make her the new Jiuyao. Yi Shishui was extremely excited, likely completely impressed by their strength. After she left, Songhua looked outside and coldly sneered, threatening, LuZe, you will definitely pay the price. As for me, I didn't pay any attention to this and had already arrived in another new city. Just as I entered the city and was walking on the street, suddenly, with a bang, a figure crashed right into my arms. Before I could react, I heard a spoiled young girl's voice. It hurts. Don't you look where you're walking? You made me hurt, miss. I looked down and saw a girl crouching on the ground, holding her head and glaring at me angrily. I couldn't help but laugh and coldly replied, you bumped into me, got it? She initially wanted to argue with me, but when she met my icy gaze, she instantly deflated, stammering for a long time without being able to say a word. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her and turned to leave. Just as I hadn't walked far, she mustered up her courage and shouted from behind. What are you so arrogant about? Do you believe I can take you down in a minute? I didn't pay any attention to it at all. But the trouble was that her brother, a guy named Chen Tao, who was hiding in the shadows, saw his sister being bullied and immediately sent a few followers to track me. I had long noticed it and deliberately led them into a deserted alley. With my back to them, I calmly said, I'm curious about how I offended you. Chen Tao seemed quite pleased, thinking I was scared and about to show off. I immediately activated my ability. Who are you? Speak. His mouth was completely out of his control as he honestly confessed, I'm Chun Tao from the Chun family, and they're my attendants. By the time he came to his senses, he was already scared silly, covering his mouth in disbelief. I continued to ask, why are you following me? Because you ignored my sister, and I find you displeasing. Fine, case solved. Just because of this trivial matter. I turned to leave, but Chen Tao panicked and shouted, kill him. His several soul king-level attendants immediately charged towards me. I looked at them and smiled. Just a few soul kings? I slowly raised my hand and erased them. In an instant, before those few people could even touch me, they were swallowed by an invisible current and vanished without a trace, not even leaving a hint of their presence. Chen Tao's eyes nearly popped out, and he was so scared that he fell to the ground, unable to speak clearly. Where are they? What kind of monster are you? I walked towards him step by step, and he was so scared that he scooted back on the ground. I squatted down, smiling kindly. Don't be afraid. Promise me one thing, and I'll let you go. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I maintained my smile, but my tone turned cold. Have you ever seen a soul master? He was taken aback, looking troubled. Seeing that I was unhappy, he quickly said, I don't know, but my dad should know. My dad is the head of the Chun family, and he has a wide experience. As soon as I heard that, I laughed and said, all right, then take me to see your dad. He didn't dare to refuse, quickly got up and led the way. When we arrived at the Chun family, it was quite impressive. He asked me to wait in the living room while he went to find his dad. His father, Chun Xian, came over shortly, looking quite imposing. He asked me what I wanted. I didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Do you know about the evil soul master? Or rather, the Holy Spirit sect? As soon as he heard those two terms, his expression changed immediately, and his eyes began to dart around. I could tell I was onto something, so I directly activated my ability. Tell me everything you know. He couldn't withstand it and confessed honestly. It turned out that he had received favors from the Holy Spirit sect in his early years and relied on them to achieve his current status. Later, fearing being implicated, he proactively cut off contact with them. The lead ended there. I stood up to leave. Chun Xian called out to me from behind, trembling as he asked why I wanted to go against the Holy Spirit sect. I sneered and replied, you're overthinking it. I'm just passing by to find them. My target is a few other guys. I just walked out of the living room when I turned a corner and bumped into someone. Bang. It was that familiar girl. Chun Gua, the eldest daughter of the Chun family. As soon as she saw me, she exploded. Why are you here again? How did you get into my house? Are you a stalker? This time, I wasn't in the mood for her nonsense. My gaze turned cold, and a wave of killing intent pressed down on her. She instantly cowered but still tried to act tough. I warn you, this is the Chun family. Enough. I didn't want to hear her nonsense. I grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the ground. She immediately struggled for breath, flailing her arms and legs. You really talk too much, I said with a cold laugh. Just as she was about to roll her eyes, her father, Chun Xian, rushed out, sweating profusely, shouting for me to stop and begging me to let his daughter go for his sake. I looked at his anxious expression and smiled, casually tossing Chun Guo on the ground. You should be thankful you have a good father. After saying that, I walked away. Once I left, Chun Xian hurried to check on his daughter. To his surprise, Chun Guo not only wasn't scared but suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining with a strange light, and excitedly asked her father, Father, what is that person's name? Chun Xian was stunned but still replied, That boy's name is LuZe, and you'd better not have any ideas. He is very terrifying. As soon as I said that, the young lady of the Chun family, Chun Guo, ran off as if she had heard some enormous secret. Her father, Chun Xian, shouted after her but couldn't stop her. He was completely bewildered, not knowing what had gotten into his daughter. Goodness, Chun Guo dashed into her room, slammed the door shut, and locked it, then buried herself under the blankets and started to go into a frenzy. She kept muttering like a chant, repeating those two words, LuZe, LuZe. Does anyone understand? This girl was completely obsessed. Immediately, a sinister aura burst forth from her, and it felt eerie. I was watching a play when I suddenly felt something was off. I turned my head, and my gaze locked onto the Chun family's building. Wow, that dark, muddy emotion was almost spilling out of the screen. My cheap little pendant, Truth, floated out again with a giggle, saying gleefully, Looks like another guilty face has awakened. As soon as I heard it, I felt annoyed and asked him what it meant. That little brat tried to act all high and mighty, insisting that I had to beg him. I directly said I don't want to talk, and he immediately backed down and started explaining. To put it simply, this sin face is the KPI assessment of the 7 deadly sins. Whoever's negative emotions and sinfulness explode can be certified by the sin face and directly ascend on the spot to become a new candidate for the 7 deadly sins. I immediately thought of Lucifer and his old buddies. According to the Truth, they were the first and the strongest batch. But what was ridiculous was that he said this world shouldn't have a sin face. As I pondered, I suddenly understood that the problem lay with me. It was my power of rules that had disturbed the underlying code of this world. The most alarming part was when the Truth dropped another bombshell. If too many sin faces were born, our world would become the next truth world. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. That's definitely not a good place. I found a place to rest and started thinking about this matter. I can put aside the idea of going to the Holy Spirit Church for now, but if this world really turns into that dreadful state of the truth world, what will my little brother shall you do in the future? I really don't want my brother to live in a world where everyone is lost in meditation. That's just too abstract. As a result, the Truth, being so annoying, had to make a joke about my brother, saying that Xiao Yu was also born in the truth world and might be carrying some KPIs. I shot him a glare, and he immediately shut up. There has to be a bottom line when joking around. Bringing my brother into it is absolutely not okay. On the other hand, the Chun family was already in chaos. Since that day, Chun Guo seemed like a different person. Her strength skyrocketed, but her personality also turned incredibly brutal. During practice with her brother Chun Tao, she almost sent him off several times. Her father, Chun Xian, was so scared that he immediately called off all practice sessions, fearing the family would implode from internal strife. Her brother Chun Tao also sensed something was off and figured this had to be related to me, so he searched the entire city for me. It wasn't long before he found the hotel where I was staying. I had already sensed it, the moment he reached the door, before he even touched the doorknob. I spoke up. Since you're here, just come in. After he entered, he scratched his head awkwardly and asked me to help save his sister. I originally didn't want to get involved, and I said with a smile, her matters seemed to be beyond my control. But he didn't give up and kept pressing for answers. I looked at him and smiled. There is a way, but the cost is quite heavy. I made it clear that if the power within his sister were to completely go out of control one day, even his father wouldn't be able to stop it, and the entire Chun family would have to pay the price. Chun Tao turned pale upon hearing this, struggled for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. All right, as long as you can help my sister recover, I'm willing to pay any price. Fine. Seeing how responsible he is, I stood up and said, let's go. Take me to the Chun family. When we arrive at the Chun family, the head of the family, Chun Xian, was very polite. I waved my hand and directly asked him to take me to Chungguo's room. As soon as I reached the door, I sensed that the aura inside was even more off, and my expression became serious. Has the change happened this quickly? I muttered to myself. Chun Xian, upon hearing this, became anxious and couldn't even speak clearly. I ignored him and directly told the father and son, "You'd better stay away, or I can't guarantee your safety later." Hearing this, although they were worried, they still obediently retreated. Once they left, my expression turned completely cold. I asked Truth, "Whose sin is this?" Truth popped up mischievously. "Oh, you're actually asking me? How rare. If I'm not mistaken, this girl should be the embodiment of the sin of lust. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect your charm to be quite strong." Huh? I was too lazy to banter with him, so I kicked the door open and walked in. As soon as I entered the room, I heard a faint voice coming from the corner, repeatedly calling my name. Following the sound, I saw Chungguo curled up in the corner, looking completely out of sorts. Zhenli was also taken aback. How could the sin evolve so quickly? He said this thing had levels, from the lowest when it first awakens, to minor sins, major sins, and finally original sin. Yet in such a short time, Chungguo had actually evolved to the minor sin level. Before he could finish speaking, Chungguo suddenly lunged at me like a madwoman, screaming, "LuZe, I want it so badly." I reacted quickly, sidestepping to avoid her. She missed and got back up, charging at me again. I was a bit annoyed, so I directly activated my command spell. Lie down. With a thud, Chungguo fell face first onto the ground, heavily lying there, but her mouth was still unwillingly roaring. I didn't have any compassion. I walked over and stepped on her head. Yet the next second, she actually broke free from my restraint, grabbing my ankle with a crazed expression on her face, as if she wanted to swallow me alive. I was also not hesitant and directly kicked her in the stomach. Bang! She flew out and crashed heavily against the wall. But it seemed like she felt no pain. She got up even crazier, with 4 soul rings glowing on her body. The 3rd soul ring shone with a brilliant purple light, and she roared with a heavenly strike, throwing a punch at me. Boom! The entire room instantly turned into ruins. Chun Xian and Chun Tao were so frightened by the noise that they rushed over. And when they saw the scene before them, they were dumbfounded. In the ruins, I stood high above, coldly looking down at Chungguo, who was like a wild beast. Taking advantage of my distraction, she teleported in front of me again. My expression turned cold. Stop. The power of my words activated, and Chungguo's movements instantly froze. Then she fell straight down from midair. I didn't give her any chance and appeared in front of her, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. "Since you've awakened the sin mask, you will only harm others by being alive," I said coldly, starting to apply pressure. Her father, Chun Xian, almost went crazy from behind, running over to plead with me to spare his daughter. At the critical moment, her brother, Chun Tao, suddenly rushed over and snatched Chungguo from my hands. I looked at him, my voice cold. "Do you know what you are doing? She is my sister. I don't want her to die." Chun Tao held Chungguo tightly, his face full of determination. I let out a cold laugh. "If she doesn't die, you all will. Do you really want to become like this?" Chun Tao fell silent, and just as he hesitated to say something, puffed. With a muffled sound, Chun Tao incredulously looked down at the hole pierced through his chest. A hand emerged from behind him. His own sister did this. Chungguo wore a manic smile. No one could stop me from being with LuZe. Chun Tao was knocked away by her punch, but luckily his father caught him. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. It seems there's no saving him now. I coldly finished speaking and reappeared in front of Chungguo, grabbing her face. Just as I was about to use the paradox to completely erase her, Truth suddenly spoke up. "Don't rush, this girl can still be saved." He gave me a suggestion, saying that I could use the paradox to only erase the sins within her, rather than her as a person. The cost would be that her soul power and martial spirit would completely disappear, and even her memories might be erased, turning her back into an ordinary person. As I thought about it, I realized that power and life, what's more important? Erased. With a single command from me, an invisible stream of air enveloped Chungguo, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream in an instant. After a while, I released my grip, and she collapsed weakly onto the ground. Her father, Chun Xian, rushed over to check, only to find that his daughter's soul power and martial soul were truly gone, leaving him in shock. I coldly dropped the sentence. "If she doesn't do this, she will have no way out." After saying that, I turned and left. Behind me, Chun Xian held his unconscious daughter, tears streaming down his face, but they were not tears of sadness, rather of joy. For him, as long as the child was still alive, it was better than anything else. "Thank you," he said softly. I didn't stop my footsteps. I just smiled faintly and disappeared from the Chun family's sight. A long time after this incident, I was also preparing to leave this town. Truth floated beside me, asking about my plans next. I looked up at the sky and slowly said, if a soul sect can awaken a sin face, do you think she is the only one in this world? This world has already changed. I have to erase all these sin faces, otherwise, Xiaoyu won't be able to live properly. What about the 10 sons and the 7 sins? Truth asked. I smiled lightly, my tone flat, yet carrying a hint of murderous intent. They will bring it along. What is old Xian thinking? Why is he doing this? The speaker was none other than LuZe, who had just met old Xian not long ago. At this moment, LuZe was quite confused. He couldn't understand old Xian's purpose in doing this. It should be known that if a major sin were to appear in that place, even LuZe might not be able to handle it. The difference between major sins and minor sins is not just a matter of one level. The power is a qualitative leap. However, there was no time to think too much now. LuZe did not want to see his younger brother get into trouble, so he followed them after they set off. After an unknown amount of time, old Xian and Zhang Lishuan finally arrived at the vicinity of the mission location with Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Upon arriving, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the large town in front of him, his expression very serious. Did you discover something? At this moment, Guyana came to his side and asked slowly. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to reality and said faintly, I'm not sure, but I just feel that there's a very dangerous presence in this town. Upon hearing this, Guyana's expression immediately became serious. She had no reason not to believe Lu Xiaoyu's words. At this moment, old Xian slowly turned to look at them and said with a smile, All right, children, we've reached our destination. Let's enter the town together and carry out the mission. How do we execute it? Chiller asked with a smile. First, we settle down in the town, and for the time being, we will conduct investigations here. Zhang Lishuan stepped forward to clarify. Upon hearing this, everyone showed cheerful smiles. According to Zhang Lishuan, old Xian would not restrict their actions during this period, as long as they conducted the investigation well. Then, under old Xian's guidance, they entered the town. Meanwhile, LuZe, who had just arrived, wore a serious expression. Oh dear, it seems your brother and the others are in grave danger this time. Truth naturally emerged from LuZe's body. Upon hearing Truth's words, LuZe did not deny it. After all, it was true. I really didn't expect that 2 major sins would appear simultaneously in such a town, LuZe said seriously. Truth did not respond immediately, but stared intently at the town in front of them. Although others could not see the aura emanating from the town, he could. No. Upon regaining his senses, Truth said seriously. LuZe felt puzzled upon hearing this. What do you mean? There are not just 2 major sins in this town. At least there are 5. Truth's expression was grave, looking as if he were not joking. However, LuZe found it hard to believe. After all, how could 5 major sins appear in one place at the same time in this world? Are you joking? Aren't major sins quite rare? LuZe said in astonishment. Truth immediately showed a bitter smile and slowly said, I'm not sure either. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. You've never encountered this before? LuZe asked. Truth did not speak, but nodded to indicate yes. Seeing Truth's demeanor, LuZe finally understood what kind of existence his brother was about to face. Major sins awakened by ordinary people are manageable, but if some high-level soul masters awaken, it might be difficult to handle. After all, LuZe's strength is only around major sins, and although Truth's ability can work on major sins, it cannot last long. As for the power of rules, it is directly proportional to the rules of this world. Only by disqualifying the one who holds the rules of this world can the power of rules within LuZe be enhanced. And because the paradoxical power within him is restricted by the power of rules, he cannot unleash the true strength of the paradox. Otherwise, it would be easy for LuZe to destroy Truth's world. Moreover, the power of rules can only be considered an auxiliary ability for LuZe, capable of correcting all the power within him, but it cannot yet correct or eliminate other things besides himself. In summary, LuZe's current strength is no longer measured by soul power. After all, his martial soul and soul power have been modified by the power of rules, and his strength is only around major sins, far from original sins. However, in the Douluo continent, the strength of major sins has long exceeded that of the ultimate Douluo. However, a gifted ultimate Douluo can still hold their ground against major sins for a while. It seems I have to take this seriously, LuZe said earnestly as he looked at the town in front of him. Inside the town, Lu Xiaoyu and the others, led by old Xian, checked into a hotel. After some adjustments, old Xian began to assign tasks. Under Old Xian's arrangement, the original 15 people were divided into 5 groups of 3. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyu was in a group with Gu Yuna and Xiao Er, while Hui Yuhao was with Wang Dong along with a girl named Xiao Xiao. After Zhang Lishuan's explanation, Lu Xiaoyu and the others learned that this town was called Qianyuan City, which was considered one of the larger towns in the Star Luo Empire. Alright, since the division of labor is clear, everyone should rest early. Tomorrow we will start the inspection mission, Old Xian said to the group slowly. Lu Xiaoyu and the others did not hold back and went straight back to their rooms. After they returned to their rooms, Old Xian went alone to a park outside the hotel. I knew you would come, Old Xian said slowly after sensing a familiar aura not long after arriving at the park. The visitor was none other than LuZe. Old Xian, I'm very curious why you suddenly thought of bringing my brother and the others here to carry out the inspection mission, LuZe said directly after reaching Old Xian's side. Old Xian was momentarily at a loss for how to answer, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, actually, it's... All right, don't say any more. LuZe interrupted before Old Xian could finish. Old Xian, who was interrupted, felt inexplicably awkward. However, LuZe did not take it to heart and said seriously, I know you were thinking about the continent, but this time is not a joke. I cannot guarantee that all of you will return alive. I will only care about my brother. After saying that, he left Old Xian with his back turned. Not looking back. Left behind, Old Xian fell into deep thought, unsure if he had truly made a mistake this time. However, he soon calmed down, as he still believed in his own strength. Even if the mission could not be completed, he could still bring the children back safely. At least that was what he thought, but he did not know that there were terrifying existences hidden in this town. At this time, in the world of truth, in the palace where Lucifer was located, the other 6 sins were also sitting in front of him. Lucifer, you should be able to sense it, right? At this moment, the sin of jealousy, Leviathan, slowly spoke. After this sentence, no one else in the room spoke. Hearing this, Lucifer slowly opened his eyes and smiled. So what if I know? We 7 cannot leave. What if they fail to complete the task we entrusted to them? Leviathan said with a worried expression. Ha! What surprised everyone was that Lucifer actually laughed. Don't worry. I believe that the collapse can also feel the changes in that world, and their true power should fully recover soon. As for LuZe, I just need to stay alive, Lucifer said with a smile. The other 6 sins fell silent upon hearing Lucifer's words. After all, he was currently the strongest. Since he believed in the collapse, what reason did the others have not to believe? Chapter 68, the game begins. Inside Qianyuan City, Lu Xiaoyu and the others had already started executing their respective tasks. They split into groups of 3 to investigate. While Lu Xiaoyu and his team assisted in the investigation of the northern district of Qianyuan City. Lu Xiaoyu, what do you think about this mission? At this moment, Gu Yuna slowly spoke up. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu calmly replied, it's going to be dangerous anyway. We just need to be extra careful. Gu Yuna nodded. After arriving in the northern district, the 3 separated to carry out their tasks. In a tall building, LuZe was leaning by the window, observing Lu Xiaoyu's every move. Your brother seems really impressive. Truth suddenly appeared and laughed. Upon hearing this, LuZe showed little emotional change and slowly said, so what? He is still my brother, no matter what. Truth chuckled and merged back into LuZe's body. LuZe continued to observe Lu Xiaoyu's actions. On the streets of the northern district, Lu Xiaoyu was asking some passersby. There was initially nothing unusual, but soon he noticed a suspicious figure. He then chose to follow. When LuZe realized that Lu Xiaoyu was tailing someone, he was immediately surprised and quickly followed. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu tracked the figure into a small alley. As he entered the alley, he found that the person he was following had disappeared. Realizing something was off, Lu Xiaoyu quickly reacted. He turned around and walked back out of the alley, soon returning to the street. But the next moment, something Lu Xiaoyu never expected happened. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? A familiar voice called out behind Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly turned around. He saw a silver-haired, golden-eyed boy standing there with a smile. It was none other than LuZe. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't believe it, but he still excitedly rushed towards LuZe. LuZe smiled and patted his back, then continued, are you here on a mission? Lu Xiaoyu, Xiying Luxia, had no time to think and directly said, yes, Elder Xian sent us to investigate this city. Oh, I see. LuZe's expression became a bit strange. However, Lu Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention to it and asked seriously, brother, where have you been all this time? Well, LuZe snapped back to reality and continued, actually, I've been living in this city. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu also noticed something strange about the surroundings, as the originally clear sky had turned dark. Brother, Don't you feel like something is changing around us? Lu Xiaoyu said solemnly. LuZe, with an innocent expression, replied, is there a change? Maybe it's just going to rain. Looking at LuZe's awkward smile, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel suspicious. You've changed a lot. Lu Xiaoyu questioned with a cold face. Upon hearing this, cold sweat began to bead on LuZe's forehead, which further solidified Lu Xiaoyu's suspicions. But just as he was about to take action, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge monster suddenly burst out from a shop on the street where Lu Xiaoyu was. Lu Xiaoyu could clearly sense the terrifying power of the monster before him. He quickly grabbed LuZe and ran away. However, the monster relentlessly pursued them, and just as it was about to catch up, a figure stepped in front of the monster. You guys go first. I'll handle this monster, said the person with a smiling mask, who sounded like a man. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had no time to think and pulled LuZe to run away. The masked man stayed behind, staring intently at the monster before him. Little Sin? The masked man said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster charged at him. The masked man reacted swiftly, dodging the monster's lunge with a quick move. Truth, do you know what is going on with this monster? The masked man asked. He. A laugh echoed as Truth slowly emerged from the masked man's body. Then he smiled and said, this is what happens when a person with awakened sins is backlashed by their sins. There's no saving them now. Is that so? The masked man said meaningfully, then stood coldly atop the monster, looking down at it. Truly sinful, the masked man said slowly. Supergravity stomp. The masked man raised his foot high, then stomped down on the monster's head. Bang! The monster hadn't reacted before the masked man's foot pressed it into the ground. Dust flew everywhere, while the masked man emerged unscathed from the cloud of dust. As for the monster, it was stuck in the earth. Roar! The monster roared from within the ground, and then suddenly leaped out. Kill! Kill! The monster kept repeating this word, which surprised even the masked man a little. Before the masked man could collect himself, the monster appeared right in front of him. The monster raised its fist high and struck at him with lightning speed. Super specified power, erase. Bang accompanied by the masked man's words. The monster's originally powerful punch hit him like a sponge, causing no pain at all. Forget it. I've had enough fun, the masked man said softly. He then slowly raised his right hand. Erase. Whoosh. The monster, completely enveloped in a colorless airflow, instantly vanished without a trace, leaving no breath behind. Aren't you curious what sin embodies? Truth emerged at that moment. The masked man glanced at him and softly replied, no need to know. Seeing this, Truth could only chuckle and merge back in his body. After dealing with the monster, the masked man headed in the direction Lu Xiaoyu had previously left. After all, there was a false LuZe over there, and their power was at least at the level of deadly sins. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had also regrouped with Guyuna and the others. Upon seeing this LuZe, the two girls immediately became suspicious. Who are you? The first to speak was Qiao. She had doubts about LuZe the moment she saw him. LuZe smiled faintly after hearing this, and said, I'm Xiao Yu's brother. Haven't you forgotten? This response left Qiao at a loss for words. After all, she didn't have enough evidence to prove that the LuZe in front of her was not the real LuZe. All right, I'll temporarily believe you. But if you dare to do anything out of line, I will definitely not let you off. Qiao threatened. LuZe only smiled faintly upon hearing this, and then followed Lu Xiaoyu's side. At that moment, Guyuna slowly said, let's first meet up with Xianlao and the others. This town has already changed. Lu Xiaoyu and the others did not refuse and expressed their agreement. However, what they did not know was that the people hiding in this town had been watching all of them. The game had begun for the Shrek students. Ha ha ha. Chapter 69, The Emergence of Sin, Jealousy, Seeking Votes. Zhulu, where are you? On a street in Qianyuan City, Dai Huabin was loudly calling out for Zhulu, who was in his group. But no matter how he called, he could not get a response. Damn it. Dai Huabin felt a surge of anger from the lack of response. He could only head to the hotel where they were staying, because Xianlao had said before they separated that if they encountered any accidents, they must return to the hotel immediately and not linger in other places for too long. But this unexpected event came too quickly. Dai Huabin didn't even have a chance to react. Thus, he proceeded alone towards the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow behind the buildings was watching him. After an unknown amount of time, Dai Huabin still hadn't reached the vicinity of the hotel, which made him very angry. What the hell is happening? Dai Huabin muttered to himself. The current situation gave him the feeling that he had walked into a maze, unable to find an exit. Roar! Just as Dai Huabin complained, a roar came from behind him. Upon hearing this roar, Dai Huabin was filled with terror because he had no idea what had made that sound. It didn't sound like a soul beast, but more like a human's roar. Damn, what kind of place is this? At this moment, Dai Huabin was extremely panicked and ran frantically towards the hotel. The roar was getting closer and closer, as if he would encounter it in the next second. Sure enough, just as Dai Huabin reached a corner, a man wrapped in black shadows appeared in front of him. Curious about whether the other party was human or something else, Dai Huabin mustered his courage to ask, "Uncle, what are you?" Roar. Before Dai Huabin could finish his sentence, the man let out a roar identical to the one he heard earlier. Hearing this roar, Dai Huabin fell into panic, and by the time he reacted, the man had already charged at him like a madman. Coming back to his senses, Dai Huabin immediately unleashed his soul power and shot a white tiger's light wave at the man. Bang! The man was instantly knocked away by Dai Huabin and crashed heavily into the houses on either side of the street. Thinking the matter was resolved, Dai Huabin was heavily panting, but soon he was shocked again. The man he had knocked away walked out of the ruins as if nothing had happened, then fixed his dark eyes on Dai Huabin. In the next second, the man appeared right in front of Dai Huabin, not giving him any chance to react, and kicked him in the abdomen. Dai Huabin was kicked away and spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily into the surrounding wall. When he got up again, his face was already filled with terror. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The man in front of him had no fluctuations of soul power, yet his speed and strength were far beyond his own, completely shattering his understanding. Could this be the sinner that the teacher mentioned? At this moment, Dai Huabin suddenly remembered what the teacher had said before. Then, he recalled the teacher's description of sinners, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. But in the current situation, there was simply not enough time to think about how to face a sinner, so Dai Huabin thought of the simplest method. That was to run as fast as he could, as far away as possible. With that thought, Dai Huabin almost instantly turned and ran towards the hotel. The man, however, remained still, as if deliberately letting Dai Huabin escape. It seemed that the people in this town had all turned into such monsters. The situation was not optimistic. Just as the man prepared to chase Dai Huabin, a deep voice sounded from behind him. Upon hearing this voice, the man turned around sharply, and upon seeing the other party, he was immediately filled with terror, as if he had seen a natural enemy. Oh, can such a monster feel fear too? The speaker was LuZe, wearing a smiling mask. The truth also emerged in this world, giggling as it said, of course, no matter what it is, as long as it encounters something more powerful than itself, it will feel fear. What about you? After hearing this, LuZe asked with a smile. However, he did not expect the truth's response to be so arrogant. Me? The truth pointed at itself, then continued, "Don't be ridiculous. I have nothing to fear because I am the strongest existence. No one can threaten me." Heh. LuZe sneered and then shifted his gaze to the terrified man. Seeing this, the truth immediately felt displeased and began to question. But LuZe didn't pay any attention. Instead, he stared intently at the man. "It's time to get serious," LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, the truth stopped talking and gradually disappeared into LuZe's body. The man, seeing that LuZe was paying attention to him, was instinctively told that he had to escape from here. He quickly turned around to flee, but soon gave up. "Stand there and don't move." Just as LuZe's voice sounded, the man, who had just taken a step, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Roar. Unable to move, the man could only let out a helpless roar. "Are you that scared?" LuZe said with a smile. Then he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Erased. Swish. After a wave of colorless air passed, the man instantly disappeared. Standing in place, LuZe looked around and coldly said, "I sent it time to come out?" Initially thinking LuZe was just talking to himself, the next second, an eerie laugh rang out. Accompanied by a strange laughter, a man slowly walked out from the darkness. Then, looking at LuZe with a smile, he said, "I didn't expect you to notice me. How amazing. What exactly are you?" LuZe glanced at him and coldly questioned. The man was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then arrogantly laughed and said, "I am someone who has attained supreme divine power. I am now a god." "A god?" Upon hearing the man's words, LuZe immediately let out a cold laugh. He then slowly said, "You're just an ordinary person who has awakened the sin of envy. What kind of god are you?" "You." The man became furious upon hearing this and charged directly at LuZe. Noticing the man behind him, LuZe merely glanced at him and said, "Erasure." The man, sensing something was wrong, suddenly stopped in his tracks and then ran to the side. The area that the colorless airflow passed through had already turned into a blank space. The man was instantly shocked when he regained his senses. LuZe thought this sin would be resolved quickly, but something he didn't expect happened. I really want your power. Become mine. At some point, the man had appeared behind LuZe, and his hand was filled with a mysterious power. Get down. At the critical moment, LuZe's simple command forced the man to crash down onto the ground, and he then distanced himself from him. Truth, can you see this guy's special trait? LuZe said solemnly. Truth also showed a serious expression and replied, Be careful. This guy seems to have awakened the sin of jealousy. Jealousy? LuZe was a bit surprised upon hearing this. If he wasn't mistaken, the ability of jealousy should be to forcibly possess, devouring others' powers and claiming them as one's own. If that's the case, LuZe might be in trouble. The degree of jealousy's sin is only second to pride, and pride is the strongest existence among the 7 sins. So a person who awakens the sin of jealousy would naturally not be weak. While LuZe was contemplating, the man let out a strange laugh once again and then stood up. Your ability is truly amazing. Quickly become mine, the man said with a strange laugh. It was not surprising that the man could stand up, as LuZe already knew that Truth's ability would not have much effect on the sins, since he himself only had the power of the sins. As soon as the man's voice fell, he once again teleported to LuZe's front. Fortunately, LuZe reacted quickly and directly kicked the man in the forehead. 100-ton power. Bang, bang, bang. The man was kicked away by LuZe and crashed through more than 10 buildings before barely stopping. This is really troublesome, LuZe complained. He then looked towards the ruins several hundred meters away, and his gaze gradually turned cold. So great, so great. Chapter 70, the second sin, gluttony, seeking votes. In the Grand Hotel of Qianyuan City, Elder Xian was counting the people, but he quickly noticed that a few were missing. Has anyone seen Lu Xiaoyu and the others? Elder Xian asked the other students with a serious expression. However, none of the students present knew, as they had split up to carry out their tasks. Just when everyone was at a loss, Xiao Xiao suddenly rushed in. Breathing heavily, she said, Elder Xian, hurry and save Yu Hao and them. Elder Xian was instantly stunned upon hearing this, then quickly inquired about what happened. Xiao Xiao then said with a sad face, while we were carrying out the mission, we encountered a powerful sinner. Yu Hao and Donger stayed behind to cover me. What? Elder Xian exclaimed, then quickly said, hurry and take me there. Xiao Xiao wasted no words and prepared to take Elder Xian to find Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Before leaving, Elder Xian seriously instructed, Lishuan, stay here and protect them. I'll be back soon. Zhang Lishuan nodded without saying anything further. Seeing this, Elder Xian directly picked up Xiao Xiao and flew outside. Xiao Xiao, where are Yu Hao and them? Elder Xian asked urgently midair. Xiao Xiao quickly pointed towards Area XC, saying, Yu Hao and them are over there. Elder Xian nodded upon hearing this. At this moment, in Area XC, Yu Hao and Wang Donger were already covered in wounds. They had encountered the second sin hidden in Qianyuan City, gluttony. Why is there such a monster here? Yu Hao complained while breathing heavily. But the sin of gluttony seemed to give them no time to catch their breath, as it teleported right in front of Yu Hao. Without saying a word, it kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Yu Hao was kicked away and crashed heavily into a building beside the street, turning that building into ruins. Cough, cough. In the ruins, Yu Hao struggled to stand up, then looked at Gluttony with a serious expression. You are truly weak, Gluttony said slowly. Meanwhile, Wang Donger, standing behind him, looked terrified. It was her first time fighting such a monster. So what if I'm weak? I have a reason to fight you. Yu Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted. Gluttony was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then burst out laughing. You still think you have a reason to fight me? Don't overestimate yourself. At this point, Gluttony's expression suddenly turned cold. It then teleported again to Yu Hao's back, directly grabbing the back of his head and slamming it into the ground without saying a word. How ridiculous to say such things while being so weak, Gluttony said flatly. It then exerted force, rubbing Yu Hao's face against the ground for dozens of meters, before casually tossing him aside like trash, landing next to Wang Donger. Yu Hao. Wang Donger rushed forward to pick him up, looking at him with concern. Are you okay? She asked, tears in her eyes. Yu Hao forced a smile and, with Wang Donger's support, stood up. It's okay, it's not too serious, he said softly. But Wang Donger was no fool. Anyone could see from Yu Hao's current appearance that he was injured. Do you think we can make it out of here alive? Wang Donger said slowly. Don't worry, we will definitely get back. From a distance, Gluttony observed the ambiguous relationship between the two and instantly felt displeased, walking towards them. I say, aren't you two being a bit disrespectful to me? Gluttony said while approaching. Upon noticing that it was coming towards them, Hui Yuhao fell silent. At the same time, Grutonies terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger, who had originally planned to make a desperate fight, felt their hearts sink as they sensed this aura, as if death was already predetermined. Have you given up? Gluttony laughed upon noticing their state. Forget it. I'm also tired of playing. As soon as the words fell, it charged towards Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger. He raised his hand high, and just as he was about to unleash a fatal punch, a figure blocked the way in front of Hui Yuhao and his companion. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, a cloud of dust was instantly kicked up in the area where Hui Yuhao was. Stop it! At that moment, an old voice emerged from the dust. The sin of gluttony, sensing something unusual, stepped back and laughed. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived, the sin of gluttony said with a smile. After a moment, as the dust settled, a familiar figure stood in front of Hui Yuhao and his companion. Yuhao, you guys leave here first. I'll deal with this monster. The person standing in front of Hui Yuhao was the timely arriving Elder Xian. Upon hearing Elder Xian's voice, Hui Yuhao, who had almost given up, instantly regained his composure. Elder Xian, enough, don't say any more. This monster is ridiculously strong. You will only hold me back here. Hurry and go back to the hotel with Xiao Xiao. Elder Xian interrupted Hui Yuhao, understanding Elder Xian's intentions. Hui Yuhao could only pull Wang Donger and follow behind Xiao Xiao to retreat. However, the sin of gluttony felt displeased as they attempted to leave and charged straight at them. Fortunately, Elder Xian acted in time to stop him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your opponent is me, Elder Xian said as he punched the sin of gluttony in the face. Bang! The sin of gluttony, caught off guard, was sent flying by Elder Xian's punch and crashed heavily into a building. Now, this is the opponent I wanted. Fantastic! The sin of gluttony laughed as he emerged from the rubble. Elder Xian, feeling the power radiating from the sin of gluttony, immediately became alert. This really is a monster, Elder Xian said solemnly. Don't disappoint me, old man. The sin of gluttony charged at Elder Xian. Seeing this, Elder Xian quickly reacted, activating his martial soul. A powerful soul force erupted from him, but it seemed insignificant in the eyes of the sin of gluttony. The sin of gluttony suddenly accelerated, appearing in Elder Xian's blind spot at lightning speed, and delivered a knee strike that sent him into the air. How could this be? Elder Xian was astonished. Even if he was weak, he shouldn't be this weak. Ha ha! Just as Elder Xian was still in shock, the mocking laughter echoed in his ears again. Before he could react, the sin of gluttony grabbed his head. Let me have some fun. The sin of gluttony laughed wantonly, and then threw Elder Xian into the debris. Cough, cough. Elder Xian felt overwhelming power for the first time amidst the rubble. Even the deceased Mu-In might not have been able to inflict such damage on him. No wonder LuZe didn't want me to interfere. It was true. Elder Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Old man, is this all you've got? At this moment, the sin of gluttony looked down at him from midair. Elder Xian did not get angry upon hearing this, as he knew that even if he were furious, he couldn't defeat the guy in front of him. So he began to attack with a plan. The two entered combat again. But this time it was Elder Xian who initiated the offensive, launching a flurry of attacks that rained down on the sin of gluttony. However, it seemed to cause little damage. Old man, can you use a bit more strength? This is just tickling me, the sin of gluttony mocked. And with a swing of his fist, he sent Elder Xian flying. At this point, Elder Xian was gasping for breath. After this encounter, he realized that the guy in front of him was someone he couldn't deal with at all. Now, all he could do was pray to stall for a bit longer, at least to allow Hui Yuhao and the others to escape. But the sin of gluttony gave Elder Xian no time to think. He began to gather power in his hands. Elder Xian was stunned at the sight. I can't stop it. At this moment, Elder Xian fell into despair. This guy was the strongest enemy he had ever faced, someone he couldn't defeat. Old man, I think I played enough. It's time for you to die. The sin of gluttony said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the power in his hands, capable of destroying a city, was about to fall. But then an unexpected event occurred. Bang! With a loud bang, the sin of gluttony was sent flying by a figure. Just as Elder Xian was feeling puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. I told you, this matter is not something you can solve. Chapter 71, Fighting Against Two Great Sins Requesting Support. Just moments ago, Elder Xian, who was destined to die, was saved by someone. The sin of gluttony had also been knocked away by that person. When Elder Xian saw the newcomer, he immediately sighed in relief. Elder Xian, you don't need to be here anymore. Hurry back to the hotel and get them out of this city. The newcomer was none other than LuZe, who had just arrived. At this moment, LuZe didn't look too good either. His clothes were torn and tattered, and even the smile mask he had been wearing was shattered. Clearly, he hadn't gained the upper hand against the sin of jealousy. Elder Xian was taken aback by his appearance, and after coming to his senses, he quickly said, "No need. The child has Zhang Lishuan guarding him. It should be fine. Although I can't help you much, at least it's better than you fighting alone." But LuZe seriously refused his goodwill. "No, it's more dangerous over there. There's a great sin by my brother's side, and he has transformed into my previous appearance." This. Elder Xian was at a loss for words upon hearing this, but still worriedly asked, "Can you handle both of them alone?" LuZe smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, I can manage against 2 great sins. You just need to go back and stall the great sin by my brother's side. I'll be there soon." Seeing this, Elder Xian stopped insisting, as the child was the most important thing. He turned and flew towards a hotel. After he left, LuZe's gaze became sharp. "Truth, what do you think our chances are of eliminating these 2 great sins?" LuZe said softly, "Hard to say. After all, you only have the strength of a great sin." Truth replied gravely, "Is that so?" At this point, LuZe fell silent and fixed his gaze on the sin of gluttony and the sin of jealousy. "Awesome. This is the power I've been dreaming of." At that moment, a voice came from within the rubble. 2 figures then appeared in LuZe's line of sight. "This guy seems even stronger than that old man before." "I'm a bit excited." The speaker was the sin of gluttony. He was incredibly exhilarated, as if he had taken a stimulant. Without giving LuZe a chance to react, he teleported behind him. "Let me see just how strong you really are." The sin of gluttony struck directly at LuZe's back with a punch. However, it was as if LuZe had a pair of eyes on his back, easily dodging the attack. In that instant, he managed to teleport above the sin of gluttony. Supergravity stomp. Without saying a word, LuZe stomped down directly on the back of the sin of gluttony. Boom! The sin of gluttony was stomped into the ground by LuZe, and dust immediately swirled around. Yet, it seemed that the sin of gluttony felt no pain at all and stood up instantly. Seeing this, LuZe gave him no chance to catch his breath and quickly condensed a colorless airflow in his hand. Erase. Sensing something unusual, the sin of gluttony almost instantly returned to the side of the sin of jealousy, just as the colorless airflow was about to touch him. What was that power? Why does it make me feel fear? The sin of gluttony said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the sin of jealousy seemed uninterested in answering and instead looked at LuZe with excitement. Ha! Just as the sin of gluttony was confused, the sin of jealousy let out a hearty laugh. Then, excitedly shouting at LuZe, "This power is perfect. It's simply tailor-made for me. Give it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at LuZe. The terrifying power instantly locked onto LuZe, and when he reached LuZe, he kicked towards his ribs. "Get down." At the critical moment, LuZe activated the ability of truth. After hearing the command, the sin of jealousy immediately laid down at LuZe's feet. However, he looked very happy, as if he was enjoying this feeling. 100-ton strength. In the next second, as the sin of jealousy lay on the ground, LuZe kicked him on the head. Bang! The kicked sin of jealousy was heavily smashed into a building in the district, reducing everything in his path to ruins. The scene before the sin of gluttony left him speechless. But before he could react, LuZe appeared in front of him. Erase! A ball of colorless airflow instantly rushed towards the sin of gluttony's face. But at the last second, the sin of gluttony noticed it, yet he still couldn't dodge it. Whoosh! After escaping, the sin of gluttony looked incredulous because just now, his arm was enveloped by the colorless airflow and then disappeared without a trace. "I can't feel my right arm. This power is truly formidable." At this moment, the sin of gluttony understood the power's strength. Reacting quickly, the missed LuZe fixed his gaze on the sin of gluttony. Upon hearing this, the sin of gluttony felt a surge of anger and coldly said, "Not bad, kid. You actually took one of my arms. I not only want your arm, but I also want your life." LuZe said seriously. Then he suddenly erupted with astonishing speed, charging directly at the sin of gluttony. Such great strength. Just as LuZe got up, the voice of the sin of jealousy rang in his ears. Unfortunately, not deadly enough. At that moment, the sin of jealousy mocked again. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. Cough cough. The kicked LuZe quickly stabilized himself in midair. After slowly landing and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed his gaze on the attacking sin of jealousy. You don't need to say much. LuZe didn't want to engage with the sin of jealousy at all. Hee hee. At this moment, the sin of jealousy let out an eerie laugh. causing even the sin of gluttony nearby to break out in a cold sweat. It seems quite tricky. LuZe showed no emotional fluctuations and seriously said, absolute balance. As soon as he finished speaking, two long swords appeared out of thin air, circling around him like two dogs. The sin of jealousy fell into deep thought as he looked at the two long swords surrounding LuZe. Interesting, the sin of jealousy. Coming back to his senses, sneered. He then wanted to personally experience the power of the long swords. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of sharp weapons cutting through the air rang out, and the two long swords instantly appeared before the sin of jealousy. Stab. Caught off guard. The sin of jealousy was immediately pierced through the chest by one of the long swords. Initially unconcerned, he thought it was just a normal injury, but quickly realized something was wrong. Feeling uncomfortable, the sin of jealousy spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at LuZe in disbelief. What? What kind of power is this? The sin of jealousy questioned in confusion, but LuZe did not provide an answer. The two long swords had already proven everything. Clearly, the two long swords were embodiments of the power of rules, absolute balance, which naturally made the sin of jealousy feel uncomfortable. You have no words to say, Dai. LuZe gripped one of the long swords and appeared before the sin of jealousy. Without hesitation, he swung it towards the sin of jealousy's neck. At that moment, the sin of gluttony finally moved. Have you forgotten about me, kid? The sin of gluttony roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked LuZe in the abdomen. Cough. The kicked LuZe coughed up a bit of blood, feeling utterly defeated. Come and fight me 100 times. The sin of gluttony boasted. The kicked LuZe slowly got up and stared at him, then complained, what a hassle. Chapter 72 Crisis inside the Grand Hotel of Qianyuan City. Zhang Lishuan was protecting the Shrek Academy students. At that moment, Hui Yuhao and the others entered, supporting each other. Yuhao, what happened to you? Zhang Lishuan felt very surprised. Helpless. Hui Yuhao could only smile wryly and replied, that monster is too strong. We're simply no match for it. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room sank into a heavy atmosphere. After an unknown period of silence, Zhang Lishuan finally broke the heavy atmosphere. Let's not think about that for now. Our most important task is to evacuate Qianyuan City, Zhang Lishuan said loudly. The others did not object. After all, no one wanted to die for nothing in such a situation. Just as they were preparing to leave the hotel, a voice came in. You can't leave yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lishuan and the others were momentarily stunned, then looked outside. They saw 4 figures slowly appearing. And when Zhang Lishuan and the others recognized their faces, they immediately sighed in relief. So it's you guys. I thought it was those monsters, Wang Donger said, relieved. Indeed, the ones appearing before them were Lu Xiaoyu and her 3 companions. As they appeared, the Yuhao noticed LuZe standing beside Lu Xiaoyu. He felt that this LuZe in front of him was fake, so he approached to confirm. Brother Lu, didn't you disappear already? Why are you here? Hui Yuhao questioned. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said, I just happened to be staying in this city and ran into Xiaoyu by chance. Is it really that coincidental? Hui Yuhao still didn't quite believe his words. At this moment, Guina stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. All right, no matter if he's LuZe or not. We must leave this city now, Guina said seriously. This naturally needed no further explanation. Under Zhang Lishuan's lead, the Shrek Academy group quickly arrived at the deserted streets. Looking at the empty streets, the Shrek Academy members suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Why do I feel like there's something here? Zhu Lu said, trembling as she hid behind Dai Huabin. Don't worry, it's fine. Dai Huabin had already put aside his prince's temper at this time. After all, only by staying alive can they continue to grow. Soon, under Zhang Lishuan's guidance, Lu Xiaoyu and the others reached the entrance of Qianyuan City. Everyone hold on a bit longer. Once we get through this door, we should be safe. Zhang Lishuan reassured everyone. Upon seeing the city gate before them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they saw hope. They all rushed towards the city gate. But just as they were about to run out, a voice echoed in their ears. This is not a place you can leave as you wish. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly shocked and looked around with a serious expression. Sure enough, as Lu Xiaoyu looked in the direction from which the voice came, she was stunned. 2 figures stood above the city gate, and the aura they emitted was not weaker than before, but rather a bit stronger. Xia Huanyue didn't take that statement seriously and ignored the 2 men. Come back. At that moment, Zhang Lishuan suddenly sensed something was wrong and rushed towards Dai Huabin. Meanwhile, Xia Huanyue, who had not yet realized the danger, was almost instantly stepped on by one of the men. Can't you understand my words? The man said irritably. Xia Huanyue. Under his foot, was bleeding from her 7 orifices and lost consciousness. Zhang Lishuan, who wanted to save her, immediately halted her steps upon seeing the man appear. As she was no fool, the man before her was even stronger than Elder Xian. Encountering him would only lead to a dead end. Are you the elites of Shrek Academy? At this moment, another man also appeared. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Lishuan. You are the elites of Shrek Academy, right? Zhang Lishuan, who made eye contact with the man, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing that Zhang Lishuan did not answer, the man's temper flared. I'm asking if you're from Shrek Academy. Why aren't you answering me? The man shouted angrily. Then, in a flash, he appeared right in front of Zhang Lishuan and punched her in the face. Bang! Zhang Lishuan was sent flying by the punch, crashing into the buildings on either side of the street, her life uncertain. Lu Xiaoyu and the others were stunned upon witnessing this. The man who had knocked Zhang Lishuan away was no ordinary character, but the third sin, Wrath. At this moment, Wrath could no longer remain calm. He only wanted to crush all the members of Shrek Academy. I will kill you all. Wrath roared and charged towards Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Instantly, everyone on Lu Xiaoyu's side panicked. They had never seen such a monster before, and they began to flee frantically. Are we going to die? Xiao Xiao looked at the scene before her, falling into despair. At this moment, the attack that Wrath had gathered was released instantly. The range of the attack perfectly covered Xiao Xiao's position. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing standing there? Wang Dong suddenly saw Xiao Xiao frozen in place. Without a second thought, she dashed towards her, but Wang Dong's speed could never match that of Wrath. The powerful and terrifying force instantly consumed Xiao Xiao. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Donger fell into numbness. Xiao! Xiao! At this moment, Wang Donger was filled with despair, kneeling on the ground and blankly staring at the spot that had been engulfed by that force. Ha ha! At this time, Wrath let out a maniacal laugh, then looked at the others. Don't worry, no one will escape today. Rain began to pour from the sky, and the entire Qianyuan city felt like a dead city, devoid of life. At the city gate, Xiao Xiao, who had just been attacked by gluttony, was surprisingly still alive. Just as that attack descended, Elder Xian had blocked in front of Xiao Xiao. Child, I will absolutely not let anything happen to you, Elder Xian said, covered in blood. With great difficulty, when Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and saw Elder Xian before her, she fell into self-reproach. Oh, you actually blocked it, not bad, Wrath said with a smile, looking at Elder Xian who was standing in front of Xiao Xiao. Then, in a flash, he appeared before Elder Xian, giving him no chance to react, and grabbed his neck. Old man, you're quite strong, Wrath said. Then, with a toss, he threw Elder Xian into the ruins. Boom! In the ruins, Elder Xian firmly stated, even if I die in battle today, I will let the children leave here. Martial soul, true body. Elder Xian once again unleashed his soul power, and his form began to grow immensely. This was clearly his trump card, and Wrath laughed upon seeing this gigantic figure. You better not disappoint me. Inside the city, an unprecedented battle was underway. This guy is really strong. He can hold his ground against both of us, said Gluttony. The jealousy, since standing beside him, was already covered in wounds. On the other side, LuZe, despite having some injuries, looked extremely excited. LuZe, there are 3 sins or as near your brother, Truth said gravely. Upon hearing this, LuZe was stunned, then slowly said, got it. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the jealousy sin and the gluttony sin again. Stay right where you are. The 2 who had originally wanted to dodge froze upon hearing this, and then were kicked away by LuZe. After kicking them away, LuZe dashed straight towards the city gate. The jealousy sin and gluttony sin, regaining their senses, rushed towards the city gate as well. I must catch up. Wait for me, Xiaoyu. Chapter 73. Shelf statement. What can I say? The dog author is a bit rushed to go on the shelf. Many people might not purchase it, but it doesn't matter. After all, full attendance is still quite nice. Secondly, I want to thank those who read my book. Being able to write it to this point has been quite a struggle, and it may not be very good, so please don't mind it. After all, the dog author is just at this level. And then, alright, that's all from the dog author. Once again, thank you to those who support me. Lastly, let me reveal a plot line. If nothing unexpected happens, the character Lu Xiaoyu should have a volume dedicated to his exclusive storyline. As for LuZe, it's inconvenient to disclose where he went. After all, the dog author is still brainstorming his plot. This book features a dual male lead, so both male leads will definitely have enough time to showcase their talents. As for whether they will get together or what will happen in the future, the dog author has laid some foreshadowing. That's all for the feelings upon the book's launch. The dog author is really not good at writing such things you'll see in the following plot, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. P.S. I forgot to mention, you can watch it for free on QQ Browser, but if possible, I still hope everyone can support by subscribing. Thank you again. Chapter 74, Gathering the 5 Great Sins. At the entrance of Qianyuan City, Elder Xian had long since exited the state of his martial soul. His body was already covered in wounds, completely stained with blood. Yet even so, Elder Xian stood trembling outside the building where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were. I said before, even if I die in battle, I will protect the children well. You can't come close, Elder Xian said firmly. Opposite him, the Wrath Sin and another Sin were looking at him unscathed. I have to say, this old man is quite strong, Wrath Sin slowly said. The man beside him stood silently, nodding with a smile. After some time, the man's expression began to grow serious. Hurry up and deal with this old man. Someone is coming, the man said gravely. Wrath Sin originally didn't care much, but upon seeing the man's expression, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Old man, sorry. Coming back to his senses, Wrath Sin instantly unleashed terrifying power. Then with a burst of strength in his legs, he shot towards Elder Xian like a cannonball. Wrath Sin roared with laughter as he suddenly appeared in front of Elder Xian, then raised his fist high. Is it really going to end like this? Elder Xian looked at the impending attack, knowing he could not resist, and fell into despair. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the surrounding buildings instantly turned into ruins. The man standing in the distance stared gravely at the smoke and dust. You've worked hard, Elder Xian. A familiar voice rang out from the dust, and Elder Xian, who had already resigned to death, suddenly regained hope upon hearing this voice. Just at that critical moment, a figure blocked in front of Elder Xian. Wrath Sin's attack was effortlessly received by him. Feeling something unusual, Wrath Sin was shocked, then said in disbelief, You. Bang! Before Wrath Sin could finish his sentence, LuZe punched him in the abdomen, sending him crashing into the city wall. Instantly, the entire city gate collapsed. Soon, as the smoke cleared, a familiar figure stood in front of Elder Xian. It was none other than LuZe. You finally came. Now I can lie down. Elder Xian's voice grew weaker, and he was about to fall. Fortunately, LuZe reached out and supported him. Leave the rest to me, LuZe said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures emerged from the building behind Elder Xian. He is. Wang Donger looked at LuZe in shock. Lu Xiaoyu also noticed LuZe and was immediately stunned. Aren't you going to come out? LuZe coldly stared at the LuZe beside Lu Xiaoyu. Ha! I thought I could stay with your brother a bit longer, but I didn't expect to be exposed so quickly, LuZe said with a faint smile. But LuZe gave him no chance at all and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Enough, LuZe coldly said, and suddenly punched him on the head. Bang! The unprepared LuZe was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby building. Brother! Lu Xiaoyu couldn't believe that the black-haired, red-eyed man in front of him was his brother, as he had changed so much compared to before. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu call his name, LuZe slowly turned to look at him and then revealed a gentle smile. Seeing that smile, Lu Xiaoyu immediately threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Where have you been all this time? Lu Xiaoyu cried out loudly. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu's appearance, LuZe felt very distressed. He gently patted his head and smiled, saying, all right, there are bigger things to solve now. Can you leave here for now? Lu Xiaoyu knew the strength of these people, and LuZe would definitely not have the upper hand fighting them alone. So he shouted, No, I want to stay by your side and fight with you. I don't want to leave you again. LuZe momentarily didn't know how to respond. But just then, Gluttony Sin and Envy Sin also arrived here. In an instant, 5 sins gathered at the city gate, and their powerful auras instantly filled the surroundings. Upon seeing 2 more people arrive, Lu Xiaoyu's resolve only strengthened. Can't you hold him off? At this moment, the fake LuZe walked over to Gluttony Sin and Envy Sin and asked slowly. Envy Sin expressed helplessness, saying that kid is too strong. He completely has us pinned to the ground. Is that so? The fake LuZe nodded thoughtfully. Then he smiled at LuZe. And the moment LuZe met his gaze, they locked eyes. Truth, do you know what sin this guy is? LuZe said solemnly. Although he didn't know what sin this guy was, he could at least tell that he was several times stronger than the other 4 sins. Just then, Truth emerged and said, That guy is Pride. Upon hearing this answer, LuZe immediately began to worry about Lu Xiaoyu's safety. So he softly said, Guyuna, come here. Guyuna felt puzzled upon hearing this, but still came obediently to his side. Is there something you need help with? Guyuna asked curiously after arriving next to LuZe. LuZe didn't waste any time and directly said, "Take Xiaoyu and the others away from here. I'll hold them off." Hearing that he would be sent away, Lu Xiaoyu immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "No, I want to stay." Fall into a dream. Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, LuZe used Truth's ability on him, causing him to lose consciousness and slump in his arms. After entrusting the unconscious Lu Xiaoyu to Guyuna, LuZe went alone to face the fake LuZe. Guyuna watched his back in silence for a moment, but still obediently followed his instructions. "Everyone follow me." Guyuna turned to Ho Yuhao and the others and shouted. Then she asked Joer to take Elder Shin along. Pride Sin watched their movements without choosing to act immediately. After all, LuZe was still here. "Are you really just going to let them go?" Wrath Sin asked angrily as he returned to Pride Sin's side. Pride Sin merely smiled faintly. "Let them go. It's not too late to find them after we deal with LuZe." Since Pride Sin said so, the others had no objections. "I want to see if this guy is really as good as Jealousy said," Wrath Sin said excitedly. Previously, he had been knocked away by a single punch because he wasn't paying attention, but now it was different. "LuZe, be careful. These 5 guys are pride, jealousy, wrath, greed, and gluttony. You might not gain any advantage," Truth slowly warned LuZe. Hearing this, LuZe smiled instead. "I don't intend to fight them to the death. As long as Xiaoyu can successfully retreat, that's enough." Truth was momentarily taken aback, but soon laughed. "If you can't hold on, just call me. Maybe I can help," Truth said with a smile as he merged into LuZe's body. LuZe, left standing there, looked puzzled. He didn't understand what Truth meant by that. Did he have other cards up his sleeve? But now wasn't the time to think about that. He had to concentrate on dealing with the 5 sins in front of him. Just at that moment, Wrath Sin appeared behind him. "Kid, you dare to be distracted while fighting us? Isn't that a bit too disrespectful?" Wrath Sin said, displeased. He then raised his fist and slammed it toward LuZe's back. "Get down." LuZe snapped back to reality and immediately activated Truth's ability. Upon hearing this, Wrath Sin's body uncontrollably dropped to the ground. Although he was confused, he soon laughed, for this was the opponent he wanted. However, LuZe's response was extremely swift. He quickly gathered the power of Paradox in his hands. Erasure. At the moment Wrath Sin fell to the ground, LuZe activated the power of Paradox and struck toward him. Bang! Just then, LuZe was kicked in the abdomen by Gluttony, Sin, and flew out. Boom! LuZe, kicked away, crashed heavily into the ruins, then slowly got up, brushing off the dust and continuing to stare at Gluttony, Sin, and the others. At this moment, Pride Sin came to Wrath Sin's side and said seriously, "Pay attention. This guy has the power to erase us. Don't let that colorless air flow touch you." "Got it," Wrath Sin replied grumpily. Then he slowly got up and smiled again. "You better not disappoint me, kid." Chapter 75. The True Truth, seeking first subscription. The sky was still pouring rain, and a heavy atmosphere filled Qianyuan City. After Guyuna took Lu Xiaoyu and the others away, this place became a ruined city. There wasn't a single intact spot in the entire town. "This kid is really powerful," Wrath Sin said, panting heavily. His body was already covered in scars. This was the first time he had suffered such injuries. "Get it together. This kid is clearly at his limit," Pride Sin, who was steady behind Wrath Sin, said with a smile. Hearing his words, the other 4 sins immediately perked up. However, LuZe was not optimistic. He was covered in blood, and his breathing had become very rapid. "LuZe, why are you so slow? Pride hasn't even made a move yet, and you can't even handle the 4 sins?" Truth mocked. LuZe shot him a cold glance and replied, "So what? Xiaoyu and the others have successfully retreated. They retreated, but you didn't. Think about it. If you die here, who will protect your brother?" Truth continued. Originally steadfast in his beliefs, LuZe fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Seizing the moment while LuZe was distracted, Wrath Sin instantly appeared before him. Lucia, still not fully aware, hurriedly defended himself upon sensing Wrath Sin's aura. But it was too late. Wrath Sin's powerful fist broke through LuZe's defense and slammed into his chest. LuZe immediately spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit in the chest. After all, Wrath's power was not small. At this moment, LuZe had no chance to catch his breath. Gluttony, Sin then seized the opportunity and teleported above LuZe. "Kid, you can't hold on any longer, right?" Gluttony, Sin laughed as he raised his leg high. He then stomped directly onto LuZe's abdomen, pushing him into the ground. Boom! The entire earth trembled for a moment, and LuZe, crushed into the ground, instantly felt disoriented. "LuZe, if you still want to live to meet your brother, then sign a contract with me." LuZe heard Truth's voice in his mind. Coughing, he shakily stood up and slowly looked at Truth, saying, "What contract? You know once you sign it with me." Truth replied with a smile. LuZe slowly glanced at the dim sky, remaining silent. Truth thought he would refuse, but unexpectedly, LuZe smiled the next second. Come on, I can't die here, LuZe said with a wicked grin. Hey, hey, hey. Truth immediately laughed upon hearing this, then approached LuZe and looked him in the eye. Let's sign the contract, Buzz. At that moment, the 5 sins standing outside the deep pit felt an immense sense of oppression. Even the strongest among them, Pride Sin, showed a serious expression. This is, Wrath Sin said in horror, suddenly unsure of what to say. Pride Sin said with a serious face. It seems we've awakened a fierce beast. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson figure emerged from the dust. LuZe exhaled a breath of turbid air and then slowly looked at Pride Sin and the others. Is this the true truth? LuZe murmured softly. Pride Sin, who originally thought he still had the strength to fight, immediately discarded that foolish idea upon seeing LuZe enveloped in crimson air. This guy's become ridiculously strong. Jealousy Sin also no longer dared to be careless like before. However, strangely, LuZe did not rush toward them at high speed, but instead walked over step by step. Alert, Pride Sin immediately had everyone keep their distance from him, as it was too dangerous. But what Pride Sin did not expect was that Gluttony Sin, who should have distanced himself with him, stood foolishly in place. Gluttony, what are you doing? Get away from there. Rasin shouted loudly. But Gluttony Sin seemed not to hear him, still standing there foolishly. LuZe had already leisurely approached him. So ugly, LuZe said slowly. He then raised his hand and declared, Erasure. The colorless airflow instantly engulfed the sin of gluttony, and by the time everyone reacted, the sin of gluttony had already disappeared without a trace. What happened to him? The sin of envy sensed something as well, but he quickly understood. Because in the next moment, he locked eyes with LuZe, and at the instant their gazes collided, an order of absolute obedience flooded his entire being. He then stood there dazed, unable to respond to the furious cries of the sin of wrath. Why? Why do I feel that everything I do is the truth? At this moment, the sin of envy muttered with a silly smile, as if possessed. This left the sin of wrath next to him completely bewildered, but he didn't have time to think about it. Ugly sinners shouldn't exist in this world. LuZe turned and slowly approached the position of the sin of envy, murmuring to himself. Soon, the sin of pride instantly guessed the reason behind all of this. He quickly shouted, Wrath, greed. Don't look at that kid. The sin of wrath, who hadn't heard clearly, locked eyes with LuZe, and in the next second, he froze in place. Erase. In the next moment, 2 waves of colorless airflow instantly engulfed the sins of wrath and envy. After witnessing this scene, the sin of greed approached the sin of pride with a serious expression and asked, Do you know what happened to them? If I'm not mistaken, it should be that anyone who locks eyes with LuZe will end up like them. The sin of pride said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the sin of greed was at a loss for words. In terms of strength, he was far weaker than wrath and envy. And if even they could fall victim, didn't that mean he had no chance of resistance at all? We need to find an opportunity to retreat. We are not a match for this guy right now. The sin of pride communicated with the sin of greed using mental power. But in the next second, LuZe looked at them and laughed. You want to run? You think it's that simple? Don't look at him. The sin of pride almost instantly teleported to a distance as soon as LuZe glanced at them. But the sin of greed wasn't as optimistic because he had no chance to react when LuZe looked his way. The moment I locked eyes with LuZe, the sin of greed felt that power. Absolute obedience, absolute execution, unable to resist. 100-fold gravity. Buzz. In an instant, the entire ruins of Qianyuan City were forcibly crushed into powder by the suddenly appearing gravity. In a moment, the town covering hundreds of miles turned into a void. Meanwhile, the sin of greed had already turned into a puddle of flesh devoid of any life. In the distance, the sin of pride was struggling on the ground against this gravity with all his might. Ultimately, unable to bear it, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His skin began to crack inch by inch, and blood sprayed out instantly. After a while, the 100-fold gravity disappeared, and the sin of pride, lying in a pool of blood, could hardly believe what was happening before him. Why? I clearly possessed absolute power. Why am I still losing? The sin of pride shouted in a low voice. At this moment, LuZe slowly approached him. You ugly beings are weak by nature. All of this is just your delusion, LuZe said coldly. Upon hearing this, the sin of pride suddenly jumped up and defiantly looked at LuZe. I haven't even made a move yet. You have no right to say that. The sin of pride was almost losing his sanity. He then charged at LuZe, but quickly realized the gap between them. Get down. Bang! Upon hearing the command, the sin of pride immediately dropped to the ground, and the already cracked wounds were torn open once more. Intense pain instantly engulfed his entire body, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, ugly," LuZe coldly said as he looked at the pathetic state of the sin of pride. He then stepped on his head. "You ugly monsters should not exist. Turn to ashes," LuZe said slowly. Then, he suddenly exerted force on the foot, pressing down on the sin of pride's head. Puffed. The bright sunlight broke through the dark clouds in the sky. The sunlight shone on LuZe's face, which now bore a stern yet kind smile. "It's over." Chapter 76 Advice. What will I get after signing the contract? You will receive the true truth. Is that so? Then what will you get? Well, naturally I will share a body with you, and if I die, you will die too. Similarly, if you die, I will also die. Is that so? In the depths of his mind, LuZe slowly recalled the contents of the contract he signed with the truth. Then he suddenly woke up, slowly got up, and looked around, realizing that he seemed to be in an unknown cave. "Truth, where's this place?" LuZe directly asked after coming back to his senses. Truth popped out with a smile and then said to him, "Did you forget?" "I forgot." LuZe felt a bit puzzled. "Of course. After you dealt with the 5 sins, you headed south, and later, because you were too tired, you randomly found a cave to sleep in," Truth explained clearly. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt embarrassed and thought to himself, maybe I really was too tired. Indeed, after LuZe dealt with the 5 sins, he felt unprecedented fatigue. Combined with his injuries and long journey, it was natural he couldn't hold on any longer. "By the way, my power was misused by you, so I can't act like before during this period. It's better to be cautious." Truth suddenly thought of a serious issue. Upon hearing this, LuZe didn't have much emotional fluctuation. After all, his main reliance was on paradoxical power, while the powers of rules and truth served as auxiliary roles. Just because he couldn't use the power of truth temporarily didn't mean LuZe would become weaker. It simply meant that future actions would be less smooth. "Where are you going next?" Truth suddenly asked. LuZe stepped out of the cave, glanced at the sky, and then thoughtfully said, "Let's go back to the Stardow Forest first." "Is that so?" At Shrek Academy, the return of Elder Xian and the others from their mission had already been known by the Inner Court students. Although they didn't know what exactly happened during the mission, it was said that the mission was completed. In the internal meeting room of the Sea God Pavilion, the high-ranking officials of Shrek Academy sat here with serious expressions. "Everyone knows about Elder Xian's situation," a senior elder said sternly at this moment. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. After a while, the dean of the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaozhe, opened his mouth to break the heavy atmosphere in the meeting room. Elder Xian was severely injured and still in a coma, while a total of 16 students from the inner courtyard, including Zhang Lishuan, had gone out, but only 11 returned. Yin Xiaozhe did not want to continue speaking at this point. The cost of this incident was too great. 5 students from the inner courtyard were lost, and the others were all injured. How would they face the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition? "All right, let's disperse for now. We can discuss other matters later," an elder said slowly. After he finished speaking, everyone left the conference room one after another. In the inner courtyard, inside LuZe's dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu, resting on her bed, suddenly opened her eyes and began to search around. "Brother." Waking up, Lu Xiaoyu found herself in the dormitory and then recalled what had happened in Xinyuan City, which left her numb. Her once spirited eyes turned lifeless in an instant. Why? Why is this happening? What did I do to not deserve to stay by your side? I no longer need your protection," Lu Xiaoyu cried out, holding her head with both hands, the last sentence almost a scream. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened and Lu Xiaoyu's mood calmed down. But her eyes were still filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. Creak! At that moment, the dormitory door was opened, and a figure approached Lu Xiaoyu. Sensing the movement, Lu Xiaoyu did not give the person a chance to react and directly pinned him to the ground. "Lu Xiaoyu, it's me. Hui Yuhao, are you crazy?" Hui Yuhao, pinned to the ground, quickly clarified his identity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly released her grip and sat down on a nearby chair. After Hui Yuhao got up and dusted himself off, he looked at Lu Xiaoyu. However, when he saw her lifeless gaze, he was momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you want?" Lu Xiaoyu asked coldly. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao shivered and slowly replied, "I came to tell you that I want to invite you to join our Tang sect. I don't know if you can leave." Lu Xiaoyu interrupted before Hui Yuhao could finish. Realizing this, Hui Yuhao stopped talking, as he had no right to interfere with her decision. After turning to leave, Hui Yuhao glanced back at Lu Xiaoyu's room and let out a helpless sigh. The current Lu Xiaoyu gave him the impression that she had become a different person. The previous Lu Xiaoyu would often laugh and talk with him, but now she had turned into this. What on earth had happened to her? After a while, LuZe had returned to the Stardew forest. When Ditian saw LuZe's state, he was stunned. However, after LuZe explained everything, Ditian understood the situation and marveled at the terrifying power of the great sin. LuZe, what are your plans for the future? Ditian asked lightly. Lying on the stone slab, LuZe thought for a moment and then smiled faintly. I should go back to Shrek and take a look. Is that so? That's fine. Just be careful in the future. Ditian nodded and smiled before leaving LuZe. Left behind, LuZe wore a smile. And even Truth did not know what this guy was thinking. What are you thinking about? You look so happy, Truth asked curiously. What is it to you? LuZe replied irritably, then rolled his eyes at him. Truth instantly became angry. If it weren't for the contract they signed, he would have acted already. I say, are you too arrogant? Don't think you can ignore me just because we signed a contract, Truth said discontentedly. But LuZe merely glanced at him indifferently and continued with his own thoughts. You. Truth was instantly infuriated and speechless, regretting that he had signed a contract with LuZe. Unable to deal with LuZe, Truth stopped talking and sulked into his body. If you don't want to talk, I'll find out myself. I don't believe I can't find out, Truth complained unhappily in his heart. Meanwhile, LuZe was completely oblivious and had no defenses against his own thoughts. After a while, Truth suddenly popped out with a smile. I didn't expect you to care about someone. Who would have thought? Truth teased with a grin. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt a surge of anger and stared intently at Truth. Did you peek at my thoughts? LuZe said displeased. I didn't tee, Truth laughed, turning his head to the side. Seeing this, LuZe felt inexplicably furious and threw a punch at Truth. However, since Truth was in a spiritual state, LuZe couldn't hit him and merely passed through. It's just about thinking of your brother. What's so secretive about that? Truth continued to tease. What is it to you? LuZe knew he could no longer hit Truth and gave him a displeased look. Seeing this, Truth stopped teasing and became serious. I advise you, the hidden power within your brother is not simple. If you two end up splitting, the consequences would be unimaginable, Truth said seriously. Although LuZe took note of this, he did not take it to heart. After all, Xiaoyu was his brother. How could they possibly fall out? Seeing LuZe's expression, Truth said nothing more and simply left a warning before retreating into his body. Be careful of the power within your brother. Upon hearing this, LuZe was at a loss for words. I hope so. Chapter 77. Approaching original scene. On the outskirts of a nearby city, to Shrek City, LuZe, having just come out of the Stardew forest, chose to rest here temporarily. In the inn, LuZe sat by the window, looking at the sky outside. Just as he was lost in thought, Truth suddenly appeared. LuZe, there's an aura of great sin nearby, Truth said seriously. Upon hearing this, LuZe was surprised and asked, why is great sin so prevalent now? How would I know? It's all because the power of rules on you is gradually changing this world, Truth replied irritably. LuZe was at a loss for words, as it seemed that everything really was caused by him. Fine, let's take a look first, LuZe said helplessly. He then slowly got up and exited the inn. Once outside, he observed his surroundings and locked onto a direction. Looks like it's over there, LuZe murmured softly. He then walked towards that direction without looking back. Soon, LuZe arrived outside the largest landlord's house in the area. Looking at the luxurious gate in front of him, LuZe couldn't help but smile. Then, without greeting anyone, he pushed open the gate and walked in. Who goes there? As soon as LuZe stepped through the gate, he heard a reprimanding voice. Following the voice, he saw a tall man whose soul power had reached the Soul King level, considered a genius in their place. Who are you? And why do you enter the Yi family? The tall man questioned again. At this moment, LuZe regained his composure and smiled at the man, saying, I am just a traveler who happened to sense a presence of sin here, so I came in. Seen? The tall man's expression clearly changed at that. May I have a look inside? LuZe seized the opportunity to speak directly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was rejected outright by the tall man. No, our Yi family is not a place you can enter at will, the tall man said sternly. Hearing this, LuZe just smiled, then said softly, since that's the case, I'll have to go in myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall man sensed a terrifying pressure and looked at LuZe in shock. I cannot allow sin to remain in this world, LuZe said coldly. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of the tall man and grabbed his neck. Ugh. The tall man felt his breath constricting in midair and angrily said, Kid, you'd better let go. Bang! Before the tall man could finish his sentence, LuZe threw him out, crashing heavily against the wall. LuZe glanced coldly at him, then walked deeper into the building. The tall man, seeing this, quickly got up and blocked LuZe's path. "No, you can't go in," he insisted, clearly not wanting LuZe to enter, as something was evidently amiss inside. Upon seeing this, LuZe's expression darkened instantly, and he grabbed the man's face. "You better not stop me," LuZe said coldly. Without giving the man a chance to respond, he threw him away. Then he kicked open the door and entered the interior. But once inside, he was instantly stunned. What on earth is this? LuZe stared blankly at what lay before him. Indeed, it was a massive coiled fleshworm. Suddenly, Truth emerged with a serious expression, saying, "LuZe, be careful, this is gluttony, it's close to original sin." What? LuZe felt shocked upon hearing this, considering what original sin represented. It was akin to the monsters like Lucifer. Even though it was only close to original sin, its power was certainly not something the deadly sins could compare to. Realizing this, the paradoxical power within LuZe began to operate. "It seems like it's restricted," LuZe said calmly. He then slowly walked in front of gluttony, gathering a colorless airflow in his elevated hand. Just as he was about to strike down, the tall man appeared in front of LuZe again and delivered a heavy punch. Bang! "You can't attack her." The man glared at LuZe, who had been knocked back. After stabilizing himself, LuZe looked at the man. "Do you know what kind of monster you are protecting?" But the man still refused to step aside, rebutting, "Even if she turns into a monster, I will always be by her side. No one can harm her." Seeing the man's determination, LuZe felt no compassion. The paradoxical power erupted instantly. "Paradox, gravity," LuZe said coldly. As soon as he spoke, the man felt his body becoming heavier and then knelt down. When he lifted his head again, he found LuZe standing in front of gluttony. Paradox. The man saw that gluttony was about to be harmed and, at a critical moment, unleashed an incredible power. "Don't touch her." The man instantly broke free from the gravity and charged at LuZe. LuZe sensed the man's change. Deadly sin? Bang! Just as LuZe uttered the words, he was punched out of the room. Cough! How could this guy? LuZe was somewhat surprised. It seems you've gotten yourself into trouble. A gluttony close to original sin and a newly awakened lust, deadly sin, Truth said with a smile. After hearing that, LuZe could only smile wryly, as all of this was caused by him. No one could touch her. The man exuded the aura of a deadly sin. Seeing this, LuZe no longer hesitated and instantly teleported in front of him. Eradicate. LuZe grabbed the man's head, and the colorless airflow instantly enveloped him. Whoosh! In the next second, the man completely vanished, without having any chance to retaliate. However, just after dealing with the lust, deadly sin, gluttony's emotions became volatile. Roar. Paradox. Sound eradication. With a wave of LuZe's right hand, the once enormous howl instantly disappeared. It seemed that this gluttony was ridiculously weak, nothing like those in Xinyuan City. Eradicate. The colorless airflow quickly engulfed gluttony, and in an instant, it left this world. Looks like I was overthinking. LuZe sighed in relief. Truth also sensed the confusion, feeling the power was strong, yet why was it so weak? Forget it. Weak is weak. Truth ultimately gave up and directly entered LuZe's body. After resolving everything, LuZe turned to walk out of the building. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, he felt something was off. The surrounding streets began to twist. Clearly not the real world. Looks like we've fallen into a trap. Truth emerged again. He knew this matter wouldn't be so simple and was definitely hiding something. What place is this? LuZe asked, puzzled. Truth slowly explained. If I'm right, this should be the sin realm created by the deadly sins. You've encountered it before, haven't you? Seen rhythm? LuZe was a bit confused. The sin realm is a dimensional space created by the deadly sins. Somewhat similar to the two worlds you encountered before, Truth elaborated. Upon hearing this, LuZe finally understood. It was a fictitious space. When he arrived on the street, he noticed that the people were all standing still, as if time had frozen. Seems like this is a bit interesting. LuZe smiled. He then began to weave through the immobilized crowd, believing that it wouldn't be long before he encountered that deadly sin. Chapter 78, Cat and Mouse, Part 1. On the street where time seemed to have frozen, LuZe was walking slowly. Where could the deadly sin be hiding? LuZe looked around. Maybe it will show up soon. Truth emerged, giggling. LuZe glanced at him and then ignored him. Truth no longer paid attention to him and, without saying a word, merged into LuZe's body. After a while, LuZe arrived at another street, thinking that nothing would happen, but soon felt puzzled. Woo! The sound of a little girl crying came from an alley on this street. Upon hearing this sound, LuZe immediately felt a chill run down his spine. LuZe, did you hear that crying? Truth suddenly popped up. What do you want me to say? LuZe shot him a glance. Without saying another word, he boldly walked into the alley. Seeing this, Truth hurriedly blocked his way. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of encountering a female ghost? What is there to be afraid of? Is it strange that there are ghosts in this world? LuZe replied irritably. Then he directly ignored Truth's words and walked in. Sigh. Truth shook his head helplessly and followed him in. Once they entered the alley, LuZe quickly found the source of the crying. He saw a little girl curled up in a corner, tears continuously dripping onto the ground. Seeing this, LuZe cautiously approached the little girl. The little girl, sensing someone was coming, looked up in fear. Upon seeing the little girl, LuZe was immediately surprised. Wow, she's just an ordinary person. How come she hasn't been affected by the realm of sins? Truth said with a smile. The little girl seemed to see Truth and immediately recoiled in fear as he appeared. Hey, she seems to be able to see me, Truth said in astonishment. Hearing this, LuZe was taken aback and asked, who exactly is this girl? I don't know either, but it should be related to that great sin. Truth nodded and replied. For a moment, both of them fell into suspicion, wondering what kind of existence this little girl was. Meanwhile, the little girl looked terrified as she watched the two of them talking. She then attempted to escape while LuZe and Truth were chatting. But as soon as she turned around, she was picked up by LuZe with one hand. Where do you think you're going, little one? LuZe said blandly. The little girl struggled wildly in the air, but it was futile. Are you human? LuZe asked directly at that moment. The little girl felt displeased upon hearing this and began to claw and thrash. I am a human, okay? I am a human. I am a human, she shouted, scratching LuZe's hand. After receiving her answer, LuZe nodded and then set the little girl down on the ground. How did you end up here? LuZe asked softly. The little girl looked at him and then replied unhappily, I don't know. Well, be careful then, LuZe said after asking, then turned to walk out of the alley. However, to his surprise, the little girl followed him. At first, he didn't pay her any mind, thinking she would stop when she got tired. Sure enough, when LuZe crossed another street and turned back to look, he found that the little girl had already vanished without a trace. Is that how you treat a little girl? That's too cruel. What if something happens to her? Truth suddenly popped up to tease him. But LuZe just glanced at him indifferently and said, I don't know her, and besides, I can't be sure she is really an ordinary person in the realm of sins. That's true. Better safe than sorry, Truth said with a smile. With that, the two of them chatted casually as they walked, and soon saw the exit of the town. Is the great sin not going to show up, even though we're almost out of the city? LuZe began to feel puzzled. By normal logic, wouldn't the great sin be looking for trouble with me? Why is it not a peep this time? Lost in thought, LuZe slowly sat down on a nearby bench and began to sort out his thoughts. Could it be that I missed something? LuZe murmured softly. At that moment, Truth popped up with a smile. Hee, maybe you should stop thinking about it and just leave the realm of sins first, Truth said with a grin. LuZe didn't refuse upon hearing this and got up to walk towards the city gate. However, an unexpected situation soon arose. When he walked out of the city gate, he discovered that everything around him had frozen in place. At that moment, he understood. Do you like playing cat and mouse? LuZe thought, a smile creeping up his face. Then he turned to look back into the town. I'm coming to catch you, mouse. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing on top of the tallest building in the town. Looking at the vast town before him, LuZe's eyes began to turn a deep red. Not a single trace of energy, while hidden, Truth said playfully. Isn't this more interesting? LuZe replied with a smile. At that moment, LuZe seemed to have transformed into a different person, clearly influenced by Truth. It's really inconvenient not to be able to use your power for the time being, LuZe chuckled lightly. Without saying another word, he leaped down from the building. Thud! As soon as he landed, LuZe was attacked from the shadows. Seeing the bloodstain on his shoulder, LuZe felt puzzled. There is clearly no one here. Why am I hurt? Truth said in confusion. After thinking carefully for a moment, he felt scared. Could it really be a ghost? Truth exclaimed in terror. Seeing his reaction, LuZe felt speechless. But at that moment, another attack came at him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp spikes shot towards LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe waved his right hand, and the two spikes stopped right in front of him. Looks like the mouse is getting restless, LuZe said with a cold smile. Then, he flicked his right index finger lightly, and the two spikes shot back in the direction they came from. Boom! The areas where the returning spikes passed instantly turned into ruins. Even some of the frozen people were affected. From the ruins, a figure sprang out. LuZe looked at the shadow, leaping high, and, without a word, teleported directly above it. Found you, mouse, LuZe said with a smile. He then kicked the shadow directly. Puff! The shadow that was kicked felt a sweetness in its throat, and then crashed straight down into the street. Boom! The place where the shadow landed immediately stirred up a cloud of dust. LuZe then casually walked to the ground, keenly observing the shadow amidst the dust. "I wonder what your purpose is," LuZe said with a slight smile. When the dust cleared, the shadow showed no hesitation and charged straight at LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe raised his hand nonchalantly and said lightly, "Paradox." But before he could finish his sentence, the shadow instantly transformed into dozens of shadows attacking him from different directions. Interesting. After seeing this scene, LuZe showed no fear. Instead, he became a bit excited. In the face of absolute power, any technique is just fancy. Erase. Without hesitation, LuZe struck out towards the shadow ahead. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the shadows directly in front of LuZe vanished, and the other shadows met a similar fate, disappearing one after another. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. "It doesn't matter how many come," LuZe said without turning his head. In an instant, he sliced open the chest of that figure with a knife hand strike. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of sharp object cutting, that figure spat out blood. Just then, LuZe turned around and saw the face of the shadow, and he froze. Xiao! You! Chapter 79, Cat and Mouse, Part 2. Xiao! You! LuZe couldn't believe it. The person he had just injured was actually his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu trembled as he walked towards LuZe. "Brother, why?" Lu Xiaoyu said weakly, which made LuZe's heart ache as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart. But the next second, an unexpected scene unfolded. LuZe directly grabbed Lu Xiaoyu by the throat and lifted him up, leaving Truth a bit dumbfounded. "LuZe, what are you doing?" Truth asked in confusion. LuZe replied angrily, "I do care about Xiaoyu, but not about you, the imposter." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu, who was being choked, suddenly broke into a strange smile. How terrifying. You can even lay hands on your own brother." Lu Xiaoyu's tone was odd, but in the next second, LuZe conjured a mass of colorless energy. "I hate people who casually joke about my brother." Swish! As soon as the words fell, the imposter Lu Xiaoyu vanished into thin air. Just when LuZe thought everything was over, a voice rang out. "You're different from those guys before. I look forward to meeting you. I hope you can find me in this city." The voice came from all directions, leaving LuZe feeling quite surprised. "It seems this guy is not the original Sin," Truth said with a smile. "I know, the original Sin doesn't have this level of power," LuZe nodded. He then looked around as if searching for something. After a while, LuZe headed straight north. "Where are you going?" Truth asked, puzzled. But LuZe just smiled and didn't answer, continuing to walk in one direction. Shortly after LuZe left, the spot where he had been standing suddenly collapsed, turning into an abyss. Truth, sensing something unusual, was stunned but remained silent, quietly watching LuZe. "If I'm not mistaken, this city is the original Sin," LuZe said with a smile. Hearing this, Truth also laughed and said, "If that's the case, wouldn't destroying this city be great?" "That's exactly what I was thinking," LuZe replied, looking at Truth. He then leaped high and began to gather the power of Paradox in his hand. Paradox, gravitational singularity. With that, LuZe threw the black dot in his hand straight down towards the town. Boom! The moment the black dot touched the surface, the entire town began to tremble violently. Then, with the explosion of the black dot, the once mighty town was reduced to ruins in an instant. When LuZe landed steadily, the surroundings looked the same, and he didn't see the original Sin. Did I miscalculate? LuZe began to doubt his guess. But Truth was different. The expression on his face grew serious. Then he said, "Yes, coming." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe felt an overwhelming aura. The source of that aura was right beneath him. Beneath my feet? LuZe was very surprised. But the next second, countless spikes shot up from the ground, wildly stabbing towards LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe simply raised his hand lightly. Paradox, absolute defense. The spikes froze in front of LuZe and then began to gradually collapse. Once all the spikes had crumbled, a strange laughter echoed around. After hearing this laughter, LuZe said with an unhappy expression, "Even now, you still don't plan to show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, with not a single figure to be seen. But soon, a terrifying aura filled the space around LuZe. "I didn't expect to meet you so soon, LuZe." LuZe turned to follow the voice and discovered a figure wrapped in red energy. "Are you the mouse?" LuZe teased. The original Sin paused for a moment after hearing this, then said with a smile, "I'm not a mouse. I am jealousy." "That's right. This Sin is the embodiment of jealousy." Just after he introduced himself, LuZe appeared right in front of him. "You talk too much." LuZe said coldly, then kicked him in the forehead. Bang! The kicked Jealousy crashed into the distant ruins. When the smoke cleared, Jealousy had no injuries at all. Instead, he looked quite excited. This is the power I've always dreamed of. Give it to me. Jealousy laughed maniacally, then charged at LuZe. But LuZe was not to be underestimated. He raised his right hand. Paradox time stop. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around LuZe was frozen at a single moment in time, while Jealousy remained suspended right in front of him. Is this also considered original sin? LuZe felt a bit disdainful. But the next second, Jealousy unexpectedly broke the time stop, landing a punch on LuZe's chest. Bang! LuZe was sent flying by Jealousy's punch, crashing into the distant ruins. In the ruins, LuZe slowly got up and brushed off the dust on his body. This is how original sin should be. LuZe's mouth curled up slightly, giving off a very sinister feeling. At this moment, Jealousy began to get excited. Ha ha ha! This is the expression I wanted. Quickly let me possess your power. Jealousy laughed crazily. Then he teleported directly in front of LuZe. Without saying a word, he delivered a whip kick. Bang! Jealousy's whip kick struck LuZe. But the next second, he felt surprised, because Jealousy's whip kick actually froze just a few centimeters in front of LuZe. This is... Bang! Before Jealousy could finish his words, LuZe kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball. LuZe then disappeared from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing where Jealousy was about to land. Paradox erase. LuZe extended his right hand, and a burst of colorless airflow instantly spread out. Upon sensing the power of the paradox, Jealousy immediately panicked, hastily adjusting in midair. Whoosh! At the last moment, Jealousy exerted all his strength to dodge, but unfortunately, he still grazed it. When he landed, he was shocked to find that his left arm had disappeared, unable to be restored. What kind of power is this? Jealousy looked astonished. However, LuZe did not give him a chance to catch his breath and teleported in front of him again. Singularity. Boom! The gravitational singularity exploded right in front of Jealousy. Although it was only a small-scale singularity, its power was still not to be underestimated. After taking a direct hit from a singularity, Jealousy was left with virtually no good flesh on his body. You really are a monster, Jealousy gasped, slowly saying. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and teased. You're the monster here. You're still alive after all that. You sure are tough. I want to die. The only one who will die is you. Jealousy said while healing his wounds. In no time, Jealousy's wounds healed, but the arm erased by the paradox still did not recover. However, Jealousy thought that was enough, as he had not yet used his true power. Seeing his expression, LuZe suddenly felt an ominous premonition. All right, warm-up is over. Now for the main course. Chapter 80, The Gap. Inside the Sin Realm, a life-and-death battle officially began. LuZe stared intently at Jealousy, the original sin, a serious expression on his face. I am the ruler of this world. Everything here belongs to me. Ha ha! Jealousy laughed maniacally, and then his body began to change. His body started to swell and transform into a liquid state. In a short while, an enormous black slime appeared in LuZe's field of vision. Oh my god, is this thing human? Truth began to doubt what he was seeing. Even LuZe began to feel a bit serious, but quickly calmed down. Isn't it easier to fight when it's bigger? Although LuZe said this, he wasn't sure himself. After all, the aura emitted by this black slime was already at a quasi-original sin level. Moreover, LuZe did not yet know what abilities this guy had. While he was still pondering, Jealousy launched an attack. A thick tentacle shot towards LuZe's position in an instant. Boom! With just one strike, the ground collapsed like an earthquake of magnitude 8, instantly forming a large pit. LuZe, who had already dodged using teleportation, was hovering in mid-air, closely watching Jealousy. Looks like I've really got myself into trouble this time, LuZe said with a wry smile. Jealousy's attack didn't stop at all. Countless black spikes shot out from his body. Seeing this, LuZe didn't hesitate and activated his absolute defense. Those black spikes halted just a few centimeters in front of LuZe. Then, with a flick of his finger, those black spikes shot back towards Jealousy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rebounding black spikes increased in power tenfold. Although all the black spikes hit Jealousy, they didn't cause him any harm. Kekekek. At this moment, Jealousy emitted a strange laugh again. LuZe, seeing this, didn't give him any chance to strike back and teleported behind him. Paradox erase. The colorless airflow instantly rushed towards Jealousy's back, wrapping him up in the blink of an eye. But things weren't that simple. just as LuZe thought he had resolved the situation. A sticky tentacle sent him flying. Bang! LuZe crashed into the ruins 100 meters away. Cough, cough. LuZe slowly emerged from the rubble, surprisingly finding a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The paradox, didn't he work on him? LuZe felt puzzled. At that moment, Truth appeared to explain, your strength is far too different from his. It definitely won't work unless you have my power. Otherwise, it's hard to inflict damage on him. Is there any other way? LuZe said seriously. Well, boom. Before Truth could finish, Jealousy's attack struck again, and LuZe, who had dodged just in time, had no chance to catch his breath. Quickly, give me that power, Jealousy shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, several tentacles instantly wrapped around LuZe. Ugh! LuZe, entangled by the tentacles, felt a wave of dizziness. However, he broke free the next second. Be careful. That guy has probably absorbed the abilities of many people, and now he has an unbeatable existence for you, Truth said seriously. After all, if LuZe died, Jealousy would die too. Who would willingly let themselves die? Who? LuZe gasped for air, then looked at Jealousy again. It seems I still have to wait a bit longer. I need to find an opportunity to break the Sin Realm and leave here, LuZe said slowly. This isn't him backing down. After all, the power difference was too great, and he didn't even know how many soul masters this guy had absorbed. LuZe had not only felt dizziness from the previous attack, but it also had some corrosive effects. If his paradox could inflict damage on him, the battle would have ended long ago. You want to run? At that moment, Jealousy's tone became very displeased. The next second, those tentacles once again lunged towards LuZe. Fortunately, LuZe reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been entangled again, and he didn't want to experience that humiliating feeling again. Paradox, stop time, LuZe said lightly, and everything around him froze. Although it wouldn't last long, it was enough for LuZe to create distance from Jealousy. Crack! Just a second after LuZe left his original position, the time stop was instantly broken. Jealousy fell into a rage, and those annoying tentacles shot towards LuZe like bullets. Paradox, vacuum domain. Seeing the tentacles about to catch up to him, LuZe directly sealed the space behind him with a vacuum. The tentacles instantly withered upon entering the vacuum domain. Just a gentle breeze was enough to destroy them. Upon seeing LuZe moving further away, Jealousy let out an angry roar. But it was futile, as his movements had become very slow in this form. If the tentacles couldn't reach LuZe, then he wouldn't be able to catch him. Soon, LuZe managed to shake off Jealousy. As he dived rapidly through the air, LuZe said seriously, Truth, is there any way to break the Sin Realm and return to reality? Yes. Find the weak point of the Sin Realm and use the paradox to break it, Truth replied calmly. After LuZe got the answer, he nodded and began to search for the weak points of the Sin Realm. However, he found it almost impossible to locate any weak points even after leaving the town. And the farther he went, the thicker the dimensional barrier of the Sin Realm became. This made LuZe feel a sense of danger. Could the weak point of the Sin Realm be in the direction of Jealousy? LuZe murmured as he paused atop a tree. It must be. Even Truth thinks so. It seems LuZe had no choice but to take the risk. It looks like there's no escaping this time. LuZe sighed bitterly. He then turned to look back at the distant town, his expression growing increasingly serious. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he flew back towards the town. Before long, LuZe arrived once again at the entrance of the town, slowing his pace as he sensed the aura of Jealousy. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Jealousy? Truth asked curiously. LuZe did not respond, as he had isolated his presence with a vacuum. Even a god might not detect him. Inside the vast town, LuZe walked leisurely through streets. As for Jealousy, there was not a hint of movement, as if it had evaporated from the world. As he got closer to the center of the town, you should be more careful, Truth reminded him beside LuZe. LuZe simply nodded slightly and ignored him. Soon, LuZe approached the vicinity of the town center, which was occupied by a massive black slime, observing the surroundings almost without any blind spots. This made LuZe feel pressured. Unless he could distract Jealousy somehow, he would have to eliminate it entirely. Clearly, the second option was not feasible, so he needed to consider other methods. Just as LuZe was contemplating a solution, a petite figure appeared behind him. Noticing the anomaly, LuZe turned sharply, and when he saw the figure's face, he let out a sigh of relief. It's you, LuZe said slowly. The petite figure that appeared behind him was the little girl he had encountered before. She looked at him curiously and asked, Why are you sneaking around? Don't worry about it. LuZe waved his hand, signaling her to leave. However, The little girl showed no intention of leaving and instead grew more curious. Are you thinking about something bad? She questioned. But LuZe didn't hear her. He was lost in thought. Seeing this, the little girl felt annoyed and ran over to LuZe, started to poke him. Hey, try causing trouble, LuZe scolded with a stern face. The little girl immediately quieted down upon seeing his expression. At that moment, Truth popped up with a grin. LuZe, weren't you thinking about how to distract jealousy? I think this little girl is the best choice, Truth said with a smile. LuZe was surprised to hear this, although it made sense. Reason told him not to go through with it. However, the little girl was stunned by Truth's words. LuZe thought she would choose to run away, but surprisingly, she stepped forward and said, I can help you distract jealousy, but you must agree to one request. At first, LuZe found it hard to believe, but after confirming several times, he finally said, All right, what is your request? The little girl paused for a moment and continued, After you leave here, you must say hi to my sister for me and thank her for raising me all these years. LuZe couldn't believe such words would come from a 6-year-old girl. However, after careful consideration, he suspected that this little girl might not be ordinary. Perhaps he in truth just couldn't perceive it. Will you agree? The little girl pressed on. Coming back to his senses, LuZe agreed without hesitation. After organizing his thoughts, he asked, What is your name? Su Xiao. Chapter 81. Swallowed? The little girl's name was Su Xiao, and LuZe had no idea about her true identity. Have you really thought it over? LuZe asked again. Su Xiao didn't answer. She simply nodded lightly. Then she stepped out alone, her target being jealousy, which occupied the center of the town. Once Su Xiao left, LuZe's expression turned cold. Truth, have you figured out Su Xiao's identity? LuZe asked quietly. Truth was momentarily stunned, then laughed. How did you know? If you didn't know Su Xiao's identity, would you have suggested that method? LuZe looked up at Truth. He then continued, Tell me, what is Su Xiao's true identity? Do you really want to know? Truth asked with a smile. LuZe didn't answer but nodded. Seeing this, Truth smiled and said, Actually, there's something very important about the Sin realm that I haven't told you. What is it? LuZe asked, somewhat puzzled. Truth paused for a moment, and then said, Only Sin faces can operate within the Sin realm, except for you. With the assistance of the power of rules, you can move freely in any world. So you mean Su Xiao is also a Sin face? LuZe said slowly. Correct, Truth smiled. That little girl is not only a Sin face, but also a primal sin, just like jealousy. Not knowing would be one thing, but learning this information shocked LuZe. However, he quickly composed himself, because the important thing now was not to focus on Su Xiao. Yet, LuZe still needed to be cautious of her, as she was also a primal sin. All right, now get ready to act, Truth said beside LuZe with a smile. But LuZe's expression was strange, as if he were the villain. What are you thinking? Truth asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, LuZe simply smiled faintly and slowly said, I've changed my mind. What? Truth was immediately bewildered. He didn't understand why LuZe would say that. Not even what he was thinking. Do you have the power to kill jealousy? Truth questioned. LuZe grinned wickedly and said, Su Xiao is also a primal sin. Jealousy is the same. If they fight, I just need to reap the benefits. When LuZe said this, Truth understood. You've already been influenced by my power, Truth said gravely. However, LuZe didn't listen. What he hated most now might just be Sin faces. Seeing this, Truth shook his head in resignation. Boom! Just then, a massive explosion echoed from afar. Without needing to think, it was clear that Su Xiao and jealousy had begun a fight, but no one knew the outcome. Noticing something unusual, LuZe immediately flew towards the direction of the explosion. After a while, he saw jealousy and Su Xiao engaged in a fierce battle amidst the ruins. As expected of the original sin, LuZe smirked at the sight. He then landed on a nearby ruin, watching the fight unfold. The battle between the two original sins was not something one could just watch. Their strengths were quite similar, and if they really fought, it would only result in both sides suffering. Generally, they wouldn't provoke each other. However, this time was different, because Su Xiao had agreed to help LuZe return to the original world. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been placed on LuZe's kill list. Watching from a distance, LuZe wore a strange smile, making one feel a chill down their spine. We are of the same kind. Why must we fight? Jealousy shouted angrily while battling Su Xiao. But Su Xiao did not respond, only demonstrating everything through her actions. She grabbed Jealousy's tentacle and leaped into the air, then forcefully slammed him into the ground. Boom! The moment Jealousy crashed into the earth, dust filled the sky, and smoke enveloped the area. Su Xiao, now on the ground, coldly stared at the smoke. Soon, several thick tentacles shot out from the smoke, quickly binding Su Xiao. I didn't want to fight you, but you forced my hand, gluttony. Jealousy's furious voice echoed from the smoke. Bound, Su Xiao felt a wave of dizziness. And just when she was about to lose her resistance, several cutting lines instantly severed the tentacles that bound her. It seems you can't kill this disgusting guy by yourself. A figure appeared beside her, just as Su Xiao felt puzzled. It was LuZe, who had been watching the fight. What are you doing? Su Xiao asked, confused. LuZe replied with a relaxed smile. I was worried you'd die before you could draw this guy away. At that moment, Jealousy noticed LuZe's presence, and his emotions became extremely agitated. You finally showed up. This time, I will not only take your abilities, but also Gluttony's power. Jealousy shouted madly. However, LuZe ignored him and turned to Su Xiao. Can you still fight? He asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt a surge of emotions, but quickly regained her composure. She slowly stood up, shifted her gaze towards Jealousy, and said seriously, let's deal with this monster first. True. LuZe smiled and then looked at Jealousy. In an instant, he teleported behind him, condensing a short blade of airflow in his hand. Without further ado, he struck. Swish! With a sharp slicing sound, Jealousy's back was instantly cut open by LuZe, creating a massive wound. The reason for this damage was that LuZe compressed the vacuum into thin lines. There was almost nothing that vacuum couldn't cut through. However, while this could harm Jealousy, it couldn't deliver a fatal blow. The huge wound almost healed in the blink of an eye. Enraged, Jealousy swung a tentacle at LuZe. Bang! With a dull thud, LuZe was sent flying high by the massive tentacle. Following that was Jealousy's enormous mouth. When LuZe regained his senses and saw Jealousy's gaping maw, he felt a sense of crisis. What are you waiting for? This is a devour, Truth shouted loudly. But what he didn't know was that LuZe had already been affected by mental energy at the moment he was struck by the tentacle. The instant Jealousy opened his mouth in front of LuZe, he seemed to see his own Lu Xiaoyu running towards him with open arms. By the time LuZe broke the illusion, he had no chance to escape. In an instant, LuZe was swallowed whole by Jealousy. Even Su Xiao, who was battling Jealousy, was left in disbelief. Su Xiao was confused, unable to understand why LuZe was frozen midair. But now was not the time to ponder that. She needed to find a way to rescue him. Ha ha ha, this guy's power is finally mine. Jealousy laughed maniacally. Just then, Su Xiao teleported in front of him. Spit him out. Su Xiao shouted angrily, then punched Jealousy in the face. But it had no effect at all. Jealousy's tentacles simply sent Su Xiao flying. Just wait. Soon it will be you, not long now. Jealousy laughed. Hearing this, Su Xiao felt a surge of anger. And then a huge change began to occur within her. In the blink of an eye, her petite body started to grow wildly. Before long, she transformed into a tall woman, and her aura changed dramatically. You better spit out LuZe, Su Xiao said in a deep voice. Chapter 82. LuZe? Truth. Where is this? What is happening to me? In the depths of his mind, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. Before him was only boundless darkness, as if he could never reach the edges. After a while, LuZe suddenly recalled everything that happened before he lost consciousness. I was swallowed by jealousy? LuZe thought, holding his head, momentarily unable to process everything. At that moment, LuZe suddenly sensed the powers of rules and paradox within him slowly fading away. This is jealousy's ability to devour and possess. Truth appeared. Seeing Truth's expression, LuZe's face grew serious. Is there any way to get out? LuZe asked, just as Truth was about to speak. He suddenly thought of something and closed his mouth. LuZe continued to press. If there is a way, just tell me. Otherwise, we'll both die here. But Truth remained silent, seemingly unwilling to reveal anything. At that moment, LuZe understood something and smiled, saying, don't worry, even if it costs me dearly. I will definitely get out. You really thought this through? Truth said slowly. LuZe didn't respond immediately, but simply nodded to affirm his decision. Seeing this, Truth no longer withheld anything and said directly, the only way to get out is for you to hand your body over to me, but you must remain conscious. Once you lose your rationality, I can't predict the consequences. LuZe didn't answer right away, but remained silent. After a while, it seemed he had made a decision. No problem, it's just about maintaining rationality. That's easy for me, LuZe said with a smile. Truth originally wanted to say something, but quickly turned his head away. Looking at his expression, even LuZe, no matter how foolish he was, knew that what Truth meant by staying alert was definitely not simple. Come on. In the center of Ruined City, The greatly changed Su Xiao was locked in a fierce battle with the current jealousy. Neither of them could gain the upper hand in a short time, but Su Xiao was clearly at a disadvantage. Gluttony. I told you I would devour you. No one can stop me. Jealousy laughed arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Who eats whom is still uncertain. That's right. Su Xiao's ability is the power of gluttony, allowing her to replenish her strength by absorbing external forces. This is also the reason why Su Xiao wasn't completely outmatched, but compared to jealousy, she was still lacking significantly. This is because jealousy's ability also involves devouring external power, but the difference is that he can use the power he devours, effectively claiming others' abilities as his own. The more he devours, the greater his power becomes. Boom! Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, jealousy's thick tentacles lashed out at her. Su Xiao, unable to dodge in time, was slapped into the ruins by a tentacle. Cough cough. Su Xiao slowly crawled up from the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her mood became excited, because that last hit from jealousy provided her with a lot of power, allowing her to recover somewhat. Today, I will make you understand that gluttony is above jealousy. Su Xiao shouted, then instantly teleported in front of jealousy. Without saying a word, she threw a punch. Boom! Su Xiao's punch fell like a meteor, instantly creating a deep pit in the entire ruined city. Jealousy's massive body was also struck, creating a huge hollow. It hurts. Jealousy gritted his teeth in pain. Then, with a swing of his thick tentacles, countless black spikes shot towards Su Xiao. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Looking at the densely packed spikes, LuZe did not dodge. Instead, he stood in place, plunged his hands into the ground, and with a sudden burst of strength, he lifted a massive stone to block the spikes. All the spikes shot into the massive stone that Su Xiao had lifted. Seeing this, jealousy immediately swung out several thick tentacles. Crack! The massive stone that Su Xiao was supporting was instantly smashed by the tentacles. However, it did not send Su Xiao flying. Instead, it tightly bound her. Su Xiao, entangled by the tentacles, tried to break free, but the next second, she experienced a thunderous force. Zzz. A strong electric current swept over her body through the tentacles. Su Xiao, already unable to exert her strength while being bound by the tentacles, let out a scream as the powerful electric current surged through her. In no time, Su Xiao's figure shrank back to her previous petite form. Seeing this, jealousy couldn't help but laugh. Ha, is this your strength? Upon hearing this mockery, Su Xiao raised her head and stared at him fiercely, saying, I will make you pay for this. Jealousy, upon hearing this, showed a disdainful expression. Next life, your power belongs to me now. Saying this, he sent Su Xiao toward his wide-open mouth. Looking at the scene before her, Su Xiao felt a hint of unwillingness. I will definitely kill you. Su Xiao shouted with all her remaining strength as jealousy closed his mouth around her. Then darkness enveloped Su Xiao. Watching this scene, Su Xiao couldn't help but recall some past events. Sister, I'm sorry. I really tried my best. As she spoke, tears streamed down the corners of her eyes, and at that moment, her heart was filled with despair. At first, she thought she could kill jealousy, but now she realized that she couldn't break the hierarchy of the 7 deadly sins. Just as she was about to give up, a strange laughter came from behind her. Are you really giving up just like that? At that moment, Su Xiao was caught by someone. Su Xiao turned back in confusion and was surprised to find that the person was LuZe, who had already been swallowed by jealousy. However, the current LuZe felt strange to her. You're curious, right? LuZe had a mysterious smile on his face, then continued, This is our first meeting. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt puzzled. She didn't understand what LuZe meant by this, but she did feel that this LuZe was very unfamiliar. At this moment, LuZe said playfully, Nice to meet you. I am Truth. That's right, the one standing in front of Su Xiao now was Truth, while LuZe had already fallen into a coma. After hearing this self-introduction, Su Xiao fell into confusion. Although she felt that this LuZe was very unfamiliar, she knew that this guy was definitely extraordinarily strong. Hold on tight, we're going out, Truth said with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted Su Xiao and flew straight up without giving her any time to react. Outside, jealousy, thinking everything was over, let down his guard. But soon, he felt something unusual within his body. Jealousy muttered in confusion, What is this? PCH. Before he finished speaking, a gash was cut into his massive body. Then, 2 figures flew out from it. Sensing danger, jealousy became serious, and the gash on his body began to slowly heal. Feeling something was off, jealousy said with a grave expression, Who are you? Shut up. Before Jealousy could finish his sentence, he heard this command, and his body obeyed. However, he quickly broke free, and his expression began to change. As expected of original sin, you can still resist. The speaker slowly turned around. Jealousy focused and was shocked to find that the person was LuZe, whom he had swallowed. But the current LuZe was not the real LuZe, but Truth. Truth looked at Jealousy's serious expression, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although he wasn't yet a match for the 7 guys in the Truth world, he could at least crush you now, Truth said with a smile. Then, without giving Jealousy any time to react, a massive, colorless air current shot towards him. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of breaking the air, half of Jealousy's body disappeared, and Jealousy, still in a daze, wore a look of terror, because he saw an existence he could never defeat in 100 years. Oh no, missed it. Truth scratched his head and smiled. After saying this, he prepared to release the colorless air current once again. However, Jealousy, now with only half a body, had learned to be clever. If this continued, he would really die. He then turned into a large bird and flew far away. Seeing this, Truth's expression gradually darkened, and he said unhappily, I was hoping to play with you a bit longer, but now it seems that's unnecessary. As soon as the words were spoken, Truth clapped his hands together and slowly uttered a word. Dimensional reduction. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, Jealousy, which was originally flying quickly in the sky, along with everything around it, instantly turned into a flat image. What is this? Jealousy was truly panicking this time. However, LuZe was not the type to engage in idle chatter. He gently pointed with his right index finger. Crack! The flat image where Jealousy was located instantly shattered into countless fragments. As for Jealousy's aura, it disappeared in an instant, and with its disappearance, the realm of sin where Truth and Su Xiao were located also vanished. Is this over? Su Xiao was still in a daze because everything happened too quickly. She had no time to think. Meanwhile, Truth, standing in front of her, wore a strange smile, softly murmuring, A new life has begun. Chapter 83. A punishable transaction. If I take over your body, you will fall into a coma. In the boundless darkness, Truth said seriously to LuZe. I understand. LuZe nodded. However, at this moment, Truth said again, after you fall into a coma, you will enter a fictional world. If you cannot remain conscious, you may never wake up again. LuZe remained silent for a long time after hearing this, but ultimately made a decision. It's fine. After Jealousy was erased, the one who temporarily took over LuZe's body was Truth. This was also the first time in many years that Truth truly felt everything about this world. On a small path in the woods, Truth, who temporarily took over LuZe's body, walked with a cheerful expression. So this is what it feels like to have a body. It's truly wonderful. Truth giggled. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but start dancing. After walking for a while, he slowly stopped. Where should I go next? With his chin resting on his hand, Truth pondered carefully. Then he clapped his hands, remembering that LuZe wanted to return to Shrek Academy. But this world is so big, and there are many places I haven't been to yet. Truth smiled and said, Who wants to go to Shrek? A beautiful world. Here I come. After a while, in a town to the south of Douluo continent, Truth was happily walking down the street. This place seems interesting. Let's take a look here first. Truth smiled and said. Then he walked towards a hotel, but what troubled him was the follower behind him. After arriving outside the hotel, Truth stopped and turned to look at Su Xiao, who was following him. Little sister, weren't you going to meet your sister? Why are you following me? Truth said unhappily. Su Xiao was taken aback at first, then quietly said, I'm just passing by. Is it really just passing by? Truth looked skeptical. Seeing this, Su Xiao nodded frantically, as if what she said were true. However, Truth was not convinced and stared at her. Why are you following me? Speak. After hearing this, Su Xiao's mouth betrayed her, and she directly said, I want to make a deal with you. Truth expressed confusion upon hearing this response, but still nodded and said, Go ahead. What kind of deal? Su Xiao, who had regained her composure, was shocked. She had no idea why she blurted out what she had hidden in her heart. But she quickly calmed down and said slowly, I want you to save my sister, and my life will be the price for the deal. Save your sister? Truth said slowly. Jis, Su Xiao nodded. Looking at her like this, Truth couldn't help but smile and said, You, a gluttonous sin, can't even save your sister? Isn't that too ridiculous? Upon hearing this, Su Xiao fell silent, her expression full of unspoken sorrow. Seeing her expression, Truth guessed something and slowly said, What happened to your sister? Su Xiao remained silent, still keeping quiet, not wanting to waste more time. Truth turned and walked into the hotel. Su Xiao hurriedly followed, as if she were determined to stick with Truth. Truth completely ignored her and went to the front desk to book a room, then headed straight for his room without saying a word. Su Xiao continued to follow him. Outside the room, Truth could no longer hold back and directly picked Su Xiao up. What do you want? I ask you, and you don't answer me. Truth scolded with an unhappy expression. Seeing him like this, Su Xiao felt immense pressure, her face instantly turning pale and weak. Realizing he might have overdone it, Truth angrily threw Su Xiao to the ground and walked into the room without looking back. It took Su Xiao a long time to recover after being thrown to the ground, and she stood outside the door. Inside the room, Truth lay on the bed and entered the sea of consciousness without saying a word. Upon entering the sea of consciousness, Truth naturally approached a figure, which was the unconscious LuZe. I wonder how long it will take you to wake up. You can't even get out of fictional world. Have you encountered something? Truth murmured slowly. But at this moment, LuZe couldn't hear the outside world at all, and no one knew when he would wake up. After wandering around the sea of consciousness a few times, Truth returned to the outside. By this time, the sky had darkened, and Truth went to the window to look at the sunset outside, falling into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, Truth decided to go out and see what fun things there were in the town. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Xiao curled up against the wall outside his room. Looking at her petite figure, Truth chose to ignore her. But the moment he stepped out, Su Xiao sensed his aura. She quickly stood up and continued to follow Truth. What happened to your sister? Truth questioned. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao seemed to have made some decision and stammered. It's pride who took my sister. Pride. Truth was surprised, thinking, has this world also given birth to the sin of pride? Yes, Su Xiao nodded. Just pride, Truth said nonchalantly. But Su Xiao's next sentence stunned him. That pride is not from this world. He is from another world, Su Xiao said slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth instantly had a bad premonition and pressed on. Is that pride named Lucifer? Su Xiao was taken aback by this name and said, you know the guy too? After receiving confirmation, Truth suddenly smiled, but it was a bitter smile. Haha, I not only know him, I want to kill him, Truth said angrily. Su Xiao thought her sister was saved, but the next sentence from Truth shattered her fantasy. If it really is him, then forget it. I'm not his match right now, Truth said, waving his hand. Su Xiao didn't believe it, but it was indeed true. The arrogant Lucifer was the closest existence to sin, and his power was probably above all original sins. Although his true body couldn't come to this world, his avatar could. So it wouldn't be surprising if he took someone away. You're no match for him. After hearing this answer, Su Xiao sat on the ground helplessly as if she had lost her mind. This couldn't be blamed on Truth, as Lucifer's true strength was indeed real. Truth had known Lucifer's name thousands of years ago. Back then, Lucifer was known to be the only one who ruled the heavens and the earth, crushing his peers. And even some who were of a higher rank than him couldn't match him, which is easy to imagine. Moreover, after so much time had passed, Lucifer's true power had likely long surpassed that of original sin. Returning to this topic, Truth looked at Su Xiao's dazed expression and felt powerless. Unless he could fully recover, he would have to find that guy. All right, I just said you're not a match for Lucifer now, but that doesn't mean you won't be in the future. Truth reassured Su Xiao. Hearing this made her feel invigorated. Yes, just because she couldn't defeat him now didn't mean she wouldn't be able to in the future. As long as there was enough time, Lucifer would have to die. From now on, my life is yours. Wherever you need me, I will do my best, Su Xiao said firmly. Truth momentarily didn't know what to say, but seeing Su Xiao's resolute attitude made him stop. For now, you should stay with me. Truth turned and walked towards the street. Su Xiao smiled upon hearing this. Okay, master. Chapter 84. Illusion? Reality? 1. Beep a horn sounded, and LuZe suddenly opened his eyes. But when he did, he was instantly shocked. How is this possible? LuZe looked at everything before him, feeling an immense shock. But the reality was right in front of his eyes. Towering skyscrapers, familiar roads, sidewalks, and traffic lights glowing green. Indeed, what appeared before LuZe was the last street he had been on before crossing over. Wasn't I in the sea of consciousness? How could this be? LuZe was very confused, but he quickly recalled Truth's previous words, to stay alert and not lose rationality. Soon, LuZe recognized everything before him. This is all an illusion, he concluded decisively. However, without Truth this time, he had no idea how to break this illusion. After some thought, LuZe had a bold idea. What if I die in this world? Would that get me out? LuZe said slowly. At that moment, the red light turned on, and LuZe gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He didn't believe he would die here. This had to be an illusion, but just as he took a step, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Bro, what are you doing? A scolding voice rang out, and then someone grabbed his clothes. Surprised, LuZe slowly turned around and was astonished to find that the person was his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu. Are you trying to die, bro? Can't you see the red light? Lu Xiaoyu scolded angrily. In a daze, LuZe had no reaction and was immediately pulled to Lu Xiaoyu's side. Bro, did you stay up all night playing games again? Lu Xiaoyu questioned. LuZe didn't answer him, but was busy sorting through his thoughts. He remembered that he didn't have a younger brother before crossing over. Why was Lu Xiaoyu here? Moreover, it seemed like they had been living together for a long time. Hey! Lu Xiaoyu looked at LuZe's dazed face and started to panic, gently patting his face. Bro! Slap! Before Lu Xiaoyu could finish, the hand that was grabbing LuZe's clothes was slapped away. LuZe ran off without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu panicked and quickly chased after him. The two were chasing each other down the bustling street, with LuZe running ahead and Lu Xiaoyu following behind. At this moment, LuZe was confused, as he could barely tell whether this was reality or an illusion. Rationality told him he had to stay away from Lu Xiaoyu, otherwise, he might end up trapped here forever. After running for an unknown amount of time, LuZe felt breathless. The extraordinary powers he once had vanished without a trace. And now he was just an ordinary person. Lu Xiaoyu's stamina far surpassed his. If not for the crowds, he would have been caught already. Ha ha! Ha! In a narrow alley, LuZe leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His current physical condition was too weak. He couldn't run anymore after just this distance, and LuZe couldn't help but complain. Ding ding ding! Just then, LuZe's phone rang in his pocket. Startled by the ringtone, LuZe shakily took out his phone, only to see that the caller was his younger brother. Without a second thought, he hung up. This is all an illusion. I can't engage with this world, LuZe told himself. Then he thought of something. The phone must have information about this world. After browsing through his phone, LuZe was stunned. Is this really the real world? LuZe began to doubt himself. Does that mean everything I experienced in the Douluo continent was just a fleeting dream? He couldn't accept this fact and firmly believed that this was an illusion. After resting for a while, LuZe returned to the crowded street. Confirming that Lu Xiaoyu wasn't nearby, he relaxed his guard. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was in a state of panic on another street because he had lost track of his brother. What happened to bro? Why'd he run? Lu Xiaoyu was very confused. But now wasn't the time to think about that. The most important thing was to find LuZe. Soon, the sky gradually darkened, and Lu Xiaoyu still hadn't found LuZe. At that moment, he truly began to panic, tears almost welling up in his eyes. Bro! After fruitlessly searching, Lu Xiaoyu was very dejected as he walked home, hoping that he would see his brother as soon as he got back. However, this was unrealistic, as LuZe knew he absolutely couldn't go home now. Otherwise, he might get trapped deeper in this illusion, unable to escape forever. The winter night was exceptionally cold, and LuZe, wearing only a thin shirt, was walking in a park. It's so cold. I should have known not to throw away my clothes. LuZe shivered from the cold. But what could be done? Everything that happened was due to himself, and he had to bear the consequences, no matter what. LuZe sat down on a long bench in the park, slowly tilting his head to watch the snowflakes falling from the sky, feeling an indescribable emotion inside. Being alone really isn't easy, LuZe said with a bitter smile. The sun had completely set, and the snowflakes in the sky were becoming denser, with the temperature gradually dropping. At this point, LuZe's face had turned purple from the cold, and his movements became very slow. He had lost his phone, money, and backpack, and now he was truly penniless. LuZe knew he couldn't stay in the park, so he got up and returned to the street. Unknowingly, LuZe found himself on a familiar street. Where's this? LuZe's vision was somewhat hazy, feeling as if he would collapse at any moment. However, the street he was on was where his home was, so he had to leave quickly. It would be inconvenient if he ran into Lu Xiaoyu. As he spoke, he walked in another direction, with his body feeling extremely cold. LuZe accidentally tripped over a garbage bag at a corner and fell to the ground. This body is too weak. Just a fall feels like dying, LuZe complained. As he spoke, his consciousness began to weaken, and soon he fainted. When Lu Xiaoyu came home and didn't see LuZe, she ran out again. After searching for a while, she returned empty-handed, feeling dejected. However, just around a corner, she stumbled upon the unconscious LuZe. Brother! Excited, Lu Xiaoyu quickly ran to LuZe's side. After checking his condition, her face immediately turned serious. Without saying a word, she picked him up and ran towards her home. Please don't let anything happen, brother, Lu Xiaoyu thought, tears almost falling from her eyes as she held LuZe in her arms. Meanwhile, LuZe, lost in his unconsciousness, was completely unaware that he had been found. Once back home, Lu Xiaoyu carried LuZe straight into the bathroom, carefully placing him in a bathtub filled with warm water. She then sat beside the tub with a worried expression, tightly holding LuZe's right hand. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. When he saw what was in front of him, he was immediately stunned. Then he tilted his head and noticed Lu Xiaoyu had fallen asleep from exhaustion. He quickly pulled his right hand back, pressing against the wall like a mouse seeing a cat. The movement startled Lu Xiaoyu awake. Brother. Seeing LuZe awake, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes turned red, and she wanted to rush over to hug him. But LuZe quickly dodged, and being completely soaked, he slipped and fell to the ground. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu asked, confused. At that moment, LuZe suddenly stood up and pointed at Lu Xiaoyu, saying sternly, stay away from me. Why? Lu Xiaoyu was still bewildered. However, LuZe didn't want to linger any longer and turned to run out of the bathroom. Lu Xiaoyu quickly followed. Just as the drenched LuZe was about to run out of the house again, Lu Xiaoyu leaped forward and tackled him to the ground. Lucia, what are you thinking? Lu Xiaoyu shouted. LuZe struggled desperately, but was too weak to resist. Let me go, he yelled. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu showed no intention of backing down. Instead, she held him tightly. You're not leaving this door until you explain yourself, Lu Xiaoyu said seriously. She then stood up, pulling LuZe up with her. Since Lu Xiaoyu was slightly taller than LuZe, he was almost off the ground. Watching LuZe struggle, Lu Xiaoyu threw him onto the living room sofa without hesitation and pulled out a rope from somewhere, tying him up tightly. Once bound, LuZe could no longer struggle, while Lu Xiaoyu stared at him with a serious expression. What is wrong with you? Chapter 85. Illusion? Reality? Part 2. Brother, what is wrong with you? Lu Xiaoyu looked at the tightly bound LuZe on the sofa, her face serious. LuZe, bound, remained cold and indifferent, not wanting to respond. You should at least say something, Lu Xiaoyu said, coming closer to him. You better stay away from me. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she was taken aback. She couldn't understand why, but seeing LuZe's serious expression, it didn't seem like a joke. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyu had to place him in his own room. Brother, I'll go make you something to eat, she said softly. But LuZe didn't even glance at her, keeping his eyes closed, lost in thought. Once Lu Xiaoyu left the room, LuZe suddenly opened his eyes. I can't stay here any longer. I must leave quickly. LuZe's gaze was resolute. The reason for all this was LuZe's suspicion. If he integrated into this world, he would never be able to wake up. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't form any relationships with anyone in this world until he found a way to leave. This was also LuZe's only goal at the moment. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, the door to the room opened again. It was Lu Xiaoyu, holding a bowl of noodles. Brother, are you hungry? She said with a smile. When LuZe saw Lu Xiaoyu come in, he turned his body away, showing a clear, don't come near me expression. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily unsure of how to respond to his behavior, but chose to let it go with a smile. She then brought the steaming bowl of noodles to LuZe's back, placed it on the nearby desk, and sat behind him. Brother, did something happen? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. However, LuZe ignored her, staring out the window. Seeing him lost in thought, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and suddenly hugged him from behind. Brother, do you dislike me? She said playfully. The sudden attack startled LuZe, and he angrily replied, let me go. Let go. Only then did Lu Xiaoyu realize that LuZe was still bound and unable to move. So she untied the ropes binding him. But as soon as the ropes came off, LuZe swung a punch at her. The punch was fast, but it couldn't match Lu Xiaoyu's reflexes. She caught his fist with one hand. With a wronged expression, she said, looks like brother really dislikes me. We used to sleep together. Hearing this, LuZe felt uncomfortable and quickly pulled his hand back. Stay away from me. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, LuZe said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was stunned, stammering, you're joking, right? Seeing her expression, LuZe felt there might be a chance and replied, do I look like someone who likes to joke? Don't come looking for me again. After saying this, he turned and prepared to leave. However, just as he stepped forward, a hand from behind tightened around his neck. Do you really want to distance yourself from me? Lu Xiaoyu said as she forcefully pulled LuZe into her embrace. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu was completely different from her previous harmless appearance, wearing a wicked smile. Since you're no longer my brother, Lu Xiaoyu said, biting down on LuZe's neck. LuZe was stunned by the bite, and then he broke free from Lu Xiaoyu's grip. Lu Xiaoyu, are you crazy? Lucia shouted, but Lu Xiaoyu seemed still lost in her recent actions. LuZe touched his neck and found a bit of blood, instantly feeling dazed. Is this what my brother's taste is like? Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stepped closer to LuZe. Feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis, LuZe immediately turned and ran towards the door. Just as LuZe was about to escape the room, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind him. "Where do you think you're going, brother?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a wicked smile. Then, she directly embraced him, and the two fell to the floor. Thud! A dull sound echoed, and LuZe, pinned under Lu Xiaoyu, gritted his teeth in pain. "Lu Xiaoyu, I'm warning you for the last time. Stay away from me," LuZe shouted. But Lu Xiaoyu appeared unconcerned, laughing even more happily. "You can't escape," Lu Xiaoyu said with a wicked smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she started to make her move. Rip! In an instant, LuZe's shirt was torn apart by Lu Xiaoyu, revealing his fair skin. "Brother, do you know?" Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. LuZe didn't want to respond at all. He just wanted to leave quickly. "Actually, I like you from the moment we met, but because we are siblings, I never had the chance to express my feelings," Lu Xiaoyu said affectionately. "But now I can, because you're no longer my brother." A's. Upon hearing this, LuZe was instantly stunned, beginning to doubt if he had heard wrong. But this wasn't the time to think about such things. He had to leave quickly, or his innocence might really be at stake. "You crazy woman, let me go," LuZe shouted, then began to push back. But soon, his hands were pressed down by Lu Xiaoyu, and in an instant, LuZe lost his ability to resist. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was even more joyful, using her body to pin LuZe down while her free hand began to caress his body. "You clearly liked me before. Why have you suddenly changed?" Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. As she spoke, she once again bit LuZe's neck. Damn it! LuZe suddenly exploded with incredible strength, pushing Lu Xiaoyu away. Gasping for breath after breaking free, LuZe warily watched Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu seemed like a ferocious beast in LuZe's eyes. He felt he would be swept away the moment he let his guard down. "What are you afraid of?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. But LuZe had no time to waste with her. He turned and prepared to escape. To LuZe's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu did not pursue him this time, which was a good thing. On the street, LuZe was only wrapped in a blanket, shivering from the cold weather. How did Lu Xiaoyu from this world become like this? LuZe murmured slowly. Lu Xiaoyu's actions left a deep shadow in his heart. It was indeed a bit frightening. "I need to find a place to rest." LuZe shook his head, telling himself not to think about it anymore. After arriving at a park, LuZe walked straight toward a nearby slide, as it could block the cold wind. "What is this place? How can I leave here?" LuZe lay in the slide, murmuring in confusion. Little did he know, a figure had been following him and had arrived nearby. "Finally found you, LuZe." Chapter 86. Illusion? Reality? And what is this place? What is happening to me? When LuZe opened his eyes, he found himself in darkness. It was clear his eyes were covered, and his body was tied up. This made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger, but being tied up, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Just as he was struggling, a voice came through. "You're awake?" Upon hearing this voice, LuZe instantly calmed down, then asked calmly, "Who are you? And why did you tie me up?" "Ha ha!" Just as LuZe finished speaking, a laugh rang out. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you are very important to me," the mysterious person said again. After hearing this, LuZe no longer held out hope of discovering the mysterious person's identity. "Why did you capture me?" LuZe asked once more. The mysterious person slowly approached LuZe, who was tied to the chair, and without saying a word, sat down on his lap. "Because I like you, to the extent that I want to devour you," the mysterious person said with a smile. LuZe was stunned upon hearing this, thinking, why are there so many crazy people in this world? But LuZe couldn't break free from his restraints. He was tightly bound, and he couldn't see anything. "Just wait here for a moment. There's one more person I need to deal with. His existence will only affect our future together," the mysterious person said meaningfully before standing up and leaving LuZe's side. And no one knew where he went. Taking advantage of the mysterious person's temporary departure, LuZe decided to make a desperate attempt. He began to wildly shake his body, trying to break the chair apart. But after a struggle, LuZe found that the chair was sturdy and wouldn't budge. "Looks like I'm really unlucky," LuZe said with a bitter smile. Just when he was at a loss, a gunshot startled him. Bang! What is that? Upon hearing the sound, LuZe immediately had a bad premonition. After the gunshot, a hand grabbed the cloth covering LuZe's eyes. When LuZe opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lu Xiaoyu standing in front of him. "Brother, I'm late," Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Then she began to untie LuZe, but just then, the previous mysterious person appeared again behind Lu Xiaoyu. "Lu Xiaoyu, I want you dead." The mysterious person's expression was that of a madman, and he raised his hand, and it was a handgun. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, The ropes binding LuZe were also undone. Get down. LuZe's first reaction after being untied was to tackle Lu Xiaoyu to the ground. Bang! Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, the sound of a gunshot heightened his alertness. Fortunately, LuZe timely tackled Lu Xiaoyu to the ground. Otherwise, he might have died right there. Brother. Don't say anything, let's get out of here. LuZe said seriously. After all, there was a madman with a gun here, and if this continued, something bad would eventually happen. After saying this, he got up and pulled Lu Xiaoyu's hand toward the place with cover. The mysterious person also followed them again, gun in hand. Brother, your shoulder. During their escape, Lu Xiaoyu noticed the scrape on LuZe's shoulder and began to worry. But LuZe simply replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Let's leave here first." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu still felt uneasy but had no choice. The mysterious person was still pursuing them closely, and the three of them were currently in a building under construction. At this moment, the mysterious person shouted loudly from behind, "LuZe, stop right now, or I'll kill you." "What a madman," LuZe said gravely. Bang! At that moment, another gunshot rang out. However, it didn't hit LuZe. It only grazed by. Feeling the threat of death, LuZe's speed increased again. The two ran with all their might, but the mysterious person relentlessly pursued them, eventually forcing them to flee to the rooftop of the building. The chase continued, and since the mysterious person had run out of bullets, he dared not act recklessly and could only follow them up. Eventually, after a frantic chase, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu reached the rooftop. "There's nowhere to go, is there?" At this moment, the pursuing mysterious person laughed as he looked at the two who were stopped at the edge of the rooftop. Then he aimed his gun at Lu Xiaoyu again. "If it weren't for you, LuZe would have been mine long ago. Why did you have to be born into this world?" The mysterious person said angrily. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, LuZe suddenly shielded Lu Xiaoyu in front of him. The bullet shot out, hitting LuZe in the chest, and blood instantly sprayed out. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned by the scene before him, and even the mysterious person was momentarily taken aback. LuZe's shot fell backward, but Lu Xiaoyu managed to catch him in time. "Brother, why did you do this?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were already blurred with tears. He didn't know what to do. The mysterious person trembled as he approached LuZe, his face numb, saying, "A's why?" Cough, cough. Lucia, lying in Lu Xiaoyu's arms, coughed twice and then struggled to stand up. "You find a chance to leave here. I'll hold him off," LuZe said to Lu Xiaoyu seriously. But upon hearing this, the mysterious person went mad, pointing the gun at them and shouting, "Why? Why not me?" LuZe looked at the crazy mysterious person and coldly replied, "I don't even know you. This is all in your imagination." Bang! Bullshit. The mysterious person fired again. This shot only hit the floor beside LuZe, causing no harm. "If it weren't for this guy Lu Xiaoyu, you wouldn't even remember me." The mysterious person was now completely insane. He stepped closer, gun raised, seemingly having made up his mind. "Since I can't have you, then I'll just kill you," the mysterious person shouted crazily. Then he shot Lu Xiaoyu in the shoulder. Seeing this, LuZe was instantly stunned and then forcefully knocked the mysterious person to the ground. The mysterious person's handgun was knocked away, and just as he reached for it, LuZe stopped him. With no other option, the mysterious person began to beat LuZe. LuZe was already injured, and after the beating, his wounds worsened. "Let me go," the mysterious person yelled madly. But LuZe ignored him, still holding on tightly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly ran to the side and picked up the handgun. "Don't move," Lu Xiaoyu shouted, aiming the gun at the mysterious person. The mysterious person immediately became obedient, and LuZe took the opportunity to distance himself. "Step back," Lu Xiaoyu shouted. The mysterious person, with no choice, slowly backed away. However, he quickly backed up to the edge of the rooftop, thinking this would be the end. But what the mysterious person didn't expect was that Lu Xiaoyu didn't say a word before pulling the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the mysterious person's body lost control and fell backward. This turn of events caught even LuZe off guard. He wanted to say something, but another accident happened. As the mysterious person fell off the rooftop, he accidentally tangled with a rope, which then caught LuZe. Plus, given LuZe's injuries, he couldn't muster any strength, and was forcefully pulled toward the edge of the rooftop. Seeing LuZe about to fall off the building, Lu Xiaoyu appeared just in time and grabbed him. "Brother, hold on, I'll pull you up," Lu Xiaoyu said urgently. But LuZe was different. He lowered his head and slowly said, "Just being here to save me is the best thing. I don't belong to this world, so I planned to die last time. What are you talking about? Don't move. I'll save you," Lu Xiaoyu shouted. At this moment, LuZe slowly raised his head and smiled, saying, "I've been shot. It won't matter if I go up so." Just as he finished speaking, LuZe forcefully broke free from Lu Xiaoyu's grip and fell straight down from the building. Watching LuZe fall, Lu Xiaoyu's mind went blank. "Brother, Lucia." Coming back to his senses, Lu Xiaoyu let out a heart-wrenching scream, but LuZe had already disappeared. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu curled up on the rooftop, his eyes vacant and unfocused, repeatedly murmuring LuZe's name. But all of this was beyond saving because it was over. Awake? You really didn't let me down, hee. Chapter 87. The Leading Teacher. In a small forest near Shrek City in Douluo continent, Truth was whispering with a playful smile on his face. "I'm so exhausted. After such a long time, I've finally woken up." Standing beside him, Su Xiao looked at him in confusion. After spending some time together, he realized that although Truth was very strong, he was still far behind Lucifer. Moreover, Truth had been using LuZe's body to cause chaos everywhere. As for what he had done, probably no one would want to say it. "Master, what happened to you?" Su Xiao asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth laughed. "It's nothing, just woke someone up. What is the master plan to do now?" Su Xiao asked again. However, this time, Truth did not answer her, but instead went to a large tree, sat down cross-legged without saying a word. Upon seeing this, Su Xiao understood and quietly stayed by his side. In the sea of consciousness, Truth once again approached the unconscious LuZe and noticed that his breath was becoming more active. "How long have I been unconscious?" LuZe slowly said, while rubbing his head. Truth smiled and replied, "Not long at all." LuZe let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then asked, "Did anything major happen while I was unconscious?" Truth rested his chin on his hand and recalled carefully, and after a while, he remembered certain events. "It hasn't been too bad during this time. Aside from me killing a few major sins, the Youth Soul Master competition held every 5 years is about to begin." Truth said slowly. Hearing the first part was somewhat better, but when he heard that the Youth Soul Master competition was about to start, he instantly jumped up. "Has the Youth Soul Master competition started yet?" LuZe asked urgently. Seeing his expression, Truth couldn't help but laugh, then said, "Don't worry, it won't start for another month." "That's good." LuZe breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had already missed the Youth Soul Master competition. If he had really missed it, Xiaoyu's identity would have been exposed, and Lucifer and the others would definitely come to take Xiaoyu away. "All right, it's time to return my body," LuZe suddenly said at this moment. Upon hearing this, Truth immediately looked aggrieved. "I haven't had enough fun yet. Can you let me play for a while longer?" LuZe gave him a cold glance and said nothing. All right, I'll return your body," Truth reluctantly said. In the outside world, LuZe slowly opened his eyes while sitting under the tree. Finally back to life, LuZe opened his eyes and slowly stood up, feeling his body. At this moment, he also noticed Su Xiao beside him, and remembering that she was original sin, his expression instantly turned cold. "What are you doing here?" LuZe coldly questioned. Su Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this, but before she could respond, LuZe directly grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. "Hey, wait a minute. Su Xiao is your servant now." Truth suddenly popped up. LuZe was stunned by this statement and then asked, "What do you mean by that?" Seeing this, Truth quickly explained, "It's like this." "All right, that's basically what happened." After a while, Truth told him everything that happened while he was unconscious. After receiving the explanation, LuZe also released Su Xiao but still maintained a wary attitude towards her. "Since you are now my servant, you need to be honest, understand?" LuZe said slowly. Su Xiao, who had fallen to the ground, did not speak but nodded. Seeing this, LuZe no longer paid attention to her and turned to head towards Shrek Academy. Due to the jealousy concerning original sin, the original itinerary had been disrupted. Now that he was awake, he had to return to Xiaoyu's side before the Youth Soul Master competition began. LuZe looked in the direction of Shrek Academy, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "Xiaoyu, I'm back." After a while, in the Battle Soul area of Shrek Academy's inner court, after a meeting within the Sea God Pavilion, it was decided that LuZe would serve as the leading teacher for this Youth Soul Master competition. Although this conclusion was reached, they had not seen LuZe's whereabouts for a long time, causing everyone to start worrying. However, Elder Xian insisted on having LuZe as the leading teacher. For some reason, he felt that this Youth Soul Master competition would not be as simple as before. In a room inside the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian sat with a frown. The reason was simply that LuZe had not shown up. "Will that kid come back?" Elder Xian complained. Just as he was complaining, there was a knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock, come in," Elder Xian said without hesitation after hearing the knock. But when the person who knocked entered, Elder Xian was instantly stunned. "Long time no see, Elder Xian. You actually know how to come back. I thought you really died out there, Elder Xian exclaimed with a smile after recognizing the person. Indeed, the one who entered was LuZe, who had just hurried back. As Elder Xian finished speaking, he stood up and walked in front of LuZe, then patted his shoulder. Since you are back, let me tell you about the upcoming Soul Master competition, Elder Xian said meaningfully. Go ahead. LuZe did not refuse, but nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Elder Xian no longer stood on ceremony and directly gestured for him to sit down. All right, I think you should know something, Elder Xian said slowly. LuZe nodded upon hearing this. I basically know. You want me to be the leading teacher this time, right? Yes. Elder Xian did not deny it, nodding and continuing. But what's more important is the process of this Soul Master competition. LuZe quickly understood upon hearing this, as this world had already been affected. At this moment, Elder Xian continued, I have a feeling that this Soul Master competition won't be that simple, and the sin face you mentioned might appear. I understand this. The reason I rushed back is for this, LuZe replied seriously. Seeing this, Elder Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, as with LuZe's protection, the students of Shrek Academy should not encounter any problems. Then it's settled. You should get to know those kids better, and when the competition starts, I'll call you to discuss strategies, Elder Xian said while stroking his beard. LuZe did not continue to speak, but quietly got up and left the Sea God Pavilion. He knew that Elder Xian had probably suffered significant injuries in the last battle, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. But there was no time to pay attention to this matter now. The most important thing was to see how his younger brother was doing. Thinking of this, a gentle smile appeared on LuZe's face. In the Battle Soul area of Shrek Academy's inner court, the students representing Shrek in this Soul Master competition were training. There were a total of 7 people, including Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Xiu'er, along with Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. The reason there were only these 7 was that after the incident in Qinyuan City, the others were basically no longer suitable to participate in this level of Battle Soul. Captain, can we really win the championship? At this moment, Dai Huabin approached Lu Xiaoyu with a serious face and asked. Lu Xiaoyu simply responded indifferently, I must win. This. For a moment, Dai Huabin didn't know how to respond. The reason he was so intimidated by Lu Xiaoyu was that their strengths were like heaven and earth apart. Lu Xiaoyu is now a high-level soul saint at level 75, and his soul power level is exceptionally rare, not to mention his monstrous strength. Even some soul Douluos might not be able to suppress him, let alone other soul saints. Apart from Lu Xiaoyu, the strongest among the 7 of them is the vice captain, Gu Yuna, whose soul power is also approaching level 70. It is estimated that it won't be long before she officially steps into the realm of soul saints. Thinking of this, Dai Huabin couldn't help but feel very happy, as he finally felt he could win against Hui Yuhao this time. Just then, a figure appeared in the sight of the 7 of them. When Lu Xiaoyu saw that figure, he was instantly stunned. Long time no see, everyone. Chapter 88, Long time no see. Long time no see, everyone. The newcomer was LuZe. Upon seeing that it was his brother, Lu Xiaoyu was first taken aback, then a happy smile appeared on his face. Brother! Lu Xiaoyu shouted and rushed towards LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe could only smile and continue to observe the other students. Dai Huabin and the others had witnessed LuZe's power firsthand. Even Xian Lao couldn't gain the upper hand against him, which shows his strength. All right, I'm here to tell you that you'll be trained by me from now on, LuZe said seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly stunned, their minds unable to process the information. What? Dai Huabin, coming back to his senses, looked at LuZe in disbelief. I'm not joking with you. My training starts tomorrow morning, LuZe said with a smile. Hearing this, Dai Huabin felt a glimmer of joy in his heart, because if he could be trained by LuZe, wouldn't his strength undergo a qualitative leap? At that time, he wouldn't even need Lu Xiaoyu's help to step on Hui Yuhao. With this thought, Dai Huabin instantly became energized, eager to start training right away. However, LuZe only informed them briefly before leaving with Lu Xiaoyu. The 6 remaining could only go their separate ways, while Gu Yuna slowly followed in LuZe's footsteps. Where have you been during this time? Lu Xiaoyu stared at LuZe intently on the way back to the dormitory. Under such a gaze, LuZe felt uncomfortable, as if he were being stripped bare. He could only awkwardly respond, I didn't go anywhere, just wandering around the continent. Really? Lu Xiaoyu was half convinced, as he still clearly remembered what happened in Qinyuan City. Seeing this, LuZe quickly changed the subject, saying, well, since we haven't seen each other for so long, let's go eat together. Lu Xiaoyu did not refuse and revealed his innocent smile again. Just then, LuZe suddenly noticed Gu Yuna behind them, so he stopped and turned to her. Do you have something to say by following us? LuZe said slowly. Gu Yina, being discovered, did not continue to hide anything and directly said, "Yes, I do have something I need to discuss with you." "I see." LuZe nodded slowly and then gave Lu Xiaoyu a glance. Lu Xiaoyu instantly understood something and quietly walked ahead. Once Lu Xiaoyu left, LuZe turned to Gu Yuna and asked, "What is it?" "I want to know when you could take us to the divine realm," Gu Yuna said straightforwardly. LuZe was taken aback at first, but then smiled calmly. "Don't worry, those guys in the divine realm are just pseudo-gods. We should be more cautious of the people from that world." LuZe waved his hand. After receiving this answer, Gu Yuna no longer pressed for more details and turned to look for Chio'er. LuZe stood in place, watching Gu Yuna's departing back, and his expression turned cold. "The divine realm? Huh." LuZe sneered. "It's just a space ruled by hypocrites." After saying that, he turned and walked towards Lu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit Church also began to take action. The Youth Soul Master competition was about to begin, and remember not to act recklessly, Collapse said, looking down on everyone. Now, their strengths had mostly recovered, and they believed that even if they encountered LuZe now, they could escape unscathed. However, there was still one matter that troubled them. That was the whereabouts of the sun. It's been so long, and the sun's aura hasn't revealed itself at all. "We can't detect anything," Wealth said, looking at Collapse seriously. Collapse did not respond much, simply replying, "Once the Soul Master competition begins, the sun's aura will definitely be exposed." "That's good," Wealth sighed in relief. "All right, let's leave it at that. I will naturally find a way to deal with LuZe," Collapse said as he stood up slowly and then turned to leave. The others chose to trust him and did not think too much about it. Back in his room, Collapse looked out at the sky, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. "LuZe, you will regret it." "Brother." A loud shout echoed in the Shrek Academy dormitory area. Upon hearing this voice, LuZe was startled. He hurriedly ran to Lu Xiaoyu's dorm room. "What are you going crazy about?" But Lu Xiaoyu glared at LuZe, displeased. "Why did you move next door?" Lu Xiaoyu angrily questioned. This." LuZe was at a loss for words upon hearing this question and quickly shifted his gaze away. After all, the Lu Xiaoyu in the illusion had really left a psychological shadow on him. What if the same happened in reality? Just thinking about it made LuZe break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that her brother did not answer, Lu Xiaoyu directly approached him and grabbed his collar. "Tell me, why'd you move next door?" Lu Xiaoyu questioned angrily. Being held by the collar, LuZe had no choice but to awkwardly explain. "You're already so grown up. It's not like you're still sleeping with your brother, right?" After hearing this response, Lu Xiaoyu realized something, but it was quickly tossed aside. Lu Xiaoyu released LuZe's collar and smiled mischievously. "We're both guys. What are you afraid of?" As soon as LuZe saw that smile, he quickly retreated a few meters. "It's precisely because we're both guys that I'm scared," LuZe said, covering his eyes. "Do you dislike me now?" Lu Xiaoyu said, looking wronged. With tears almost welling up in his eyes, LuZe had no choice but to comfort him. "How about this? Just for tonight, we absolutely cannot sleep together in the future, understood?" Lu Xiaoyu sighed in disappointment, and then turned around to lie down on the bed weakly. Seeing him like this, LuZe couldn't help but feel like he had done something wrong. Could it be my problem? LuZe began to self-doubt. However, he didn't think too much about it. The two brothers sleeping apart was a good thing. Soon, evening arrived. After dinner, LuZe and the others returned to the dormitory. "Go to bed early tonight. You still have to undergo my training tomorrow," LuZe said seriously, looking at Lu Xiaoyu, who was lying on the bed. Lu Xiaoyu maintained her usual expression and immediately buried her head in the blanket. Sigh. Seeing this, LuZe could only helplessly sigh and then took his bathrobe into the bathroom. "Truth, come out for a moment," LuZe said as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Why did you call me out on your own? Did something happen?" Truth replied playfully. Looking at his mischievous expression, LuZe immediately felt annoyed, but what could he do? After all, besides Truth, Lu Xiaoyu was probably the only one who had a good relationship with him. "What do you think of my brother?" LuZe slowly asked at that moment. "Your brother?" Truth asked with confusion. "Yes," LuZe nodded, not stopping the topic. Truth thought for a moment, and then rested his chin on his hand, saying, "I don't really know what your brother is like, but I do know that the power within him is very similar to that of a friend of mine." "Your friend?" LuZe was stunned. Could it be that fate had destined him to meet Lu Xiaoyu? "How does your friend compare to you?" LuZe asked curiously, coming back to his senses. Upon hearing this question, Truth immediately became displeased. Seeing his expression, LuZe understood that there must be some unresolved issues between him and his friend that were inconvenient to talk about. Thus, he stopped pressing for answers. "You're done here. Go back to the Sea of Spirit." LuZe waved his hand after a while. Who cares?" Truth grumbled as he merged back into LuZe's body. Left alone, LuZe looked at his reflection in the mirror and fell into thought again. Am I still me? LuZe asked himself as he gazed into the mirror. He felt that since coming to this world, he had undergone too many changes. He was no longer the LuZe he once was. But so what? What he wanted most now was to protect his brother and erase all the sins in this world. Chapter 89. Training begins the next morning. The originally quiet morning was shattered by a loud shout. Brother. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu's cry, LuZe sat up in bed, bewildered. He then stared at Lu Xiaoyu and was about to ask him what happened, but unexpectedly, he spoke first. Brother, who is this guy? Lu Xiaoyu loudly pointed at Su Xiao, who was standing by the bed. LuZe took a look and realized that his brother seemed to have misunderstood something. So he began to explain. She is my servant. Don't think too much about it, LuZe said, tapping Lu Xiaoyu's forehead. After hearing this answer, Lu Xiaoyu still didn't believe the relationship between him and the girl, so he glared at Su Xiao fiercely. What is your name? Lu Xiaoyu asked sternly. Su Xiao, who was nearby, honestly replied, I am LuZe's servant. My name is Su Xiao. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked, half convinced. Really? Su Xiao nodded. Although she said so, Lu Xiaoyu remained very cautious and coldly stated, you are not allowed to come within 10 meters of my brother from now on. And you absolutely cannot enter my brother's room at night. Understand? Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu didn't seem to be joking, Su Xiao honestly agreed. After all, this kid had an older brother backing him. All right, you can go out now, Lu Xiaoyu said at the right moment. Su Xiao turned around obediently and left the dormitory. Meanwhile, LuZe, still looking bewildered, sat on the bed. After resolving the issue with Su Xiao, Lu Xiaoyu turned back to LuZe. You are not allowed to find any more servants in the future, especially female ones. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyu said seriously. LuZe was taken aback by this statement. But what could he do? I promise you. But the premise is, can you get off me? LuZe said slowly. Only after hearing this did Lu Xiaoyu realize what he meant, and she obediently jumped off him, freed from Lu Xiaoyu's constraint. LuZe got up and started getting ready. Xiaoyu, come with me to the training ground later, LuZe said while putting on his clothes. Got it. Lu Xiaoyu replied slowly. Before long, the two brothers left the dormitory. As soon as they stepped out, Lu Xiaoyu saw Su Xiao standing obediently at the door. Cautiously, he quickly asked, what are you doing here? Su Xiao softly replied, waiting for my master to go out. Lu Xiaoyu felt a bit displeased upon hearing this answer and was about to speak up. You. Okay, you should say less. LuZe interrupted before Lu Xiaoyu could finish. Feeling interrupted, Lu Xiaoyu turned his head away in displeasure. LuZe then looked at Su Xiao and said slowly, you should stay in the dormitory next to mine for a while. You don't need to follow me around every day. Okay, master, Su Xiao replied with a bow. Hearing her call him master made LuZe feel uncomfortable, so he said, don't call me master anymore. It sounds awkward. Just call me by my name. Okay, master. Su Xiao, confused, still couldn't change her way of addressing him. Seeing this, LuZe showed a helpless expression and then took Lu Xiaoyu to the training ground, while Su Xiao stayed behind, quietly waiting for his return. In the Shrek Inner Courtyard training ground, except for LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu, the other 6 were all present on time. When will the teachers arrive? Dai Huabin was eager to start the training. Gu Yina, hearing this, simply said, just wait a bit. They should be here soon. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 figures walked into the training ground. Everyone is here, right? The speaker was LuZe. Looking at the gathered group, LuZe's lips curled up slowly. He then let Lu Xiaoyu return to the team and directly started with his purpose. You all should know what you are about to face, right? LuZe suddenly said seriously. The crowd remained silent, but they already knew in their hearts. My training methods are divided into 2 types. One is to improve your physical strength, and the other is to enhance the quality of your soul power. LuZe said loudly. Although it sounded very simple, Lu Xiaoyu felt that they were about to face the most unforgettable month of their lives. Seeing everyone so spirited, LuZe directly stated, all right, this morning's training is to improve physical strength. At this point, Dai Huabin became curious about how to improve physical strength, especially since he thought his physique was already excellent and didn't need any enhancement. However, LuZe's next sentence left him stunned. You will be training under 10 times the gravity this morning, LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing 10 times the gravity, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Teacher, are you trying to get us killed here? Zhu Lu said in disbelief. As an auxiliary soul master, Ning Tian also stepped forward and said, Teacher, as an auxiliary soul master, I really don't need this kind of training. What do you mean by that? LuZe's expression was somewhat displeased. Seeing his expression, Ning Tian immediately shrank back, quickly retreating behind Zhu Lu and not daring to look at him. LuZe, seeing this, walked directly in front of her and asked, "What do you think an auxiliary soul master should be like?" Hearing this, Ning Tian fell silent. She didn't know how to answer him. Not getting a response from Ning Tian, LuZe turned and spoke slowly. "I may not know what kind of auxiliary soul master you have in mind, but in my view, an auxiliary soul master is someone who can control the overall situation and reverse a dire situation. A good auxiliary can lead the whole team to victory." He smiled and added, "Of course, there is no rule in the soul master competition that says auxiliary soul masters cannot attack, right?" Ning Tian was stunned upon hearing this. This completely overturned her understanding of auxiliary soul masters. However, at this moment, Zhu Lu stepped forward and said slowly, "Teacher, isn't controlling the overall situation the role of a control system? Why do you need the auxiliary system?" LuZe smiled faintly and replied, "A control system and a food system both serve auxiliary roles, don't they?" Everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, no matter what type it is, any help that benefits teammates can be classified as auxiliary. It seems that the auxiliary system might actually be the most important. After hearing this, Ning Tian finally understood. So she no longer refuted LuZe's words. "Since no one has any objections, let's start training," LuZe said with a smile. Without giving everyone time to react, the entire training room suddenly transformed into a tenfold gravity chamber. Lu Xiaoyu and the others immediately felt the pressure and all fell to the ground. Fortunately, this tenfold gravity was shared among the 7 of them. If it were just one person, they would probably explode on the spot. They lay on the ground for nearly an hour, and in the end, it was Lu Xiaoyu who stood up first. "Oh, not bad. You know to use soul power to strengthen your body," LuZe said with a smile from the side. After Lu Xiaoyu stood up, Gu Yina, Chou Dai Huabin, and Wu Feng also managed to stand. As for Ning Tian and Zhu Lu, their bodies had never experienced such gravity, so it was expected that they couldn't get up. But don't worry, with time, they would naturally be able to stand up. The 5 who managed to stand began their normal training, although every time they moved, their bodies would tremble. "Come on, everyone, we still have 3 hours," LuZe said with a smile from the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu wished she could deal with him on the spot, but unfortunately, she couldn't escape the tenfold gravity. The 5 of them were practically unable to move under this gravity, while Ning Tian and Zhu Lu remained on the ground, unable to budge. "So this is what it feels like to be a teacher, really comfortable," LuZe chuckled as he sat in the chair. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were already sweating profusely, their bodies steaming. "I will prove everything with my actions. Dai Wabin Rord. Get moving." Chapter 90. Victory rewards. That afternoon, Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 were completely exhausted, all sprawled on the training room floor. Seeing them like this, LuZe couldn't help but smile. He then got up and walked over to them, lightly waving his right hand. Fatigue eliminated the moment they felt their bodies recover. The few of them instantly jumped up. "Now that your bodies are restored, let's start our next training," LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed expressions of despair. However, there was no way around it. They had to accept LuZe's arrangements. "What are we going to do next?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. LuZe smiled faintly and slowly said something unexpected. "You will have to battle me every afternoon," LuZe said with a smile. The others didn't know what to think, but Lu Xiaoyu was very excited. "How we fight?" Lu Xiaoyu was the first to ask. Seeing her excited expression, LuZe relaxedly replied, "It's simple. For the next month, every afternoon, as long as you can touch me once, you will be considered qualified." "Is it that simple?" Lu Xiaoyu was a bit skeptical. "Of course, but don't think that touching me is an easy task," LuZe said slowly, turning his back to them. "Are you ready?" Before they could react, LuZe was already standing opposite them. "Come on," Lu Xiaoyu said confidently. Dai Huabin and the others were also inspired by Lu Xiaoyu and showed confident expressions. Seeing that they were eager, LuZe smiled and declared, "Then, let's begin." Swish! As soon as he finished, Lu Xiaoyu shot towards LuZe like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, she was already behind LuZe. "Got you." Lu Xiaoyu smiled and reached her right hand toward LuZe's back. "Get down." Just as Lu Xiaoyu was feeling triumphant, a command suddenly entered her ears. Hearing this, she was completely bewildered, and her body uncontrollably fell to the ground behind LuZe. "I told you, wanting to touch me is not an easy task," LuZe said, looking at Lu Xiaoyu with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt annoyed, but unfortunately, her body was beyond her control and she couldn't stand up. Whoosh! While LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu were conversing, a golden spear suddenly shot towards them. The one who threw the golden spear was Chou. Hit! Chou had a confident smile on her face, believing that LuZe couldn't dodge this time. LuZe looked at the golden spear rushing toward him, and instead of showing any panic, he appeared quite pleased. Boom! Ultimately, the golden spear struck the position where LuZe was standing, instantly kicking up a cloud of smoke. Xiaoer stared at the smoke, her face filled with joy. See, this is the consequence of underestimating us, Xiaoer said triumphantly to the smoke. But the next second, she froze. Your timing was good, but a sneak attack won't work on me. As the smoke cleared, the golden spear had actually stopped just a few centimeters in front of LuZe. Xiaoer was stunned at the sight before her. But while she was still in shock, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had already approached LuZe from both sides with Ning Tian's assistance. Noticing the two of them, LuZe smiled and said, a pincer attack, huh? No, it's a three-way attack. At that moment, Gu Yuna said from directly in front of him. A huge fireball was heading straight for LuZe. At the same time, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu on both sides had also gathered their strength, and in an instant, 3 waves of attacks launched towards LuZe. Seeing the scene before him, LuZe smiled even more happily. Paradox, erase. Swish. LuZe gently raised his hand, and the attacks from Gu Yuna and the others instantly vanished. What soul skill is this? Dai Huabin murmured in astonishment. After the attacks disappeared, LuZe once again appeared before them and scathed. You all need to practice more. This is simply not up to standard, LuZe said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a hint of mockery, but this time they did not act recklessly. Instead, they began to discuss countermeasures. There's no time limit. The teacher only said this afternoon's lesson is a practice match with him, so we could try a will battle, Lu Xiaoyu whispered as she gathered everyone together. This 1T work, LuZe's soul power, is unfathomable. By the time he gets tired, we might already be drained. Gu Yuna countered this tactic. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly realized, sorry, I forgot. Then how should we fight? Dai Huabin asked anxiously at this moment. But Gu Yuna seemed to have a solution already and directly said, don't cluster together. Distract LuZe's attention. As long as one person touches him, we win. Then let us go for it. Wu Feng regained his confidence once again. After they finished discussing, they looked at LuZe again, and, similarly, LuZe was smiling faintly at them. Have you finished discussing your tactics? LuZe said slowly. But Xiaoer wouldn't give him another chance, holding the golden dragon spear. She charged at him. Yeah, Xiaoer shouted, and the golden dragon spear in her hand swept towards LuZe instantly. Stop. Buzz. How could this happen? Xiaoer was stunned because after hearing those 3 words, she stopped moving completely. Then she crashed heavily onto the floor. At that moment, a fierce white tiger appeared behind LuZe. It was easy to tell that this was Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion skill. Roar. The white tiger let out a series of roars, and then suddenly swiped a paw at LuZe. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu thought LuZe would block the attack with his hand, but the next second, they were left dumbfounded. Martial soul fusion erase. Swish. With LuZe's command, the ferocious giant white tiger instantly disappeared, and Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu fell to the ground with blank expressions. Erasing even a martial soul fusion skill. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? Dai Huabin, lying on the ground, looked as if he had lost all hope. At this moment, he began to question his life. However, Gu Yuna did not give up. Although surprised, she thought that no matter how strong LuZe was, he would definitely have a moment of distraction. At this moment, Gu Yuna stopped using elements to fight and instead held a silver spear, approaching LuZe from behind. Rule balance. Sensing Gu Yuna behind him, LuZe summoned 2 long swords. Clang. The silver spear and the 2 golden swords collided, producing a sharp sound of metal clashing. I didn't expect you to have this move, LuZe said with a smile. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared closer. Brother, you're still being careless, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Then he swung the golden sword in his hand directly at LuZe. Reacting swiftly, LuZe waved his right hand lightly, and the golden sword disappeared. However, Lu Xiaoyu's intention was not to win with that golden sword but to use another method. After the golden sword in Lu Xiaoyu's hand disappeared, he instantly teleported behind LuZe. Sorry, brother. Seeing victory within reach, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Your idea is too naive, LuZe smiled and said. Stay down. Buzz. A familiar place, a familiar feeling, and familiar people. Lu Xiaoyu found himself lying behind LuZe once again, and at this moment, he began to complain. Just wait. I will definitely make you lie down in front of me in the future, Lu Xiaoyu thought angrily. Seeing his puffed-up expression, LuZe couldn't help but laugh. But just because of that smile, a figure suddenly appeared behind LuZe and patted him. Teacher, we won. The speaker was Wu Feng. After being patted, LuZe was first stunned, then he smiled. Not bad. You guys, this was your plan from the beginning, right? LuZe said with a smile. Wu Feng nodded happily, and at that moment, the other 6 also arrived in front of LuZe. Brother, since we've touched you, shouldn't there be some benefits? Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe was at a loss for words, pondering for a long time before saying, how about this? The one who touched me is Wu Feng, so I will agree to one thing for her, LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the person who touched LuZe would have such a benefit. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu regretted it immensely. If it had been him who touched LuZe, wouldn't that mean? Do you have something you need from me? LuZe asked Wu Feng. Wu Feng was taken aback by this, but still thought carefully for a long time. Finally, she remembered, Teacher, can you agree to anything? That depends on the situation. As long as it's not too excessive, LuZe said with an awkward smile. That's good. Upon saying this, Wu Feng smiled. Teacher, I want to know just how strong you really are. When Wu Feng asked this question, everyone was stunned. What the hell? You had such a good opportunity, and you only asked this. Dai Wabin exclaimed frantically. No, is that not okay? Wu Feng felt as if she had asked the wrong question after seeing the expressions of those around her. On the contrary, LuZe looked very pleased and answered the question smoothly. Actually, the teacher isn't that strong. He is just a little stronger than Elder Xian, LuZe said with a smile. After that, LuZe announced that today's training was over and would continue tomorrow. However, every afternoon, those who practiced with LuZe and successfully touched him would have a chance to get him to agree to something for them. This made Lu Xiaoyu and the others work even harder, all hoping that the next person to touch LuZe would be themselves. Chapter 91, The Second Truth. Brother, are you trying to make things difficult for me? Lu Xiaoyu asked discontentedly while walking next to LuZe. What do you mean by that? LuZe replied with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu directly stated the truth. Why do you always make me lie on the ground during practice this afternoon? What else could it be if not making things difficult for me? After saying this, he shot LuZe an annoyed glare. Upon hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but scratch his head and then turn to change the topic. However, Lu Xiaoyu saw through it clearly. You really are trying to make things difficult for me, Lu Xiaoyu said in disbelief. LuZe didn't answer him but just smiled awkwardly. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, immediately became angry, puffed up his cheeks, and ran away. LuZe looked at his back and couldn't help but smile, then followed him. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Xiaoyu was already thinking about how to get back at him later. Just wait, I will make sure you can't get up. Lu Xiaoyu was very angry inside. After a while, the two returned to their respective dorms, separated by only a wall. A pleasant day passed just like that, and LuZe lay on his bed, murmuring lightly about what would happen tomorrow. At that moment, Truth popped out with a smile. LuZe, why didn't you sleep with your good little brother? Truth teased. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt speechless and slowly got up. He was already grown up, and sleeping alone was better for him, LuZe reasoned. Truth laughed upon hearing this. Is that really what you think? Aren't you afraid your brother has inappropriate thoughts about you? Truth joked. LuZe felt embarrassed upon hearing this, and suddenly fell back onto the bed. Leave me alone. I'm going to sleep. Truth, seeing this, teased. You're no fun. Xiaoyu likes you so much, and you just... Enough. LuZe interrupted Truth forcefully before he could finish. Then, LuZe said unhappily, what kind of relationship I have with Xiaoyu is none of your business. Truth could only smile faintly and merge back into his body. After Truth disappeared, LuZe closed his eyes again to rest. The next morning, as soon as LuZe opened his eyes, he was shocked by what he saw. Xiaoyu, LuZe said slowly, staring at Lu Xiaoyu who was lying on him. He even slapped Lu Xiaoyu on the back. Lu Xiaoyu, who was slapped, immediately opened his eyes and sleepily said, Is it morning? Looking at him like this, LuZe fell into deep thought, and after calming down, he directly picked him up. How did you end up in my dorm? LuZe asked seriously after placing Lu Xiaoyu on the ground. Lu Xiaoyu, now awake, didn't know how to respond. It was impossible to say that he couldn't sleep without leaving him, right? Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu was slow to answer, LuZe decided not to dwell on it. All right, don't do that again, okay? LuZe said slowly. Then he got up and left the dorm for the training room. The training room had the same training routine every day, aside from the sparring rewards in the afternoon. Everything else was quite ordinary. Moreover, a single reward had allowed Lu Xiaoyu and the others to continuously break through themselves. However, since LuZe was bumped into by Wu Feng, no one had been able to touch him again. After all, a tactic could only be used once. Haha, this is too absurd. I can't even touch the teacher. Dai Huabin, lying on the floor, was exhausted. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was still practicing with LuZe, looking like he was really going for that reward. Standing aside, Gu Yuna and Xiaoer were in a ready position, as if they would launch an attack at any moment. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise came from LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu's side. Everyone turned to look and found that Lu Xiaoyu was embedded into the wall of the training room by his brother. Xiaoyu, you really need to practice more, LuZe said with a laugh while looking at Lu Xiaoyu stuck in the wall. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. But it certainly wasn't anything good. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu didn't respond, LuZe began to worry. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Did I hit too hard? LuZe asked with concern. But the next second, a particle of light directly struck LuZe's face. What? Lu Shivush found it, having no idea what was happening. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu raised his head again, but there were slight changes. Xiaoyu, what is going on? LuZe began to feel a bit alert. Boom! Just as LuZe became alert, Lu Xiaoyu threw a punch at his feet. Fortunately, LuZe had quickly moved away, then turned his back to Gu Yuna and the others, saying seriously, Gu Yuna, you all need to leave here quickly. Xiaoyu is acting strange. Gu Yuna understood immediately, especially since LuZe had a serious expression. In no time, Gu Yuna and the other 6 successfully left the training room, leaving LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu staring at each other, seemingly about to fight. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? LuZe asked seriously. But to his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu said directly, I just haven't experienced this feeling in a long time. Who are you? LuZe instantly realized that Lu Xiaoyu was no longer his brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled faintly and slowly said, I am Truth. Truth? LuZe was shocked upon hearing this name. If he was Truth, then what was the one inside him? However, all the mysteries were quickly revealed. I didn't want to tell you, but I didn't expect this guy to wake up so soon. The truth inside, LuZe said solemnly. Hearing this, LuZe asked, Truth, what exactly is this guy? Oh, he is also Truth, Truth calmly responded. Upon hearing this answer, LuZe was stunned. There are 2 truths. Well, I'm different from him. I am absolute truth. You know my abilities, Truth said slowly, his expression becoming serious. The truth on your brother is relative truth. And he has only one ability. It nullifies all abilities around him. Are you saying my abilities won't work against him? LuZe felt a bit pessimistic. To be precise, from now on, all our abilities will be useless, but his ability can still be preserved, Truth said with an awkward smile. How are we supposed to fight like this? LuZe faced an unprecedented dilemma. While he was deep in thought, Lu Xiaoyu had already teleported in front of him. You may be strong, but I'm naturally your nemesis. Relative Truth said with a smile. Then he punched LuZe in the abdomen. Bang! LuZe was sent flying by the punch and crashed heavily into the wall, then slowly slid down. Cough, cough. This doesn't look good, LuZe said with a bitter smile. Not just not looking good. The current situation could be described as an ability user completely crushing an ordinary person. Is there even a comparison? It's a one-sided crushing. LuZe. Although I hate that method, we have no choice now, Truth said seriously. LuZe thought there would be some trump card, but it turned out it was just to run away. Is this your last resort? LuZe said slowly while running. Truth responded, there's no other way. We can't beat that guy, but I guess he shouldn't last too long and will fall asleep soon. That's good. With that, LuZe continued to run around the area. Relative Truth was dizzy from being chased by him and immediately lost the desire to pursue him. I really want to know how long you can run, Relative Truth said with a faint smile. Then he stood still while LuZe continued to run. The breath of the divine sun has appeared. It seems that something fun will happen in this Soul Master competition. Chapter 92, 2 Great Truths. Truth, is there any other way? LuZe, who was standing opposite Lu Xiaoyu, had a very serious expression. The truth floating beside him looked the same. After all, the ability of Relative Truth was born specifically to deal with himself. There's no other way. We can only wait for your brother to wake up, Truth said helplessly. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately showed a bitter smile, then stared hard at Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, we are all brothers. There's no need to be so ruthless. LuZe said with a, who is your brother? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had already been controlled by Relative Truth. If it weren't for your constant interference, I would have woken up long ago, Relative Truth said with a hint of reproach. Is that so? LuZe suddenly laughed at this point. This caught Relative Truth off guard. What are you laughing at? Sorry, I just felt like laughing, and besides, you should close your eyes and sleep now, LuZe said. As soon as he finished speaking, Relative Truth sensed the abnormality within himself, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Why? The vision of Relative Truth was becoming increasingly blurred. Soon, he closed his eyes in confusion. LuZe, what happened? Truth asked with a puzzled expression. LuZe just smiled lightly and said, I just sensed that relative truth couldn't suppress the power of rules within Xiaoyu. So it was only a matter of time before he fell into a coma. Power of rules? At this point, Truth seemed to remember something and then instantly understood. You mean a third of your power of rules is within your brother? Truth said in disbelief. Upon hearing this, LuZe responded in surprise. How did you know? Wow. It's true. Truth just guessed and didn't expect to actually hit the mark. The calm Truth slowly smiled and said, You dare to play like this? Do you know the consequences if the power of rules goes berserk? It's precisely because I know that I would do this. LuZe gently held Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. After hearing his words, Truth was at a loss for words, and by the time he came to his senses, LuZe had already left the training room. Outside the training room, Gu Yuna and the others were very vigilant. Just then, LuZe came out holding Lu Xiaoyu, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the two were safe and sound. Everyone go back to the dormitory. That's all for today, LuZe said slowly. Then walked towards his dormitory, holding Lu Xiaoyu. In the dormitory, LuZe looked at Lu Xiaoyu lying on the bed and fell into contemplation. He then slowly asked, Truth, can you explain again the power within Xiaoyu? You mean relative truth? Truth said with a smile. LuZe nodded, then continued to stare at Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Truth no longer hid anything and directly said, There are two truths, namely absolute truth and relative truth. I was originally the first to be born and also the strongest, but because of the emergence of relative truth, I was suppressed. Relative truth's ability is specifically aimed at you? LuZe said slowly. Truth nodded lightly and continued. You should already know my ability, combined with your paradox power. It's basically an invincible existence, but relative truth is different. His ability is to form an invisible barrier around himself. Anyone within this barrier, except for relative truth himself, will have their abilities rendered ineffective, becoming just ordinary people. Truth slowly narrated. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt a sense of shock. At that moment, he thought of something else and then asked, So what is the relationship between relative truth and Xiaoyu? Is it the same as before? Not at all, Truth denied. Relative truth can be said to be your brother, but your brother is not relative truth. What do you mean? LuZe felt something was off. To be honest, I don't want to discourage you, Truth said slowly. But LuZe just smiled and said, Go ahead, it's no big deal. After confirming several times, Truth finally said slowly, Your brother is actually a personality split off from relative truth and will eventually completely disappear. At which point that power of rules will also be mastered by relative truth. So that's how it is. LuZe nodded to indicate that he understood. However, he did not show any other expressions on his face, instead remaining very calm. Aren't you afraid that your brother will suddenly leave you, given how calm you are? Truth was a bit confused, but LuZe just replied, Xiaoyu is just a personality. The final outcome is unavoidable, even if I desire him to stay in the end. It will all be void. So you thought it through? Truth said in surprise. Of course, LuZe smiled, then got up and walked toward the bathroom. Truth did not follow. He was now only focused on relative truth. After all these years, I thought you would never wake up again, but here we are, Truth said while looking at Lu Xiaoyu lying on the bed. In the bathroom, LuZe's expression was very cold, as if he had already made a choice. If Xiaoyu really disappears, then relative truth must be erased, LuZe murmured. Although he said so, there was still a slight fluctuation in his heart. But soon it was buried deep, and he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and walked to the bedside. You don't need to tell me what you think about the future, but at least we must ensure that both of us survive. Understand? Truth said slowly, then merged into LuZe's body. LuZe, who remained in place, did not show much emotion and directly laid down on the bed. The night grew deep, and LuZe looked at Lu Xiaoyu on the bed and fell into silence. You won't disappear. At this moment in the world of truth. Lucifer, when you plan to find the divine sun? Leviathan looked at Lucifer, who was high above, and said slowly. Lucifer, unfazed, replied, Don't rush, haste makes waste. Now that both great truths have appeared, as long as we can win over the divine sun who possesses relative truth, then LuZe, who possesses absolute truth, will no longer pose a threat to us. Lucifer said meaningfully, Will the divine sun really be willing to help us against LuZe? Leviathan said uncertainly. But Lucifer was confident as he said, Don't worry, the divine sun will definitely help us. Chapter 93 Excessive Demands? Brother, wake up. As dawn broke, LuZe, who was fast asleep, heard Lu Xiaoyu's calling. He slowly opened his eyes. You're awake? LuZe said with a faint smile. When Lu Xiaoyu woke up, She laughed upon hearing the words, and then she wanted to pounce on him. However, just as she jumped, she was lifted into the air by LuZe. "Stop pouncing on me every day. You're not a child anymore," LuZe said with a serious expression. Being lifted in the air made Lu Xiaoyu feel quite displeased. "Let's go. It's time for the training room," LuZe said as he set Lu Xiaoyu down and walked out of the dormitory. Lu Xiaoyu, who followed closely behind, was confused about what was happening, giving off an inscrutable vibe. Once they arrived at the training room, Lu Xiaoyu and the others began repeating their usual routines. However, under the increased gravity pressure this time, LuZe felt gratified to see Ning Tian and Zhu Lu finally standing up, albeit slowly, but they had made significant progress. It seemed everyone had gotten used to this training method, LuZe said with a faint smile as he approached the group. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others felt puzzled, but quickly understood what he meant. "You have gotten used to the gravity pressure, so it's time to switch to combat practice," LuZe said slowly. "After today's sparring session, we won't do any more drills. Instead, I'll take you to encounter the Sin side." Dai Huabin felt shocked upon hearing this, as he was well aware of the dangers of the Sin side. But it was also what he most wanted to do, as encountering the Sin side meant he would become stronger. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward. She looked at LuZe with a mischievous smile and said, "Brother, if someone touches you during this afternoon's sparring session, does that mean you have to agree to one thing?" LuZe felt quite puzzled upon hearing this, but still nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled even more happily, and LuZe had a bad feeling about it. That afternoon, the sparring session that Lu Xiaoyu had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. Not only was Lu Xiaoyu excited, but even Gu Yuna and the others were thrilled. Soon, LuZe smiled and announced, "Let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuna and Chiao rushed at him with their dual guns. Their speed had already surpassed that of ordinary agility-type soul masters. However, even though the two girls were so fast, they ultimately could not avoid LuZe's ability. "Stand still," LuZe said with an effortless expression as he activated his ability while looking at the two girls rushing towards him. In an instant, Gu Yuna and Chiao, who were charging forward, stopped dead in their tracks. How despicable! Chiao's inner anger erupted immediately, but it was futile because no one could refuse LuZe's command. Even those stronger than him would hesitate for a moment, let alone Gu Yuna and Chiao. Good opportunity, as the two girls obeyed the command. Dai Huabin had already arrived behind LuZe. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Huabin conjured a ball of light in his mouth and shot it towards LuZe. Noticing the anomaly, LuZe did not dodge but waved his right hand gently. Swish! In an instant, Dai Huabin's White Tiger's fierce light wave dissipated a few centimeters away from LuZe, as if it had never existed. "You're still a bit off." LuZe smiled as he teleported behind Dai Huabin. He then flicked his fingers, sending Dai Huabin flying like a cannonball. Bang! Dai Huabin crashed heavily into the wall of the training room. Cough, cough. After coughing a couple of times, Dai Huabin stood up again. However, LuZe did not pay attention to him, but continued to dodge. A shadow was rapidly darting around LuZe, each attack coming in quick succession. Yet under such attacks, LuZe remained calm. Zhu Lu, who was launching these attacks, was panting heavily, completely unaware of how LuZe could perfectly evade her strikes. "Zhu Lu, you're still far from it." LuZe smiled again and repeated his previous actions. Zhu Lu was sent flying out and collapsed on the floor, just like Dai Huabin. "Don't be too naive, everyone," LuZe said as he glanced towards Wu Feng and Ning Tian. Wu Feng, sensing something was off, was about to take action, but was suddenly weighed down by gravity. As for Ning Tian, he was forced into sleep at LuZe's command. Now, only Lu Xiaoyu and LuZe remained in the training room. "Brother, if I touch you, does that mean you will accept any request I make?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt something was off, but he smiled and replied, "Of course, provided you can touch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu shot forward like a cannonball, reaching LuZe's side in less than a second. Her raised foot aimed directly at LuZe. LuZe reacted swiftly, using absolute defense to block her attack the moment she appeared before him. After the attack was blocked, Lu Xiaoyu instantly teleported behind LuZe, thrusting a golden longsword towards his back. "Your movements are quite slick," LuZe smiled upon seeing this. He then waved his right hand, causing the golden longsword in Lu Xiaoyu's hand to shatter instantly. She was also sent flying back by a powerful repulsive force, crashing heavily into the wall. Cough, cough. Lu Xiaoyu coughed a couple of times, and then complained, "Brother, are you being so harsh?" "Harsh? I don't feel that way," LuZe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lu Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly. A bad premonition filled LuZe's mind. In the next second, Lu Xiaoyu appeared in front of him again. LuZe, recovering from his thoughts, slowly activated absolute defense. He thought Lu Xiaoyu's attack would be blocked. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. I win, brother. To everyone's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu had directly passed through absolute defense and placed a hand on LuZe's shoulder. LuZe was completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. But the fact was right in front of him. Lu Xiaoyu had successfully touched him. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Since I touched you, does that mean I won?" With no choice, LuZe could only smile wryly and say, "You won." Upon hearing that she had won, Lu Xiaoyu became spirited again, looking at LuZe with a mischievous expression. LuZe felt something was off. "What do you want me to agree to?" After pondering carefully, Lu Xiaoyu declared an astonishing request. "Brother, wear women's clothes and teach us tomorrow," Lu Xiaoyu said with an innocent smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately became displeased. If he wore women's clothes, wouldn't that ruin his persona? He prepared to refuse. Just then, Gu Yuna and the other 6 slowly walked over, each wearing a smile. "Teacher, are you going back on your word?" Xiao teased with a laugh. Ning Tian, upon hearing this, also fanned the flames, thinking that dressing as a girl isn't really a big deal just for one day. It's not important. For a moment, LuZe didn't know what to do. Ultimately, under the persistent persuasion of Lu Xiaoyu and the others, he compromised. "All right, I'll dress as a girl for a day tomorrow. It's nothing serious," LuZe said with a reluctant expression. Woohoo! Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others immediately became excited. Looking at their enthusiasm, LuZe couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. Sigh. This generation of students really knows how to have fun. In the evening, LuZe lay on his bed, contemplating the events of the afternoon. "LuZe, your brother is quite remarkable." Truth suddenly appeared with a playful smile. After hearing this, LuZe sat up and asked, "Xiaoyu used the ability of relative truth this afternoon, right?" "Oh, I thought you didn't know," Truth replied with a smile. After receiving confirmation, LuZe looked out the window. Xiaoyu really is exceptionally gifted. He managed to grasp the application of relative truth in just one day. But Truth said seriously, "That's indeed a good thing, but if used improperly, the people around him will suffer." Hearing this, LuZe gave Truth a meaningful look and then continued to gaze out the window. "With me around, that kind of thing won't happen." "I hope so." Chapter 94. The hardship of dressing as a girl as dawn broke. A new day officially began. In the boys' dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu had already gotten up early and quickly ran to LuZe's dorm room. "Go, you should fulfill your promise to me now," Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile. However, as soon as he entered the room, he found that LuZe was nowhere to be seen. This puzzled him, and he began to wander around the room. After a while, LuZe, freshly out of the shower, emerged from the bathroom. The moment Lu Xiaoyu saw him, he was instantly stunned. His damp black hair casually draped over his shoulders, and he was only wrapped in a bathrobe, with his exposed collarbone looking particularly alluring. For a moment, Lu Xiaoyu was mesmerized. His mind had stopped functioning. Upon noticing his arrival, LuZe could only smile wryly. "So you like watching me dress as a girl?" LuZe said with a bitter smile. Coming back to his senses, Lu Xiaoyu nodded furiously, as if he was determined to see his brother in girl-esque clothes today. LuZe felt helpless, but what could he do? He then said, "You go gather Gu Yuna and the others at the school gate. I'll change my clothes and come right over." "Okay," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile, then turned and ran out the door, leaving LuZe feeling utterly disheartened. At that moment, Truth popped up. Truth teased. "I never expected that a tall and strapping man like you would be forced to dress as a girl. That's quite unexpected. What are you laughing at?" Lucia, feeling embarrassed, retorted. But Truth seemed unwilling to miss this opportunity and teased again. "Oh, come on. It's just dressing as a girl. You'd look great in girl-esque clothes." LuZe felt a bit angry and was about to lash out, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. He then picked up a storage soul guide ring from the side desk. This ring was obtained by Lu Xiaoyu asking Gu Yuna to get it last night. Who knows what was inside, but it certainly wasn't anything good. LuZe stared at the ring for a while, then directly emptied all of its contents onto the floor. The next second, LuZe was completely dumbfounded. Inside the ring were all girl-esque clothes of every imaginable style. Seeing this, Truth instantly became interested, casually picking up a dress and teasing, "How about this skirt? I think it would match you quite well." "Get lost." LuZe shot him a glare, then began to assess the clothes. After what felt like an eternity, LuZe finally found a suitable outfit. At the school gate of Shrek Academy, Lu Xiaoyu and the others had already gathered and were imagining what their teacher would look like in girl-esque clothes. "Young master, Do you think the teacher will look eye-watering in girlesque clothes? Wu Feng, standing behind Ning Tian, laughed. Ning Tian immediately dismissed the idea, saying no way. The teacher is actually quite handsome. He just doesn't dress up much. Wu Feng nodded as if he understood. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu kept his eyes on the campus, hoping to see his brother's girl's outfit first. So looking forward to it, Xiaoer, beside him, was also a bit excited. Soon, a commotion arose at the school gate. As Lu Xiaoyu and the others turned to look, they were all stunned. This can't be true, Wu Feng murmured in disbelief. Even Dai Huabin found it hard to believe what he was seeing. A tall girl was walking towards them. The girl wore a long black and red dress. Her beautiful black hair cascading over her shoulders and back, exuding an air of aloofness. While everyone was still in shock, the girl had already reached them. Is everyone here? The girl spoke, and it was surprisingly LuZe's voice, sending a shiver down Lu Xiaoyu and the other spines. Yay! Lu Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. The girl was indeed LuZe, dressed as a girl, and the reason for her cold demeanor was that she had been stared at by many people along the way, which made her a bit irritable. What are you looking at? Hurry up and set off. The temper of LuZe and girl as clothes seemed particularly irritable. Perhaps it was the stairs along the way that had changed her mood. Upon hearing this reprimand, Lu Xiaoyu not only felt no fear, but instead grinned and said, "Good. Since you're dressed as a girl now, can you lower your voice a bit? If someone hears you, your reputation will be ruined." LuZe was momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to say something, but unable to get it out. Ultimately, forced by the situation, he could only lower his voice. Is this okay? LuZe said with a suppressed tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly satisfied and laughed. Then today you're not my brother, you're my sister, heh? Hearing this, LuZe could only let out a cold laugh. It seemed he wasn't too angry, but deep down he was already considering how to deal with Lu Xiaoyu tomorrow. Thus, Lu Xiaoyu and the others set off on their journey, led by LuZe in girlesque clothes. Their destination was fraught with danger, as Elder Xian had mentioned that a new major sin had emerged there. As for the intensity, he didn't know either. But this departure was actually to allow Lu Xiaoyu and the others to come into contact with the sin, try to control the scope of their contact to the minor sins, while major sins would be LuZe's responsibility. By noon that day, LuZe and the others arrived at the mission location. Outside the gate of the small town, LuZe was briefing Lu Xiaoyu and the others on some matters. For a while, don't expose your soul power. Try to wait until the sin shows itself, understood? LuZe looked seriously at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and then withdrew their soul power. With LuZe's help, it was likely that no one would notice they were soul masters. As for LuZe, he was no longer a soul master. Now he could be considered a major sinner. After arriving in the small town, another major difficulty puzzled LuZe. Wherever he went, there were always people coming up to him. If it weren't for his cross-dressing, probably very few people would have dared to approach him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, who had been following LuZe, felt uncomfortable seeing people approach her brother. These people are so annoying, Lu Xiaoyu complained softly. Coincidentally, Xiaoer, who heard this, came over and smiled. What can we do? It's your brother's outstanding appearance in women's clothing that attracts them. It feels like if I could just kill those who approach my brother, it would be less annoying, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. This left Xiaoer stunned. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu would have such thoughts. You mustn't do anything reckless. We're here to complete a mission, Xiaoer quickly said. Lu Xiaoyu simply nodded and stopped talking, her gaze fixed on LuZe. Shortly after, a fairly good-looking man approached LuZe. Excuse me, beautiful, do you have someone you like? The man asked with a smile. LuZe, being stopped, felt a wave of annoyance, but after pondering for a moment, he lowered his voice and coldly replied, Sorry, I have someone I like already. Please don't bother me anymore. Thank you. The man was taken aback at first, but soon blocked LuZe again. I know you don't. You don't have to be like this. I may not be particularly strong, but I'm at least a soul king and can protect you, the man said earnestly. LuZe felt very displeased upon hearing this and was about to use his powers to silence the guy when someone stepped in first. Bang! The man was kicked away and crashed heavily to the ground. Sorry, my sister has someone she likes. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. The attacker was Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, her face was very displeased, and her eyes were icy, as if she was about to kill the man. The kicked man felt furious, then stood up and glared at Lu Xiaoyu. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the murderous look in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes and hesitated. It was my fault, the man apologized, sweating profusely. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu scolded. As long as you know you're wrong, then hurry up and get out of my sister's sight. The man felt annoyed but still smiled and said, To be honest, my father has the highest status in this town. If you need anything, feel free to come to the Long family and just mention my name. After saying that, he turned to leave, introducing himself as Long Xing. Once Long Xing left, Lu Xiaoyu withdrew her icy expression and smiled as she walked over to LuZe. Sister, are you okay? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. LuZe felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, but played along. You're such a good brother. Really troublesome. LuZe forced a smile and replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately laughed and boldly took LuZe's hand as they walked forward. The group behind them, including Gu Yuna, felt a different vibe. However, none of them spoke up. They just smiled faintly. Chapter 95. LuZe has been captured. They had been in this small town for a while now and had found a suitable inn. Although they had encountered some trouble upon arrival, it had all been resolved. Now, all that was left was to wait for the sinner's appearance. In LuZe's room, Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6 were standing obediently together. LuZe sat in front of them, looking serious. I don't need to say much about the danger level of the sinner. You've all experienced it. So this time, you must be vigilant. The sinner could appear anywhere, LuZe said sternly. Everyone responded in unison. We will definitely be on high alert. Hearing this, LuZe smiled and said, everyone, go back to your rooms. If anything happens, come find me. After saying this, LuZe began to usher them out. They couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After all, LuZe in women's clothing was quite eye-catching. Once Lu Xiaoyu and the others left, LuZe collapsed onto the bed and began to ponder. Truth, have you sensed a major sinner here? LuZe asked slowly. Truth popped out with a smile and looked at LuZe, but the first thing he said was not to answer his question. You look quite good like this. Truth teased. Get lost. LuZe glared at him and then asked again. Have you sensed a major sinner here? Don't change the subject. You're really lacking in romance. Truth said with a smile, then answered his question. The major sinner in this town isn't particularly powerful, but his hiding abilities are exceptional. I don't know exactly where he is, so he knows how to hide well. LuZe breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, he had arranged for Su Xiao to secretly protect Lu Xiaoyu. If anything unexpected happened, she would be the first to step in. Since he doesn't pose much of a threat, let's wait for him to show up, LuZe said slowly. Do you know when he will appear? Truth asked curiously. LuZe laughed upon hearing this and said meaningfully, of course I don't know, but I've already guessed a little. Is that so? Truth immediately understood what he meant and stopped asking further. After Truth merged back into LuZe's body, LuZe got up and went to the window to look out at the small town, a smile creeping onto his face. Some things don't need to be thought about. They will just come to you, LuZe murmured with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on LuZe's room door. He didn't need to think to know who it was, so he calmly said, come in. Creaked, the door opened, and Lu Xiaoyu walked in with a smile. Sister, what are you talking about? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Upon hearing this address, LuZe immediately punched Lu Xiaoyu on the head. You really call me that, huh? LuZe said, half annoyed. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been hit, not only showed no sign of distress, but seemed even happier. So what do you want from me? LuZe asked slowly. Lu Xiaoyu, hearing this, wasted no time and directly said, can I sleep here with you tonight? But just as she finished asking, she was ruthlessly rejected by LuZe. No, LuZe flatly refused. Why not? Lu Xiaoyu, feeling wronged after the rejection, looked at him with a pitiful expression. LuZe glanced at him before retracting his gaze, turning his head to look out the window, and coldly said, no means no, there are not that many reasons. But, no buts. If you keep this up, don't think about living with me in the future. Lu Xiaoyu wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by LuZe. Helpless, Lu Xiaoyu could only leave his room dejectedly. Meanwhile, LuZe remained in the room, continuing to stare out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. You really are heartless, Zhang Tian smiled as he appeared. After LuZe glanced at him, he ignored him, slowly saying, I can't spoil him too much, otherwise, it will be difficult later. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian laughed. Don't say it so definitively. Your brother really likes you. Hearing this, LuZe continued to look out the window, but said flatly, so what if he likes me? In the future. At this point, LuZe closed his mouth. He didn't want to continue. Zhang Tian immediately saw through it and said, are you afraid you won't be able to handle it when your brother's personality disappears in the future? LuZe did not answer him, and Zhang Tian did not press further, turning to sit on a nearby chair. Rather than fearing the future, you might as well eliminate your brother along with the truth now. That would save some trouble, Zhang Tian said calmly. After hearing this, LuZe's heart suddenly surged with waves. I don't need you to worry about my brother, LuZe said angrily. Seeing this, Zhang Tian could only smile and then disappeared into his body. The evening breeze was very pleasant. LuZe was lying on a chair, his gaze fixed on the window. No one knew what he was thinking. Not even Jingtian, who could understand all his thoughts, was willing to pry into his mind at that moment. LuZe sat there, as if waiting for something. Soon, the gentle breeze outside grew stronger, directly blowing some books in his room. Here it comes. At that moment, LuZe's eyes suddenly became alert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the wind outside became stronger, and LuZe had already stood up. Just as he turned around, a voice came from behind him. Come with me. As soon as the words fell, a gust of black wind swept LuZe away. Noticing the anomaly, Lu Xiaoyu rushed to the scene immediately. Bastard! Let him go. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the black wind, instantly furious, emanating a powerful force. But just as he took a step forward, the black wind had already taken LuZe away. The wind came suddenly and left just as quickly. When Lu Xiaoyu came to his senses, he was the only one left in the room. His heart was filled with anger, wishing he could slice the mastermind behind all this into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Guyuna and the others, sensing something was wrong, rushed out of their rooms. When they arrived at LuZe's room, everyone was stunned. Captain, what happened here? Zhu Lu asked in astonishment. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were icy cold. Without even looking at them, he said, I will definitely find that mastermind and make him suffer. Everyone felt a chill down their spine upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu like this. At this moment, LuZe, swept away by the black wind, wore a look of triumph. It was at this time that the truth residing within him understood his thoughts, but it couldn't be exposed yet. So LuZe pretended to faint. He didn't know how long it had been, but the black wind finally stopped, and LuZe was tied to a post. Where is this? Pretending to be unconscious, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and began to act. At that moment, a figure slowly walked towards him. Long time no see. Beautiful. The person who came before LuZe was Longxing, whom he had encountered when he first arrived in this small town. Longxing was very excited at this moment, because the cross-dressing LuZe was right in front of him. He could hug him with just a motion. Why are you doing this? LuZe, in character, lowered his voice to question. But Longxing, with a face full of excitement, said, because I like you. I've never seen such a beautiful person with this kind of temperament. Upon hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but sneer, then slowly said, Aren't you afraid my brother will come for you? What do I have to fear? Your brother doesn't even know it's me, Longxing said with a laugh. Moving closer to LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe coldly continued, Are you so sure my brother doesn't know? At this point, Longxing froze in place and then burst out laughing, holding his stomach. Ha ha, I had a title Douluo bring you back. How capable do you think your brother is? Even if he comes, can he take you away alive? Longxing laughed heartily. LuZe fell silent, slowly lowering his head, making Longxing think he had given up struggling. Just as he bowed his head, the truth within him chuckled. LuZe, just as you guessed. That major sin is right here. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly. At that moment, Longxing had already reached in front of him, just reaching out his lecherous hand when an accident occurred. Longxing's outstretched hand was instantly severed, and blood immediately stained LuZe. Realizing too late, Longxing hurriedly clutched his severed hand and rolled on the ground. At this moment, LuZe stopped pretending. The ropes binding him scattered like powder in the wind. That was quite a struggle, LuZe said as he freed his wrists and then looked at Longxing, who was rolling on the ground, as if looking at trash. The game begins now. Chapter 96, Return to the Sin Realm. On a moonless night with a strong wind, everything in the small town had undergone a transformation. Near the inn where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were staying, ordinary sin faces had become active. However, Lu Xiaoyu and the others still did not know the reason behind their activity. Fortunately, after LuZe's training, the strength of the 7 of them had improved significantly. They could still handle ordinary sin faces, but if they encountered a minor sin level, they could only stall. At this moment, a huge incident was happening in the Long family, the most powerful family in the town. Please spare my life. The young master of the Long family, Longxing, was now in a disheveled state, kneeling in front of LuZe, begging for mercy. Longxing had initially thought nothing would happen to him. But after that title Douluo died miserably at LuZe's hands, he realized that the guy in front of him was not an ordinary person. LuZe just smiled and said, I'm here to find someone else. Do you know where that guy is? Upon hearing this, terror spread across Longxing's face, and he hurriedly knocked his head, saying, I don't know, I really don't know. LuZe didn't take it to heart, and simply walked past the kneeling Longxing. After LuZe left, Longxing breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to die, he gasped. Just as he was about to escape this troublesome place, an accident happened. Whoosh! Just as Long Xing got up and took a few steps, he found his feet silently severed, followed by his arms and chest, until he turned into a pile of minced meat, completely unaware of what had happened. So naive. After leaving, LuZe had already arrived at the Long family's mansion. Looking around and then up at the blood-red sky, LuZe couldn't help but laugh. That mouse sure knows how to have fun. Did it directly open the Sin Realm? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, an attack came rushing towards him. Boom! The entire Long family mansion turned to ruins in an instant, while LuZe, who had already dodged, stood not far away, looking in the direction of the attack. A title Douluo enhanced? LuZe was a bit surprised. Just as he was taken aback, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Kill, the figure said coldly. Then, it launched a punch towards LuZe's back. Stay down. With quick reflexes, LuZe made that person lie on the ground. He then took a closer look at him. A title Douluo at level 95? How interesting. In the next second, the title Douluo forcibly broke free from the binding of truth and charged at LuZe again. Kneel. Although LuZe was surprised that this guy could escape his binding, he didn't take it to heart. Don't get too excited. I have a question for you, LuZe said with a smile. However, the title Douluo seemed unwilling to engage in a prolonged struggle, unleashing astonishing power once more. But he quickly realized a fact. No matter how he exploded with power, this binding could not be escaped this time. Seeing this scene, LuZe smiled and said, "You don't really think breaking free once means you can break free a second time, do you?" The title Douluo looked at LuZe with panic in his eyes, trembling all over. "Who sent you to attack me?" LuZe asked slowly. "Answer me." I still want to struggle a bit, but in the end, I couldn't resist the power of truth. It was Lord Greed. He sent me to kill you." "Greed?" LuZe pondered, then continued to ask, "Where is he?" "Answer me." "He is heading towards those 7 kids," the title Douluo stammered. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately became furious, and with a wave of his right hand, the title Douluo instantly evaporated. "You better not mess around," LuZe coldly said as he looked towards the direction where Lu Xiaoyu was. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were completely unaware of the arrival of the Sin of Greed. "Captain, is this the very dangerous Sin facade the teacher mentioned?" Dai Huabin said excitedly, "This is too weak." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't want to say anything but still reminded him, "This is just the lowest level Sin facade. Have you forgotten about the incident in Xinyuan City?" After hearing this, Dai Huabin was at a loss for words. He then began to focus and continue to fight with those ordinary Sin facades. At this moment, Guyana approached Lu Xiaoyu and said with a serious expression, LuZe mentioned that these ordinary Sin facades seem to have evolved from ordinary people and do not pose a threat. But we still need to be cautious if there are minor sins. Understood, Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly. He wasn't focused on this. After all, his brother's whereabouts were still unknown, and he needed to return to his brother quickly. Just then, a Sin facade slowly appeared in their line of sight. "What is that?" Ning Tian asked, feeling puzzled as he looked at the Sin facade. He sensed that this Sin facade was different from the others, but couldn't pinpoint how. Meanwhile, the arrogant Dai Huabin rushed towards the unknown Sin facade. "I don't care what you are. It's bad luck to meet me," Dai Huabin said arrogantly. However, Lu Xiaoyu immediately saw through it. Dai Huabin quickly retreat. "That's a minor sin." "What?" Boom! Before Dai Huabin could react, he was instantly hit in the abdomen by the Sin facade. He then flew like a cannonball into a nearby building. Cackling, the Sin facade that sent Dai Huabin flying let out an eerie laugh and then focused its gaze on Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Is this a minor sin?" Guyana gasped. She then raised her silver dragon spear and became alert. Kill the minor," Sin kept repeating one word while unleashing title-level power. "Everyone be careful," Lu Xiaoyu quickly reminded. Just as he finished speaking, the minor Sin rushed towards them at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Guyana and Xiao blocked the minor Sin from the front, attacking it from 2 directions. She then slashed towards the minor Sin. Clang! Just as the golden dragon spear was about to hit the minor Sin, several black spikes suddenly appeared in front of the minor Sin. Cackling, "Kill!" The minor Sin grabbed one of the black spikes and thrust it at Xiao. Fortunately, Guyana intervened at the critical moment. As solid as a rock, Guyana waved her right hand, and an incredibly hard rock appeared in front of Xiao. Clang! The black spike struck the rock, producing a metallic collision sound. After blocking the attack for Xiao, Guyana moved to the side of the minor Sin. Whoosh! In an instant, Gu Yuna's silver dragon spear cut off the Minor Sin's arm. Following that, Gu Yuna raised her leg and kicked the Minor Sin away. Bang! The kicked Minor Sin smashed into a building, and just as it got up, it was attacked again. Whoosh! Show Ers golden dragon spear shot from her hand, pinning the Minor Sin against the wall of the building in the blink of an eye. Cack! Cack! But unexpectedly, the Minor Sin not only didn't die, but instead laughed even more eerily. Can't kill it, Show said in surprise. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly walked out. It will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported in front of the Minor Sin and, without hesitation, slashed down with his golden longsword. Thud! Lu Xiaoyu acted quickly. The Minor Sin didn't even have a chance to react before its head fell to the ground. Now it's dead. Lu Xiaoyu sighed in relief as he looked at the lifeless Minor Sin. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Even Dai Huabin, who had just been helped out of the ruins by Zhu Lu, felt regret for his arrogance. Lu Xiaoyu looked at everyone and, after confirming that they had no issues, said, "We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave." Boom! Before Lu Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept up behind him. Shortly after, a figure slowly appeared in the line of sight of Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6. Come with me, Son of God. Chapter 97. 10 Sons, Fairness, Justice. Come with me, Son of God. The speaker was a man exuding an aura that instilled fear. Lu Xiaoyu and the others were puzzled about what this person meant and who he was. However, if LuZe were here, he would surely recognize this man at a glance. Indeed, this man was the 5th seat of the 10 Sons from the world of truth, fairness. Of course, he was not the only one from the 10 Sons who came here. There was also his partner, the 6th seat, Justice. However, Justice had not yet appeared and was hiding in the shadows. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were drenched in cold sweat, as this man was definitely not someone they could handle. Captain, what should we do? Zhu Lu asked in fear. Lu Xiaoyu did not answer her immediately, but instead looked at Fairness. Who exactly are you? Lu Xiaoyu asked slowly. Fairness smiled faintly upon hearing this. I am your servant. This answer took everyone by surprise. Such a powerful person turned out to be Lu Xiaoyu's servant. But Lu Xiaoyu was not concerned at all. Instead, he wanted to take Gu Yuna and the others away from here. Since you are my servant, please disappear from my sight, Lu Xiaoyu said in a commanding tone. Upon hearing this, Fairness showed no emotional fluctuation and instead smiled while refusing. No, you must come back with me today. Why? Where I want to go is none of your business, Lu Xiaoyu reprimanded angrily. But before he knew it, Fairness appeared directly in front of Lu Xiaoyu and lifted him up without saying a word. Let me go. Lu Xiaoyu struggled. Fairness merely glanced at him indifferently and then prepared to leave. Time waits for no one. That annoying guy is coming soon. Fairness seemed to sense something, and his expression gradually became serious. In the next second, a figure crashed onto Fairness, embedding him into the ground. Who allowed you to touch my brother? At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Lu Xiaoyu. He turned around abruptly and saw LuZe, who was in tatters. He hurriedly asked with concern, "Brother, what happened to you?" LuZe simply patted his head and smiled lightly. "It's nothing, just encounter a mouse on the way back." After saying that, he fixed his gaze on Fairness, who was embedded in the ground. Fairness, slowly rising, looked at the person who had crashed onto him and became serious. "Sorry, I couldn't hold this monster back." The person who had crashed onto Fairness was Justice. He was now covered in wounds, clearly having suffered greatly while trying to stop LuZe. After hearing this explanation, Fairness slowly got up and tossed Justice aside, his expression extremely grave. "I didn't expect you to have the power of original sin as well," Fairness said coldly while looking at LuZe. "What a pity." Bang! In the next second, before Fairness could finish his sentence, LuZe appeared in front of him and stomped his foot on Fairness's face, once again embedding him into the ground. "It's been a long time, and you guys still haven't changed your habit of talking nonsense," LuZe said with a friendly smile. Fairness, being stepped on, felt humiliated and immediately shouted, "Don't go too far." Boom! Before he could finish, LuZe kicked him away again. "I've had enough. I originally thought Greed's sin wouldn't pose a threat, but I didn't expect you to come," LuZe said as he shook his hand. He then charged at Fairness again, giving him no chance to breathe. This time, LuZe intended to completely erase this annoying guy. Fairness sensed the power of paradox in LuZe's hands and teleported away to a distance. Whoosh! The moment Fairness left, a deep pit appeared on the ground where LuZe had touched it. "You guys still haven't changed at all? You really know how to dodge." After missing, LuZe stopped paying attention to Fairness and instead went to the side of Justice, who was lying on the ground. "If I can eliminate one, I will," LuZe said as he grabbed Justice by the head and lifted him up. Seeing this, Fairness immediately lost the will to fight and turned to flee. LuZe looked at his retreating figure and couldn't help but sneer. Eradicate. Whoosh. In an instant, Justice, who was still in LuZe's hands, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed in this world. After Justice was eliminated, a figure appeared beside LuZe. Master, how should we deal with this guy? The newcomer was Su Xiao, who had been assigned by LuZe to protect Lu Xiaoyu from the shadows. She was holding a half-dead figure in her hand, and it was none other than Greed Sin. After hearing her words, LuZe replied calmly, just kill him. This kind of trash is useless to keep. After receiving the order, Su Xiao raised her hand to finish off Greed Sin. But just as she was about to act, LuZe called out to her again. Wait. Master, do you have something to ask him? Su Xiao asked, puzzled. However, LuZe's response was somewhat amusing. Didn't I say? Don't call me master in the future. Just call me by my name. LuZe said seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao was speechless. She thought it was something important, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. Okay, LuZe, she said as she plunged her hand into Greed Sin's chest. Boom! In an instant, Greed Sin exploded on the spot, blood splattering all over Su Xiao. But she didn't mind at all. With the death of Greed Sin, the realm of sin that enveloped the small town began to shatter. All right, this journey is over, LuZe said slowly as he looked at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, but Lu Xiaoyu was still filled with questions. The next day, at dawn, the members of Shrek, led by LuZe, set off on their way back to the academy. Along the way, Lu Xiaoyu kept asking LuZe questions, but he didn't reveal much. This made Lu Xiaoyu begin to take an interest in his own origins. After returning to Shrek Academy, LuZe went straight back to his dormitory without saying a word, while the others returned to their routines. In the dormitory, LuZe slumped into a chair as if he were deep in thought. At that moment, Truth emerged with a smile. It seems your brother has started to take an interest in his origins. Aren't you going to tell him? Truth said with a smile. LuZe merely shook his head lightly in response. I can't let Xiaoyu get involved in that place of disputes. Really? Truth chuckled and then said something astonishing. If your brother learns about his origins, do you think he would side with Lucifer? How could that be? LuZe immediately dismissed the statement, but Truth seemed to care, and his expression changed instantly. I know this sounds harsh, but I have to tell you, Truth said seriously. Upon seeing his expression, LuZe immediately realized something. If you have something to say, just say it. LuZe gestured with his hand. Seeing this, Truth stopped hiding and said directly, if your brother is taken by Lucifer's people, I will kill him. At first, LuZe thought he was joking, but seeing his serious expression, his face darkened. Don't worry, that day won't come. LuZe suddenly stood up and said, then added, if that day really happens, it's not up to you to deal with my brother. Upon hearing this, Truth immediately laughed and stared at him, saying, I hope you can keep your promise. After saying that, he vanished into LuZe's body. Alone in the dormitory, LuZe fixed his gaze on the window, and his mood suddenly plummeted. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was feeling down, a series of knocks on the door forcibly pulled him back. Come in, LuZe said slowly. Soon, the cheerful Lu Xiaoyu opened the door and walked in. Brother, I came to ask you something, Lu Xiaoyu said as she ran up to LuZe with a smile. Looking at her smile, LuZe's previously low mood inexplicably lifted. He then smiled and said, what is it this time? It's about that man from that night. I want to know why he called himself my servant, Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Upon hearing this, LuZe shifted his gaze to the window, seemingly avoiding something. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Lu Xiaoyu immediately noticed, but LuZe smiled and replied, what could I hide from you? Don't worry. That guy was probably just talking nonsense. Really? Lu Xiaoyu was half convinced but quickly pushed the matter aside. Brother, we're about to participate in the Soul Master competition, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Seeing this, LuZe didn't think much of it and bluntly said, and then? If I win the championship in the Soul Master competition, can you promise me one request? Lu Xiaoyu asked innocently. LuZe felt puzzled, thinking this kid was plotting something again, but he still smiled and replied, sure, as long as you can win the championship. That's easy, just wait for me to make my request, Lu Xiaoyu said with a laugh, then ran out without looking back. Watching her figure, LuZe couldn't help but smile. This little rascal, LuZe said to himself as he lay on the bed, preparing to rest. In a hidden valley in Douluo continent stood a grand building. This building was the Holy Spirit Church. Inside the church, the serious-looking Collapse sat at the top. Kneeling before him was the Fairness who had escaped from LuZe. Did I not tell you not to act on your own? Collapse looked extremely angry. The kneeling Fairness didn't dare to breathe a word. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chief, Fairness quickly admitted his mistake. Seeing this, Collapse could only take a deep breath. After all, apart from himself, only the other members of the 10 Sons could sweep away other forces. And now 2 of them were dead. He couldn't be sure if they could bring the Son of God to the Soul Master competition. Forget it. If it weren't for the fact that you are currently our main force, you'd be in serious trouble, Collapse said slowly. He then got up and left the hall. Fairness, who had narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, as if he had walked past the gates of hell. Chapter 98 Relaxation Time. Teacher, I want to become stronger. This sentence came from Dai Huabin. Standing before him, LuZe wore a gentle smile. Why do you feel this way? After hearing this, Dai Huabin fell silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. I don't want to stand behind others anymore. Every time I encounter someone strong, I feel helpless. With that, he raised his head to look at LuZe. Seeing his expression, LuZe didn't say much and turned to say slowly, if you want to become stronger, you should let go of what's in your heart. What's in my heart? Dai Huabin was puzzled. He didn't know what LuZe was referring to. But soon, LuZe spoke again. I know about your situation with Wu Yuhao. He doesn't care about you, so why should you care about him? After saying this, LuZe left. Left behind, Dai Huabin suddenly realized something after hearing these words. Once again raising his head, he seemed to have changed as he looked in the direction LuZe had left. I understand now, teacher. The once every 5 years Soul Master competition was approaching, and all major academies and sects were putting in their efforts. Similarly, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were diligently training for this Soul Master competition. Having experienced the 2 Sin Realm incidents, they had successfully transformed. The most changed among them might be Dai Huabin. He was no longer the arrogant and self-important person he used to be. After talking with LuZe, he had put away those traits. At the same time, he no longer focused on Hui Yuhao. Now his only goal was to become stronger, even stronger. In the training room of Shrek's inner courtyard, LuZe looked at everyone who could still move freely under his gravity domain and felt relieved. Now, apart from a support type Ning Tian and the agility type Zhu Lu, the other members could move freely and were completely unaffected by gravity. Of course, Ning Tian and Zhu Lu had also made significant progress. At least they could move under the influence of gravity, albeit slowly, but still much better than those who had never experienced it before. The 7 of them had been training under this gravity for the whole morning, and it was only when the sun was directly overhead that LuZe allowed them to rest. All right, your bodies can now withstand a certain amount of gravity. Continuing to train like this is meaningless, LuZe said as he approached them. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, So we're going to spar with you this afternoon? No need. LuZe waved his hand and said the Soul Master competition is about to begin, so you all should relax a bit. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the training room. The 7 of them left in the training room immediately burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Great! Finally, we don't have to be so tired every day, Wu Feng said as he lay on the floor laughing. Captain, what should we do next? Dai Huabin slowly asked Lu Xiaoyu as he approached. After thinking carefully, Lu Xiaoyu replied, Since my brother told us to relax, let's all take a break. With that, she got up and ran out of the training room. Everyone looked at his back and couldn't help but smile. Then they all got up and left. By the shores of the sea god lake, LuZe walked alone. His expression seemed to be lost in thought, and at that moment Truth appeared. What are you thinking about? Truth asked with a smile. Upon seeing him appear, LuZe didn't show much emotional fluctuation, only responding slowly. The Soul Master competition is coming, and those rats from the 10 Sons will show up too. I just wonder when they will make their move. We could just catch them and ask, Truth said with a smile. Hearing this, LuZe immediately smiled wryly. The true strength of the Collapse is probably not below mine. Last time, he must have been restricted by something, but this time it will be different. That's true. Even the Douluo continent can give birth to original sin, let alone the true strength of that Collapse guy. Truth nodded in agreement. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly hugged LuZe's waist from behind. Brother, we don't have to train during this time. Come play outside with me. The person hugging LuZe was Lu Xiaoyu, who had a cheerful smile on his face. LuZe was taken aback by this and smiled helplessly. You really have no sense of urgency at all. Of course, it's such nice weather. It would be a shame not to go out and play, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Seeing this, LuZe patted his head. All right, anyway, old Xian hasn't been looking for me during this time. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and immediately pulled LuZe's hand, running towards the entrance of Shrek Academy. LuZe, being pulled along, wore a helpless expression but didn't say anything. A day later, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu had left Shrek Academy and were currently wandering around a lively street. Brother, where are we going to play next? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile while holding LuZe's hand. LuZe smiled and said indulgently, "Wherever you want to go, I'm fine with anywhere." Then it's settled. Lu Xiaoyu laughed, and then they strolled around the street, going wherever it was bustling. The two played all day until it got dark before finally relaxing. "Let's go. It's getting late. Let's find a hotel to rest," LuZe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu didn't say anything, probably tired from playing all day, and directly climbed onto LuZe's back. Seeing this, LuZe just smiled faintly and carried the tired Lu Xiaoyu to a hotel. 2 rooms, LuZe said slowly at the front desk. The staff member in charge looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room left." "What do you think? Just 1 room left?" LuZe murmured thoughtfully. After considering it for a moment, he said, "All right, take me up." "Okay, sir." The staff member replied with a smile and led LuZe to the room. Upon entering the room, LuZe first looked at Lu Xiaoyu on his back and found that he seemed to have fallen asleep. So he gently placed him on the bed and went to the bathroom by himself. "Truth, is there anything unusual around here?" the alert LuZe asked directly. Truth appeared with a smile and then said in a teasing tone, "Don't worry. There's no scent of sin here, just a greedy cat." "What do you mean?" LuZe asked, confused by this statement. But Truth just waved his hand. "It's nothing, I was just joking." Seeing this, LuZe stopped asking and sank into the bathtub. "It's been a long time since I've relaxed like this." LuZe sighed deeply while soaking in the tub. He closed his eyes as he relaxed. In the Truth world, in the corridor of a palace, Lucifer was looking at the scenery outside. At that moment, Leviathan slowly walked over. "Lucifer, I think the time is almost right. We should go find the Son of God," Leviathan said seriously. Lucifer remained calm, as always. "It's not time yet. When the moment comes, I will naturally go to bring the Son of God home." "What about the collapse?" Leviathan suddenly thought of something. "Collapse?" Lucifer paused for a moment and then sneered. "They're just there to hold LuZe back. Did you give that thing to collapse without any purpose?" Leviathan suddenly realized. Lucifer just signaled him to be quiet. "It's not without purpose. That thing is specifically designed to open the dimensional wall between the Truth world and the Douluo world. Although it can only last for a minute. That's enough." Hearing this, Leviathan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. So that's how it is. To him, Lucifer was indeed a guy who would do anything for his goals. But that was just his perspective. At least Lucifer was on his side. The two stopped chatting, and Lucifer once again looked out into the corridor. "I really look forward to seeing you again, LuZe." Chapter 99, Relaxing Days. Struggling to breathe, LuZe suddenly opened his eyes and found a figure pressing down on him. "Xiaoyu, get up. I can't breathe." LuZe patted Lu Xiaoyu's back. Lu Xiaoyu, awakened by the patting, slowly opened his eyes, glanced at LuZe, and then buried his head back down. LuZe could only smile helplessly at this, then forcibly picked him up. "Sigh, having a younger brother is really troublesome," LuZe said with a wry smile. He then placed Lu Xiaoyu back on the bed and went to the window to look outside. After watching for a while, he prepared to go out. And just as he opened the door, Lu Xiaoyu dashed over like a cheetah. "Brother, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Seeing him so energetic, LuZe could only smile helplessly. "I thought you wouldn't get up," LuZe said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's face turned red, and he turned his head away, whispering, "What's the big deal about sleeping a little longer?" LuZe was at a loss for words after hearing this. He didn't know what to say. "Since you're awake, we should leave here," LuZe said slowly. "Okay, off to the next destination," Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly, then ran ahead of LuZe. Really, LuZe was already speechless. After having breakfast, the two brothers set off once again for their next destination, the Star Luo Empire. After some traveling, they finally arrived at the gates of Star Luo City. "Brother, did you participate in the Soul Master competition here before?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "Yes, but I didn't see the finals," LuZe replied with a faint smile. "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu nodded in response, then teased. "So my big brother is a slacker. What are you saying?" LuZe tapped his head. He didn't know how to respond anymore. Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile, then ran towards the city. Inside Xingluo City, Lu Xiaoyu was wandering around while LuZe followed him with a smile on his face. Everything was normal until a few women approached LuZe, only to be chased away by Lu Xiaoyu. The once playful Lu Xiaoyu was now obediently following LuZe, even holding onto his clothes. "Let's have fun here for a few days. The Soul Master competition should also start when we return to the academy," LuZe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded obediently. After spending a crazy day with Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe settled him in a hotel and went out alone. By the lakeside, LuZe was leisurely strolling. At this moment, Truth appeared. "Why aren't you with your brother?" Truth asked with a strange laugh. LuZe replied slowly, He's been crazy all day. It's good for him to rest. So what are you planning to do? Truth asked slowly. LuZe stopped and looked at the shimmering surface of the lake, then smiled faintly. Let us find something to do, LuZe said with a smile. Truth was momentarily stunned, then laughed. You noticed too? Yes. How could I not notice the disgusting aura? LuZe said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the lakeside. When he reappeared, LuZe was already standing on top of a building. What a lively scene, LuZe said, looking down at the bustling street. It's been a while since I've seen Original Sin, Truth said with a smile. Indeed, LuZe murmured meaningfully. In the blink of an eye, LuZe arrived on the prosperous street. Walking along the street, LuZe wore a harmless smile. Let me see where the rats are hiding. As he spoke, he entered a small alley. Soon, LuZe noticed something strange about the alley. Hiding in the Sin realm, huh? LuZe said lightly. With that, he stepped into the entrance of the Sin realm. Upon entering, everything around him became very bizarre. A twisted space. It seems this Original Sin has some awareness. Truth said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, several black spikes shot out from the alley where LuZe was. Swish, swish, swish. The spikes shot out quickly, and a normal person wouldn't be able to dodge them at all. But LuZe's absolute defense was not something a normal person could break. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the spikes aimed at LuZe broke just before they could touch him. Cackling after the spikes shattered, a strange laughter echoed in the alley. Then a hoarse voice rang out. It's been so long. Finally, I see a living person. Yes, I finally found you. LuZe suddenly turned to look in a direction. This startled the person hiding in the shadows. But before they could react, LuZe appeared behind them. Found you, rat, LuZe said with a wicked smile. He then kicked the person hard on the head. Boom! The kicked person was sent crashing into a dilapidated building. The already ruined building instantly turned into a pile of rubble. Last original sin, LuZe murmured as he looked at the ruins, then shook his head. What a pity. You don't follow the rules of combat. Lust Original Sin said angrily as he got up. Don't follow the rules of combat? LuZe scoffed. He then teleported behind Lust Original Sin again. You trash don't deserve to say such things. Bang! Before Lust Original Sin could react, he was directly pinned to the ground by LuZe. I've had my fun, LuZe said slowly. He then began to gather the power of Paradox in his hands. Sensing the crisis, Lust Original Sin roared angrily. Don't look down on me. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe felt a strong sense of pressure. Bang! In the moment LuZe was distracted, Lust Original Sin suddenly stood up from the ground and punched him. I'm still a god here. What right do you have to call me trash? At this moment, Lust Original Sin was almost furious to the extreme. The power within him began to go berserk, nearing its peak. But LuZe appeared indifferent, even wanting to laugh. You still dare to call yourself a god? LuZe sneered. Lust Original Sin seemed to ignore him, teleporting directly in front of LuZe and raising a foot. Boom! This kick could be said to shake the heavens and earth, reducing all surrounding buildings to ruins. Yet, LuZe casually received this kick. You dare to call yourself a god? LuZe said softly. Lust Original Sin instantly felt a threat of death. But it was too late to flee. LuZe grabbed Lust Original Sin by the face and slammed him hard into the ground. The ground shook as if a great earthquake had occurred. LuZe looked at Lust Original Sin, pinned to the ground, and coldly said, I gave you a chance. But you were useless. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of colorless energy enveloped him. No, I haven't used my true strength yet. I haven't lost. Swish. With Lust Original Sin's final scream, he disappeared from this world. LuZe slowly stood up, looking at the disintegrating space, and couldn't help but smile. You've gotten much stronger, Truth said with a smile. But LuZe replied flatly, still too weak compared to Lucifer. Upon mentioning Lucifer, Truth smiled. You shouldn't think about finding Lucifer now. That guy is not someone you can deal with at your current level. I know, LuZe waved his hand. He then walked out of the crumbling Sin realm and returned to reality, heading straight back to the hotel without much thought. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the Soul Master competition was upon them. At the same time, the continent's grand event every 5 years was about to meet its brutal end. Chapter 100. The Soul Master competition begins. The Soul Master competition. A grand event held every 5 years in the continent. Due to changes in the rules for this competition, various Soul Master academies and major sects on the continent have racked their brains. Inside Shrek Academy, in the familiar training room, LuZe stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6, speaking seriously about certain matters. Everyone has worked very hard this month. The Soul Master competition is here, and I hope you can achieve good results, LuZe said earnestly. But Lu Xiaoyu confidently replied, Don't worry, we got the championship. Hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but smile, then turned and led everyone out of the training room. Just after leaving the training room, a familiar face approached LuZe. LuZe, this Soul Master competition is very important. It may affect the current situation on the continent. The visitor was Elder Xian. At this moment, he was very serious. Not like he was joking. Upon seeing his demeanor, LuZe just smiled and slowly said, "With me here, Shrek's position will not be shaken." After hearing this, Elder Xian gave a faint smile, patted LuZe's shoulder, and said, "With your words, I can rest assured." He then came in front of Lu Xiaoyu and the others, and with a serious expression said, "The future position of Shrek on the continent is in your hands, and I hope you will not disappoint Shrek's trust. Leave it to us." Lu Xiaoyu and the seven responded in unison. After witnessing this, Elder Xian showed a gratified smile, then turned and walked beside LuZe. "Let's go. I'll take you to the venue of the Soul Master competition," Elder Xian said slowly. After that, LuZe no longer spoke, but followed behind Elder Xian together with Lu Xiaoyu and the others. In the Sun Moon Empire, in the Mingdu. Inside the Mingyue Hotel, LuZe was leading Lu Xiaoyu and the seven of them to their resting area with the guidance of a waiter. "Once you get to your room, don't run around and don't cause trouble before the competition starts," LuZe said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the seven showed very obedient expressions. Seeing this, LuZe turned around and walked in another direction. When Lu Xiaoyu just came out of the room, she saw LuZe's departing figure at a glance. She quickly followed in the direction he was leaving. "Brother, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile after catching up with LuZe. Hearing this, LuZe helplessly turned to look at her. "I must have something to do to leave here. If I had nothing to do, I would probably just be lying in bed." From his tone, it seemed like he really had something to do, but that didn't affect anything. "Anyway, I have nothing to do right now, so let me go with you," Lu Xiaoyu said innocently with a smile. LuZe was helpless, but bringing Lu Xiaoyu along didn't matter. The two brothers walked out of Shrek's resting area, and just as they reached the entrance of the Mingyue Hotel, they ran into an acquaintance. "Lu Go, are you here to participate in the Soul Master competition too?" Upon hearing this, LuZe looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to find that the person speaking was Hu Yuhao. However, he seemed to be in a not-so-optimistic condition, as if he had sustained some serious injuries. "Yuhao, what happened to your injuries?" LuZe asked curiously. Hu Yuhao, hearing this, awkwardly smiled and scratched his head as he slowly explained, "I accidentally encountered a powerful sinful beast while out, and I had to use all my trump cards to drive it back." Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately understood. "It seems you've made great progress, being able to face a sinful beast close to a great sinful beast by yourself. It was just luck. If it weren't for the timely arrival of my senior brothers, I might have died," Hu Yuhao replied humbly with a smile. As he said this, Hu Yuhao remembered the previous question and continued to ask, "Lu Ge, are you here to participate in the Soul Master competition?" After asking this question, Hu Yuhao felt very nervous, as they had witnessed LuZe's strength firsthand. "I'm not here to participate. I'm here to watch," LuZe answered with a smile. Upon hearing this answer, Hu Yuhao finally felt relieved. But at this moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward. "Even if my brother doesn't participate, the championship will still be ours," Lu Xiaoyu said confidently. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuhao couldn't help but smile wryly. "Yeah, how could I forget about this ridiculously strong guy?" This made Tang Sek's rise even more challenging. After chatting for a while, the group parted ways. Lu Xiaoyu was led by LuZe to a restaurant with a particularly beautiful view. "Brother, what are you doing here? On a date?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, feeling puzzled. Hearing this, LuZe smiled and teased. "How did you know?" "Really?" The already nervous Lu Xiaoyu stood up immediately after hearing this. "Who are you going on a date with? Male or female? Younger or older than you?" Lu Xiaoyu asked in a somewhat urgent tone. Seeing her like this, LuZe continued to tease, "A male, much older than me." "What?" Lu Xiaoyu was no longer calm, and she directly stood up and grabbed LuZe's arm, wanting to leave. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh. All right, I was just joking. Was it really necessary to react so strongly?" LuZe said as he tapped Lu Xiaoyu's head. Realizing that she had been played, Lu Xiaoyu felt displeased and directly punched him in the chest. "You tricked me," Lu Xiaoyu said unhappily. She then pouted and sat down beside him, turning her head away. LuZe just smiled and looked out at the scenery outside the window. After a while, a woman came to their table. "Sorry for keeping you waiting," the woman said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the voice, LuZe looked at her and found that the person was indeed who he was supposed to meet. "You're oranges, right?" LuZe said with a slight smile. The visitor was none other than the oranges who had interacted with Hui Yuhao. Oranges smiled gently as she sat down and softly said to LuZe, "I don't know much about the Holy Spirit cult, but I at least know that the Sun Moon Empire has had connections with the Holy Spirit cult." "That's enough," LuZe replied with a smile, slowly getting up to leave. "I'm leaving now. Some desserts will be served shortly, and you can eat them before leaving," LuZe said slowly. He then turned around and took a few steps before stopping in place. "By the way, you better not have any illusions. Put away your disguise in front of me," LuZe said softly. He then left with Lu Xiaoyu, and upon hearing this, Oranges fell silent. It seemed she had overthought things. "Brother, what is your relationship with that woman?" Lu Xiaoyu asked. Upon hearing this, LuZe just patted her head and smiled softly. "It's a relationship of interests. Don't think too much about it." Lu Xiaoyu responded half convinced. "The competition is about to start. You should go back and rest for a bit. I have something to take care of," LuZe said with a doting smile. Lu Xiaoyu responded unhappily, but she still obediently walked back to the Mingyue Hotel. Meanwhile, the expression on LuZe's face underwent a subtle change. "I will find you, little mice." Chapter 101, The First Battle. The highly anticipated Youth Soul Master competition finally began, and the participants of this competition were filled with many talents. In the Mingyue Hotel, in the resting area of Shrek Academy, Elder Xian stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 of them. "Children, the Soul Master competition has begun, and everyone needs to be spirited up, understand?" Elder Xian said seriously. The group cooperated well, all stating a common goal: championship. Seeing this, Elder Xian turned around and led them out of the hotel, heading towards the competition venue. On the way there, Lu Xiaoyu felt very puzzled because he didn't see his brother and hadn't received any news. This inevitably made him start to worry. However, soon Xian Lao noticed his unease and smiled as he approached him. "Lu Xiaoyu, your brother cannot come forward for certain reasons at the moment, so don't overthink it." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu replied, half skeptical. But Xian Lao appeared serious, looking as if he was not lying. Lu Xiaoyu decided not to press further. In his heart, as long as his brother was still there, that was enough. After a while, the 7 of them successfully arrived at the competition venue for the Soul Master competition under Xian Lao's lead. Seeing the various academies and major sect forces gathered together, Dai Huabin and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. However, they quickly regained their composure, and their expressions became serious. "Looks like there are quite a few competitors this time," Lu Xiaoyu said with a relaxed smile. Qiu'er beside him also seemed to disregard the others. "Don't let your guard down. These teams might have some hidden cards that haven't been revealed," Guyena, standing next to Lu Xiaoyu, said cautiously. After all, since the emergence of the Sin Face in the continent, no one dared to claim supremacy over it. The power of the Sin Face was something all Soul Masters on the continent were well aware of, and no one could guarantee whether there were participants in this Soul Master competition who were Sin Faces. This was why Guyena was so cautious. Overall, the Sin Face was just too powerful. Upon hearing Guyena's words, Lu Xiaoyu also became more cautious. Just then, the person in charge of the competition appeared. It was none other than Su Tiangon, the regent of the Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, standing behind him was Orange, who was referred to as the regent's wife. The one surprised by this was Hui Yuhao, who had already formed a rough guess about Orange in his heart. But he kept his thoughts to himself and didn't spread it around. At that moment, a booming voice silenced the entire crowd. Silence. No one knew who had said this, but they all understood that the person was extraordinarily strong, at least in their eyes. Hui Yuhao immediately recognized the owner of that voice. His previous speculation had turned into reality, and he said with a serious expression. Wang Donger, who was disguised as a boy and standing beside him, looked puzzled. However, after Hui Yuhao's explanation, she understood the situation and felt quite serious. After that voice, Regent's wife Orange stepped forward to give a speech. Here, on behalf of the Regent, I welcome all the participating contestants. And I also announce on behalf of the Regent that the Continental Youth Senior Soul Master Elite Competition has now begun. After she finished speaking, the judges directly announced the first round of teams to come on stage. There was no pause, and the competition started immediately. The first match of the day was between the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy team and the Dragon Slaying Sect team. The match was almost one-sided, with the participants from the Dragon Slaying Sect being pinned down and rubbed into the ground by Meng Hongxun from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Thus, the match ended quickly, and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy was the first team to stand out in this session. This Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy seems very strong, Ning Tian said, covering her mouth. Qiu'er beside her disdainfully replied, Are they strong? I don't feel that way. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. The competition continued for a long time, and the only match that piqued Lu Xiaoyu's interest was the one involving Hui Yuhao from the Tang sect. As for the Holy Spirit Sect's match, it astonished everyone present. After all, they were the first team to kill their opponent in the competition. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and the others finally welcomed their first match. So exciting, it's finally our turn, Wu Feng exclaimed with great enthusiasm. However, a single remark from Gu Yuna deflated her excitement. During this period, neither I nor the captain will make a move, so everyone should not let their guard down, Gu Yuna said slowly. Got it, Chiu responded with a smile. At that moment, the judge came to the competition stage and loudly announced, the competition continues. Afternoon session. Elimination round, second round. First match, Shrek Academy versus Tianjia Sect. Both sides, please send one contestant to the stage and introduce yourselves. The judge continued to shout. Soon, the contestants from Shrek Academy and Tianjia Sect walked up. They stared at each other and then slowly introduced their names. Shrek, Dai Huabin. Tianjia Sect, Han Yiyu. Seeing this, the judge directly announced, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, Dai Huabin shot toward Hanyu like a cannonball. Hanyu barely had time to react, but managed to summon a shield at the last moment. Bang! Dai Huabin's fist struck the giant shield, instantly creating a gust of wind. However, Hanyu, hiding behind the giant shield, was completely unharmed, even showing a contemptuous smile. With no injuries, Hanyu began to look down on Dai Huabin, mockingly saying, you can't even. Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, the giant shield in his hand started to shatter, and then it completely broke. Boom! Dai Huabin's fist landed solidly on Hanyu's chest. Puffed. Hanyu, hit in the chest, immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and lost his qualification to continue fighting. Dai Huabin has changed a lot, Hui Yuhao murmured as a bystander. Indeed, at this moment, Wang Dong'er also walked over. She noticed that he didn't even use his martial soul against Hanyu, and it seemed his personality had also changed. But that's not the point. The main point is that Shrek's three main forces. We might not be their opponents at all, Hui Yuhao said awkwardly. Wang Dong'er was surprised to hear this. She didn't believe that their Tang sect was weak and thought they could even win the championship. However, Hui Yuhao's next statement left her stunned. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation seems to have already reached Soul Sage, and he's also received training from Brother Lu, Hui Yuhao said seriously. At this point, Wang Dong'er stopped speaking, but she had already formed a certain understanding in her heart. Back at the competition, Dai Huabin from Shrek Academy easily defeated another contestant from Tianjia Sect once again. However, something unexpected happened. In the third round of the match between Shrek Academy and Tianjia Sect, Dai Huabin said something surprising. Shrek Academy, Dai Huabin concedes. Dai Huabin said flatly. This statement shocked everyone present. Given his current strength, he could clearly defeat 7 opponents, so why concede? However, it quickly became clear that it was because Wu Feng was coming on stage. Although Wu Feng's strength wasn't as great as Dai Huabin's, she had improved several levels after training with LuZe's. She could still easily handle these ordinary sect members. It was also a crushing victory until the second round of the team battle. For Shrek, only 5 people took the stage, apart from Lu Xiaoyu and Gu Yuna, who did not go on stage. The others arrived at the competition venue under Chiyo's lead. Do you Shrek look down on us? The captain of Tianjia Sect said with an unhappy expression. Chiyo just smiled faintly upon hearing this, not because she looked down on them, but because she looked down on everyone participating in the competition. Chiyo's tone was quite bold, directly causing gasps throughout the audience, leaving people in shock. Has she gone mad? She directly provoked all the teams. I don't think so. They are Shrek after all. The strength of Shrek Academy is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, the entire arena was almost discussing one thing. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the Tianjia Sect standing on the competition stage wore serious expressions, as they felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Chiyo. The match began. At this moment, the referee announced it directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyo charged forward holding the golden dragon spear. Break! The combined soul skill of the 7 members of Tianjia Sect was shattered by Chiyo with a single spear strike. The match ended before it even began. This is the foundation of Shrek. Chapter 102. Modified Rules. Since the end of the Shrek Academy competition, everyone once again re-evaluated Shrek. At the same time, Chiyo, the strongest player of the Shrek team, also caught the attention of various academies and sections. That girl named Chiyo must be closely monitored. Her strength is formidable, and she is already a standout in this Soul Master competition, remarked Regent Su Tiangon meaningfully from his high seat. The orange-haired girl, standing beside him, simply nodded lightly in response, indicating she would pay more attention. In the Shrek resting area, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were celebrating their first victory of the day. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao had brought the Tang sect members to join them. Hui Yuhao has come? Zhu Lu noticed as soon as they arrived. Lu Xiaoyu also saw them and approached. What are you doing here? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Hui Yuhao smiled faintly upon hearing this and slowly replied, Of course, we are here to celebrate your victory. Is that so? Then I'll also represent the Shrek team to celebrate with you, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Soon, the 7 members of the Tang sect began chatting with the 7 members of Shrek. One thing that shocked Hui Yuhao was Dai Huabin. Unlike before, Dai Huabin greeted him with a friendly demeanor. This change was unexpected for Hui Yuhao, but upon further reflection, it was normal for Dai Huabin to mature and grow up. By the way, where is Brother Lu? Hui Yuhao asked with a smile while looking at Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this question, Lu Xiaoyu's mood immediately dampened. I don't know. Elder Xian said he had something to take care of, Lu Xiaoyu said with a hint of annoyance. Is that so? Hui Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. This question made the atmosphere in the area quite awkward. However, it quickly returned to normal under Hui Yuhao's adjustment. At the same time, the Tang sect and Shrek had a friendly exchange that evening, and nothing unexpected happened. As the sky darkened, both groups returned to their respective hotel resting areas amidst laughter and joy. It seems today was very safe. On a rooftop known only to a few, Truth chuckled and murmured. Standing beside him, LuZe wore a serious expression, as if deep in thought. Seeing him like this piqued Truth's interest, and he directly asked, Still thinking about those matters? Hearing this question, LuZe slightly came back to his senses and replied, Sort of. I just have a feeling that something big is going to happen soon. You actually have this feeling? Truth was quite surprised. Yes. I don't know why I feel this way, LuZe said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He then turned and prepared to leave. As for why he didn't choose to stay by Lu Xiaoyu's side, he had his own plans. With the 10th son not showing up, LuZe didn't dare to act rashly. What if he changed the original plan once he appeared? Where are you going during this time? Truth floated beside LuZe and asked slowly. After thinking carefully, LuZe replied, I'll go check Mingda Hall first. It would be good to find out the whereabouts of those few guys in advance. Hee. The next morning, the Youth Soul Master competition continued. But for some unknown reason, the atmosphere of the competition suddenly changed. On the high stands, Orange slowly walked out. I will represent His Highness the Regent to explain the changes in the competition rules to all participating contestants, Orange announced loudly. Instantly, everyone in the arena was filled with confusion. Seeing this, Orange continued. After discussions last night by the organizers of this Soul Master competition, it was decided to modify the competition format. Each team will only need to participate in 1 match per day, using a team battle system. The winners stay, and the losers leave. Additionally, this time the competition is not restricted by any means, regardless of life or death. As long as you can win, anything goes. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was shocked, and some contestants were left dumbfounded. Because this modification was indeed too drastic, it was something that ordinary people could hardly accept, and they were puzzled as to why such a change was made. The purpose of this modification was simple, to force all contestants to exert their full strength. After Orange finished speaking, he retreated, leaving the audience in a state of confusion and shock. Captain, don't you think this modification is a bit strange? Ning Tian slowly approached Lu Xiaoyu and said. Hearing her words, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to sense it too. It shouldn't be just a coincidence. Lu Xiaoyu reassured with a faint smile. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Hopefully, that's the case. At that moment, the referee had already arrived at the competition stage. The Youth Soul Master Elite Competition, Round 2 of the elimination, first match begins. The referee announced loudly. Yunlai Academy versus Huxiao Sect. Please have both teams enter the arena. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 7-member teams appeared on opposite sides of the competition stage. The contestants from both teams stared at each other, as if they were about to fight at any moment. The referee then slowly announced, the match begins. Bang! Just as the words fell, a member of Huxiao Sect had already teleported in front of the contestant from Yunlai Academy. You weaklings, a man from Huxiao Sect sneered. Don't get too cocky, one of the contestants under his foot said angrily. He then erupted with the soul power of a soul emperor and stood up. The man shouted angrily. But soon, a long sword pierced through his chest, spraying blood all over the competition stage. This scene left the other contestants from Yunlai Academy stunned. Even if the rules have changed, you don't need to be so ruthless. A female contestant from Yunlai Academy shouted angrily. The rules are like this. If you're afraid of death, then what can you do? The man who dealt the killing blow laughed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the girl was instantly stunned, and she wasn't the only one. Almost everyone in the arena was left dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit too cruel? They come in and go straight for the kill. If I were to compete and the rules changed like this, I absolutely wouldn't participate. In an instant, the arena was filled with sighs. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The onlooker, Lu Xiaoyu, felt the same way. Is this a competition or a murder? Lu Xiaoyu murmured. His first thought after witnessing this scene was how would they Shrek deal with such a team in the future? He could guarantee his own safety, but he wasn't so sure about the others. How could he possibly guard against 7 people at once? Just as he fell into deep thought, the match on the arena had already ended. Yunlai Academy forfeited, the match is over, and Tiger Howl Sect wins. The referee announced loudly. Soon, the competition area was cleaned up, ready for the second match. The second match was Tang Sect against Tianling Sect, a confrontation between 2 major sects. Who would win and who would lose? Chapter 103, Arrogant Capital. After the rules of the Soul Master competition were modified, the second round of the knockout stage finally welcomed its second match, Tang Sect versus Tianling Sect. Captain, who do you think will win, Tang Sect or Tianling Sect? Dai Huabin slowly asked Lu Xiaoyu as he approached. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu simply shook his head faintly, unsure. The overall strength of Tianling Sect is also quite good, and so is Tang Sect. So doesn't that mean it's hard to determine a winner? Dai Huabin was surprised. At this moment, Gu Yuna slowly walked over. Not necessarily. Tang Sect Hu Yuhao is also very strong, at least it seems so to outsiders. The 3 of them stopped talking as the match was about to begin. The match continues, Tang Sect versus Tianling Sect. Please both sides enter the arena, the referee announced loudly. As soon as the words fell, 2 teams walked into the competition area from both sides. Once the referee saw both teams were ready, he announced directly, the match begins. With the referee's command, the match finally started, and everyone in the arena was tense. They didn't know if this match would have the same situation as before. On the competition stage, the captain of Tianling Sect looked at Hu Yuhao and the others. He then slowly asked, Are you from Tang Sect? What else would we be? Hu Yuhao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the captain of Tianling Sect smiled and stepped forward, saying, Tianling Sect, Yi Hao, please give me your guidance. Tang Sect, Hu Yuhao, please give me your guidance. Hu Yuhao replied with a smile. As soon as their words fell, the arena was filled with a fighting spirit. Whoosh! In the next second, Yi Hao shot towards Hu Yuhao like an arrow released from a bow. First soul skill, Tiger Hunt. Yi Hao activated his first soul ring, wielding a long knife, exuding a strong murderous aura. Clang! What was unexpected was that Yi Hao's strike was actually blocked by Xiao Zhao's cauldron. Not bad reaction. Yi Hao was it. But soon, the other 2 members of Tianling Sect had already reached the back of Tang Sect's group. The surge of killing intent instantly stimulated Hu Yuhao and the others. But fortunately, Hu Yuhao had seen all of this, which avoided a tragedy. At the same time, Yi Hao also felt it was incredible and quickly locked onto the main target. Focus fire on Hu Yuhao! Yi Hao shouted loudly. The members of Tianling Sect instantly understood his meaning and rushed towards Hu Yuhao. Seeing this, Hu Yuhao not only did not retreat, but instead smiled. Shuedi! Hu Yuhao softly called out. As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl appeared beside him. Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. In an instant, the entire competition area was enveloped in a chilling aura, and almost no one could see anything on the competition stage. What's going on? Why can't we see anything? Are we not allowed to watch? A chorus of doubts erupted in the arena. However, these doubts quickly faded, replaced by shock. As the cold air dissipated, there was only Hu Yuhao and his team left in the arena, while the members of Tianling Sect lay on the ground. The match is over, Tang Sect wins. Although the referee was puzzled, he quickly gave the result. The end of the match, Tianling Sect's loss was something many didn't expect. In the Shrek preparation area, Dai Huabin asked with a serious expression, Captain, what just happened? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and was about to explain, but was preempted by Gu Yuna. It's a domain. In that domain, the members of Tianling Sect lost track of Hu Yuhao and his team, while those from Tang Sect, with Hu Yuhao's assistance, could quickly lock onto the members of Tianling Sect, so the match naturally ended, Gu Yuna said slowly. Dai Huabin understood immediately upon hearing her, and then thought about the future. If we encounter such a situation, Captain, do you have a chance of winning? Dai Huabin asked slowly. This kind of trick works on those people, but it won't work on me, Lu Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. After saying that, he added, Let us go, it's our turn. The second round of the knockout stage, the third match, Shrek Academy versus Demon Spirit Sect. The referee announced loudly in the competition area. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Lu Xiaoyu and the others arrived at the competition area amidst this cheer. Meanwhile, the captain of the Demon Spirit Sect, Wang Mo, looked quite troubled. Is my luck this bad? Just coming out of the first round and facing last year's champion? This is a bit tough, Wang Mo thought with a frown. But he still mustered his courage and stepped onto the competition stage. Both sides are ready. The match begins. The referee announced loudly. The match had started. And what puzzled everyone in the arena was that Shrek was actually still chatting, completely disregarding the Demon Spirit Sect. Hasn't the match started? Why aren't they even looking at us? One of the Demon Spirit Sect members said displeased. But Wang Mo stopped him. Don't let your guard down. Maybe this is their tactic. Let's wait a bit longer. So, the members of the Demon Spirit Sect thought this was Shrek's strategy to remain still while the enemy remained still. But this wait lasted 5 minutes. And Wang Mo was clearly getting impatient. He then directly revealed his soul power and shouted at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Are you looking down on us? What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyu feigned ignorance and then smiled, saying, it seems we said from the very beginning that we don't take anyone in the arena seriously. You're not the only ones. Upon hearing this, Wang Mo instantly became furious, and his powerful soul power erupted, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings configuration shocking many. But the next second, Shrek refreshed everyone's understanding once again. Great Flame Wave. Guyana stepped forward and directly unleashed her soul skill. The massive wave of flames instantly engulfed the entire competition area, and the members of the Demon Spirit Sect had no place to escape, directly losing their qualification in the match. The match has ended, and Shrek Academy is victorious. The referee announced loudly. What is astonishing to everyone is that the Spirit Hall couldn't hold on for even a second after Shrek made its move. But that's not the main reason for the shock. The most surprising thing is the soul rings on Guyuna. The configuration of 2 purple for black and 1 red soul ring is almost impossible, yet it appeared this time, and it was on a woman. It can't be real. Su Sanshur from the Tang Sect's preparation area looked shocked. Even Hui Yuhao was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a soul ring configuration. And the opponent was already a soul sage. It seems that Lu Xiaoyu and the others truly have the qualifications to look down on everyone present, especially with the vice captain being so powerful, let alone Lu Xiaoyu, Hui Yuhao said with a wry smile. In fact, the shock was not limited to the Tang Sect. Even the always confident Holy Spirit Sect felt a slight threat. But they were not afraid of Guyuna. Rather, it was Lu Xiaoyu, who had yet to make a move. As is well known, the unknown is the most terrifying. It seems this plan must be executed ahead of schedule. A mysterious figure from the Holy Spirit Sect murmured. At this moment, a man approached him from behind. If we encounter Shrek, I will let those few take the stage. I don't believe the others will lose, the man said slowly. Upon hearing this voice, the Holy Spirit Sect member quickly knelt before him, bowing low and saying, rest assured. My lord, we will definitely complete the task. That's best. The man looked at him coldly and then turned to leave. Chapter 104, Original Sin Transformation. Today's match was really easy. I wonder which team we will face tomorrow, Lu Xiaoyu murmured with a smile. After the match ended, the 7 of them left the arena directly, as there was nothing more to see. All right, now that today's match is over, let's return to our rooms to rest. Don't go wandering around, Guyuna said seriously. Dai Huabin and the others dared not object, and could only smile as they returned to their rooms. Lu Xiaoyu, however, thought of something and went directly to the hotel rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, Lu Xiaoyu overlooked the famous city before him, and his mind wandered back to some thoughts. Where could he have gone? Lu Xiaoyu complained. He then lay down on the rooftop, staring at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling drowsy. I really miss you, brother. In the Sun Moon Empire, Mingda Hall. Today, Mingda Hall welcomed an unexpected guest, LuZe. I warn you, this is not a place you can enter freely, a guard said sternly. But LuZe completely ignored him and walked straight in. I told you, no unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. The guard was getting a bit angry. LuZe, feeling displeased, directly said, where I go is none of your business. Upon hearing this, the guard became furious. You're forcing me. Kneel. Buzz. Before the guard could finish his sentence, he felt an irresistible command. Thud. The next second, the guard knelt directly before LuZe. LuZe looked down at him, his expression cold as he said, there are some things you better not get involved in. The guard was filled with fear. He had never encountered such a situation before. After giving him a faint glance, LuZe walked past him. As soon as he entered Mingda Hall, LuZe sensed a familiar aura. Long time no see, LuZe, a voice reached LuZe's ear. Following the voice, he saw that it was the Hall Master of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongshun. You didn't participate in the Soul Master competition. That's quite strange, LuZe said with a smile. Jing Hongshun merely smiled back and then approached him. I want to know why you forcibly entered my Mingda Hall. Jing Hongshun asked coldly. Upon hearing this, LuZe simply replied with a smile. I just came to have a look. Do you believe me? I don't think so, Jing Hongshun said with a cold smile, then waved his right hand, summoning nearly 50 Soul Masters to appear. You're not welcome here. Please leave, Jing Hongshun said seriously. LuZe, seeing this, did not take these people seriously and continued to step forward. I won't waste words. LuZe's expression immediately turned cold. Instantly, he appeared in front of Jing Hongshun. What is your relationship with the Holy Spirit cult? Speak. Hearing this, Jing Hongshun was instantly shocked. Jing Hongshun wanted to struggle, but the next second, he couldn't hold back anymore. We currently have a cooperative relationship with the Holy Spirit cult. Aiming to unify the continent, Jing Hongshun reluctantly said. Ici, LuZe nodded slowly. Recovering, Jing Hongshun immediately pulled away from him and watched him warily. Who exactly are you? Jing Hongshun felt a bad premonition. Me? LuZe pointed to himself and then laughed. I'm here to wipe out your Mingda Hall. LuZe's smile turned sharp. Jing Hongshun felt something was wrong and quickly shouted, kill this guy. Hurry. Nearly 50 Soul Masters immediately charged at LuZe without a second word upon hearing this command. Do you know why ants are so weak? LuZe said slowly. Jing Hongshun was confused and did not understand what he meant. Seeing this, LuZe continued. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. You are the same. Paradox. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the entire Mingda Hall was reduced to ruins, with no trace of its former appearance. The more than 50 Soul Masters were turned into mush in that instant. As for Jing Hongshun, he barely survived using a high-level defensive soul tool. Regardless of who he was, everyone in Mingda Hall, except for Jing Hongshun, was dead. You are a demon. Jing Hongshun felt immense fear. He saw the aura emanating from LuZe. Even the departed Mu Lao from Shrek was insignificant in front of him. Upon hearing him call himself that, LuZe not only felt no fear, but was even happier. Bang! Before Jing Hongshun could react, LuZe directly approached him and pressed him to the ground. LuZe, stepping on Jing Hongshun, slowly said, where is the Holy Spirit cult now? Speak. The defenseless Jing Hongshun immediately replied, the Holy Spirit cult is currently in the arena. The others don't know their exact location. After hearing this, LuZe removed his foot and moved aside. Jing Hongshun took the opportunity to crush a piece of black jade. Suddenly, the entire sky turned dark red, and the surrounding environment began to twist, while Jing Hongshun himself started to become strange. Ha ha! In an instant, a burst of wild laughter echoed around, and LuZe slowly turned around, discovering Jing Hongshun was enveloped in a strange black mist. The aura of original sin, Truth said with a smile. LuZe was surprised to hear this. Wondering what was going on, Truth smiled faintly and said, I'm not really sure either. It should be the means of 10 sons. That's really troublesome, LuZe sneered. At this moment, the sin-transformed Jing Hongshun arrogantly declared, I have become a god, and you will face divine punishment. As he spoke, LuZe slowly stepped forward. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of Jing Hongshun. Paradox erase. LuZe's hand gathered a force of paradox, which instantly struck him. Jing Hongshun, caught off guard, had half of his body erased in that moment. Ah, so painful. Jing Hongshun screamed in agony, but LuZe gave him no chance to catch his breath. Appearing once again above him. Super gravity stomp. Boom! In an instant, the sin-transformed Jing Hongshun was directly stomped into the ground by LuZe. Shaking violently, Jing Hongshun suddenly threw a punch. The powerful punch directly hit LuZe, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Emerging slowly from the ruins 100 meters away, LuZe brushed off the dust from his body. It really is sin, he said. Kill. Just then, Jing Hongshun roared from a distance. Whoosh! Countless black spikes shot towards LuZe in an instant. Seeing this, LuZe did not dodge, but instead used Paradox defense to block all attacks. But just as he was about to counterattack Jing Hongshun, he suddenly realized that the opponent had already arrived behind him. Jing Hongshun shouted angrily. Then, he threw another punch at LuZe's back, which actually broke through LuZe's absolute defense. Bang! LuZe was directly smashed into a distant building. Coughing twice, LuZe excitedly said, "This is really interesting. Haha, I am a god. I am the ruler of this world." Jing Hongchun laughed arrogantly. Swish! In the next second, a mass of colorless air instantly pierced through his chest. "Did you forget something?" LuZe sneered. His eyes began to glow crimson, and dark red air flowed around him. "I am the truth of this world." Chapter 105. The Death of Hongxun and the Power of Lu Xiaoyu. "I am the truth of this world," LuZe said with a strange smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally twisted reality began to show signs of collapse. Meanwhile, Jing Hongxun merely glanced at LuZe and froze in place. For some reason, he felt that his actions were without reason. Rather, they felt like the natural course of things. "You are just a power granted by others. You're far too inferior compared to us," LuZe said wickedly. He then stepped closer to Jing Hongxun, who was unable to move, and stood there, completely unaware of the danger that had enveloped him. "Look, this is the gap between us," LuZe said, placing a hand on Jing Hongxun's shoulder. Paradox erase. Swish! A mass of colorless air instantly engulfed Jing Hongxun, and when the air dissipated, he had left this world. The twisted space also completely collapsed the moment Jing Hongxun departed. "It's done," LuZe said, looking at the flattened Mingda Hall with a faint smile. At this moment, Truth popped up. "What are you planning to do now?" Truth teased. LuZe thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "I'm going to find Xiaoyu. I believe the collapse can't hold back any longer." On the rooftop of Mingwe Hotel, Lu Xiaoyu was sound asleep. Until a cold wind blew through, Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly awakened. "Is it already dawn?" Lu Xiaoyu said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She slowly stood up, walked to the edge of the rooftop, and looked at the sunrise over Mingdu. Gazing at the beautiful sunrise, Lu Xiaoyu's mind momentarily ceased to think. "If only my brother were here," Lu Xiaoyu murmured softly. After saying this, she turned to leave. But as she turned around, she saw the person she wanted to see the most. "How did the competition go?" "Xiaoyu." LuZe stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu with a gentle smile. Upon seeing LuZe, Lu Xiaoyu immediately stopped thinking. Noticing her silence, LuZe walked over to her side. "What's wrong? Was the result of the competition not ideal?" LuZe asked with a smile. Only then did Lu Xiaoyu slowly come back to her senses, and she dove into his embrace. "The competition ended perfectly. We will definitely be the champions," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe gently patted her back and then said, "Let's go. Isn't today's competition about to start?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded slowly, but did not let go of her hold on LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe felt helpless, but still smiled as he took her away from the rooftop. In the arena, Lu Xiaoyu and her team, under LuZe's lead, arrived at their preparation area. His appearance shocked many contestants. To them, LuZe looked like an ordinary person, with no fluctuations of soul power at all. Of course, more were puzzled. Many did not believe that the man standing in front of Lu Xiaoyu was an ordinary person. "Teacher, the rules for this Soul Master competition have changed completely," Dai Huabin said slowly in the Shrek preparation area. Hearing this, LuZe merely nodded lightly. "I know. If you are in danger, I will step in." Upon hearing these words, the Shrek group felt a warmth in their hearts. At that moment, the first match of the day also began. At this time, only 32 teams remained in the arena. The most favored teams included the Holy Spirit Sect, the Heavenly Dragon Gate, the Proud Sword Sect, the Snow Demon Sect, the Tang Sect, and Shrek Academy. These 6 teams were recognized by all spectators as the strongest teams. Although the Holy Spirit Sect's way of competing was cruel, it became a minor issue after the rules were modified, as long as they could win. Any fighting style was accepted. At this moment, the referee had arrived at the competition stage, and looking at the crowd in the arena, he smiled faintly. The Youth Soul Master competition, the first match of the 3rd round of elimination, now begins, the referee announced loudly. Next up is Shrek Academy versus the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Both sides, please enter the arena, the referee instructed. In the Shrek preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu happily said to LuZe, "Brother, watch how we annihilate the opponents." Hearing this, LuZe smiled. "Don't be careless." The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was the runner-up in the last competition. "What? Runner-up?" Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, but inside she was very excited, as she was about to face the runner-up team from the last competition. Soon, both teams had arrived at the competition stage. Xiao Hongshan from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy looked at Lu Xiaoyu across from him and couldn't help but feel a sense of seriousness. Although he had always claimed to be a genius, after seeing the soul ring configuration of Shrek's Vice Captain Gu Yuna, he lost confidence immediately, let alone facing their even stronger and more mysterious captain. "I must be cautious this time. The strength of the opponent is not to be trifled with," Xiao Hongshan said gravely. Understood, the other contestants from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy responded. On the other hand, the Shrek team appeared exceptionally relaxed, seemingly not taking the match seriously at all. When the referee saw that both teams were ready, he announced, "The match begins." As soon as the words were spoken, neither side made a move, standing there in silence. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu from Shrek surprisingly stepped forward. Everyone watching thought they would see the captain's strength, but what they didn't expect was the next line. Lu Xiaoyu smiled at Xiao Hongshun and said, "Hello, last year's runner-up." This statement left the entire audience in silence. Even Lu Ze felt a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshun felt displeased. Although it was not very damaging, it was highly insulting, instantly igniting the anger of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Subsequently, Xiao Hongshun chose to strike first, and a sensitive attack type, Soul King, rushed out in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu stood there, completely unguarded. Seeing him like this, the sensitive attack type, Soul King, felt a surge of joy. "Isn't this just delivering a hit?" The sensitive attack type, Soul King, said with a faint smile. But in the next second, he regretted it. Lu Xiaoyu, still standing in place, slowly raised his left hand, and 7 soul rings embedded with golden patterns appeared behind him. Gravitational coverage. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the sensitive attack type, Soul King, found himself unable to move, lying at Lu Xiaoyu's feet. "Why are you running so fast?" Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. The Soul King, unable to move, wore a face of despair. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Hongshun was immediately shocked, but it was just for a moment. The next second, he took out a soul-guided cannon and aimed it directly at Lu Xiaoyu. 108 soul-guided cannons, fire. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, endless cannon fire exploded at Lu Xiaoyu's location. All the spectators were worried. After all, no one could defend against such concentrated firepower. After the cannon fire ended, the audience was once again stunned to see that Lu Xiaoyu was completely unharmed. "Is this the strength of the runner-up?" Lu Xiaoyu scoffed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan felt humiliated but could not refute. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was saying this, Meng Hongshan from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy had already arrived behind him. "Tiet Soum." Buzz. Before Meng Hongshan could finish her sentence, she felt an invisible gravitational force applied to her, making it hard for her to breathe. "Your thoughts are still too naive," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. He then kicked her in the abdomen. After being kicked like this, Meng Hongshan was sent flying out of the competition area. This ruthless move made all the male spectators feel angered. But what could they do? The rules of the competition were like this. If you lack strength, you shouldn't step onto the stage. After Meng Hongshan was eliminated, the team leader from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy chose to forfeit. "The match is over. Shrek Academy wins," the referee announced loudly. "Is it over just like that?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a frown, clearly still not having used his full strength. He then walked off the competition stage with Gu Yuna and the others back to the preparation area. Meanwhile, in the Tang Sect's preparation area, Hui Yuhao wore a wry smile. "Xiao Hongshun is quite strong, but I didn't expect him not to even make it into the top 16, Wang Donger said slowly. Hui Yuhao merely shook his head lightly upon hearing this. Lu Xiaoyu's strength is indeed terrifying. After all, he is brother Lu's younger brother. There's nothing you can do. Having a good older brother means your own strength is certainly not low, Wang Donger said, shaking her head. This was not the main concern for Hui Yuhao. What he worried about was how long they could last if they encountered Lu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the remaining teams in the arena no longer harbored any illusions of defeating Shrek. Instead, they began to speculate on how long they could hold out. If they could last 10 minutes, those teams would be very satisfied. Chapter 106. Holy Spirit Sect versus Battle Elephant Sect. "See, brother, this is my current strength," Lu Xiaoyu said proudly in front of LuZe. LuZe merely smiled lightly at his demeanor, then turned his attention back to the competition. "Aren't we leaving?" Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Lu Shishofli replied, "It's fine to leave after watching this match." Oh. Soon, the second match of the third round of the elimination tournament began. The second match of the third round of the elimination tournament, Holy Spirit Sect versus Battle Elephant Sect. Please enter the arena, the referee announced loudly. Before long, the contestants from the Holy Spirit Sect and Battle Elephant Sect entered the arena. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked as he stared at LuZe. Coming back to his senses, LuZe patted his head. "It's nothing. You and Gu Yuna can go back to the hotel. I'll watch for a bit and then come back." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's curiosity grew even stronger, and he directly hugged LuZe's arm. "I want to stay and watch too," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe immediately laughed and teased. Can you understand what you're watching? What do you mean by that? Do you think I can't understand? Lu Xiaoyu said, unhappily. It's nothing much. Just saying. LuZe laughed. Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu felt even more displeased and climbed onto his back. Hey, what are you doing? LuZe said with a wry smile. Lu Xiaoyu laughed and replied, it's clearer to see from here. All right. LuZe didn't take his behavior hard. At this moment, the match between the Holy Spirit sect and Battle Elephant sect had also begun. In the arena, the referee looked at both teams and announced, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, several strong men from the Battle Elephant sect unleashed astonishing soul power. Second brother, use the trump card directly. The strong man in the center of the seven shouted loudly. Understood, big brother. The strong man known as second brother immediately understood what their leader meant. The other 5 strong men quickly turned and charged towards their leader. 7-in-1, martial soul, fusion technique. Buzz. With a roar, the 7 strong men instantly fused together. In an instant, thick white smoke enveloped the entire arena. It seems these sect forces still have some foundation, LuZe said with a faint smile in the Shrek preparation area. Lu Xiaoyu, however, said with curiosity, doesn't that mean the Battle Elephant sect will win this match? They open with their ultimate move. That's not necessarily true, LuZe said meaningfully. Why? Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of confusion. LuZe just smiled slowly and said, you'll know in a moment. Oh, on the competition stage, after the thick smoke cleared, a shocking scene unfolded before the audience. The 7 strong men from the Battle Elephant sect, after performing a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, transformed into a tall man with a perfect physique. Although he didn't appear as strong as the 7 men, the aura he emitted had already reached nearly the level of a soul Douluo. You've lost, the man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive red soul ring appeared around him, and he forcefully flew out. However, the 7 contestants from the Holy Spirit sect remained standing in place, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the man was in front of the Holy Spirit sect members, directly punching one of the Soul Masters. Puff! The struck Soul Master spat out a mouthful of blood and then lay motionless in the distance. The audience was instantly shocked by this scene. Is the Battle Elephant sect this strong? Is the Holy Spirit sect about to lose? I've long disdained those guys from the Holy Spirit sect. Well done, Battle Elephant sect. In an instant, the spectators were filled with mixed feelings, some cheering for the Battle Elephant sect, while others worried for the Holy Spirit sect. Lu Xiaoyu, looking proud, said, see, I told you the Battle Elephant sect would win this match, but you didn't believe me. Really? LuZe said with interest. He then continued, do you see any unusual behavior from the other soul masters of the Holy Spirit sect? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu looked closely and then whispered no. Nothing. Then that's settled. They're just watching a show, wanting to see the clown dance, LuZe said slowly. But Lu Xiaoyu refused to back down and responded directly. I don't believe it. Anyway, the Battle Elephant sect is sure to win this match. Oh, so confident? Want to place a bet? LuZe became interested instantly. Lu Xiaoyu showed no fear. Instead, she was even more excited. Sure, what shall we bet on? You decide, LuZe said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu rested her chin in thought, then said anxiously, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll let you know when I do. Anyway, I'm definitely winning this bet. Okay, Lucia nodded. The 2 brothers then looked back at the situation on the competition stage. I told you, this match is yours to lose. Admitting defeat early could avoid some pain, the man from the Battle Elephant sect said softly. At that moment, only he and 3 Holy Spirit sect contestants remained on the stage. The others were already lying on the ground. Seeing that the remaining 3 soul masters had no reaction, the man immediately stopped holding back. You brought this on yourselves, he said coldly. He then charged at the remaining 3 soul masters of the Holy Spirit sect. In almost an instant, the man was in front of the 3. Everyone thought the match was over, including the referee. But just as the man swung a punch, something strange happened. Smack! You become a bit too arrogant, a female voice casually said. The soul master who spoke casually caught the man's powerful punch with one hand. What? Bang! Before the man could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by the 2 soul masters beside the Holy Spirit sect. The kicked man crashed heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the competition stage and then slowly slid down to the ground. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and then slowly stood up. Looks like I underestimated you. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at the Holy Spirit sect. However, at that moment, the 3 soul masters had already disappeared from their original spot, and he couldn't even sense them. By the time the man noticed the 3 soul masters, it was already too late. Puff! How could this happen? The man found himself pierced through the chest by 3 long swords, blood splattering everywhere around him. I will kill you. The man couldn't accept this outcome and wanted to fight back desperately. But the 3 soul masters from the Holy Spirit sect had already distanced themselves from him the moment he got angry, standing at a distance and quietly watching him, as if to say he was too weak. Seeing this, the man directly started running towards the 3, his heavy steps echoing. I have to kill. His speed gradually slowed down, as if he was about to collapse. Soon, he was not far from the 3 soul masters. At that moment, everyone hoped the man would win, but reality was cruel. Thud. In the end, the man fell in front of the 3 soul masters, and this fall might mean he would never rise again. After he collapsed, he transformed back into the 7 strong men, but their bodies turned purple, as if poisoned. Dead. Dead? Lu Xiaoyu, who was watching, was shocked, but this was already destined. See, this is the final result. The Holy Spirit sect is even more ruthless than you imagined, LuZe said as he turned to leave. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to follow him obediently. On the competition stage, after the referee checked the condition of the 7 strong men from the Battle Elephant sect, he announced, the match is over. The Holy Spirit sect wins. The match ended, but the arena was silent. No one knew why, and no one wanted to know. Chapter 107. A word of advice, Xiaoyu, don't forget our bet. LuZe said slowly as he carried a dejected Lu Xiaoyu on his back on the way back to the Mingyue Grand Hotel. Lu Xiaoyu, lying on his back, responded helplessly, I know, just tell me, what are you betting on? LuZe thought carefully and then smiled. I haven't thought of it yet. It's not too late to say it later when I do. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied, listlessly. Seeing this, LuZe didn't say much more and continued walking towards the hotel with him on his back. At this time, in the rest area of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Teacher, what did you say? A loud shout echoed from a room, and the person who made this sound was Xiao Hongchen. In the room, there was not just him. His sister Meng Hongchun was also present. In front of them stood their team leader teacher, who looked very serious. Teacher, you must be joking, right? Meng Hongchun said with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, their team leader fell silent, and after a while, he spoke again. I'm not joking. The Mingda Hall has really been destroyed, and your father. He couldn't continue, as he never expected such a thing, and even thought it was impossible for it to happen. But the reality has indeed happened, and it is even more serious than he had imagined. The fall of the Mingda Hall has signaled the beginning of the end of the continent's prosperity. However, only a few people are aware of the crisis facing the era of prosperity on the continent. In the room, Meng Hongchun felt weak all over and collapsed directly onto the floor. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Xiao Hongchun was trembling all over, as if something was about to explode from within him. The teacher understood the feelings of the 2 siblings, but reassured them, saying that the empire would definitely provide an explanation for this matter. Meng Hongchun and Xiao Hongchun did not respond, but just stayed there. After seeing their state, the teacher could only sigh silently and then left the room. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Holy Spirit Church, the collapse was sitting in the center of the hall, with authorities standing beside him looking serious. Chief, that guy LuZe should have already figured out our purpose. Do we really not need to strike first? Authority said gravely. Collapse did not answer him immediately, but paused for a moment before saying, let's wait a bit longer. The sun has not yet revealed his aura, so we can only wait. Is that what you plan to do? Authority was rarely surprised, but Collapse's response shocked him. You and Wealth should take the place of those members of the team during the finals and take the opportunity to force out the sun, Collapse said slowly. Authority immediately understood his intention and nodded before leaving. Remaining in the room, Collapse had a faint smile, as if everything was within his calculations. Inside the Mingyue Grand Hotel, LuZe, who was resting, was awakened by a knock on the door. Come in, LuZe said slowly. Soon, the door to his room opened, and in walked Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger, who had just returned victorious from the arena. LuZe looked at the 2 of them and smiled, asking, what brings you here? Hui Yuhao awkwardly smiled and slowly said, there is indeed something we would like Lu Ge to help with. What is it? LuZe became interested. Hui Yuhao felt a bit embarrassed seeing LuZe's expression, but still spoke up. The Holy Spirit sect is related to the people of the Holy Spirit Church. Lu Ge should know that. I know, LuZe nodded. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao became spirited and slowly said, the Holy Spirit Church is a gathering place for evil soul masters, and evil soul masters will endanger the safety of the continent. So what? LuZe said directly. Seeing this, Hui Yuhao no longer concealed anything and straightforwardly said, I want to invite Lu Ge to join our Tang sect to deal with the Holy Spirit Church together. After finishing, he looked at LuZe with eager eyes, hoping he would agree. But LuZe only smiled faintly and slowly said, I will naturally take care of the matter regarding the Holy Spirit Church, but I will not agree to join the Tang sect. Why? Hui Yuhao felt very puzzled. He had previously invited Lu Xiaoyu to join the Tang sect, but was also rejected, and now his invitation to LuZe was once again turned down. He did not understand why LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu were unwilling to join the Tang sect. LuZe looked at Hui Yuhao's puzzled expression and said with a smile, I have heard about the past deeds of the Tang sect, and I believe you can help the Tang sect return to its peak. But you should not get involved with the Holy Spirit Church. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao, who was already puzzled, became even more confused, unable to understand. LuZe then added, the forces behind the Holy Spirit Church are not the forces of the Douluo continent. Even the divine realm may have to avoid them. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao finally understood LuZe's meaning. Lugu means that there are even more powerful forces behind the Holy Spirit Church. Hui Yuhao's expression became serious. That's right, that force is related to the sin aspect. If we encounter them now, I might not be able to retreat unscathed, LuZe said slowly. With that, their conversation came to an end, and Hui Yuhao was left in shock after hearing LuZe's words. After the two of them left, LuZe went to the window. It should be coming, LuZe said slowly. Hee at that moment, Truth appeared and laughed, saying, do you really trust your instincts that much? Yes, instincts won't lie. This time, the Soul Master competition will definitely undergo unprecedented changes, LuZe said slowly. On Hui Yuhao's side, the two were on their way back to their room, but Hui Yuhao was still pondering LuZe's previous words. Even Lu Ge can't retreat unscathed? Is that force really that terrifying? Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Donger smiled beside him and said, since Lu Ge said so, then it must be the case. You don't need to overthink it. In fact, Wang Donger was even more worried than Hui Yuhao after hearing LuZe's words. She was concerned about what Hui Yuhao would do if he encountered those people and what she should do. So she had already vowed never to let Hui Yuhao take risks. I know, but I still can't help but worry, Hui Yuhao said with a troubled expression. Seeing this, Wang Donger patted his head and comforted him. It's okay. You can think about it when the time comes. Okay. Hui Yuhao felt much more at ease after her gesture. The two then returned to their hotel room, also putting this matter behind them. The Soul Master competition has now reached a fever pitch. Due to changes in the rules, the progress has become very fast. It has now reached the round of 16 to 8. The remaining 16 teams are all from well-established sects and academies, a far cry from the initial teams. In the round of 16, some teams might not hold up anymore. LuZe murmured with a faint smile in the Shrek preparation area. He did not believe that these sects and academies would continue on the same path after the changes on the continent. In his view, among the 16 teams remaining in the arena, aside from the Holy Spirit sect, Tang sect, and his younger brother, at least one of the other 13 teams had a minor sin aspect, with some even possessing a sin aspect close to a major sin. The real competition has just begun, LuZe smiled. Collapse. I wonder how you will make your next move? Chapter 108, The Sin Aspect on the Arena. In the Youth Soul Master Elite competition, the first match of the round of 16 is Shrek Academy versus Evil Wolf Sect. In a massive arena, the referee stands on the competition stage and announces loudly. Following that, there's a round of applause and cheers, with everyone cheering for Shrek Academy. Although there are still some who favor the Evil Wolf Sect. Captain, the match has begun, Dai Huabin said softly as he approached Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu just nodded faintly upon hearing this, saying, understood, the battle will end in 1 minute. Lu Xiaoyu was very confident because, until now, they had not encountered a strong team. In a short while, Lu Xiaoyu brought Dai Huabin and 6 others to the competition venue. Standing opposite them were their opponents, the Evil Wolf Sect. For some reason, every member of the Evil Wolf Sect had an excited expression on their faces, as if they had encountered prey they were interested in. Is this Shrek Academy? They look quite strong. One of the lean men from the Evil Wolf Sect said with a sinister smile. Their captain, Wolf Mo, had a beaming grin on his face. They are indeed strong, but still a bit lacking. This remark was extremely arrogant, and almost everyone could hear it, leaving them all in shock. What kind of background does the Evil Wolf Sect have to dare say such things? Could it be that they have powerful trump cards? Otherwise, they wouldn't have the courage to say such things. A wave of murmurs spread through the audience. However, Lu Xiaoyu and the others on the competition field remained calm. They did not believe that the Evil Wolf Sect had any cards that could threaten them. Before the match even started, both teams were already filled with fighting spirit. The referee saw that both sides were ready and directly announced, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, 2 players from the Evil Wolf sect charged out. So reckless? Wu Feng felt surprised at this sight. He then charged out alongside Dai Huabin. Third soul skill, Wolf Resurgence. Third soul skill, Wild Awakening. The 2 players rushing towards Shrek instantly activated their third soul rings. Their bodies transformed in an instant. One became a werewolf while the other was covered in crimson patterns. Seeing this, Wu Feng and Dai Huabin also didn't hold back and directly used their martial souls. Bang! In an instant, the 4 collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others remained calm, seemingly not worried about Wu Feng and Dai Huabin at all. But Wolf Mo, the captain of the Evil Wolf sect, was different. A strange smile appeared on his face. He then shouted loudly, "For victory, sacrifice your lives." After saying this, he looked at the 4 players behind him, and then he was surrounded by a strange black mist. Sensing something was off, Lu Xiaoyu's expression immediately became serious. It was likely that he was not the only one to notice. At the same time, Gu Yuna and the others also sensed it. Dai Huabin, Wu Feng, retreat. Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. However, by the time Dai Huabin and Wu Feng heard this, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Wolf Mo had devoured his teammates, and his power surged dramatically. "I told you were still lacking." Wolf Mo arrogantly laughed as he approached Dai Huabin. He then raised his hand and delivered a punch straight to his face. Bang! Dai Huabin, caught off guard, was sent flying by this punch, crashing directly into the protective shield at the edge of the competition arena. Seeing this, Wu Feng immediately felt a sense of crisis, just as he wanted to escape. He was instantly grabbed by the throat by Wolf Mo. "Become my nourishment," Wolf Mo said, his expression growing more sinister as he opened his massive mouth. From a distance, Lu Xiaoyu felt shocked and instantly teleported behind him. "Let her go," Lu Xiaoyu whispered angrily. He then delivered a kick to Wolf Mo's ribs. Bang! The snarling Wolf Mo had no chance to react and was kicked away by Lu Xiaoyu. Wu Feng was still in shock from the previous horror and hadn't come to his senses. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the trembling Wu Feng, and his anger erupted instantly. "I will kill you," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. "Ha ha!" The kicked Wolf Mo let out a wild laugh and slowly stood up. "You will only die at my hands." Wolf Montag laukit arrogantly. At this moment, his 2 teammates came to his side. The next second, something unexpected happened. Wolf Mo opened his bloody mouth and, without saying a word, directly devoured his 2 teammates. The spectators could hardly bear this scene and immediately vomited. After devouring all his teammates, Wolf Mo's power surged once again, nearly reaching the level of a title Douluo. "The match has only just begun," Wolf Mo said slowly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This statement sent chills down the spines of many. "You monster!" Just as Wolf Mo was about to speak, Chioer, holding the golden dragon spear, came up behind him. She then swung the golden dragon spear with all her might, striking his head with one blow. Bang! In an instant, Wolf Mo's head was blown apart by Chioer's spear, and blood splattered all over the competition arena. Just when everyone thought it was over, Wolf Mo surprisingly managed to stand there. He then delivered a kick to Chioer's abdomen. Bang! Caught off guard, Chioer was kicked away by Wolf Mo. Fortunately, Guyana caught her, preventing a tragedy. Keek at this moment. A terrifying laugh echoed in the arena. Then, Wolf Mo, who had already been shot in the head, grew a new head right before everyone's eyes, with a strange smile on his face. "I am your nightmare. Prepare to accept my judgment." Wolf Mo laughed arrogantly. He then exerted force with his legs and shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu. As Lu Xiaoyu reacted, he immediately used gravity cover. The heavy pressure instantly pinned Wolf Mo to the ground, rendering him unable to move. "You shouldn't have touched my teammates." At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had no expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. However, sensing this killing intent, Wolf Mo was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. "This is the feeling. The stronger the prey, the more excited I become." Wolf Mo slowly climbed up. He stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing him stand up, Lu Xiaoyu did not continue using gravity cover, but coldly said, "Have you thought about how to die?" Upon hearing this, Wolf Mo immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, I will kill you first." He then raised his right hand and, without hesitation, struck towards LuZe. Swish! The situation in the arena flipped once again. Wolf Montag, who had thrown a punch, suddenly stopped in place, and his arm had fallen to the ground beside him. Wolf Mo initially thought it was nothing, but soon realized that his severed arm could not regenerate. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu held a golden long sword in his hand, and the aura emanating from the sword was all too familiar to LuZe. A little sin face can't hold up against the power of rules for long, LuZe said with a faint smile while standing in the Shrek preparation area. On the competition stage, Lu Xiaoyu did not give Lang Mo any time to react. As he was still in shock, Lu Xiaoyu swung his sword once more. Thud! With a swift motion, the head fell to the ground. Lang Mo had no time to react, and in the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu had decapitated him. He felt his life force rapidly weakening. Why? I am unwilling. Lang Mo's heart was filled with despair. Clearly, heaven had bestowed upon him such a powerful ability, allowing him to grow stronger by consuming others. Yet, before he could make a name for himself, he fell here. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu coldly said, I told you, I will kill you. Ultimately, Lang Mo left this world in utter unwillingness. The match was over. The referee, with a face full of shock, announced, the match is over, Shrek Academy wins. LuZe closed his eyes slowly upon seeing this. He thought Xiaoyu's identity would be exposed, but it seems I was overthinking. Chapter 109. Rule modification. With the match between Shrek and the evil wolf sect concluded, everyone in the arena became aware of a very ruthless individual, Zue Mian. Due to Lang Mo's appearance, many people in various teams could no longer hold back, all wary of Lu Xiaoyu from Shrek. His true strength was beyond what an ordinary soul master could contend with. In the Shrek preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu and the others returned after the match. At this time, Wu Feng still hadn't come out of the previous shadow. LuZe looked at her and, without saying a word, gently patted her head. Everything will be fine, LuZe said softly. Wu Feng merely nodded and then lay down on the nearby sofa. Seeing this, LuZe didn't disturb her, but turned his attention to Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Now do you understand the potential dangers on the competition stage? LuZe said slowly. The others lowered their heads, their faces filled with melancholy. Since you understand, take the upcoming matches seriously, LuZe said sternly. Okay, Lu Xiaoyu and the others responded. LuZe smiled at this and waved his hand, saying, everyone, let's head back to the hotel. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others turned and walked toward the arena exit. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to leave, LuZe suddenly called out to him. What's wrong, brother? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. LuZe smiled and said, how about you accompany me for a walk outside? Upon hearing this, the previously melancholic Lu Xiaoyu instantly perked up. He grabbed LuZe's hand and said with a smile, sure, let's go. No need to be so excited. Ha! LuZe chuckled helplessly. Before long, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu arrived at a park. Brother, why did you call me out? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. LuZe looked up at the sky, then seriously fixed his gaze on him and said, can you promise me one thing? Seeing his serious expression, Lu Xiaoyu understood something. Don't worry, I will definitely agree. That's good. LuZe smiled upon hearing this, then continued. Remember, you absolutely cannot use your special ability in the upcoming matches, okay? Why? Lu Xiaoyu felt very confused. His ability was clearly very strong and could easily help him win the championship. Why not use it? There is no why, just don't use it. If you trust me, you'll listen. This is something that will benefit you, LuZe said seriously. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu still had many doubts. What if Guyu Na and the others are in danger? Can I use it then? If you guys are in danger, I will step in. Don't worry about that. You just need to agree to me, LuZe replied slowly. With that said, Lu Xiaoyu ultimately chose to agree to LuZe's request, promising not to use that ability in the subsequent matches. All right, let's head back to the hotel, LuZe said with a smile after Lu Xiaoyu agreed. He then turned and walked toward the hotel. Lu Xiaoyu held onto his hand. Although his face showed no signs, he seemed to have guessed something in his heart. The next day, the Youth Soul Master Elite Tournament had already determined the top 8. They were Shrek Academy, Tang Sect, Holy Spirit Sect, Heavenly Dragon Sect, Stone Gate, Infinite Sect, 100 Flowers Valley, and Wild Immortal Sect. In this quarterfinal match, the rules had changed once again. The originally single match had been divided into 3 single battles, double battles, and team battles. In single battles, the first to win 4 matches would be victorious, while in double battles, the side that wins 2 matches first would win. Team battles were unavoidable. Even if the first 2 matches were won, the third must still be played. Furthermore, the matchups were announced in advance, no longer randomly matched as before. The competition process was divided into upper and lower brackets. The upper bracket matchups were: first match, Shrek Academy versus Stone Gate; second match, Heavenly Dragon Sect versus Infinite Sect. The lower bracket matchups were: first match, Holy Spirit Sect versus 100 Flowers Valley; second match, Tang Sect versus Wild Immortal Sect. This was the upcoming competition, with each team being very powerful, raising the stakes compared to previous Soul Master tournaments. The quarterfinals are now starting. The referee announced loudly in the center of the competition stage. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena erupted into cheers. The 8 teams participating in the competition walked into the arena amidst this applause. "What a lively scene," LuZe's said with a slight smile. He then led Lu Xiaoyu and the other 7 to the Shrek preparation area to wait for the match to begin. "Brother, do you think we can win?" Lu Xiaoyu asked him with a smile. LuZe patted his head and replied, "I don't think you will lose. Just give it your all." Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. At this moment, the referee announced once again, in the upper bracket, the first match of the first round of the single battle, Shrek Academy versus Stonegate, now begins. Please send 1 contestant from each side to the stage. Hearing this announcement, LuZe pondered for a moment and then slowly said, for the first match, "Guyana goes up. Try to win if you can." Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled as to why he said this. Did he think that Guyana, being a soul sage, would lose? Actually, LuZe was indeed worried about this. Because of the appearance of Zue Mian, Stonegate had already revealed 2 minors o levels A Mian Soul Masters, and he couldn't be sure that there were only 2. "I understand, I'll do my best," Guyana said, realizing LuZe's meaning, and then stepped onto the competition stage. Meanwhile, the leading teacher from Stonegate, after a moment of contemplation, made a decision. "For the first match, Yanshi will go. I believe in your strength," the Stonegate leading teacher said seriously. The man named Yanshi did not oppose this, replying, "Okay, I will win." The team leader nodded in satisfaction. Yanshi was not joking. His strength had already reached the peak of the 69th level Soul Emperor, and he was also a minor Sin level Sin Master, comparable to a title Dalu. Soon, Guyana and Yanshi arrived at the competition arena. After both sides introduced themselves, they stood at the edge of the arena. The referee, seeing that both contestants were ready, announced, "Single battle, first round, start." As soon as the words were spoken, neither side moved, just staring at each other. "Beautiful girl, do you want to play with me? I promise I won't treat you badly," Yanshi said lewdly. Upon hearing his tone, Guyana immediately felt disgusted. "How disgusting," she said, drawing out her silver dragon spear. Then, with an explosion of speed, she charged at Yanshi. "Oh dear, do you want to play with your brother that badly?" Yanshi continued to laugh. But Guyana didn't pay any attention to him and arrived in front of him in the next second. The silver dragon spear in Guyana's hand instantly pierced Yanshi's chest. In a single breath, Yanshi was punctured by Guyana's spear. Guyana thought it was over, but to her surprise, Yanshi was completely unscathed. "Beautiful girl, your damage needs some practice," Yanshi said with a contemptuous smile. However, Guyana wouldn't give him a chance and directly said, "You talk too much, so please shut up." Water control. 2 dragons playing with pearls. Roar. Suddenly, the entire arena echoed with dragon roars. 2 massive water dragons instantly threw Yanshi into the sky. Guyana, being thrown into the air, calmly landed on the ground and slowly said, "You are too weak." Yanshi slowly responded. But in the next second, Guyana tightened her grip on the silver dragon spear again. "You will pay for what you said today." Chapter 110. Shrek admits defeat. "You will pay the price for what you said today," Guyana said coldly, holding the silver dragon spear. Yanshi, however, had a cheerful expression, as if he didn't take Guyana's words seriously. In the next moment, Guyana swung the silver dragon spear, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Yanshi's head. Bang! With a dull sound, Yanshi crashed against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. When the referee came to check, he found that Yanshi had lost consciousness. He then announced, "The match is over. Shrek Academy wins." When a match result was announced, everyone was shocked. They never expected that the seemingly strong Yanshi would be defeated so quickly by Guyana. But soon they calmed down, as Guyana was from Shrek Academy, a school known for its monsters and not just for show. After a while, the referee announced, "The second match of the first round is about to begin. Please send 1 contestant from each side to the arena." In the Shrek preparation area, LuZe already had a result in mind. He didn't believe that the Silver Dragon King would lose to a minor Sin. "Brother, let me go for the next match," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. But LuZe immediately refused her, as he had his own plans. "Let Wu Feng take the second match. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Just do your best," LuZe said slowly while looking at Wu Feng. Wu Feng was taken aback at first, then hurriedly said, "What if I lose?" "It's fine. You just need to show up," LuZe smiled and replied. Wu Feng, for some reason, felt reassured when she saw LuZe smile, as if nothing bad would happen. At that moment, she was no longer afraid of the Sin aspect. She believed that as long as the teacher was there, nothing would go wrong. In the end, Wu Feng agreed to LuZe's arrangement and stepped toward the competition arena. Meanwhile, on the side of Shermin, their team leader said solemnly, "We have already lost one match. We absolutely cannot lose the next one. Understand?" "Understood." Several people from Shermin replied in unison. The team leader looked satisfied and then said, "Li Kong will take the second match. We absolutely cannot lose." The man named Li Kong was a six-ring Soul Emperor and one of the three minor sins in Shermin, with unquestionable strength. "Don't worry. I won't underestimate my opponent like someone else," Li Kong said with a smile. Yin Shi, hearing this, immediately knew he was being referred to. "What do you mean, Li Kong?" Yin Shi said, displeased. "Nothing much, just saying," Li Kong replied with a laugh. Yin Shi was momentarily at a loss for words and could only furiously walk to the side. Seeing this, Li Kong didn't continue speaking and turned ahead toward the competition arena. In the upper half of the knockout match, the second match of the first round, Shrek Academy's Wu Feng against Shimon's Li Kong, the referee announced loudly. Instantly, the arena was filled with applause and cheers. Soon, Wu Feng and Li Kong arrived at the competition arena, exchanged glances, and then began to prepare. The referee saw that both were ready and directly announced, "Match, start." The match began. Unlike Yin Shi, Li Kong didn't stand still and was the first strike. "I'm not the kind of person like Yin Shi," Li Kong said softly as he suddenly appeared in front of Wu Feng and punched her. Bang! Fortunately, Wu Feng reacted in time and blocked the punch with her arms, but was forced back several meters by Li Kong's strength. "Quick reaction, but your strength is a bit lacking," Li Kong said slowly. Wu Feng didn't pay much attention to this. 5 soul rings instantly lit up, and her body began to change. The teacher said to just do your best. Wu Feng murmured. Then, she charged toward Li Kong with a burst of speed. Seeing this, Li Kong didn't hold back anymore. 6 soul rings lit up instantly, emanating the aura of sin. Feeling this aura, Wu Feng was immediately stunned, unable to take a single step forward. Li Kong, seeing this, showed no mercy and lunged in front of Wu Feng. "Fear will make you weak," Li Kong said slowly, then kicked Wu Feng in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Wu Feng was kicked away and crashed heavily against the protective barrier. Coughing up blood, Wu Feng slowly stood up. "I won't be afraid anymore." The re-energized Wu Feng seemed like a different person, her gaze exceptionally firm. Seeing this, Li Kong became interested and stepped closer to her. "Let me see how long you can hold on," Li Kong said with a smile. His aura grew stronger, completely overshadowing Wu Feng's. I will fight with all my strength," Wu Feng said with a determined look. Then, she pushed off the ground and charged at Li Kong. At that moment, a voice shocked everyone. "Shrek Academy concedes." LuZe shouted loudly from the side of the arena, and the referee immediately stepped in front of Wu Feng and Li Kong. "The match is over, and Shermin has won." The referee said nothing more and announced it directly. Just as Wu Feng was confused, LuZe walked up to her. "Are you all right with your injuries?" LuZe asked with concern. Wu Feng did not answer this question, but instead asked in confusion, "Teacher, why did you concede?" "You are not his opponent," LuZe replied bluntly. Wu Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. But thinking back, it seemed she really wasn't a match for Li Kong. If it hadn't been for the teacher stopping the match in time, she would have lost badly. "All right, let's go back to the waiting area," LuZe said with a smile. At that moment, Li Kong sneered. "You Shrek aren't so impressive after all. To concede like this shows some self-awareness." LuZe ignored him and continued walking towards the waiting area. Li Kong, feeling ignored, stepped in front of LuZe and Wu Feng. "What do you mean by ignoring me?" Li Kong said irritably. LuZe felt very displeased and coldly looked at him, saying, "You better think more about your sect." Li Kong couldn't hold back anymore and unleashed an astonishing amount of soul power. "I'll let you know the difference between us." He then stepped closer to LuZe. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention in the arena. All eyes were on them. LuZe, seeing Li Kong approach, showed no signs of retreating but walked towards him instead. Soon, the distance between the two was only half a meter, and it looked like a conflict was about to break out. But what happened next shocked everyone in the arena. "Kneel," LuZe said calmly, and Li Kong immediately knelt before him. Li Kong had no idea what was happening. The moment he heard LuZe's words, his body uncontrollably dropped to the ground. When he tried to stand up, he realized he couldn't get up no matter what. "If you want to act recklessly, I don't mind making your Sherman become history," LuZe said coldly. He then walked towards the waiting area. Meanwhile, Li Kong, kneeling on the ground, was already sweating profusely. He had just felt the threat of death. Chapter 111. Yes, it's over. Shrek has conceded, marking their first concession since the start of the Youth Soul Master competition. This was unexpected for many, but they all believed that Shrek Academy was not incapable of defeating Sherman. Most speculated that it was actually a tactical decision. Soon, the third match of the singles competition began. In the first round of the top 8 singles, Shrek Academy's Chior faced Shimon's Yin Fa. The referee announced loudly. Before long, Chior confidently walked onto the competition stage. "You're my opponent?" Yin Fa from Sherman said with a bland expression. Hearing this, Chior looked disdainful and retorted, "You're my opponent? I thought you were stronger." "You mean you're strong?" Yin Fa replied with a friendly smile. Chior didn't take him seriously and began to grow impatient. At this time, the referee announced the start of the match as both sides were ready. As soon as the match began, Chior and Yin Fa engaged in a fierce battle. Both had soul power levels in the 60s, but there was a significant gap in their strength. Yin Fa was not only a 6-ring Soul Emperor, but also a minor Sin level Sin Master. His strength already far surpassed that of a regular Soul Emperor. In comparison, Chior found it particularly challenging. Not only was she not a Sin Master, but her ability was also limited to that of a Soul Master. Aside from her somewhat special martial soul, she wielded a golden dragon spear. However, this was the old Chior. Under LuZe's training, her strength had improved significantly, and having absorbed the power of rules in the past, her abilities had naturally risen several tiers. Clang! At that moment, a loud sound of metal striking echoed in the arena, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "Not bad. You can actually hold your ground against me with strength," Yin Fa said with a cold smile while holding his martial soul, the Black Leaf Spear. Hearing this, Chior clearly felt annoyed and immediately exerted her strength. "What do you have to be proud of?" Chior shouted. She then swept Yin Fa away with a single strike of her spear. Bang! Yin Fa, who was knocked back, was deeply shocked. It was the first time he encountered such an opponent. Just as he was astonished, a golden spear shot toward him at incredible speed. "This is mine," Chior shouted as she launched the attack. Swish! With the sound of a blade piercing flesh, Yin Fa was pinned against the protective barrier by Chior, his thrown golden dragon spear. Yin Fa, pierced through the chest by the golden dragon spear, immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, his expression was one of joy, and he laughed. "Looks like I underestimated you, haha." After saying that, Yin Fa pulled the golden dragon spear out of his chest and hurled it back at Chior. Seeing this, Chior did not back down and charged straight at him. Noticing this, Yin Fa's 6 soul rings began to shine with dazzling light, and the Black Leaf Spear in his hand emitted a terrifying aura. "The match is already over," LuZe said slowly in the Shrek waiting area. Standing next to him, Lu Xiaoyu looked puzzled. "It's over?" LuZe did not answer him, but continued to watch the match. "You will die a terrible death." Chior exuded an overwhelming, suffocating aura. Yin Fa felt a bad premonition, but it was only for a moment. "Ha ha ha. This is the feeling. I finally encountered it." Yin Fa laughed wildly. Then, a strange black mist enveloped his body. Minor sin? Chior was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Come on, let me see your power," Yin Fa said arrogantly, taking steps towards Chior. Bang! In the next second, Chior suddenly accelerated, arriving in front of Yin Fa and stomping him to the ground. "You don't really think minor sins are invincible, do you?" He sneered. Yin Fa, who was pinned down, felt astonished. He never expected to be so easily subdued. "You're strong." Yin Fa began to exert his strength, forcing himself to stand up. Soul skill Black Cut. Swish! A slashing attack headed straight for Chior, but fortunately, she reacted in time and dodged the attack. However, before she could catch her breath, Yin Fa appeared in front of her again with a sudden move. Soul skill Dawn Strike. Yin Fa gripped the Black Leaf Spear tightly, taking a sprinting stance. In the next moment, he shot towards Chior like a cannonball. Chior quickly raised her golden dragon spear in front of her, and the 2 soul rings on her body emitted a dazzling brilliance. Clang! A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as the golden dragon spear and the Black Leaf Spear clashed solidly. Chior suddenly realized that Yin Fa was much stronger than before, and even the golden dragon martial soul was struggling in terms of power. Soul skill Shadow Spike. Yin Fa continued to use his soul skill. In an instant, several black spikes shot up from the ground, all aimed at Chior. Seeing this, Chior directly activated her 4th soul ring. 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by 3 loud explosions, the spikes aimed at Chior were instantly shattered. Yin Fa, unable to react in time, took the brunt of the 3 explosions and was sent flying. Cough cough. Yanfa, who crashed against the edge of the protective shield, coughed a couple of times and then slowly stood up. "Show me all your trump cards," Xiao'er said coldly from a short distance away. Hearing this, Yin Fa felt a surge of anger and said with a dark face, "I will kill you myself." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot. When everyone saw Yin Fa again, he was already behind Xiao'er. "It's over," Yin Fa said with confidence. But he quickly regretted it. "Yes, it's over," Xiao'er said very calmly. Yin Fa's first reaction to this was confusion. But the next second, he was forcefully pinned to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yin Fa was directly pinned against the outer wall of the competition arena by Xiao'er's golden dragon spear. At the same time, the protective shield of the competition arena shattered instantly. The referee was shocked by this scene, but could still determine the result of the match. The match is over. Shrek Academy wins. As the referee announced the end of the match, exclamations of shock erupted in the arena. Xiao'er simply retracted her golden dragon spear and left the competition arena. In the Shrek preparation area, LuZe looked at the victorious Xiao'er with a satisfied smile. "Why did you take so long to end the fight when you could have finished it earlier?" LuZe asked with a smile. Xiao'er, hearing this, stammered an explanation. "I just wanted to see the strength of that little sinner." Seeing this, LuZe did not pursue the matter further and directly said, "Next up is Dai Huabin." Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin was instantly stunned and a bit nervous. "Teacher, can I really win?" Dai Huabin quickly asked. LuZe only smiled faintly and said, "I believe you can win. Your potential is great." After hearing this, Dai Huabin instantly understood. "Got it, teacher. I will definitely win." In the Sherman preparation area, the team leader looked at the severely injured Yin Fa and immediately darkened his expression. "We've already lost 2 matches. If this continues, we will definitely lose in the first round," the Sherman team leader said sternly. "Senior brother, let me go next. I can definitely win." At this moment, a confident man said. The Sherman team leader glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "No, the captain of Shrek Academy hasn't played yet. You absolutely cannot go. Each person only has 1 chance to compete, and you are our trump card for a comeback." Hearing this, the man felt bored and went to the side to lie down obediently. The man's name was Shi Jing, the captain of the Sherman battle team. With a martial soul of Stone Dragon, soul power having reached level 71, and he was also a center-level soul master, with overall strength being very formidable. After dismissing Shi Jing, the Sherman team leader looked at the other team members again. Next up is Xiao Fei. If he loses, then Shi Jing will go, the Sherman team leader said thoughtfully. The Sherman members replied in unison, "Understood." Chapter 112, Determined Dai Huabin. In the Youth Soul Master Elite Competition, the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy faced Sherman in the first round. 4th match, Shrek Academy's Dai Huabin versus Shimon's Xiao Fei. After the match between Xiao'er and Yin Fa ended, the 4th match began. This match was relatively ordinary compared to the previous one. Xiao Fei was an ordinary 6-ring Soul Emperor, not a center-level Soul Master, but his strength was quite strong. In contrast, Dai Huabin was just a 5-ring Soul King, so Xiao Fei had a significant advantage. However, that was not the case. Dai Huabin had undergone training from LuZe, so his strength would naturally not be weaker than before. The match begins. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match. Dai Huabin shot out like a cannonball the instant the referee's voice fell. Opposite him, Xiao Fei looked excited as 6 soul rings lit up in an instant. Changes began to happen on his body. 4th soul skill, Stone Shattering. Xiao Fei activated his 4th soul ring, and his right hand clenched into a fist, radiating immense soul power. Seeing this, Dai Huabin did not dare to be slow and directly activated 2 soul rings. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. White Tiger Demon God Transformation. In an instant, Dai Huabin underwent 2 transformations, and his soul power reached a peak. Xiao Fei, seeing this, did not stop but chose to charge forward. Boom! Finally, Dai Huabin and Xiao Fei collided directly, and the arena was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, the two did not stop but continued to engage in close combat. Xiao Fei was wrapped in a thick layer of rock, maximizing his defense. However, after undergoing 2 transformations, Dai Huabin was not at a disadvantage in terms of defense or power. The audience in the arena was all very shocked because they did not expect Dai Huabin could fight so evenly against a Soul Emperor despite being a Soul King. And he was not at a disadvantage at all. This piqued Xiao Fei's interest. It was the first time he had seen someone of a lower rank able to fight against him. "You're quite interesting," Xiao Fei said with interest. Dai Huabin did not respond, but instead accelerated his attack speed. Bang! 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 In an instant, Xiao Fei endured several heavy punches from Dai Huabin, but fortunately, he had the rock armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand these blows. After taking a few hits, Xiao Fei, instead of getting angry, started talking nonsense. I heard your captain is very strong. How strong is he? Is your teacher particularly powerful? Are you this strong because of his training? For a moment, Xiao Fei's chatter was incessant, which made Dai Huabin feel quite annoyed. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a white tiger flame wave straight at Xiao Fei's chest. Bang! Xiao Fei did not have time to react and was instantly blasted away by this attack, crashing heavily against the protective shield. Cough! Xiao Fei coughed twice, then slowly stood up and looked at Dai Huabin with a smile, saying, "It seems I can't be too careless. You're quite strong, although you're just a bit weaker than me." As soon as he finished speaking, his arms and legs were covered by the soul guide. "I'm going to get serious now, so get ready for the baptism," Xiao Fei said with a smile, then assumed a sprinting posture. Seeing this, Dai Huabin immediately felt uneasy because the soul guide was a significant hassle for him. Whoosh! At the moment Dai Huabin was distracted, Xiao Fei had already accelerated with the soul guide and reached behind him, while his right arm was already raised. Fifth soul skill, Meteor Strike. Not only did Xiao Fei use a 10,000-year soul skill, but he also combined it with the explosive boost from the soul guide, dramatically increasing his power. Dai Huabin quickly reacted and made countermeasures, but he still couldn't withstand this punch. Bang! A loud noise filled the entire arena, and the competition stage cracked at that moment. Puffed! Dai Huabin, who took the punch, immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his chest caved in, unsure of how many ribs were broken. Not bad. You can still stand, Xiao Fei admired. Dai Huabin, trembling in front of him, had an unusually determined gaze. "I absolutely cannot lose," Dai Huabin murmured through the intense pain. Seeing this, Xiao Fei stopped smiling and chose to be serious to show him respect. "I really admire you, so I will take this seriously. Pay attention," Xiao Fei said earnestly. He then used the soul guide on his legs to instantly appear in front of Dai Huabin and threw a punch. Dai Huabin, fully focused, immediately reacted and threw a punch back. Bang! The two punches collided, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Fei was surprised. Despite Dai Huabin being in such a state, his strength was still comparable to his own, showing just how strong he was. White Tiger, Demon, God, Transformation. Dai Huabin activated his fifth soul ring, and his power increased once more. "Give me, break!" Dai Huabin shouted loudly. Crack! In an instant, the soul guide on Xiao Fei's hand began to crack. Shocked, Xiao Fei froze, but just as he wanted to pull back, a sudden hand pressed him to the ground. White Tiger Meteor Shower. After pinning Xiao Fei to the ground, Dai Huabin prepared to end the battle. Xiao Fei looked shocked, watching the orbs of soul power about to hit his face. "At this distance, I could die." Xiao Fei panicked and quickly shouted, "I concede. Referee, save me." Boom. The next second, countless orbs of soul power fell directly down. Suddenly, the entire competition stage was filled with dazzling light. The match ended, and Shrek Academy won. As everyone was confused, the referee carried Xiao Fei out of the competition area. With the referee's announcement, the arena erupted in cheers. Dai Huabin, watching this scene, also smiled before collapsing to the ground. "You've worked hard." Just as Dai Huabin was about to fall, LuZe's suddenly appeared behind him and caught him. Dai Huabin looked at LuZe and whispered with a smile, "I want teacher." After saying that, he fainted. Hearing this, LuZe immediately laughed and then carried him back to the Shrek preparation area. With the end of the fourth match, the fifth match was about to begin. The two people about to collide were the strongest in their respective teams. "Shijing, you just need to win the next match, and we can win the following ones," the team leader of Sherman said solemnly. "Understood. I will definitely win," Shijing replied earnestly. Meanwhile, in the Shrek preparation area, LuZe was arranging for the upcoming matches. "It's Xiaoyu's turn. They will probably send their captain out, but that's nothing to worry about," LuZe said calmly. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, brother, this match is up to me." LuZe nodded with a smile. Chapter 113, Crushing. In the quarterfinals of the Youth Soul Master competition, the first round between Shrek Academy and Sherman was finally coming to an end. The two sides were led by their respective captains, and their strengths were not far apart. Lu Xiaoyu, as a 7-ring soul sage, had mastered some rules of power, surpassing her peers. On the other hand, Shyman's captain, Shijing, though only an ordinary 6-ring soul emperor, was already half a foot into the level of a great Sin soul master, making his strength not to be underestimated. As cheers echoed through the sky, the fifth match finally arrived. The referee stood in the center of the competition stage and announced loudly. In the quarterfinals of the Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy faces Sherman. The first round of the individual match, fifth match, Shrek Academy's Lu Xiaoyu against Shimon Shijing. The referee shouted excitedly. At the same time, the entire arena was very excited, as it had been a long time since they could see the captain of Shrek's prowess, which was truly thrilling. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and Shijing stood on the competition stage amidst the cheers. At this point, the referee, seeing the two, wasted no time and directly announced, "Match start." At the beginning of the match, Shijing rushed towards Lu Xiaoyu with his extremely fast speed. Lu Xiaoyu, who reacted, merely glanced at him and then raised her right hand. Soul skill, gravity coverage. Buzz. As Lu Xiaoyu's soul skill was unleashed, Shijing, who was charging, suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, making it very difficult to move. As expected of the captain of Shrek Academy, "Impressive," Shijing said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu did not respond but wielded her golden long sword and slashed towards his head. At that critical moment, Shijing suddenly unleashed a surge of soul power, breaking free from the gravity and distancing himself from Lu Xiaoyu. "That was close. I almost lost my life," Shijing said, patting his chest and laughing. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu lit up another soul ring. Soul skill, mirror double slash. But Shijing was faster, instantly teleporting in front of Lu Xiaoyu, his arms transforming into two sharp crystal blades, directly slicing towards her. Without any hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu covered him with gravity again. However, this time it didn't stop his movements, it actually made him faster. "The same trick won't work on me," Shijing laughed. The next second, the crystal blades sliced through Lu Xiaoyu's arm, and blood immediately flowed out. Seeing this, LuZe in the Shrek preparation area immediately turned cold, and Gu Yuna and the others didn't dare to approach him, fearing they would also suffer. Back on the competition field, the injured Lu Xiaoyu showed no significant emotional fluctuations. Instead, he licked the blood on his arm. "The captain is different. He's much stronger than those weaklings," Lu Xiaoyu said with a sly smile. As soon as he finished speaking, an absurdly powerful force erupted from within him, instantly filling the entire competition arena. Stone Mirror, sensing something was amiss, stopped laughing, realizing he could feel Lu Xiaoyu's terrifying power. In the moment he was distracted, a golden long sword pierced through his body, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Lu Xiaoyu then approached him with a smile. "Where's that power of yours? Why don't you bring it out to deal with this?" Stone Mirror felt an immense weight pressing down on him, as Lu Xiaoyu's aura made it hard to breathe, let alone fight back. Lu Xiaoyu noticed that Stone Mirror had not managed to say a complete sentence for a long time and began to grow impatient. "Really? You are useless even when given a chance," he said, and the 7 soul rings behind him began to shine with dazzling light. 6th soul skill, Divine Punishment. Lu Xiaoyu pointed the golden long sword directly at Stone Mirror's forehead and solemnly declared, "Be responsible for the sins you've committed." In the next second, countless golden long swords coalesced above Stone Mirror, exuding a sense of order that could easily kill even a titled Douluo. Stone Mirror was terrified, realizing he was about to meet his demise. In a critical moment, the leader of the Stone Gate team shouted, "Stone Gate surrenders. Referee, save him." The referee, upon hearing this, did not dare to hesitate. If he was slow by even a moment, he would also die in that rain of swords. Boom! In the next second, the entire competition arena erupted, and a wave of manic laughter filled the air, leaving everyone stunned. Fortunately, the referee managed to bring Stone Mirror to a safe zone at the last moment. He then announced, "The match is over. Shrek Academy wins." In the first round of the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy defeats Stone Gate. With the first round concluded, everyone gained confidence in Shrek Academy's victory. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" LuZe asked with concern. Hearing this made Lu Xiaoyu feel a warm sensation in his heart. He smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just a small injury." Yet, LuZe still felt a bit uneasy and said, "Let me see your hand." Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled, but obediently extended his hand. "Wound healing," LuZe said as he lifted Lu Xiaoyu's arm. And with his words, the wound on Lu Xiaoyu's arm completely healed. In fact, Dai Huabin and the others had also healed in the same manner. Soon, the second round of the doubles battle was about to begin, and LuZe made a statement that left Lu Xiaoyu and the others confused. "We concede the second round," LuZe said flatly. Upon hearing this, the 7 of them were instantly bewildered. They could clearly win. Why concede? Why? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. LuZe smiled and explained, "I know we would win, but that would take too much time." In the quarterfinals, We only need to win 2 rounds, and we've already won 1. Even if we win the second round, we still have to play the last round, so why bother? Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood that the outcome of the match was already determined. Playing a few more rounds would just waste time. It was better to jump directly to the final round since they would win regardless. Before long, the referee returned to the new competition arena and announced loudly, "In the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy versus Stone Gate. The second round begins now. Both sides, please send 2 competitors to the arena." Stone Gate had already arranged their matchups, and the first match was between Yin Fa and Yin Shi. However, when they arrived at the competition arena, Shrek Academy was still yet to send anyone to face them. "Is Shrek afraid?" Yin Shi said, puzzled. Yin Fa, standing beside him, said solemnly, "Don't let your guard down. Perhaps they're trying to make us relax our vigilance." The two stood in place for a while, but still, no one from Shrek Academy appeared. Just as the audience was feeling puzzled, LuZe appeared. He walked straight to the competition arena and said loudly, "Shrek concedes the second round." After speaking, he turned and left, not giving anyone time to react. Once the audience regained their senses, the entire arena erupted in shock. The referee, equally astonished, announced, "Shrek Academy concedes. Stone Gate wins the second round." Next round, team battle. Chapter 114. The Unwilling Past in the Soul Master Competition. Quarterfinals, Shrek Academy versus Stone Gate. The third round team battle. Please send competitors to the arena. The referee excitedly announced from the competition stage. In an instant, the entire arena felt like a battlefield, filled with cheers. The competitors from Shrek and Stone Gate made their way to the competition stage at that moment. Once the referee saw that both sides were nearly ready, he announced directly, "The match begins." With the signal given, the match started. The members of Stone Gate, including Stone Mirror, no longer let their guard down and immediately entered their sin state. Instantly, the entire arena was filled with an aura of sin, making countless people feel repulsed. "Don't give them any opportunities," Stone Mirror shouted loudly. Li Kong and Yin Shi immediately understood, charging towards Lu Xiaoyu and the others from both sides. Gravity cover. Buzz. Just as Li Kong and his companion took their first steps, an invisible gravity was instantly applied to them. For a moment, the two were caught off guard and fell to the ground. Before they could react, Gu Yuna and Xiao Air rushed towards them with their long spears. "D!" Xiao Air shouted as she reached Li Kong's side. Clang! Just as the golden dragon spear was about to pierce Li Kong's head, Yin Fa, wielding the black leaf spear, blocked her. "Your opponent is me." Yin Fa sneered. Seeing this, Xiao Air didn't give him time to react and kicked him hard in the ribs. Crack! With a powerful kick, she instantly broke Yin Fa's rib. "Get lost," Xiao Air said coldly, delivering another kick that sent him flying. Cough cough. The kicked Yin Fa coughed up blood, slowly getting up to look at Xiao Air. "Last time you won by luck. This time I want to go easy on you," Yin Fa said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Xiao Air couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Are you that confident?" "Hee hee." Yin Fa merely sneered and then charged at her with the black leaf spear. Seeing this, Xiao Air no longer paid attention to the fallen Li Kong, raised her golden dragon spear, and charged straight at Yin Fa. Li Kong suddenly stood up, turned to look at Wu Feng and the others, and a friendly smile appeared on his face. "Let us deal with you first." Li Kong sneered, and then charged towards Wu Feng and the others. But just as he took a step, four golden long swords instantly pierced through his limbs and pinned him to the ground. "Don't forget about me," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly at that moment. As her voice fell, another golden long sword pierced through Li Kong's chest. The scorching power of the rules made Li Kong grit his teeth in pain, but he couldn't break free and could only endure it all. On the other side, Yin Shi faced attacks like a natural disaster. At this moment, Gu Yuna's expression was icy, and every strike was incredibly heavy, shaking Yin Shi's hands and causing him to lose his grip on his martial soul. "This world shouldn't have trash as sinful as you," Gu Yuna said coldly. This was completely different from her previous attitude. To Yin Shi, it was as if Gu Yuna had become a different person, with no way to defend himself. Yin Shi was instantly pierced through the chest by the silver dragon spear. PFF. Yin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, but he had no time to catch his breath. Flamme explosion. In the next second, Gu Yuna instantly condensed a ball of flames in her hand and struck it against Yin Shi's chest. Boom! The flames exploded on Yin Shi's chest, and the violent flames instantly engulfed him. This scene shocked everyone. Previously, Yin Shi could still hold his ground against Gu Yuna for a few rounds, but now he couldn't even last a single round before being killed instantly. Yin Shi. Yin Fa became furious upon seeing the flames consume Yin Shi. In an instant, rage consumed his heart, and he fully unleashed his sin facade. So there was something suppressing the sin facade. I thought it was different from those sin facades. LuZe in the Shrek preparation area murmured with a faint smile. That's right, Yin Fa and the others can't really be considered true sin facades because they possess reason. Only the original sin can have a sin facade with reason. Even the great sin would be affected. However, the fact that small sins like Yin Fa can maintain reason means they must be relying on something to suppress the sin facade. Otherwise, these sects wouldn't be able to control them at all, let alone let them participate in the Soul Master competition. There are not just a few sin facades like them in this competition. On the competition stage, Yin Fa, who had completely devolved into a sin facade, had almost lost all reason, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Shi Jing watched all of this but remained unmoved. A small sin facade has gone berserk? Lu Xiaoyu said calmly, looking at Yin Fa, who was enveloped in black energy on the competition stage. She then lit up her 7 soul rings. Recognize your sins, Lu Xiaoyu said solemnly, slowly rising into the air, holding the golden long sword and pointing it at Yin Fa and his teammates. Buzz. An overwhelmingly powerful aura instantly pressed down on Yin Fa and the others, who looked at the light swords formed by the power of the rules above the competition stage with extreme fear. In the next second, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have completed her charge, raising the golden long sword high and proclaiming as if a deity had descended. The sins you have committed will be punished by me. Confess. Swish, swish, swish. With Lu Xiaoyu's command, the light swords above the competition stage instantly fell like rain towards Shi Jing and the others. Run. Shi Jing, returning to his senses, shouted anxiously. But it was too late. Countless light swords rained down on them like raindrops. Boom! In an instant, the competition stage exploded once more, and among the ruins, apart from a few from Shrek Academy, almost no one from the Stone Gate survived. The lucky survivor, Shi Jing, was covered in blood and barely clinging to life. Huh. Shi Jing lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as if he would completely lose consciousness the next second. It was clear without further observation that the competition had ended. The competition is over. In the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy faces Stone Gate, and Shrek Academy wins. The referee announced loudly. As the referee's words fell, cheers erupted throughout the arena once again. Shrek will definitely win. Shrek will never fall. Lu Xiaoyu and the others returned to the preparation area amidst the cheers. As they opened the door, they saw LuZe with a smile on his face. Welcome back, LuZe said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately smiled and leaped into his arms. See, we're super strong. The championship is definitely ours. Lu Xiaoyu laughed happily. Soon, Guyena and the others came over to join the congratulatory group. It was unclear how long they laughed. But LuZe eventually said with a smile, the competition is over. The semifinals will be held in 2 days. Let's relax during these 2 days. Yay! Lu Xiaoyu was the first to shout, then turned and ran out of the arena. Guyena and the others followed suit, heading out of the arena. Meanwhile, LuZe stood still, watching their departing figures with a gentle smile. You care a lot about these kids, truth suddenly appeared. Hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said slowly, yes, I think this kind of life is what I want. I think so too. If it weren't for my stubbornness back then, you wouldn't have encountered the sin facade, Truth said with deep guilt. LuZe was taken aback by these words. What do you mean? The sin facade appeared because of you? Truth's expression changed instantly, and he turned his head aside. You heard it wrong. Truth stammered. What does it mean? Clarify it. I won't think wildly. LuZe continued to press. Truth fell silent. After a long time, he spoke again. Now is not the time to tell you these things. When the time comes, you will naturally know everything. After saying that, he vanished into LuZe's body. LuZe, left standing there, wore a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why Truth was unwilling to say anything. After thinking for a while, LuZe decided not to think about it anymore. Since it was said that the time wasn't right, it was better not to know. Chapter 115. Reminder, brother, get up. Early in the morning, a shout came from LuZe's room. The sleeping LuZe was awakened by the sound, slowly opening his eyes and looking around. Xiaoyu, aren't you going to the city to play? LuZe rubbed his eyes and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu laughed and said, you have to go too, otherwise it won't be fun for me alone. Can I not go? LuZe said with a faint smile. Just as he finished speaking, he was met with Lu Xiaoyu's denial. No way, you have to go. Otherwise, I'll just stay here, Lu Xiaoyu said loudly. Then she dove into LuZe's blanket, poking her head out and smiling at him. All right, I'll go, LuZe said with a helpless smile. Yay. After a while, LuZe was pulled by Lu Xiaoyu to a bustling street. It's rare to have a day off, so I must reward myself, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile as she walked ahead of LuZe. LuZe didn't say anything, just quietly watched her back. The two of them strolled casually down the street. Brother, that looks like so much fun, Lu Xiaoyu pointed at a stall and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe chuckled indulgently and said, then let's go take a look. Lu Xiaoyu immediately grabbed his hand and ran over. Before long, they arrived in front of the stall. Uncle, how do you play this? Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked the stall owner, looking at the items inside. The stall owner, hearing the question, turned back with a smile and said, it's very simple. Just use the flying knife to pop the balloons on that wall. Great, that sounds like fun, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. LuZe merely smiled at her enthusiasm and then said, let her play. Here, est the fee. He handed the stall owner a gold soul coin. The stall owner was taken aback and quickly said, little brother, it doesn't cost that much for a game. Just 5 copper soul coins will do. LuZe smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's fine, let my sister play here. Tell me when the money runs out. The stall owner, unsure how to respond, realized he was in a position to earn money and naturally wanted to make more. After paying, LuZe walked over to Lu Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, you play here for a while. I'll step away for a bit. Where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu asked, not wanting him to leave. LuZe noticed her reluctance and smiled, saying, don't worry. I'll be right around here and we'll be back soon. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied, somewhat unconvinced. But she didn't say anything more and just watched as LuZe walked away. Once LuZe's figure disappeared from her sight, she began to play at the stall. Meanwhile, LuZe found a very quiet spot alone. Have you been planning to come out after all this time? LuZe said slowly, facing away from the air behind him. Before long, a voice came from behind him where there had been no one. Are you so sure I'm here to find you? A figure slowly appeared behind him. Upon hearing the voice, LuZe turned around to look at the person, just following his instinct. Instinct? The person was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Your instinct is quite accurate. At least it didn't deceive you, the person said slowly. LuZe simply smiled faintly and replied, go ahead. You must not be here for something trivial. The person then dropped the disguise, revealing a familiar face. I just want to know about the fall of the Mingda Hall. It was Xiao Hongshun from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. When Xiao Hongshun exposed himself in front of LuZe, LuZe did not seem surprised, as if he had known all along. I did it, LuZe replied frankly. Upon hearing this, although Xiao Hongshun was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't calm down at that moment. Why did you do that? Xiao Hongshun asked coldly after regaining his composure. LuZe smiled and said, you should know what your father has done. Xiao Hongshun was suddenly at a loss for words. Seeing this, LuZe felt there was nothing more to discuss and turned to leave. Just as he turned, Xiao Hongshun suddenly said, although we are enemies, I still want to remind you to be cautious of the Holy Spirit sect. LuZe paused, remained silent for a moment, then said, let me remind you as well. Xiao Hongshun was immediately filled with confusion. He didn't understand why LuZe would say such a thing. But soon he understood. LuZe said calmly, this Soul Master competition will change the entire continent's landscape. You better leave the Sun and Moon Empire. Why? Xiao Hongshun said with a serious expression, knowing this was not a joke. When a continent undergoes great changes, the Sun and Moon Empire will be the first to suffer. LuZe said flatly, and then left without looking back. Xiao Hongshun was left in silence, pondering whether LuZe was so certain that the continent would change during this Soul Master competition. Brother, why isn't he back yet? Lu Xiaoyu sat at the small stall with a bored expression. The stall owner looked gloomy, as there were no more balloons left. All the balloons had barely stayed on the wall for a few minutes before being popped. Lu Xiaoyu looked up at the sky. Her mind began to wander, and a smile crept onto her face. At that moment, LuZe suddenly appeared behind her. Had enough fun, Xiaoyu? LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoyu stumbled and almost fell. Brother, when did you come? She asked awkwardly. Just got here, LuZe replied with a smile. What time to go back? LuZe said lightly. As soon as the topic of going back was mentioned, Lu Xiaoyu immediately became unhappy and said, no way, it's still too early. We can go back at night. Seeing her so excited, LuZe could only smile helplessly and said nothing more. When Lu Xiaoyu saw, he was silent. A smile appeared on her face. Let's go. Let's play somewhere else, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe nodded and fell silent. The truth in the Sea of Spirits kept reminding him. Be careful, LuZe. There are at least 5 original sins around here. The truth said solemnly. Got it. LuZe simply nodded. The simultaneous appearance of 5 original sins in this place was enough to know why they were here. The collapse had already begun to take action. LuZe thought to himself. Lu Xiaoyu, walking ahead of LuZe, turned back to see his serious expression and became curious. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Upon hearing his sister's voice, LuZe snapped back to reality. "Nothing, just thinking about where to play," LuZe said, scratching his head and smiling. "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu said skeptically. "Why would I lie to you?" LuZe replied with a laugh. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu stopped pressing for more details and instead pulled him towards a distant stall. However, on the way there, Lu Xiaoyu spotted a familiar face. She immediately stopped beside LuZe. "Brother, that's..." Lu Xiaoyu said seriously. LuZe merely said calmly, "Don't pay attention to them." Indeed, the person Lu Xiaoyu saw was one of the 10 sons, Fairness, and he was not alone. The others were also members of the 10 sons, which made LuZe begin to worry. "Let's go back," LuZe said lightly. Although Lu Xiaoyu is very unwilling, there's no other choice now. The semi-finals of the Soul Master competition are approaching. Which 2 teams will make it to the finals? Chapter 116. This is Shrek. The semi-finals of the Soul Master competition have finally arrived. The 4 remaining teams in the arena are all exceptionally strong. In the competition arena, amidst the cheers, the referee stood on the field. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and competitors, the highly anticipated semi-finals of the Soul Master competition are here. The 4 teams that have emerged from the previous eliminations are Shrek Academy, Holy Spirit Sect, Tang Sect, and Wujizong. The referee announced excitedly. As soon as the words were spoken, the arena erupted with earth-shattering cheers. "Xiaoyu, don't hold back later. If you can finish your opponent quickly, do it. Don't give them any chances," LuZe said seriously in the Shrek preparation area. Lu Xiaoyu and the others nodded in agreement without blinking. Seeing this, LuZe looked once more at the area outside the preparation zone. The match was about to begin. Just as he finished speaking, the referee announced, semi-final round 1. Shrek Academy versus Wujizong. First individual battle. Please have the competitors enter the arena. Soon, Wujizong chose their captain, Wang Yu, to enter the arena. Wang Yu is very strong, having almost never lost. He is a 7-ring soul saint, and with the support of Xiao Zuizui, has swept through all the teams they have encountered. "So it's the captain right away?" LuZe smiled as he watched Wang Yu in the arena. Meanwhile, Wang Yu stood in the arena, waiting for his opponent, but began to feel anxious. "It's been so long. Why haven't they sent someone out? What is Shrek doing?" Wang Yu complained inwardly. Just then, the contestant from Shrek Academy stepped onto the arena. LuZe sent out Guyu Na, who has control over elements and, with the Silver Dragon Spear, is unmatched in Shrek except for Lu Xiaoyu. "You're my opponent?" Wang Yu was a bit stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to be this stunning beauty. Guyu Na, upon hearing this, did not engage in further conversation but coldly said, "You know my strength. Don't act like you have no idea." "Ha ha ha." Wang Yu laughed when he realized his facade was seen through. "I know you are strong, but don't get too full of yourself." He thought Guyu Na would respond. But to his surprise, she ignored him completely. "Heh, you'll find out soon enough," Wang Yu said, leaving a harsh remark. The referee then announced, "The match begins." With the referee's command, Guyu Na and Wang Yu rushed towards each other almost simultaneously. Clang! The next second, a harsh metallic clash echoed through the arena. Guyu Na, holding the Silver Dragon Spear, looked impassively at Wang Yu, who wielded a white longsword. Wang Yu's expression was serious, as he understood that he was at a disadvantage against Guyu Na. "How can a girl be this strong?" Wang Yu sneered. However, Guyu Na did not answer him, but responded with action instead. Flame explosion. A burst of flames ignited in Guyu Na's hand, which she then directed toward Wang Yu's chest. Wang Yu sensed the danger and quickly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, the arena in front of Guyu Na turned into a sea of fire. Wang Yu managed to dodge this deadly blow at the last second. "Phew, that was close," Wang Yu said, patting his chest. Seeing that he was unharmed, Guyu Na immediately shot the Silver Dragon Spear from her hand. Whoosh! As the sound of the spear cutting through the air rang out, Wang Yu tried to evade, but the spear was too fast. Thud! In an instant, blood splattered. But Wang Yu did not die. Only his shoulder was pierced. Raging wave. Splash! Just after being pierced by the Silver Dragon Spear, Wang Yu was engulfed by a sudden massive wave. Ugh! Swallowed by the raging wave, Wang Yu found himself in dire straits. He never expected Guyu Na's attacks to be so relentless, leaving him no time to react. At this point, he thought Guyu Na must be out of tricks. But something unexpected happened again. Frost! As Guyu Na's voice fell, the wave that had swallowed Wang Yu instantly froze into an ice wall. Guyana showed no intention of holding back. Instead, she condensed a vortex in her hand. Storm strangulation. Crack. The incredibly violent whirlwind, compressed by Guyana, slammed into the ice wall that encased Wang Yu. Boom. The next second, with the ice wall shattering, Wang Yu was blasted out of the arena. Match over. Shrek Academy wins. The referee announced, as Wang Yu was ejected from the arena. That's too strong. The captain didn't even have a chance to fight back. One of Wang Yu's teammates in the Wujizong preparation area said, shocked. Looks like we were overthinking it. At this point, their team leader came over. What should we do in the next match? The teammate asked again. After pondering for a moment, the team leader said, let us concede. We are no match for Shrek. Why? What if we win? The teammate continued to press, clearly unwilling to accept it. However, the team leader smiled bitterly and said, the strongest person in our team is Wang Yu. He didn't even have a chance to fight back against their vice captain, let alone their freakish captain. Hearing this, the teammate finally understood and could only sit quietly in resignation. In the arena, just as the referee was about to announce the start of the second match, he was interrupted by a voice. No need to compete. We Wujizong forfeit. The team leader of Wujizong shouted. The referee initially couldn't believe his ears, but after some inquiries, he confirmed it. Thus, he announced, semi-final round 1 is over. Wujizong forfeits, and Shrek Academy wins. As soon as the words were spoken, cheers erupted in the arena, almost entirely in support of Shrek. In the Shrek preparation area, LuZe smiled upon hearing the referee's announcement. Looks like there are still some people with self-awareness. I thought it would be like those guys from Sherman. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu walked over. Brother, the match is over. Can we leave now? LuZe nodded and simply said, you can naturally go back to the hotel to rest. I'll stay to watch the match between Tang Sect and Holy Spirit Sect. Lu Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. Why do you want to watch their match? Hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but smile. Of course, I'm thinking of strategies for your final tomorrow. No need. We will definitely win the championship, Lu Xiaoyu confidently replied. She then asked, brother, who do you think will win between Tang Min and Sheng Lingzong? LuZe thought for a moment and then said, Sheng Lingzong. Why? Tang Min is clearly so strong, Lu Xiaoyu said. A bit confused. She knew about Hui Yuhao's strength within Tang Min, which was significantly stronger than those battle teams. Why do you think Sheng Lingzong will win? But soon LuZe explained, although Tang Min is powerful, it's not even in the same league as Sheng Lingzong. Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have guessed some reasons and said, is it because of the Sin Mask? Yes, LuZe nodded. If this world hadn't produced the Sin Mask, Tang Min would probably only be weaker than us. Upon thinking this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately understood and didn't say anything more. Aren't you going back? LuZe asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and said, no, I want to stay and watch. That's fine too. Knowing the opponent's strength in advance is a good thing. LuZe nodded and smiled. Soon, the referee came to the competition arena and announced, in the second round of the semifinals, Tang Min faces Sheng Lingzong. The first individual match starts now. Please send one contestant from each side to enter. Chapter 117, The 10 Sons Appear. In the Soul Master competition, the semifinals of Tang Min against Sheng Lingzong. The first round of the individual match starts now. As the referee's voice fell, the entire arena erupted into excited cheers. Now, please welcome Tommen's Beibei and his opponent from Sheng Lingzong, Geely. The referee announced loudly. Soon, Beibei and Geely arrived at the competition stage, staring at each other as if they were about to fight in the next second. The referee wasted no time and directly announced, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, Beibei transformed into blue lightning and shot towards Geely. Seeing this, Geely hurriedly tried to dodge, but was unfortunately caught by Beibei. The moment he was caught, countless electric currents surged out from Beibei's body. Suddenly, the entire competition arena was filled with flickering electric lights, looking very spectacular. You lost, Beibei said calmly while gripping Geely's neck. Indeed, Geely lost because of his carelessness, combined with Beibei's incredibly fast strike, leaving him no time to react. It seems Beibei has become much stronger, LuZe remarked with interest in the Shrek preparation area. Lu Xiaoyu beside him just watched without saying anything. The first match is over. Prepare for the second match, the referee announced. In a while, Tongmin's Su Sanshur entered the arena, and his opponent was a man from Sheng Lingzong who had never appeared before. Tang Min? This is interesting. Su Sanshur heard his opponent's words as he stepped onto the stage. For some reason, his heart kept trembling, unsure of what he was afraid of. After a while, the man from Sheng Lingzong slowly removed his veil. Hello, I am Tian Lang from Sheng Lingzong, the man said with a smile. When LuZe saw the man's face, he was instantly stunned, then coldly sneered, "Collapse, oh collapse. I didn't expect you to be such a pawn. This is really interesting." Indeed, the man facing Su Sanshur in the arena was the 10 Sons, Tianlang. Now, Tianlang's strength could be said to have fully recovered. He was originally a Sin-level Sin Mask, but due to restrictions, the strength of each member of the 10 Sons was greatly reduced. But now things were different. The continent had changed drastically, the Sin Mask had emerged, and the strength of the 10 Sons had returned to their peak period. Original Sin. "Brother, that person." Lu Xiaoyu looked at Tianlang in the arena and said heavily, "Let's go. He's here. The others won't hide either." LuZe turned and prepared to leave. Lu Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Hadn't he just said he wanted to stay and watch? Why was he preparing to leave after just one match? Perhaps LuZe guessed his thoughts and then said, "There's no need to watch this match." On Shenglingzong's side, there's Original Sin. Almost no one on the continent is their match. Original Sin? Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. LuZe didn't stay there any longer and turned to walk out of the arena. In the Shenglingzong preparation area, the power whose strength was second only to collapse wore a smile on his face. "The troublesome guy has left," he murmured with a smile. The others understood immediately and began to take action. At the Mingyue Grand Hotel, after LuZe returned, he went directly to the rooftop. "Truth, can you sense the abnormalities of the Sun and Moon Empire?" LuZe asked. Upon hearing this, Truth appeared and smiled, saying, "Although I'm not too sure, I need to remind you that Collapse's methods are definitely not as simple as you think." "I know." LuZe nodded and looked into the distance. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Long time no see, LuZe." Upon hearing the voice, LuZe slowly turned to look at him, his eyes cold as he said, "I didn't expect you to come looking for me, Collapse." The visitor was indeed Collapse, who at this moment did not exude any killing intent, but rather smiled naturally. "Do you know why I came to find you?" Collapse said with a faint smile. LuZe was not one to engage in small talk. He directly commanded, "What are you here for? Speak." Upon hearing this, Collapse was momentarily stunned, then slowly opened his mouth to say, "The Sun must be taken away. I hope you won't stop us." "On what grounds?" "He is my brother. Where he goes is not for you to decide," LuZe said displeased. At this moment, Collapse also broke free from Truth's restraints and smiled at LuZe. "You really are an unreasonable guy," Collapse said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. Sin Realm, unfold. Buzz. In an instant, the surrounding reality began to distort, the sky gradually turning dark red, and everything fell into silence. "Is this your Sin Realm?" LuZe said with interest as he looked at the surroundings. Collapse did not answer this question, but directly said, "Although I don't really want to do this. You cannot appear in tomorrow's match. You want to hold me back?" LuZe became interested. As he spoke, his eyes began to turn scarlet, and dark red energy swirled around him. Upon seeing this, Collapse felt an immense pressure. "It seems I've underestimated you," Collapse said, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "I've only felt this kind of pressure from those few adults." Just as he was in shock, LuZe had already teleported behind him. No need for too many words, LuZe said coldly. He then kicked Collapse on the head. Boom! The originally broken Mingyue Grand Hotel instantly turned into ruins. LuZe stood in the air, looking down at Collapse from a high vantage point. "Evil things should be erased," LuZe said coldly. Then he slowly raised his right hand, and countless golden long swords materialized behind him. "Goodbye." With a wave of his right hand, countless golden long swords fell upon the ruin like a storm. Upon seeing this, Ruin immediately sensed the crisis and clenched his right fist, striking forward with force. Crack! Just as Ruin threw that punch, cracks instantly appeared in the surrounding space, and those golden long swords fell directly into the enormous fissure. "Looks like I can't underestimate you," LuZe said with a cold smile. Space paradox cut. Swish! Before Ruin could react, the space around him was sliced open by an invisible long line. Fortunately, Ruin's perception was incredibly strong, otherwise this blow could have cost him half his life. "You're really ruthless," Ruin laughed. LuZe did not respond but instantly teleported in front of him, grabbing his head. Paradox. Erase. The moment LuZe seized Ruin, he attempted to use the paradox to erase him. But Ruin directly teleported to another location. "You don't really think I'm weak, do you?" Ruin sneered. As he spoke, he unleashed his power. In an instant, the entire Sin domain was filled with his terrifying aura. At this moment, Ruin transformed into another form. "Do you know why I became the chief of the 10 Sons?" Ruin said casually. LuZe felt quite puzzled upon hearing this, but his intuition told him that the Ruin before him was not to be trifled with. Bang! The next second, LuZe was sent flying, his whole body soaring out. Looks like I really underestimated you. LuZe chuckled self-deprecatingly. He slowly got up, and a powerful force surged forth instantly. I'm really curious how long you can hold out. Ruin laughed. Hearing this, LuZe instantly became excited. Don't let me down. Chapter 118, Crushing the Might of the Ten Suns. Where's my brother? In the Shrek resting room of the Mingwe Hotel, Lu Xiaoyu had a worried expression. Since returning to the hotel yesterday, she hadn't seen LuZe, and she had no idea where he had gone. At this moment, Guyuna walked in. The finals are about to begin, Guyuna said directly upon entering. Lu Xiaoyu slowly got up upon hearing this and said, Let's go. Let's win the championship first. The arena was much livelier today because it was the finals. Even the teams that had been eliminated earlier stayed behind just to see who the final champion would be. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited finals of the Soul Master competition has finally arrived, the referee announced excitedly on the competition stage. Then there was a wave of cheers. Everyone was very excited. Seeing this, the referee stopped talking nonsense and directly announced, the first round of the finals, the first singles match, Shrek Academy's Chioer against the Holy Spirit Sex Tianlang. Please have both contestants enter the arena. After saying this, the referee left the competition stage. As soon as he left, the two participants of this match arrived on the stage. Long time no see, little girl. Upon entering the competition stage, Tianlang smiled at Chioer. Chioer was instantly dumbfounded when she saw the opponent's appearance. It's you. Chioer suddenly recalled her experience in the Stardew Forest. The bald man before her was the one who had beaten Bear June back then. Tianlang saw her expression and laughed. I thought you had forgotten about me. Chioer maintained a cold face as the power within her began to surge. The match begins. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match. With the referee's command, Chioer charged towards Tianlang with her golden dragon spear. It's been so long, and your temper hasn't changed, Tianlang said with a smile. However, he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he appeared very excited. Let me see your progress. Tianlang struck a pose and shouted loudly. A powerful aura surged forth instantly, and the entire audience in the arena felt the tremendous pressure. Golden Dragon explode. Chioer, charging at Tianlang, showed no mercy and unleashed a barrage of explosions at him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions shook the entire arena. Yet Tianlang easily dodged the attacks with a relaxed expression. You're not good enough. Tianlang instantly teleported behind Chioer and said with a smile. He then directly punched her in the back. Caught off guard, Chioer was knocked into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, there was a trace of blood at the corner of Chioer's mouth. You're really disappointing me, Tianlang teased with a smile. Chioer said nothing and once again raised her golden dragon spear to face him. Golden Dragon Roar. The next second, Chioer used her 10,000-year soul skill, and a massive golden dragon charged towards Tianlang. Tianlang was momentarily distracted by the sight of the golden dragon, but he quickly regained his focus. Too weak. Tianlang smiled and punched the golden dragon. Bang! With a loud explosion, the golden dragon disappeared, and Tianlang sneered. But the next second, Chioer suddenly appeared behind him, radiating terrifying power. Bang! The careless Tianlang was directly knocked to the ground. Not bad, Tianlang said with a faint smile. He then slowly got up and dusted himself off. Chioer did not give him a chance to respond, and once again teleported in front of him. Clang! Just when Chioer thought she could hit Tianlang with this strike, an invisible force blocked her. Little girl, you are still too inexperienced, Tianlang said with a disdainful smile. He then kicked towards Chioer. Bang! Chioer took the hit solidly and was sent flying. Cough, cough. Chioer coughed a couple of times. What happened to your earlier self? Tianlang laughed. After a moment of silence, Chioer slowly said, I don't need that to deal with you. Hearing this, Tianlang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What does that mean? You don't really think I'm not your opponent, do you? Tianlang said with a big laugh. The next second, he appeared behind Chioer. Before Chioer could react. No, rather than say she couldn't react, she was completely unaware of Tianlang's presence. Bang! By the time Chioer reacted, it was too late. Tianlang showed no mercy and punched her in the back, sending her flying heavily. Look closely, this is the gap between us. Last time I was just restricted, Tianlang said coldly. At this moment, Chioer, who had been sent flying, also understood the gap between herself and Tianlang. If this continues, I will eventually die here. But if I use that state, the last trace of the power of rules within me will also dissipate. Lying on the ground, Chioer has been pondering this issue, unsure of what to do. Hey, can't you hold on even at the beginning? Tianlang teased, then stepped closer to Chioer. Do I really have to use that? Chioer whispered while still on the ground. At this moment, Tianlang had already reached her side. Looking down at her, then kicked her in the abdomen. Xiao'er flew out again, crashing heavily against the protective shield. This scene shocked everyone in the arena. They did not expect that Xiao'er from Shrek Academy had no chance to fight back against Tianlang. It was a complete, crushing defeat. In the competition arena, Tianlang looked at Xiao'er by the protective shield, his expression growing impatient. "If you don't use that state, you really will die," Tianlang reminded her. However, Xiao'er seemed not to hear, still lying on the ground. Xiao'er's pitiful state made Gu Yuna extremely angry. She wished she could rush into the arena right now and tear Tianlang apart. But she was stopped by Lu Xiaoyu beside her. "Captain, let's admit defeat. The Holy Spirit sect is not something we can defeat right now," Dai Huabin said gravely. But Lu Xiaoyu coldly refused. "No, we must win the championship." Lu Xiaoyu's tone was heavy and sounded very firm, making it impossible to persuade her otherwise. The victory in this match was very important to Lu Xiaoyu. He was determined to win the championship. Back in the competition arena, Xiao'er was still in a pitiful state on the ground, completely unaware of Tianlang's approach. "Let me see what you look like before," Tianlang said impatiently. Then he kicked again, and Xiao'er was sent flying once more. But she remained silent, not making a choice. Tianlang couldn't take it anymore and said harshly, "Since you choose this, then I can only send you away." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot toward Xiao'er like a cannonball. To all the spectators in the arena, if Xiao'er did not resist now, she would really die here. At this moment, Tianlang had reached Xiao'er's side and raised his foot high. Boom! In the next second, the entire competition arena was struck as if hit by a meteor, instantly cracking. Smoke filled the entire arena, and no one knew what had happened. No one knew if Xiao'er was still alive. Is it over? Did Shrek really lose like this? A moment later, a wave of murmurs erupted in the arena, all discussing this match. Even the referee thought Shrek had lost and was about to announce the result when a golden light suddenly shot out from the smoke. Buzz! Then came a powerful pressure that made everyone feel a tremendous sense of oppression. I haven't lost yet." From within the smoke, Xiao'er, radiating a golden glow, grabbed Tianlang's foot and slowly stood up. The situation had reversed once again, which was unexpected. Chapter 119. The plan begins. On the competition field, Xiao'er, enveloped in golden light, seemed to have transformed into a different person. The incredibly powerful aura even shocked Tianlang, but it was fleeting. "This is the battle I've been looking forward to." Tianlang became excited. Seeing his expression, Xiao'er only showed a look of disdain on her face and began to gather golden light in her hands. Soon, a golden spear was gripped in her hands. "I will kill you." Xiao'er pointed the spear directly at Tianlang and coldly stated. Then, with a teleport, she appeared right in front of Tianlang and swept her spear. Bang! Tianlang, caught off guard, was instantly knocked away by Xiao'er and crashed heavily against the protective shield. The shield also showed many cracks. If another hit came, it might really break. Cough, cough. It seems the power of rules is indeed very strong. Tianlang stood up awkwardly and looked at Xiao'er in the distance. In the next second, Tianlang vanished from his spot, and when everyone saw him again, he was already behind Xiao'er. "Your speed is too slow," Tianlang mocked. Boom! He then punched Xiao'er in the back, engulfing the entire arena in a thick smoke. Just as the spectators were astonished, a figure flew out from the smoke. Upon closer inspection, it was Tianlang who was being sent flying. How could this happen? Tianlang, mid-flight, looked shocked. It seemed that there was not much change. So why was there such a significant difference in strength? Xiao'er, seeing Tianlang flying back, said nothing and threw the golden spear in her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds rang out as the golden spear ignored all of Tianlang's defenses and directly pierced through his chest. In an instant, the protective shield shattered, and Tianlang was pinned against the arena wall by the golden spear. The match is over. Shrek Academy wins. The referee was momentarily stunned, then shouted excitedly. After the referee announced the end of the match, Xiao'er also shed the state of the power of rules and began to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Gu Yuna appeared just in time, catching her in her arms. "You've worked hard," Gu Yuna said gently. Hearing this, Xiao'er smiled faintly before passing out. Gu Yuna, seeing this, stopped speaking and carried Xiao'er back to the preparation area. In the preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu had a serious expression as he contemplated the upcoming matches. "I'll go in the next match." Dai Huabin approached him. After glancing at him, Lu Xiaoyu solemnly said, "No, I will take this one. But don't say any more. I am a captain." Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. With that shout, the Shrek preparation area fell into complete silence. "The plan can start early," Quanli said gravely in the Holy Spirit sect's preparation area. Wealth, standing beside him, asked with a faint smile, "Why not play with these guys a bit longer?" Hearing this, Quanli smiled wryly and said slowly, "The chief can't hold on any longer. If we don't hurry, the plan will fall through." "I see." Wel's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "If the next match is the Son of God, don't think too much, just act." Quanli Said Graveli. The other 10 sons also expressed their agreement. Soon, the match began, with Shrek Academy's captain Lu Xiaoyu facing the Holy Spirit Sect's player Gongping. Soul Master Competition, Finals Round 1, second match, Shrek's Lu Xiaoyu versus Holy Spirit's Gongping. The referee announced excitedly. In a short while, both sides arrived at the competition arena. As the two exchanged glances, they immediately sensed that something was off about this match. "Long time no see, Your Excellency," Gongping said politely with a bow. Lu Xiaoyu, however, looked serious, not expecting to encounter this guy so soon. Seeing this, the referee declared, "The match begins." At the referee's command, Lu Xiaoyu and Gongping did not attack, but instead stared at each other. After a while, Gongping smiled and said, "Your Excellency, I sincerely hope you can leave this place with me. If you come with me, the victory of this match will belong to your Shrek." It sounded very tempting, but Lu Xiaoyu knew that if he followed them, he might never see his brother again. Without his brother, what was the point of living? "No need. I can still win the championship," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. He then summoned a golden longsword, his eyes sharp as he looked at Gongping. "Since that's the case, I can only forcefully take you away," Gongping said, his expression turning serious. Swish! In the next moment, Gongping appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu like a ghost and grabbed him by the throat. "You've made a very unwise choice, Your Excellency," Gongping sneered. He then absorbed Lu Xiaoyu into a small space right before the eyes of all the spectators. "The mission is complete, it's time to leave," Gongping said, looking quite satisfied, then turned his back to the people from the Holy Spirit sect. "Quick, stop them from leaving." Just as Gongping was about to leave, a voice suddenly pulled everyone back to reality. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a figure appeared in front of Gongping. "It's you," Gongping said with a smile upon seeing the other person. "I won't let you take the master's brother away." The newcomer was Su Xiao, who had been observing in the shadows. Her face was cold, as if she was about to explode. "Give him back," Su Xiao said in a low voice. Gongping, however, wore a faint smile and replied, "What if I don't?" Bang! In the next second, a heavy punch struck Gongping's chest, sending him flying. "You will die here," Su Xiao said coldly. "Ha ha ha." Just as Su Xiao's words fell, laughter broke the calm. Indeed, it was the power's move. Among the 10 sons, the power's strength was second only to their chief's collapse, but compared to these people, it was like heaven and earth. Upon seeing the power, Su Xiao's expression changed. She knew deep down that she was no match for this guy. Although they were both original sins, the power of the original sin of the power was more substantial. "Well, I'm in a good mood. You should leave, or you'll only end up dead," the power said with a smile. The words had been spoken. The key was whether Su Xiao would make the right choice. In the next moment, Su Xiao transformed. Her originally petite body suddenly became very tall. "It seems you've chosen the wrong option." The power's expression began to sour. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth, making it hard for everyone in the arena to breathe. Then, the power lightly waved a hand, and a terrifying attack swept across the entire arena. Boom! With just a light wave, the entire arena was flattened. The ordinary people were inevitably affected, with most having perished here. As for some soul masters, although they were alive, they were in a terrible state. Su Xiao, who was closest to the power, was covered in blood and had lost one eye. "Do you see clearly now? This is the gap between us." The power looked down from above, disdainful. "Ah!" Su Xiao gasped for air, struggling to look up at the power. Her face filled with defiance. But what good did that do? LuZe's was not here, and no one could stop the power's actions. Soon, the power felt the time was right and raised his hand again. An absurdly powerful energy began to gather in his hand. "It's time to end this," the power said with a cold smile. Soon, the energy was almost fully gathered, ready to be unleashed upon the ruins. Just at that critical moment, a rift in space opened up. A terrifying aura emanated from within. Feeling the pressure, the power turned sharply to look at the rift, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, as if something truly terrifying was about to emerge. In the next second, an angry male voice came from the rift. "You all did well. You've truly angered me this time." Chapter 120, The Arrival of Arrogance. The voice came from the rift, filled with anger. At the same time, the power and his companions felt immense pressure, cold sweat running down their backs. "No way, the chief can't hold it," Tianzai said with a serious expression. The power and his group said nothing, only gazing solemnly at the rift. Soon, a figure stepped out from the rift, and it was LuZe. However, at this moment, LuZe was covered in blood, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The collapse that came out with him was held aloft by him with one hand. The collapse was clearly suffering from a dimensional downgrade, with multiple injuries, but it was commendable that he could injure LuZe. At this moment, LuZe looked at the power, then threw the half-destroyed collapse down. The power hurriedly ran to catch the collapse. "Chief, are you all right?" the power asked. The collapse slowly replied, "I'm fine, not dead." "What about the sun?" The power answered truthfully, "The sun has been captured. We just need to leave here." As soon as the words were spoken, LuZe teleported to their side. "Where's my brother?" LuZe said angrily. He then kicked the power. Bang! The kick power crashed heavily into the ground, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Is the gap really this big?" The power slowly rose, looking serious. But LuZe gave him no time to catch his breath, teleporting in front of him again. He then grasped his throat and lifted him up. "I'll ask you one more time. Where's my brother?" LuZe said angrily. Hearing this, the power laughed. "Why should I tell you?" After hearing this, LuZe's mood darkened further, increasing the pressure in his grip. "Where's my brother? Speak." In an instant, the power found it impossible to control his mouth, slowly opening it. At Gongping. Swish. As soon as the words fell, the power was engulfed by a colorless airflow, and he vanished completely. "Gongping, is it?" LuZe said coldly. He then disappeared in an instant, and no one sensed his departure. In the border region of the Sun and Moon Empire, Gongping and others were frantically fleeing with Lu Xiaoyu. Not for any other reason, but because someone was chasing them from behind. "Why do I feel like we've entered a maze and can't get out?" At this moment, Tianzai said with a serious expression. It wasn't just him. The other members of Shuriyao felt the same. The feeling of being trapped in a maze, a dangerous aura emanated from behind them. They caught up. Gongping suddenly turned to look back, a hint of fear in his eyes, cold sweat dripping down his back. "Aren't you all supposed to be fast runners?" At that moment, darkness enveloped their location, and a cold voice echoed around them. Soon, a figure slowly appeared, and with each step he took, reality around him twisted. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." The figure was LuZe. He was very angry at this moment, because it was the first time someone had captured his brother. "Don't think too much. Just drag it out for as long as you can." Gongping shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand grabbed his face and forcefully pushed him down to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the distorted reality around them shattered, and a spatial storm followed. Cough, cough. Gongping, pinned to the ground by LuZe, coughed weakly twice, then waved his right hand, sending a sphere flying into Fortune's hands. "Quick, take the Divine Sun and leave here. Hurry!" Gongping shouted loudly. Fortune, upon receiving the sphere, didn't think much and immediately turned to run in another direction. "Quick! Hold him back!" Gongping yelled. Although Tianzai and the others were scared, they had no time to think about it and rushed toward LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe merely glanced at them and then clapped his hands. Dimensional reduction. Buzz. In an instant, the Shuriyao rushing toward LuZe, along with the surrounding distorted reality, turned into an ink wash painting. Crack. The next second, LuZe lightly punched, and the ink wash painting shattered into pieces scattered all over the ground. 2 members of Shuriyao had already died, and now only Fortune and the severely injured collapse remained. All of this was caused by Lu Xiaoyu's identity. In the Sun and Moon Empire, on the arena that had been reduced to rubble, the injured collapse slowly stood up. Fortune and the others can't hold on for long. "It seems it can only be like this," Collapse said, panting heavily. Then he tore open a space and took out a piece of black jade. Crack. As soon as he took it out, Collapse crushed it without a second thought. Buzz. The moment the black jade was crushed, a terrifying aura, even more fearsome than LuZe's, erupted. "So you failed, did you?" The next second, a magnetic male voice echoed. Then a figure slowly appeared, and it was the sin of pride, Lucifer. "My lord, the Divine Sun has been captured, but that LuZe is fighting back," Collapse said urgently upon seeing Lucifer. Lucifer merely smiled faintly, and then focused his aura on Gongping's location. "LuZe, don't disappoint me," Lucifer said with a cold smile. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot, and Collapse wasted no time, diving into the spatial rift. On the edge of the Sun and Moon Empire, bloodied Fortune was struggling to crawl on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing of his life. "Give me back Xiaoyu." LuZe slowly appeared behind him. Fortune couldn't make a sound, knowing that LuZe could force him to speak his thoughts, so he directly pulled out his own tongue. To make such a choice, just to avoid revealing some information, is truly admirable, LuZe thought. recalling the scene of Fortune pulling out his tongue. Although Fortune heard it, he couldn't express his grievances. Seeing this, LuZe didn't want to waste time. His instincts told him that something bad was about to happen. Though I admire your actions, reality is just like this, LuZe said coldly. He then grabbed Fortune by the back of his head and pressed him down to the ground, just as the power of paradox began to operate. The surrounding space shattered instantly. Long time no see, LuZe. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind LuZe. He turned sharply, instantly recognizing the figure. Lucifer, LuZe said in a deep voice. Lucifer merely smiled faintly upon hearing this and slowly replied, "When I first saw you, I thought you were the divine son. But upon closer inspection, it seems I was mistaken." "What do you mean?" LuZe questioned coldly. Lucifer still wore a smile as he began to approach LuZe. Truth. Such an ethereal existence, unseen and untouchable. Yet it is something that can counter rules, Lucifer said as he walked. LuZe didn't understand what he meant, but was very clear about his intentions. Just as he was about to act, he found himself unable to move. Originally, only one truth can exist in a world, but your appearance has broken this balance. Yet you have not suffered a backlash because you carry the rules, Lucifer continued. What exactly do you want to say? LuZe, though unable to move, could still speak. Sure. The next second, Lucifer stood right in front of him and used one finger to block his mouth. Soon, Lucifer smiled and said, "What I want to say is quite simple." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Only one truth can exist in a world. You are an anomaly." Boom! Lucifer snapped his fingers, and the space shattered instantly. A powerful force sending LuZe flying. Thud! After taking such a blow at close range, LuZe's bones shattered instantly, and he was sent flying nearly hundreds of miles. The place he passed had turned into a vast canyon. "You won't die, will you?" Lucifer walked over to Fortune, picked him up, and then looked at the end of the canyon with a faint smile. For a moment, LuZe's life and death were uncertain. Such a level of attack could never appear in this world. Chapter 1:21 Life and Death Uncertain. What happened to me? Where am I? In a hell-like castle. Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. He then found himself lying on a large bed, with a gracefully mannered man standing beside him. "Divine Son, you're finally awake," the man said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu immediately raised his guard and looked at him, questioning. "Who are you?" "I am Lucifer, your servant," the man replied slowly. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xiaoyu felt like he had heard it somewhere before, so he continued to ask, "Where is this place?" Lucifer said with a smile, "This is your home, the world of truth." "My home?" Lu Xiaoyu was confused, as he had no idea about this. But he quickly regained his composure, because he thought of his brother. "What about my brother?" Lu Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lucifer chuckled and then slowly said, "Your brother actually died a long time ago now." "Impossible." Lu Xiaoyu interrupted Lucifer forcefully before he could finish his sentence. "My brother is perfectly fine. Why do you say he is dead?" Lu Xiaoyu questioned angrily. Lucifer looked at his expression and became serious. "Your Highness, although I know it's hard for you to accept this answer, but this is reality. Your brother has indeed been dead for a long time." "What?" Lu Xiaoyu's heart stopped for a second when he saw Lucifer's serious demeanor. After seeing his expression, Lucifer slowly smiled. "Actually, the person you've been in contact with is not your brother." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu became even more unsettled and hurriedly asked, "If he is not my brother, then who else could he be?" "It's truth." Lucifer seemed to have anticipated this question, so he answered directly. Before Lu Xiaoyu could process this, Lucifer continued, "Your brother's body has been taken over by truth. The one who has been with you all this time is actually truth. And the reason truth did this is simple, to find an opportunity to erase you." "Why?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, confused. Lucifer smiled faintly. "Because the power within you is also truth, but it's different from the one that has taken over your brother. You're the only one who can restrain him, so he wants to erase you. If that happens, there will be no one in this world to stop him." Lucifer smiled lightly, as if everything was within his plans. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if he had lost his mind, helplessly slumping onto the bed. This scene seemed to be within Lucifer's expectations. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu regained his composure. He didn't believe what this man was saying. Lucifer noticed what he was thinking and said, "To protect you, we have lost many brothers, and that guy Truth is still obsessed with you. He will probably come here soon to erase you." Lu Xiaoyu was 100% disbelieving, so he said, "I don't believe you." Boom! Before he could finish his words, the top of the castle was obliterated by a single strike. The one responsible for all this was LuZe. But at this moment, LuZe had changed significantly from before. His eyes were even redder, and the dark red aura surrounding him had turned completely crimson, emanating a more terrifying aura. Lucifer, you shouldn't have done this. LuZe looked down at Lucifer and Lu Xiaoyu. Before Lucifer could speak, Lu Xiaoyu rushed towards LuZe. Brother, are you okay? Lu Xiaoyu was very excited, thinking he would never see his brother again. But the next scene left Lu Xiaoyu stunned. LuZe grabbed Lu Xiaoyu by the neck and lifted him into the air. You're someone who poses a potential danger to me. I can't leave you alive, LuZe said coldly. Then he began to operate the power of paradox, intending to erase him. But at that moment, Lucifer intervened. Bang! With just one kick, LuZe was heavily smashed against a nearby low hill. Lu Xiaoyu was gently held in Lucifer's arms. Are you okay, Your Highness? Lucifer asked with concern. But Lu Xiaoyu was still distracted by what had just happened. Your Highness, I told you the guy is not your brother. Why didn't you believe me? Lucifer said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu fell into silence, unsure of what to do. The brother he had been with for so long was actually thinking of killing him, which shattered his heart. Seeing this, Lucifer stopped talking and placed Lu Xiaoyu back on the previous bed, then looked towards the distant low hill. Buzz! In the next second, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the area. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu had Lucifer's protection, otherwise he might have died right there. Lucifer coldly said, Truth, I didn't expect you to do anything. I will definitely erase this child. You can't stop me, LuZe said as he teleported above Lucifer. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Lu Xiaoyu. LuZe raised his hand high, and it seemed that the power of paradox would hit Lu Xiaoyu in the next second. At a critical moment, Lucifer intervened again. Bang! LuZe was instantly sent flying, and Lucifer stood in front of him. Do you know why I have the ability to go to the Douluo continent, but don't want to? Lucifer said with a faint smile. Before LuZe could answer, Lucifer continued. The Douluo continent is too fragile. It cannot withstand my power. A slight movement there could destroy the world, but here it's different. As his words fell, an incredibly terrifying pressure of power was released, making LuZe feel as if he couldn't breathe. Did you forget how those guys used to describe me? If you forgot, I'll remind you. Lucifer walked step by step into the air, then looked down at LuZe. Those people used to describe me with this phrase, Lucifer said slowly, extending a finger to point at LuZe. Heaven above, earth below, I alone am honored. As Lucifer's words fell, a powerful shockwave surged towards LuZe. I can't stop it. LuZe felt a sense of crisis as he saw this power. He tried to create distance, but it was too late. The massive shockwave instantly engulfed LuZe, and the ground was penetrated by this strike. But Lucifer frowned, as he sensed the breath of a spatial rift within that power. Ran away. Lucifer murmured softly, Forget it. You won't live much longer anyway. After saying that, he returned to Lu Xiaoyu's side. Where's truth? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu seemed like a different person. His tone was very cold. He ran away. Lucifer replied casually. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly got up and looked around. Then said slowly, Is there any way to save my brother? Upon hearing this, Lucifer smiled slyly and said, There is a way, but it depends on how your highness chooses. To say it, Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand. Seeing this, Lucifer smiled and said, In this castle, there is a short sword, called the Sword of Truth, left by the past masters of this world. What is it for? Lu Xiaoyu turned to look at Lucifer. Lucifer felt a pang in his heart when he saw his expression, then slowly said, Its purpose is to kill truth. One world only needs one truth. That sword was born to eliminate anomalies. The method of use is very simple, which is to stab the sword of truth into the heart of truth. But only the Son of God can restrain truth, so what Lucifer said makes perfect sense. And Lu Xiaoyu understood this, and then said, To defeat truth, I have to rely on the truth within me, right? I see. After saying that, he gestured for Lucifer to leave, wanting to be alone for a while. Lucifer, being wise, turned around and left. Lu Xiaoyu then looked at the red moon in the sky and murmured, Brother, although I don't know why you are like this, I will definitely save you. I will. Chapter 122, The Plan to Unify the Continent. I can only help you to this point. What does that mean? In a state of confusion, LuZe looked at the truth before him with great doubt. Truth then said with I underestimated Lucifer. At the last moment, I tore open a space rift, and I don't know where this rift will lead. I will bring Xiaoyu back, LuZe nodded. But Truth slowly said, During this time, we won't be able to meet, but my power will always remain with you. And also, I used the power of rules to pull you back from the gates of hell. So you need to be careful, as the power of rules cannot be used during this time. I understand, although I really dislike you. But I still want to thank you this time, LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth immediately smiled, and then began to dissipate. After I dissipate, you will fall into a deep sleep. As for when you can wake up, I don't know either. Understood. LuZe nodded lightly, and then closed his eyes. In the truth world, within an ancient castle, Lu Xiaoyu was sitting cross-legged on a large bed with his eyes tightly closed. The energy flowing around made others feel very surprised. Is this the son of God's talent? Isn't it too exaggerated? Leviathan, standing at the door, said slowly. Lucifer, who was beside him, simply smiled and said nothing. He turned and walked towards another place, and Leviathan had no choice but to follow him obediently. Lu Xiaoyu, who remained in the room, still kept his eyes tightly closed, not for any other reason, but because he wanted to devour the main personality. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xiaoyu, sitting on the bed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then slowly stood up. The cost is high, but the rewards are also great, Lu Xiaoyu said lightly. Then he smiled because his main personality had forcibly devoured truth, and this body now belonged to him. Brother, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Lu Xiaoyu went to the window and looked outside, then glanced at a short sword on the bedside. The short sword is not an ordinary item. It is the sword of truth that can erase truth. Lord Son of God, you have finally awakened. At this moment, Lucifer suddenly appeared behind Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoyu turned to look at him and asked, "What brings you here?" Hearing this, Lucifer immediately laughed. Of course, truth is currently somewhere unknown, and the best way to find him is to unify the Douluo continent and have everyone on the continent help search. That makes sense. Lu Xiaoyu thought carefully and felt that this method was good. He then asked, "How do we leave this world?" Lucifer replied truthfully, "The truth world is restricted. Besides me, no one else can leave. It's fine, the two of us can still unify the continent. Once the continent is unified, it won't be too late to open the door to the truth world," Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Lucifer smiled upon hearing this and nodded. However, his actions appeared particularly suspicious in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, and he secretly kept a lookout. "When do we set off, Lord Son of God?" Lucifer asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu simply waved his hand and said, "I'll talk about it when I completely master the ability of truth." "All right, just let me know when you're ready to set off." Lucifer bowed and left. Lu Xiaoyu continued to look out the window and couldn't help but sigh. 6 months later, on the Douluo continent, within Shrek Academy, Elder Xian and the others were looking at each other with serious expressions. Everyone was aware of the situation regarding Lu Xiaoyu. Elder Xian said with a heavy tone. The other elders nodded, their expressions equally grave. Since the last time, Lu Xiaoyu had not been seen again, and no one knew where he had gone. Along with him disappeared his brother LuZe, Elder Xian said slowly. The elders all nodded, then each presented their questions. Elder Xian responded to each one. Although it sounded exaggerated, everything he said was true, and no one refuted it. They sent people to secretly search the continent for the whereabouts of the Lu brothers, and they would notify us as soon as they found anything, Elder Xian said slowly. He then stood up and signaled that the meeting was over, and everyone should return to their respective posts and operate normally. Once everyone left, Elder Xian sat back down in his chair. Sigh. Sitting in the chair, Elder Xian let out a heavy sigh. Not for any other reason, but because of the crimes that are rampant now. Since their appearance at the Soul Master competition, these guys have started to take action, and some even openly established new sections. Their sects have crushed many of the older sects, and some of these criminal sects have even affected Shrek Academy. This is the main reason Elder Xian felt exhausted. If LuZe and the others did not appear soon, Shrek Academy's status might really be shaken. I really hope they can come back soon, Elder Xian said as he slumped in his chair, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. When he fell asleep, changes occurred in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Emperor Tian, what's going on? The Bear King, who was still resting in his lair, suddenly sensed a terrifying aura and immediately found Emperor Tian. When he saw the spatial rift in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Emperor Tian, with a serious expression, said, I don't know. We must notify the master immediately. Understood. The Bear King nodded and turned to rush to where Guyu Na was cultivating. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian, who remained here alone, was tense all over, as if facing a formidable enemy. After a while, two figures walked out of the space rift. When Emperor Tian saw the appearance of the two, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's Lu Xiaoyu. You scare me to death, Emperor Tian said slowly. Feeling relieved, Lu Xiaoyu, who walked out from the spatial rift, looked at him with a gentle smile and asked, Where's Guyu Na? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian felt a sense of submission in his heart for some reason. The master is currently in seclusion. I've already notified the Bear King to bring her over. Emperor Tian said, lowering his head. Lu Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully and then walked deeper inside. Lucifer, who accompanied him, also did the same, merely casting a faint glance at Emperor Tian before falling silent. After a while, Guyana arrived in front of Lu Xiaoyu, led by Xiongjun. However, her first gaze was not on Lu Xiaoyu, but on the figure of Lucifer standing beside him. Who is this? Guyana asked warily. She could sense that the man standing next to Lu Xiaoyu was even more terrifying than LuZe, a dangerous presence. Before Lu Xiaoyu could respond, Lucifer directly said, I am the servant of the divine son, Lucifer. Lucifer? Guyana was surprised, but even more so by his claim of being Lu Xiaoyu's servant. All right, I am here for one thing, Lu Xiaoyu said loudly at this moment. Hearing this, Guyana felt very puzzled, but she remained silent. Seeing that Guyana had not said anything, Lu Xiaoyu continued, I want to unify the continent, and my first target for unification is the spirit beasts. Guyana was instantly stunned upon hearing this. In her impression, Lu Xiaoyu is not this kind of person. Why would he say such a thing this time? Seeing her reaction, Lucifer politely said, the divine son needs you. By following the divine son, you can obtain what you desire. Spirit beasts are not inferior. With Lucifer's words, Guyana's heart began to waver. You have one day to decide. I hope to receive the answer I want by then, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. This statement was undoubtedly a threat. If Guyana and the others chose not to stand with Lu Xiaoyu, Lucifer might very well make the spirit beast disappear completely. While Guyana was contemplating, Lu Xiaoyu had already left with Lucifer. His next target was Shrek Academy. Chapter 123. Bounty Order. The highest power on the Douluo continent, Shrek Academy, was now facing trouble. The reason was none other than Lu Xiaoyu's appearance and his plan. When Elder Xian and the others first heard Lu Xiaoyu's plan, they immediately thought of rejecting it. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not give them any reason to refuse. Under Lucifer's absolute power, Elder Xian submitted and Shrek submitted. The top power of the continent had now become someone else's subordinate. What a joke this would be if it got out. But what could be done? After Lu Xiaoyu returned from the world of truth, he had completely changed. Even Elder Xian did not know why Lu Xiaoyu had become so purposeful, aggressive, and ruthless. Originally, Hui Yuhao wanted to persuade him, but he ended up being nearly beaten to death by Lucifer standing beside him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu stood by, not even blinking, as if in his eyes, these people were merely servants not worth his concern. In the infirmary of Shrek Academy, Bei Bei and the others were standing by the bed where Hui Yuhao was lying. Lu Xiaoyu has changed too much. We have no choice but to submit to him, Bei Bei said with a serious expression. Hui Yuhao could only smile helplessly upon hearing this, then slowly said, although I don't know what happened to him in the past 6 months, it should be related to Brother Lu. What do you mean by that? Wang Donger, sitting beside Hui Yuhao, asked with confusion. Hui Yuhao replied earnestly, you should all be able to see that Lu Xiaoyu likes his brother. And it's not just that kind of liking. It seems more like he wants to possess his brother entirely. I think I understand now, Bei Bei nodded. Lu Xiaoyu's transformation should be related to LuZe. Lu Xiaoyu has appeared, but Brother Lu has not, which clearly indicates that Brother Lu is temporarily unable to meet us for some reason. Hu Yuhao said meaningfully. All right, let's leave it at that, Bei Bei said slowly at this point. Hu Yuhao also stopped talking and closed his eyes to rest. The news of Shrek Academy's submission had spread across the continent, shocking all powers. At first, there were mockeries, but later, it gradually emerged that someone was implementing a unification plan on the continent, and nearly half of the continent had already been unified. It was rumored that even the spirit beasts had been unified by that person, along with newly established evil sections. The remaining major powers were very afraid. They were unsure if they would be the next to be targeted. If that day really came, how would they choose regarding the forces they had worked so hard to develop? Half of the continent had been unified. What would the divine son do next? Lucifer knelt on one knee beside Lu Xiaoyu, speaking very respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu merely smiled lightly, then raised his hand to point to the other side of the continent, slowly saying, continue to unify until this continent belongs to me. Yes. Lucifer nodded with a smile, then slowly got up and walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, many people and spirit beasts had already gathered. Lucifer looked down at these humans and spirit beasts from high position, then announced loftily, the divine son has decreed, unify the continent. Understood. In an instant, everyone below the hall responded in unison, their voices loud, shaking the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Lucifer was very satisfied and then turned back into the hall. Do you think the people standing beneath this sky hall are ordinary? The humans standing under the Sky Hall were all prominent figures who had once been influential on the continent. Members of the Shrek Sea God Pavilion. Significant figures from the Sun Moon Empire and many titled Dalu and extraordinary geniuses. All these individuals were servants of Lu Xiaoyu. Inside the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu looked at his loyal subordinates below and slowly smiled. Hear my command. A continent-wide manhunt for LuZe. Bring him alive. Yes. Half a year later, under Lu Xiaoyu's leadership, the Douluo continent was unified. Unifying the continent was originally a particularly difficult task, but under Lucifer's absolute power, any difficulties were shattered. After the unification, everything changed. Originally, spirit beasts and humans were always enemies, but now they stood on the same side. Some powerful spirit beasts even became loyal subordinates of Lu Xiaoyu. At the same time, the world of truth descended upon the Douluo continent, and the presence of sin became even more pronounced. Yet they all chose to submit to Lu Xiaoyu. The reason was simple. Lu Xiaoyu's abilities were strong, and with the existence of the 7 deadly sins, his position as king was unshakable. Those who were initially very resistant eventually accepted it after the continent was unified, because Lu Xiaoyu brought a new era, a peaceful era, without wars between empires or conflicts between spirit beasts and spirit masters. This was the era everyone had been looking forward to. The original continent had now become history, and a new era had begun. Inside the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu looked at his loyal subjects below and slowly smiled. Hear my command. A continent-wide manhunt for LuZe. Bring him alive. Yes. In a dense forest, a little girl was strolling through the woods. Suddenly, she saw a man lying by a bush in the distance. Out of curiosity, the girl slowly approached the man, but as she got closer, she was startled by the scene before her. Ah! A scream pierced the sky, and just as the girl screamed, a figure appeared behind her. Rong, what's wrong? Is there danger? The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful appearance. He looked very young, but his actual age would shock anyone who was unaware. The reason was simple. This man was a titled Dalu, known as the Sword. He was an elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Chun Xin, and this little girl was no ordinary person. She was the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong. Grandpa Sword, there's a corpse over there, Ning Rongrong said in a panic. Upon hearing this, Chun Xin was immediately surprised and went to the place that Ning Rongrong pointed to, where he saw the bloodied man. He realized that it was indeed a corpse. Just as he was about to destroy the body, Chun Xin suddenly felt a faint breath. Yes, not dead. Chun Xin was very shocked and began to examine the man's injuries. After a while, Chun Xin murmured in astonishment. I didn't expect someone in this condition to still be alive. He really has strong luck. He then stood up and looked at the man again, shaking his head helplessly and saying, since you've encountered me, it can be considered a kind of fate. After saying that, he picked the man up and, together with Ning Rongrong, headed back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Grandpa Sword, why are you bringing this dead person back? Ning Rongrong innocently asked. Chun Xin just patted her little head and gently said, he is not dead. He is still alive, just heavily injured. Ning Rongrong nodded and didn't ask further. Meanwhile, Chun Xin was constantly examining the man's body on the way back. Of course, he discovered many shocking things. The most notable being that this man had no soul power but could shake his sword heart. This was the most puzzling thing for Chun Xin, but for now, he could not get an explanation and could only wait until the man woke up to ask. Chapter 124. Awakening. Where am I? How long have I been asleep? In a room within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the man who had been rescued by Chun Xin slowly opened his eyes. He began to observe his surroundings, and, at that moment, the door to the room was opened. Chun Xin, who had originally planned to check on the man's condition, found that he had already woken up as soon as he opened the door. You're finally awake, Chun Xin said with a smile. Upon seeing him, the man instantly became alert, staring at him with sharp eyes. What is this place? Before Chun Xin could respond, the man spoke again. Answer me. Upon hearing this, Chun Xin instantly realized that his mouth was no longer under his control and slowly said, this is the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The man fell in a deep thought upon hearing this, then spoke again. Who are you? Speak. The same feeling struck Chun Xin again, and he said uncontrollably, I am Chun Xin, a titled Dalu of level 95, known as the Sword. Sword Douluo? The man was very surprised. Have I arrived in the timeline of the Douluo continent? Meanwhile, taking advantage of the man's astonishment, Chun Xin quickly distanced himself from him. How long have I been asleep? The man asked again. Answer me. Chun Xin wanted to resist, But he suddenly realized that he could not resist this force at all, and he responded again. 5 years. You have been in a coma here for nearly 5 years. So long? The man murmured thoughtfully. Chen Xian could not tolerate it any longer. Being ordered around repeatedly by this guy made him feel embarrassed as a titled Douluo. Therefore, he summoned his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, and charged at the man. When the man came to his senses and found Chen Xian filled with killing intent, he directly said, "Kneel." Buzz. The same result occurred upon hearing the man's words. Chen Xian's knees bent uncontrollably, and he suddenly knelt at the man's feet. At that moment, Chen Xian became furious and tried to force himself to stand up. But no matter how many times he tried, he simply could not get up. "Who exactly are you?" Chen Xian struggled to lift his head and asked. Upon hearing this, the man laughed and slowly approached him, saying, "I am the truth of the world, LuZe." Indeed, the man was LuZe. Due to Lucifer's influence, he did not know where he had been transported by the truth, but now he was clear. After revealing his identity, LuZe patted Chen Xian's shoulder and smiled, saying, "You'd better not harbor any killing intent towards me, or I cannot guarantee that your 7-treasure glazed tile school will not become history." After saying that, he took a set of clothes from his soul guide and put it on, then walked toward the door of the room. As Chen Xian knelt on the ground, the force immediately dissipated after LuZe left. How could this guy be so terrifying? Even I, a titled Douluo, cannot break free from his commands. Chen Xian slowly stood up and looked outside the door. LuZe, now outside, first organized his thoughts before preparing to leave the 7-treasure glazed tile school to find a way back to his original world. Just as he was about to leave, a fist suddenly blocked his way. "Little brother, are you planning to leave without saying goodbye now that you've awakened?" The leading man smiled broadly. Upon seeing the other party, LuZe instantly recognized his identity and smiled, saying, "Are you trying to stop me?" No, the man quickly denied. "I just want to be friends with you." "Is that really the case?" LuZe responded with interest, taking a step closer to him. "Since we're going to be friends, shouldn't you show a bit of sincerity?" LuZe said with a smile, standing in front of the man. The man was momentarily at a loss for words, but after thinking for a while, he said again, "If we are friends, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will always welcome you." "All right," LuZe replied succinctly. This surprised the man, causing him to begin to doubt himself. LuZe spoke again. "Since we are friends, you can come to me for help whenever you encounter something you cannot solve. I will help you sort it out. But the opportunity is only once." The man looked at LuZe, who was smiling, and for a moment, he began to suspect that he was being tricked. However, after thinking it through, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Seeing this, LuZe stopped speaking, directly walking past the man toward the outside world. "Then, farewell, Ning Fengji," LuZe said with his back to the man. As soon as the words fell, he disappeared from the spot, and even the titled Douluo could not perceive his departure. The man standing there was instantly astonished upon hearing this, but he quickly calmed down. "What a terrifying person," the man said with a bitter smile. "Master, will letting that person go cause any trouble?" At this moment, a man approached Ning Fengji with concern. Ning Fengji smiled lightly and said, "No, that friend is not what we think. He must have his own reasons." Just then, Sword Douluo Chenshin slowly came to Ning Fengji's side. "Fengji, have you met Lucia?" Chenshin asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji chuckled and replied, "So his name is LuZe." Chenshin then said, "That guy's a terrifying presence." "I know, but right now he's our friend," Ning Fengji responded with a smile. Chenshin stopped speaking, realizing that a friend is better than an enemy. If they really became enemies, that would be unfortunate. Thus, LuZe's situation at the 7-treasure glazed tile school came to a close. LuZe was now strolling along a bustling street. Is this the timeline of Dui? LuZe gazed at the sky and murmured, "Now that the truth is gone, the power of rules cannot be used temporarily." While he was pondering, he suddenly thought of something. If this is the timeline of Dui, I wonder if Tang San will be training at Shrek Academy, like in the original work. This thought piqued LuZe's interest. He then decided to head to Shrek Academy and would consider checking out the Spirit Hall later, depending on the situation. However, considering the timeline he was in, if it turned out to be a time paradox, taking matters into his own hands could affect the future. Therefore, LuZe planned not to interfere in this world's affairs. Bang! Just as he was contemplating this, a figure suddenly collided with him. Ouch, that hurts! The person who bumped into LuZe was a young girl with an innocent voice. Seeing her, LuZe smiled and asked, "Are you all right, little sister?" "I'm fine," the girl replied slowly as she got up, rubbing her forehead. After confirming she was okay, LuZe prepared to leave, as he had more important things to attend to. However, the girl smiled brightly upon seeing him and said, "Big brother, where are you going? Take me with you." LuZe felt puzzled, but soon understood why. Just as the girl's words fell, several burly men suddenly rushed out and surrounded LuZe and the girl. "You little brat, you can run pretty fast," one of the burly men said as he grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her in front of him. The girl looked down, clearly in pain, not daring to meet the man's gaze. Seeing this, LuZe thought it was their matter and not his concern, so he prepared to leave. But just as he turned, the girl suddenly cried out, "Brother, save me." The burly men immediately surrounded LuZe, looking at him with ill intentions. "Are you this girl's brother?" LuZe felt speechless, saying, "I don't know her." "Oh really?" The burly man turned to the girl, applying more force on her arm. "Ugh." The girl gritted her teeth in pain, but still looked at LuZe. Perhaps it was the girl's gaze that reminded LuZe of the way Lu Xiaoyu looked at him when they first met, causing him to change his mind. "She's my sister. What do you want with her?" LuZe pulled the girl away and shot a cold look at the burly men. Upon seeing LuZe's expression, the men felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies turning cold. However, the leader of the burly men still mustered the courage to approach LuZe. "This girl stole our stuff. Make her return it, or pay us," the man said confidently. LuZe looked at the sweating man and couldn't help but chuckle. He then turned to the girl and said slowly, "What did you steal? Quickly return it." I. The girl stammered, unable to say a word. Seeing this, LuZe immediately understood the situation and turned to the burly man. "How much?" "I'll pay you." The man laughed, 100 gold soul coins. "What?" The girl looked at the man in disbelief. The burly man smiled, but LuZe was not someone to be trifled with. He reached out and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. The man, confused, asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't rush." LuZe smiled lightly. "I'll burn you 100 gold soul coins in a moment." Okay. The burly man was still smiling, but after a moment of reflection, he fell into panic. However, LuZe wouldn't give them any chance to react. Erase. Swish. A wave of colorless energy instantly engulfed the burly men, leaving everyone on the street frozen in place. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Living people just disappeared like that. What is going on? For a moment, the street was filled with discussions, while LuZe smiled lightly and said, "Sorry for the interruption, everyone. That was just a magic trick we performed. They've been teleported to another place." The crowd, looking at the innocent LuZe, didn't think much of it and believed him. LuZe then naturally picked up the girl and left. Chapter 125. There's a sin face here too? "You can go now. Consider this fate," LuZe said to the girl he had just saved. Hearing this, the girl smiled and said, "Brother, you're so strong. Can I follow you?" LuZe merely smiled faintly and replied, "Forget it. It's dangerous to follow me. What if something happens?" "I'm not afraid," the girl said firmly with a grin. LuZe didn't know what to say and simply asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Lu Xiaoyu." "What's your name, brother?" she said with a silly smile. Upon hearing this name, LuZe was instantly stunned and looked at her in disbelief. "You're called Lu Xiaoyu?" LuZe said hurriedly. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing LuZe's expression, was momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm called Lu Xiaoyu. It's Lu from the land, Xiao for small, and Yu for language." She explained her name in detail. When LuZe realized Lu Xiaoyu was not Lu Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "My name is LuZe. You also have the surname Lu?" Lu Xiaoyu was quite surprised and then jumped on his back. "What a coincidence. From now on, you're my brother." LuZe felt speechless and promptly set her down. "Don't casually claim relatives. I'm leaving. You should be careful in the future," LuZe said coldly. Lu Xiaoyu, still smiling, seemed to think he was joking. "Brother, are you really going to leave such a cute little sister here?" she joked. But after LuZe set her down, he vanished from sight. Lu Xiaoyu, who was left standing there, suddenly stopped thinking. Am I still so annoying? Lu Xiaoyu's mood instantly plummeted, and she squatted down with her head lowered beside her. Meanwhile, LuZe, who had already disappeared, stood not far away, quietly watching her. She really is just like Xiaoyu. What kind of world is this? LuZe couldn't help but murmur. Just like that. Although he initially didn't want to care about Lu Xiaoyu, after some self-reflection, he ultimately chose to stay by her side and observe her secretly. As night fell, the forest gradually darkened, and Lu Xiaoyu walked alone on the path through the woods. Terrified of the dark, Lu Xiaoyu's muscles were tense, as if she would run away at the slightest sign of something appearing. "Why did they leave me here?" Lu Xiaoyu whispered tremblingly. At that moment, there was suddenly movement in the bushes behind her. "Alert!" she shouted. Who's there?" But as soon as she yelled, she regretted it. The rustling in the bushes grew louder, and the next second, a huge shadow suddenly lunged out. When Lu Xiaoyu saw the true form of the figure, she was immediately stunned. Hey, hey, hey! A strange laughter emanated from Shadow's mouth, and it laughed in a very eerie way. LuZe, who had been hiding in the shadows, felt surprised upon seeing the figure. This world also has such things. LuZe was quite astonished. Logically, the Sin face should only have been born in the timeline before his, but what was going on here? Indeed, the shadow that appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu was a human transformed into Sin face. Who will save me? Lu Xiaoyu was terrified, collapsing to the ground. The Sin face approached her with a creepy laugh. Hee, the Sin face laughed as it reached out a pitch-black hand towards Lu Xiaoyu. As it got closer, Lu Xiaoyu felt completely hopeless. Bang! At that critical moment, the Sin face was suddenly kicked away by a figure. Are you okay? LuZe said softly, turning his back to Lu Xiaoyu. When Lu Xiaoyu heard LuZe's voice, it was as if she had seen hope. Without saying a word, she rushed up to hug him. LuZe looked at the tearful Lu Xiaoyu, unsure of what to say for a moment. But there was still one thing that hadn't been resolved. Roar! Just then, the Sin face, which had been kicked away by LuZe, let out another roar. Boom! 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 The next moment, several large rocks came crashing down where LuZe stood. In an instant, the forest was flattened. LuZe held Lu Xiaoyu, suspended in mid-air above the ruins. Little Sin? Looks like things are getting interesting, LuZe smiled faintly. He then raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the location of the Sin face. Sin face shouldn't exist in this world, LuZe said lightly. Then, a black dot began to gather at the tip of his index finger. Goodbye. As LuZe's words fell, the black dot shot towards the Sin face at an incredible speed. When the black dot made contact with the Sin face, an explosion comparable to a volcanic eruption instantly turned everything around into ruins. Lu Xiaoyu, held by LuZe, was once again shocked by this sight. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had forgotten her previous fear, replaced instead by a face of astonishment. LuZe looked at his masterpiece, feeling very satisfied, and then left the area with a smile. Once he departed, a figure appeared in the vicinity. This is something that a title Douluo couldn't possibly do. The person who arrived murmured in shock. Then, regaining composure, they became serious. It seemed there were individuals even more powerful than a title Douluo, truly terrifying. Saying this, the person couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their forehead. The next day at dawn, LuZe brought Lu Xiaoyu to a small village. By now, Lu Xiaoyu had completely become LuZe's loyal fan. What are you looking at? LuZe stared at Lu Xiaoyu speechlessly. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu grinned and said, I'm watching you. My brother is so amazing. He can take down any title Douluo in an instant. Bang! As Lu Xiaoyu was speaking, a bump appeared on her forehead. Something shouldn't be said casually, LuZe said slowly. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied, while holding her forehead. After a while, she asked again, Brother, where are you going? Shrek Academy. LuZe answered without any concealment, since there was nothing to hide. Are you going to join them? Lu Xiaoyu looked very curious. But LuZe replied indifferently. How could I join them? I'm just going to see their students. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded, then smiled again. Brother, do you think I could join Shrek Academy? Don't you not have a martial soul? LuZe looked at her in surprise. Who said that? I have soul power. Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. LuZe became interested and smiled as he asked, Oh, then what is your soul power level? I won't tell you. Lu Xiaoyu said with a playful expression. However, this couldn't stop LuZe. His eyes instantly turned red, and he said directly, Not bad. Level 20 soul power. But you just don't have a martial soul, which is a bit special. How do you know? Lu Xiaoyu said in shock. LuZe smiled lightly in response. I want to tell you. Lu Xiaoyu felt upset instantly and ran off into the distance. LuZe, standing in place, watched her back and fell in a deep thought. Her personality and eyes are so similar to Xiaoyu. Who exactly is she? Where am I? Is it the same as last time? Is it an illusion or reality? Chapter 126. The deal in the Barak Kingdom of the Tindo Empire. LuZe brought Lu Xiaoyu to a small village outside Soto City. Looking at the very simple buildings in front of him, LuZe couldn't help but smile, just like in the original work. Brother, is this Shrek? Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked as she stood beside him. LuZe glanced at her and replied, When did I admit to being your brother? Oh, Lu Xiaoyu responded with annoyance. LuZe felt a fleeting sense of familiarity with the behavior, but it was just for a moment. Coming back to his senses, LuZe walked straight inside without saying a word. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, tiptoed to follow him. Little 3, what is your current soul power level? Don't call me Little 3. Before LuZe even met the Shrek Academy people, he had already heard their voices. But LuZe thought it sounded a bit strange, though he would soon get the answers he wanted. Look, someone else coming. At that moment, a voice interrupted the conversation among the group, and they turned their gaze in the direction pointed out by that person. Wow, there are really people here. What are they doing? A young girl asked, looking quite puzzled. Upon seeing the group, LuZe showed little emotional reaction, merely murmuring, exactly 7 people. So, they must be the original Shrek 7 monsters. At that moment, a black figure suddenly blocked LuZe's path. Who are you? Why are you trying to enter our Shrek Academy? The figure said slowly. LuZe carefully observed the figure. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with a robust build. His face was quite distinctive, with a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a slight hook nose. Even with his eyes closed, there was a hint of cunning in his features. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the kind that looked stiff and square, giving off a strange impression. Based on LuZe's understanding of the Douluo continent, this person could only be Fred, the first principal of Shrek. Your principal Fred, right? LuZe greeted him with a smile. The man was quite surprised, thinking to himself, "When did my name get so famous?" He then responded, "That's right, I am Fred. May I ask who this young brother is and why you have entered our Shrek Academy without permission?" LuZe naturally replied, "My name is LuZe, and I am a traveler. Before coming to this area, I heard that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. So I was curious to see the monsters you have collected over the years. Am I not welcome?" Fred looked at LuZe's smile and felt a chill down his spine. However, seeing that LuZe had no malicious intent, he laughed and said, "Of course you're welcome. Do you want to join us, young brother LuZe?" No. You should first take a look at the soul power within me before saying that." LuZe responded with a smile. Fred was surprised and then checked him. After the inspection, he was stunned and said, "You actually have no soul power?" "That's right. I am just an ordinary traveler, so it's natural that I have no soul power," LuZe said seriously. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Xiaoyu had seen him fight, she might have been fooled by his expression. At that moment, Fred noticed Lu Xiaoyu behind LuZe and habitually checked her as well, only to be shocked again. This little girl has soul power, but no martial soul. Fred was a bit confused. LuZe scratched his head and laughed. Haha. Yes, I also don't know what her situation is. I see. Fred stroked his beard. You two really are quite a peculiar pair. Just then, the previous group of people arrived. "Principal, who are these two?" a curious red-haired fat boy asked. Fred then introduced LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu to them. After hearing the introductions, everyone was quite astonished. It was indeed a strange combination of one person without soul power and another with soul power but no martial soul. "Principal Fred, you've introduced me. But aren't you going to introduce your monster students?" LuZe said with a smile. Although he knew the 7 of them, he thought he might as well ask, or else others might misunderstand that he had investigated them. Fred did not refuse and directly said, "Mu Bai, you all introduce yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly older blonde boy stepped forward and said with a smile, "My name is Mu Bai, Soul Master level." Following his introduction, the other 6 took turns introducing themselves. "I'm Xiao Wu, as in dance. I'm Ma Hongjun. I'm Oscar. Zhu Ziqing Ning Rongrong." After they finished, it was the last person's turn. "I'm Tang San," the last one said slowly. After hearing everyone's introductions, LuZe smiled and then leaned closer to Fred, saying softly, "Principal Fred, I have something I want to discuss with you." Seeing LuZe's smiling face, Fred thought he posed no threat and agreed. LuZe then left Lu Xiaoyu there and departed with Fred. Although Lu Xiaoyu was reluctant to be left behind like that, she obediently stood where she was. Just when she felt quite bored, Ning Rongrong came to her side. "Little sister, what is your relationship with that LuZe?" Ning Rongrong asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu naturally replied, "He is my brother, an unreliable brother." Ning Rongrong looked at her expression and was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to smile wryly. However, she felt that LuZe looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. But she didn't want to think too much about it, and directly took Lu Xiaoyu's small hand and ran toward Mu Bai and the others. LuZe chose a very quiet place. After a while, Fred stopped and asked, "Young brother LuZe, what did you want to talk to me about?" "Yes," LuZe replied, stopping in front of him, and then turning said, "I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Fred felt quite puzzled, but still responded politely. LuZe was not one to beat around the bush, so he directly said, "I want to settle Lu Xiaoyu here with you." "Why?" Fred was even more confused at this point. But LuZe replied calmly, "You know my reasons. If she continues to follow me, what if something happens in the future? I can't protect her." After saying that, LuZe showed a helpless expression. Seeing his expression, Fred couldn't help but believe his words. However, considering some matters, he said, it's not impossible to take Lu Xiaoyu in, but our Shrek Academy can't just take her in for free, right? What do you want? LuZe remained very calm, as if all of this was within his expectations. Fred, seeing this, revealed a cunning smile and said, you said you were a traveler, so you must have been to many places and should know quite a bit of theory, right? So, LuZe continued. Fred, thinking he had guessed correctly, said, you just need to serve as a theory teacher at our Shrek Academy for a year. How about that? Sure, LuZe answered quickly without hesitation. This left Fred a bit stunned, making him question whether he was being schemed against. But after thinking about it, he realized that LuZe was just an ordinary person knowledgeable in theory. Without soul power, he wouldn't cause much trouble. Seeing Fred's self-satisfied expression, LuZe couldn't help but laugh and said, then let us consider this the start of our deal. All right, I'll have someone take you to the teacher's dormitory shortly, Fred replied with a smile. Chapter 127, Parallel World. I am your theory teacher. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, LuZe said with a smile in front of Daimou Bai and the others. Daimou Bai and the others looked quite puzzled and stared at him in shock. Is this for real? Lu Xiaoyu curiously approached LuZe and asked him a question. Upon hearing this, LuZe directly tapped her on the head, saying that she showed no respect for her teacher and should stand properly. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu said, covering her forehead and obediently standing back in line. LuZe, Daimou Bai, and the others burst into laughter upon seeing this and soon began chatting. Watching their behavior, LuZe couldn't help but smile. You all better quiet down, or it will be very unfortunate, LuZe said with a smile. Daimou Bai and the others initially dismissed his words, but upon seeing LuZe's expression, they quickly settled down. Once everyone was quiet, LuZe spoke up. If you have any questions now, feel free to ask me. Although I might not answer, I will try my best. Daimou Bai and the others were instantly speechless upon hearing this, wondering what the point of saying that was. However, Tang San was quite curious about how LuZe could become their theoretical teacher, so he asked, I want to know how you became our teacher. Do you really want to know? LuZe said meaningfully. Hearing this, Tang San became displeased and directly said, isn't it a teacher's duty to help students solve their doubts? Is it? LuZe chuckled and continued. Who says teachers must help students solve their doubts? This left Tang San momentarily speechless. Seeing his defeated expression, LuZe found it amusing and slowly walked up to him. In your understanding, a teacher is solely responsible for imparting knowledge and answering questions, but here it's different. Questions that don't relate to theory depend on my mood, LuZe said with a smile. Tang San was quite surprised by this, but still had many things he wanted to say. However, when he looked up and made eye contact with LuZe, all the words suddenly got stuck in his throat. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. Teacher, since we can only ask you theoretical questions, I want to know if a person without a martial soul counts as a soul master? LuZe paused for a moment after hearing this, and then turned around slowly, saying, of course they do, and in fact such soul masters have a broader future than those with martial souls. What does this mean? Daimou Bai and the others immediately became interested in why LuZe said that soul masters without martial souls have a brighter future. While everyone was puzzled, LuZe continued. Let me put it this way. Soul masters with martial souls are limited by their martial souls and cannot break through their limits. In contrast, soul masters without martial souls can break this limitation. As long as a person possesses soul power, it means that everything around them can become their martial soul. They are not restricted by the singularity of a martial soul. Instead, they can have countless changing attack methods. With LuZe's explanation, Daimou Bai and the others were completely stunned. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said, Teacher, I think what you said is very unrealistic. Such a thing is fundamentally impossible. Indeed, LuZe nodded with a smile. Such things do seem improbable in your eyes, but they exist in mine. Why? Tang San felt very confused. LuZe simply walked up to him and tapped his forehead, then smiled and said, never judge others with your own perspective. The continent is vast, and there are many geniuses like you. For some reason, as soon as LuZe said this, Daimou Bai and the others were completely frozen. When LuZe saw this, he smiled and said, all right, class is dismissed. You all need to attend a class with me once every 7 days. Make sure not to be late. As LuZe spoke, he left their sight. The group remained in place, still processing the significant impact of the day's content. As evening fell, outside a simple house, LuZe was lying on a chair resting. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared before him. Why are you here? LuZe opened his eyes and looked at the person. The person was surprised, wondering how he could be detected despite hiding his presence so well. Was he pretending to be asleep? Or did he already know I would come? Why so quiet? Little San, LuZe said slowly as he sat up with a smile. The visitor was Tang San, who had been pondering over the words from earlier and wanted clarification. I just have some questions to ask you, and also, don't call me Little San, Tang San said unhappily. LuZe was quite surprised to hear this, but didn't pay it much mind. He walked up to him and said, just ask your questions. Tang San was momentarily stunned as he looked at LuZe, who was now so close. They had been nearly 20 meters apart just a moment ago, and now he was right in front of him. How is this possible? Confused, Tang San calmed himself down. Teacher, I want to know what you think of Xiaoyu, Tang San said slowly. LuZe paused for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled and said, she has the best talent. Without a soul ring, she can still possess level 20 soul power. Undoubtedly, she is more gifted than any of you. Is that so? Tang San murmured, then continued to ask, I have one more question. What question? Go ahead, LuZe replied with a smile. Seeing this, Tang San directly said, who exactly are you? An ordinary person could never cover 20 meters in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding environment became eerily quiet, making it a bit frightening. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe smiled and said, Little San, why are you curious about my identity? As he spoke, his originally dark eyes gradually turned a crimson color, appearing quite eerie. You. Tang San was instantly shocked by the scene before him. The words he had on the tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed back down. Some things are better left undisturbed, or you will regret it, LuZe said with a rather strange smile. This made Tang San's mind stop functioning for a moment. It's getting late. You should head back to rest. LuZe returned to his previous demeanor and turned to smile. Huh? Oh. Tang San replied slowly, clearly still in shock from what had just happened. Just as he turned to leave, LuZe added with a smile, don't speak of tonight's events to anyone. I believe you are a smart person, Little San. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense that his secret had been exposed. Not long after Tang San left, LuZe lay back down in a chair. He never expected that this world would turn out to be a parallel world. Looking at the starry sky, LuZe smiled and murmured. The reason he said this was simple. It was because of Tang San. Just moments ago, LuZe had used his abilities to investigate everything about Tang San. First of all, it was unquestionable that he was a traveler. He knew about the ability of truth without needing to. But the most important fact was that Tang San was actually female. That's right, Tang San was a girl, which also revealed to him that coming to this world was not due to a time paradox, but rather a spatial paradox. LuZe is currently in a parallel world of Douluo continent, with its own storyline, and he is an outsider. Speaking of which, I can interfere with this world. LuZe suddenly thought of this matter. Previously, he was afraid that interfering with this world would affect the future, but now it's different. In this new world, there are also sinful faces, and I'm quite curious if I will encounter that guy. Chapter 128 Unknown. Your Excellency, since you are here, why not come out and meet me? On a quiet night, just after LuZe let Tang San leave, another guest arrived. I want to know what your purpose is? As a deep voice came from the shadows, a robust figure appeared before LuZe. You're Tang Hao, right? LuZe smiled faintly. How did you know? The man said in surprise. LuZe continued to smile blandly as before. I guessed, and it seems I guessed right. You and Tang San are father and son. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao charged at LuZe, knowing that this person must not be left alive. Kneel. Buzz. Just as he was about to reach LuZe, an irresistible command executed in Tang Hao's mind. With a thud, accompanied by a dull sound, Tang Hao had already knelt before LuZe and could not move. Really? It could have been a nice chat, but now it has to come to blows, and now look. LuZe stood in front of Tang Hao, smiling faintly. At this moment, Tang Hao's first feeling was immense shock. The other party had clearly done nothing, just spoke, yet he found himself kneeling on the ground. Who exactly are you? Tang Hao said with a serious expression. LuZe, after hearing this, sat down on a nearby chair, resting his chin on his hands, and said, I am a traveler. What do you want? At this moment, Tang Hao felt that he could move his body again. So he stood up. Looking at LuZe, who had a smile on his face, he didn't feel any malice and sat down in front of him. Seeing his actions, LuZe smiled and said, since that is the case, I'll speak frankly. Tang Hao nodded, saying, go ahead. Well, how should I put it? I want to unify this continent, LuZe said with a smile. Tang Hao was stunned upon hearing this, then burst out laughing. Huh, you want to unify the continent? Are you joking? Do you really think the Spirit Hall is just for show? Of course, I'm not joking. I'm quite serious, LuZe replied with a smile. Seeing his expression, Tang Hao became serious. Since you want to unify the continent, why come to Shrek Academy? One purpose. LuZe raised a finger and smiled. I need manpower. Manpower? At this moment, Tang Hao understood what he meant and asked, You want the people from Shrek Academy to follow you? Yes. LuZe nodded with a smile, and not just that. I need some people to form a new force. I wonder if Lord Hao Yin would be willing to join? Why should I join? What is in it for me? Tang Hao said slowly, and LuZe's next sentence left Tang Hao frozen in place. I can resurrect your beloved, LuZe said calmly. At first, Tang Hao couldn't believe his ears, but LuZe reiterated his previous words. Are you serious? Tang Hao said excitedly. Yes, I wouldn't joke about that. LuZe smiled. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao understood something and said, As long as you can bring back Ain, I agree. Then welcome to the Hall of Truth. LuZe stood up and extended his right hand. Tang Hao smiled at this and also extended his right hand. The next morning, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and walked toward the playground. Before he reached the playground, he heard the sounds of Dai Mubai and others training hard. They are really diligent. LuZe smiled faintly, then came over to watch. The other members of the Shrek 7 monsters were nothing special. But LuZe became interested in Tang San. After all, in his understanding, Tang San was male, but in this parallel world, Tang San had become female. He wondered what kind of surprises she would bring after becoming female. At this moment, a robust man came up behind LuZe. Teacher Lu, what do you think of our batch of students? The man said with a simple smile. LuZe turned to look at him upon hearing the voice and found that it was the unmovable king, Zhao Wujin. So he said, Not bad compared to their peers. They can be considered geniuses. Is that so? Zhao Wujin seemed to have something to say, but was hesitant. Seeing this, LuZe directly said, If you have something to say, just say it. It's uncomfortable to keep it bottled up. As expected of Teacher Lu, you can see this. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. LuZe looked at him like this, and couldn't help but smile. The thing is, these kids are about to go to the Soul Arena to participate in the battles, and I hope Teacher Lu can lead them, Zhao Wujin said with a smile. Hearing this, LuZe became interested. I'm just an ordinary person without soul power. It might not be appropriate for me to lead. What is inappropriate? That old guy Fred has recognized you, Zhao Wujin said loudly. Seeing this, LuZe just smiled faintly, then stood up and said, I'm unable to help with this. You should go on your own. After speaking, he didn't give Zhao Wujin any time to think and turned to walk away. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Wujin felt an immense shock. Why does a mere ordinary person seem so confident? Meanwhile, LuZe had unknowingly arrived outside Shrek Academy. Looking at the beautiful pastoral scenery, he couldn't help but sigh. If only Xiao Yu were here, then I wouldn't have to think about those things, LuZe said faintly. Just then, a familiar aura suddenly emanated. Upon sensing that aura, LuZe immediately became serious and looked around. However, after carefully observing everything around him, he found not a single shadow. Nevertheless, he still didn't dare to relax his guard. It couldn't be wrong. This world also has pride. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe, who had been standing still, finally moved, albeit stiffly. Without the guy named Truth and the power of rules. Encountering pride is an unknown factor. LuZe kept murmuring this question on his way back to the dormitory. He wasn't sure if he could stand on top of pride, but he wouldn't lose too badly. In this world, there are no relatives, so there's no need to consider so much. Just take care of himself. Meanwhile, in a forest, a man dressed in a black suit was leisurely strolling. It turns out that I am not the only special one in this world. I finally met the person I wanted to see, the man said with a blissful expression. It was as if he had seen a delicious cake, making him want to devour it alone. Wait for me, I will definitely come to get you. Chapter 129, Lucifer. Each world can only have one truth. Any additional truths will be deemed anomalies and erased. At Shrek Academy, in the teacher's dormitory, LuZe was still repeating the same actions as usual. At that moment, Fred walked into LuZe's room. Watching him wash up, Fred slowly said, Teacher Lu, I want to talk to you about something privately. Oh, upon hearing this, LuZe instantly became interested, as it was the first time in a long while that the other party had taken the initiative to seek him out. Go ahead, LuZe said, sitting on a nearby stool after finishing his grooming. Fred felt a bit flustered under LuZe's gaze, but quickly calmed down. Teacher Lu, you've been at our Shrek Academy for almost 6 months now, and the students have learned the relevant knowledge, Fred said seriously. LuZe continued to look at him calmly and slowly asked, What do you want to say? Actually, from the very beginning, I thought you were not an ordinary person. So please tell me your true identity, Fred said earnestly. However, LuZe seemed to be completely ignoring him and couldn't help but yawn. Didn't I say? I really am an ordinary person. Is that so? Fred began to doubt if he was overthinking things and turned to leave. LuZe, sitting there, didn't think much of it. As long as it wasn't a troublesome matter, he wouldn't pay too much attention. Just then, Fred, who had just stepped out of the room, stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at LuZe. Is there anything else? LuZe felt quite puzzled, but Fred smiled and said, by the way, you're about to have a roommate who is also a theory expert like you. Oh, really? LuZe showed no significant change in emotion upon hearing this. To him, that theory expert was likely to be Yu Xiaojiang. Who else could it be? Seeing this, Fred didn't say much more. He had already asked what he wanted to know, and the rest had nothing to do with him. Time passed second by second, and noon was approaching. With no classes, LuZe finally decided to go out for a walk. Soon, he found himself once again by a small forest river outside Shrek Academy. Looking at the crystal-clear water, LuZe felt quite relaxed. He lay down by the riverbank, gazing at the blue sky, and once again thought of Lu Xiaoyu. It seemed the plan had to be executed earlier. Leaving Xiaoyu alone, there would likely be a very cruel thing to do. LuZe felt a bit guilty. If he had been stronger back then, he wouldn't have been forced by Lucifer into this parallel world. He didn't know how long he had been thinking. But LuZe felt it was about time, so he got up and walked back to his dormitory. Just as he stood up, a familiar face appeared before his eyes. It's you. When LuZe saw the person's face, he instantly lost control. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, LuZe appeared in front of that person, raising his fist without hesitation and directly smashing it towards him. Bang! Strangely, LuZe's punch only knocked the person back a few meters. You're really violent. The person who was knocked back said with a slow smile. LuZe, however, said coldly, how could you be here? Lucifer. Oh, you know my name? The person looked quite surprised. But just as he was surprised, LuZe instantly teleported to his front. Paradox erase. A powerful aura instantly locked onto that person. But he calmly said, Paradox, relative stasis. Buzz. As his words fell, LuZe's movements suddenly froze in place. Stunned, LuZe couldn't believe how strong the other party was. The power of Paradox was not weaker than his own, and perhaps even stronger. What's your name? I'm quite curious, the person said with a smile. You answer me first. Are you really Lucifer? Although his movements were restricted, LuZe could still speak. Hearing this, the person immediately laughed. Yes. My name is indeed Lucifer, but how did you know? As he spoke, he lifted LuZe's chin to observe him closely. Perfect indeed. Are you the one I've been searching for? Lucifer said with a smile. LuZe didn't understand what he was talking about, but being held by the chin made him feel quite displeased. Stay down. Thud. Lucifer didn't know what had happened and suddenly found himself lying on the ground, while his paradox was also lifted. Since you are Lucifer, then I can't be blamed. LuZe looked down at him, gathering the power of paradox in his hands. Just as he was about to erase him, unexpectedly, he was pressed down to the ground. That power you just had, I've never seen before. It's really amazing. Can you tell me? Lucifer excitedly said while pressing LuZe down. LuZe was momentarily taken aback. The ability of truth only had a brief effect on him. Just how strong was Lucifer at this moment? You. LuZe, with his hands pressed together, felt a deep sense of humiliation, glaring angrily at Lucifer pressing on him. Get off me. As soon as he said that, a terrifying power erupted. Lucifer was instantly sent flying by this force. What powerful strength! Lucifer slowly got up, a smile of excitement on his face. You are truly perfect. You are Pride, right? LuZe said coldly. However, Lucifer looked a bit confused and foolishly replied, Pride? What's that? Upon hearing this, LuZe was stunned. He first used the ability of truth to probe into Lucifer's heart and found that he was indeed telling the truth. He really didn't know the sin of pride. Could it be that he hadn't become Pride yet? Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly sprang to LuZe's mind. If Lucifer had not become the sin of pride, then did that mean the other 6 sins had not appeared either? Or perhaps in this world, Lucifer and the others were not inheritors of the 7 sins at all? With this thought, LuZe immediately withdrew his powerful force. Seeing this, Lucifer smiled and walked up to him. Can you tell me your name now? LuZe, he said as he directly walked past him and left. Lucifer remained standing in place, repeatedly murmuring LuZe's name. So his name is LuZe. What a nice name. Lucifer foolishly murmured with a smile. When he came back to his senses, he found that LuZe had already disappeared, but he wasn't sad about it. Instead, he smiled and said, I will come and get you, LuZe. In the evening, back in his dormitory, LuZe lay on his bed deep in thought. If I could turn the original 7 deadly sins into my people, then returning to that world would surely be much simpler. With this thought, LuZe shook his head and prepared to sleep. Just then, the dormitory door was opened. LuZe thought it was Yu Xiaojing coming, so he didn't pay much attention and continued to lie down. But the next second, a hand was directly pressed on his bed's headboard. "Didn't he expect you to be here too?" As upon hearing this voice, LuZe instantly jumped up, looking at the other person in shock. "How did you come here?" The visitor was Lucifer, not Yu Xiaojing as LuZe had previously thought. Seeing LuZe's reaction, Lucifer immediately laughed. "I'm the new theory teacher at Shrek Academy. Of course, I need to come to the teacher's dormitory. From now on, I'll be your roommate." "Ace, get lost. I don't want to live with you," LuZe said with an unhappy face. But Lucifer seemed to have not heard him at all. Turning around to start making his bed, LuZe watched this scene and was at a loss for what to do. Finally, just sighing and lying back down on his bed. Forget it. He probably caused trouble. Chapter 130. The concept of a perfect soul master the next morning. As soon as LuZe opened his eyes, he was stunned. "Good morning." As he saw Lucifer smiling and leaning on his bed's headboard looking at him. "Get lost," LuZe said with a displeased expression. But Lucifer didn't listen at all. Instead, he reached out his hand to touch him. Seeing this, LuZe hurriedly shouted, "Stay down." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucifer lay directly on the floor. However, he didn't mind at all, as the ability of truth had little effect on him. Soon, Lucifer stood up again, smiling as he looked at LuZe. But at this point, LuZe was already standing by the bed, looking at him with an unhappy expression. After thinking carefully, he realized he couldn't do anything to him, so he chose to ignore him. "Where are you going?" Lucifer curiously asked as LuZe prepared to leave. LuZe didn't turn back, simply responding indifferently. "I have my class today." After saying this, LuZe pushed open the door and left, while Lucifer, who was stunned in place, just smiled and followed him. On the training ground, Tang San and the others were chatting. After a while, Oscar said, "The teacher is here." With Oscar's voice spreading, everyone fell silent. "Is everyone here?" LuZe said plainly as he arrived. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Lu Xiaoyu was missing, so he asked, "Where is Lu Xiaoyu?" Tang San and the others stammered, unable to say a word for a long time. Seeing this, LuZe became a bit displeased. Just as he was about to use his ability to interrogate them, someone interrupted him. "Teacher, it seems Xiaoyu is not in a good mood. She hasn't been seen for several days," Ning Rongrong said as she stood up slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately understood something. After thinking about it, it was true. For so long, everyone around Lu Xiaoyu had made progress, but she had remained stagnant. No, it should be said that she hadn't progressed at all. Surrounded by geniuses, being an outlier, it was inevitable for her to feel a bit inferior. "All right, since that's the case, let us all proceed as normal. I will handle the matter regarding Lu Xiaoyu later," LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were momentarily stunned, but soon calmed down. Seeing this, LuZe began to elaborate on some theories about soul masters again. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was noon. LuZe had finished his class and was preparing to find Lu Xiaoyu to talk. She really knows how to hide. LuZe smiled lightly as he looked at the sky. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Coverage range, buzz," as an invisible airflow spread out. Everything around appeared in LuZe's eyes, and he also discovered Lu Xiaoyu's trace. However, when LuZe found Lu Xiaoyu, he also noticed a familiar figure nearby. "How'd he end up over there?" Upon seeing the other person, LuZe's expression instantly turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from his spot. Meanwhile, under a big tree, Lu Xiaoyu was squatting there. The person beside her was Lucifer. "Little sister, you look quite upset." Lucifer, who had just arrived, was a bit curious about the experiences of this girl in front of him. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu also noticed Lucifer, but after glancing at him, she turned her gaze elsewhere again. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, Lucifer sat down beside her. "Little sister, if you have any worries, just say it. Maybe I can help you," Lucifer said with a warm smile. It seemed that no one would think it was the prideful sin that acted so ruthlessly. Similarly, Lu Xiaoyu was influenced by him, and she slowly said, "I don't have a martial soul." "No martial soul?" Lucifer felt puzzled. "But don't you have soul power? Why would you not have a martial soul?" "I don't know. I was just born this way. Am I really not destined to be a soul master?" Lu Xiaoyu said, feeling aggrieved. Upon seeing this, Lucifer was first stunned, then slowly reached out his hand to pat her head. "Who said that not having a martial soul means you can't become a soul master?" "My brother said the same thing." Lu Xiaoyu swatted Lucifer's hand away. "Your brother?" Lucifer felt curious, thinking he was the only one who thought this way. So he asked, "Who is your brother? How come he has the same viewpoint as me?" After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention and slowly said, "My brother is a teacher at this academy." And he is also the one who saved my life. Is he named LuZe? Lucifer guessed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression instantly became serious. At this moment, she remembered that the person in front of her was a stranger. What if he was a threat to her brother? Who are you? Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to question Lucifer's identity, a figure appeared in front of her. What are you doing here? The newcomer was LuZe. At this moment, he was staring at Lucifer with an unhappy face. Oh, Ace, how come you're here? Upon seeing LuZe, Lucifer instantly smiled and prepared to hug him. Although he was very sincere, he was still kicked away by LuZe. That kick had so much force. Is Ace trying to kill me? Lucifer rubbed his abdomen, smiling as he spoke. I don't want to talk to you right now. Please leave immediately, LuZe said. Although he was unhappy with him, basic politeness was still necessary. After all, he couldn't do anything to him. Upon hearing this, Lucifer not only didn't get angry, but also obediently said, okay, Ace, I'll leave right away. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave. Watching him walk away, LuZe couldn't help but feel strange. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu behind him slowly said, Brother, do you know him? I do. LuZe turned around and replied slowly. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded. LuZe slowly said, Are you very concerned about the path of a soul master? Upon hearing this question, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and continued, Becoming a soul master is actually quite simple, even if you don't have a martial soul. Really? When Lu Xiaoyu heard that becoming a soul master was easy, she became excited. LuZe nodded. Do you really want to become a soul master? Yes. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded, afraid of missing this opportunity. Seeing her enthusiasm, LuZe could only smile wryly and said, As I mentioned before, you, who don't have a martial soul, are the most talented genius, but this path won't be easy. It's okay, as long as I can become a soul master. I will persevere through any difficulties, Lu Xiaoyu said with determination in her eyes. LuZe looked at her unwavering spirit and said seriously, Remember, this cultivation method has never been attempted before, and there may be some risks, but its advantages are also significant. Lu Xiaoyu didn't speak, but stood in front of him, listening earnestly. Since you don't have a martial soul, you can use an object as a substitute for your martial soul every 10 levels of soul power you gain, making it your martial soul. That way, by the time you reach title Douluo, you will have 9 martial souls, although you will only have 9 soul skills. The diversity of martial souls can make up for many shortcomings, enough to make you a versatile soul master, LuZe said seriously. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she was stunned. 9 martial souls, a versatile soul master. If this really existed, wouldn't it be the most perfect soul master in the world? Can this method really be realized? Lu Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. But LuZe confidently said, Others might think this is an impossible task, but it's different with me. With my help, this method will definitely succeed. Looking at his confident expression, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated little and chose to believe him. Since you've made this choice, I'll take you to obtain the first 2 martial souls tomorrow, LuZe said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu didn't respond, just smiled and nodded before running back to her dormitory. Once she left, LuZe's smile instantly faded. Lucifer, what good is it for you to hide there? You found me, Lucifer said with a smile as he stepped out from a very concealed spot. LuZe quietly watched him and then said, We need to talk. Yes, we need to talk. Chapter 131, Xiaoyu's first martial soul. What are you really here for? LuZe asked Lucifer seriously. Lucifer simply smiled faintly and replied, Of course, I came for you. For me? LuZe felt very puzzled, but remained vigilant. Yes, you are the first person I've seen since my birth who has the same power as me. And you're the most perfect, Lucifer said earnestly. LuZe only smiled faintly and then slowly said, What if I told you that apart from you and me, there are 6 others in this world who share the same power? Really? Lucifer's expression suddenly became serious. Although LuZe wasn't sure if those 6 had also not yet become heirs of the 7 sins, Lucifer was already acting this way. And there seemed to be no news about sin on the continent. Therefore, LuZe's speculation could be realized. LuZe nodded and smiled. Of course it's true. If you really believe me, how about joining my faction? As he spoke, he extended his right hand. Lucifer looked at the hand extended towards him and, without hesitation, reached out to shake it. You should know, I came for you, so I will definitely join your invitation. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and said happily, Welcome to the Hall of Truth, Lucifer. Can I hug you? Lucifer asked with a smile. Hearing this, LuZe immediately withdrew his hand without thinking. You can forget about that. How sad. The boss won't let me hug, Lucifer said with a wronged expression. LuZe simply looked at him calmly before turning and walking back to the dormitory. Lucifer smiled and followed him, chattering all the way, making LuZe feel like he had picked the wrong person. The next morning, the familiar way of waking up made LuZe feel relieved. "Please don't lean on my bed anymore," LuZe said unhappily, looking at the smiling Lucifer beside him. "Okay, A's," Lucifer replied with a smile. LuZe looked at his smile, feeling 100 times skeptical, and then walked straight outside as if nothing had happened. After a while, LuZe found Lu Xiaoyu. "You got up pretty early today," LuZe said with a faint smile. Lu Xiaoyu smiled back and said, "Of course, today is a very important day for me." LuZe nodded and walked toward the outside of Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu quickly turned to follow him. LuZe's plan for today was to find 2 suitable soul rings and martial souls for Lu Xiaoyu in the Stardow Forest, while also checking out the 2 soul beasts in the core area of the Stardow Forest. After some running around, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu quickly arrived at the edge of the Stardow Forest. Looking at the dense forest before them, LuZe couldn't help but smile. Compared to that era, the Stardow Forest in this era is quite large, and there should be many types of soul beasts, LuZe said with a faint smile. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked, "Brother, what do you think I should fuse with for my 2 martial souls?" "Control and agility attack." LuZe seemed to have already thought it through. "Why?" Lu Xiaoyu was confused. She wanted to fuse with a strong attack-type martial soul. LuZe replied flatly, "The stronger the attack type, the better, but your bearing capacity is limited. If you choose powerful attack-type martial souls for your first and second, it will affect your future combat power." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu began to understand a few things. Noticing her reaction, LuZe simply said, "Stick close to me later. I won't be responsible if you get lost." Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded unhappily. In the blink of an eye, LuZe directly took Lu Xiaoyu deep into the Stardow Forest. Seeing the surrounding environment, Lu Xiaoyu felt scared and said, "Brother, it seems like there are 10,000-year soul beasts here. What are you bringing me here for?" "To find suitable martial souls," LuZe replied calmly. "But these are all 1,000 and 10,000-year soul beasts. Can I handle them?" Lu Xiaoyu said anxiously. However, LuZe still maintained a calm expression and didn't take her words to heart. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't know what to say and could only lower her head and obediently follow behind him. At that moment, a killing intent suddenly locked onto the 2 of them. As LuZe realized what was happening, Lu Xiaoyu had already hidden behind him. It seemed that they had found it, and LuZe smiled faintly. He then fixed his gaze in a particular direction. Roar! At that moment, a shadow suddenly sprang out from amidst and charged straight towards LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu. A beast is just a beast, lacking any brains, LuZe thought as he watched the oncoming shadow, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. He then waved his right hand, and an invisible force instantly pressed down on the shadow. Bang! With a loud crash, the true form of the shadow was revealed before LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu. "Is this a big cat?" Lu Xiaoyu felt quite shocked. LuZe, however, calmly said, "Kill it. This is your first martial spirit, the Nether Leopard." Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, LuZe spoke again. Although the Nether Leopard is a sensitive attack-type soul beast, its attacking power is not weaker than that of an ordinary strong attack-type soul beast, making it the best choice for you. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately stunned, and then she took the short sword that LuZe handed her. "I'm sorry, but to become a soul master, I have to do this," Lu Xiaoyu said as she raised the short sword. Without further ado, she swung it down, and the Nether Leopard was killed in her hands. Lu Xiaoyu thought it was a 100-year soul beast, but the rising purple soul ring made her fall into deep thought. "Brother, how can this be a 1,000-year soul beast?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. LuZe simply waved his hand and said, "It was specially chosen. But my body can't handle a 1,000-year soul ring," Lu Xiaoyu quickly replied. Upon hearing this, LuZe walked up to her and said slowly, "With me here, nothing will go wrong." Looking at LuZe's confident expression, Lu Xiaoyu ultimately chose to trust him. She then sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the Nether Leopard. The purple soul ring immediately enveloped her, and in an instant, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if her body was about to explode. Standing beside her, LuZe merely waved his hand lightly, and the pain in Lu Xiaoyu's body instantly disappeared. He waved his hand again, and the corpse of the Nether Leopard turned into many light points and entered Lu Xiaoyu's body. While meditating, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if her body had undergone a complete transformation, becoming incredibly light. When she opened her eyes again, a purple soul ring had already appeared around her, and sitting beside the soul ring was a dark purple big cat. "Is this my first martial spirit?" Lu Xiaoyu said in disbelief. Standing beside her, LuZe merely smiled faintly, and then turned to say, Let's go, to find your next martial spirit. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's previously dim heart was suddenly filled with light, and she was full of hope for the future. I have finally become a soul master, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. LuZe didn't look at her, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 132. The Strong Ones of the Star Do Great Forest. Inside the Star Do Great Forest, under LuZe's guidance, Lu Xiaoyu had obtained her first martial spirit and successfully stepped onto the path of a soul master. Now they were still searching for a suitable soul beast. Brother, what kind of soul beast are we looking for next? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. LuZe replied lightly. Control type. Control type? Lu Xiaoyu felt curious. But now was not the time for curiosity, as they were still in the forest and could not afford to be careless. At that moment, LuZe suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed ahead. Found it, LuZe said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately perked up. Although she saw nothing, her intuition told her it should be nearby. Whoosh! The next second, several vines rushed towards LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu. With gravity covering, LuZe, sensing the anomaly, instantly took countermeasures. The vines were pressed to the ground by an invisible force just as they were about to reach them. LuZe, quick to react, grabbed one of the vines off the ground and pulled hard, tearing a bunch of vines out. What is this? Lu Xiaoyu looked at the bunch of vines with great curiosity. LuZe explained lightly. A 1,000-year ghost vine, a plant-type soul beast with outstanding control capabilities. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded, somewhat understanding. After a while, LuZe said again, go ahead and finish it. Okay. Lu Xiaoyu didn't waste any words and walked towards the 1,000-year ghost vine with a short sword in hand. Then, with a swift motion, a purple soul ring with hints of black appeared above the corpse of the ghost vine. Lu Xiaoyu then sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the soul ring, leaving everything else to LuZe. After a while, when Lu Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, she felt like she had become a different person. Not bad. Absorbing 2,000-year soul rings, reaching level 25 in soul power is already quite good, LuZe said with a faint smile as he looked at Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu also looked at him excitedly, a feeling that was hard to describe filling her heart. Since it's over, should we go back now? Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile after a moment of calm. LuZe did not answer her question, but said slowly, there's one more thing to resolve. What is it? Lu Xiaoyu felt confused. LuZe turned to look at her, then placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, you don't need to worry too much about this, just head back to the academy. Lu Xiaoyu was instantly stunned when she heard she was to go back to the academy, saying in disbelief, this is the interior of the Star Do Great Forest. If I go back alone and encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, wouldn't I be done for? You don't need to worry about that, LuZe said very calmly, then raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! As the snap echoed, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately dazzled, and when she could see her surroundings again, she was astonished to find herself back at the gate of Shrek Academy. What? What just happened? Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. In just an instant, she had gone from the interior of the Star Do Great Forest back to Shrek Academy. Such a thing could not possibly happen. It seems my brother's strength is not as simple as I thought. Lu Xiaoyu realized LuZe's power at that moment. In her eyes, LuZe had become incredibly powerful to an exaggerated degree. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyu was also very puzzled about one thing. How could LuZe, who had no soul power, be so strong? What secret did he have? Inside the Star Do Great Forest, after sending Lu Xiaoyu back to the academy, LuZe slowly looked towards the depths of the forest. I wonder what you are like in this world, LuZe said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, at the life lake in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, a soul beast with the head of a cow and the body of a snake seemed to sense something, and then abruptly raised its head. What's wrong, big brother? A giant ape, who had noticed the anomaly, approached it. It's nothing, just that I felt a very strange human approaching. The cow-headed, snake-bodied soul beast slowly responded. Just as the giant ape was feeling puzzled, a figure appeared before the two soul beasts. You must be the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, right? The newcomer was LuZe. The cow-headed snake-bodied beast was the sky blue bull python, and it looked at LuZe with a serious expression. Who exactly are you? The sky blue bull python asked gravely. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and slowly said, I am Xiao Wu's teacher, here for a home visit. LuZe had a smile on his face, looking like he was not lying. Although the sky blue bull python didn't quite believe it, it still didn't dare to act recklessly, as this human was an unknown entity to it. However, the titan giant ape didn't think too much. Its first reaction upon seeing LuZe was to rush forward and give him a beating. Human, D. The titan giant ape shouted loudly. Then it leaped high. Its massive paws clenched together and smashed down towards LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe merely smiled faintly, and as he did, the sky blue bull python immediately sensed danger. Shouting loudly, "Erming, run!" The Titan giant ape felt very confused upon hearing this, but it could not retract its attack now. Boom! With a loud bang, the spot where LuZe was standing was instantly smashed into a deep pit by the Titan giant ape. "Big brother, what are you doing?" The Titan giant ape was very puzzled by what had just happened. After witnessing this, the sky blue bull python suddenly felt no trace of LuZe's aura and shook its head, saying, "It's nothing, I might have overthought it." But soon, both soul beasts fell into shock. Is it this enthusiastic on the first meeting? A voice came from the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, and then a figure slowly appeared. The sky blue bull python focused its gaze and was shocked to find that the figure was indeed LuZe, who had just lost all aura. "How are you?" The sky blue bull python was very shocked. Seeing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said, "Did you think I was dead?" No, looking at his smile. The sky blue bull python suddenly realized the danger of the other party. "That's good. So should we have a good chat now?" LuZe said with a smile. The Titan giant ape had originally wanted to throw LuZe away, but just as it reached out its hand, its entire body was frozen in place. "Don't move," LuZe said with a friendly smile. In that instant, the Titan giant ape felt fear, a feeling it had never experienced before. "What do you want to talk about?" The sky blue bull python said timidly at this moment. LuZe thought carefully after hearing this, then said, "How about letting me meet those few at the bottom of the lake?" Upon hearing this, the sky blue bull python was stunned. "How do you know?" it asked in shock. LuZe replied naturally, "You don't need to know, just let me go, and of course you all have to follow." This. The sky blue bull python suddenly didn't know how to respond, but looking at his smile, a chill filled its whole body. Seeing the sky blue bull python looking very conflicted, LuZe emphasized again, "Have you thought it through?" As he spoke, the surrounding reality began to twist, and the originally clear sky started to dim. At the same time, a scarlet eye suddenly opened in the darkened sky. At this moment, the sky blue bull python finally understood what kind of existence it was facing, and it didn't dare to think too much, quickly nodding. "I'll take you there right away." LuZe smiled and nodded. He then instantly teleported to the top of the sky blue bull python's head. "Let's go." Chapter 133, Submission. "Let's go," LuZe said with a gentle smile, while standing on top of the sky blue bull python's head. Although the sky blue bull python was very reluctant, it had no choice but to move towards the bottom of the life lake, considering the other strength was above its own. Just at that moment, LuZe suddenly had it stop. "What's wrong?" the sky blue bull python asked with confusion. LuZe, however, looked expressionlessly at a tree not far away and slowly said, "Since you're here, don't hide." The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape didn't know who he was talking to, but they quickly understood. "Oh dear, I've been discovered." A man dressed in a black suit slowly walked out from behind that tree. This man was none other than Lucifer. LuZe looked at Lucifer with a blank expression and said, "Why are you following me?" "I want to stay by your side," Lucifer replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe was momentarily at a loss for words, but after thinking about it, he let it go since Lucifer was from his own faction. Seeing this, Lucifer instantly teleported to LuZe's side. The sky blue bull python, upon witnessing this, also did not dare to act recklessly, as this human was just like the previous one, someone it absolutely could not contend with. Thus, the sky blue bull python carried both LuZe and Lucifer to the bottom of the life lake. Once at the bottom, LuZe immediately spotted the few fearsome soul beasts. "Are they sleeping?" LuZe said slowly. The sky blue bull python, upon hearing this, did not dare to say much, only timidly nodding. "Yes, these few lords are still sleeping, and it's uncertain when they will wake up." "Since that's the case," LuZe said slowly. Then he walked to the center of the few soul beasts. Looking around, LuZe slowly spoke. "Get up, Buzz." This phrase seemed to be imbued with magical power. As soon as it was spoken, the few fierce beasts abruptly stood up. Roar. As the fierce beasts awoke, a roar echoed through the bottom of the lake. "Who dares to disturb this king's rest?" The leading black dragon glared angrily at its surroundings. Its gaze was as if it wanted to devour someone, filled with fury. "You're awake, Emperor Tion," LuZe said as he gazed at the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon also noticed LuZe's presence, and coupled with the fact that the other party knew its name, the black dragon suddenly felt a bit serious. "Human, who are you? And how do you know this king's name?" Emperor Tion questioned. But before LuZe could speak, Lucifer suddenly teleported in front of Emperor Tion. "Is that how you speak to the Lord?" Lucifer said coldly. Then he directly kicked Emperor Tian in the face. Boom! With just one kick, the entire dragon was sent flying out of the life lake and crashed heavily onto the ground outside the lake. At the bottom of the lake, the other fierce beasts were instantly stunned upon witnessing this. They had never seen such a scene. The beast god, known as Emperor Tian, was actually kicked away by a human. Cough, cough. Outside, Emperor Tian coughed up a few mouthfuls of old blood, then looked in shock at the life lake. At this moment, Lucifer also instantly shot out from the bottom of the lake and stood in midair, looking down at Emperor Tian from a height. This is the consequence of disrespecting our Hall Master. Do you understand? Lucifer said, exuding a pressure that made Emperor Tian feel suffocated. Human, you will regret this. Although Emperor Tian did not know who this person was, he knew that his strength was outrageous. However, Emperor Tian was not intimidated at all. After all, he was the beast god. Then, Emperor Tian erupted and instantly charged towards Lucifer in midair. But no matter how fast his speed was or how great his strength was, he was ultimately met with a heavy punch. Bang! Emperor Tian, who charged towards Lucifer, was once again heavily smashed into the ground in an instant. The earth shook, and the place where Emperor Tian stood had turned into a deep pit, with the surrounding environment reduced to ruins. Impossible. Humans cannot be this strong. Emperor Tian couldn't believe what he was seeing. But the fact was right in front of him, and he couldn't refute it, so he could only stubbornly argue. Lucifer, upon hearing this, calmly said, humans are stronger than you think. At least right now, I'm stronger than you. You. Emperor Tian suddenly didn't know how to respond to him. At that moment, LuZe also burst out from the bottom of the Lake of Life, accompanied by a few soul beasts. Emperor Tian, I came here today to talk to you, not to fight, LuZe said slowly. Emperor Tian, for some reason, felt a sense of submission upon seeing this human. Who exactly are you? Emperor Tian finally asked timidly, putting aside his pride. LuZe did not waste words and directly said, I am LuZe, the Hall Master of the Hall of Truth, here to meet the so-called Beast God. Truth? Hall? Emperor Tian felt very confused. He had never heard of the Hall of Truth. In his view, the Hall of Truth should not have been established after he fell asleep. Otherwise, these two people from the Hall of Truth could not possibly be this powerful. That's right, the Hall of Truth was specifically established by me to manage this continent, LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian was instantly stunned. The powerful and mysterious force of the Hall of Truth was actually established by this human in front of him. What a joke. How could a force that rose after the fact produce such outrageously powerful humans? Even the Dragon Clan could not achieve that. I know you're suspicious, but this is the truth, LuZe said slowly, looking at the serious-faced Emperor Tian. After hearing this, Emperor Tian could only accept it for now and then asked, May I ask what the Hall Master came to our Stardo Forest for? Or what you want to do? LuZe immediately smiled upon hearing this and said, It seems you are quite clever, so I won't waste words. Emperor Tian felt very puzzled, but was soon shocked. We have just established the Hall of Truth, and we lack manpower. So I came here to invite all of you soul beasts to join our Hall of Truth, LuZe said in a calm tone. Although his tone was very calm, it sounded to Emperor Tian like a bomb exploding, the massive amount of information leaving him momentarily unable to think. Seeing this, LuZe asked again, Have you thought it over, Emperor Tian? Emperor Tian was very conflicted. In his view, although this human was very strong, managing this continent seemed impossible, especially with the divine realm above the continent. A powerful force like the Hall of Truth might even affect the divine realm, and he was uncertain whether the gods from the divine realm would interfere in this matter. LuZe seemed to see something and smiled. You can rest assured about the divine realm, because after the continent is unified, my next goal is to unify the divine realm. This was shocking. It was the first time Emperor Tian had heard someone say such a thing. Even in his earlier days, he probably wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Just as he was puzzled, Lucifer spoke up. You need not doubt our Hall Master's strength. If he says he can do it, then he certainly can. Because of this single statement, Emperor Tian's previously conflicted heart was instantly opened. I am willing to join the Hall of Truth, Emperor Tian said very respectfully. Seeing this, LuZe immediately laughed and said, You represent all soul beasts. So now you soul beasts belong to our Hall of Truth. No problem, Emperor Tian quickly responded, but then he thought of something else. So he said, I agree, but I'm not so sure about the extreme northern lands and the marine soul beasts. But who knew LuZe just waved his hand and said, It's okay. They will agree. As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe turned to leave, and Lucifer smiled and followed him. Thus, the Douluo forest submitted to the Hall of Truth, and 1,000,000 soul beasts also submitted to LuZe. The Hall of Truth also grew stronger, which was something that made LuZe happy. Chapter 134. Yu Xiaojiang? Shrek Academy. After LuZe resolved the matter of the Douluo forest, he returned here. Originally quite happy, LuZe's expression turned serious as soon as he arrived outside Shrek Academy. "Azay, what happened?" Lucifer felt something was off upon seeing his expression. Upon hearing this, LuZe said lightly, "It seems a visitor has arrived at the academy." When Lucifer heard this, he immediately sensed the foreign aura within the academy, and his expression also became serious. "Let's go in and take a look," LuZe said flatly. After realizing this, Lucifer followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the interior of Shrek Academy, they saw several armored soul masters advancing towards the academy's exit. "Azeh, what are they doing?" Lucifer felt very confused. LuZe shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either, although he had already guessed. To avoid unnecessary trouble, LuZe decisively chose to stand aside, and Lucifer quickly joined him, standing obediently beside LuZe. At that moment, a man, protected by numerous soul masters, cast a contemptuous glance at them before ignoring them again. Soon, this group completely left Shrek Academy. After they left, Lucifer said, "Azay, that aura was emanating from that man just now." "No," LuZe replied expressionlessly. The reason LuZe felt this way was that he thought he recognized that man. Yet he also felt somewhat unfamiliar. "It seems I still need to ask the owl," LuZe murmured slowly. He then walked towards Fred's location, while Lucifer beside him felt very puzzled, but said nothing. Soon, LuZe arrived at the training ground of Shrek Academy, where Fred and Lu Xiaoyu were present. However, their expressions were somewhat off, and LuZe, feeling strange, walked directly over to them. "Dean, what happened to you?" LuZe said with a faint smile. Upon hearing the voice, Fred looked over, and upon realizing it was LuZe, he shook his head to indicate that nothing was wrong. Just as LuZe was about to say something, Lucifer jumped in first. "Dean, is it related to that group of guys we just saw?" Lucifer said with a smile. Fred was at a loss for words upon hearing this. After some hesitation, he ultimately chose to speak up. "It's Xiaogang," Fred said with a look of frustration. "You Xiaogang?" LuZe was surprised, but it was still within his realm of acceptance. "Yes." Xiaogang betrayed the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect a few years ago and joined the Spirit Hall. Because of his connection with BB Dong, his status in the Spirit Hall is second only to the Pope, Fred said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe merely nodded lightly and then asked, "Since he joined the Spirit Hall, why would he come here to find you?" At this point, Fred seemed unwilling to continue. Seeing this, LuZe didn't get angry but asked again, "Why does he still want to come here?" "Speak." Fred, who initially didn't want to answer, found himself unable to control his mouth under LuZe's questioning. "Because the little monsters have exceptional talent. He wants to take them to the Spirit Hall," Fred answered honestly. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt an inexplicable displeasure, and Lucifer directly said, "Isn't that guy's thinking too naive?" Fred, who had finished answering the question, looked shocked. He had no idea what had just happened, and the words he had intended to keep to himself had come out so easily. "What is this?" Fred quickly covered his mouth, fearing he might say something else. After hearing what he just said, LuZe instantly understood something. "No wonder when I first came here, I became a teacher right away because I understood the theory. Later, Lucifer became a teacher for the same reason. It shows that Shrek Academy is not like the original work. They're in urgent need of theoretical masters. I have a general understanding of the situation." LuZe patted Fred on the shoulder and then looked at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Do you want to go to the Spirit Hall?" LuZe said slowly. This statement left Lu Xiaoyu and the others stunned. "LuZe, what are you talking about?" Fred immediately questioned upon hearing this. But LuZe just shot him a casual glance, leaving him speechless. Once Fred quieted down, LuZe smiled again at Lu Xiaoyu and the others, saying, "Share your thoughts. You don't need to feel burdened." The 8 of them immediately lowered their heads, an indescribable atmosphere spreading out. "It seems you all are reluctant to go to the Spirit Hall. If that's the case, then stay at Shrek. There's no need to feel burdened. I will handle everything," LuZe said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others instantly lifted their heads, staring at LuZe in surprise. "Don't look at me like that. It's quite embarrassing," LuZe waved his hand jokingly. However, they continued to fixate on LuZe, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to voice it. "Tang San, do you and Xiao Wu know you Xiaogang?" LuZe suddenly asked with a smile. Tang San and Xiao Wu were startled by this unexpected question, and both shifted their gazes elsewhere. Come on, be honest, LuZe said with a smile. But no matter how calm he looked, Tang San and Xiao Wu were still unwilling to answer him. Seeing this, LuZe decided not to press further. After all, nobody could hide secrets from him, and a glance was enough to know. No need to ask. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Everyone, don't worry. I'll find a way regarding the Spirit Hall. Just focus on your training and prepare for the next Soul Master competition. LuZe turned and said with a smile. Before Lu Xiaoyu and the others could react, LuZe had already walked away. Lucifer, who remained behind, merely smiled faintly before following in LuZe's footsteps. Xiaoyu, what secret does your brother have? Why is he so confident? Once LuZe had completely disappeared from their view, the curious Ning Rongrong approached Lu Xiaoyu and asked. Lu Xiaoyu, hearing this, was at a loss for what to do and could only awkwardly smile, saying, My brother is just an ordinary person. Maybe he just knows some people. Haha. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu's overly exaggerated smile, Ning Rongrong and the others were skeptical, and they soon grew curious about LuZe's true identity. However, they failed to notice Fred beside them. At that moment, Fred wore a look of disbelief. He had just seen the look in LuZe's eyes. Just a glance made him feel that everything he did was justified, with no room for rebuttal. Returning to his senses, Fred slowly turned and walked toward his office, murmuring along the way, LuZe, it turns out it's not as simple as I thought. Chapter 135. Visiting the Spirit Hall at Shrek Academy. After Yu Xiao Gang left, everything returned to normal, training when it was time to train and resting when it was time to rest. Initially, everyone felt some concern, but later, due to LuZe's presence, they all set their minds at ease. As evening fell, LuZe sat on a chair outside the classroom dormitory, his eyes tightly closed as if he were pondering something. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Teacher, I want to talk to you alone. It was Tang San. Upon hearing her voice, LuZe smiled and opened his eyes. What do you want to talk to me about? Speak up. It's just the two of us here. LuZe said with a gentle smile. After hesitating for a moment, Tang San finally spoke. I know Master through Xiao Wu, although it's only been a short year. Tang San said slowly. LuZe was not surprised to hear this. Instead, he calmly replied, I know that. What I want to know is why Yu Xiao Gang became like that. He shouldn't have been that way before, right? LuZe smiled as he spoke. This question instantly put Tang San in a difficult position, leaving her unsure of where to start. Master, Tang San fell silent. In her eyes, Yu Xiao Gang was the least likely person to become that way. Go ahead and tell me. Maybe I know the reason. LuZe continued to smile. Seeing his smile, for some reason, Tang San felt an instinctive trust in the person before her. She then slowly said, when I first met Master, he wasn't like that. Later, because of an outsider, he left Nuoding Academy without saying anything, and then when I heard news about him again, he was already in power at the Spirit Hall. Because of an outsider? LuZe's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Yes, the aura from that outsider felt very dirty. Tang San nodded and said, Dirty aura? LuZe increasingly felt that the outsider should be related to Sin. Tang San watched LuZe, who appeared deep in thought, and fell into silence. After a while, LuZe stood up and said, All right, you should go back for now. Don't get involved in this matter. Oh, Tang San nodded. Then LuZe prepared to turn back to the dormitory. But just as he turned, Tang San suddenly said, Teacher, I want to know just how strong you are. Hearing this, LuZe stopped and turned back to look at her, smiling as he said, How strong do you think I am? Very strong, Tang San asserted. LuZe, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly and then slowly replied, Then that means I'm very strong. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Tang San and turned to walk into the dormitory. Left alone, Tang San was still pondering the true meaning of LuZe's words. Is the teacher really very strong? Tang San murmured softly. The next morning, with no classes, LuZe arrived early outside Shrek Academy. Aze, you're up so early today, Lucifer said with a smile as he appeared behind LuZe. Upon hearing his voice, LuZe directly said, You're coming with me to a place today. Okay, where to? Lucifer asked. Though puzzled, he was still excited. After all, this was the first time LuZe had actively invited him to go somewhere. LuZe looked at his excited expression and without further ado, said, Spirit Hall. Wow, is Aze finally going to take action against Spirit Hall? Lucifer smiled, seeming to have anticipated this day. LuZe did not respond and walked straight ahead, so Lucifer could only smile and follow. Soon after, in Spirit City, LuZe and Lucifer walked down the street. Looking at the surrounding buildings, LuZe couldn't help but smile, then turned to look at the tall hall in the center of the city. Wow, is that Spirit Hall? It looks so grand, Lucifer said, appearing as if he had never seen such a place. Seeing him like this, LuZe instinctively distanced himself from him. Asha, how about we set up our Truth Hall's base here in the future? Lucifer suggested with a smile. LuZe glanced at him and replied, Who told you I came here to subdue Spirit Hall? Isn't that so? Lucifer felt a bit confused. Of course not. I'm just here to meet the current Pope of Spirit Hall and see that outsider who changed Yu Xiaojiang's personality, LuZe responded slowly. Hearing this, Lucifer realized he had misunderstood, but quickly returned to normal. Well then, anyway, this continent will belong to our Truth Hall in the future, so there's no rush, Lucifer said with a smile. Although LuZe wanted to retort, he found the words pleasing to hear, so he pretended not to hear. Before long, the two arrived outside Spirit Hall. Who goes there? Just as LuZe was about to step into Spirit Hall, a rough voice stopped him. Following the voice, he saw a soul master in armor, whose soul power was only at the soul zone level, not a significant threat. Who are you? Don't you know that Spirit Hall cannot be entered freely? The guard questioned fiercely. Coming back to his senses, LuZe smiled faintly and said slowly, We are here to see the Pope. See the Pope? The guard was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, No, the Pope is unwell at the moment. Please leave. Upon hearing this, LuZe's smile became even brighter. Of course, anyone with eyes could see that LuZe was not pleased. The guard felt a hint of danger as he saw LuZe's friendly smile, and he quickly stepped back 2 paces, pointing his spear at LuZe. What are you trying to do? This is Spirit Hall. You can't act recklessly, the guard said with a serious expression. Don't be so agitated at that moment. Lucifer stepped in front of LuZe with a smile. The guard's spear was firmly grasped by Lucifer. Seeing this, the guard became even more flustered and shouted, Quick! Someone has intruded into Spirit Hall. With that shout, LuZe and Lucifer quickly found themselves surrounded by a group of guards. Upon seeing this, Lucifer's expression darkened immediately, and he coldly said, Are you trying to force me to take action? As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him. The guards were instantly frightened, not daring to move, only staring at the two of them. Still not stepping aside, Lucifer said again. The guards standing in front of him were instantly scared to the ground, looking at Lucifer in terror. Seeing this, Lucifer showed a disdainful expression and prepared to take LuZe into Spirit Hall. Just then, several titled auras suddenly swept in. Who are you? And why are you causing trouble here at Spirit Hall? Someone blocking LuZe and Lucifer asked slowly. LuZe looked at him and noticed that this guy had yellow hair and looked neither male nor female, resembling a transvestite. In fact, the person blocking LuZe was the titled Dalu, an elder of Spirit Hall, Douluo, Yueguan. Standing next to him was another titled Dalu, Ghost Dalu Gue Mei. The appearance of Yueguan and Gue Mei did not make Lucifer lower his stance. Instead, it made him even more arrogant. Are you going to stop us too? Lucifer scoffed. Yueguan and Gue Mei were not fools. They knew that this man was clearly not weaker than themselves, and if it came to a fight, they might not win. Seeing that Yueguan and the others were silent, Lucifer chose to ignore them and prepared to take LuZe directly into Spirit Hall. Just then, a voice came from inside the hall. Let them in. Chapter 136. Meeting Yu Xiaojiang, let them in. Just as Lucifer and Yueguan were at a standoff, a voice from Spirit Hall echoed. This. Yueguan was instantly at a loss for words upon hearing the voice. After hearing it, Lucifer laughed at Yueguan's helpless expression. Your master has already allowed us in. Are you still going to stop us? Lucifer mocked. Yueguan and the others turned pale, unable to utter a single word. Seeing their expressions, LuZe said nothing and stepped forward into Spirit Hall. Yueguan and the others did not dare to stop them and could only obediently step aside. Before long, LuZe and Lucifer entered Spirit Hall. Upon seeing the woman seated on the throne, LuZe smiled and said, You must be Pope Bibi Dong, right? The woman on the throne looked at him with surprise and then slowly asked, Who are you, and why do you wish to see me? I'm a traveler, currently a theoretical teacher at Shrek Academy, LuZe replied with a smile. A teacher from Shrek Academy? Bibi Dong seemed to be touched by this. Then why have you come to my Spirit Hall? LuZe did not beat around the bush and directly stated, I want to meet Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's calm demeanor was immediately replaced by a dark expression. What do you want with him? Bibi Dong coldly questioned. What is your tone? Lucifer coldly stared at Bibi Dong. The moment Bibi Dong's gaze met Lucifer's, she instantly broke into a cold sweat. In that instant, Bibi Dong felt as if she were standing before a primal beast, fearing for her life at any second. Just then, LuZe patted Lucifer on the shoulder, signaling him to tone it down a bit. He then approached Bibi Dong with a smile and said, Your Holiness, I mean no harm. I just want to have a few words with Master Yu Xiaojiang. Looking at his innocent smile, Bibidong's heart surprisingly told her that she could trust him. Do you really just want to chat with Xiaojing? Bibidong slowly replied. LuZe found it somewhat amusing when he heard Bibidong's address for Yu Xiaojing, but he didn't show it. Yes, I just want to consult Master Yu Xiaojing, nothing else. LuZe said with a gentle smile. Bibidong, seeing this, didn't know what to say and felt very conflicted inside. Do you have something to discuss with me? Just as Bibidong was feeling conflicted, a man slowly walked out. The man had very heavy dark circles under his eyes, but his gaze was proud, as if he looked down on everyone. He was Yu Xiaojing, and compared to the original, he was completely different. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojing come out, Bibidong quickly asked Xiaojing, "How come you?" "No need for more words. I'm just curious about what this young brother wants to say to me," Yu Xiaojing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bibidong fell silent and could only stand obediently to the side. Yu Xiaojing then walked straight up to LuZe and said arrogantly, "Do you have any questions you want to consult me about?" "Not exactly. I want to inquire about someone," LuZe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing instantly felt something was off but still said arrogantly, "Who is it? I don't think I know him." LuZe found this amusing and replied, "You should be quite familiar with that person. He's an outsider." The moment he heard the term outsider, Yu Xiaojing seemed to turn to stone, standing there in a daze. Seeing this, LuZe chuckled again and said, "Based on a master's reaction, you know that outsider, right? Where is he now? When did I say I knew that outsider?" Yu Xiaojing quickly denied as he regained his senses. "You need not be like this. That outsider is a very dangerous existence," LuZe said meaningfully, his gaze fixed on Yu Xiaojing. Being stared at like this made Yu Xiaojing feel displeased, and he shouted, "I said I don't know him, so I don't know him. Why are you staring at me like that?" It was clear that Yu Xiaojing was quite averse to others bringing up that outsider in front of him. "You know him, and there's a secret you can't tell, right?" LuZe pointedly remarked. Provoked, Yu Xiaojing instantly became furious and shouted, "Bibidong, hurry and throw these two guys out. I don't want to see them." After shouting, he turned and walked back in the direction he had come from. Bibidong, standing by, could only nod slightly and then looked at LuZe and his companion. "I'm sorry, but since Xiaojing has said so, you two should leave the Wuhuan Hall," Bibidong said coldly. LuZe didn't say anything, but Lucifer seemed a bit displeased. "Why should we leave? We haven't gotten answers to our questions yet. We can't leave," Lucifer said with a cold face. "If that's the case, then don't blame me," Bibidong said coldly. As she spoke, she unleashed her title Douluo. "You want to fight?" Lucifer laughed upon seeing this. He then unleashed a terrifying pressure. Bibidong felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, unable to return to the surface. Fortunately, at that moment, LuZe intervened to stop the conflict. "That's enough. Didn't I say we aren't here to cause trouble, just to chat?" LuZe placed a hand on Bibidong's shoulder. As soon as LuZe's hand was on him, Lucifer calmed down. Once Lucifer settled down, Bibidong let out a sigh of relief. She felt as if she was about to die just from that brief moment. After stopping Lucifer, LuZe glanced at Bibidong and said, "I've asked what I needed to ask. I truly hope I won't have to come back here." LuZe's words were profound, leaving Bibidong confused. She didn't understand why he said that. By the time she came to her senses, LuZe and Lucifer had already disappeared from her sight. Regaining her composure, Bibidong murmured in confusion, "Why did he say that? What does it mean?" Outside Wuhuan City, LuZe and Lucifer appeared under a tree in an instant. "Ace, why did you stop me? Those guys are clearly so weak. If you just said the word, I could have wiped out the Wuhuan Hall immediately," Lucifer asked, puzzled. LuZe just glanced at him and slowly said, "Why would we want to wipe out the Wuhuan Hall? Isn't that what we should do? You just had the same idea as I did." Lucifer genuinely didn't understand LuZe's thoughts. "Ha ha." At this moment, LuZe laughed. No. I just think it's too ordinary for the Wuhuan Hall to be gone just like that. I want you Xiaojing to understand a principle," LuZe said coldly. "What do you mean?" Lucifer began to guess LuZe's thoughts. "Yes," LuZe smiled and then turned to Lucifer, slowly saying, "Toys are meant to be played with." Chapter 137. Return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After leaving Wuhuan City, LuZe didn't return to Shrek Academy right away, but headed straight for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Ace, where are you planning to go?" Lucifer asked with a smile. LuZe glanced at him and said, "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What kind of force is that?" Lucifer asked, puzzled. "A sect known for its support abilities," LuZe briefly introduced. "Oh," Lucifer nodded with a smile. After that, the two fell silent. After a while of traveling, LuZe and Lucifer arrived at the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School once again. "It's been a long time since I've been here. I wonder if they still remember me," LuZe smiled. He then stepped forward and walked into the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Just as he took his first step, several figures appeared at the entrance. Brother LuZe, it's been a long time. The speaker was none other than Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Upon seeing Ning Fengji, LuZe didn't hold back and walked straight up to him, smiling. I didn't expect you to come out to greet me. Of course, you're a guest of my Seven Treasure glazed tile school. It's only natural for the host to come out to welcome you, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. After hearing this, LuZe didn't say anything further and just smiled in place. At this moment, Ning Fengji also noticed Lucifer behind LuZe, so he curiously asked, Brother LuZe, who is this? Oh, he's my man, Lucifer, LuZe simply introduced. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji instantly understood and approached Lucifer with a gentle smile, saying, Welcome to our Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Lucifer, however, remained indifferent and even somewhat displeased when facing Ning Fengji. LuZe didn't mind. After all, they would return to the academy after a brief chat. Seeing Lucifer's expression, Ning Fengji didn't think much of it and smiled, saying, Since you're here, let's go inside first. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Xin and Gu Rong walked ahead of them to clear the way. Before long, LuZe and the others arrived at the rooftop of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Please take a seat, Ning Fengji said with a smile to LuZe. LuZe nodded and directly sat down in a nearby chair. Ning Fengji prepared to sit beside LuZe, but just as he was about to take a seat, Lucifer plopped down right next to LuZe. Ning Fengji, seeing this, didn't dare to say anything and instead sat across from LuZe with a wry smile. Brother LuZe, I don't know why you came to our school this time, but if you need my help, I will do my best. Ning Fengji began with polite remarks as soon as he sat down. LuZe smiled lightly and said slowly, It's nothing major. Just to invite your Seven Treasure glazed tile school to join our Hall of Truth. Join you? Ning Fengji felt quite surprised. That's right. I want to expand the influence of the Hall of Truth, so I'm currently recruiting loyal guards, LuZe said with a gentle smile. Ning Fengji was very puzzled. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the Spirit Hall if you want to expand your power? Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this term, LuZe found it amusing. The Hall of Truth does not fear the Spirit Hall. Besides, my purpose in establishing the Hall of Truth is to unify the continent. What? Ning Fengji was extremely shocked and stood up directly. You want to unify the continent? How is that possible? There are so many powers on the continent. Even if you subdue our Seven Treasure glazed tile school, there will still be some stubborn ones causing trouble, Ning Fengji said anxiously. However, LuZe seemed indifferent to his words, still wearing a nonchalant expression. Is unifying the continent really that difficult? LuZe said carelessly. Very difficult, Ning Fengji asserted firmly. Because of the existence of the Spirit Hall, the continent has always been divided among various powers. Although there have been proposals in the past to unite all the powers on the continent to achieve unification, none have succeeded. The fundamental reason lies in the giant of the Spirit Hall, which nearly monopolizes the development of soul masters. You have to understand that I'm recruiting loyal guards just to have some fun during the process of unifying the continent. It doesn't mean I really need manpower, LuZe said calmly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji fell into a dilemma. He didn't know how to respond to LuZe. At this moment, Lucifer spoke up. You can choose to believe in our Hall of Truth forever because the truth exists at all times, Lucifer said with a serious expression. After hearing this, Ning Fengji fell silent again, but Chun Xin beside him did not agree. Fengji, you really need to think this through. Otherwise, it might really lead to the decline of the sect, Chun Xin whispered to Ning Fengji. Just as Chun Xin finished speaking, Ning Fengji directly said, I've decided to let the Seven Treasure glazed tile school join the Hall of Truth. What? Gu Rong beside them was shocked. He didn't expect Ning Fengji to respond so quickly. All right, then your Seven Treasure glazed tile school is now the second batch of members of the Hall of Truth, LuZe said with a gentle smile as he stood up. Second batch? Chun Xin felt very puzzled and then asked, Why is it the second batch? Who else joined the Hall of Truth before us? Upon hearing this, Lucifer suddenly burst into laughter and slowly said, The first batch to join the Hall of Truth is the Spirit Beasts. Their leader has already decided to join us. What? Not only was Chun Xin shocked, but even the usually composed Gu Rong and Ning Fengji were taken aback. All right, my purpose for coming to find you has been achieved. It's time for me to leave, LuZe said as he slowly got up with a smile. Ning Fengji, however, had not yet recovered from what had just been said. By the time he came to his senses, LuZe and Lucifer had already disappeared without a trace. Fengji, do you think what that man called Lucifer said can be taken seriously? Chun Xin, coming back to his senses, slowly said as he approached Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji looked up at the distance and slowly said, "Of course it can. I trust LuZe." Seeing the serious expression on Ning Fengji's face, Chen didn't say anything more. The wish for unifying the continent was finally about to be realized. Sometime later, LuZe and Lucifer had already returned to Shrek Academy. Although the issues with the Spirit Hall had not been resolved for the time being, LuZe believed they would not come looking for trouble again. After all, great strength can ignore any rules and regulations. The Spirit Hall? It was merely a puppet in someone's hands. "Aze, I heard that the Soul Master competition seems to be starting soon. Do you want to go take a look?" Lucifer said with a smile as he approached LuZe. LuZe, who was resting with his eyes closed, replied in a very calm manner, "No, I have more important things to do." "What things?" Lucifer felt very puzzled. "The two great empires, and the yet-to-appear third great empire," LuZe said slowly. Lucifer was a bit confused. In his memory, Douluo continent seemed to have only two empires, namely the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Where did the third empire come from? But seeing LuZe's expression, Lucifer realized that it was his own lack of knowledge. "Are you going to the third empire?" Lucifer asked curiously. LuZe thought carefully after hearing this, and then said, "Not in a hurry. Let us subdue Tiando and Xingluo first." After Lucifer heard this, he didn't say anything more and simply sat down next to LuZe, beginning to rest with him. Chapter 138, Going Out to Train. Inside Shrek Academy, Tang San and the others were still undergoing strict training as usual. Meanwhile, LuZe was lying not far away, quietly watching them with a smile on his face. At this moment, Fred walked over to LuZe. "LuZe, there's something I need to ask you," Fred said with a smile. LuZe looked at him and smiled, saying, "What is it? Let me know. Perhaps I can help." Seeing this, Fred grinned and said, "The little monsters need to go out to train, so I hope you can lead them on outing. Let a regular person take a group of soul masters out for training?" LuZe chuckled. "Yes," Fred nodded, looking at LuZe with great anticipation. Under Fred's intense gaze, LuZe suddenly felt uncomfortable and shifted his focus to Tang San and the others. "What do you think?" Fred continued to ask. LuZe was very reluctant and said directly, "Isn't Teacher Zhao a soul sage? Let him lead the team." "Old Zhao has something to do," Fred replied instantly. LuZe couldn't help but want to laugh. "All right then, what about Lucifer? He still needs to stay at the academy to handle some matters for us and can't leave for the time being," Fred quickly said. Seeing this, LuZe could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed he couldn't escape this. He decided to treat it as a sightseeing trip. "Okay, it's settled then. We'll set off tomorrow." Fred suddenly patted LuZe on the shoulder, visibly excited. LuZe nodded and slowly walked towards Tang San and the others. Fred said nothing and turned to head to his office. On the training ground, Tang San and the others were focused on their training. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu noticed LuZe and shouted loudly, "The teacher is here." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others stopped training and looked at LuZe. "Why are you all looking at me?" LuZe smiled lightly and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" "Brother," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe didn't mind and replied, "There is indeed something, and it's a good thing." "Good thing?" Tang San and the others felt quite puzzled, but were still curious. "Well, the dean thinks you all are tired from training, so he decided to let me take you out for some practical experience," LuZe said with a smile, then added, "Although it's called practical experience, it's actually just a legitimate excuse to take you all on a trip." Upon hearing this, joy immediately appeared on the faces of Tang San and the others. "Yay, we can finally go out to play." Oscar jumped up excitedly. The others were just as enthusiastic, especially the girls, including Lu Xiaoyu. Of course, Tang San, dressed as a boy, couldn't reveal his feelings, but his expression still betrayed him. Seeing their joy, LuZe couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked, "Brother, when are we leaving?" Just as LuZe was about to turn and leave, he turned back and smiled, "We'll set off tomorrow. Everyone should prepare well tonight." After saying that, he turned and left, while Tang San and the others, full of excitement, couldn't focus on training anymore and rushed back to their dormitories. The next morning, at the gate of Shrek Academy, Tang San and the others had already arrived early, and they were just waiting for LuZe. "Xiaoyu, why hasn't your brother come yet?" "It's almost been a quarter of an hour," Ning Rongrong said slowly beside Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu just shook her head and replied, "I don't know either. He should be on his way." As soon as she finished speaking, LuZe appeared in front of them. "Oh, you came so early?" LuZe said with a gentle smile. "Of course, this is an outdoor practical experience. We can't delay," Ma Hongjun laughed from his side. LuZe didn't say much and directly walked in front of them, smiling. "Since that's the case, let's set off." "Yay!" Oscar and Ma Hongjun jumped up excitedly. Then they sprinted out into the world outside Shrek Academy. LuZe and the others leisurely followed behind, chatting and laughing along the way. Before long, they had completely left the vicinity of Shrek Academy. While lost in thought, LuZe was suddenly pulled back to reality by a voice. "Teacher, can I talk to you?" It was Tang-san. "What do you want to talk about?" LuZe replied with a smile. Tang-san slowly said, "I want to know about the interesting stories from your travels across the continent." "Is that so?" LuZe rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Tang-san looked at him with eager anticipation. After a while, LuZe spoke up. "There aren't many strange tales, but there are quite a few interesting things." "What interesting things? Tell us," Tang-san said with an expectant smile. LuZe glanced at her and said, "I don't know how to start. What kind of stories do you want to hear?" Just then, Ning Rongrong and the others ran up to LuZe and Tang-san. "What is the teacher going to say? We want to hear too." Oscar laughed. "Do you all want to hear?" LuZe smiled meaningfully and looked at them. "Of course. We all want to know the teacher's stories," they replied in unison. Seeing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone has been walking for so long, let's take a break up ahead and I'll share some interesting stories from my travels on the continent." Soon, Tang-san and the others sat down under a tree not far away, while LuZe, sitting across from them, had a smile on his face. All right, teacher. Hurry up and tell us," Oscar urged excitedly. LuZe smiled and began his story. "At that time, when I first arrived on this continent, time passed, and LuZe eventually stopped, while Tang-san and the others were happily discussing. I didn't expect the teacher used to be such a narcissistic person. What? Is our teacher not handsome? Of course, my brother is the most handsome person I've ever seen. No one can compare." For a moment, laughter filled the air, and LuZe lay back against the tree, listening to their cheerful voices, his lips involuntarily curling up. "Perhaps this is the kind of life I want," LuZe murmured as he looked up at the sky. Just as he was lost in thought, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! With a loud bang, LuZe suddenly stood up from the ground, looking seriously at the smoke in the distance. He finally found you. Chapter 139, Spectre, D. Finally found you, LuZe. A very eerie voice came from within the smoke. Upon hearing this voice, LuZe felt quite surprised, but Tang-san and the others were even more shocked. "Teacher, what is this?" Ning Rongrong said worriedly. LuZe just smiled faintly and said, "You all stay aside for a bit. The teacher will be there shortly." Everyone was unwilling, but they could sense the aura coming from the smoke. Once Tang-san and the others successfully retreated to a safe area, LuZe's smile turned cold. "Who are you?" LuZe coldly questioned. Hey. Amidst the smoke, a strange laughter echoed, and a figure slowly appeared before LuZe. "Don't you remember me?" the person said with a smile. LuZe focused his gaze and was shocked to find that this person was actually the elder of the Spirit Hall, Ghost of Gueme. Although he was Gueme, the aura he emitted was completely different from before, and it was an aura LuZe was all too familiar with. "Have you gotten involved with the sinister face?" LuZe coldly said. "How do you know?" The ghostly figure was shocked at first, but quickly laughed. "So what if you know? Today is your day to die." The ghostly figure laughed loudly and charged at LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe reacted instantly. An invisible gravity was immediately applied to the ghostly figure. Thud! The ghostly figure, which had been moving at high speed, crashed heavily to the ground in that instant. "You're not an ordinary person. It seems what that adult said is true." The ghostly figure struggled to lift its head from the ground. Upon hearing this, LuZe sensed something and questioned. "That adult is the outsider? Who is he? Speak, Buzz." The ghostly figure suddenly felt its mind blank, and the words it had hidden deep inside surged uncontrollably out. "That adult is the outsider. He said he must kill LuZe. I don't know anything else about him," the ghostly figure said in shock. After hearing this, LuZe stopped the interrogation, as this was the ghostly figure's true feelings. The recovering ghostly figure suddenly stood up and instantly appeared behind LuZe, trying to launch a surprise attack. The ghostly figure shouted, and then powerful soul energy gathered in its hand. Boom! With a loud explosion, the area where LuZe stood was instantly shrouded in dust, turning into ruins. The ghostly figure watched all of this, and a smile appeared on its face. "It's done. It seems I was overthinking." "Oh, who'd you take care of?" Just as the ghostly figure relaxed its guard, a hand landed on his shoulder. Instantly reacting, the ghostly figure quickly pulled away and looked at the speaker in shock. The ghostly figure exclaimed, "Why are you still alive? I thought I had already." Before the ghostly figure could finish, a finger pressed against its mask. "Did that adult you mentioned not tell you that I'm very dangerous?" LuZe said with a faint smile. Then, a dazzling light flickered from his finger. Paradox, absolute repulsion. Buzz. Boom. Before the ghostly figure could react. A massive repulsive force shattered its mask, sending it flying away. Cough, cough. The ghostly figure, blasted away by the repulsion, found it hard to breathe, and at least half of its bones were broken. At that moment, it realized what kind of existence it was facing, one completely from another dimension. I've asked what I needed to ask, and you've lived long enough, LuZe said with a gentle smile. As he spoke each word, the surrounding reality began to twist gradually. While the ghostly figure was still in confusion, a powerful force wrapped around it. Feeling intense pain, the ghostly figure let out a scream, but the next second it shut its mouth. Because in the vacuum domain, the ghostly figure couldn't breathe, and even its soul energy couldn't be unleashed. Slap! In an instant, LuZe appeared right in front of the ghostly figure, grabbing its face. It's time to end this, LuZe said coldly. Then a stream of colorless energy surged into his hand. Whoosh! As the colorless energy spread, the ghostly figure was quickly erased. The ghostly figure was dead. In a room deep within the spirit hall, a person who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes. It seems the ghostly figure was still not up to par. After all, he possesses the truth, the man said with a faint smile. Once he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the matter and closed his eyes again to continue meditating. On LuZe's side, after resolving the ghostly figure, he let Tang San and the others come out. Teacher, who was that person? Why do you want to kill you the moment we met? Tang San asked curiously. LuZe smiled lightly and replied, It's nothing, just someone asking for directions. Really? Tang San and the others looked at him with disbelief. Seeing their expressions, LuZe found it amusing and waved his hand, saying, Let's go. Everyone prepare to head to the final location of our training. Okay. Tang San and the others replied in unison. Although they didn't know who that person was, they could at least confirm that he wouldn't come looking for trouble again. After a while of traveling, LuZe and the others finally arrived at the final destination of this outing, Tianyuan City. Wow, is this a big city? It really makes our little village look like a small fry, Ma Hongjun said, looking wide-eyed. The others just smiled and said nothing. All right, let's find a place to stay today and start the training task tomorrow, LuZe said with a gentle smile as he looked at them. The others had no doubts and readily agreed. Soon, they arrived at a hotel, and Ma Hongjun was once again dazzled by the decorations inside. LuZe first asked them to wait there while he went to book a few rooms. Before long, according to LuZe's arrangement, everyone entered their own rooms, while LuZe comfortably sat on a chair. This life is really good, LuZe murmured in enjoyment. But soon he fell into deep thought, because that outsider actually knew him, while he couldn't learn anything about him. LuZe speculated that the other party was at least of the original sin level, or even more powerful. There were faint shadows of the 7 deadly sins, which was what LuZe worried about. If that outsider was one of the 7 deadly sins in this world, his plans might be delayed. If the plan was delayed, the danger on his brother's side would increase. Xiaoyu, you must wait for me. Your brother will definitely come back to find you. Chapter 140. Ian revived a new journey. All right, the training is very simple. Everyone just treat it like a trip, LuZe said with a smile in front of Tang San and the others. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others jumped up in joy and rushed out of the hotel. They really are full of energy, LuZe said with a slight smile as he watched them leave. After speaking, he turned and walked up to the hotel rooftop. The reason he went to the rooftop was that someone was waiting for him there. Welcome, Hall Master. Soon, LuZe arrived at the rooftop. Well, the person waiting for him was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Sorry to keep you waiting, LuZe said with a gentle smile. Tang Hao quickly lowered his stature, replying, No, it's my honor to wait for the Hall Master. Since you're here, let's not waste words. How did your investigation go? LuZe became serious upon seeing this. Tang Hao slowly replied, The movements of that outsider are indeed hard to trace, but I still found a few clues. Oh, tell me about it, LuZe said, intrigued, not expecting Tang Hao to be so diligent. I don't know much else. But one thing I can confirm is that the outsider comes from outside the continent, just like you, having detached from the rules of soul masters relying on soul power. Tang Hao said solemnly. Upon hearing this, LuZe had some suspicions, but quickly dismissed them. Thank you for your hard work. LuZe patted Tang Hao's shoulder. Tang Hao's expression was quite conflicted. However, LuZe could see through his inner thoughts at a glance. You're thinking about the matter I promised you, right? LuZe said. I wouldn't dare. Serving the Hall of Truth is an honor for me. Tang Hao quickly replied, deliberately avoiding LuZe's gaze. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, then turned around and said, Take me to see her. This Tang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt it was a bit unrealistic. Seeing him frozen in place, LuZe smiled and said, "Aren't you coming? I only have a few days free." Okay. Tang Hao hurriedly followed, his face instantly beaming with a bright smile. LuZe merely smiled faintly at this. After all, people like Tang Hao were quite rare. "Master, what about the others?" At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly thought of his daughter. LuZe seemed to have anticipated this, casually saying, "Don't worry, there are others protecting them. You can rest assured." Tang Hao didn't know who LuZe was referring to, but he seemed reliable. The news of LuZe's departure quickly spread among Tang San and the others, and the person who informed them was Lucifer, who had come to replace LuZe in leading this training. "How could brother leave us behind? That's so cruel." Lu Xiaoyu complained. Although she was upset, she calmed down after a moment, knowing that LuZe was a busy person and it was normal for him to have matters to attend to. In contrast, Tang San and the others remained relatively calm, only feeling a bit disappointed. Lucifer looked at the dejected group and didn't know what to say, wondering if he really lacked LuZe's charm, which seemed impossible. "Everyone, don't be too disappointed. I'm still here, right?" Lucifer tried to regain some face, but Tang Xiaoyu and the others merely glanced at him and then turned to return to their rooms. Seeing this, the veins on Lucifer's forehead popped up. However, the three boys, Dai Mubai and the others, still stood there, which made Lucifer feel much better. "You three are good. You know how to respect your teacher," Lucifer said with a smile as he approached Dai Mubai and the others. Dai Mubai didn't dare to say much, but Oscar and Ma Hongjun cheekily came up to Lucifer and asked, "Teacher Lu, who's smarter, you or Teacher Lu?" Lucifer was momentarily at a loss for words, but thought about it and smiled helplessly. "Of course, it's your teacher LuZe, but I'm only slightly behind him," Lucifer said with a faint smile. Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked thoughtful after hearing this, then casually left, with their arms around each other's shoulders. Dai Mubai, who remained, suddenly felt a bit of danger, and nervously looked at the frowning Lucifer, quickly saying, "Teacher, I think you're much more impressive than Teacher Lu. Like how you're much more handsome." Hearing this, Lucifer couldn't help but laugh, and then ruffled Dai Mubai's hair. "Don't flatter me too much. I know there's a gap. Although I'm stronger than LuZe now, he seems to have suffered a serious injury and hasn't recovered yet. Plus, he's more outstanding in theory," Lucifer said with a smile. Dai Mubai nodded thoughtfully and said, "Teacher, I think you're really impressive too." Lucifer smiled and then let Dai Mubai go about his business. Dai Mubai didn't hesitate and turned to run outside, not knowing where he was flying off to. Alone, Lucifer smiled faintly and then walked into the room where LuZe had previously stayed. In a forest, LuZe, guided by Tang Hao, arrived at a cave. "This is your wife, right?" LuZe looked at the swaying blue silvergrass and smiled gently. Tang Hao didn't say much, gently caressing the leaves of the blue silvergrass, his eyes filled with tenderness. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and slowly said, "You should step back. You absolutely mustn't interfere with what comes next. As long as I can bring Ian back, I will go through fire and water." Tang Hao's gaze instantly became very determined. LuZe waved his hand to signal him to step back, and without hesitation, Tang Hao moved behind LuZe. Once Tang Hao stepped aside, LuZe raised his hand. "Paradox, control of time." Yes, LuZe planned to use the time paradox to bring Ian back. But it wasn't about reversing time, as that would involve Tang Hao and Tang San, so his plan was to accelerate the passage of time. He would forcibly advance a Yin's growth time, allowing her to transform back into a human. "What?" Tang Hao, who was narrating, was instantly shocked. This was the most miraculous and exaggerated method he had ever seen, something no one could achieve. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with vitality, and Ian, who originally had only a few decades of cultivation, jumped straight to 10,000 years in just a short while. And it didn't stop there, it continued to rise. 50,000 years, 60,000 years, 80,000 years, until 100,000 years, a Yin's cultivation finally came to a halt. After LuZe stopped, Ian also began to speak. "How?" Although it was just a single word, Tang Hao shed tears. "Ian, I really miss you." Tang Hao trembled as he stepped forward to Ian. At this moment, Ian had not yet transformed, but she couldn't help but reach out to touch his face. Seeing this, LuZe merely smiled faintly and then turned to walk out of the cave. He knew that the current situation was not under his control, so it was better to avoid it. Once outside the cave, LuZe noticed that he was already drenched in sweat. It seemed that the super spec time paradox was still too much. He was exhausted after such a short time. LuZe sighed helplessly and then sat down to adjust himself. As night fell, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Tang Hao also came out, standing next to a blue-haired woman, who could only be Ayin. Thank you, Home Master, for your help. Tang Hao suddenly knelt down when he saw LuZe. Ayin did the same, gratefully kneeling on the ground. Get up, LuZe said as he slowly stood up with a smile. Tang Hao complied and slowly stood up, but his eyes were still filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me, Home Master, Ayin said gratefully. LuZe waved his hand and smiled. Since this matter is resolved, I should leave for the overseas continent. You need to keep a close eye on the Spirit Hall's affairs. If anything happens, remember to go to Shrek and find a man named Lucifer. Understood, Home Master, please rest assured. I will definitely complete the task you entrusted to me, Tang Hao said loudly. After hearing this, LuZe stopped speaking and stepped forward to walk away. Tang Hao and Ayin, who remained behind, watched his departing figure with deep gratitude. A new journey has begun, and LuZe is about to encounter even more interesting things. Chapter 141, Unexpected Encounter by the Sea. A few days later, in a small town by the sea in the Douluo continent, LuZe had just arrived here and was looking for a place to rest. Little brother, I can tell you're from the inland. A voice called out from behind LuZe. Upon hearing this, LuZe politely replied, Yes, I'm a traveler. I heard the scenery by the sea is beautiful, so I came to have a look. The person who spoke to LuZe was a skinny man with shifty eyes, but he exuded the aura of a soul sect, indicating there was something off about him. So you're a traveler. Hello, I'm Li Yi, the one who knows this area best. Would you like me to be your tour guide? The man said with a grin. LuZe thought for a moment and then smiled. Sure, I was just worried about not having anyone to show me around. All right, let me take you to find a place to stay, Li Yi said with a smile. LuZe did not respond, but merely smiled faintly and followed behind him. Li Yi was surprised by this, as one would normally be more cautious in such situations. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? LuZe asked with a smile. Li Yi, who had been staring at him, quickly turned his head away and awkwardly laughed. No, it's just that I've never seen such a handsome man before. Haha. LuZe scratched his head and smiled, then fell silent. Feeling that he had successfully changed the topic, Li Yi resumed leading LuZe. After a while, under Li Yi's guidance, LuZe arrived at a hotel. Without hesitation, he booked a room and checked in. Upon entering the room, LuZe first looked around at the room's decor, then went to the window to gaze outside. The view is really nice. I can see the sea right from my bed. LuZe smiled faintly. He then lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The Sun and Moon continent had not yet collided with the Douluo continent, and these fishermen likely did not know of its existence. After resting for a while, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. If no one here knows anything, I'll have to look for that guy in the sea, LuZe thought to himself, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. However, before seeking that guy, LuZe planned to stay here for a few days. Perhaps he could gather some insider information. After thinking for a long time, LuZe felt he had rested enough and decided to head outside the hotel. Just as he stepped out, something interesting happened. Catch that guy! A loud shout erupted from the bustling marketplace. Immediately, a small figure darted out from the crowd, running straight towards LuZe. Quick, catch that thief! At this moment, several men clad in black armor squeezed out from the crowd. The leading man had already reached the level of a Soul King, and the others were not far behind, the weakest among them being a Soul Master. If you don't want to die, behave and be my hostage. While LuZe was watching the spectacle, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. LuZe did not resist. He wanted to see what kind of trouble the person who kidnapped him was in that warranted a pursuit by a team led by a Soul King. It is known that a team led by a Soul King is not an ordinary force. Only those with considerable power can mobilize them. Don't act recklessly. I have a hostage, the kidnapper shouted. Upon hearing this, the Soul King quickly stopped the other men. Captain, that thief has something very important on him. Is it really okay? A Soul Master quickly asked. The Soul King felt quite conflicted. After all, the kidnapper had a hostage. If they acted recklessly, it could harm LuZe, and if they let the thief escape, he might face severe punishment upon returning. For a moment, the kidnapper and the Soul King were at a standoff, with both sides refraining from making a move. Thief, I advise you to be sensible. Release that brother and leave the things you took behind. We might spare your life, the Soul King said solemnly. The thief immediately rejected his offer. You want me to give up something I've already got? Dream on, the thief shouted, then unfolded a pair of black-purple wings behind him. In front of everyone, he forcefully took LuZe into the air, who was still in shock. Seeing this, the Soul King became furious, unleashing his soul power and thrusting himself upward with great force. Boom! A whirlwind erupted as the Soul King shot towards the thief in midair like a cannonball. You forced me to do this. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a hostage. The Soul King reached out his massive hand towards the thief. Oomph! The thief sneered and instantly vanished from the Soul King's sight. The Soul King, unable to fly, crashed heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, damn it. I should have been more ruthless. The Soul King said angrily as he was helped up by the other men. But now, anger was pointless, as the thief had already disappeared beyond their pursuit range. Hey, now that you're safe, can't you just let go of an ordinary person like me? LuZe said with a faint smile while being held in the air by the thief above a forest. The thief ignored him and flew straight toward the nearby cave. Seeing that the thief was ignoring him, LuZe was not angry. Instead, he found it amusing. After a while, the thief stopped and casually tossed LuZe aside. So rough, LuZe dusted himself off and slowly stood up. At that moment, the thief spoke. You have no value to me now, so just scram, the thief said coldly. LuZe was taken aback for a moment, then began his act. You threw me from such a height. How am I supposed to get down? LuZe said with a confused expression, though it sounded quite genuine. The thief, growing impatient, retorted, Are you even a man? Can't you get down from such a height? But I'm just an ordinary person without soul power. LuZe feigned an innocent expression and said pitifully. Upon hearing this, the thief realized that LuZe truly had no soul power. Coupled with LuZe's pitiful expression, the thief immediately felt at a loss. That was my mistake. I'll take you down right away, the thief quickly said. But when LuZe heard this, his previously pitiful expression changed instantly. With a faint smile, LuZe said, How could a thief be so soft-hearted? Don't you know that being soft-hearted leads to trouble? Seeing LuZe's smiling face, the thief immediately realized he had been tricked and quickly distanced himself. Who exactly are you? The thief asked warily. There are only two types of people who cannot perceive their own soul power. Either they are stronger than you, or they truly have no soul power. But looking at his smile, the only feeling the thief had was that this guy in front of him was definitely not simple. LuZe smiled faintly upon hearing this and slowly approached the thief. I'm just an ordinary traveler who happens to be interested in that thing you have. Chapter 142. The 1,000-Year Water-Repelling Pearl? I'm just an ordinary traveler, casually interested in the item on you, LuZe said with a gentle smile. At that moment, the thief felt a terrifying pressure. You clearly have no soul power. Why do you still feel this way? The thief stammered, then fearfully retreated until his back hit the rock wall of the cave. Were you afraid of, dear little sister? LuZe asked with a harmless smile. Hearing this, the thief became even more terrified and collapsed onto the ground. Why you? Don't come over, the thief stuttered. But LuZe didn't take his words seriously at all. With a wave of his right hand, the black mask that had covered the thief's face instantly turned to ashes. Under the black mask was a very delicate face, clearly that of a young girl. At that moment, the girl's pupils shook as if she had seen the most terrifying monster of her life. Am I really that scary? LuZe felt a bit embarrassed looking at the girl's unusual reaction and wanted to help her up. Don't touch me. But in that instant, the girl's hand instantly pushed his away, and she seized the opportunity to rush towards the cave exit. Just as she was about to escape the cave, her gaze started to recover, but the next second she fell into fear again. Paradox, time stop. Buzz. Almost in an instant, everything around them was frozen at a single point in time. Well, I originally wanted to have a good chat, but it ended up like this. LuZe shook his head lightly. He then walked step by step in front of the girl and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Crack. In an instant, the frozen time shattered, and the girl, unable to think, rushed directly into LuZe's arms. Now, we can have a good chat, right? LuZe looked at the girl in his arms with a gentle smile. The girl felt a dizzying sensation and slowly raised her head, then screamed. Ah! The girl fainted as if she had seen a ghost. LuZe originally wanted to handle it personally, but it seemed he underestimated how scary he was. Forget it. I'll deal with it when this girl wakes up. LuZe sighed with a wry smile. After an unknown period, the fainted girl opened her eyes again. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw LuZe sitting beside her. I jumped up. What are you doing here? The girl said in terror. LuZe, noticing she was awake, felt there was no need to prolong this, so he asked directly, Who are you? Upon hearing this, the girl shifted her gaze to another direction. Speak. Just when the girl thought she could avoid answering by remaining silent, she found herself unable to control her mouth after hearing that word. My name is Feng Linger, the girl answered obediently. LuZe nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask, What is that thing on you? Answer me. Feng Linger still hadn't recovered from her previous experience, and her mouth once again opened uncontrollably. It's the 1,000-year water-repelling pearl. She was forced to answer. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately lost interest. He thought it would be something good, but it turned out to be just a broken pearl. I thought it was something significant, LuZe said as he stood up and waved his hand, then turned to walk out of the cave. Not long after LuZe exited the cave, Fenglinger followed closely behind him. At first, LuZe didn't take care, but later realized this girl was really sticking to him. Why are you following me? LuZe asked with a puzzled expression. I. Fenglinger didn't know how to respond. Seeing this, LuZe didn't think much and directly commanded, stay here obediently. That familiar feeling returned. Fenglinger once again felt her body was not her own and couldn't move an inch. After LuZe made her stop, he flew towards the coastal town without looking back. Soon, LuZe returned to the room he had rented earlier. I really don't understand what makes this broken pearl so rare. LuZe lay on the bed, staring at the pearl in his hand. The pearl was light blue, with a slight fluctuation of soul power inside. He had taken it with him when he left Fenglinger, just wanted to see the peculiarity of the water-repelling pearl. However, after observing it for a long time, LuZe didn't find anything special about the pearl. Undoubtedly, it only allowed humans to speak and move normally underwater. Other than that, it had no other use, and LuZe immediately lost interest, casually tossing it aside. I'm a bit tired today. I'll rest for a bit, LuZe said with a gentle smile. As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe fell into a deep sleep. The night grew deeper, and LuZe was enjoying his dreamland. At that moment, the door to his room was quietly opened. Peeking through the crack of the door was none other than Fenglinger, the girl LuZe had left in the wilderness. Damn it. If it weren't for him being stronger than me, I would have already dismembered him, Fenglinger complained quietly. Though she said this, she didn't dare to actually do it. After all, the power LuZe had displayed was far too strong, completely beyond her understanding. The only reason Fenglinger stealthily entered LuZe's room in the middle of the night was for the 1,000-year water-repelling pearl. Even though that pearl was nothing in LuZe's eyes, it was a rare opportunity for people like Fenglinger. The deep sea is often much more interesting than the continent, while the dangers of the ocean are unknown. This bastard should be asleep by now. I'm so clever. I left a trace of my aura on him earlier, Fenglinger said with a wise expression. Without saying much more, she began to search for the water-repelling pearl. After searching for a long time, Fenglinger returned empty-handed, sitting dejectedly by LuZe's bed. Where on earth did he hide the water-repelling pearl? Fenglinger complained unhappily. At that moment, a hand rested on Fenglinger's shoulder. Little sister, you seem to be doing well. I warn you not to mess around, or I'll call for help, Fenglinger said seriously. But LuZe seemed unafraid of anything as he directly grabbed her by the neck. If you dare to enter my room again, you'll only be leaving horizontally, LuZe said coldly. Fenglinger, who had originally been thrown out, suddenly stood up and, with an unhappy expression, shouted, Do you really think this girl cares about your broken pearl? However, there was no response from inside the room, making it feel as if LuZe had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Fenglinger stopped talking and ran out of the inn with an unhappy face. What she didn't know was that inside LuZe's room, he was quietly watching her retreating figure from the window. He really didn't understand why these people would be enemies with marine creatures. Chapter 143, New Continent. The next morning, LuZe once again arrived at the dock. Looking at the rising sun, he couldn't help but feel very comfortable. At that moment, Li came up behind him. Little brother, do you also like this kind of scenery? Li asked with a smile. LuZe smiled back and said, This scenery is certainly beautiful, but I want to see what's at the end of the sea. Are you talking about Sea God Island? Li replied. LuZe shook his head after hearing this. It's not there. There's a continent even farther than Sea God Island. Really? Li looked skeptical. After all, such things seemed a bit absurd. LuZe ignored him and stepped forward, walking towards the sea. Seeing this, Li panicked and wanted to rush forward to pull him back. But he was stunned because LuZe was standing steadily on the surface of the sea. Little brother, what are you doing? Li asked in confusion. LuZe slowly turned around and smiled. It's nothing, just a little trick. After saying that, he prepared to move closer to where the sun was rising. Li could only stay where he was, as he couldn't walk on the water like LuZe. In the end, Li decided to leave the dock. But as soon as he turned around, someone stepped on his face. Damn guy, trying to run away with my water-repelling pearl. The person stepping on Li's face was Fenglinger. She had been following LuZe since early morning, trying to find an opportunity to steal the water-repelling pearl. But just now, she got distracted for a moment, and LuZe had already walked away on the surface of the sea. So, when Linger came to her senses. She didn't think any further and directly summoned her martial soul to fly in the direction LuZe had left. Not far away, LuZe smiled calmly and then raised his right hand. Stop! Linger, who was speeding along, instantly halted her actions and fell into the sea with a splash. After seeing this, LuZe still wore a light smile and raised his hand again. Linger was lifted out of the sea by an invisible force. Cough, cough. After being rescued, Linger gasped for air, thinking she would never see the sun again. Are you really willing to risk your life for a broken pearl? LuZe said indifferently. Linger didn't know how to respond. Seeing this, LuZe stopped talking and turned to walk ahead, leaving Linger staring blankly at his retreating figure. In the end, she made a decision to follow LuZe until she got the water-repelling pearl back. However, her soul power couldn't support her flying for long, and she almost drowned several times along the way. If it weren't for LuZe's help, she would have probably died long ago, but she still insisted on following him. LuZe found her determination amusing. Since you want the water-repelling pearl so much, I'll give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition, LuZe said with a faint smile, hearing that she could get the water-repelling pearl back. Linger instantly perked up and said, what condition? As long as it's not too much, I can accept it. Simple, just come with me. LuZe waved his hand and smiled. Upon hearing this, Linger immediately felt something was off, but at that moment, LuZe took out the water-repelling pearl. So, have you thought it over? This opportunity only comes once, LuZe said with a smile. I agree, just give me back the water-repelling pearl. Linger said reluctantly. That's not enough. You have to come ashore first, LuZe said with a smile. Linger looked displeased. But what could she do? After all, the water-repelling pearl was not in her hands. Seeing that Linger was silent, LuZe smiled and walked in front of her, grabbing the back of her collar. Don't worry, it'll be quick, LuZe said lightly. Before Linger could react, LuZe accelerated towards the rising sun. As she looked at the scenery in front of her, Linger couldn't help but close her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened, and LuZe, holding Linger, finally slowed down. Are we on the shore now? Linger, sensing that the speed was slowing down, slowly opened her eyes. Not yet, but soon, LuZe said, looking at the distant coastline. Linger raised her eyes to look ahead. Is that the coast? She exclaimed in surprise. To be precise, that's a new continent, an area we have never set foot on, LuZe said slowly. Linger was very shocked, and then asked, how do you know? I won't tell you, LuZe smiled. He certainly couldn't say that he was from the future and knew all these things. It's enough to think about it. It's better to keep some secrets for himself. Linger looked at his smiling face and immediately felt displeased. LuZe didn't waste any time and arrived at the coast in just a few breaths. Now can you give me the water-repelling pearl? As soon as they reached the shore, Linger stretched out her hand without any courtesy. LuZe only smiled and threw the water-repelling pearl to her. What's the difference? Anyway, you can't go back now. Will you explore this new continent with me? Or will you stay here and wait for me to return? LuZe said, looking at Linger. After hearing this, Linger fell into deep thought. I'll give you a night to think about it. Tell me your choice tomorrow morning, LuZe said, turning and walking toward a nearby tree. Meanwhile, Linger stayed in place, still contemplating whether to follow LuZe or wait for him here. After all, it seemed a bit impossible to return to the Douluo continent alone. She didn't even know the way back. And what if she encountered a powerful sea spirit beast on the way? The next morning, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and found Linger lying beside him. Hey, have you thought it over? LuZe called Linger awake without any courtesy. Being forcibly awakened, Linger looked confused and rubbed her eyes as she slowly said, I've decided. I'll follow you. Good, that's better. Traveling alone is too lonely. LuZe smiled and said. He then walked into the interior of the new continent, pondering what fun things awaited in the sun and moon continent from 10,000 years ago. Linger couldn't help but roll her eyes at his expression. But she didn't say anything more and directly followed behind LuZe. However, not long after they left, a shadow appeared not far away. They really came. It seems like I was right, the shadow said with a smile. Don't let me down, fellow. Chapter 144. The Wrath of Sin from 10,000 years ago. LuZe and Linger had been in the New World for nearly 3 days, but they had yet to find any traces of humans. LuZe, how long are we going to stay on this continent? Linger began to feel a bit impatient. After 3 days of contact, she knew LuZe's name, but that was all she knew. We're almost there, LuZe said, his eyes fixed on a large mountain ahead. Almost where? Linger felt quite puzzled. The human settlement. LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Linger was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. But looking at LuZe's expression, she instinctively chose to trust him. She then pointed excitedly at the mountain and said, the human settlement is behind that mountain, right? Seeing her excitement, LuZe smiled and nodded. With confirmation, Linger immediately unleashed her soul power, and a pair of wings unfolded from her back. Without looking back, she charged towards the mountain's peak. After witnessing this scene, LuZe did not follow her, but instead turned cold. You've been following me since we landed. Aren't you going to come out and say hello? LuZe slowly said, closing his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew through, causing the leaves to rustle. Ha! At that moment, a male laughter echoed. No wonder you're my kind. It took you so long to be the first to notice me. As the laughter faded, a man slowly appeared behind LuZe. Upon hearing the man's voice, LuZe turned around slowly and was shocked. The guy in front of him looked very similar to Samuel, one of the 7 deadly sins of wrath. You show me that expression. Could it be you know me? The man asked curiously. Realizing, LuZe waved his hand and smiled. I don't know you. I just think you look a lot like someone I know. Oh, what kind of person is that? How do I compare to him? The man asked excitedly. LuZe thought carefully and replied with a smile. He has a bad temper, and he's stronger than you. This. The man's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Observing the man's reaction, LuZe quickly came to a conclusion. Indeed, this guy was Samuel, the future embodiment of the sin of wrath. However, Samuel was not his real name. Among the 7 deadly sins, only pride and envy had names that were not aliases, while the names of the other 5 sins were merely titles. Brother, I'm just a traveler. I don't know your name, LuZe asked with a smile. The man immediately returned to normal and shouted, First, let us fight. If you win, I'll tell you my name. Hearing this, LuZe felt speechless and internally muttered. No wonder he's the future wrath. He really has a bad temper. Looking at LuZe's expression, the man shouted again, and his aura began to emanate. Boom! At the moment he charged forward, a deep pit appeared where he had been standing. Seeing the man rushing towards him, LuZe raised his hand with a serious expression. After all, if Lucifer was already that strong, the others couldn't be too far behind. Sure enough, the man shattered LuZe's paradox defense with a single punch, and a massive fist struck his chest. Boom! With a single punch, LuZe crashed heavily into a distant boulder, which instantly shattered into countless pieces. LuZe slowly walked out of the rubble, but he was only covered in a bit of dust, without a single wound. No wonder you're my kind. You're so strong. The man shouted excitedly. Then, he exerted force with his legs again and instantly disappeared from his original position. By the time LuZe sensed the aura again, the man was already behind him. The man's fist, as big as a sandbag, was about to hit the back of LuZe's head. Stop! LuZe smiled faintly, and the man who was about to punch him was frozen in midair. Though you're strong, you're still a bit lacking compared to Lucifer. LuZe chuckled at the frozen man. Just when he thought it was all over, an unexpected event occurred the next second. Crack! For some unknown reason, the frozen man forcibly broke free from the control and slowly approached LuZe. Wow, impressive. LuZe quickly distanced himself from the man. In the next second, the man finally broke free from the restraint and slammed his fist down onto the ground where LuZe had just been. Boom! In an instant, a fierce wind blew, and the surrounding trees were bent by the tremendous force. When the dust settled, the spot where the man had stood had become an enormous, deep pit. You're surprisingly strong. It seems I underestimated you. The man looked up at LuZe, who was floating in midair. LuZe smiled back. You're not bad yourself. Quite strong. Huh. The man laughed heartily, then raised his hand and pointed at LuZe, saying, I will definitely step on you. All right, I'm waiting for you. LuZe seemed to have made up his mind and continued, if I step on you first, you'll be my subordinate from now on. How about that? Sure. Just watch how I'll step on you. The man shouted defiantly. LuZe shook his head and then began to get serious. His eyes turned crimson, and then dark red energy began to emanate from him. Range coverage. LuZe simply raised his hand and softly spoke, and the surrounding reality began to distort. Simultaneously, the originally blue sky darkened, and a crimson light illuminated the area where they were. What is this? The man felt the changes around him. Curiosity gradually turned into vigilance. Since that's the case, let us have a good spar, LuZe said with a strange smile. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a mass of colorless energy shot towards the man. Whoosh! The speed of the colorless energy was so fast that the man narrowly escaped death from that attack. That was close. The man panted heavily after dodging the attack. He never expected that the guy in front of him was this ridiculously strong. Good reflexes, but your speed is still a bit lacking. Just as the man breathed a sigh of relief, LuZe appeared behind him, realizing the danger. The man felt something was wrong. What? Bang! Before the man could react, LuZe had already kicked him in the abdomen. The man who was kicked immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, the nearly dozens of times the strength was quite terrifying. Cough, cough. The man who was kicked flew back, but managed to stand up trembling, staring fixedly at LuZe. It seemed that my thoughts were too many. We are not even on the same level. The man was not foolish. If this continued, he would only have death awaiting him. Oh, how about joining me? LuZe tilted his head and smiled. The man didn't waste words and directly replied with a smile. That's right, I agree. My name is Wu Kuang. What about you? Boss. He changed his tone quite quickly. Hearing his words, LuZe's expression began to recover. He then slowly said, I am LuZe, the master of the Hall of Truth. Welcome to join. After saying that, he extended his right hand once again. Wu Kuang didn't waste words. Since he had agreed to the other's request, he wouldn't go back on his word and directly shook LuZe's hand. Hello, master. Chapter 145 Leviathan. This place is called the Sun and Moon Continent. It's my first time seeing outsiders like you. Wu Kuang said with a hearty laugh while looking at LuZe and Fenglinger. Fenglinger looked at Wu Kuang, who was laughing heartily with a puzzled expression. Just now, when she arrived at the mountaintop, she found that LuZe had not followed, along with a powerful force colliding from behind. She then realized something had happened to LuZe and quickly dove down the mountain. But when she reached the bottom, she saw Wu Kuang happily chatting with LuZe. After some introductions, Fenglinger learned about Wu Kuang's identity, which further deepened her respect for LuZe's strength. Has this continent existed for a long time? Fenglinger cool usli usket Wu Kuang. After thinking carefully, Wu Kuang burst into laughter. Ha ha! Of course. Our Sun and Moon continent has not only existed for a long time, but our economic development is also at the top of the world. Wu Kuang said with a smile. Really? Fenglinger said, half convinced. Meanwhile, LuZe seriously said, it should be true. Ah, hearing this, Fenglinger was immediately stunned. Even LuZe said so. How could she not believe it? Soon, under Wu Kuang's guidance, LuZe and Fenglinger crossed the mountain. As soon as they crossed, Fenglinger was astonished by the scene before her. This is the Sun and Moon continent? Fenglinger mum ulet in shock. Because the buildings in front of her were like heaven and earth compared to those in the Douluo continent. This is just the tip of the iceberg of our Sun and Moon continent. If you go to the main city, it will be even more shocking, Wu Kuang said with a proud smile. Having come this far, Fenglinger had no choice but to believe him. At this moment, LuZe slowly spoke. Let's find a place to stay first. All right, Wu Kuang smiled and nodded. He then took the two to a hotel. You can stay here for now. In the future, I'll have the opportunity to take you into the main city, Wu Kuang said with a smile. LuZe didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded before entering his room. Fenglinger politely thanked Wu Kuang. After LuZe entered his room, Wu Kuang smiled and left the hotel, as he had more important matters to attend to. Inside the hotel room, LuZe stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. It seems that the development of soul-guiding devices in the Sun and Moon Empire is indeed the leader of the continent, LuZe said with a faint smile. He then lay down on the bed, starting to think about what to do starting tomorrow. Since the sin of wrath is on the Sun and Moon continent, does that mean the other sins should also exist somewhere on this continent? The appearances of Lucifer and Wu Kuang further confirmed LuZe's speculation that the 7 deadly sins had not yet taken shape. Even if the 7 deadly sins had not appeared, the sins had already manifested. Although they were still just minor sins, they should not be underestimated. However, LuZe was more worried about the one among the 7 deadly sins who had the greatest ambition. In terms of strength, that guy is not Lucifer's match. But in terms of ambition, no one can compare to him. LuZe even speculated that the sin he encountered last time was created by that guy. There were too many questions. It seemed he had to take things step by step. Thinking of this, LuZe couldn't help but feel a headache, then closed his eyes and started to rest. The next morning, as soon as LuZe opened the door, he found Wu Kuang had been waiting outside for a long time. So he asked, "Did you block my door early in the morning because you have something to say to me?" Wu Kuang laughed upon hearing this. "Ha, you saw through it, boss. Isn't it obvious?" LuZe felt a bit helpless. Wu Kuang then stopped talking nonsense and directly said, "Master, there is something important I must tell you. Go ahead." LuZe responded with a smile. Wu Kuang didn't speak immediately, but instead pulled LuZe into the room before he was willing to open his mouth. "Master, you should know that if people like us were unified, the consequences would be unimaginable," Wu Kuang said seriously. LuZe understood and nodded with a faint smile. "I know that, But you still chose to follow me, right? Because you are very strong, but that guy is different. He will stop at nothing to get what he wants, and he won't even spare those around him. Wu Kuang's expression became increasingly serious. That guy has the power of paradox, just like us, right? LuZe instantly thought of someone. That is for sure, Wu Kuang said faintly, but he has another ability, which is to take others' powers for himself. Leviathan. LuZe instantly confirmed the other's identity. Wu Kuang was shocked upon hearing this and hurriedly said, Master, you know that guy? Just a little. LuZe rubbed his temples. This confirmed his speculation completely. Then Master must be careful. He must have been keeping an eye on you for a long time, Wu Kuang said meaningfully. LuZe smiled faintly and then suddenly grabbed Wu Kuang by the neck. Yes, he must have been keeping an eye on me for a long time, LuZe said with a wicked smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of colorless air surged out. Seeing this, Wu Kuang felt something was wrong and immediately broke free from LuZe's grip. After breaking free, Wu Kuang slowly stood up, revealing a strange smile on his face. How did you find out? Wu Kuang said with a wicked smile. Your aura is too disgusting. LuZe wiped his hands and said faintly. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuang stopped pretending and directly revealed his true form. The surroundings began to distort, and a pitch-black aura began to emanate from Wu Kuang. Leviathan, I didn't expect you to take such a big risk to come find me, LuZe said calmly while looking at him. Soon, Wu Kuang shed his disguise, smiling at LuZe. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? The power you possess is truly enticing, Leviathan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe did not give him a chance to react and instantly teleported behind him. Your ambition is too great, LuZe whispered. Swish! In the next moment, a mass of colorless airflow instantly engulfed him. When the colorless airflow dissipated, Leviathan had already vanished. Although he could no longer sense the other's presence, LuZe remained vigilant. After all, Leviathan was not so easily erased. Sure enough, a strange laughter echoed around LuZe. Hee, how long do you plan to hide? LuZe coldly scanned his surroundings. In the next moment, Leviathan, hidden in the shadows, said with a smile, It's still too early. One day we will truly face off. Hee. As the strange laughter faded, the environment around LuZe returned to normal. At that moment, the true Wukong also arrived. Big brother, what happened here? Wukong asked worriedly. After hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and slowly said, It's nothing, just a mouse scurried out. Where did that mouse go? Wukong asked, raising his guard. LuZe slowly walked to the window and smiled as he looked at the blue sky outside. Let run. Chapter 146. The Arena After Meeting Leviathan. LuZe began to take things seriously. If what he said earlier was true, Leviathan should have already turned several of the 7 deadly sins into his subordinates. On his side, there were only Lucifer and Wukong. If he didn't pick up the pace, it might truly be hard to determine the outcome when they met again. At that moment, Feng Linger suddenly popped up. Where are we going today? Feng Linger asked curiously. After thinking carefully, LuZe slowly replied. Let's familiarize ourselves with the surrounding environment first. Oh, Feng Linger nodded. Wukong, hearing this, said with a smile, I'll take you to a fun place. A fun place? LuZe wondered. He was thinking if this place also had something fun. However, Feng Linger was very excited and exclaimed, Great. Let's go see. Seeing Feng Linger so excited, LuZe didn't know what to say. Wukong, noticing this, just scratched his head and said with a smile, All right, I'll really take you there. Without hesitation, Feng Linger laughed and followed along. LuZe could only shake his head helplessly and slowly followed. Before long, Feng Linger and LuZe, led by Wukong, arrived at a dark alley. Is this the fun place you mentioned? Feng Linger said with an awkward expression. Wukong, however, was all smiles. Ha, of course. Just follow me and you'll see. Although confused, Feng Linger chose to follow. Soon, Wukong brought them to a door at the end of the alley. In here, Feng Linger asked curiously. LuZe, standing next to her, sensed something and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. That's right. This is the place I think is the most fun, Wukong said with a smile. Really? Feng Linger palked up. Yes, Wukong said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong pushed open the door. Feng Linger, who was initially very excited, was instantly stunned upon entering. Beat him. Put in more effort. Go. A chorus of shouts suddenly exploded in Feng Linger's ears. LuZe smiled when he saw the scene before him. So the fun place you mentioned is actually the arena? Feng Linger trembled as she looked at Wukong. Wukong showed a big grin and said, That's right. This is what I consider the most fun place. Hearing this, Feng Linger couldn't help but lower her head. LuZe patted her shoulder and smiled. This is the joy of men. It's understandable that you girls can't accept it. Oomph. Linger brushed LuZe's hand away, shot him an unhappy glance, and followed Wukong. Wukong, filled with joy, led the two into a luxurious private room. Big brother, you just watch here and see how I smash those guys, Wukong said with a hearty laugh. LuZe didn't respond, only lightly nodded with a smile. Linger, on the other hand, slumped on the couch with a look of despair, completely uninterested in watching the match below. Not long after, Wukong's figure appeared in the arena. Oh, he's up so soon? LuZe said with a faint smile from above the arena. In the arena, Wukong confidently stood on the competition stage and looked over at the private room where LuZe was. LuZe noticed him and smiled back. Seeing LuZe smile made Wukong even more energized. Come on, let me see who my opponent is, Wukong declared arrogantly. Soon, his opponent entered the arena. The person facing Wukong was a Soul King, with bulging muscles and a fierce appearance. But in Wukong's eyes, he was just a weak little chicken because he was too weak. You all know the rules of the arena, right? No matter life or death, only victory matters. At this time, the referee stepped forward to remind them. Wukong was unconcerned and wore a relaxed smile. In contrast, his opponent looked very nervous. It was evident from his expression. Relax, brother, don't be so tense. What's your name? Wukong asked with a friendly smile. The Soul King, still feeling tense, replied. My name is Xiao Zhang, level 57 Soul King. Arrogant? Wukong found it quite amusing. Then, he instantly teleported in front of him. Your name is quite arrogant, Wukong said with a friendly smile. He then threw a punch directly at his face. Boom! One punch sent Xiao Zhang crashing into the arena wall, his fate unknown. A bit weak, Wukong chuckled. LuZe had already guessed the outcome, but the atmosphere in the arena surprised him. After Wukong's victory, there were no cheers. The audience seemed to already know the result, just like LuZe. Wukong must be a regular at this arena, LuZe thought. At that moment, Linger suddenly sat beside LuZe. LuZe turned to look at her and smiled. He should be. After all, his strength is not on the same level as these people, LuZe said lightly. Linger nodded and then said again, You're also very strong. Why don't you go up and give it a try? You wanted to go? LuZe looked at her in surprise. Linger nodded with a smile, wanting to see LuZe fight for herself. Forget it, they probably can't handle the beating, LuZe waved his hand. But Linger seemed to be fixated on this matter, constantly nagging in LuZe's ear. Unable to bear it any longer, LuZe had to tell her to shut up. Then he slowly stood up. I'll go take a look. Maybe I can find a few talented individuals. That's more like it, Linger smiled, crossing her arms. Who would have thought that LuZe would walk straight out of the private room, without even looking back? In the corridor leading to the arena, LuZe unexpectedly ran into Wukong. Upon seeing LuZe, Wukong asked in confusion, Big bro, what are you doing here? I'm here to see if I can find a few promising talents, LuZe replied calmly. Wukong simply said oh, and then fell silent. Seeing this, LuZe directly stepped onto the arena. We welcome a newcomer to the arena. Let's see how long he can last. The referee excitedly announced upon seeing LuZe's unfamiliar face. Instantly, the entire arena erupted with enthusiastic cheers. LuZe looked towards the passage where his opponent would come from. Let's see which little cutie my opponent is. Soon a rugged, muscular man walked over. Upon seeing LuZe, the man immediately wore a disdainful expression. Little brother, with that small frame of yours, you dare to step into the arena? Aren't you a bit too arrogant? The man mocked. LuZe didn't show any signs of anger upon hearing this. Instead, he replied very calmly, maybe. Seeing his indifferent expression only fueled the man's anger. Before the referee even called for the match to start, the man threw a punch directly at LuZe's head. Just when everyone thought the match was over, an unexpected event occurred. Kneel down. They heard a faint voice, and the attacking man suddenly knelt at LuZe's feet. Do you not know what arrogance means? LuZe looked down at the man from above. He then grabbed the man's face, and his expression began to show excitement. You will understand the difference between heaven and earth, LuZe said calmly. He then increased the pressure in his grip. The man's expression became distorted. He felt as if his head would explode. I was wrong. At that last moment, the man conceded. This was something no one had expected, but it was the truth. The man conceded, and LuZe won very easily. From that moment on, LuZe's reputation in this arena was firmly established. Everyone remembered his words. Do you understand the difference between heaven and earth? They all realized that LuZe used his strength to show them the height of the heavens. Chapter 147, Night Tour. LuZe's appearance made all the spectators in the arena gasp. His strength could no longer be described as merely powerful. No matter how fierce the opponent was or how swift the attack, there would always be someone kneeling before him. LuZe also felt bored. It had been a while since he encountered a talent worth his attention. How boring. There hasn't been a single worthy candidate this whole time, LuZe murmured disinterestedly. The referee standing beside him felt speechless. After all, LuZe's strength was truly overwhelming. At this moment, LuZe spoke again. Who's next? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone felt as if they were struggling to breathe, as if they would suffocate at any moment. Seeing that no one dared to speak up, LuZe couldn't help but sneer. His sneer seemed to mock everyone present, although they felt furious. No one dared to step up to challenge him. Just when LuZe was about to leave the arena out of boredom, a voice called out to him. Stop. I'll be your opponent. Upon hearing this voice, LuZe was momentarily taken aback, then slowly turned to look at the passage where the opponent was coming from. He saw a man of similar height, looking quite ordinary, walking into the arena. However, LuZe was quite surprised to sense a hint of paradoxical power in this man. He perked up, looked directly at him, and smiled. What's your name? Night Tour. The man replied seriously. After learning the opponent's name, LuZe laughed again and raised a finger. Buzz. In an instant, Night Tour didn't even have time to think before he was knocked to the ground by an invisible force. The crowd looked on with concern, as he was a warrior whom everyone admired. Night Tour, kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his knees. You know my strength. Why would you still step into the arena? LuZe slowly asked, looking at the gritting Night Tour. Night Tour, however, retorted defiantly. I can't stand that look of disdain on your face. Don't think just because you have some ability that you can do as you please. LuZe chuckled at this, then continued, that's right, I do look down on you, but I have the capital to do so. What about you? A weakling who doesn't even have the ability to stand up. Night Tour lowered his head slowly after hearing this. Seeing his demeanor, LuZe felt disappointed, thinking, is this the mindset of someone with a hint of paradoxical power? It's too disappointing. Just as LuZe was about to turn and leave, a furious roar suddenly erupted. I'm not a weakling. Night Tour suddenly unleashed a powerful force and shakily stood up. When LuZe saw this, an excited expression appeared on his face. Night Tour, now standing, pointed a finger at LuZe, anger evident on his face, and said, I will trample you underfoot and make you understand what arrogance is. I'll be waiting for you to trample me, LuZe replied with a smile. In the next second, Night Tour erupted with power, charging towards LuZe against the force of gravity. His speed was almost beyond the gravity's reach, and in an instant, he was in front of LuZe. Without hesitation, Night Tour threw a heavy punch at LuZe. Boom! In an instant, the spot where LuZe stood turned into ruins, smoke engulfing the entire arena. The crowd erupted with excitement, cheering for Night Tour's actions. However, soon after, the audience fell silent once more. You're quite strong, but still a bit lacking. As the smoke cleared, LuZe was seen casually holding Night Tour's fist, looking very relaxed. Night Tour realized the impending crisis, but knew he absolutely couldn't back down now. Otherwise, he would truly lose. So he launched another fierce attack, kicking LuZe in the head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the arena. However, LuZe blocked the kick effortlessly. Night Tour instantly understood that relying solely on such attacks wouldn't hurt LuZe. He needed to change his approach. He quickly created some distance from LuZe, fixing his gaze on him. Good reaction, and your brain works quite well, LuZe commented with a smile. Yu had a serious expression, knowing that the guy in front of him was the strongest existence he had ever encountered, even surpassing the undefeated champion in the arena. Just as he was deep in thought, LuZe suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, LuZe grabbed his head and slammed it down to the ground. Don't get distracted during a fight, or you'll die in a very ugly way, LuZe reminded him with a smile. You bastard. Yi was furious, but before he could make a move, LuZe kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Yi was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall of the arena. When Yi stood up again, he was severely injured, with several ribs likely broken. Do you want to continue? LuZe asked him with a smile. Hearing this, Yi glared at him and gritted his teeth, charging forward once more. Good spirit. LuZe smiled in satisfaction again. However determined Yi was, the outcome remained the same. Boom! An explosion echoed as Yi was pinned to the ground by LuZe, unable to move. Yi's face was filled with defiance. He still wanted to fight LuZe, but his body was no longer supporting him. He was almost at his limit. You're Yi, right? LuZe suddenly asked. Yi did not respond, still staring at him fiercely. Don't look at me like that. LuZe chuckled upon noticing Yi's gaze, then continued. If you want to defeat me, why not join my faction first? There will be plenty of opportunities to spar in the future. Yi was stunned by this statement. And while he was still thinking, LuZe had already let him go. If you decide, come find me up there. LuZe pointed to the private room he was in, then left the arena without looking back. Lying on the ground, Yi was still digesting LuZe's words. What does he mean? Yi muttered softly. By the time he came to his senses, LuZe had already left, and he shakily stood up. Looking up at the private room, where LuZe was, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Back inside the private room, LuZe sat on the sofa with a faint smile. Feng Linger, looking shocked, approached him. LuZe, I thought you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. It's simply monstrous. Feng Linger exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing her evaluation, LuZe glanced at her. Since you're so strong, why do you still recruit people? Feng Linger suddenly asked. LuZe thought carefully for a moment and replied with a smile. No matter how strong I am, I can't expect everyone in future generations to remember me. What if I die one day? So you want to build a legacy that will be remembered by future generations? Feng Linger said innocently. LuZe smiled and looked toward Yi in the arena, slowly saying, that's just one of the reasons. Just one reason? Feng Linger murmured meaningfully. Chapter 148. Choosing to join to surpass an idol. In the private room, LuZe sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Meanwhile, Feng Linger looked gloomy, wanting to leave this place. But LuZe continued to keep his eyes closed and showed no intention of leaving. LuZe, when are we leaving? Feng Linger said, feeling frustrated. LuZe ignored her and remained with his eyes closed. Feng Linger felt angry but dared not say anything. If you're not leaving, I'll go first, Feng Linger said as she slowly stood up. Go ahead, I didn't keep you, LuZe said, finally opening his eyes. Upon hearing this, Feng Linger felt displeased and shot him a glare before turning to walk towards the door. Just as she was about to open it, someone pushed the door open from the outside. Have you made up your mind? LuZe seemed to have anticipated this moment as he slowly stood up. Feng Linger felt puzzled but quickly understood, as the person who walked in was Yi, who had fought LuZe earlier. Yi approached LuZe with a cold expression. What exactly do you want? Yi asked seriously. LuZe smiled and replied, what do you think? With your talent, it's a pity to stay in a place like this. So you want me to join your faction and serve you? Yi questioned. LuZe nodded and stepped closer to him. Joining my faction will not be a loss for you, LuZe said with a gentle smile. Yi looked at LuZe's smiling face, feeling conflicted inside. His strength was well known among everyone in the arena, and maybe joining his faction would indeed bring some benefits. Just as he was hesitating, Wu Kuang burst in. Boss, let me take you out for a meal, Wu Kuang said with a grin. When Yi saw Wu Kuang, his eyes widened in shock. And no, the undefeated champion? Yi exclaimed involuntarily. That's right, the undefeated champion in this arena is Wu Kuang. As he was the strongest before LuZe appeared, but now things are different. Many believe LuZe's strength surpasses Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang quickly noticed Yi standing in front of LuZe, and his expression turned to one of confusion. Boss, why is this guy here? Wu Kuang asked, puzzled. LuZe smiled lightly and said, I want to invite him to join our Hall of Truth. What? Wu Kuang was taken aback. He never expected that this seemingly weak guy would be considered. Who told you that the Hall of Truth only accepts strong people? LuZe asked Wu Kuang with a smile. Wu Kuang was still trying to process this information. Meanwhile, Yi, not knowing why, shouted loudly, Boss, I am willing to join your faction. Hearing this, LuZe was a bit shocked. He had just been hesitating, so why the sudden change of heart? In reality, Yi was a loyal fan of Wu Kuang, and in his eyes, Wu Kuang held the highest status. He had always viewed Wu Kuang's achievements as his own goal, hoping to surpass him one day. Now, standing in front of him, LuZe was someone Wu Kuang even called boss. What did this imply? According to Wu Kuang's temperament, he must have fought LuZe and lost. Otherwise, why would he willingly call him boss? This meant that joining LuZe's faction would surely give him a chance to surpass his idol. Thus, the hesitation he felt moments ago vanished, and he made the decision to join LuZe's faction and surpass his idol. Have you made up your mind? LuZe smiled. Once Yi came back to his senses, he nodded vigorously and smiled, saying, Yes, to surpass my idol, I must join your faction. Ha, LuZe chuckled, then patted Yi on the shoulder, welcoming him to the Hall of Truth. Next to them, Wu Kuang and Feng Linger watched the scene without saying a word, just looking on indifferently. After leaving the arena, LuZe and his group arrived at a restaurant. They originally just wanted to have a quiet meal, but ended up encountering some minor trouble. Hey, little girl, can't you watch where you're going? A burly man with a serious expression stood in front of Feng Ling, who had just returned from the restroom. Feng Linger looked at him with indifference, showing a disdainful expression on her face. Upon seeing her expression, the burly man's temper flared up instantly. What S with that expression? Do you look down on me? The burly man acted aggressively, placing a hand on Foam Linger's shoulder. Foam Linger felt extremely displeased and coldly said, "You better take your filthy hands off me." "What? Are you going to hit me?" The burly man showed a mocking grin. But the next second, a soft pink fist landed on his face. Bang! Before the burly man could react, he was knocked down to the ground by Foam Linger's punch. Sitting on the ground, holding his big face, the burly man looked dumbfounded. When he finally came to his senses, his eyes were filled with fury. "This is your own doing, you little girl." The burly man jumped up violently, a short sword suddenly appearing in his hand. He swiftly lunged at Foam Linger with the sword. And, just as the bystanders were worried for her, a figure stepped in front of her. "Do you want to die?" The speaker was Yiyu. Yiyu grabbed the burly man's wrist, the immense force causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "You better not meddle in my business," the burly man said through gritted teeth. At that moment, Wu Kuang and LuZe also appeared behind him. Wu Kuang placed a hand on the burly man's shoulder, his expression surprisingly friendly as he said, "What do you want, buddy?" Feeling the terrifying aura from the other party, the burly man turned around trembling, only to meet Wu Kuang's eyes. The burly man let out a miserable scream and plopped down onto the ground. "Wu, Vuye, I didn't know this girl was with you," the burly man said in panic. Wu Kuang's identity was well known in the city. The undefeated champion of the arena was not someone to be trifled with. But Wu Kuang then looked at LuZe, who was standing behind him, and his serious expression instantly turned into a smile. "Boss, how should we deal with this guy?" Wu Kuang asked with a grin. The burly man then realized he had indeed messed with the wrong person. The smiling man behind Wu Kuang was actually his boss. Upon hearing Wu Kuang's words, LuZe rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Kill him. I don't like others touching my people." The burly man's face instantly turned deathly pale. By the time he came to his senses, Wu Kuang was already in front of him. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, he was grabbed by the neck by Wu Kuang in the next second. "Pleading for mercy is useless," Wu Kuang said slowly. Then, with a squeeze, there was a crack, and the burly man left the world without even a chance to react. The death of the burly man instantly froze the air in the restaurant. No one dared to make a sound. After resolving the situation, LuZe lost interest in continuing the meal and decided to leave. Before leaving, he made sure to erase the burly man's body, as leaving in the restaurant would still have a significant impact. Chapter 149, Su Family. Having been in the city for a while, LuZe's team was almost formed. "LuZe, when do we go to the main city?" Foam Linger asked curiously. LuZe thought carefully and then smiled. "Let's go. It's time to check out the main city." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe turned and walked out of the hotel. When they reached the street, "Wu Kuang, and you have been waiting for a long time." "Boss, we've been waiting for you for a long time," Wu Kuang said with a smile. Yu beside him nodded without saying much. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's check out the main city." After some hustle and bustle, LuZe and the others arrived at the main city of the Sun and Moon continent. The grandeur of the main city left Foam Linger in shock, almost dazed the entire time. Meanwhile, LuZe was paying close attention to various matters in the main city. "Boss, once we get to the main city, we can't act like before, because every member of the city guard has a powerful soul-guiding device," Wu Kuang said seriously. Upon hearing this, LuZe did not show any signs of shock. Instead, he smiled and said, "So what? There's nothing to fear about soul-guiding devices." Wu Kuang was momentarily at a loss for words, as LuZe's strength could indeed disregard soul-guiding devices. "All right, you all go investigate the major forces in the main city and report back to me here tonight," LuZe said with a smile. Wu Kuang and the others did not hesitate, as the boss's orders were absolute. As LuZe finished speaking, Wu Kuang and the others went their separate ways. Left alone, LuZe slowly raised his head to look at the sky, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. "Leviathan, you should be watching me nearby, right?" LuZe murmured with a smile. He then walked forward, and as he left, a few men emerged from a nearby alley. These men emitted a strange aura, similar to that of criminals, but not entirely the same. "Is it the guy the master warned us to be careful of?" one of the men said coldly. The others beside him nodded without saying anything. "Let's follow him secretly. Perhaps we can make a merit," one of the men suddenly laughed. "Understood, but still be careful," the man behind him reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, they vanished from the spot, and no one knew where they had gone. On the streets of the main city, LuZe walked slowly by himself, looking at the bustling streets with a smile on his face. At this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. "What do you want?" LuZe asked curiously. One of the men directly said, "Come with us. Our young lady has taken a liking to you." Upon hearing this, LuZe was instantly dumbfounded, but before he could react, several burly men had already lifted him onto a horse-drawn carriage. Just like that, LuZe was inexplicably taken to a luxurious building by a group of burly men. "What is this place?" LuZe wondered, then wanted to ask the man who brought him here. The man proudly replied, "This is the Su family of the Sun and Moon Empire, the top-tier force." "Oh, I've never heard of it," LuZe said with an embarrassed smile. Just then, the door in front of them opened, and several Soul Kings walked out, forming 2 rows as they came out. "You're LuZe?" At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out. LuZe looked over in the direction of the voice and felt puzzled. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was staring intently at him, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Do we know each other?" LuZe asked, puzzled. The girl smiled faintly upon hearing this, then walked up to LuZe and said, "You might not know me, but I know you." "What do you mean?" LuZe's expression began to grow serious. The girl paid no mind to his expression and directly grabbed his hand, leading him inside through the main door. "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to see you," the girl said with a smile. This statement left LuZe's mind filled with confusion. Before long, LuZe was brought by the girl to a small pavilion. Seeing that there were only the 2 of them inside, LuZe's face turned cold. "Who are you?" LuZe asked the girl with a serious look. The girl answered naturally, "My name is Su Hui, and I am the eldest daughter of the Su family." Upon learning her identity, LuZe laughed and directly sat down in front of Su Hui. "Why did you bring me here? Or are you acting on someone else's orders?" LuZe asked with a light smile. Hearing this, Su Hui felt quite embarrassed but still smiled and said, "I just wanted to see you. That's all, no other meaning." LuZe became interested upon hearing this and asked again, "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" "How could I? The Su family always speaks the truth," Su Hui replied with a smile. However, LuZe did not think the same way. He suddenly stood up and instantly moved in front of Su Hui. "Take me to see your family head," LuZe said with a cold face. Su Hui initially wanted to make an excuse, but upon meeting LuZe's gaze, she lost control of herself. The next moment, Su Hui walked like a puppet in front of LuZe, leading the way. When LuZe arrived at the Su family's hall, he first looked around at the surroundings, then turned to the man sitting in the center. "Are you the head of the Su family?" LuZe asked with a smile. The man glanced at him indifferently and then disdainfully replied, "Why should I tell you if I'm the head of the Su family? It's already good enough that I didn't have anyone drag you in." LuZe couldn't help but laugh at this, then placed a hand on Su Hui's shoulder. "This is the eldest daughter of the head of the Su family, right?" LuZe asked with a smile. The man panicked for a moment upon seeing this, but quickly regained his composure. "So what if she is the head's daughter?" The man said slowly. LuZe merely smiled faintly, then suddenly grabbed Su Hui by the back of her neck. "If she dies, will the head of the Su family come to see me? You dare?" The man immediately became furious and charged at LuZe. LuZe laughed at the sight and raised his hand. Buzz! In an instant, the man charging at LuZe fell flat on the ground. LuZe walked up to the man and stepped on his head. "I really don't know what you're pretending for in front of me. Is it interesting? You bastard." The man's face was filled with defiance. But what could he do? No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't stand up. Seeing this, LuZe stopped wasting time and directly questioned, "What are your intentions? Speak." We puffed." Before the man could finish speaking, a mysterious figure hidden in the shadows forcefully dismembered him. Blood splattered all over LuZe, which made him feel quite displeased. "What do you want to do? Do you want to die?" LuZe turned to look at the mysterious figure who attacked the man. The mysterious figure laughed upon hearing this. "What we want to do is not something you can control. Kneel." "Buzz." The mysterious figure suddenly knelt on the ground of his own accord. "You really don't fear death," LuZe said as he instantly appeared in front of the mysterious figure and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Cough, cough. The mysterious figure struggled to breathe, trembling as he said, "The master will kill you." Hee. LuZe chuckled coldly, then wanted to take action to deal with him. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. "Brother, can you spare his life for my sake?" Chapter 150. The current situation of the Sun and Moon Empire. "Brother, can you spare his life for my sake?" At that moment, a man slowly walked in from outside the Su family hall. The man was very handsome, with an aura of grandeur between his brows. "Is your face really that big?" LuZe turned to look at him and smiled. The man immediately laughed upon hearing this, then proudly said, "I am a royal heir of the Sun and Moon Empire. Shouldn't you kneel upon seeing me?" "Royal heir?" LuZe was surprised, but quickly laughed again. The man who was being stepped on by LuZe suddenly showed a look of relief upon seeing the one who claimed to be a royal heir. Young Master Yi, the man on the ground exclaimed in surprise. LuZe merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, then directly kicked the man away. Bang! The kicked man crashed heavily beside the royal heir. Your name is Yi Wuhui, right? LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhui's expression changed instantly, and he coldly asked, Who exactly are you? Indeed, the man was Yi Wuhui, and the reason for his expression was that his name had never been exposed before. At this moment, LuZe's eyes turned crimson, and a hint of a sinister smile appeared on his face. Yi Wuhui, do you think your influence is great? Or do you think the Sun and Moon Empire's influence is enough? LuZe walked toward Yi Wuhui with a smile. Yi Wuhui felt a terrifying aura at that moment, a kind of aura he had only seen in his father. But he understood that he couldn't panic now. If he panicked, he would truly fall into the opponent's trap. I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, my protectors will definitely kill you at the first opportunity. Yi Wuhui threatened. LuZe laughed upon hearing this. Didn't you notice the changes around you? What do you mean? Yi Wuhui felt very confused. But when he noticed the changes around him, he was instantly stunned. At this time, LuZe smiled and said, You are now in my world. Indeed, the entire Su family had now merged into LuZe's world, and everything around them began to twist. Yi Wuhui originally wanted to say something, but the next second he was grabbed by the neck by LuZe, who suddenly appeared in front of him. I have principles. I'll give you 2 choices, LuZe said with a smile. Yi Wuhui felt extremely terrified at this moment, because everyone appears powerless when facing death. 2 choices. Either take me to find your father, or die here, and I'll find him myself, LuZe said slowly. Yi Wuhui hesitated for a moment after hearing the 2 choices, but ultimately made a decision. I will take you to find my father, Yi Wuhui shouted. Upon hearing this, LuZe released his grip, and Yi Wuhui slumped to the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his pale face. You made a wise choice, LuZe said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Yi Wuhui, still unable to regain his composure, could only numbly nod his head. Seeing him in such a disheveled state, LuZe walked outside the main hall without saying a word. Once Yi Wuhui came to his senses, he quickly asked, When do you want me to take you to meet my father? After hearing this, LuZe paused, looked thoughtfully at the sky outside, and replied softly, Wait for a while. I will come find you then. Is that so? Yi Wuhui murmured. By the time he regained his senses again, LuZe had already vanished from sight. After resolving the issues with the Su family, LuZe returned to the place where he had previously parted ways with Wu Kuang and the others. As evening fell, the street lights slowly flickered to life, and LuZe, sitting on a bench next to a street lamp, had his eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and softly said, You're back? No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures appeared directly in front of him. Sorry, boss. We kept you waiting, Wu Kuang said, scratching his head with a smile. LuZe wasn't angry. He just smiled and said, It's fine. It's good that you're back. Wu Kuang and the others felt a different kind of sentiment upon hearing this, but didn't dare to voice it. The next moment, LuZe stood up and smiled at Wu Kuang and the others, saying, Let's find a place to stay first, and then you can report on your findings from today. The group didn't object. Instead, they were quite happy. Having spent the entire day investigating in the main city without much rest, they were already feeling tired. Soon, under LuZe's lead, Wu Kuang and the others arrived at a hotel. After a brief rest, they voluntarily came to LuZe's room. Boss, we're here to report our findings for today, Wu Kuang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled back and said, Go ahead. I'm listening. I'll go first. Feng Linger took the initiative to speak up. This surprised LuZe a bit, as Feng Linger usually wouldn't bother to talk to him. Let's hear it, LuZe said, intrigued. Seeing this, Feng Linger immediately showed a confident smile. I didn't gather much information, but I did learn a little about the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire. Mentioning the royal family made LuZe think of Yi Wuhui from today. So he asked, Do you know Yi Wuhui? Yi Wuhui. Feng Linger was taken aback and then asked, How do you know him? LuZe simply responded, By coincidence. Feng Linger then continued, Yi Wuhui is one of the heirs to the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire, and there are 6 others competing for the throne. But he is the most favored one. 6 others? LuZe muttered thoughtfully. After Feng Linger finished speaking, she fell silent, and LuZe smiled helplessly at her. He then signaled Wu Kuang and Yi Yu to share their findings. After the reports, LuZe gained an understanding of the general divisions within the Sun and Moon Empire. At the top were the royal family, followed by the 4 major sects, and finally the 7 great families. The Su family was one of the families among the 7, which LuZe found quite relatable. Nevertheless, Wu Kuang and the others still hadn't gathered any information about Leviathan, nor did they uncover anything about the Sin front. However, LuZe wasn't in a hurry. After meeting Leviathan last time, he no longer exposed his whereabouts, indicating that Leviathan didn't have the confidence to defeat LuZe. This meant that LuZe still had time to find other original sins before Leviathan. After reporting, Wu Kuang and the others returned to their respective rooms at LuZe's command. Meanwhile, LuZe, alone in his room, lay on the bed with a faint smile. Leviathan, I never expected my opponent would be you. I wonder how your next move will unfold. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 151. The Seven Great Families, the Shangwan Family. After learning about the current power divisions in the Sun and Moon Empire, LuZe had already made a plan. That was to subjugate the entire Sun and Moon Empire, of course excluding the forces that had already sworn allegiance to Leviathan. Boss, what are we doing now? Wu Kuang asked as he entered LuZe's room early in the morning. LuZe, who had already woken up, replied calmly, Let's go check out the Seven Great Families. No problem, Wu Kuang said with a smile. At this moment, Yiyu and Feng Ling also walked in. LuZe, what are we going to do? Feng Ling asked it. LuZe glanced at her and smiled, saying, You and Yiyu stay at the hotel and focus on your training. Otherwise, what will you do if you hold us back later? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not capable? Feng Ling immediately felt displeased at these words. Just as she was about to confront LuZe, Yiyu managed to hold her back at a crucial moment. Miss Feng, just take it easy for a bit. Right now, we really can't assist the boss. Yiyu had some self-awareness. But Feng Ling was still unhappy, no way. I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson today. Wu Kuang couldn't help but laugh at this scene. After calming down, he approached LuZe and asked, Boss, when are we setting off? Right now. The weather outside is nice, LuZe replied, glancing at the sunlight outside, then slowly got up and left the hotel. Wu Kuang followed suit, while Feng Ling wanted to follow but was held back by Yiyu. This made her quite displeased. But she could only huff and return to her room. Alone in her room, Yiyu contemplated for a moment before returning to her own room to begin training, as she was determined to surpass Wu Kuang. On the streets of the Sun and Moon Empire, LuZe and Wu Kuang were walking along the bustling streets. While LuZe was pondering how to act, he suddenly saw a very luxurious convoy passing by. Each carriage in the convoy was engraved with a large dragon character. This was undoubtedly the Long family among the Seven Great Families. Boss, that seems to be the Long family. Should we go up and make contact with them? Wei Kuang whispered in LuZe's ear. LuZe shook his head. No, we can't gain anything by approaching them now. It said that the Long family is known for their overbearing style, and approaching them now could lead to unnecessary trouble. What are you afraid of? I could take them all down by myself, Wu Kuang said confidently. LuZe chuckled and replied, It's not that I'm afraid of the Long family. It's just that my current goal isn't them. Then who is it? Wu Kuang asked, feeling confused. LuZe simply stated, Do you know which family among the Seven Great Families is the most amicable? Shangwan? Wu Kuang guessed uncertainly. LuZe smiled and nodded upon hearing this. And Wu Kuang understood the situation as well, so he stopped talking. As they turned to leave in another direction, a girl popped out from one of the carriages in the Long family's convoy. Is that the one who caused a ruckus at the Su family yesterday? The girl's aura is indeed different from others, she murmured with a smile. At that moment, a deep voice came from behind her. Linger, what are you looking at? The speaker was a dignified middle-aged man. Upon hearing his voice, the girl immediately retracted her head back into the carriage and said with a smile, Dad, I just saw the person who caused a ruckus at the Su family yesterday. Oh, causing a ruckus at the Su family? The middle-aged man murmured thoughtfully. Seeing this, the girl asked again, What do you think of that guy? What, do you like him? The middle-aged man teased with a smile. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. If you keep saying that, I won't pay attention to you. The girl pouted. Haha. The middle-aged man laughed. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Oomph. That's more like it. The girl felt a little better after hearing this, and then asked again, Quick, tell me what you think of that guy. That person. How should I put it? The middle-aged man pondered carefully. After some thought, he slowly said under the girl's eager gaze, I don't know. I haven't interacted with him, but I can still sense that he's not simple. Oh, I see. The girl replied impatiently. She then ignored the middle-aged man, who simply smiled and stopped talking, as he had more important matters to attend to today. Before leaving that place, LuZe and Wu Kuang went directly to the entrance of the Shangwan family. LuZe looked at the luxurious gate in front of him. A hint of a smile appeared on his face, and he slowly approached the door. Treffer LuZe, here to visit the head of the Shangwan family, LuZe announced loudly. After his voice fell, the gate was opened shortly after. Nearly dozens of people rushed out from inside, each of them at least a soul king, with the lowest being a soul master. What do you want our Shangwan family? At this moment, a handsome young man walked out. When he made eye contact with LuZe, his expression became serious. Although LuZe was smiling, the handsome young man still felt a sense of pressure. LuZe's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and he slowly said, "You are the eldest young master of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Fengyan, right?" The handsome young man took 2 steps back upon hearing this. Cold sweat starting to bead on his forehead. "Who exactly are you? How do you know my identity?" The handsome young man asked seriously. LuZe smiled and said, "Don't think too much. I'm just here to visit your father, Shangwan Ding, with no other intentions." Shangwan Fengyun's expression started to change, but he still forced himself to say, "My father is unwell. Please leave." "Is that so? What if I told you I could cure your father's ailment?" LuZe said with a smile. Shangwan Fengyun was no longer calm, knowing that the other party knew his identity was one thing, but that he also knew about his father's condition was no small matter. Therefore, Shangwan Fengyun believed that LuZe absolutely could not be allowed to leave alive, so he directly ordered, "Everyone, listen up. Capture this guy." The Soul Kings immediately unleashed their soul power, and in an instant, overwhelming soul power filled the surroundings. However, Shangwan Fengyun was shocked to find that LuZe didn't even flinch. LuZe slowly raised his hand, and Wu Kuang, standing behind him, immediately understood and stepped forward. "My boss is not someone you minions can touch." Wu Kuang shouted loudly. He then unleashed the power within him. Buzz! In an instant, the soul power of the Shangwan family's guards was suppressed, and the terrifying pressure made them feel breathless. Shangwan Fengyun began to panic. Just one person was suppressing dozens of Soul Kings from the Shangwan family. This was too strong. "Can we have a good chat now?" At this moment, LuZe suddenly appeared in front of Shangwan Fengyun. Shangwan Fengyun looked at LuZe, who was so close, and immediately collapsed to the ground. "I'm a good person. You have to believe me," LuZe said, smiling as he reached out his hand to help Shangwan Fengyun up. However, Shangwan Fengyun didn't dare to extend his hand. The power difference between them was too great. What if the other party had murderous intentions? Just then, a hoarse voice came from inside the Shangwan family. "Yunia, let him in." Chapter 152. Conversation with the Shangwan family because of a hoarse voice. LuZe and Wu Kuang entered the hall of the Shangwan family. As soon as they entered the hall, Wu Kuang sensed a killing intent and was about to act when he was stopped by LuZe. "Boss, they harbor killing intent," Wu Kuang said seriously. LuZe waved his hand and said, "I know, but don't worry, they don't dare to act." "Why?" Wu Kuang felt very puzzled. LuZe then looked at the elderly man sitting in the center of the hall and smiled. The head of the Shangwan family should be a discerning person. After this was said, Wu Kuang immediately understood and closed his mouth. The elderly man, sitting in the center of the hall, slowly opened his eyes and said, "Who are you, and why have you come my Shangwan family? I remember my Shangwan family has not provoked anyone, right?" "Ha, the old man is right. But I'm not here to cause trouble," LuZe replied with a smile. The old man, Shangwan Ding, felt puzzled after hearing this, and then said, "Then why have you come to the Shangwan family?" "To make a long story short, I am here to invite you to join the Hall of Truth," LuZe said with a smile. Shangwan Ding thought for a moment and said, "My Shangwan family is one of the 7 great families of the Sun and Moon Empire. Why should we join another force? Are you implying that I should force you to join?" LuZe's face turned cold as he spoke. Shangwan Ding instantly felt a terrifying pressure, cold sweat breaking out all over him. At this moment, LuZe spoke again. "You have 2 choices, either join me or become history." LuZe's words were calm, but each word was filled with threat. Shangwan Ding was at a loss for what to do. He knew the opponent's strength. Just then, a pleasant female voice came from behind LuZe. "Dad, don't agree to him. I've already become an inner disciple of the Qingfeng Pavilion, so there's no need to fear them." Upon hearing this voice, LuZe turned to look and found that the speaker was a tall girl, not exceptionally stunning, but still a beauty. The girl was none other than Shangwan Ding's daughter, Shangwan Yu. Upon hearing her voice, Shangwan Ding's face immediately broke into a joyful smile as he hurried to her side and said, "Xiao Yu, is what you just said true?" Shangwan Yu smiled lightly and said, "Yes. The 5th elder of the Qingfeng Pavilion has recognized my talent and directly allowed me to enter the inner courtyard." "Well, as expected of my daughter. You did an amazing job." Shangwan Ding laughed heartily. Shangwan Yu then stepped in front of LuZe, looking displeased, and said, "Can you leave now? Our Shangwan family doesn't need to join any other forces anymore." Shangwan Ding, seeing this, slowly spoke up, "Little brother, you heard it too. Our Shangwan family now has Qingfeng Pavilion as our backing, so we are not afraid of other forces at all." "Oh, is that so?" LuZe smiled meaningfully. Upon seeing his smile, the members of the Shangwan family suddenly felt a bad premonition in their hearts. Sure enough, the next second, Wuquang unleashed his aura. The overwhelming pressure instantly made the Shangwan family members unable to breathe. This guy is a titled Douluo? Shangwan Ding said with a terrified expression. Hearing this, the Shangwan family members were instantly stunned. But Shangwan Yu was still unconvinced and retorted, "What are you afraid of? There are titled Douluos in Qingfeng Pavilion 2. And not just one. Is that so?" Just as Shangwan Yu finished speaking, LuZe instantly appeared in front of her. "What do you want?" Shangwan Yu felt a trace of fear, but she was trying hard to suppress it. LuZe looked at her fearful expression and couldn't help but laugh. Then he lifted her chin with one hand and said, "Do you think Qingfeng Pavilion is very powerful?" Shangwan Yu abruptly slapped LuZe's hand away. Quickly stepping back a few paces, her face flushed as she said, "That's right, Qingfeng Pavilion is powerful, definitely more powerful than you." LuZe smiled and shook his head, then turned to Shangwan Ding. "Old man, do you think so too?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan Ding instantly fell into a dilemma. Although Qingfeng Pavilion had a strong foundation, the guy in front of him could destroy the Shangwan family with just a word. "Old man, I'll give you 5 seconds to think," LuZe said with a smile, then started counting down. 5. Shangwan Ding's heart began to panic. 2. Just as LuZe was about to finish counting down, Shangwan Ding finally spoke up. "Little brother, isn't this question deliberately making things difficult for me?" Shangwan Ding said, sweating. "Is that so? I don't think so. So, are you joining us or not?" LuZe asked. Shangwan Ding didn't know how to answer him. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and walked outside the hall. And when he was beside Shangwan Ding, he said, "I'll give you some time. I'll come and visit your Shangwan family again later." After saying that, he left with Wuquang, while the members of the Shangwan family felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell, gasping for breath. "Dad, why are you afraid of that guy?" At this moment, Shangwan Yu walked over to Shangwan Ding, asking unhappily. Shangwan Ding, looking pale with fear, said, "That little brother is not as simple as you think. He doesn't have any soul power fluctuations, yet he can make me feel fear." "What do you mean?" Shangwan Yu asked, confused. Shangwan Ding just glanced at her, then looked in the direction LuZe left, muttering, "Since he gave us a chance, we should pay more attention." After leaving the Shangwan family, Wuquang walked up to LuZe and asked, "Boss, why did you give the Shangwan family time to choose? Isn't it better to just force them to submit?" No. Doing that would affect the reputation of our Hall of Truth," LuZe replied with a smile. Wuquang was puzzled. "Then what should we do?" LuZe looked up at the sky and smiled. "Don't worry, they will submit." After saying that, he walked in another direction, which was the location of Qingfeng Pavilion. What is the boss planning to do? Wuquang felt very confused. When they arrived outside Qingfeng Pavilion, LuZe said, "Wuquang, you should go back first. Remember to tell you and the others that I probably won't be back for a while, so take care of yourselves." "Why?" Wuquang asked, feeling very puzzled. LuZe looked at his expression and said again, "I'm going to have some fun in Qingfeng Pavilion. If I barge in openly, it might attract Leviathan's attention. What if the crime hidden in various forces escapes?" "Oh, I understand." Wuquang nodded, somewhat enlightened, then smiled and left. LuZe, left alone outside Qingfeng Pavilion, smiled. Without soul power, he probably couldn't enter Qingfeng Pavilion, so he could only squeeze out some soul power. After saying that, a trace of soul power emanated from him, just right at the Soul King level. 5 soul rings slowly formed behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, a very standard configuration. After doing all this, LuZe exhaled a breath of turbid air and revealed his big white teeth. Let us experience the world. Chapter 153. The enrollment assessment of Qingfeng Pavilion. Outside the square of Qingfeng Pavilion, LuZe looked at the sea of people in the square, not knowing what he was thinking. At that moment, a man came up to him. "Brother, are you here to join Qingfeng Pavilion too?" The man said with a smile. LuZe looked around and then pointed at himself. "Are you talking to me?" The man smiled wryly. "Who else?" "Oh," LuZe nodded, then said, "I heard that Qingfeng Pavilion is starting to recruit disciples today, so I can take a look. Of course you can come, but it's really difficult to join Qingfeng Pavilion. This is my 3rd time attending the enrollment assessment," the man said with a face full of frustration. LuZe smiled and asked, "Are the enrollment standards for Qingfeng Pavilion very high?" "High, especially high," the man asserted. "To join Qingfeng Pavilion, you must first reach the Soul King level, and then there's the assessment. You're already a Soul Emperor. Why haven't you become a disciple of Qingfeng Pavilion?" LuZe saw through the man's level. The man showed a helpless expression and said with frustration, "Although my level meets the requirements, I can't pass the assessment." So I still Haven T entered Qing Feng Pavilion. What kind of assessment is so difficult? LuZe asked curiously. The man looked at his curious expression and explained. The enrollment assessment of Qing Feng Pavilion is divided into 3 stages, but the prerequisite to participate in the assessment is to reach the Soul King level. What are those 3 stages like? LuZe continued to inquire. The man didn't hesitate and answered directly. The first stage is to climb the heavenly ladder, which has a total of 999 steps. The pressure increases exponentially every 100 steps. The second stage is to strike the golden bell, the louder the sound, the easier it is to attract the attention of the assessment teachers of Qing Feng Pavilion. Finally, you have to fight against the disciples of Qing Feng Pavilion. If you win, you can enter Qing Feng Pavilion. Ici, LuZe mermer de Fotfedi. At that moment, the man spoke again. My name is Ma Fei, and you? LuZe simply replied. LuZe, pleased to meet you. Soon, while they were chatting, a powerful voice came from the high platform. Disciples, quiet down. The enrollment assessment is about to begin. A man dressed in a white robe stood on a high platform and spoke loudly. In an instant, the noisy square fell silent, and everyone looked at the man on the platform with anticipation. All right, the enrollment assessment begins now. Those who do not have the Soul King realm may leave. The white robe man said slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion, and those who were not Soul Kings reluctantly left, while the remaining individuals were all Soul Kings, with some even at the level of Soul Emperors like Ma Fei. LuZe looked at the square, which had lost more than half its participants, and couldn't help but smile. Soon, the white-robed man directly announced, the first round, the ascending ladder, begins. All disciples, give it your all. After saying this, he turned and sat down in a chair behind him. The people in the square surged forward towards the ladder. LuZe did not rush to ascend the ladder, but stood still, quietly observing. When are you planning to go up? Ma Fei asked as he came to LuZe's side. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and replied, I'll wait a bit longer. I want to take a look first. Oh, in that case, I'll go ahead. I hope to see you in the outer court, Ma Fei said with a smile, then walked towards the ladder. Lucia, left in place, watched the ones who had already ascended the ladder and murmured, the enrollment assessment of Qing Feng Pavilion is really something else. If these people didn't have their martial souls, I would think I had entered a fairy world. As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe began to move. Standing before the first step of the ladder, LuZe couldn't help but look up. Some had already reached the 150th step. If he didn't hurry, he would truly fall behind. The ladder shouldn't be that simple, right? LuZe smiled and took a step forward. Sure enough, as soon as LuZe stepped onto the ladder, he felt a pressure which was negligible for him, but not for others. Soon, LuZe continued to ascend. A little while later, LuZe had already climbed nearly 200 steps, while some people had stopped at over 100 steps. And a few talented individuals were nearing 300 steps, though some of them were already exhausted. LuZe smiled at this scene and continued to move forward. Ma Fei, who was just standing on the 300th step, was now panting heavily. He slowly lifted his head to look up and felt a deep sense of despair. If he was already struggling at 300 steps, it seemed his cultivation was still insufficient. Just as he was mumbling to himself, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Who? Ma Fei turned around alertly, only to find it was LuZe. LuZe smiled and said, Why are you just standing there? I'm tired. Ma Fei replied with a frustrated expression, then noticed that LuZe had not a single drop of sweat on his face, and he was instantly stunned. How come you have no sweat at all? Ma Fei exclaimed in shock. LuZe replied calmly, I feel very relaxed. Haha. Ma Fei awkwardly laughed twice. LuZe then patted his shoulder again, smiling as he said, I'll go ahead. After saying this, he continued up the steps above the 300th step. Ma Fei watched his back and fell into contemplation. Is this guy really that abnormal? At this moment, he could only watch LuZe's figure from behind, unable to catch up no matter how hard he tried. As time passed, very few people were still moving forward on a ladder, but LuZe remained leisurely strolling, which shocked the elders of Qing Feng Pavilion immensely. This child is exceptionally gifted. He is certainly going to be a disciple, an old man with a white beard said with a smile. However, before he finished speaking, he was contradicted. Third elder, I'm afraid you won't be able to teach this child. His talent has surpassed everyone present. I think it would be better to leave him to the sect master. A young woman stepped forward and said. The old man with the white beard glanced at her and fell silent. Although he was quite unconvinced, he thought better of arguing given her identity. Leaving him to the sect master isn't a bad idea, but we must see the child's performance afterward, the old man thought, feeling quite displeased. The young woman merely smiled faintly and replied, Let us see. Time passed second by second, and now only LuZe remained on the ladder. The others had stopped after achieving their desired results. LuZe had reached over 800 steps and was about to step onto the last 100 steps. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. LuZe stopped in front of the 900th step. Why did he stop? He must be out of energy. After all, beyond the 900 steps is the pressure of the title Douluo. I think he just wants to take a break. The crowd at the bottom of the ladder was buzzing with discussion, while LuZe wore a faint smile. Let us stop here. Going higher would draw attention. LuZe murmured with a smile, then turned and walked down the ladder. This scene surprised everyone. Many thought he was out of energy, but those with keen eyes knew he simply didn't want to go up anymore. The young woman smiled upon witnessing this. What a peculiar individual. Chapter 154, Exploded? After the first round of the Qingfeng Pavilion enrollment assessment ended, only about 100 people remained to continue participating. Among the crowd, LuZe was deep in thought, wondering if he had stood out too much and whether he had already attracted the attention of Leviathan. At that moment, Ma Fei suddenly came to his side and patted his shoulder. LuZe, I didn't expect you to reach the 900th step. That's amazing, Ma Fei said with a big grin. Coming back to his senses, LuZe looked at him and smiled back. You did well too. Don't mention it. I only reached 500 steps. Most of the remaining people are almost at 500 steps too. I'm not that outstanding, Ma Fei sighed and shook his head. Seeing this, LuZe chuckled. The second round is coming up soon. Get ready. All right, you too. Ma Fei smiled and then walked towards the second round's assessment location. LuZe followed closely behind. Before long, the 100 or so people arrived in front of the massive golden bell. So this is the golden bell? Lushamiramurt. At that moment, the familiar voice rang out again. All disciples who have reached this round have received some recognition. The rules are the same as before. Everyone should not feel any burden. After the white-robed man finished speaking, he sat back down, while the 100 or so people in front of the golden bell formed a long line, quite consciously. LuZe looked at the dozens of people ahead of him and thought it was still early, so he began to ponder other matters. Soon, the first person arrived at the golden bell. He unleashed his Soul King's soul power and assumed a punching stance, exhaling a breath of foul air. The man suddenly exerted his strength, and his iron fist struck the golden bell. Dong, dong, dong. Even though the man exerted all his strength, the massive golden bell only rang 3 times. The man looked at his achievements, and a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on his face. Is that only 3 chimes? At this moment, a man standing behind him said disdainfully. The chime man felt annoyed upon hearing this and turned sharply to look at him. What do you mean by that? The man smiled lightly. Is it not obvious enough? You are not good enough. His words were very sarcastic. But the soul power he emitted had already reached the soul emperor level. This made the chime man instantly deflate, and he could only leave in displeasure. The disdainful man watched him leave, then sneered and approached Jean. He gently stroked the golden bell and laughed loudly. Remember my name? As he spoke, his soul power erupted instantly. Remember it well? My name is Long. Bah. Tian, the man shouted loudly, and his fist slammed hard against the golden bell. In an instant, the massive golden bell began to tremble, followed by the sound of ringing. Ding, 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 ding. The elders of the Qingfeng Pavilion showed satisfied smiles. 52 chimes, not bad, not bad. Another good seedling, the white-bearded old man said with a smile. This child has good talent, but his personality is too arrogant. The white-robed elder spoke up at this time. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded old man looked at him, agreeing internally, then sighed and continued to watch the assessment. At the assessment site, those who had not yet participated showed shocked expressions, but some felt very excited. After all, among the 100 or so people, there were quite a few who were combative. LuZe just glanced up indifferently and then paid no further attention. The man just now was named Long Batian, a descendant of the Long family from the 7 great families, and his talent could be said to be among the best. After he finished striking the golden bell, there were almost no others who could reach 50 chimes until a girl stood in front of the golden bell. 52 chimes? The girl said as she casually threw a punch. Boom! In an instant, the golden bell rang out with 70 chimes, shocking everyone again. This girl is too abnormal. 70 chimes. The previous Long Batian only had 52. The white-bearded old man's eyes lit up, eager to take the girl as his disciple right away. Even the usually cold-faced young woman couldn't help but look at the girl a bit longer. A talent worth cultivating, the young woman simply said this. The elders sitting nearby fell into shock instantly. It should be known that this young woman rarely said such things about a junior, unless they were an extraordinary genius. Otherwise, she wouldn't even glance at them. It is clear what kind of talent that girl possesses, definitely overshadowing Long Batian. At the assessment site, Long Batian coldly stared at the girl, his face filled with displeasure. At this moment, the girl also looked over at him, revealing a mocking expression. Long Batian couldn't hold back upon seeing this, stood up instantly, and was about to rush over to teach the girl a lesson. But as soon as he took a step, he remembered that this was Qing Feng Pavilion, and he couldn't act recklessly. He then swallowed his anger and sat down on a nearby chair with an unhappy expression. After seeing this, the girl laughed even more joyfully and quickly left in front of the golden bell. Standing behind her, LuZe was filled with surprise. Having just realized he hadn't noticed her while lost in thought. He never expected to meet someone with paradoxical power here, and her talent seemed quite impressive as well. Feeling very delighted, LuZe then realized it was his turn, and he calmly approached the golden bell. His appearance immediately caught the attention of several elders in Qing Feng Pavilion. Even the young woman couldn't help but stand up. LuZe looked at the massive golden bell and murmured slowly, "It looks quite simple. Just need to apply a bit of force." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a casual punch. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, LuZe's fist finally made contact with the golden bell. But surprisingly, the golden bell didn't ring at all. Just as everyone was puzzled, an unexpected event occurred. Crack! With a crack sound, a fissure suddenly appeared in the massive golden bell, and then the fissure began to expand. The next second, boom! The massive golden bell exploded into countless fragments in front of everyone. This scene left the elders in shock. Even the young woman widened her eyes. "Is this even human?" The white-bearded elder said in disbelief. The young woman managed to calm her shocked emotions slightly and said slowly, "This boy is not something our Qing Feng Pavilion can teach. He is definitely extraordinary." After the young woman finished speaking, she turned and left directly, leaving the many elders still lost in the previous scene. At the assessment site, LuZe looked at the golden bell that had become fragments, feeling at a loss. He smiled wryly and murmured, "It seems I used too much force." The others had no idea what to say at this moment. They were still unable to come to their senses. Seeing this, LuZe was also ready to slip away. But as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by several elders. "Young man, please come with us." Chapter 155, Let's Talk. Inside the Qing Feng Pavilion in the main hall, LuZe was brought here by several elders, and standing before him were the elders of Qing Feng Pavilion. "I wonder why you elders brought me here?" LuZe asked with a faint smile. The white-robed man slowly replied, "The sect master wants to see you." The sect master of Qing Feng Pavilion? LuZe felt curious. Soon, a man with an imposing demeanor arrived, and the elders showed great respect upon seeing him. "Young brother, I've heard about your extraordinary talent. May I have a chat with you?" The man said with a smile. When LuZe saw him for the first time, he noticed something was off. This guy has a sinister aura. Nevertheless, LuZe didn't show it and instead smiled and asked, "What would the sect master like to discuss with me?" The man then gave the elders a glance, and they quickly understood and turned to leave. Once the elders left, the empty hall was left with only LuZe and the sect master of Qing Feng Pavilion. "Now, how can we talk?" LuZe smiled and said. The man saw LuZe's expression and instantly laughed. "You are indeed not an ordinary person, sect master. Now that it's just the two of us, it must be uncomfortable to keep some things bottled up, right?" LuZe smiled and said. The man calmed his inner thoughts slightly and then slowly said, "You have an aura I am familiar with. What is your relationship with Leviathan?" As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful pressure. LuZe, upon feeling this pressure, not only didn't he show any embarrassment but instead smiled, "Sect master, what do you mean by that?" "Hee, what do you mean?" The man's expression began to turn fierce. In the next moment, he teleported in front of LuZe and directly reached for LuZe's neck. "Stop, Buzz." The man was startled. His body suddenly couldn't move. "Sect master, can we have a good chat now?" LuZe smiled faintly. "Who exactly are you?" The man said in shock. After hearing this, LuZe smiled lightly and slowly said, "Do you have a grudge against Leviathan?" "Not just a grudge. I wish I could kill that guy." The man replied angrily. "Oh, then what's with the aura of sin on you?" LuZe asked directly. Upon hearing this question, the man was stunned. "You can sense it." LuZe patted his shoulder and sat down on a chair behind him. "Of course I can sense it. And besides, I have a little conflict with Leviathan as well." The man felt his body could move again, then stretched his limbs and looked at LuZe, slowly saying, "You have a grudge against Leviathan too?" "It's not really a grudge, but he's affected me," LuZe said with a smile. "Affected you?" The man felt very confused. LuZe then directly stated his intention for coming here. "I'm here for no other reason than to invite your Qing Feng Pavilion to join my forces." "Why should we join you?" The man asked seriously. "I can help you eliminate Leviathan. Is that enough?" LuZe smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, the man hesitated, recalling everything that had just happened. This man before him seemed to really have that strength. I know what you're thinking, but you need not worry. Leviathan has met me before. He doesn't have the confidence to take me down, but I have the confidence to take him down. LuZe revealed a confident smile. The man looked at his expression and couldn't help but choose to believe him. He then made a bold decision. Our Qingfeng Pavilion can join your forces, but we will never die for you without reason. Okay, LuZe nodded, stood up, and extended his right hand in front of the man. Welcome to the Hall of Truth. The man did not hesitate and shook his hand. After the two reached an agreement, the man informed LuZe of his name, Lin Qing. Lin Qing also learned LuZe's name and then asked, Master, what will you do next? LuZe thought carefully for a moment and then slowly said, let's first take a look at Qingfeng Pavilion. Maybe we can find Leviathan's hidden subordinates. Qingfeng Pavilion has already been infiltrated? Lin Qing felt very shocked. LuZe seemed to have anticipated this and smiled. Since you've offended Leviathan, do you think he would let you go so easily? Lin Qing thought about it carefully and agreed, then said again, then I'll arrange an identity for you, Master. It will be much more convenient to act within Qingfeng Pavilion. LuZe nodded and walked towards the main hall. After LuZe left, Lin Qing returned to his chair. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out. Secmaster, do you think LuZe can be trusted? The speaker was the young woman. Lin Qing looked at her after hearing her voice and smiled. I don't know, but the feeling the master gives me is like that of a king. I can't help but submit to him. Are you willing to be a subject under him? The young woman asked again. Lin Qing didn't waste words and stood up seriously. Of course not. But LuZe gives me the feeling of a ruler above subjects. There's no reason to refuse his words. All right, since you've made this choice, I won't interfere. If LuZe is unreliable, you can come and join our Moon God sect, the young woman said faintly, then disappeared from the spot. Moon God sect, Lin Qing murmured, then stopped thinking about it. Some time later, in the outer courtyard of Qingfeng Pavilion, LuZe was resting with his eyes closed. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. LuZe, I didn't expect you to be so monstrous. The newcomer was none other than Ma Fei. LuZe slowly opened his eyes to look at him, then said, don't say that. It sounds awkward. Then from now on, I'll call you a genius. Ma Fei said with a smile. LuZe didn't speak, but continued to look at the sky. Ma Fei asked again, LuZe, do you know about the outer courtyard's talent ranking? What ranking? LuZe felt curious. Ma Fei smiled and explained. The talent ranking is a list that includes various geniuses from the outer courtyard. The higher the rank, the better the talent, and the greater the chance of advancing to the inner courtyard. I see. I thought it was something else, LuZe said, instantly losing interest. Ma Fei then pulled LuZe up. Let's go. The talent ranking is being updated today. I want to check it out with you. What's so interesting about it? You might as well spend this time cultivating more, LuZe complained listlessly. Although Ma Fei wanted to retort, he found it hard to argue because it was the reality. Come on, it's just to take a look, Ma Fei said with a thick face. Seeing his thick-skinned demeanor, LuZe decided not to refuse anymore. All right, let's go take a look. Chapter 156, The Talent Ranking Update. In the outer courtyard of Qingfeng Pavilion, the square where the talent ranking was located was already crowded. Upon arriving here, LuZe and Ma Fei felt speechless at the scene before them. The talent ranking hadn't even been updated yet, and so many people were already paying attention. What would happen when it refreshed? Ma Fei smiled awkwardly. LuZe ignored this and instead looked up at the talent ranking. Talent ranking. First place, Zhuge Yu, Soul Power Level 69 Control System Soul Emperor. Martial Soul White Feather Fan, Soul Ring Configuration. 1 yellow, 3 purple, 2 black. Second place, Ouyang Xiaogong, Soul Power Level 68 Assault System Soul Emperor. Martial Soul Silver Snow Sword, Soul Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. Third place, Bailey Dangfeng, Soul Power Level 65 Assault System Soul Emperor. Martial Soul Transforming Spirit Spear, Soul Ring Configuration. 2 yellow. 100th place, Huang Yi, Soul Power Level 55 Defense System Soul King. Martial Soul Golden Dragon Shield, Soul Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but smile. But he wasn't focused on all the Soul Masters on the talent ranking, but rather on the top 5. I really wonder what the strength of those 5 is. Could they be the people I'm looking for? LuZe murmured faintly. Just then, Ma Fei patted LuZe on the shoulder excitedly. LuZe, look. The talent ranking has refreshed. Oh, LuZe, lost in thought, slowly raised his head upon hearing this. At that moment, the talent ranking was emitting a dazzling light, and almost everyone in the square couldn't open their eyes. So dazzling, my eyes are going to be blinded. Ma Fei covered his eyes and groaned beside him. LuZe couldn't help but laugh at his appearance, then stopped paying attention. Soon, the dazzling light faded, and a new talent ranking appeared before everyone's eyes. Hey, quick! Check the changes on the talent list. A passerby shouted loudly. As soon as the words were out, everyone began searching for changes on the new talent list. Soon, they instantly discovered the first change. Huang Ye's position had been replaced, and now the person in the 100th position was a guy named Ding Ling. Huang Ye's position has been taken, a girl exclaimed, but soon everyone noticed even more shocking changes. Without mentioning those behind the 10th place, even the top 10 positions had changed. 7th place, Long Batian, Soul Power Level 65, Assault System Soul Emperor, Martial Soul Black Dragon, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. 5th place, Ouyang Fengwu, Soul Power Level 65, Agility System Soul Emperor, Martial Soul Green Phoenix, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. And it didn't stop there. The most shocking change was in 3rd place. Originally in 3rd place, Bailey Dengfeng had now become 4th. And the person who took his place was none other than the former 2nd place, Ouyang Xiaogong. The reason was simple. The name of the 1st place had changed, with the previous Zhuge Yu now in 2nd place, causing Ouyang Xiaogong and Bailey Dengfeng's rankings to drop. The one who replaced Zhuge Yu was none other than LuZe. 1st place, LuZe, Soul Power Level 69, Soul Emperor, Unknown Martial Soul, Unknown Soul, Ring Configuration. Everyone fell into shock upon seeing this. Are you kidding? What kind of martial soul does this LuZe have that isn't even displayed? Could he be the guy who smashed the golden bell with one punch during the enrollment assessment? At this moment, someone suddenly thought of the previous enrollment assessment. Everyone recalled that powerful and terrifying silhouette. Now, they all understood. Anyone who had witnessed the enrollment assessment would not doubt LuZe's strength. LuZe, you actually came in 1st. Ma Fei exclaimed in shock upon seeing the name at the top of the talent list. LuZe, however, remained calm, as he had never taken such matters to heart. Let's go. There's nothing to see here, LuZe said disinterestedly as he turned around. Ma Fei, unable to find words, could only sigh and follow him. Just as LuZe left the square, someone targeted him. Is that LuZe? A man sitting in an ordinary seat watched LuZe's departing figure with a smile on his face. Miss you. What do you think of that, LuZe? The man quickly turned to a woman sitting beside him. Hearing this, the woman slowly opened her eyes and said, He's very strong, stronger than all of us. I can't deduce his path, nor can I see his experiences. Is Miss Yu serious? The man immediately stood up, his expression grave. The woman slowly rose and looked seriously at the man. When have you ever heard me lie? Upon hearing this, the man instantly realized his mistake and quickly apologized. Sorry. I just find it hard to believe that this LuZe is strong enough to make even you feel fear. Maybe, but you mustn't provoke LuZe. The woman warned. Seeing this, the man fell silent, thanked her, and turned to leave. In the outer court dormitory area, LuZe quickly returned to his room, while Ma Fei had to leave for something. Alone on his bed, LuZe fell into deep thought once again. It's been so long. I wonder how Xiao Yu is doing. I really don't know when that guy Truth will wake up. LuZe sighed helplessly. Truth had fallen into a deep sleep since LuZe awakened in this world, and for so long, there had been no sign of awakening. This made LuZe think that Truth might have already died, but due to the contract signed, he quickly dismissed that idea. If Truth were dead, he should be dead too. Since he was still alive and well, it meant Truth was also alive, just in a deep slumber. Although he didn't know when Truth would wake up, LuZe could at least ensure that he wouldn't encounter any major issues. It seems I can't go on like this. If I keep this up, I'll never return to Xiao Yu's side. LuZe suddenly sat up. He then slowly walked out of the room and headed straight toward the interior of Qingfeng Pavilion. But as soon as he left the dormitory area, someone blocked his path. Are you LuZe? A figure suddenly appeared in front of LuZe. LuZe glanced at him and smiled. What do you want with me? Long Batian? You know me? The man was indeed Long Batian. LuZe didn't know how to respond and could only smile as he explained. You were the first to make the golden bell ring over 50 times during the new student assessment. Have you forgotten? Lucia chuckled. Long Batian looked a bit embarrassed upon hearing this and scratched his head, saying, Don't take it seriously. It was only when I got to Qingfeng Pavilion that I realized the gap between me and them. I was too arrogant before. So, you want me to teach you how to become stronger? LuZe said calmly, his crimson eyes glinting. Long Batian was shocked upon hearing this and then no longer hid anything, directly stating, That's right. I want to get stronger, so please teach me how to become strong. Looking at the earnest Long Batian, LuZe decided to give him one method: overload training. Only by doing this can you quickly become a strong fighter. LuZe said with a meaningful smile, but getting stronger comes at a price. Are you sure you can handle it? Long Batian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to become LuZe's disciple. LuZe smiled. Leviathan, I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 157, The Eve of War. In Qingfeng Pavilion, on a quiet little path, LuZe was strolling leisurely. It had been a while since he arrived at Qingfeng Pavilion, and nothing unusual had happened. The aura of the sinners seems rare. They should be in the inner court. LuZe murmured. Just then, a beautiful figure blocked his path. LuZe, can we talk? The beauty said slowly. LuZe looked at her and smiled. I wonder what you want to talk about. The visitor was none other than Ouyang Fengwu, the 5th place on the talent list. Ouyang Fengwu looked at LuZe's expression and then said, I heard that Long Batian has become your subordinate now? Yes, what's wrong? LuZe nodded with a smile. Ouyang Fengwu immediately said, Aren't you afraid that guy's ulterior motives? What if he ambushes you? LuZe didn't pay much attention to her words. Instead, he walked up to her and patted her shoulder, saying, There's nothing to fear. He won't do that. You. Ouyang Fengwu immediately felt displeased. But by this time, LuZe had already walked away, leaving Ouyang Fengwu to watch his retreating figure. Not listening to good advice. Ouyang Fengwu huffed in annoyance and then walked in another direction. As for LuZe, who had already left, he merely smiled lightly and continued walking forward. At that moment, LuZe suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Is there a sin mask nearby? LuZe murmured in surprise, then instantly teleported to the top of a tree. From his elevated position, he quickly spotted something unusual. Not far away, there was a man behaving strangely. From a distance, it was hard to tell what he was doing. This only piqued LuZe's interest further. Range, cover, buzz. The man nearby instantly felt something was off, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Brother, where do you think you're going? LuZe appeared behind the man in an instant. The man turned around and immediately became serious, questioning, Who are you? What do you want from me? Hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly. I don't have time to play with you. Where is Leviathan? Speak. Buzz. The man was taken aback upon hearing this, his body no longer obeying his commands. No one knows the location of Lord Leviathan. He has 3 avatars in different places. The man replied with vacant eyes. Upon hearing this, LuZe was surprised. That guy has 3 avatars. Realizing this, he suddenly became aware of the danger on Lucifer's side. Lucifer doesn't have sin mass powers and is probably no match for Leviathan right now. If they cross paths, it would be a huge loss. What a hassle. LuZe's expression turned cold in an instant, and he questioned again, Is there still a sin mask in the Qingfeng Pavilion? Answer me. The man's eyes had lost their luster, and he numbly replied, Yes, he is in the inner courtyard. Inner courtyard? LuZe nodded. This was within his expectations. Taking advantage of LuZe's moment of contemplation, the man suddenly dashed away. LuZe snapped back to reality and casually raised a hand, freezing the fleeing man in midair. I still have questions for you. Don't think about running, LuZe said with a cold face. Who is the sin mask in the inner courtyard? Answer me. The man fell into numbness again. His name is Yi Qinxiu. He is a direct disciple of an elder in the inner courtyard. I see. Then you have no value in living anymore. After asking everything, LuZe grasped the man's head with one hand. With a burst of colorless energy, the man instantly vanished from this world. After dealing with the man, LuZe planned to take action early. Leviathan currently has 3 avatars. LuZe only knows of one on this continent, and based on his guess, there should be another one on the Douluo continent. The reason LuZe planned to act early is because of that avatar on the Douluo continent. After contemplating all this, LuZe vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was standing before many elders of the Qingfeng Pavilion. LuZe, what brings you here? The head of the Qingfeng Pavilion, Lin Qing, immediately sensed something was off. After glancing at him, LuZe directly said, I need to leave for a while. Keep a close watch on Yi Qinxiu. Yi Lianzhu. Lin Qing felt very puzzled, but looking at LuZe's serious expression, he quickly dismissed other thoughts and ordered, Third Elder, bring Yi Qinxiu here. Indeed, Yi Qinxiu is the direct disciple of the Third Elder. The Third Elder was surprised upon hearing this and then asked, Headmaster, may I ask why you summoned Qinxiu? You don't need to know. Just bring him here. Lin Qing replied seriously. Seeing his solemn expression, the Third Elder had no choice but to comply and turned to walk outside the main hall. Shortly after, the Third Elder led a handsome young man in front of everyone. The handsome young man was Yi Qinxiu, who was extremely confused at this moment. But upon seeing LuZe, He instantly understood, though he didn't show any signs of abnormality. After seeing him, LuZe directly asked, "Where's Leviathan?" Yi Qianqiu smiled and replied, "I don't know what this brother is talking about. Who is Leviathan?" LuZe couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "Where's Leviathan? Speak." Yi Qianqiu was stunned by this question. His eyes glazed over as he replied, "I don't know where the Lord is. Hardly anyone knows his whereabouts." "I see." LuZe's face turned cold upon receiving this answer. He then teleported in front of Yi Qianqiu and directly grabbed his neck. "You are of no use to me. Erase." In an instant, LuZe wiped him out before all the elders, leaving no trace of breath. After resolving Yi Qianqiu's matter, LuZe slowly turned to Lin Qing. "The Sin Mask in your Qingfeng Pavilion has been dealt with. Now it's your own business. With Leviathan's informant gone, he will surely come looking for you. Just hold him off when the time comes." After finishing, he disappeared before everyone. The elders exchanged glances, all shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. "Headmaster, did LuZe go too far?" "Yi Qianqiu is a genius soul master in our Qingfeng Pavilion," the third elder said with a darkened face. Lin Qing, however, did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "What he did was right. Leviathan's people must die." The third elder was left speechless after hearing this, and the matter passed just like that. In a corner of the Sun and Moon continent, a man suddenly opened his eyes. The informant from the Qingfeng Pavilion is dead. The man was extremely shocked but also revealed a strange smile. "LuZe, you truly have opened my eyes. I didn't expect you to declare war so quickly. I'll be waiting for you to find me." Chapter 158, The Spark. On the Douluo continent, within a martial soul city, the finals of the Elite Soul Master competition were currently underway. At this point, only the Shrek 7 monsters and the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall remained on the field. "It's the last match. Everyone stay focused," Fred said seriously. Lu Xiaoyu and the others shouted confidently, "The championship is ours." Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, sitting on the high platform at the competition venue, looked at them with a worried expression. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing walked over to her side. "Xiaodong, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so worried?" Yu Xiaojing asked with a smile. Bibi Dong glanced at him and then stood up, saying, "It's nothing." "Really?" Yu Xiaojing sat down in the chair with a smile. Bibi Dong could only watch him like this, unable to speak. The reason she showed such a worried expression was due to Yu Xiaojing's changes. The Yu Xiaojing before her was not the same as before. Now he could go to any lengths for his goals. Even Bibi Dong, a titled Douluo, didn't dare to say she could defeat Yu Xiaojing. Soon, the final match of the Elite Soul Master competition began. Shrek sent out their strongest 7, Lu Xiaoyu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. As for Wai Ning Rongrong didn't get the chance to compete. It was simply because her strength was insufficient. Originally meant to be the strongest support in the team, everything changed with the appearance of Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu's martial soul is very comprehensive. It can assist with control from the back and launch strong attacks from the front, making her truly versatile. However, they cannot let their guard down. For some unknown reason, the Golden Generation has undergone a comprehensive enhancement in strength. Their power can no longer be measured by soul power. If LuZe were here now, he would definitely be able to see the reason for the Golden Generation's increase in strength. They have absorbed the power of sin. Before long, the competition arena was filled with 2 teams, one from Shrek Academy and the other from the Golden Generation. The referee looked at the states of both teams and then shouted directly, "The match begins." As soon as the referee's command was given, the Shrek Academy team charged forward first. "Mubai, you and I will hold off Xiaoyu and Yin. Hulaina is up to Shaosan." Lu Xiaoyu shouted. She then charged straight at Yin, with Dai Mubai closely following. This match is about the honor of Shrek Academy. They cannot lose. The members of the Spirit Hall glanced at them lightly and then charged forward to block. However, in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, their strength was still insufficient. Boom! With a loud bang, the few who rushed to block Lu Xiaoyu were sent flying. Hulaina and the others exchanged glances and showed disdain. "These people are really weak," Xiaoyu said sarcastically. But he wasn't referring to Lu Xiaoyu and her team. He was talking about his own side. "You should take care of yourself first." At this moment, Dai Mubai suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyu. Without a word, he unleashed a white tiger's fierce light wave. At such a close range, Xiaoyu couldn't react in time and was directly blasted away. Angered, Xiaoyu's soul power erupted instantly, mixed with a trace of the aura of sin. "Don't get too arrogant," Xiaoyu shouted, then charged at Dai Mubai. Lu Xiaoyu was unfazed by this, as her opponent was Yin. "You are the strongest one in Shrek Academy, right?" Yin said with a smile. "Then you're the strongest too?" Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yin didn't get angry. He merely teleported in front of her and kicked without hesitation. Quick to react, Lu Xiaoyu leaped back to avoid the kick, and then conjured a golden spear in her hand. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Lu Xiaoyu said coldly, then threw the golden spear. Whoosh! A sound of piercing air rang out as the golden spear instantly stabbed into Yan's chest. Thud! The spear pierced through Yan's chest. Yet he showed no signs of extreme pain. Instead, he stood up and casually pulled the spear out of his chest. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression began to grow serious. I underestimated you, Yin said with a smile. I did too, Lu Xiaoyu replied cheerfully as she landed, feeling inexplicably displeased. Yan's body was soon engulfed in flames as he charged at Lu Xiaoyu. In response, Lu Xiaoyu quickly summoned shield. Bang! Yan, covered in flames, slammed heavily into Lu Xiaoyu's shield, causing sparks to fly. The powerful shockwave left everyone present in shock. Meanwhile, Fred, watching from below, grew increasingly worried, fearing something might happen to Lu Xiaoyu. How would he explain it to LuZe's if that happened? As the flames dissipated, Lu Xiaoyu stood unharmed in place, while Yin was once again pierced through the chest by the golden spear. Uffed! Yin exclaimed in shock, not knowing what had just happened. Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with a faint smile and said, I told you, you're too arrogant. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her fist and struck Yin. Caught off guard, Yin was sent flying by her punch, and fortunately, Xiaoyu appeared just in time. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out of the competition arena. Don't underestimate that guy. He's strong, Xiaoyu said with a serious expression. Yin slowly stood up and said, Got it, let's finish this quickly. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, but then laughed. All right, let's make it quick. After reaching a consensus, a terrifying aura erupted from both of them. Eerie black gas began to appear around them, and soon they were completely enveloped. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt extremely shocked and shouted, Mubai, Xiao-san, come back quickly. Boom! But it was too late. Tang-san, who was facing Hulayina, had just entered a new state, significantly increasing his soul power multiple times. He was kicked away by her. This is bad, Lu Xiaoyu thought, his expression growing serious. You have no chance now, Yin suddenly said. Hee, Dai Mubai sneered twice. Just as he was about to charge in to teach Yin a lesson, Lu Xiaoyu stopped him. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Dai Mubai asked in confusion. Lu Xiaoyu replied solemnly, You're not his match. Rushing will only get you killed. Lu Xiaoyu's words instantly woke Dai Mubai up. He apologized for his earlier impulsiveness and then shot a fierce glare at Yin. Xiaoyu, I think we probably lost, Tang-sin said slowly at that moment. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't find the words to respond, as the power gap between both sides was just too large. Yin saw this and wasted no time, directly ordering the annihilation of Lu Xiaoyu and the others. The three of them instantly exerted their power and charged at Lu Xiaoyu and her team at lightning speed. This speed was something Lu Xiaoyu and the others couldn't react to in time, and it seemed trouble was imminent. At that critical moment, a figure appeared on the competition stage. Are you trying to kill someone? The person who appeared was none other than Lucifer. At that moment, Lucifer was furious, wanting nothing more than to tear Yin and his companions apart. At this moment, Bibi Dong also spoke up, standing up and shouting, Lucifer, are you trying to interfere with the match? Lucifer turned to her and coldly said, So what if I do interfere? Do you want to kill me too? Bibi Dong immediately wilted at his words. She knew how powerful Lucifer was. But just then, Yu Xiaojiang, sitting behind Bibi Dong, suddenly stood up. Lucifer, do you really think you're invincible? Yu Xiaojiang said with a cold smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, far stronger than Yin and the others. What is your relationship with Leviathan? Lucifer suddenly recalled the source of that aura. Upon hearing the name Leviathan, Yu Xiaojiang's expression instantly became serious. How do you know? He questioned. Lucifer replied coldly. I'm more familiar with it than you think. That nauseating aura. Is that so? Yu Xiaojiang sneered again. I'm not weaker than you now. The Lord has bestowed divine power upon me. I'm a god now. A god? Lucifer chuckled coldly, staring at him as he said, You're nothing but a puppet, yet you dare to call yourself a god. Ridiculous. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Lucifer with a sneer. Do you want to give it a try? Come on, Lucifer replied with a smile. A great battle was about to erupt, and the heavens of the continent were about to change. This was not only a fight between Yu Xiaojiang and Lucifer, but also the fuse between Leviathan and LuZe's. Chapter 159, Leviathan appears? Douluo Continent, Spirit City. At this moment, Spirit City was in ruins, and the cause of all this was Lucifer and Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong knew the power of Lucifer, but she was extremely shocked by Yu Xiaojiang's strength. At the same time, Everyone present was almost equally stunned. How could a soul master who wasn't even a soul sage fight back against the ridiculously strong Lucifer? Lucifer was now covered in dust, but he showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he looked quite excited. It seems that Leviathan has indeed treated you well, Lucifer said as he looked up at Yu Xiaojiang. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang smiled arrogantly. Your strength isn't bad either. Why not join us, and let's unify the continent together? Just you guys? Lucifer showed a disdainful expression. Yu Xiaojiang felt extremely displeased at this, and with a flash, he appeared right in front of Lucifer. I don't like what you just said, Yu Xiaojiang said coldly. He then threw a punch directly at Lucifer's face. Fortunately, Lucifer reacted quickly and caught his fist with one hand, while simultaneously raising a foot to kick at his ribs. Bang! Yu Xiaojiang was kicked away and crashed into the ruins in the distance. Cough cough. A very disheveled Yu Xiaojiang slowly emerged from the rubble, glaring angrily at Lucifer. Lucifer sensed something and couldn't help but laugh. Do you really think you're invincible? What do you mean by that? Yu Xiaojiang felt something was off. In the next second, Lucifer instantly appeared behind him, grabbing the back of his head and forcing it down to the ground. Do you really not know my strength? Or are you just pretending? Lucifer displayed his invincible expression once again. Indeed, the reason Lucifer had been struggling before was entirely because Lu Xiaoyu and the others were here, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Now, it was different, as he sensed that Lu Xiaoyu and the others had reached a safe zone, so he felt no burden. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who was pinned to the ground, also felt something was wrong and tried to break free. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Seeing his appearance, Lucifer couldn't help but laugh. What are you panicking for? Our battle has just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted a foot and kicked Yu Xiaojiang in the abdomen. Bang! The heavy blow to his abdomen caused Yu Xiaojiang to spit out a mouthful of blood and awkwardly stand up from the distant ruins. You bastard! I will definitely kill you, Yu Xiaojiang shouted with a twisted expression. Upon hearing this, Lucifer burst into laughter. Huh, what power do you think you have? You're overestimating yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yu Xiaojiang again, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. This will let you see the gap between us, Lucifer said as he slowly ascended into the air while holding Yu Xiaojiang, speaking in front of countless people. Remember, I am Lucifer, in heaven and on earth. I'm his strongest. After saying this, he began to condense an incredibly terrifying aura in his hand. Yu Xiaojiang, who was being choked, felt this power and instantly showed a look of fear on his face. Lucifer looked at him as if he were a monkey, a disdainful expression on his face died. Whoosh! Just as Lucifer's words fell, Yu Xiaojiang, who was being choked, suddenly disappeared. The person who saved him was a stranger, whose aura was several times stronger than his. Leviathan, you finally decided to show up? Lucifer recognized him at a glance. The man laughed upon hearing this. Lucifer, it's been a long time, and you're still so arrogant. The man was indeed Leviathan, but he was just one of the 3 avatars, yet the strongest one. Lucifer, I've been thinking about something. Why didn't you absorb the power of sin with me back then? Leviathan asked with a smile. But Lucifer seemed uninterested in chatting with him and appeared in front of him in a breath. You two, still so chatty after all this time, Lucifer said coldly. He then suddenly kicked him in the head. Boom! Leviathan was smashed straight into the rubble below, looking quite disheveled. Lucifer looked down at Leviathan from above like an emperor, with no expression on his face. I can't let you keep going down that wrong path, Lucifer said, raising his right hand and pointing at Leviathan on the ground with a smile. Divine punishment, heavenly retribution. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with shocking thunder and lightning, and the next second, lightning struck down from the sky. Without time to react, Leviathan surprisingly chose to withstand it with his body. This scene shocked even Lucifer, as he knew the power of this move. Very few could survive the baptism of lightning. Soon, within the vast sea of lightning, Leviathan let out a heart-wrenching howl. Seeing this, Lucifer let out a sigh of relief. He had thought Leviathan had some powerful trump card, only to realize he had overthought it. In the sea of lightning, Leviathan's body began to crack apart, with every inch of skin looking unrecognizable. But there was a strange phenomenon. Leviathan was actually smiling. Soon, Lucifer also realized something was off, but it was too late for him to react. Pooch! Several black spikes instantly pierced through his chest, and blood gushed out. Lucifer, you're still too naive, Leviathan said, standing behind him with a smile. Lucifer turned his head in shock to look at him. You bastard. Forget it. I'll deal with you first. Leaving you alive is a threat. Leviathan suddenly changed his expression and said coldly. He then waved his right hand, and several black spikes instantly pinned Lucifer to the ground. Cough, cough. Lucifer, pinned to the ground, felt a sharp pain. But now he didn't know what to do. The black spikes had pierced through his limbs and chest. He was now just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, easily killable with a single touch. Leviathan looked down at Lucifer with a superior expression, a smile reappearing on his face. Lucifer, this can't be blamed on me. Blame your own talent. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the skies suddenly darkened, a pitch-black long spear condensing above Lucifer. Everyone felt the terrifying power of that black spear. If it fell to the ground, this land would likely be flattened. Lucifer looked at the black spear before him, his expression grave. He knew in his heart that this move could probably kill him. Fall. At that moment, Leviathan suddenly spoke. The massive black spear began to descend, and a terrifying aura pressed down directly. Lucifer watched the scene before him, feeling very unwilling but powerless. If Leviathan hadn't absorbed the power of sin, he would definitely not be Lucifer's opponent. Just as the black spear was about to hit the ground, a figure suddenly appeared beneath it. It's over. The figure said softly, then waved his right hand, and a mass of colorless airflow instantly devoured the black spear. The black spear, consumed by the colorless airflow, quickly disappeared without a trace. Leviathan smiled upon seeing this scene. You finally came. Lucia. Yes, I'm here. The figure was indeed LuZe. At this moment, LuZe was enveloped in black airflow, his crimson eyes radiating a terrifying aura. I'm really curious how you made it from the sun and moon continent, Leviathan said with a smile. LuZe ignored him and approached Lucifer, looking at him pinned to the ground, his gaze turning cold. Yi Wu Kuang, take him away, LuZe said in a low voice. Soon, two figures appeared beside him, and without a word, they lifted the severely injured Lucifer and flew off into the distance. Leviathan, seeing this, did not stop them. Instead, he laughed even more joyfully. LuZe, come on. Our contest. You are just a clone. Let the main body come. LuZe said coldly. Are you looking down on me? Leviathan's expression turned cold. Upon hearing this, LuZe showed a sarcastic smile, not even bothering to look at him. That's just a fact. Chapter 160. Make a choice. Boom. 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 At this moment, the Soul Master City was almost flattened, and there wasn't a single good piece of flesh left on Leviathan's body. LuZe looked down at him from a high position, his expression full of disdain. Leviathan stared at him fiercely, his face filled with anger, but he couldn't do anything to LuZe. I advise you to join me, otherwise, you'll die a terrible death soon, Leviathan said angrily. LuZe merely smiled faintly in response, then teleported in front of him. Don't you understand the situation yet? LuZe said, grabbing Leviathan by the neck and lifting him into the air. Ugh! Leviathan felt difficulty breathing for being choked, but his eyes were still filled with defiance. LuZe looked at him, then directly threw him away. Boom! The thrown Leviathan crashed heavily into the distant ruins. In fact, LuZe could have dealt with this Leviathan clone long ago, but he didn't do so. The reason was simple. If this guy died now, the real Leviathan might not come, and LuZe's goal couldn't be accomplished. In the ruins, Leviathan stood up trembling, his eyes fixed on LuZe. LuZe, realizing his anger, showed a mocking smile. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, launching an attack filled with the power of sin. However, LuZe seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly dodging the attack, then directly grabbing the assailant by the back of the head and pressing them to the ground. Master, what were you thinking to join that guy? LuZe said with a smile at the person he had pinned down. The one who ambushed LuZe was none other than Yu Xiaojang, who had been saved by Leviathan earlier. At this moment, Yu Xiaojang's face was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to make sound. LuZe looked at the silent Yu Xiaojang and whispered in his ear, You were wrong from the start, do you know that? As soon as he finished speaking, the power of paradox began to gather in his hand. Just as LuZe was about to act, another figure appeared to stop him. Don't touch him. A sharp female voice suddenly came. Following that, several attacks made of soul power surged towards LuZe. Upon seeing this, LuZe waved his hand lightly, and those attacks instantly vanished without a trace. Why are you here? LuZe looked at the person who attacked him. The attacker was none other than Bibi Dong. Let Xiaojang go. I don't want to say it a second time, Bibi Dong said seriously. LuZe was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then laughed. I really don't understand why you would say such a thing. At this point, can't you see this guy's true colors? What do you mean? Bibi Dong frowned. LuZe didn't waste words and said with a smile, You probably don't know what sin is, so let me enlighten you. With that, LuZe, in front of the puzzled Bibi Dong, continued, Sin is the evil within a person's heart. Since this guy has the power of sin, it means he has unleashed the evil within him. The person you've seen over the years is his true self. You should know this well. With that, LuZe laughed again, then slowly stood up and stepped on Yu Xiaojiang's head. Since you are just an uninformed person, I can give you a chance. Leave here immediately, or you can go down the path with this ugly-hearted guy, LuZe said lightly, then extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Make your choice. Bibi Dong fell into a dilemma upon hearing this. After all, she had witnessed Yu Xiaojiang's personality changes over the years. Just as she was conflicted, Yu Xiaojiang, who was being stepped on, suddenly shouted, "Xiao Dong, save me, save me." His expression was incredibly grim, as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. Upon seeing his face, Bibi Dong was immediately frightened. But Yu Xiaojiang didn't care. He just wanted to survive. No matter what, he had to live. LuZe cast a faint glance at him, then increased the pressure. Yu Xiaojiang's face was almost twisted, tears and mucus covering his cheeks. "Help me, please save me." Yu Xiaojiang kept mumbling, not wanting to die, really not wanting to die. Bibi Dong felt her heart being torn apart upon witnessing this. She wanted to rush up to save him, but she hesitated. "Have you made your choice? Give me your answer," LuZe said with a faint smile. Bibi Dong truly didn't know how to choose. LuZe looked at her indecision, and his expression turned cold. "If that's the case, then I'll choose for you. This hypocrite isn't worth you risking your life for, so I will sever the bond between you two," LuZe said coldly. After saying this, the colorless airflow instantly engulfed Yu Xiaojiang, disappearing from this world in a breath. Bibi Dong's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this, and her heart seemed to stop beating. After dealing with Yu Xiaojiang, LuZe did not stop. In a single breath, he appeared in front of the young Bibi Dong, raised a finger, and pointed directly at her forehead. "You should not have encountered Yu Xiaojiang, and even more so, you should not have developed feelings so," LuZe said slowly. "This entanglement should come to an end." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light flashed, instantly enveloping Bibi Dong. After witnessing this, LuZe no longer paid attention to her, as he had erased all matters between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang through paradoxes. In other words, at this moment, Bibi Dong had completely forgotten Yu Xiaojiang, as if she had never seen him. After finishing these matters, LuZe looked again at the location of Leviathan. Meanwhile, Leviathan in the ruins had a dark expression, his heart feeling like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through it. "Where's your true form? Aren't you coming to save you? Or did he never think about saving you at all?" LuZe suddenly laughed. Upon hearing this, Leviathan became furious but did not rush blindly. After a moment of calm, he laughed. "You will definitely regret this." Just as Leviathan finished speaking, LuZe instantly appeared in front of him. "Oh, really?" LuZe said with a smile, then kicked him in the abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. The kicked Leviathan crashed into several buildings before barely coming to a stop. But when he looked up again, LuZe was once again in front of him. This time, LuZe wasted no words and directly grabbed his head, then pressed him down onto the ground. "I really don't want you to die too early. After all, I haven't played enough yet," LuZe said with a smile. Leviathan gasped for air, trembling as he spoke. You will regret this." Upon hearing this, LuZe burst out laughing. In that moment, it seemed like he was the villain, such an ugly fellow. Even his words were so. Crack! At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the already very dark sky. At this moment, everyone on the Douluo continent felt it and looked up. "Is the sky cracking?" Fred exclaimed in shock. The others also didn't know what to say. They were all incredibly shocked. Leviathan, who was pressed to the ground by LuZe, suddenly revealed a smug smile. "Ha ha ha, you're dead for sure." Leviathan laughed. Upon sensing this, LuZe stopped laughing, and a colorless airflow instantly engulfed Leviathan. In just a breath, Leviathan disappeared from this world. LuZe slowly stood up and then looked up at the sky. Finally here, Chapter 161, The Awakening of Truth, Final Chapter of the Parallel Journey, Part 1. Douluo Continent. The sky cracked open, and the entire world lost its color. "LuZe, didn't you want to see me very much? I'm here now. Why do you have such a cold face?" The real Leviathan stood at the crack in the sky, smiling. Upon hearing this, LuZe looked at him and said, "I really didn't expect you to bring so many people." That's right, there were not just Leviathan, but also 4 other men exuding the power of the 7 deadly sins. If LuZe guessed correctly, these 4 should be greed, gluttony, sloth, and lust. "Come on, our final battle is here," Leviathan said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 agreed, gave LuZe no chance to react, and charged directly at him. Upon seeing this, LuZe reacted quickly and directly used the power of truth. Get down, Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the four of greed were instantly smashed to the ground. After seeing this, LuZe smiled faintly, then looked at Leviathan and said, "Aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" "Ha!" Leviathan laughed. Then with a teleport, he appeared directly in front of LuZe. LuZe had no time to react and was kicked away. Bang! The kicked LuZe crashed into a small hill 100 meters away. In an instant, the entire small hill was flattened, causing concern among those watching from a distance, including Lu Xiaoyu. "Brother," Lu Xiaoyu murmured with a worried expression. Fortunately, Lucifer came over to comfort her. "Don't worry, the Hall Master won't be defeated so easily." After saying that, Lucifer teleported towards Leviathan. In just a breath, he arrived behind the still-laughing Leviathan. Boom! Lucifer did not hesitate and threw a powerful punch directly at Leviathan. "Old friend, it's not nice to sneak attack." Leviathan casually received Lucifer's punch. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he threw him away. And the four of greed instantly understood what to do and followed suit. After dealing with Lucifer, Leviathan looked again at the distant small hill, a smile appearing on his face. "LuZe, is this all you can do?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, as if entering a deserted room. Seeing this, Leviathan's expression suddenly turned cold. He did not come here to win easily, but to go all out. "LuZe, are you really going to disappoint me?" Leviathan said coldly. Despite this, there was still no echo from the small hill in the distance. Just as Leviathan was about to go check, an accident happened. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook, and all the mountains seemed to shrink by half, with all buildings completely reduced to ruins. Leviathan, sensing the anomaly, was instantly shocked. Not only him, but almost all the residents on Douluo continent were stunned by the scene before them. The sky is falling. Tang San and his group were completely shocked. At this moment, the sky that had already cracked a hole in Douluo continent began to collapse. Not only that, the residents near the sea on Douluo continent discovered that a new continent was appearing on the sea, and it was getting closer to Douluo continent. Only then did Leviathan realize what kind of existence he was fighting against. This kind of thing was beyond human capability. No, even the gods could not be so exaggerated. The heavens will ultimately collapse, and the continent will ultimately expand. Just as Leviathan was in shock, a powerful voice came from the distant small hill. Following that, a beam of red light broke through the clouds, and a figure slowly walked out of the red light. That figure was none other than LuZe in his true form. At this moment, countless red giant eyes suddenly opened in the space behind him. The moment the red giant eyes opened, the spatial walls of this world began to shatter. "Only truth will last forever in this world, and I am truth," LuZe said slowly, then took step by step towards Leviathan. Leviathan was under immense pressure. If he hadn't absorbed the powers of the 7 deadly sins, he would have probably died under this pressure long ago. Is this really the true strength of the Hall Master? Lucifer, who was engaged in battle with the four of greed, suddenly stopped, staring at LuZe in shock. The four of greed stood frozen in place, as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell. "Is this your true strength, LuZe?" Leviathan suddenly burst into laughter, his expression full of excitement. LuZe did not respond to him at all, but quietly gazed at him. "Ha ha!" Seeing that LuZe ignored him, Leviathan's wild laughter echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In a hurry, terrifying power began to erupt from his body. "I have long known the power of truth. Today, I finally witness it with my own eyes. For this moment, I have prepared for decades." Leviathan laughed maniacally. Then, he raised his hand and waved at the four of greed, instantly breaking their confinement, sending them flying toward Leviathan's position. At that moment, a bottomless black hole appeared in Leviathan's chest, and the four of greed were immediately sucked into the abyss. Leviathan's aura expanded once more, almost reaching the pinnacle of this world. At this moment, he could destroy a continent's civilization with just a finger, but in his eyes, this was still far from enough. Because truth is eternal, limitless, and there is no way to overcome it. Yet Leviathan did not give up, for he had waited for this moment for a long time. As long as he could defeat truth, he could devour it and inherit it. At that time, he would be the new truth of this world. LuZe looked at him calmly, his face showing no emotional fluctuation. Leviathan, having fused with this power, charged directly at him. "Hand over the truth to me." Leviathan laughed madly. In the next second, LuZe looked at him, his lips slightly moving. "Kneel, Buzz." The moment Leviathan's brain received this command, he directly knelt down before LuZe. LuZe looked down at him from above and slowly said, Challenging the truth is a foolish choice. Then he flicked his fingers, and Leviathan was instantly sent flying. Boom! In an instant, a bottomless abyss appeared on the continent, and at the bottom of the abyss lay Leviathan, who had lost half of his body. Leviathan spat out a mouthful of blood, then stood up shakily. Is this the power of truth? Just then, before he could catch his breath, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped his entire body. Buzz! This pressure was even more terrifying than before, and Leviathan was directly pressed beneath the continent. When the pressure disappeared, Leviathan thought it was over, but he did not expect a massive crimson sword to be forming directly above him. In the distance, LuZe felt it was about time and waved his right hand. The crimson giant sword fell instantly, piercing directly into the pit where Leviathan was. Boom! In an instant, the entire continent trembled, as if it were about to collapse. After seeing this, LuZe no longer made a move and slowly said, "You were awake long ago, weren't you?" There was no one beside him. No one knew who he was talking to. Perhaps only one person knew, but that person was not in this world. He at that moment. A series of chuckles emerged, and a crimson phantom slowly emerged from LuZe's body. Indeed, this phantom was the Truth, who had been lost in thought, but had now awakened. With a playful expression, Truth said, "LuZe, I didn't expect you to notice that I had awakened. If you hadn't awakened, my power of truth would not have reached this level." LuZe slowly replied, "Oh, quite clever. Then what do you plan to do next?" Truth asked with a smile. LuZe looked up at the nearby sky and slowly said, "To the divine realm, to obtain the power of rules, and then go home." You guessed it? Truth was a bit surprised. LuZe did not speak, but merely nodded slightly. That's right, to restore the power of rules. One must awaken the rules within him through external rule power. Let's go. It's time to head to the divine realm. The battle on the continent resulted in Leviathan's death, the sky collapsing, and the two continents merging ahead of time. This world had completely changed, and the one who caused all this, LuZe, had already gone to the divine realm. The day of returning to the original world was not far away. Chapter 162, Modify the Rules, Parallel Journey Conclusion Part 2, Douluo, Continent Divine Realm. Everything happening on the continent had reached the divine realm, and the gods showed very serious expressions. Is it finally coming? A man exuding an evil aura slowly said. He was none other than the evil god. Standing beside him was the kind god. Can we really resist that guy? The kind god said with a worried expression. Upon hearing this, the evil god merely shook his head lightly, looking dejected as he said, "There is no chance at all. He has become too strong for us to contend with." Not just the two gods, but all the gods present had grave expressions because they understood the power of their opponent. The next second, a figure slowly walked into their view. Is this the gathering place of the gods? The newcomer was none other than LuZe. He at this moment. Truth also emerged, sneering and saying, "Are they the gods of this world? They look so weak, not even half as strong as the arrogant ones." The evil god and the others listened to Truth's words. Although they felt very displeased, they dared not say anything. After all, their strength was evident. LuZe was already so powerful, let alone the crimson phantom behind him. Why can you enter the god's territory? At this moment, the Shura god asked with a serious expression. Why can I enter the god's territory? LuZe was taken aback by this question, then disdainfully laughed. A small space can be called a god's territory? That's too ridiculous. You, the Shura god said with a dark face, but was stopped by the evil god. Otherwise, the outcome could have been truly unpredictable. At this moment, LuZe directly stated his purpose. No more nonsense. I'm here to take the power of rules. Do you know what the power of rules means to our world? The evil god said coldly. I know, but you have no right to possess the power of rules. LuZe's expression began to cool. Looking at the expressions of the evil god and the others, it seemed they did not want to hand over the control of the power of rules. If that was the case, then the worst method would have to be used. Upon hearing LuZe's words, the veins on the forehead of the god of cultivation instantly bulged, and his aura began to surge. You better not force us. I don't believe that so many of us gods cannot deal with just one person, the Shura god said coldly. Before LuZe could respond, Truth stepped in first. You really overestimate yourselves. You don't even have half the strength of the arrogant ones, yet you dare to fantasize about defeating us? The Shura god instantly became furious upon hearing this, and stepped forward, ready to fight LuZe. You bastard. Enough. At this critical moment, the evil god spoke up. Otherwise, a tragedy would have occurred. Evil god, what are you doing? The Shura god asked, confused. The evil god said gravely, You don't need to ask too much. This guy can make us fall with just a finger. If you want to die, I won't stop you. but please don't drag us down with you. Seeing the serious expression on the evil god's face, the Shura god chose to back down. After witnessing this, the evil god directly approached LuZe and said solemnly, "We can hand over the power of the rules to you, but you must agree to one request. You have no right to make requests. You should know the principle of the victor and the vanquished," LuZe said slowly. The evil god was left speechless, as they couldn't win the fight. Seeing that he couldn't respond, LuZe walked directly to the center seat of the gods and sat down without saying a word. "From now on, the divine realm belongs to my Hall of Truth. You have two choices. Either join the Hall of Truth or perish here," LuZe announced with an imperial demeanor, smiling. The evil god and the other gods hardly dared to meet LuZe's gaze. If the God King held the highest position in the divine realm, LuZe's status now surpassed even that. Noticing that the gods were silent, LuZe smiled and said, "Since you don't respond, I'll take it as you choosing the first option. Welcome to the Hall of Truth." With that, LuZe slowly stood up, and with a wave of his right hand, the power of the rules of the divine realm began to surge towards him. Before long, all the power of the rules was in LuZe's hands. "So this is the power of the rules of this world?" LuZe showed a disdainful expression, but still absorbed it. After all, having it was better than not having it. After absorbing the power of the rules, LuZe's body underwent tremendous changes. The evil god and the others also noticed that the power of the rules emanating from LuZe was now even stronger and more robust than before. Finally awakened, the truth revealed a rare, serious expression. At this moment, LuZe's appearance began to change. His originally black hair turned silver and his dark pupils transformed into brilliant gold. At the same time, golden engravings began to appear on his skin, initially only on his right hand, but then spreading all over his body, not even sparing his hair. After a long absence, LuZe stretched his limbs and then revealed a satisfied smile. In no time, LuZe, covered in golden engravings, returned to normal, with black hair and deep black pupils. "All right, next is to change the rules of this world," LuZe murmured softly. The evil god was instantly shocked and hurriedly said, "My lord, the world's rules cannot be changed just like that. Do you want to stop me?" LuZe shot him a sidelong glance. Feeling LuZe's pressure, the evil god immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this, LuZe ignored him and raised his right hand. As LuZe's right hand descended, the planes of the divine realm began to change. The evil god and the others sensed the change immediately. The divine realm was no longer the divine realm, and the evil god showed a frustrated expression. Indeed, the divine realm had appeared above the now flattened martial soul city of Douluo continent. The people on the continent were shocked when they saw this. "Is that a divine temple? Are you kidding me? The gods have descended to Douluo?" In an instant, the continent was filled with voices of shock as everyone looked up at the temple above martial soul city. Inside the temple, LuZe looked down at the evil god and the other god from high position. "From now on, this world will no longer have a divide between gods and humans. You are all now equals," LuZe said calmly. The evil god and the others dared not voice any complaints and could only lower themselves and respond. "Understood." Seeing this, LuZe smiled and then waved his hand, causing several figures to appear in the temple. They were none other than Lucifer, Wu Kuang, Lu Xiaoyu, and the Soul Bee Sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. From now on, this world will no longer have gods. Soul beasts will not face heavenly tribulations, and humans will no longer need to rely on gods for inheritance, LuZe said slowly. The one who reacted the most to this was the Silver Dragon King. Her joy was beyond words. She was immensely grateful. Seeing this, LuZe also smiled faintly and then gestured for Lucifer and Lu Xiaoyu to come forward. "Lucifer, you will assist Xiaoyu in governing this world from now on. Do you understand?" LuZe said slowly. Lucifer had no complaints and smiled lightly, saying, "Rest assured, Home Master, I will take care of Xiaoyu's matters." After hearing this, LuZe nodded and then looked at Lu Xiaoyu but said nothing, only gently patting her head. However, the evil god and the others understood that LuZe had filled Lu Xiaoyu with the power of the rules. In other words, Lu Xiaoyu was now the only person in this world who possessed the power of the rules. "Brother, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyu sensed something was wrong and quickly grabbed his hand. LuZe smiled faintly and then slowly said, "I don't know, but I probably won't come back." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the temple showed shocked expressions. But soon, they returned to calmness, as LuZe looked at the evil god again and slowly said, "Do not harbor any thoughts of rebellion. You all have my restrictions within you. As long as I live, you will remain subjects under the Hall of Truth. At this point, the evil god and the others dispelled the last trace of doubt in their hearts and willingly submitted to the Hall of Truth. I'm leaving. After arranging everything, LuZe's body began to fade away. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with reluctance. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said the words Lu Xiaoyu most wanted to hear. We shall meet again, my dear sister. Chapter 163. Return, a new chapter begins. On a towering mountain piercing the clouds in Douluo continent, LuZe was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. When will you leave? At this moment, truth emerged. Upon hearing this, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. It's about time, let's go. After speaking, he stood up and looked toward the distant, faintly visible Hall of Truth. Are you reluctant? Truth seemed to sense something. LuZe shook his head with a smile and said slowly, the outcome of this world is what I most desire, but I ultimately do not belong here. Indeed, Truth said with deep understanding, then spoke again, don't worry, this world should not encounter any accidents in that little girl's hands. What do you mean by that? LuZe felt puzzled. Truth laughed when she heard it. You should know that every world has its own truth, but this world has yet to reveal it. Are you saying that Xiaoyu is the truth of this world? LuZe guessed a bit. Truth nodded and smiled, saying yes. That little girl is actually the truth of this world, but she is yet to awaken. Upon hearing this, LuZe showed a contemplative expression. Seeing this, Truth said again, also, the truth within that little girl should be stronger than both me and the relative truth, assuming nothing goes wrong. What? LuZe was quite surprised. Then what kind of truth is she? Truth paused for a moment and then said seriously, she is the truth of concepts. The truth that can turn all concepts into reality. After hearing this, LuZe smiled and waved his hand, saying, forget it, even if that's the case. It still has nothing to do with us. After all, she's not from our world. Truth looked at LuZe with a smile, speaking meaningfully. You never know. After seeing her expression, LuZe became serious, but he quickly calmed down. Let's go, it's time to return, LuZe said slowly. He then waved his right hand, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, LuZe stepped directly into the rift. I'm back, Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, in the world where Lu Xiaoyu was in the Sky Palace, standing above the continent, a young boy sitting on the throne slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a faint smile appeared on his face. Finally willing to show yourself? My dear brother, in an uninhabited area of the continent, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Following that, a figure slowly walked out. Finally back? The one who walked out of the spatial rift was none other than LuZe. Although he had returned to this world, it felt entirely new to him. Looks like Lucifer still made a move, and Truth also showed up at this time. Her expression not very happy. Yes, I wonder how Xiaoyu is doing, LuZe said with great concern. But at this moment, Truth said, your brother should be fine. Lucifer will definitely support the only truth in this world, but you're different as an anomaly. He will find ways to eliminate you. I think Lucifer is not my opponent now, LuZe said with a faint smile. No, you underestimate him too much, Truth firmly denied his thought. Why? LuZe was a bit confused. Clearly, his strength had greatly improved, the power of rules had expanded several times, and the abilities of paradox and truth had reached their peak. Theoretically, LuZe's strength should be on par with Lucifer's. But Truth still explained, Lucifer is known as above heaven and earth. I alone am supreme. While it's true, he also has shortcomings, which is his arrogance. Arrogance, as a sin, gives him absolute power. But it is also his greatest weakness, Truth continued. In that case, why do you say I underestimate him? LuZe asked in confusion. After hearing this, Truth said again, have you forgotten your brother's abilities? You think my brother would attack me? LuZe was a bit puzzled. Truth didn't know how to respond, but slowly said, that's not what I mean. I'm just worried that your brother will be influenced by Lucifer and see me as an enemy, then eliminate me. At this point, LuZe suddenly thought of the contract he signed with Truth, that if either party died, the other would die as well. Upon thinking of this, LuZe's expression became serious. You have a point. Lucifer may not be my opponent, but my brother's relative truth counters your abilities. Yes, at that time, the only power I can rely on will be the power of rules. But relying solely on the power of rules, I am definitely not Lucifer's opponent, Truth said seriously. The two fell into silence, unsure of how to resolve the situation. Soon, LuZe calmed his thoughts and slowly said, let's not think about this for now. The most important thing is to understand the changes in this world. I have been away for too long and know nothing about the changes in the continent. Let's go. It's time to see the outside. Truth nodded and then merged into LuZe's body. LuZe did not hesitate and stepped outside towards the uninhabited area. To avoid attracting Lucifer's attention, LuZe sealed all his auras, appearing to outsiders as an ordinary man. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe finally saw signs of human life. Finally see people, LuZe was very happy, as he hadn't encountered a single soul beast during this time, let alone humans. In no time, LuZe arrived outside the city he had seen. Because he had no soul power or any other aura, LuZe entered the city smoothly. Looking at the bustling scene on the street, LuZe couldn't help but stop. He had thought the world would become unbearable under Lucifer's interference, but instead, he saw such a lively street. Moreover, the expressions on these humans' faces did not show any suffering. Instead, they were smiling happily. Did I think too much? LuZe murmured quietly after seeing this. He then continued walking forward, intending to ask someone about the changes in the continent over the years. But soon, as he passed by a bulletin board, he was stunned by the contents on it. Wow, you actually made the announcement, truth mocked from within LuZe. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt quite uncomfortable. Indeed, the bulletin board was filled with his wanted notices, requesting him alive. After seeing his wanted notice, LuZe understood that Lucifer's target was actually only him, having nothing to do with the residents of this continent. Well, that's fine. At least it hasn't turned this world into hell, LuZe said with a wry smile, shaking his head. He then stopped paying attention to the wanted notices and headed straight to a hotel. However, on his way to the hotel, he changed his appearance. The originally handsome LuZe now turned into a very ordinary young man. Why disguise yourself? Truth mocked. LuZe felt a bit reluctant to explain. I'm wanted. Staying in my true form will get me caught sooner or later. That's true. Truth nodded with a smile. After saying that, LuZe ignored Truth, went to the hotel, booked a room, and headed directly to his room. Once in the room, LuZe lay down on the bed without a word, staring at the ceiling as countless thoughts flooded his mind. Xiaoyu, what would you do? LuZe murmured softly. At this moment, Truth emerged again. Looking serious as she said, remember, do not reveal your true identity until you understand the changes in this world. Otherwise, we will both be done for. Jose didn't seem to care at all. Seeing this, Truth stopped talking and directly merged into his body. As a result, Jose fell into a deep sleep amidst countless thoughts. After such a long time without a good night's sleep, he finally could rest peacefully. Chapter 164, The City Lord's Mansion. As dawn broke, Jose slowly opened his eyes. You're finally awake. I thought you were dead asleep. Truth said with a smile as it emerged. Jose merely glanced at him indifferently, then walked to the window to check the situation outside. It was still as lively as when he first arrived. The streets were bustling with people, all wearing happy smiles. What are we doing today? Truth floated beside him and asked gently. Jose didn't think much and replied directly. I want to ask someone about the changes in the continent over the past few years. Hearing this, Truth cautioned, don't expose yourself casually outside. Otherwise, I can't predict the consequences. With that, it merged back into Jose's body. Jose didn't respond, simply tidied up a bit, then walked out of the hotel. Once outside, Jose looked at the bustling street and felt unsure about how to integrate into it. He shook his head with a wry smile. Realizing how much things had changed, he didn't know how to fit in anymore. While thinking this, Jose headed towards the city center. In his view, to understand the changes on the continent, he should seek out those in high positions. The best candidate now was undoubtedly the city lord. With this thought, Jose revealed a satisfied smile. Before long, Jose arrived outside a magnificent building. This should be where the city lord was located. He looked at the imposing structure and smiled slightly. Just then, a magnetic male voice came over. Who are you, and why are you here? A man approached slowly. Jose turned to look at him and smiled. If I said I was just passing by, would you believe me? Who would stand in one place staring at something with a sinister smile while just passing by? The man said, not believing him. Jose awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. To be honest, this is my first time seeing such an impressive building. I couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Really? The man said, half convinced. Yes, I'm a traveler from the distant south, Jose replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the man didn't pursue the matter further, as the guy in front of him showed no signs of soul power fluctuations. Wait. The man suddenly realized something and assumed a combat stance. Are you a sinner? Since Jose had no soul power fluctuations, the man could only think of one possibility, a sinner. The power of sinners could not be sensed by soul masters and was very dangerous. Jose didn't show any unusual reaction, but calmly smiled. Brother, you might be overly suspicious. I'm really just an ordinary traveler. Due to an accident, my martial soul shattered, and I became an ordinary person. At this point, Jose's expression began to look a bit pained. Although he was pretending, It felt as if he truly was what he claimed. The man paused for a moment, then relaxed his combat stance, apologetically coming closer to Zhuozhe. Sorry, little brother. The recent sinners have been rampant, and as the one responsible for the city's security, I couldn't help but be suspicious. It's fine. Zhuozhe waved his hand and forced a smile. Those things are in the past. I just want to travel the world now. Seeing Zhuozhe's forced smile, the man felt touched and said, Little brother, I misjudged you. To make it up to you, how about I take you inside for a tour? Really? Zhuozhe showed an expression of anticipation. The man smiled and turned to say, Of course, I keep my word. Thank you so much. Zhuozhe nodded with a smile. The man smiled back and then seemed to remember something. By the way, what is your name? My name is Luli. May I ask for your name, brother? Zhuozhe replied with a smile. I'm Wang. Just call me Uncle Wang. Okay, Uncle Wang, Zhuo nodded. Before long, Uncle Wang led Zhuozhe into the grand building. Once inside, Zhuozhe discovered that it wasn't too much different from ordinary buildings except for the intricate carvings on the walls and pillars. Luli, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I can see you're holding back. Uncle Wang smiled and said. Zhuozhe didn't hesitate and asked directly, Uncle Wang, why did you say that sinners have been rampant lately in the city? While Uncle Wang paused, then continued, due to the unification of the continent, the number of sinners has gradually increased. Many people, after awakening their sinner powers, began to act recklessly, relying on their strength. Unification of the continent? Zhuozhe showed a puzzled expression. Uncle Wang, seeing his look, said, You don't know? To be honest, I've been shut in my room for years and just came out recently, so I'm unaware of many things, Zhuozhe said with a bitter smile. Uncle Wang looked at his expression and felt he wasn't lying, so he slowly explained the continent was unified 8 years ago by a boy with the surname Lu. 8 years. Zhuozhe was astonished, thinking that he had been away from this world for 8 years. Yes, the continent has been unified for 8 years, and during this time, sinners have gradually emerged. Fortunately, there are people specifically managing this aspect. Some hot-headed sinners face dire consequences, Uncle Wang said slowly. Hearing this, Zhuozhe felt something and smiled. Uncle Wang, can I have a moment alone? Uncle Wang looked at his expression and sighed. All right, I understand your feelings. I'll go to the city lord now. Let me know if anything comes up. With that, he handed Zhuozhe a round jade. Zhuozhe took it with a smile, and once Uncle Wang left, he walked towards a nearby pavilion. After observing the surroundings, Zhuozhe leaned against the pavilion and sat down. Are you feeling nostalgic after being away for so long? At that moment, truth spoke slowly from within him. Zhuozhe didn't respond immediately. He closed his eyes and kept thinking about various things. After a while, he slowly said, I didn't expect to be gone for 8 years. I really don't know how Xiaoyu has been during this time. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. And just then, a female voice entered his ears. Who are you? Why are you sitting in my place? Hearing the voice, Zhuozhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the source, discovering a young girl glaring at him with an annoyed expression. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get up. The girl continued to shout. LuZe was not angry either. He slowly got up and walked toward the small pavilion outside. What kind of attitude is that? The girl became even more displeased when LuZe ignored her. Oh, how about I apologize? LuZe said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the girl felt insulted and prepared to teach him a lesson. How dare you speak to me like that? I must make you pay, she said, and 6 soul rings appeared behind her. At the same time, a long sword appeared in her hand. The girl gripped the sword tightly and charged at LuZe without saying a word. Seeing this, LuZe raised a hand, ready to teach the little girl a lesson. But just then, Uncle Wang appeared at a critical moment. Miss, stop! Uncle Wang suddenly shouted as he appeared. Upon seeing Uncle Wang, LuZe immediately withdrew his power. But the girl was different. With a stab, blood splattered everywhere as the girl's sword pierced LuZe's chest. When she saw Uncle Wang, she panicked and quickly retracted her martial soul. Nevertheless, LuZe's chest was already bleeding profusely. What bad luck, LuZe silently complained, then pretended to be gravely injured and fell to the ground. Uncle Wang rushed to his side to help him up, and then looked at the girl, confused. Miss, what are you doing? Brother Lu is just an ordinary person. The girl didn't know how to respond, her small hands fidgeting. Seeing this, Uncle Wang stopped talking and carried LuZe towards the direction of the healing soul master. The girl watched Uncle Wang's back and finally realized that she seemed to have done something wrong, but it was too late to remedy it. LuZe, being carried by Uncle Wang, was now closing his eyes, appearing as if he had fainted, but in reality, he was quite frustrated. What a mess. Chapter 165. Yi Sisi as dawn broke, LuZe slowly sat up from bed. You're awake. How's your injury? Uncle Wong, who was guarding by the bed, asked when he saw LuZe wake up. LuZe smiled and replied, "It's nothing serious. Thank you, Uncle Wong." "Haha, no need to be polite, this was our fault," Uncle Wong said with a smile. Seeing his smiling face, LuZe said nothing and directly got out of bed, preparing to go out. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and the girl who had stabbed LuZe walked in. "Are you okay?" Although the girl was very reluctant, she still expressed concern. LuZe looked at her unwilling expression, smiled gently, and waved his hand. "I'm fine." "That's good," the girl said and turned to leave the room. LuZe watched this scene, unsure of what to say, only managing a bitter smile. At this moment, Uncle Wong approached with an apologetic smile and said, "Brother Lu, don't mind her. Our miss just has that kind of personality." "She is your miss?" LuZe asked curiously. Uncle Wong nodded and continued, "You probably don't know what this city is called." LuZe remained silent, but his expression said it all. Seeing this, Uncle Wong smiled and said, "This is Feng Lin's city. Although the city lord is only a sole Douluo, his strength is comparable to a title Douluo, and our miss is the daughter of the city lord, Yi Cece. Her name is Yi Cece," LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong continued, "Yes, our miss is not only the daughter of the city lord but also a student of Shrek Academy." "She is from Shrek Academy? Why isn't she staying at the academy?" LuZe continued to ask. Uncle Wong explained directly, "It's currently a holiday, so the miss returned." "I see," LuZe nodded, then thought of something else. "By the way, has there been any change in Shrek Academy in the past 8 years?" "Not much change, but it seems to have gained status," Uncle Wong pondered carefully. LuZe did not continue to ask. As he had guessed, Shrek Academy should be relying on the power of his brother. Seeing that LuZe had no further questions, Uncle Wong said, "Since you're not seriously injured, let's go have breakfast together." "Sure," LuZe smiled and nodded, then followed Uncle Wong. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria of the city lord mansion. Looking at the people having breakfast, LuZe couldn't help but smile. After they found a seat, Yi Cece walked over. "Miss, what are you doing?" Uncle Wong asked. Feeling quite puzzled, Yi Cece said nothing, just gave him a glance, and her imposing aura left Uncle Wong speechless. LuZe, sitting next to her, felt very confused and asked, "Is there something you need, miss?" "Nothing, just wanted to have breakfast here," Yi Cece replied coldly. LuZe didn't know what to say, so he quietly started eating breakfast. Yi Cece, however, stole glances at LuZe while eating, as if she had something to say to him. LuZe could not possibly be unaware, but he chose not to speak up. After a while, LuZe told Uncle Wong that he wanted to take a walk alone. Uncle Wong did not refuse and even agreed. On the streets outside the city lord's mansion, LuZe walked alone. At this moment, LuZe was moving slowly, and the truth within him said with a smile, "LuZe, that girl who stabbed you is following you." LuZe said nothing, but he definitely knew that. He just hadn't exposed Yi Cece. After a while, LuZe arrived at a clearing in a small forest and lay down on the ground without a word. Yi Cece, who had been following him, felt confused upon seeing this. What on earth does this guy want to do? Yi Cece murmured softly. The reason she followed LuZe was that she suspected he was not an ordinary person. When she attacked earlier, she sensed a wave of power, which dissipated when Uncle Wong appeared. The only suspicious person at that moment was LuZe, so Yi Cece had a bold guess. To prove her suspicion, she chose to follow LuZe and investigate further. While lying on the grassy ground, LuZe closed his eyes, seemingly unaware. Seeing this, Yi Cece did not rush out, but quietly watched from the shadows. Time passed little by little as LuZe lay on the grass, occasionally changing positions. The hidden Yi Cece was becoming increasingly anxious. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and rushed towards LuZe in an instant. "I want to see your true identity," Yi Cece shouted, and then she gripped her martial soul. At the moment she charged out, LuZe displayed his Oscar-worthy acting skills. With a stab, the sword pierced LuZe's shoulder, and he looked at Yi Cece in pain. "Miss, what are you trying to do?" LuZe asked with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing this, Yi Cece was immediately stunned and quickly withdrew her martial soul. "Why didn't you dodge?" Yi Cece urgently pressed down on LuZe's shoulder wound. LuZe helplessly replied, "Well, I need to be able to dodge, right? How could an ordinary person like me react that quickly?" Hearing this, Yi Cece was left speechless, thinking to herself, could it be that she was overthinking? However, now was not the time to dwell on those thoughts. She needed to stop LuZe's bleeding quickly. "You sit down on the ground and don't move. I'll help you stop the bleeding," Yi Cece said urgently. LuZe, hearing this, complied and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Cece tore open his shirt without hesitation and immediately used her soul power on LuZe's shoulder. After a while, the bleeding from LuZe's shoulder wound was stopped. Yi let out a long sigh and slowly said, "I'm sorry. I was being suspicious." Looking at her sincere expression, LuZe smiled and patted her head, saying, "It's okay. I believe you didn't mean it." Yi, who was being patted on the head, instantly blushed, but she didn't push LuZe's hand away. After LuZe patted her head, he slowly stood up. Yi quickly asked with concern, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going back," LuZe said with a smile. "But you're hurt. What if Uncle Wong sees?" Yi became worried. LuZe thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand, and then said, "It's fine. I'll just say I accidentally fell from a tree." "No way. I'll just go admit my mistake myself," Yi said directly. LuZe, hearing her words, said nothing but smiled at her. Yi, seeing LuZe's expression, immediately understood something. "You did this on purpose?" "Isn't it good to be an honest child?" LuZe replied with a smile. You. Yi immediately became unhappy, puffing out her cheeks as she pounded LuZe's arm. But after just a few hits, she realized her mistake. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Yi quickly apologized. LuZe couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Upon hearing LuZe's laughter, Yi said directly, "What are you laughing at?" "No laughing." Seeing that she was really angry with her cheeks puffed up, LuZe stopped smiling. "All right, miss, let us go back." "That's more like it." Yi smiled and then walked ahead of LuZe. Home. Chapter 166, The Sin Beast. In Fenglin City, LuZe had unknowingly stayed at the City Lord's mansion for almost a month. However, during this time, Yi often came to find him, which caught the City Lord's attention. "Brother Lu, our City Lord wants to see you." In a small pavilion inside the City Lord's mansion, Uncle Wong was talking to LuZe. At this moment, LuZe slowly stood up and smiled. "Since the City Lord wants to see me, why are we hesitating?" Uncle Wong understood what he meant and stood up slowly, walking in front of LuZe to lead the way. Soon, LuZe arrived at the door of a room under Uncle Wong's guidance. "The City Lord is inside. I'll wait for you outside," Uncle Wong said with a smile. LuZe nodded and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered the room, LuZe felt a pressure comparable to a tidal Dalu. Although it didn't have much effect on him, he still pretended to struggle under it. "You're Luli, whom Cici often visits." At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on a chair in the room spoke slowly. "May I ask what the City Lord wishes to discuss with me?" LuZe's expression was quite appropriate, appearing very strained. "Haha, here you could just call me Uncle Yi. No need to call me City Lord." The middle-aged man was Yi Feng, the City Lord of Fenglin City. Upon hearing this, LuZe politely clasped his fists and asked, "May I ask why Uncle Yi has called me here?" Yi Feng smiled and then stretched out his hand, saying, "Sit down and talk." LuZe was not polite and directly took a seat in the chair opposite Yi Feng. Once he sat down, Yi Feng slowly opened his mouth. "I want to beat around the bush. I heard that you have a good relationship with my daughter." "Just friends," LuZe replied with a smile. Yi Feng's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Then he seemed to think of something. "I heard from Uncle Wong that you became an ordinary person because your martial soul shattered." "That's right, but I think life now is also pretty good," LuZe said with a forced smile. Yi Feng looked at his expression and couldn't help but show a sympathetic look. He then stood up and patted LuZe on the shoulder. "Luli, what do you think of Cici?" Yi Feng suddenly asked. LuZe was taken aback by this question and awkwardly replied, "Uncle Yi, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Don't overthink it. I just want to hear how you see Cici, or how you would evaluate her," Yi Feng said with a serious face. "Oh, I see." LuZe smiled awkwardly and then thought carefully. "In my eyes, Yi Cici is a genius," LuZe slowly said. "Is that all?" Yi Feng was a bit surprised. "Yes." LuZe nodded and then stood up to say, "Uncle Yi, you finished asking, right? Then I'll be leaving." "Leaving? Where to?" Yi Feng felt puzzled. "I've been here for almost a month. It's time for me to go to the next place," LuZe replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately understood and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, if one day you don't want to travel anymore, you can come stay with me." "Okay, unde. Then I'll take my leave." LuZe nodded and turned to walk outside. Just as he took a step, Yi Feng suddenly called out to him, "By the way, where's your next destination?" Yi Feng suddenly asked. LuZe thought carefully for a moment and then replied, "I want to visit Shrek City." Yi Feng laughed upon hearing this, then said directly, "Coincidentally, Cici is also going back to the academy. You can go together." This. LuZe was momentarily at a loss for words, but seeing Yi Feng's sincere expression, he agreed. Before long, LuZe was ready to set off. "Let us go," Yi said as she approached LuZe when she saw him come out. LuZe didn't know what to say to her. The two of them didn't talk much and directly set off for Shrek City. After walking for an unknown amount of time, LuZe and the others arrived at the edge of a large forest. At this moment, LuZe suddenly sensed a hidden danger lurking within the forest. What kind of forest is this? LuZe asked slowly. ECC, hearing this, smiled and explained this was originally a forest abundant with soul beasts. But because of the appearance of the sin, it has become the forest of sin. Are soul beasts also affected by the sin? LuZe was somewhat surprised. ECC nodded. That's right, some soul beasts can awaken their sinful forms under certain circumstances and become sinful beasts. Will there be soul rings and soul bones after a sinful beast dies? LuZe asked again. Yes, and sinful beasts are at least 10,000 years old, and their strength is several times stronger than ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, ECC said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, LuZe fell into thought, his mind occupied with certain matters. Seeing his expression, ECC directly patted his shoulder. Luli, what are you thinking about? LuZe, who was deep in thought, was pulled back to reality by her. It's nothing, just a bit curious about the sinful beasts. I see. ECC revealed an awkward expression and then said seriously, curiosity is fine, but you must not seek out sinful beasts. Seeing her serious expression, LuZe could only smile and nod. ECC then let out a sigh of relief and jogged ahead. But at that moment, LuZe suddenly sensed something abnormal. Bang! A terrifying attack suddenly struck in front of ECC, followed by a roar from a soul beast. What happened? ECC, who was thrown back by the shockwave, looked confused, but the next second, she showed a shocked expression, because at that moment, a soul beast radiating with sin was blocking their way. This is a sinful beast. After realizing it, ECC hurriedly ran towards LuZe. LuZe, on the other hand, stood still, carefully observing the sinful beast before them. Is this what a sinful beast looks like? LuZe murmured slowly. The truth within him sneered. I really didn't expect this world could create such a monster. Is it very strong? A smile appeared on LuZe's face. The truth just smiled and said, it's not strong for us, but for others, it's an apocalypse. Really? I'm a bit curious about the limits of sinful beasts, LuZe murmured lightly. Just then, ECC suddenly arrived at LuZe's side, and without saying a word, she pulled him in the opposite direction. When the sinful beast saw LuZe, for some reason, it instantly became furious and charged at them. The guards accompanying ECC had no chance to fight back against such a sinful beast and were almost completely wiped out. Why is there a sinful beast of this level here? ECC complained while pulling LuZe to run. LuZe, being dragged along, fell helpless. Although he wanted to intervene, exposing himself would likely attract Lucifer's attention. Roar. The next moment, the sinful beast broke through the guard's encirclement and leaped directly in front of ECC and LuZe. This is bad. ECC had already stopped thinking. Watching the sinful beast's attack descend upon her, she closed her eyes. Boom! Soon, the attack landed, and everything around was flattened. Yet ECC, who should have died under this attack, was standing there unharmed. Not feeling any pain, ECC slowly opened her eyes, only to be shocked by the scene before her. LuZe stood in front of her, smiling at the sinful beast. Luliu. ECC was at a loss for words, her heart filled with shock. Hearing her voice, LuZe smiled and looked at her. You have to keep today's events a secret. Don't let it slip. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands together. Dimensionality reduction. Buzz. The next second, the enormous sinful beast instantly transformed into a flat image before ECC's eyes. At this moment, ECC was speechless. The scene before her was too shocking. However, LuZe's expression grew serious as he slowly looked up at the sky. What is meant to come will still come. Chapter 167, The 7 Deadly Sins. At the outskirts of the sinful forest, an incredibly powerful sense of oppression came from afar. LuZe and ECC, standing in place, each had their own thoughts. After a while, ECC spoke first. Luli, who exactly are you? She asked seriously. LuZe smiled upon hearing this. Who do you think I am? I don't know. But your true identity must be extraordinary, ECC said with certainty. LuZe smiled again and turned to look at the dim sky in the distance. It's best if you leave here now. That guy's coming, LuZe said lightly. Why? ECC was very confused. But LuZe didn't want to continue like this, as he knew that once a fight broke out, it would likely harm those around them. Get out of here now, LuZe ordered. When ECC heard this, she wanted to say something, but her body involuntarily started running away. After seeing this, LuZe also became worried, so he directly shed his disguise. I really didn't expect you to disappear for 8 years, a voice came from the sky. LuZe looked up at the speaker and sneered. I didn't expect that after 8 years, you're still in this form, Lucifer. The one speaking to LuZe was indeed Lucifer, but this time he wasn't alone. 6 others were with him. It was obvious that these 6 were among the 7 deadly sins. Lucifer, I really don't understand why you brought us to find him, Leviathan said slowly from the side. Lucifer, upon hearing this, showed no excessive reaction and instead smiled calmly. He's gotten much stronger. Is that reason enough? Upon hearing this, Leviathan and the others became serious, but the wrath of sin, Samuel, was very excited. He's gotten stronger. This means I can have some fun. Samuel laughed loudly as he charged towards LuZe. Ha, let me have some fun, Samuel shouted with laughter. The next second, he appeared directly behind LuZe and without a word, kicked him. Get down. LuZe reacted quickly and made Samuel kneel on the ground. Even so, Samuel did not stay down for long. This is interesting. I didn't expect your ability could even affect me. Samuel was very excited. He then broke through the constraints of truth and charged at LuZe once again. However, LuZe, who was prepared, didn't pay him any mind. He merely waved his right hand, and a terrifying pressure descended directly upon Samuel. Boom! Before Samuel could react, the pressure sent him dozens of meters underground. At the same time, the other sins from the 7 deadly sins also made their move. Watch your back, kid! A cold voice suddenly sounded behind LuZe. The next second, before LuZe could react, he was instantly knocked hundreds of meters away and crashed into the sinful forest. The one who knocked him away was none other than the original sin of laziness, Belphegor. Lucifer couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Don't underestimate him. Others haven't used their full strength yet. The crowd chuckled at his words. Although they knew LuZe hadn't gone all out, they hadn't either. As everyone looked in LuZe's direction, apart from Lucifer and Leviathan, the other 5 displayed serious expressions. The place where LuZe stood had turned into a blood-red world, and he was enveloped in a scarlet aura with 10 terrifying scarlet eyes opening behind him. They didn't expect him to have harnessed the power of truth to this extent. It was astonishing, Leviathan thought with a faint smile. Lucifer agreed with him, but still cautioned. Although we are strong, we must be careful. After all, the truth is not something to be trifled with. Knowing this, Leviathan nodded and moved closer to LuZe. Stop! Just as Leviathan took a step forward, a scarlet giant eye appeared right in front of him. The moment Leviathan made eye contact with that scarlet eye, his mind was filled with commands of obedience. Oh, has he already become this powerful? Lucifer began to take it seriously. But just as he finished speaking, LuZe had already arrived in front of him. Lucifer was shocked when did. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Lucifer felt a terrifying force hit his abdomen, and he was sent flying. The path he passed through instantly became a great canyon. LuZe looked at this and calmly said, "This is for you." When Leviathan and the others saw Lucifer being knocked away with a single punch, the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. At that moment, LuZe turned to look at them, saying, "Now it's your turn." Leviathan and the others looked serious. They couldn't afford to be careless. How many times have we faced the truth? Leviathan asked with a wry smile. Beside him, Belphegor also showed an awkward expression. The second time, right? The last time was against the Master. Although we won, the cost was too high. Samuel, although shocked at this moment, couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Ha ha! Samuel laughed loudly, then shot out like a released arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of LuZe, throwing a punch without saying a word. The force was impressive, but it was easily deflected by LuZe. You bastard! Samuel was furious. Just as he was about to launch another attack, LuZe spoke again. Kneel! Buzz! The 10 scarlet giant eyes locked onto Samuel. And even Lucifer probably wouldn't dare to confront them directly. Samuel was no exception. His brain short-circuited, and he immediately kneeled before LuZe. LuZe looked down at him with an imperial posture, raising his right hand slightly, causing several golden long swords to coalesce above him. This is the power of rules. Leviathan recognized it immediately, but he had no time to remedy the situation. Did Samuel really have to accept his death sentence like this? No. Just as the golden long swords were about to fall, Lucifer appeared behind LuZe once again. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge this long, Lucifer said with a faint smile. He then punched LuZe. Although LuZe defended in time, he was still sent flying hundreds of meters. Leviathan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but quickly became worried again. Lucifer's condition was not looking good either. The upper half of his clothes was tattered, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had suffered significant injuries. LuZe, after stabilizing himself from being knocked away, continued to look at them. I underestimated them, LuZe said lightly. He then put his hands together, and a terrifying aura instantly radiated from him. World of Truth. Unfold. Buzz. In a breath's time, the reality around LuZe began to twist. The originally dim sky turned completely into a blood-red world, and the surrounding reality distorted. Other space? Leviathan felt astonished. But before he could react, LuZe struck again. World of Truth. Invert. As LuZe's words fell, Lucifer and the others were shocked. Because in an instant, this other space inverted with reality. The ground was above, and the sky was below. Is this the power of truth? Belphegor felt astonished. Leviathan said with a serious expression, "Everyone, stay alert. This is not a joke." Although he said this, it sounded quite ridiculous in LuZe's ears. Ignorant, LuZe said coldly. He then waved his right hand, and countless golden longswords surrounded Lucifer and the others. This is troublesome. Even Lucifer felt a bit strained at this moment. LuZe didn't hesitate. With a direct wave of his hand, the golden longsword shot towards Lucifer and the others. But at that moment, the world of truth began to collapse. Sensing something unusual, LuZe turned around abruptly and found that the space barrier of the world of truth behind him had been torn open by someone from the outside. Soon, a familiar figure stepped out from the spatial rift. The moment LuZe made eye contact with him, he froze. Long time no see, my dear brother. Chapter 168. Confrontation, my dear brother. Long time no see. When LuZe heard this voice, he was taken aback, even doubting his own ears. Xiaoyu, LuZe said slowly. Indeed, the one who broke into the world of truth was Lu Xiaoyu, and at this moment, 10 giant eyes also opened behind him, but they were not scarlet, they were golden. Brother, you've been away for 8 years, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. LuZe felt a wave of guilt, and then asked with concern, how have you been these past 8 years? I've been well. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. LuZe sighed in relief and wanted to go over and hug Lu Xiaoyu. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned cold, and the 10 golden giant eyes behind him emitted dazzling light. Once LuZe was enveloped in the light, he was left in shock. LuZe, my abilities have been suppressed. Get out of here, quickly. At that moment, Truth suddenly shouted. But even so, LuZe had no chance to escape now. The moment Truth's ability was suppressed, the 10 scarlet giant eyes behind LuZe instantly closed, and his powers vanished. The inverted world shattered in an instant, and LuZe fell toward the ground. LuZe, you really let your guard down. How could you make such a mistake? Truth scolded furiously within LuZe. LuZe had a serious expression on his face as he was about to crash to the ground. Although he was strong, without the support of Truth, falling from several hundred meters high would leave him severely injured, if not dead. Fortunately, at the last moment, LuZe underwent another transformation. His black hair instantly turned into long silver hair, his black eyes became golden, and his entire body was enveloped in golden inscriptions. This was LuZe's final trump card, the power of rules. Since the power of rules was not affected by relative truth, it became LuZe's last resort. Boom! In an instant, LuZe crashed heavily into the ground, but luckily, he was covered by the power of rules and suffered no harm. However, the next second, Lu Xiaoyu appeared in front of LuZe, saying, Brother, I didn't expect you to have a backup. After saying this, Lu Xiaoyu condensed the power of rules in her hand and struck LuZe in the abdomen. Bang! With one punch, she sent her brother flying hundreds of meters away. Cough, cough. After being knocked away, LuZe quickly steadied himself, looking somewhat uncomfortable. See, if you had eliminated your brother earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. Truth complained within LuZe. Upon hearing this, LuZe instantly became furious and shouted, My brother's matters are none of your business. After being yelled at, Truth became obedient but still showed a worried expression. After Truth fell silent, LuZe looked back at Lu Xiaoyu. I really didn't expect to be outplayed by my own brother, LuZe thought to himself, letting out a self-deprecating smile. But he had little time left. He had to find a way to leave this place. However, it seemed Lu Xiaoyu had no intention of letting him go. With a clap of her hands, the power of relative truth surged forth. In an instant, a barrier formed. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said, Although I can't construct a different space like you, I can still create a barrier. Should I compliment you? LuZe said with an awkward smile. Sure, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a grin. Although LuZe wanted to compliment her, it wasn't the time for that. The next second, LuZe suddenly turned and charged towards the weakest point of the barrier, simultaneously condensing a sword of rules in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu became anxious and swung her right hand, unleashing a rain of swords that fell towards LuZe. Reacting quickly, LuZe immediately formed a giant shield with the power of rules. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds rang in LuZe's ears. And just as he was defending, Lu Xiaoyu appeared behind him. Brother, don't think about running, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile, then kicked him in the ribs. Bang! LuZe was once again kicked away, crashing heavily into a nearby low hill. Cough, cough. LuZe coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood while in the low hill. You really are in a sorry state, Truth slowly remarked within him. Hearing this, LuZe retorted, if you're so capable, why don't you come and do it? Let's not go there. Truth immediately fell silent. After a brief rest, LuZe charged towards the weak point of the barrier once more. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Lu Xiaoyu, but he couldn't bear to harm him. Brother, where are you trying to go? Lu Xiaoyu was incredibly fast, catching up to LuZe in the blink of an eye. She then struck at him with a sword. Seeing this, LuZe quickly condensed a golden longsword to block. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the two were evenly matched in strength. The next second, LuZe made up his mind and kicked Lu Xiaoyu hard in the chest. Boom! Lu Xiaoyu, caught off guard, was directly kicked into the ground. After seeing this, LuZe felt an immense sense of guilt, but now was not the time to think about that. He needed to leave quickly. Regaining his focus, he quickly reached the weak point of the barrier. Just as he was about to break it, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, Brother, don't go. I have a way to save you. Lu Xiaoyu, who was far from LuZe, yelled loudly. Upon hearing this, LuZe was momentarily stunned. As he turned his head, an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! From a distance, Lu Xiaoyu shot a golden arrow from the golden bow she had condensed, instantly piercing LuZe's shoulder. If LuZe hadn't reacted quickly, it might have been his chest instead. Cough, cough. LuZe felt a sharp pain, but he could only endure the pain and cleave through the barrier with his sword. With the barrier shattered, LuZe instantly disappeared from his original spot. Lu Xiaoyu didn't even have time to chase after him and could only watch his departing figure in silence. Master, are you just going to let him escape? At that moment, Lucifer appeared beside Lu Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's face turned cold. He won't get away. Sooner or later, I will personally take my brother back from him. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe, severely injured by the power of rules, could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. The power of rules could not be healed by truth or paradoxes, and truth crawled out from within LuZe. LuZe glanced at him with a pale face and then forced a bitter smile. I need to leave this area quickly, LuZe said, trembling. However, the blood hole in his shoulder prevented him from moving forward. After taking a few steps, LuZe finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, truth took over his body. What a hassle. You must not die. If you die, I die too. Truth, taking over LuZe's body, shakily walked through a small forest. He could see the exit ahead, but collapsed next to it. Just as he lost consciousness, a figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 169. Healing. You really are lucky, almost died. Truth complained unhappily in the sea of consciousness. LuZe rolled his eyes at him and said irritably, Aren't I still alive? Upon hearing this, Truth became angry and scolded. If it weren't for running into acquaintances, you and I would both be dead. If you had eliminated your brother earlier, we wouldn't have had this mess. Xiaoyu is my brother. I will naturally handle his matters. It's not your place to interfere. LuZe instantly became furious upon hearing this. Seeing his angry expression, Truth immediately quieted down, realizing that all of this was caused by LuZe himself, and it should be resolved by him. All right, I won't say more. You can handle your brother's matters yourself, Truth slowly said, then fell silent. At this moment, LuZe thought of certain things and said, What if I can't solve it? Wouldn't you also die for nothing? Truth seemed to have anticipated LuZe's thoughts, smiling as he replied, From the moment I signed a contract with you, I was already prepared to die. Is that so? LuZe smiled, and then planned to leave the sea of consciousness. In an ordinary room, LuZe slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time, noticed Yi Cece who had been watching over him. You're awake? Yi Cece, sensing LuZe's movement, stood up groggily. Thank you for your trouble, LuZe said with a faint smile upon seeing her awake. Yi Cece waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing. After all, we're friends. LuZe smiled gently. At that moment, Yi Cece directly asked, Since we are friends, can you tell me who you really are now? LuZe was momentarily stunned by her question and then asked, Do you really want to know? Himeme, Yi Cece nodded vigorously. Seeing this, LuZe decided not to hide anything anymore and said, I am LuZe, the one being hunted by the Sky Palace. So, are you going to turn me in? Yi Cece was instantly stunned. She could hardly believe that the person before her was actually the LuZe who had been pursued by the Sky Palace for 8 years. If she turned him in, she could directly enter the Sky Palace and elevate her status. At this moment, Yi Cece was torn, unsure of what choice to make. Observing her conflicted expression, LuZe smiled and said, "Even if you turn me into the Sky Palace, I won't blame you." "Why?" Yi Cece was taken aback by this statement. LuZe smiled gently and replied, "Because we are friends." Upon hearing this, Yi Cece was shocked and, once she regained her composure, made up her mind. "I won't turn you over to the Sky Palace. You can rest here and recover," Yi Cece said with a smile. Indeed, LuZe's gamble paid off. Yi Cece chose friendship over personal gain, which was what LuZe had hoped for. "All right, just recover here. If you want to leave at any time, just let me know," Yi Cece said with a smile. LuZe nodded and lay back down. Seeing this, Yi Cece didn't disturb him and walked out of the room. Once she left, Truth reappeared. "LuZe, I have to say, your courage is impressive. You dare to gamble on something like this," Truth said seriously. LuZe glanced at him and replied, "What else can I do? I can't recover from these injuries in a short time without taking a risk." "What if you lose the gamble?" Truth questioned. "If I lose, then I lose. It's just death," LuZe said calmly. "Ha, you really dare to say that?" Truth couldn't help but sneer, then asked, "Have you thought about what happens if you win a gamble and your brother finds out? What about that girl's family?" Upon hearing these two questions, LuZe fell silent, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't just abandon Yi Cece's family and run away. That would be too heartless. Seeing LuZe's silence, Truth decided not to press further. "Forget it. This is your own decision. I have no right to interfere as long as you don't die." With that, he disappeared into LuZe's body. Alone on the bed, LuZe was deep in thought. He had truly encountered trouble this time. However, after a moment of reflection, he concluded that the most important thing was to recover first. These matters could be dealt with later. A week later, most of LuZe's injuries had healed. To avoid dragging Yi Cece's family into trouble, he ultimately decided to go out on his own. "Are you leaving?" Yi Cece said with a somber expression in the room. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly, then patted her head. "Don't worry. If you encounter any trouble, I will come back immediately." Yi Cece looked reluctant, but this couldn't change LuZe's mind. Just as she raised her head to say something, she realized LuZe had already disappeared. A wave of disappointment washed over her, and she slumped helplessly to the ground. She knew LuZe was thinking of her family. If the Sky Palace discovered that they were harboring a criminal, they could face catastrophic consequences. On a large tree, LuZe stood looking towards the direction of Fenglin City, a heavy expression on his face. "Where are you going now? Lucifer and the others already know you've returned. They're probably searching for you everywhere," Truth said gravely. After considering this, LuZe turned and jumped down to the ground. "I need to find Yu Hao. He might know something." "Are you crazy? Yu Hao is definitely a member of the Sky Palace now. Looking for him is like walking into a trap." Truth strongly opposed this idea. But LuZe was unconcerned and replied, "I don't think so. Rather than hiding, it's better to take the initiative." Truth didn't know what to say, but seeing LuZe's serious expression, he ultimately said nothing more. With Truth's silence, LuZe set off towards the location of the Tang sect. During his recovery, LuZe had received a lot of information from Yi Cece, including some about the Tang sect. Although the current leader of the Tang sect was Tangya, the actual power was held by Yu Hao, and the Tang sect had a close relationship with the Sky Palace. As long as he could infiltrate the Tang sect, LuZe would certainly gain a lot of information about the Sky Palace. He might even find an opportunity to turn the tables. Meanwhile, back at the Sky Palace, Lu Xiaoyu had also issued an order. "The fugitive LuZe has appeared. Everyone must search for him with all their might. Whoever captures him can become the new Shiyu." Lu Xiaoyu declared loudly from the throne within the Sky Palace. The people standing below him immediately perked up upon hearing this, vowing to capture LuZe. Lu Xiaoyu smiled at this scene, then looked outside the palace. "Brother, you mustn't let me catch you again." Chapter 170. A conversation with Yu Hao on the Douluo continent. The once defeated Tang sect was now stronger than ever, all because of the Sky Palace's attention. In the area where the Tang sect was located, LuZe slowly appeared, his aura completely concealed, and his appearance had changed. "LuZe, this is no joke. I can sense the aura of original sin here," Truth said gravely within him. LuZe merely nodded lightly in response, and quickly arrived outside a hotel. "I'll set out tonight," LuZe murmured to himself, then walked into the hotel. However, as soon as he entered, he was shocked by what he saw. The aura of sin within the hotel was several times thicker than outside. "This is troublesome." LuZe became more serious. He then walked straight to the front desk, where the receptionist looked surprised upon seeing LuZe. "Just one night?" LuZe said, not caring about her expression. After the woman heard this, it took her a while to come back to her senses. "All right, sir, please wait a moment." LuZe said nothing and stood quietly beside her, patiently waiting. At that moment, someone approached him. "Hey." While LuZe was waiting, a hand rested on his shoulder. "This brother, you seem to be an outsider, right?" The person who placed a hand on LuZe's shoulder was a handsome young man. Once LuZe realized it, he smiled and turned to look at him. "Yes, I am a traveler. I just arrived here and, seeing that it's getting late, I plan to stay here for one night." "Oh, really?" the young man asked with a smile. "Of course," LuZe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the young man no longer had any doubts and said, "My name is Feng Qi, a level 70 control system soul sage. What about you?" "Luli, just an ordinary person," LuZe replied with a faint smile. Feng Qi was instantly surprised upon hearing this, and then asked, "You, an ordinary person, dare to roam around? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger?" "Ah." LuZe was a bit at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the front desk had already prepared his room and smiled as they offered to take him upstairs. Seeing this, Feng Qi stepped aside to let him pass, and LuZe smiled and said goodbye to him. After LuZe left the front desk, Feng Qi revealed a smile, just like him. "Even if you disguise yourself, I can still recognize you, LuZe." Meanwhile, LuZe, who had already reached his room, couldn't he help but feel a chill run down his spine, sensing something ominous. "Truth, do you know who that guy was?" After entering the room, LuZe lay down on the bed. Truth dared not come out, only whispering slowly within him. "I don't know, but I can at least guarantee that the person means no harm to you." "I hope so," LuZe replied, no longer paying attention to it. At this moment, Truth asked again, "When do you plan to act?" "At night. It's too easy to be exposed now," LuZe replied lightly. Seeing this, Truth no longer pressed for more questions and stayed quietly within him. Time passed second by second, and soon the sky was completely dark. LuZe decided it was time to act. The Tang sect, located at the center of this area, was where LuZe silently appeared on the outer wall. "I wonder what thoughts Rainhow will have when he sees me." LuZe smiled faintly. Then his body began to dissolve into black particles, disappearing from the spot. Inside a room in the Tang sect, a blue-haired man was flipping through something. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked sharply behind him. "Who?" The blue-haired man turned around only to find no one there. Just when he thought he was too tired and was seeing things, the surrounding space began to change, and the originally normal room started to distort. Following that, countless black particles began to gather together, quickly forming a human shape. "Who exactly are you?" The blue-haired man stared ahead with a serious expression. "Long time no see, Rainhow," the human shape spoke. Upon hearing this voice, the blue-haired man was instantly stunned, unable to believe his ears. Your brother Lu? I can't believe you still remember me. I'm so touched." The human shape was indeed LuZe. Rainhow became even more excited upon confirmation and rushed forward. "Brother Lu, I can't believe you are still alive." "Yeah, after all, it's been 8 years." LuZe smiled wryly. "How have you all been during this time?" Rainhow smiled and replied, "Thanks to Xiaoyu, nothing serious has happened in these 8 years, except for that incident in the Douluo forest." At this point, Rainhow paused, as if there was something he didn't want to say. LuZe could naturally see Rainhow's unease and asked, "What happened last time in the Douluo forest?" "How should I put it?" Rainhow hesitated, but his eyes betrayed him. Looking into his eyes, LuZe instantly understood that the incident in the Douluo forest was no small matter. "Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you," LuZe said, patting Rainhow's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Rainhow felt very conflicted. He didn't know how to choose. In the end, he chose to tell LuZe about the incident. "Actually, what happened last time wasn't too serious. It's just that Donger left," Rainhow said dejectedly. "Donger left?" LuZe sensed something was off. Rainhow nodded and continued. "Almost all members of the Sky Hall know about that incident. The gods descended to the continent just to eliminate heretics." "The gods descended?" LuZe was taken aback. "Isn't it said that the gods can't interfere in mortal affairs?" Seeing LuZe's shocked expression, Rainhow explained, "The descent of the gods was led by Tang San, the first master of the Tang sect. Although gods sound powerful, they couldn't gain any advantage against Lu Xiaoyu. Plus, with Lucifer and his 7 companions, the gods were directly repelled." At this point, Rainhow paused, and his expression began to show signs of losing control. But when the sea god Tang San and the others retreated, they took Donger away. LuZe looked at his expression and couldn't he help but feel a bit of sympathy for him. "It's all right. You will have a chance to meet again one day," LuZe comforted him. Hearing this, Rainhow felt much better and smiled faintly. "By the way, Brother Lu, did you come back for something specific?" "I came back to save Xiaoyu," LuZe answered seriously. He has been kept in the dark by Lucifer, and I must make him wake up. But he is ridiculously strong now, and with that ability to make powers disappear, even gods dare not provoke him. Rainhao quickly said. LuZe waved his hand. It's fine. So how do you plan to save Xiaoyu? Seeing LuZe's expression, Rainhao no longer had any doubts. LuZe replied without thinking much. I need you to be my inside man in the Sky Hall, to give me a better opportunity to get close to Xiaoyu. That might be a bit difficult. Everyone in the hall is currently looking for you. Rainhao said seriously. LuZe was puzzled upon hearing this, and Rainhao explained when he saw his expression. Xiaoyu recently issued a command that anyone who captures you can become one of the new 10 sons unconditionally. I see. LuZe instantly understood, thinking to himself that his brother really is a true brother, willing to use any means to capture him. However, this matter didn't draw LuZe's attention at all. After all, aside from his brother, even Lucifer wasn't his match anymore, let alone others. All right, that's all I came to find you for. I will contact you when I'm ready to act, LuZe said, preparing to leave, as staying too long would definitely attract Lucifer's attention. Just as he was about to leave, Rainhao reminded him again, Brother Lu, be careful. There are rumors that Lucifer is developing a soul guide specifically designed to counter you. After hearing this reminder, LuZe nodded and then directly disappeared from the spot, followed by the distorted room returning to normal. Huiyuhao stood in place, looking towards the door, and then slowly said, Brother Lu, you must save Xiaoyu. He has changed too much. Chapter 171, New Identity. After talking with Huiyuhao, LuZe went straight back to the hotel. Once back in the hotel, LuZe kept thinking about Lucifer's development of a soul guide that could restrain him. Although it was just a guess, he still had a bad feeling. LuZe, you should have guessed it by now, right? Truth said heavily within him. LuZe nodded, but did not speak, as he knew that the only ability that could restrain him was Xiaoyu's. Lucifer must be trying to develop a soul guide through the power of relative truth. With this thought, LuZe's expression grew more serious. After a while, he set this matter aside because there was something more important, the Sky Hall. Caught in thought, LuZe chose to lie down on the bed, but unexpectedly, he fell asleep while thinking. The next morning, LuZe groggily sat up in bed. Did I fall asleep? LuZe felt very surprised. At this moment, Truth laughed and said, You might be too tired. Maybe, LuZe replied, and then got up to walk towards the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw someone standing at his door waiting for him. It was Feng Qi, whom he had encountered yesterday. You're awake? Feng Qi smiled when he saw LuZe come out. What are you doing at my door? LuZe felt very confused and instinctively became alert. Seeing LuZe's wary expression, Feng Qi quickly explained with a smile, Don't be so sensitive, I just happen to live next door. Is that so? LuZe still looked at him with half-belief. Feng Qi, feeling uncomfortable under LuZe's gaze, quickly said, Stop staring at me like that. It's a bit embarrassing. How about we go out for a meal together? LuZe, still cautious, replied directly, No, I'm leaving here soon. So soon? Feng Qi sounded a bit reluctant. LuZe did not answer him, just nodded and walked towards the front desk to check out. After checking out, LuZe did not hesitate and stepped out of the hotel. Feng Qi quickly followed, not wanting LuZe to leave. What are you following me for? LuZe asked warily. Feng Qi hurriedly smiled and said, I suddenly want to travel the continent too. Take me with you, how about it? Upon hearing this, LuZe instantly became serious. I refuse. Why not? Isn't it better to have a soul sage protecting you on your journey? Feng Qi said eagerly. However, LuZe responded very dismissively. I'm used to being alone. Having another person around would disrupt my thoughts. It's fine, I want to disrupt your thoughts, Feng Qi said with a smile. Despite this, LuZe still refused to travel with him, which made Feng Qi feel very disappointed. Okay, since that's the case, remember to come find me if you encounter any trouble in the future. I will do my best to help you, Feng Qi said, calming himself and smiling lightly. LuZe nodded and then parted ways with him. After separating from Feng Qi, LuZe went alone to a small mountain on the outskirts of the Tang sect's territory. Standing on a high mountain and overlooking the Tang sect below, LuZe fell into deep thought. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared behind him. Brother Lu, did you call me here to discuss something? The newcomer was Huiyuhao. Hearing his voice, LuZe turned to look at him. I'm about to take action. How can I enter the Sky Hall? Huiyuhao thought carefully and then slowly said, You can only join an academy and a sect. And then you must place in the top 3 in the Elite Soul Master competition held every 5 years to have a chance to enter the Sky Hall. LuZe nodded and then asked, I want to enter Shrek Academy. Can you help me find a suitable identity? Huiyuhao was very surprised. Actually, Brother Lu can join our Tang sect. Why do you want to go to Shrek? Shrek Academy has the answers I seek, LuZe simply replied. Hui Yuhao understood and did not press further. All right, since Brother Lu has his own thoughts, I have no right to interfere, he said slowly. After that, the two chatted for a while before parting ways. Hui Yuhao went to help LuZe prepare a new identity, while LuZe began to modify the power within him using the rules. After some time, Hui Yuhao came to find LuZe again. How is it? LuZe asked as he saw Hui Yuhao approach. Yuhao nodded, then took out a document and handed it to LuZe. At first, LuZe didn't think much of the document when he looked at it, but on a second glance, he suddenly noticed something very important. Yuhao, why did you give me a girl-less information? LuZe felt very confused, thinking that Hui Yuhao had made a mistake. But Hui Yuhao's response left him speechless. Brother Lu, Shrek Academy is the most dangerous place for you. To better conceal your identity, it has to be this way. Looking at Hui Yuhao's sincere expression, LuZe still found it hard to accept the idea of dressing as a woman. Brother Lu, at this point, are you still hesitating? Hui Yuhao noticed LuZe's reluctance and provoked him. LuZe didn't know how to respond, but then thought that being a girl might make it easier to hide his secrets. Thus, LuZe made up his mind. It's just cross-dressing. I've done it before. Seeing this, Hui Yuhao smiled and said, the next enrollment for Shrek Academy is in a month. Brother Lu, take some time to familiarize yourself with your new identity. LuZe nodded, then bid farewell to Hui Yuhao and set off alone towards the location of Shrek Academy. On the way to Shrek, Truth kept teasing LuZe. Little LuZe, I didn't expect you to wear women as clothes again. The last time you wore them was quite a while ago, Truth joked with a grin. LuZe wished he could kill Truth right then, but he couldn't. Forget it. Let us find a place to modify my age and appearance first, LuZe said slowly. Truth teased again. Aren't you going to modify your gender? It shouldn't be difficult for someone with the power of rules, right? Don't even think about it. LuZe shot him a glare. Seeing this, Truth stopped talking and obediently faded into his body. At that moment, LuZe found a very suitable place. Without hesitation, he entered a cave, looked around, and felt that it was safe, so he directly sealed the entrance. Let's begin, LuZe murmured softly. He then sat cross-legged inside the cave, and countless golden inscriptions instantly surged out, wrapping him into a golden bundle. Time passed bit by bit, and a month was about to come to an end. The cave had undergone tremendous changes. The walls of the cave were completely covered with golden inscriptions, and the entire cave radiated a majestic aura. If it weren't for LuZe sealing off this area before he entered his cocoon, Lucifer and the others would have probably found this place long ago. Crack! At this moment, cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden dumpling, and soon there were more and more cracks. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden dumpling completely shattered, and LuZe slowly walked out from within. At this point, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. Golden pupils, silver-white long hair, skin as milky white as jade, and his features were exquisite. If it weren't for his masculine traits, everyone would probably think he was an unparalleled beauty. Huff LuZe opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Only a regular aura remained on him, while the aura of truth and paradox had almost completely vanished. Not bad. LuZe checked his condition. He had returned to the age of 12, and the fluctuations of soul power were once again evident. A level 25 soul power shouldn't be considered too outstanding, LuZe murmured. And then a golden longsword appeared in his hand. After saying that, he retracted the golden longsword, and his hair and eye color changed back to black. I'm back. Shrek Academy. Chapter 172. Yi Bailing. Shrek Academy, originally a top-tier force on the continent, gained even more strength after Lu Xiaoyu unified the continent, far surpassing other forces. Today, Shrek Academy welcomed another enrollment season, and many talented youths from across the continent came here, including LuZe, who had taken on a different identity. At the Shrek enrollment office, a figure slowly appeared, and the teacher in charge of enrollment merely glanced at the person's information before allowing them to pass. Another genius this year, the enrollment teacher murmured with a smile, then looked at the information in hand. Name, Yi Bailing. Gender, female. Soul power, level 25. Great Soul Master. Martial Soul, white ash sword. In the first-year female student dormitory, a black-haired girl was slowly searching for her dorm room in the corridor. After a while, she found her dorm, this one. The black-haired girl murmured to herself, then pushed open the door, but she was stunned by the scene before her. The next moment, a loud scream came from inside the room, but it wasn't the voice of the black-haired girl. It was another silver-haired girl. Slap! Immediately, the black-haired girl was slapped to the ground by the silver-haired girl. The black-haired girl, who had been knocked down, looked dazed. The silver-haired girl quickly came to her senses and hurriedly helped her up, constantly apologizing. I'm sorry, I thought you were a boy. The silver-haired girl sincerely apologized. It's fine, the black-haired girl replied calmly, smiling at her. The silver-haired girl, still oblivious to the situation, suddenly realized she was only wearing a modest garment on her upper body. Realizing this, the silver-haired girl's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly put on her clothes. Sorry for the embarrassment, the silver-haired girl said, blushing. The black-haired girl remained calm, waved her hand to indicate it was nothing, and then went to the other empty bed in the room to make it up. The silver-haired girl stood behind her, and after a while she asked, So, are you my roommate? Yes, the black-haired girl nodded. Seeing this, the silver-haired girl asked again, My name is Guyu, and you? Yib ba eating. The black-haired girl replied very calmly. After learning the other girl's name, Guyu came to her side and smiled. Can I call you Bailing? Of course. Yi Bailing replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, Guyu directly took her hand and said, Let us go, I'll treat you to a meal. Isn't that inappropriate? Yi Bailing said with a wry smile. But Guyu said seriously, It's fine, just consider a compensation for that slap earlier. Yi Bailing thought for a long time and then nodded. After all, that slap was a bit painful. Before long, Yi Bailing and Guyu arrived at the cafeteria of Shrek Academy. Looking at the bustling cafeteria, Guyu felt a bit lost. However, Yi Bailing had no such concerns and directly led her to the ordering counter. In no time, the two girls sat down in a corner with their meals. Bailing, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with this place, Guyu said with a smile. Yi Bailing only smiled faintly in response and began to eat. Guyu, seeing this, stopped talking, took a simple taste of the food, and then no longer ate. Seeing her somewhat uncomfortable expression, Yi Bailing said nothing more, thinking she must have come from a powerful background before coming to Shrek Academy, so naturally, it was a bit hard for her to adapt. Before long, the two girls left the cafeteria. They initially wanted to take a walk by the Sea God Lake, but they encountered some small trouble halfway. No matter where you are, there will always be people who like to stir up trouble, and Shrek Academy was no exception. You two must be new students, right? By the Sea God Lake. Several boys wearing upper-year uniforms from an external academy blocked Yi Bailing and Guyu. At this moment, among the boys, a handsome boy stepped forward. Although he was good-looking, his expression was somewhat unworthy of his face. Junior sisters, I see you seem unfamiliar with campus life. How about I teach you? The boy said with a smile. Guyu immediately retorted, I don't need a hypocrite like you to teach me. As soon as these words fell, the boys started to stir restlessly. You new girl dare to insult our boss. Are you looking for trouble? A scrawny boy spoke, unhappily, then tried to rush forward to make a move. Just as he was about to approach Yi Bailing and the others, their boss spoke up. Enough! How can you talk to junior sisters like that? The boy shouted loudly. Hearing this shout, the scrawny boy instantly became obedient and hurriedly retreated behind their boss. Although this scene made the handsome boy appear quite gentlemanly in the eyes of others, it seemed particularly amusing to Yi Bailing. Once the scrawny boy became obedient, their boss stepped forward again, very gentlemanly saying, I'm sorry, it's my poor management, but there won't be in next time. Well, we won't have the chance to meet again, Yi Bailing said coldly. After saying that, she directly pulled Guyu and prepared to leave. But just as she turned around and took a step, her other hand was grabbed by the handsome boy. Junior sister, are you refusing to give me Wong face? The boy said with a faint smile. Yet Bailing, who was grabbed by the hand, had a very cold look in her eyes, even revealing a hint of killing intent. The boy, sensing the killing intent, quickly let go of her hand and apologized. Sorry, my mistake. Although he apologized, yet Bailing's gaze remained icy. Fortunately, Guyu pulled her, which helped her regain her composure. Just as Ye Bailing was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and coldly looked at the boy. Remember, there won't be a next time. Her voice was very cold, and the boy felt a chill run down his back as if he had seen something terrifying. Boss, are you just going to let those two girls go? The frail boy said with some dissatisfaction. But the boy replied seriously, that black-haired girl is not an ordinary person. You'd better not provoke her. Why? The frail boy and a few others who followed him looked very surprised. But the boy only gave them a warning before leaving. No why, just don't provoke her. In the first-year girls' dormitory, Ye Bailing and Guyu returned to their room smoothly. Bailing, you were so cool just now, Guyu exclaimed, recalling the earlier scene. Ye Bailing looked at her very calmly and said slowly, I'm going to sleep. We have to report to the classroom tomorrow. All right, I almost forgot. Guyu suddenly remembered and then said, Good night, Bailing. Good night. Ye Bailing replied simply and then lay down on her bed. In the middle of the night, Ye Bailing suddenly sat up. glanced at Guyu Linger, who was sleeping soundly on the other bed, then got out of bed and walked outside the dormitory. After arriving at a deserted small park, a voice sounded beside her. "Looks like everything went smoothly," said a crimson phantom. Upon hearing this, Yep Bailing glanced at it and slowly said, "It was okay, but you better stay inside me." Why? Afraid of being exposed? The crimson phantom teased. Yep Bailing didn't answer, but her eyes expressed her thoughts. Seeing this, the crimson phantom obediently sank into her body. Yep Bailing looked up at the starry sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions, but she said nothing and remained silent. After a while, she regained her focus and walked back to her dormitory. "I'll come and get you soon, shall you?" Chapter 173. The homeroom teacher is an old familiar face. The next morning, Yep Bailing and Guyu Linger arrived at their assigned class, the first-year class. "There are so many people in the class," Guyu Linger said with a cheerful expression. Yep Bailing merely nodded lightly, not paying much attention to them. At this moment, a man slowly walked in. "Everyone, please be quiet." Upon hearing this voice, Yep Bailing turned to look and was stunned. How could it be him? The man then spoke slowly. "I am Yin Yun, your homeroom teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a folder in his hand, glanced through it, and said directly, "The student with the highest soul power in the class is Guyu Linger. She will temporarily take the position of class monitor. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, all the students turned to look at Guyu Linger, their faces showing shock. Even Yep Bailing was a little surprised. "Linger, your soul power is the highest?" "Yeah, I'm already at the 30th level, Guyu Linger said proudly. Seeing this, Yep Bailing didn't say anything more and looked back at Yin Yun. "All right, since everyone is here, let's start the class," Yin Yun said with a smile. The students had no objections and sat up straight, and Yin Yun felt very pleased with this. Soon, noon arrived, and the students left the classroom. On the way to the cafeteria, Yep Bailing and Guyu Linger were chatting. At this moment, Guyu Linger suddenly asked, "Bailing, it's been so long, and I still don't know your soul power level. Aren't you going to tell me?" "Level 25, Yep Bailing replied, then looked elsewhere. "Only level 25? Guyu Linger thought for a moment, and then patted Yep Bailing's back, smiling. "Looks like you need to work harder." "Maybe." Yep Bailing still had a calm expression. Just then, a figure blocked their way. "Long time no see. Junior," it was the boy from yesterday. Upon seeing him, Yep Bailing's expression instantly turned cold, and without wanting to say a word, she grabbed Guyu Linger's hand and walked around him. Seeing this, the boy quickly followed. "Junior, do you really not want to see me? What do you think?" Guyu Linger said with an annoyed expression. The boy's face turned pale upon hearing this, but he couldn't do anything. However, he still forced a smile. "Junior, my name is Suka, what's yours?" "Get lost." Yep Bailing shot him a cold glance. Just this one look made Suka feel an overwhelming pressure, and he couldn't move. The two girls ignored him and walked past him. After they left, Suka finally returned to normal, slumping onto a nearby chair and exhaling a long breath. "That girl is really scary," Suka said with a distressed expression. "Bailing, that guy named Suku is really annoying. Should I teach him a lesson?" Guyu Linger said angrily. Yep Bailing waved her hand and replied, "No. You're probably not his match. After all, he's in a higher grade. What's so great about higher grades? I can still take him down," Guyu Linger said confidently. Yep Bailing looked at her and then smiled. "What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm joking?" Guyu Linger felt a bit embarrassed. Yep Bailing smiled and said, "No, I just thought of something funny." "What funny thing? Tell me." Guyu Linger became curious. Yep Bailing thought for a moment and then teased. "I accidentally remembered someone who overestimated themselves and challenged someone much stronger than them. And in the end, did they win?" Guyu Linger asked expectantly. Yep Bailing shook her head and said directly, "No, in the end they died." Guyu Linger was suddenly at a loss for words. Seeing her reaction, Yep Bailing laughed again. Just as she laughed, Guyu Linger suddenly understood and immediately rushed at Yep Bailing. "You're talking about me." "Haha." Yep Bailing chuckled and then ran towards the classroom. Guyu Linger, not to be outdone, quickly chased after her. In no time, the two returned to the classroom and realized that it was already filled with students, indicating that they seemed to be a bit late. Yin Yun calmly said, "Just don't let it happen again," and quickly returned to your seats. Yep Bailing and the others did not hesitate and quickly sat down. Once everyone was back, Yin Yun spoke again. "This afternoon's class is very simple. It's just physical exercise. Everyone, follow me to the playground." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone got up and walked toward the playground. "Bailing, what are we going to do?" Guyu Linger asked curiously. Yep Bailing just smiled and explained, "It should be running." "Running?" Guyu Linger was very surprised. Yep Bailing nodded and then looked at her serious expression and asked, "Why do you look so serious?" "You don't know. I hate running the most," Guyu Linger said seriously. Hearing this, Yi Bailing was at a loss for words and could only pretend not to know as she continued walking forward. Before long, everyone arrived at the playground under Yin Yun's guidance. Looking at the scorching sun on the playground, the students felt a bit tense. Yin Yun suddenly spoke. The afternoon class is very simple. Just run around the playground for 50 laps, and once you're done, you can leave school. After hearing this, some students in class 1 showed very happy expressions, while others looked quite embarrassed, truly a mix of joy and sorrow. Gu Yulinger's expression was even more awkward as she grabbed Yi Bailing's arm and said pitifully, "Bailing, I don't want to run. It's just running, it's no big deal." Yi Bailing comforted with a smile. "But the sun is so scorching today, I'm afraid of getting tanned," Gu Yulinger continued. After hearing this, Yi Bailing felt speechless and directly left her behind to start running on the playground. Gu Yulinger, seeing this, had no choice but to run under the sun. Yin Yun, standing by the playground, couldn't help but smile at this scene, reminiscing, "I used to go through this too." But then he thought of something, and his expression suddenly became heavy. "It's been 8 years. I wonder how Lu Gu is doing," Yin Yun murmured. He had started to worry the moment he learned of LuZe's disappearance, and that worry had lasted for 8 years. On the playground, Yi Bailing glanced at Yin Yun while running and then smiled faintly. "You still haven't changed after all this time, Yin Yun." Chapter 174. Sparring time flew by, and a month in Shrek quickly passed. The new student assessment began. In the new student classroom, Yin Yun stood on the podium, smiling as he said, "As you all know, the new student assessment is coming next, and it's time for group assignments." As soon as he finished, the students in the classroom felt very excited, eagerly listening, hoping to form teams with 2 powerful classmates. Gu Yulinger was not worried at all, as she was confident in her strength and knew she could win a championship. Soon, Yin Yun began to assign groups, stating, "Our class has a total of 60 people, 3 per group, making 20 groups. Although the matchups during the competition will be random, I hope you don't hold back when facing classmates. Understood?" "Understood," the students in the classroom replied in unison. Seeing this, Yin Yun felt very pleased and continued, "Group 1, Tang Yao, Wu Ling, Yan Zhuzhu. Group 2, Wang Hua, Chun Lin, Yang Fei. Group 3, Yin Lai." Before long, the class reached the last group, and Yin Yun happily read the last group, Gu Yuling, Yi Bailing, Su Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent as everyone assessed their teammates. Gu Yulinger was naturally staring at Su Qian, knowing only that the other party's soul power was at level 25 and was a support-type soul master, but nothing more. "All right, since the groups have been assigned, you all should get to know each other over the next 2 days. The competition will be held in 2 days, Yin Yun said with a smile. After that, he let them leave the classroom and told them they wouldn't have classes for the next 2 days, which made the students very happy. By the Sea God Lake, Yi Bailing and Gu Yulinger were staring at Su Qian in front of them. Su Qian, being stared at, felt a bit shy and blushed as she said, "Can you not stare at me like that? It's quite embarrassing." "Oh, sorry," Gu Yulinger suddenly realized and quickly apologized. Then she eagerly asked, "Su Qian, your martial soul is a flower, right?" "Yes," Su Qian nodded and continued, "My martial soul is the 9-leaf color lotus, and its effects are similar to the 9-treasure glazed tile." "What?" Gu Yulinger was instantly shocked to hear this. The 9-treasure glazed tile was once a top auxiliary martial soul on the continent. Although it has fallen somewhat now, it is still not to be underestimated. 9-leaf color lotus? At this moment, Yi Bailing, who had been silent, also approached. Yi Bailing looked at Su Qian with great curiosity, making Su Qian blush even more. Realizing something was off, Yi Bailing quickly turned her head away and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I was just a bit too curious." "It's okay." Su Qian smiled and waved her hand. At this time, Gu Yulinger suddenly suggested, "Su Qian, why don't we team up to teach Bailing a lesson?" Looking at her mischievous expression, Su Qian felt a bit embarrassed, thinking, "Isn't that inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate? Bailing is an assault type, you're support, and I'm control. Teaming up against an assault type soul master seems fair, right?" Gu Yulinger argued logically. For a moment, Su Qian didn't know how to choose. Worried about leaving Yi Bailing with a shadow. "It's fine, you can team up," Yi Bailing said at this moment in a very calm tone, seemingly not taking him seriously. "How dare you look down on us, Bailing?" Gu Yulinger, seeing her indifferent expression, immediately got angry. Su Qian also felt a bit displeased, thinking it was because she was worried about Bailing that she didn't want to do this, yet Bailing turned it around and looked down on them. "Then bring it on," Yi Bailing said with a smile, beckoning with her finger. This scene was undoubtedly a provocation in Gu Yulinger and Su Qian's eyes. Could they tolerate it? "Let's do it. Su Qian, you assist me, And I'll take her down, Gu Yulinger said, looking displeased. Su Qian nodded, clearly also provoked by Yi Beiling's earlier behavior. Before long, the area by the sea god lake was filled with a vigorous fighting spirit. Yi Beiling stood alone, facing Gu Yulinger and Su Qian. Gu Yulinger had already reached level 33 in soul power, and Su Qian had reached level 26, while Yi Beiling was only at level 20. In terms of soul power, Yi Beiling was slightly at a disadvantage, but when it came to strength, it was hard to say. Are you ready? Yi Beiling asked with a smile. Gu Yulinger did not answer her, but directly summoned her martial spirit to attack Yi Beiling. In an instant, countless white silk sealed off Yi Beiling's escape route. With Su Qian's assistance, the speed and resilience of these silks were greatly enhanced. Soon, Yi Beiling was entangled by these silks from all directions and then directly wrapped up. Seeing this, Gu Yulinger revealed a smile and teased, Beiling, I didn't expect you to be so weak, you really disappoint me. Just when she was feeling very pleased, a voice came from the white silk. Is that so? Whoosh. Immediately, those white silks were cut open by numerous energy blades. Yi Beiling, holding a long sword, looked at them with a calm expression. The long sword was entirely white, with golden inscriptions on the blade, looking very noble. Is this her martial spirit? Su Qian was a bit surprised. It was her first time seeing such a beautiful long sword. Gu Yulinger said solemnly, That's right, that's Beiling's martial spirit, the white ember sword. The next moment, Gu Yulinger launched another surprise attack, sending several white silks toward Yi Beiling again. Yi Beiling reacted quickly, directly placing the long sword horizontally in her hand. And in an instant, sword energy flew everywhere, turning those white silks into fragments. In a hurry, Yi Beiling lunged forward, instantly arriving in front of Gu Yulinger. You lost, Yi Beiling said with a smile. Gu Yulinger, with the long sword pressed against her neck, was very unconvinced. But she understood in her heart that if this were a life-and-death battle, her head would have probably fallen off long ago. All right, you win, Gu Yulinger said, though her expression clearly showed her unwillingness. Su Qian, standing behind her, was even more shocked. After all, Yi Beiling's speed just now was too fast. She didn't even have time to assist Gu Yulinger. Sister Beiling is really amazing. I accept my defeat in this battle, Su Qian thought. Yi Beiling then retracted her martial spirit and smiled. Let's go eat something. It's on me. Originally feeling a bit upset about just losing, she instantly forgot about it upon hearing Yi Beiling offer to treat them to food. Let's go. I must make you bankrupt today, Gu Yulinger said with a smile. She then grabbed Yi Beiling and Su Qian's hands and ran towards the food street. Yi Beiling, being pulled along, looked at her back and couldn't help but smile, as she thought of someone who used to pull her hand like this. If only there were no crimes. Chapter 175, New Student Assessment. 2 days later, the new student assessment area was already filled with people, and naturally, Yi Beiling and the other two were among them. As it was the new student assessment, and being late would not be good. Soon, a teacher came out and announced, Everyone quiet down. The rules of the new student assessment should not need much explanation. Your homeroom teacher should have told you all. After finishing, he signaled several teachers beside him to divide the participating students into groups. After an unknown amount of time, the grouping was completed, and Yi Beiling and the other two were assigned to Area 3. I heard there are many Dark Horse teams in Area 3, Su Qian said slowly. Yi Beiling nodded upon hearing this and said, It's fine, just be careful. However, Gu Yulinger beside her was completely unconcerned and boldly declared, Don't worry. The championship is ours. Linger is really confident, Su Qian said with a faint smile. Of course, Gu Yulinger said seriously. Yi Beiling just smiled faintly and then walked towards the competition stage. Soon, an assessment teacher appeared on the competition stage, took out a list, and slowly said, New Student Assessment, Area 3, First Round, First Match, Class 1 Gu Yulinger, Yi Beiling, Su Qian versus Class 4 Chen Xian, Zhu Hao Li Feng. Both sides please enter the arena. As soon as the announcement was made, Yi Beiling and the other two directly stepped onto the competition stage, while their opponents also walked up with faint smiles. They're all girls. Isn't the outcome already determined? At this moment, Zhu Hao from Class 4 said with a light laugh. His voice was loud, and Gu Yulinger heard it immediately. Feeling very displeased, she stepped forward and retorted, What do you mean, you ugly guy? Do you look down on us girls? Upon hearing Gu Yulinger call him ugly, Zhu Hao's temper instantly flared. You ugly girl? What qualifications do you have to say that? Let's see who has the real strength. Gu Yulinger, hearing this, became even more agitated, ready to fight. I will beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you. After saying that, she prepared to charge forward, but was stopped by Yi Beiling. Beiling, what are you doing? Guyu linge usket in confusion. Yi Bailing replied calmly, the match hasn't started yet. We can go up once it begins. Hearing her say this, Guyu Linger instantly realized that if they fought now, they would be judged for a foul and disqualified from the competition. Thus, reluctantly, she had to hold back and stood beside Yi Bailing with an unhappy expression. Zhu Hao on the opposite side saw this and immediately laughed. Huh, what's wrong, ugly girl? Are you backing down? Although Guyu Linger was very angry upon hearing this, she could only swallow her anger since the match hadn't started yet. Meanwhile, a high-ranking man watching from the judge's booth showed a satisfied smile upon witnessing this. This Yi Bailing seems to have a talent for being a team leader. Even when her teammates are provoked, she can remain calm, the man said with a light smile. At this moment, Yin Yin came to his side. Yes, Yi Bailing is the calmest person I've ever seen. She can hold herself back in any situation. Is that so? It seems I need to pay more attention to her, the man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Yin immediately understood, smiled, nodded, and continued watching the match. On the competition stage, the referee saw that both sides were almost ready and directly announced, the match begins. As soon as the voice fell, the three boys from Class 4 rushed towards Yi Bailing and the other two girls. Seeing this, Guyu Linger gave Su Qian a look, and Su Qian understood immediately. Second soul skill, Purple Leaf. 200-year soul rings rose behind Su Qian, and the second soul ring lit up. At this moment, Guyu Linger also felt the auxiliary effect and directly lit up her second soul ring. Second soul skill, Thousand Tangle. With Guyu Linger's shout, the three members of Class 4 were instantly entangled by countless white silks. Just as they were about to break free, Yi Bailing had already made her move. One sword, Yi Bailing, holding the white ember sword, said softly, then slashed forcefully with the long sword. In an instant, a powerful sword energy surged toward Zhu Hao and the others. As they saw the flickering sword energy before them, a sense of fear rose in their hearts. Referee, we concede. At the last moment, the captain of Class 4, Chen Xian, shouted loudly. Boom! With a loud bang, a cloud of dust was kicked up on the competition stage, and amidst the dust, a teacher stood in front of Chen Xian and the others. The competition has ended, and the first-year class's Guyu Welling's team has won. The referee then directly announced the results of the match, and everyone was truly stunned by the rapid pace of the competition. This team managed to cooperate so seamlessly. The man who had been watching from the sidelines was quite surprised by this. Of course, he was even more curious about whether Yi Bailing had used her soul skills. If she did, why were there no soul rings visible? Yin Yin, this Yi Bailing seems to be from your class, right? The man asked with a smile. Yin Yin, who was questioned, felt puzzled and replied, Yes, she is my student. What do you want? It's simple. I want to talk to her alone. The man said with a light smile. Is that so? Yin Yin pondered. The man then patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry. I won't force her to do anything. I find that a bit hard to believe, Yin Yin replied with a slight smile. The man felt quite hurt by this and said pitifully, Yin Yin, do you really not trust me? It's not a matter of trust. It's just that your past actions are too well known. Yin Yin's expression began to cool down. Seeing this, the man could only smile and wave his hand. All right, since you feel this way, I won't force it. You'd better be honest, Yin Yin said coldly, then turned and walked away in another direction. The man looked at his back, then turned to look at Yi Bailing's location, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'm really curious why you would make such a choice, but it suits my purpose. Meanwhile, Yi Bailing, who was chatting casually with Guyu Welling and the others, instantly sensed someone was watching her, but she did not show any reaction. Looks like there are some familiar faces here, Yi Bailing thought to herself with a faint smile. Let's go. To celebrate our first victory, I'll treat you all to something to eat, Guyu Welling said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Qian nodded. Okay, what about Bailing? Coming back to her senses, Yi Bailing smiled and said, Sure, there's nothing going on right now. Then let's go, Guyu Welling said with a smile. Chapter 176, The Easy Champion. The freshman assessment went smoothly, and Guyu Welling's team successfully advanced to the finals with their cooperation. However, the team they were about to face was the most highly regarded Dark Horse team among this year's freshmen, as it contained two soul ancestors with formidable strength. Bailing, we're about to face that Dark Horse team. What do you think our chances of winning are? Su Qian asked with a worried expression. Before Yi Bailing could respond, Guyu Welling spoke up first. What are you afraid of? The championship is definitely ours, no matter how many soul ancestors they have, Guyu Welling said confidently. Su Qian looked at her confident expression and couldn't help but smile, although she still felt a bit anxious. At this moment, Yi Bailing noticed her expression and smiled, saying, Don't worry, it'll be fine, just like before. Hearing this, Su Qian felt a surge of confidence. Soon, a referee appeared on the competition stage and loudly announced, "The finals of the freshman assessment begin now, with the first-year classes Gu Yueling's team facing the second-year classes Lin Xian's team. Both sides, please enter the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, the referee stepped down from the competition stage, and the two teams came up. "Hey, I've heard that the three girls on the opposite side are quite formidable. Should we be careful?" At this moment, Yi Tian from Lin Xian's team asked with a smile. Lin Xian did not pay much attention and simply replied, "Just give it your all." "All right, but boss, you should pay attention to that girl with the sword on the opposite side. I've heard she hasn't even wielded her second sword yet," Yi Tian said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Lin Xian perked up. He had never heard of this before. He could only blame himself for focusing solely on training outside of matches, making him a martial arts fanatic. Now, hearing that the opponent had such strong capabilities ignited his fighting spirit. On Yi Beiling's side, she was also sizing up the three opponents. They did look a bit formidable. Gu Yueling sensed something was off. Su Qian was already getting nervous. She had heard about the opponent's levels and reminded Yueling, Beiling, that Lin Xian seems to be at level 35 and Yi Tian is at 34. Even the weakest among them, Lu Yin, is at level 29. Upon hearing this, Yi Beiling couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect them to really be dark horses. Their overall strength is so much higher than ours. What do we do now?" Su Qian was even more worried. Gu Yueling remained as confident as before, saying, "Don't worry. What are we afraid of? Beiling probably has even stronger trump cards she hasn't revealed yet." At this point, Su Qian also realized that since the competition began, Yi Beiling had not used her true strength at all. Perhaps they really could win. Soon, the referee below the competition stage announced, "The match begins." With his command, both competitors surprisingly did not attack immediately, instead standing still and quietly staring at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian from the second-year class was the first to speak. "You must be Yi Beiling, right?" Lin Xian asked, smiling at Yi Beiling. Yi Beiling did not move at all and coldly replied, "That's me. Do you have anything else to say?" "That's good. I was worried I'd hit the wrong person," Lin Xian said confidently. He then directly launched himself like a cannonball towards Yi Beiling. Seeing this, Yi Beiling summoned the white ash sword and held it horizontally in her hand. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, everyone in the viewing area witnessed an incredible scene. Indeed, Yi Beiling, with only 25 levels of soul power, managed to block Lin Xian's attack, who had 10 levels of soul power above her. At this moment, Lin Xian was excited. He knew very well that ordinary great soul masters could not withstand that attack. Moreover, he had summoned his martial soul, the Ink Shadow Spear, which doubled his power. "You truly surprised me," Lin Xian said with excitement. Yi Beiling smiled and replied, "You surprised me too." Bang! The next moment, Yi Beiling kicked Lin Xian in the abdomen, sending him flying. Fortunately, he had strong control and quickly stabilized himself, raising his spear to point at Yi Beiling. "I'm getting more and more curious about why you're so strong," Lin Xian said, his expression filled with excitement. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent since participating in the freshman assessment. Meanwhile, Yi Beiling turned to remind Gu Yueling and Su Qian, "You two be careful. The most troublesome one is up to me." "Okay, but you be careful," Su Qian said with concern. Yi Beiling smiled and then looked at Lin Xian in the distance, her expression instantly turning cold. "Come on," Yi Beiling said coldly, her pupils changing from black to gold, and her aura surged significantly, reaching the level of a soul ancestor. A secret technique to increase one's cultivation? Lin Xian felt very surprised, but soon laughed again. "This is good, so others won't say I'm bullying you with my cultivation level." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out again with a long spear in hand. Yi Beiling saw this and did not hesitate, tightening her grip on the long sword in her hand. In the next second, Lin Xian, holding the long spear, instantly appeared in front of Yi Beiling, raising the spear high as if it were a meteor crashing down on her. Seeing this, Yi Beiling horizontally placed her sword in her hands and softly said, "One sword." As her voice fell, a terrifying sword aura instantly rushed towards Lin Xian. Feeling the dreadful aura of the sword, Lin Xian hurriedly blocked with his spear, but he still underestimated the power of this sword. Poof! The sword aura instantly pierced through Lin Xian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and a gruesome wound appeared on his chest. Cough! "I didn't expect you to be so strong." Lin Xian managed to stab the spear into the competition platform and barely stood firm. Yi Beiling looked at him with a cold expression, noticing he still had the strength to speak, so she tightened her grip on the long sword and charged again. Truly ruthless. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly pulled out his spear to defend himself again. Sword slash abyss, Yi Bailing softly said. Immediately, the white ash sword in her hand ignited with golden flames. Lin Xian was stunned at this sight. He realized he could not block this sword at all, and now he had no chance to dodge. Crack! With a sound of breaking, Lin Xian's spear snapped in two, and his chest was already a bloody mess. Thud! Lin Xian knelt on the ground, having lost consciousness and now in a faint state. The referee hurriedly approached to take him off the competition platform, then ran towards the infirmary. Nevertheless, the competition continued, though the last two remaining members of Class 2 were almost ready to give up. Seeing their captain could not withstand two of Yi Bailing's swords, let alone themselves. Thus, Yi Tian directly shouted, Class 2 forfeits. With his words, the match ended, and the new student assessment concluded. Yi Bailing's team successfully won the championship and entered the core class as they wished. However, Yi Bailing was not satisfied during the award ceremony, because this was not the result she wanted. Her goals were far beyond this. Soon, I will come to take you home. Chapter 177 Unexpected. After the new student assessment ended, Yi Bailing and her two companions smoothly entered the core class, but this was still far from enough for Yi Bailing. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Yulinger and the others were chatting together. Bailing, the holiday is coming soon. What are your plans? Gu Yulinger asked with a smile. Yi Bailing thought carefully and then said, Let's see, maybe I'll stay here to continue cultivating. Since when did Bailing become obsessed with martial arts? Su Qian asked curiously. Yi Bailing shook her head. No, I just don't know where to go. Ah. Gu Yulinger was surprised and then smiled. Since you don't know where to go, why don't you come to my house to play? No. Yi Bailing smiled and waved her hand. Gu Yulinger sighed upon seeing this, then looked at Su Qian. What about you, Qin Qian? I want to go home, Su Qian said with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Yulinger fell silent. She originally wanted to take her good friends home to play together, but now everyone had something to do and couldn't go. Seeing this, Yi Bailing comforted her. It's okay. I will definitely come next time when I have time. Oh. Gu Yulinger replied with a gloomy face. The three of them chatted for half the day, and they only got up to leave the dormitory in the evening. After dinner, Yi Bailing and the others were strolling by the Sea God Lake, which was supposed to be a very pleasant thing. But at that moment, a figure appeared in front of Yi Bailing and the others. Yi Bailing, can I talk to you? The person who came was the man from the last new student assessment. Upon seeing the man's face, Yi Bailing was instantly stunned, thinking how this guy could be here. Before Yi Bailing could speak, Gu Yulinger spoke up. Uncle, who are you and what do you want with Bailing? The man smiled and said, Don't worry. I just want to have a simple chat with your good friend. Gu Yulinger was even less pleased to hear this. So she was about to refuse, no? My Bailing is not. It's fine. At this moment, Yi Bailing interrupted her words. Bailing, what are you doing? Gu Yulinger, who was interrupted, felt very puzzled. Yi Bailing smiled and said, You and Su Qian go back first. I'll chat with him and come back. Seeing her expression, didn't he seem like she was joking? Gu Yulinger could only nod, but she looked at the man again and said fiercely, If you dare to bully Bailing, don't blame me for being rude. Huh? How could that be? The man scratched his head and laughed. Gu Yulinger finally took Su Qian's hand and walked back to the dormitory. Left alone, Yi Bailing looked at the man with a cold expression. The man suddenly remembered something and smiled. I haven't introduced myself yet. Hello, my name is Feng Qi. A level 73 control system soul sage. That's right, this man was the Feng Qi that LuZe encountered before. Yi Bailing didn't pay much attention to this, but coldly said, What do you want to talk to me about? Nothing much. Just wanted to ask why you came to Shrek, or what your purpose is. Feng Qi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing's expression became serious, and she directly grabbed Feng Qi's collar and coldly said, Who exactly are you? I am who I am. Can I be anyone else? Feng Qi, being held by the collar, was not panicked but remained very calm. Seeing his expression, Yi Bailing immediately released her hand and turned to say, It has nothing to do with me why I came here. I advise you to stop inquiring about my matters. Feng Qi smiled again and said, Well, I still want to tell you that the Elite Soul Master competition held every 5 years is this year. If you want to participate, you need to become a main team member or reserve team member of Shrek in advance. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing suddenly froze and turned to look at Feng Qi. What do you mean by that? What else could it mean? Just reminding you not to miss it. Feng Qi smiled and turned to leave, but after taking a step, he stopped again. Looking back at Yi Bailing, he smiled and said, If you want to enter the main team in advance, you can come and find me. I can help you, but you have to pay a price. After saying this, he didn't give Yi Bailing a chance to respond and directly disappeared from the spot. Yi Bailing, standing there, had a serious expression filled with countless thoughts. What are you going to do? At this moment, that crimson phantom reappeared. Yi Bailing did not answer immediately, but, after some thought, finally spoke. No need to ask for his help. I will directly challenge the main team. Whoever has stronger strength has the say. The crimson phantom smiled upon hearing this and said, changing one's identity gives a different feeling. It's really strange. After saying that, it entered Yi Bailan's body, while the original Yi Bailan slowly looked towards the sea god lake. After a while, Shrek Academy entered its holiday period. After sending off Guyu Ling and Su Qian, Yi Bailan walked straight towards the location of the sea god pavilion. Feng Qi, who had been observing her from the shadows, smiled faintly, finding it quite interesting. She was indeed someone I had my eyes on. By the sea god lake, Yi Bailan stood by, looking at the pavilion in the lake. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Bailan moved and dashed towards the sea god pavilion at an incredible speed. Before long, she arrived outside the sea god pavilion. But just as she was about to enter, 2 guards stopped her. This place is not for you. Young lady, one of the guards said slowly. Yi Bailan merely glanced at him and said directly, take me to see Yin Xiaojia. Upon hearing this, the guard was instantly shocked and immediately scolded. How dare you? The dean's name is not something you can call out directly. After hearing these words, Yi Bailan sneered and directly stepped forward into the sea god pavilion. Just as the 2 guards were about to stop her, a powerful voice came from inside the pavilion. Let her in. The 2 guards raised their hands, but quickly stopped, looking at each other. Let's go. I'll take you in, but you mustn't call the dean's name directly, understand? Just lead the way. Don't worry about so much. Ye Baidin Koldi Ripiet. The guard felt a surge of anger, but realized that she was someone the elders of the sea god pavilion wanted to meet. So he had no choice but to hold back his temper and led Yi Bailan inside. I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you. The guard said, unpleased. Yi Bailan ignored him and walked inside without looking back. After a short while, Yi Bailan found herself in front of several elderly men. The elder sitting in the center looked at her curiously and asked, young girl, what brings you to our sea god pavilion? Seeing the elder's appearance, Yi Bailan smiled and said, Elder Xian, I naturally have matters to discuss with you. Oh, what matters? Let us hear it. Elder Xian smiled and said. However, he did not expect Yi Bailan's next words to shock everyone present. Standing in front of the elders, Yi Bailan smiled and said, I want to challenge the main team of Shrek. Chapter 178, Identity Exposed. I want to challenge the main team of Shrek. Yi Bailan said seriously to Elder Xian and the others. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian and the others were momentarily taken aback. Then they smiled. Young girl, do you know how strong our main team of Shrek is? An elder sitting next to Elder Xian said with a smile. Yi Bailan remained calm and replied, I know, but I believe their strength is still insufficient. So you think you're very strong? The elder suddenly became interested. You only have a level 25 soul power. Our main team can easily crush almost all opponents except for the team composed of Sin Face. However, this year's Sky Arena has already announced that Sin Face is banned from participating in the Elite Soul Master competition. What does that matter? Yi Bailan smiled. Seeing that she was still not giving up, the elder continued. Last time, it was because of Sin Face that Shrek only got 3rd place. This time, victory is a must. Let me join the main team of Shrek, and I can also lead Shrek Academy to victory, Yi Bailan said with great confidence. The elder was taken aback, and even Elder Xian, who had been sitting quietly in the center, became curious. Why are you so confident? Elder Xian asked with a smile. Yi Bailan slowly replied, strength will prove everything. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Elder Xian laughed heartily and then said slowly, young girl, how about this? I will give you a chance to challenge the main team of Shrek in a month. How about that? Of course, see you in a month. Yi Bailan nodded and turned to walk out of the sea god pavilion. Elder Xian and the others did not stop her, but chose to let her leave. Once Yi Bailan left the sea god pavilion, the elderly men began to discuss among themselves. Elder Xian, do you think this girl has a chance of defeating our main team of Shrek? An elder with the surname Lin asked slowly. Before Elder Xian could respond, the elder who had spoken to Yi Bailan earlier said, it's definitely impossible. Anyone from our main team is a soul emperor. How could she, a great soul master, win? As they spoke, the elderly men laughed, but at that moment, Elder Xian spoke meaningfully. I think there is a possibility, Elder Xian said with a smile. Elder Lin was quite surprised and asked Elder Xian, what do you mean by that? Elder Xian looked at him and said slowly, that girl just now gave me an unusual feeling. I faintly sensed a powerful force within her. Perhaps that is the reason for her confidence. So what? I still don't believe our Academy's main team will lose, Elder Lin said, somewhat unconvinced. But Elder Xian looked at him with a faint smile and said meaningfully, we will see the outcome in a month. Elder Lin did not continue to argue, as he did not believe Yi Belan could win. After leaving the Sea God Pavilion, Yi Belan did not hesitate and headed straight to the dormitory. The reason she spoke to Elder Xian and the others like that was because she had no choice but to participate in the Soul Master competition. Just as she was about to reach the dormitory, a voice called out to her. "LuZe, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Upon hearing this, Yi Belan was instantly shocked, but quickly regained her composure and continued walking forward without looking back. She thought it was just someone calling another person, but in the next second, the figure directly blocked her path. "Where are you going?" The person was none other than Feng Qi. Yi Belan looked at him coldly and grabbed his collar, pulling him towards a secluded area. After a short while, the two arrived in an open space. Feng Qi smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you hiding something, LuZe?" In the next moment, a long sword was pressed against his neck, and Yi Belan coldly said, "Who exactly are you? Speak." Feng Qi smiled and said, "Don't be so cold." Zing. As soon as Feng Qi finished speaking, blood instantly gushed from his neck. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Yi Belan said coldly. Seeing this, Feng Qi stopped joking and said honestly, "I am Feng Qi. As for how I know your identity." At this point, Feng Qi hesitated to continue, but in the next second, Yi Belan pressed his head down to the ground. "I advise you to be more honest." A hint of killing intent revealed in Yi Beiling's tone. Feng Qi, who was pinned to the ground, not only did not resist, but instead laughed. "Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the people from the Sky Hall?" Hearing this, Yi Beiling instantly regained her composure and then let go of her grip. Feng Qi stood up, smiling as he said, "It seems you're quite afraid of your identity being exposed. Just say it. What do you want from me?" Yi Beiling said without any pleasantries. Feng Qi thought carefully after hearing this, then smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't know about you for the first 8 years. But later I heard more and more stories about you, and my curiosity grew, so I started looking for you. What do you want from me?" Yi Beiling was quite surprised. Feng Qi looked at her with admiration and said, "Because I'm curious why you are wanted across the entire continent, and even more curious about your strength. It sounds very honest. Someone unaware might really take it as the truth." But Yi Beiling was not that foolish and directly pointed out, "Then how do you know about me? I remember I never revealed my true appearance, right?" "It was a coincidence." Feng Qi smiled and then explained, "Haven't you clashed with the leader of the Sky Hall?" "You." Yi Beiling felt increasingly that this guy couldn't be kept alive. Seeing her expression, Feng Qi continued, "To be honest, I was there at the time, and I stayed near you after you fell unconscious. Knowing you couldn't use your power recklessly, it's normal that you didn't notice me. So now that you know my identity, what are you going to do? Hand me over to the Sky Hall?" Yi Beiling said coldly. Feng Qi waved his hand, then took her hand sincerely and said, "How could I bear to hand you over? Isn't it better to keep you by my side?" Yi Beiling, whose hand was held, was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook it off and stepped back a few paces. "What do you mean by that?" Yi Beiling was a bit flustered. After all, everything that happened in that illusion was etched in her mind. "Are you shy?" Feng Qi laughed upon seeing her like that. "Get lost." But all he received in response was a cold, single word, like a brick hitting his face. "Don't be so cold." Feng Qi rubbed his face and continued speaking. However, Yi Beiling didn't want to continue this, turning around to leave directly. But just as she turned, Feng Qi pulled her into his embrace. "LuZe, oh no. You're Beiling now. Let go of me. I don't want to say it a second time." Yi Beiling's expression had turned extremely cold. However, Feng Qi still didn't let go, instead holding her tighter. Just as Yi Beiling was about to make a move, Feng Qi's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Don't move. Someone is monitoring us nearby." Feng Qi used soul power to transmit. Hearing this, Yi Beiling immediately calmed down. Her right hand, which was covered in golden inscriptions, returned to normal at that moment. The two embraced like that, and they didn't know how long it had been until the person monitoring them left due to boredom. Once he left, Yi Beiling executed a shoulder throw, slamming Feng Qi to the ground. His Feng Qi, who was thrown to the ground, gasped, then smiled and said, "Beiling, you really are violent. Get away from me. That person has left. If you keep calling me like that, be careful, I'll castrate you with a sword," Yi Beiling said coldly. Looking at her expression, Feng Qi immediately became honest, then stood up and said, "All right, since that's the case, I won't joke anymore. That's best." Yi Beiling still wore a cold face. After saying this, she turned and walked towards the dormitory. Just as she hadn't walked far, Feng Qi said again, "If you encounter trouble, be sure to tell me. I will definitely help you." Yi Beiling heard it but ignored him, pretending she didn't hear, and continued walking forward. Feng Qi just smiled faintly at this. Interesting. P.S. This book can be read for free on QQ browser. I hope everyone can support more. Chapter 179. The holiday is over. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the Shrek students who were on holiday returned to the academy one after another. Meanwhile, outside the girls' dormitory, a beautiful figure appeared. Great, the school is finally starting again. It was none other than Guyu Linger. Guyu Linger smiled widely, then bounced into the dormitory, eager to see Yi Bailing. But just as she opened the dormitory door, she was stunned. What? What happened? Guyu Linger couldn't believe her eyes. At that moment, the dormitory she shared with Yi Bailing was covered in countless golden inscriptions, and in the center of the dormitory, there was a huge light cocoon. Out of curiosity, Guyu Linger approached the light cocoon to observe it closely. Just as she was about to reach out to touch it, she heard a cracking sound. With a snap, Guyu Linger quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back from the light cocoon. Is it about to hatch? Guyu Linger was extremely surprised. In the next second, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the light cocoon, and Guyu Linger watched this scene with shock, but even more so with excitement. She wanted to know what was inside the cocoon. The next moment, a hand covered in golden inscriptions suddenly stretched out from inside the light cocoon. Guyu Linger was startled and quickly hid behind the cabinet, peeking out with her little head to observe. Soon after, the fragments of the light cocoon began to peel away, and a figure slowly emerged into the dormitory. But once the light cocoon fully peeled away, the person who emerged let out a breath of turbid air. And when Guyu Linger saw the person's face, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. Ah! Hearing the scream, the person who had broken free from the light cocoon immediately looked in her direction, then quickly grabbed a blanket from the bed to wrap around themselves. Why are you back? Indeed, this person was Yi Bailing. Guyu Linger covered her eyes and slowly said, Of course I came back after the holiday, but I want to ask how you ended up in that light cocoon. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing's expression became serious, and her appearance began to return to normal. Guyu Linger then walked up to her and asked in confusion, What was going on just now? Why were you covered in golden inscriptions? Yi Bailing, hearing this question, suddenly didn't know how to answer, so she could only casually reply, It's a kind of cultivation method of mine that can temporarily increase my cultivation level. Really? Guyu Linger stared at her, half believing. Being stared at like this made Yi Bailing feel a chill run down her spine, and she quickly said, I'm going to take a shower, we'll talk later. After saying that, she didn't give Guyu Linger a chance to respond and rushed into the bathroom. Guyu Linger, still processing what had just happened, stared at the locked bathroom door, lost in thought. Bailing actually has no chest. Guyu Linger couldn't help but laugh at the scene she had just witnessed. She later stepped outside the bathroom and teased Bai Ling, I didn't expect you to be flat-chested. What a surprise. I thought you were wrapped up. After saying this, Guyu Linger did not hear any response and had to lie down on her bed, looking at the golden web-like patterns in the dormitory. She felt curious and started to examine them. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yi Bailing was looking at herself in the mirror with a serious expression. Hearing Guyu Linger's words, she murmured to herself, My identity should not have been exposed. After calming down, Yi Bailing took a set of clothes from her storage soul guide, put them on, and walked out of the bathroom. Noticing the movement behind her, Guyu Linger slowly turned around and said, Bai Ling, what are you doing? The dormitory is a mess because of you. Yi Bailing confirmed her guess and awkwardly smiled, saying, I've been training for a month and didn't have time to clean the dormitory, so it ended up like this. I see. Then let's clean up first before we go find Qian Qian, Guyu Linger said with a smile. Yi Bailing nodded without any complaints. In the afternoon, in a dessert shop in Shrek City, Guyu Linger was happily chatting with Yi Bailing and Su Qian. Just then, an elderly figure approached. Little girl. The month is up, the old man said with a faint smile. Guyu Linger and Su Qian, unaware of what was happening, looked confused and asked Grandpa, The month is up, and then what? I didn't tell you, but I told the little girl next to you. You can ask her what it means. The old man smiled and replied. Hearing this, Guyu Linger and Su Qian felt curious and turned to Yi Bailing. What does that old man's words mean? Aren't you going to tell us? Guyu Linger asked with a smile. Although Su Qian didn't speak, her expression showed her curiosity. Yi Bailing, seeing their reactions, had no choice but to explain it means to challenge the main team of Shrek. So it's a challenge to the main team. Wait, Guyu Linger was taken aback, and once she processed the information, she was stunned. Bai Ling, are you crazy? That's the main team of Shrek. How could you possibly defeat them? Guyu Linger said in shock. It's okay. I have confidence. Yi Bailing smiled and then looked at the old man. Elder Qian, when will the match be? You set a time. Elder Qian laughed and said, Oh, you little girl are quite bold. You have some strength, I see. Elder Qian didn't know what to say and could only smile. In that case, Let's set the match for tomorrow. I'll come find you then. Sure. Yi Bailing nodded and then fell silent. Elder Xian could only smile and turn to leave. After he left, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian suddenly grabbed Yi Bailing by her collar. Bailing, are you really crazy? That's the main team. Gu Yulinger exclaimed in shock. Yi Bailing still had a calm expression and smiled. Don't worry, if I didn't have confidence, I wouldn't challenge them. But the main team seems really strong. Su Qian began to worry. Yi Bailing repeated, it's fine, I have confidence. At this point, Su Qian and Gu Yulinger didn't know what else to say. Yi Bailing suddenly stood up and said, let's go, it's time to go back to the dormitory. As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them got up and left. Can Yi Bailing defeat the main team of Shrek, which is several times stronger than her? Stay tuned. Chapter 180, 1 Against 7. In the evening, Yi Bailing was lying on her bed when suddenly, Gu Yulinger jumped on her bed. Bailing, do you really have to go tomorrow? Gu Yulinger asked worriedly. Yi Bailing smiled and slowly replied, of course. Can't you not go? Gu Yulinger said reluctantly. But Yi Bailing insisted on her stance. She had to go. Gu Yulinger began to panic and said urgently, but the main team. Calm down. You can rest assured. Nothing will happen, Yi Bailing said, placing her finger on Gu Yulinger's forehead with a smile. For some reason, Gu Yulinger, who was originally anxious, suddenly calmed down at that moment. Yi Bailing then said again, hurry up and go to sleep, it's getting late. Oh, Gu Yulinger replied. The next moment, she obediently returned to her bed and buried her head under the blanket. Yi Bailing glanced at her and then lay back down, staring at the ceiling and thinking about some things. After a while, she sighed and closed her eyes. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, when Gu Yulinger opened her eyes, she found that Yi Bailing was already gone. She hurriedly ran out of the dormitory, heading straight for the fighting spirit area. On the way to the fighting spirit area, she vaguely heard people talking about Yi Bailing's challenge to the main team of Shrek. Hearing this made Gu Yulinger increasingly worried, and just then, she bumped into someone. With a thud, Gu Yulinger and the person she bumped into both fell to the ground, rubbing her forehead. Gu Yulinger looked at the other person and found it was Su Qian. Realizing who it was, Su Qian quickly said, Linger, are you also worried about Bailing? What else? Gu Yulinger replied with a look that said it was obvious. She quickly got up and grabbed Su Qian's hand, running towards the fighting spirit area. When they arrived, the fighting spirit area was already packed with people. Why are there so many people? Su Qian exclaimed in shock. But Gu Yulinger didn't have time to think about that. She pulled Su Qian's hand and ran to the front row of the spectator seats. At this moment, on the fighting spirit platform, Yi Bailing was already standing there, facing off against the 7 members of the main team representing Shrek Academy in the Elite Soul Master competition. Is it too late? Gu Yulinger's expression turned grim when she saw this. Meanwhile, Su Qian had already begun to pray, please don't let anything happen, Bailing. Soon, Elder Xian arrived at the fighting spirit platform. He first looked at the 7 members of the main team, then turned to Yi Bailing. Although I don't know why you insist on challenging the main team, you'd better be careful, Elder Xian said slowly. You don't need to worry about me. You should be worried about the main team, Yi Bailing replied slowly. Xian Lao felt a bit uncomfortable after hearing this, but still smiled and said, you can set the competition rules. That way, others won't say I'm bullying people. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing made a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian, who were watching from the spectator seats, were both praying that she would choose the weakest senior. However, Yi Bailing didn't follow the usual pattern and directly said, to save time, you all can come at me together. After saying this, she revealed a confident smile, and a pure white longsword appeared in her hand. The 7 main team members were instantly stunned upon hearing this, and then they felt a wave of discomfort. It wasn't just them. Even Xian Lao was momentarily taken aback by her words. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, Yi Bailing, I know your talent is very high, and you could have entered the preparation team, but you were too arrogant. After sighing, he turned and left the Battle Soul platform. The moment Xian Lao left the platform, a voice rang out, the match begins. As this voice fell, Yi Bailing shot towards the 7 main team members like a cannonball. The 7 members of the Shrek main team were a beat slow, and by the time they reacted, Yi Bailing was already in front of them. One sword, Yi Bailing didn't hold back at all. She immediately swept her sword out. Boom! The power of this sword was even more domineering than a month ago, and the 7 main team members instantly coughed up blood. Xiaomi, quickly retreat behind Cheng Su, said the captain of the main team, Si Kongfeng. Xiaomi, a relatively small boy, immediately ran behind Cheng Su upon hearing this. Si Kongfeng did this because Xiaomi was the only support-type soul emperor among the 7. and Su was the strongest defensive Soul Emperor in the entire team. As long as the support had a protector, he could continuously use soul skills to assist his teammates, greatly increasing their chances of winning. But Sikong Feng underestimated Yi Bailing. After swinging her sword, Yi Bailing quickly locked onto Xiaomi as her target. Swish! The next second, a spear made of condensed soul power shot through the air towards Xiaomi, who was rushing towards Su. Seeing this, Sikong Feng quickly activated his martial soul, transforming into a beam of green light that shot towards the spear. Clang! With the sound of metal colliding, the spear aimed at Xiaomi was instantly deflected by Sikong Feng. Quick reaction, Yi Bailing murmured softly. Just then, a boy holding a spear appeared behind her. Clang! As if she had eyes in the back of her head. Yi Bailing accurately blocked the boy's surprise attack with her white ash sword. The spear boy was shocked by the scene before him, but before he could react, Yi Bailing kicked him with a swift kick. Bang! The spear boy felt his abdomen turn upside down after the kick. Cough, cough! The spear boy was kicked away but barely managed to stabilize himself. Are you okay, Ziyu? A girl appeared next to him. Upon hearing this, Ziyu smiled and waved his hand. I'm fine. I didn't expect this junior sister to be so strong. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and then glared fiercely at Yi Bailing. Junior sister, you really are impressive. After saying this, 6 soul rings rose around her, and greenish scales began to appear on her body. Green phosphor snake? Yi Bailing was quite surprised to see the girl's martial soul. But before she could react, a cloud of green mist rushed towards her. Seeing this, Yi Bailing didn't hesitate. Her eyes instantly turned golden, and her sword arm was covered with golden inscriptions. Flame wheel. With Yi Bailing's sword strike, the green poisonous mist was immediately burned away by a ring of flames. The girl became serious upon witnessing this, realizing that Yi Bailing was not easy to deal with. At this moment, the situation on the Battle Soul platform became tense. Ngu Yulinger and Su Qian in the spectator seats were already sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Yi Bailing, standing in the center of the platform, looked around and instead of showing any signs of tension, smiled. As expected of the main team representing Shrek Academy in the Elite Soul Master Tournament. Your team tactics are really good, Yi Bailing praised with a smile. Sikong Feng chuckled lightly. Junior sister, it's because you are too strong. We have no choice but to do this. In fact, from the beginning, Sikong Feng had already set a strategy to feign weakness, allowing Yi Bailing to enter their encirclement, making it impossible for her to deal with multiple irregular attacks at once. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing didn't pay much attention and smiled lightly. The tactics are good, but unfortunately, the strength is not enough. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from her, leaving even Xian Lao, who was watching from below, stunned. Yi Bailing's appearance began to change. Her black hair gradually turned silver, and her body was covered in golden inscriptions, with even a few inscriptions woven into her hair. Sikong Feng and the others became serious upon seeing this, as it was unexpected. At this moment, Yi Bailing glanced at the 7 of them and coldly said a sentence that shocked the entire Battle Soul area. The match has only just begun. Don't disappoint me. P.S. Everyone is welcome to join the group chat to discuss more plot with the dog author. QQ Group 936595666. Chapter 181. Joining the main team. At this moment on the Battle Soul platform in the Battle Soul area, Yi Bailing, with silver hair and golden eyes, covered in golden inscriptions, was surveying Sikong Feng and the others. They also felt a sense of pressure. Xiaomi, remember to enhance us later, Sikong Feng said with a serious expression. Xiaomi nodded, releasing his 6 soul rings, while Sikong Feng and the others also released their 6 soul rings. Here we go, Sikong Feng shouted. He then transformed into a beam of green light that shot towards Yi Bailing. The speed was fast, but Yi Bailing's reaction was even faster. She effortlessly dodged Sikong Feng's thrust. Before Sikong Feng could react, Yi Bailing grabbed the back of his head and forcefully slammed him down onto the ground. With a bang, Sikong Feng's face hit the ground, embedding him into the Battle Soul platform. Yi Bailing didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, she looked at the other 6. You all can come at me together to avoid trouble. Her tone was quite bold, as if she truly didn't take them seriously. Feng Ziyu couldn't hold back any longer. He gripped the spear in his hand and charged towards Yi Bailing. Seeing this, Yi Bailing swung her long sword, and the overwhelming sword energy instantly engulfed Feng Ziyu. By the time he regained his senses, his clothes were already in tatters, and his eyes had lost their luster. The girl with the green phosphor snake martial soul became furious upon seeing this, her entire being radiating with killing intent. You'll pay the price. The girl coldly said to Yi Bailing. Yi Bailing just glanced at her and then didn't want to continue wasting time. It should end. You all should have had enough fun, Yi Bailing murmured coldly. Then she placed the white ash sword horizontally across her chest and executed a sweeping strike. Looking at the terrifying sword energy, the girls knew they couldn't resist. At that moment, Elder Xian intervened. Enough, you've won. Although Elder Xian was reluctant to say so, he had to announce the result. Seeing Elder Xian step in, Yi Bailing also stopped attacking and directly said, Since I've won, you should agree to my request. ISNT it just to become the main team of Shrek Academy? I agree, Elder Xian said slowly. After hearing this, Yi Bailing nodded, then turned and left the soul fighting platform, leaving everyone with her back. Bailing, she won. Gu Yulinger found it hard to believe what she was seeing. Meanwhile, Su Qian directly grabbed her hand and ran outside the soul fighting area, saying they should go find Bailing to celebrate. Hearing this, Gu Yulinger immediately understood and began to take action. Not long after, by a long bench beside the Sea God Lake, Yi Bailing slowly arrived and sat down, watching the scenery of the Sea God Lake. At that moment, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian also arrived, and when they saw Yi Bailing, they instantly smiled. Bailing, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, Gu Yulinger said excitedly. Yi Bailing simply smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing. Didn't I say I was confident? Hee hee, Gu Yulinger chuckled. Su Qian then asked curiously, Bailing, what was that just now? You look so cool. Yi Bailing didn't elaborate, instead casually saying, It's just a family secret technique. Really? Su Qian looked at her with some skepticism. Yi Bailing showed no signs of lying, responding very naturally. Of course, my family often uses this kind of technique. Well, hearing this, Su Qian chose to believe her. But at that moment, Gu Yulinger asked seriously, Bailing, why do you want to join the main team of Shrek? Hearing this question, Yi Bailing immediately averted her gaze and perfunctorily said, It's nothing. I just feel that the main team can better broaden my horizons. You're lying? Gu Yulinger directly exposed Yi Bailing's lie. After hearing this, Yi Bailing's expression gradually became serious, and she suddenly stood up, wanting to leave. However, she was stopped by Gu Yulinger. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. I will definitely help you. No, you can't help me. Yi Bailing smiled helplessly. After saying that, she left without looking back, and Gu Yulinger, standing in place, felt a blockage in her chest for some reason. Linger, Bailing. Su Qian didn't know what to say. Gu Yulinger could only shake her head. Perhaps we really can't help her. After a while, the news that Yi Bailing single-handedly fought and defeated the 7 members of Sikong Feng had spread throughout Shrek City. Almost every street and alley, old and young, knew the name Yi Bailing. On a high mountain outside Shrek City, Yi Bailing was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in meditation. She didn't know how long it had been when she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the lively and bustling Shrek City, Yi Bailing couldn't help but feel emotional. Then she slowly stood up and walked towards the academy. When she entered the inner courtyard of Shrek, Elder Xian suddenly appeared and called out to her. Bailing, there's something I forgot to tell you, Elder Xian said slowly. Yi Bailing asked, What is it? It's not too late to say it now. Since that's the case, then I'll say it. Elder Xian paused, then directly said, The Elite Soul Master Competition will be held in 5 days, and the venue is the Sky Square outside the Sky Hall. The Sky Hall. Yi Bailing felt very surprised, but quickly calmed down. Although Elder Xian noticed her reaction was a bit odd, he quickly dismissed it. Moreover, the Master of the Sky Hall has a good relationship with me, so he should come and visit us at Shrek tonight. You must pay attention, Elder Xian reminded. After hearing this, Yi Bailing instantly became unsettled. Who is the Master of the Sky Hall? ISNT at Lu Xiaoyu? And he has come into Shrek Academy tonight. This is simply a survival crisis. Did you hear that, Bailing? Elder Xian asked again. Yi Bailing suddenly came back to her senses and nodded, saying, Understood. I will be steady tonight. Elder Xian smiled upon hearing this, then turned and left. Standing in place, Yi Bailing's heart was extremely chaotic because of tonight's events. Many of her plans have been disrupted. LuZe, it seems you can't escape a calamity tonight. At this moment, Feng Qi stepped out. Yi Bailing coldly glanced at him and said, So what? You'd better not meddle in my affairs. Feng Qi didn't get angry upon hearing this. He smiled and turned to say, Anyway, good luck tonight. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. While Yi Bailing didn't take him seriously and turned to walk towards her personal dormitory. I hope nothing goes wrong tonight. Chapter 182. Alcohol soon. The sun slowly set, and Shrek Academy was brightly lit. In Yi Bailing's dormitory, she was sitting in a chair, deep in thought about certain issues. At this moment, the dormitory door opened, and the person who walked in was Gu Yulinger. Bailing, aren't you going out? I heard tonight is the liveliest night at Shrek Academy, Gu Yulinger said with a smile. Yi Bailing's expression was very awkward, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. After all, she was now a member of the main team of Shrek Academy and had to meet the guests from the Sky Hall. Let us go, Yi Bailing said helplessly, but there was no other way. Gu Yulinger smiled upon seeing this. Although she could tell Yi Bailing had something on her mind, she chose not to ask. After all, if someone didn't want to say, then that was that. Soon, Gu Yulinger and Yi Bailing walked out of the dormitory, and outside, Su Qian, who had been waiting for a long time, followed them with a smile. The three of them walked together and soon arrived at the gathering point for the event. When they got there, Yi Bailing slowly said, I'll go ahead. You two just be careful. Gu Yulinger didn't stop her, knowing that Yi Bailing was going to meet the guests from the Sky Hall with the main team members. After Yi Bailing left, Gu Yulinger pulled Su Qian toward the crowd. Linger, don't you think Bailing seems very strange today? Su Qian felt a bit uneasy. Gu Yulinger waved her hand helplessly and smiled. There's nothing we can do about Bailing's situation. At this point, Su Qian fell silent, unsure of how to continue. Seeing her like this, Gu Yulinger quickly took her small hand and said, Don't worry, Bailing will definitely solve it. After all, she's not an ordinary person. Su Qian stiffly smiled in agreement. Gu Yulinger then cheerfully said, Let's go. I'll take you to have some fun, and immediately grabbed her hand and started running around. Meanwhile, inside the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian and the other elders were standing together, their eyes fixed intently on the outside of the pavilion. Not long after arriving, Yi Bailing stood with Sikong Feng and the others, all wearing serious expressions. Soon, a powerful aura spread in from outside. The moment Yi Bailing sensed this aura, she became serious, but her rationality told her not to show any abnormal reactions. Just then, a man in a black suit walked in from outside the Sea God Pavilion, and it was none other than Lucifer. Seeing Lucifer, Yi Bailing instinctively moved closer to Sikong Feng and the others. After entering, Lucifer first scanned the room, then smiled and said, Good evening, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. Elder Xian replied with a smile, It's no problem. Your presence is the greatest recognition for our Shrek Academy. Hearing this, Lucifer laughed and then said, Elder Xian, you should say that to our master. After that, a young man stepped in. The moment Yi Bailing saw him, her heart began to race. She didn't expect him to really come. The young man was Lu Xiaoyu, but his expression was cold, as if something was bothering him. At this moment, Lucifer quietly asked, Master, are you dissatisfied with this gathering? No, Lu Xiaoyu replied slowly. Lucifer seemed a bit confused, but didn't show it. Since there are no issues, everyone can relax. There's no need to be so tense, Lucifer said with a smile. Elder Xian and the others let out a sigh of relief and began to move around freely. Yi Bailing, however, found a quieter spot to think, her mind racing with thoughts. Watching the lively scene in the Sea God Pavilion, she gradually let her guard down. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Why are you here alone? Hearing this, Yi Bailing jumped in surprise and turned around to find it was Feng Qi. Annoyed, she said, Don't you know not to stand behind others? Sorry, Feng Qi chuckled, then offered her a glass of wine. Since we're all here, why not have a drink? No thanks, Yi Bailing directly refused. However, Feng Qi seemed unwilling to let it go and teased. Don't tell me you can't hold your liquor. In this day and age, there are still people who can't drink a glass. Yi Bailing wasn't foolish and looked at Feng Qi as if he were ridiculous. This kind of provocation was too kitsch. Feng Qi chuckled again. So you're not planning to give me, Feng, some face? Don't think too much of it. I just don't want to drink, Yi Bailing replied slowly. She then turned to leave, but little did she know that Lu Xiaoyu had noticed them. Hello, Lu Xiaoyu said, as Yi Bailing turned around. Feeling his presence, her heart grew heavy, hoping she wouldn't reveal anything. Hello, Bailing, she said softly. Lu Xiaoyu didn't seem to mind and instead smiled. You're the Yi Bailing that Elder Xian mentioned, right? That's me. I'm not sure why the Hall Master is looking for me, Yi Bailing answered, bracing herself. It's nothing. I just think you're impressive and wanted to have a drink with you, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile, handing her a glass of wine. Yi Bailing stared at the glass in front of her, feeling conflicted. If she didn't accept it, she might raise suspicion. If she drank it, there could be trouble. It was truly a dilemma. Just as she hesitated, Feng Qi swiftly grabbed the glass of wine Lu Xiaoyu had handed to Yi Bailing. Bailing doesn't drink. How about I drink it for her? Feng Qi showed no fear of Lu Xiaoyu's identity. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and continued, of course. But that means you'll be drinking more than one glass. No problem. I'm known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Feng Qi replied with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, he downed the wine in one go, finishing it casually. Lu Xiaoyu, not want to back down, also finished his drink. Their rivalry had begun, each taking turns to drink, and Yi Bailing, standing by, had no idea how much they had drunk. However, it had to be said that these two had impressive drinking capacities. After so much, neither showed the slightest hint of redness on their faces. No wonder you're known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Your capacity is really good, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Feng Qi responded with a grin. The Hall Master's drinking capacity is not bad either. After all this, your face isn't even red. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. Feng Qi shrugged, then turned and said, I'm not feeling well, so I'll be leaving first. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and didn't stop him, then turned to Yi Bailing, just as Feng Qi came back in front of her again. Hall Master, is it okay if Bailing takes me back? I might not make it to the dorm alone, Feng Qi said, sporting a pale and weak expression. Lu Xiaoyu paused for a moment, and then said, of course, that's fine. Just be sure to rest well when you get back. After saying this, he turned and walked toward Elder Xian and the others. Feng Qi, seeing this, didn't think much of it and casually placed a hand on Yi Bailing's shoulder. Smiling, let us go, take me back. Yi Bailing didn't know how to respond, but was still grateful to him. The next moment, she didn't say anything further and directly took the pale and weak Feng Qi away from the Sea God Pavilion. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu kept his gaze on them from behind, his expression somewhat displeased. Chapter 183, Identity Exposed, Plan Foiled. On a small path of Shrek Academy, Feng Qi had his hand resting on Yi Bailing's shoulder. After a while, Yi Bailing said unhappily, Can you take your hand back? Feng Qi suddenly realized and withdrew his hand, laughing, Shouldn't you thank me? Thank you for what? Yi Bailing said coldly. Come on, I just saved you from a dire situation. Can't you say a thank you? Feng Qi said with a smile. Yi Bailing directly replied, Thank you then. Can you go now? This is more like it. Feng Qi smiled and then got up to walk toward the dormitory. Yi Bailing, who remained in place, turned around without saying a word and walked towards her own dormitory. However, she didn't walk far before she saw Lu Xiaoyu looking at her. The moment she saw Lu Xiaoyu, Yi Bailing's entire being became alert. Where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing awkwardly smiled and said, I'm not feeling well. I want to go back to my dorm to rest. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyu said, somewhat skeptical. How about this? I'll walk you back, okay? No need to trouble you. I can go back by myself. Yi Bailing smiled and replied. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu looked noticeably displeased and said, Are you trying to embarrass me? This left Yi Bailing momentarily speechless. Come on, where's your dorm? I'll walk you. Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Yi Bailing did not respond, but slowly raised her hand to point ahead and walked in that direction. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu's suspicions grew, but he said nothing and simply followed her. The two walked like this for a while until they reached a large tree, at which point Lu Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed Yi Bailing's arm. You look a lot like someone I know, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Although Yi Bailing maintained a calm expression, she was actually panicking inside. It might just be a coincidence, Yi Bailing said awkwardly. However, Lu Xiaoyu was not done and raised his right hand, saying, I don't think so. His temperament is not something an ordinary person can have. After saying that, he swung his fist towards Yi Bailing's face. Seeing this, Yi Bailing wanted to dodge, but her rationality kept telling her not to. Dodging would truly expose her. So, Yi Bailing closed her eyes, willing to take the punch to avoid revealing her identity. However, just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to hit her, his fist stopped right in front of her. Did I overthink it? Lu Xiaoyu murmured as he retracted his fist. Yi Bailing slowly opened her eyes after feeling that she hadn't been hit. You could go now. I overthought it, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Hearing this, Yi Bailing sighed in relief and slowly walked towards her dormitory. After she left, Lu Xiaoyu turned to leave as well. Just as he turned around, Lucifer appeared in front of him. Master, are you very interested in that girl? Lucifer asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand and said, No, I just overthought it. Do you think she resembles LuZe? Lucifer was not stupid and could see through at a glance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned cold. You think you can just call my brother's name? Sorry, that was my mistake, Lucifer quickly apologized. However, he then added, Master, if you suspect that girl is related to your brother, why not capture her and interrogate her? Also, your brother's disguise is quite impressive. Even I can't sense his presence. What? Lu Xiaoyu's expression became serious upon hearing this, and he abruptly turned and chased after the direction Yi Bailing had gone. Seeing this, Lucifer understood something and followed him. However, by the time they arrived at the dormitory, they found that not only was LuZe's presence gone, but even Yi Beiling's aura had vanished. It can't be wrong. That girl thinks she is related to you, Master. We could even say she is your brother, Lucifer said seriously. Lu Xiaoyu knew this too, but he didn't know how to continue the conversation. Let's go. It's time to head back, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Aren't you going to wait here for that girl to appear? Lucifer asked. Lu Xiaoyu replied flatly, no need. We'll meet her during the competition. After hearing this, Lucifer understood something and stopped asking questions. The two quietly left the area. Meanwhile, Yi Beiling slowly emerged from the shadows. It seems you've really been exposed this time. The crimson shadow reappeared. I know, the original plan is no longer feasible, Yi Beiling said slowly. Then, changes began to occur in her body. Her long hair transformed back to short hair in that brief moment, and her height increased. And who else could it be if not LuZe? At this moment, LuZe reappeared in this world, but he was currently troubled by a troublesome situation. What are you going to do next? Truth asked. Upon hearing this, LuZe slowly turned to look at the starry sky and said, I can only take the risk. When the Soul Master competition starts, I'll directly take Xiaoyu away. You really dare to think that way, Truth said with a faint smile. What if you can't take him and end up getting captured instead? What else can I do? Just cool it. LuZe shot a glance at Truth. Seeing that look, Truth directly merged into his body. Just then, Feng Qi appeared behind LuZe. LuZe, what are you planning to do now? Feng Qi asked seriously. Upon hearing his voice, LuZe replied, I don't know your purpose for helping me, but you'd better not get involved in this matter. Fine, but if you run into trouble, I'll come to save you, Feng Qi said slowly. LuZe did not answer him, but transformed into black particles and floated away with the wind. Feng Qi fell silent at the sight before him, and then looked up at the starry sky, wondering why he was unwilling to join him. Was he not good enough? After spending the night, Xian Lao and the others found that Yi Beiling was missing but did not take it to heart. Meanwhile, Gu Yulinger began searching for Yi Beiling everywhere, refusing to believe she could disappear into thin air, even suspecting she had been kidnapped. Linger, where did Beiling go? At that moment, Su Qian also approached. Hearing her question, Gu Yulinger hung her head in dismay and said, I don't know. Beiling must have run into trouble. Just then, Feng Qi walked over. Upon seeing him, Su Qian politely asked, Teacher Feng, is there something you need here? Do you want to know about Yi Beiling's whereabouts? Feng Qi got straight to the point. Both girls perked up at this question, and Gu Yulinger immediately asked, Teacher, do you know where Beiling is? Feng Qi smiled and turned to say, Follow me, I will tell you what you want to know. Chapter 184, Anticipation. I really didn't expect that Beiling was actually LuZe, who had been hunted by the Sky Hall for 8 years. In a room, Gu Yulinger couldn't believe her eyes, and Su Qian sitting beside her looked equally incredulous. At this moment, Feng Qi spoke again. Now that you know his identity, do you still want to find him? Of course, Gu Yulinger replied decisively. Even if he is being hunted by the Sky Hall, it cannot change the friendship between us. Teacher, do you know where he's gone? Su Qian asked weakly. Hearing this, Feng Qi's expression became serious, and he slowly said, I don't know, but I know he will appear when the Elite Soul Master competition starts, and there's a good chance he will be captured then. What? The Sky Hall is so dangerous. Why would he still go? Gu Yulinger didn't understand. Feng Qi shook his head in response. I advised him to, but he still insists on his viewpoint. What should we do? If LuZe gets captured, he will be executed. Su Qian began to worry. That's why I thought of the worst-case scenario, Feng Qi said gravely. What scenario? Gu Yulinger hurriedly asked. After a pause, Feng Qi slowly said, LuZe's strength is certainly not weak. Even if he faces the Sky Hall alone, I still worry. If he is captured, I will find a way to save him. Including the two of us, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian said simultaneously. Seeing their determined expressions, Feng Qi also smiled faintly. You can't help. But I appreciate that you are willing to stand by LuZe's side. No, there will definitely be a time when we are needed, Gu Yulinger said firmly. Looking at her expression, Feng Qi didn't know what to say, only managing a wry smile. I hope so. You two should go to class now. After saying this, he stood up and walked out of the room, with Gu Yulinger and Su Qian following closely behind. Once they left, Feng Qi became serious again. After all, the strength of the Sky Hall is not just for show. I really hope I won't see you getting captured, LuZe. Sometime later, atop an unknown high mountain in the Douluo continent, LuZe was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. After a while, Truth emerged directly. LuZe, you must think carefully. If we fail this time, you and I might really die, Truth said slowly. LuZe remained unfazed and slowly opened his eyes to look into the distance. I don't think I will fail. You must think carefully. Without my ability and the power of paradox, relying solely on the power of rules will be very difficult to gain the upper hand against Lucifer and your brother. Not to mention that the Sky Hall has so many major sins. Truth's expression became more serious as he spoke. However, LuZe maintained a calm demeanor and slowly stood up. Let's go. The Soul Master competition starts tomorrow, and if we don't act now, it will be too late. Be careful, you know? I don't want to die with you, Truth said slowly. LuZe smiled faintly upon hearing this. Don't worry, it won't happen this time. Truth knew that when LuZe said this, he had already made a decision to take Lu Xiaoyu away no matter what. At that moment, inside the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu was sitting high on the throne, surrounded not only by the seven of Lucifer, but also by several others, including Collapse and Guyuna. And even dozens of original sins were standing inside the hall. Outside the hall, there were countless major sins and powerful soul masters. This is the current foundation of the Sky Hall. Just the seven of Lucifer alone could sweep across the entire continent, let alone now. My lord, tomorrow is the Elite Soul Master competition. What are your plans? Lucifer asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the people in the hall and slowly said, wait for LuZe to appear, then capture him. No matter what means, as long as he is alive. Understood. A very uniform response came from inside and outside the hall. Upon hearing this response, Lu Xiaoyu also smiled and then slowly stood up to walk deeper into the hall. Lucifer stayed behind, as his position in the Sky Hall is one where he is second only to the Lord, handling many matters himself. You all heard what the Lord just said, right? Lucifer said with a smile. Everyone inside and outside the hall replied in unison. We heard. Please rest assured, my lord. That's best. Lucifer smiled and then continued. Leviathan, you seven stay behind. Everyone else retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except for the six of Leviathan naturally withdrew. After they left, Leviathan asked Lucifer, what do you think of this capture plan? It should succeed without any issues, but there will likely be some cost, Lucifer said slowly. Hearing this, Leviathan became serious, as he understood that after the last clash with LuZe, the gap between them had widened. LuZe was no longer someone he could easily suppress. Even if the Lord limited some of his powers, it would still be hard to gain the upper hand. Is that why you asked us to stay? Do you have something to say? Leviathan asked slowly. Lucifer replied, of course, there is something to discuss. The others felt puzzled, and Lucifer continued. You should know what I've been researching lately, right? The suppressor? Leviathan said slowly. Yes, Lucifer nodded and continued. I have to say this world has things we didn't have before. It took so long to create the suppressor aimed specifically at LuZe, but it hasn't been tested yet, so we don't know the effect. So what do you want to do? Leviathan asked in confusion. Currently, there are 7 suppressors, one for each of you. Tomorrow, as soon as there's an opportunity, put it on LuZe and see the effect of the suppressor, Lucifer said slowly. At this moment, Mamin suddenly said, the Lord can suppress LuZe. Why do you want to do this? You don't need to concern yourself with that. Lucifer smiled. Mamin and the others instantly understood and stopped talking. Seeing this, Lucifer said no more, handing the 6 suppressors to Leviathan and the others before turning to walk deeper into the hall. Leviathan watched his departing figure, his mouth twitching slightly, thinking to himself, as expected of you, Lucifer, your ambition is so great. Mamin and the others might not guess much, but Leviathan, being the one who interacted the most with Lucifer, had already figured out what kind of person he was. Then, looking at the suppressor ring in his hand, his face regained its calm. Putting that aside, Leviathan actually wanted to step on LuZe even more than Lucifer's ambition. As long as he captured him tomorrow, he would have a good time afterward. Tomorrow is really an exciting day, Mamin said with a faint smile. The others echoed, then returned to their respective domains. Not only those 6 were looking forward to tomorrow, but even Lu Xiaoyu and LuZe also began to anticipate the day ahead. Brother Xiaoyu, I really look forward to tomorrow. I will definitely rescue you. Chapter 185 Caught. The highly anticipated Elite Soul Master competition officially begins, with all forces on the continent gathering for the championship. The competition is the same as before, but the only difference is that Lucifer and his 7 companions seem to be on high alert. Lucifer, do you think LuZe will really come? Leviathan quietly asked beside Lucifer. Upon hearing this, Lucifer smiled faintly and slowly said, he will come. After hearing this, Leviathan stopped speaking and focused on the Sky Plaza above. At this moment, the Sky Plaza was already filled with people, and it was unlikely to spot LuZe at a glance. They could only wait for him to reveal himself. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and said loudly, welcome everyone to the Elite Soul Master competition. The rules are the same as before. The competition begins now. With Lu Xiaoyu's declaration, the teams in the Sky Plaza began to move. Lu Xiaoyu then sat back down on the high platform chair to continue watching. Soon, the first elimination match began, but Lu Xiaoyu paid no attention to them and was instead searching for her brother's whereabouts. After an unknown amount of time, the competition reached its last match of the morning, and LuZe still did not appear. Lu Xiaoyu felt quite bored because of this and stood up to walk back to her room. Lucifer saw this and was about to follow, but was stopped by Lu Xiaoyu. "Lucifer, stay here," Lu Xiaoyu said lightly. Lucifer, who was halted, felt quite puzzled but said nothing more, only smiling faintly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu ignored him and turned to walk into the hall. Inside a corridor of the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu was walking slowly. At that moment, she suddenly stopped, a slight smile on her lips. "Since you're here, why hide?" "Brother," Lu Xiaoyu said with a gentle smile, initially thinking she was talking to herself. The next second a man appeared behind her. "Xiaoyu, come with me." The man was LuZe, who had been waiting here for a long time. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly turned to look at him. "Why should I go with you? Can't you stay here? This is not a place for you to be," LuZe said seriously. But in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, and at the same time, a black bracelet appeared on his wrist. "Long time no see." The speaker was Lucifer, who had long anticipated that LuZe would come to find Lu Xiaoyu when she was alone. Upon seeing Lucifer, LuZe immediately chose to distance himself. "This is bad." LuZe's expression was very awkward. The next moment, he suddenly sensed something was off. "Truth, where are you?" LuZe thought to himself. But no matter what, he could not sense Truth's presence, as if they had vanished from the world. Not only that, but even Truth's abilities and the abilities of Paradox had disappeared. Realizing this, LuZe's expression immediately became grave. Seeing his expression, Lucifer smiled and said, "It seems the suppressor is quite successful. Although the power of rules cannot be suppressed, it's enough." After witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu also smiled and then instantly appeared in front of LuZe. "Brother, please stay here. I have a way to make that truth disappear," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. But LuZe did not want to stay here. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Xiaoyu directly pinned him to the ground. "Brother, don't think about running away," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Unable to do anything, LuZe had no choice but to enter the state of rules. Wrapped in golden inscriptions, LuZe kicked Lu Xiaoyu away and then glared fiercely at Lucifer. "You better take off this oppressor for me," LuZe said coldly. "What if I don't?" Lucifer replied with a smile. Bang! Before Lucifer could react, he was sent flying by LuZe's punch. After knocking Lucifer away, LuZe tried to forcefully open the suppressor bracelet with the power of rules, but regretted it immediately after trying. Zzz. The moment LuZe's rule power touched the suppressor bracelet, a terrifying current instantly surged through his entire body, causing him to revert to an ordinary state and collapse to the ground. Just as he was feeling confused, Lucifer walked over and said with a smile, "Give up. This bracelet was specially customized for you, with two abilities. One is to suppress truth and paradox, and the other is to absorb rules. In other words, now every time you use rule power, you will be electrocuted and you cannot resist," Lucifer said with a smile. After hearing this, LuZe fell into silence. He knew he had been captured. After a moment of silence, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, slowly rising to look at Lucifer with disdain. "So what? Do you dare touch me? You?" Lucifer's emotions instantly surged upon hearing this. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly stood in front of LuZe, looking at Lucifer coldly and saying, "You want to move him?" Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu's expression, Lucifer immediately became obedient, then smiled and said, "How could I dare? That's best," Lu Xiaoyu said slowly, then turned to look at LuZe. "Brother, you won't leave me this time, right?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe did not answer him, but remained silent. Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu was not angry and directly ordered Lucifer, "Lucifer, take my brother to my room and keep an eye on him. Don't let him run away. At your command." Lucifer smiled and then walked directly to LuZe. "Let's go." LuZe gave him a glare, but had no choice but to walk over. After witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu turned around with satisfaction and walked towards the outside of the hall. After all, the Soul Master competition was still ongoing. Inside Lu Xiaoyu's room, LuZe was brought here by Lucifer. "What did you do to Xiaoyu?" LuZe said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lucifer smiled faintly, then turned to him and said, "Yes. You better not touch Xiaoyu." LuZe angrily grabbed Lucifer's collar and said, "Bang!" The next second, LuZe was hit hard in the abdomen by Lucifer, crashing heavily to the ground. "You still haven't figured out the situation, have you?" Lucifer said with a smile, then lifted LuZe's chin to look at him. It's fine to tell you. Lucifer smiled and continued. I just told your brother that as long as he kills truth, you will be fine. Upon hearing this, LuZe's expression became grave. You want to use Xiao Yu's hand to kill me. Exactly. Truth signed a contract with you. Once he dies, you must die too, right? Lucifer smiled. Yes. So aren't you afraid that I will tell Xiao Yu about this? LuZe sneered. You once he have that opportunity. Lucifer's gaze turned cold. LuZe instantly sensed that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Puff. LuZe suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. And when he regained his senses, he realized that his vocal cords were ruined. Now, he could only be a mute, but soon he would be freed. Lucifer chuckled, then turned to leave. As LuZe lay on the ground, feeling the pain from his destroyed vocal cords, he involuntarily lost consciousness. Did I lose the bet? Chapter 186. Attempt to escape, ultimately failing. Brother, good morning. As dawn broke, LuZe heard Lu Xiaoyu's voice even before he fully woke up. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found Lu Xiaoyu lying on him, her innocent smile brightening her face. If it weren't for the events that had transpired, LuZe might have genuinely smiled back. Brother, why aren't you talking? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. LuZe wanted to speak, but his vocal cords were ruined, and he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu understood and said slowly, I'll help you heal after we deal with the truth. Otherwise, what if you end up helping that guy speak? LuZe could only look at her blankly, his face betraying no expression. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu said again, I've already prepared breakfast for you. Remember to eat later. I have to go host the competition. After smiling at LuZe, she turned and left. Sitting alone on the bed, LuZe first glanced at the breakfast on the bedside table, then looked out the window, deep in thought. With the truth suppressed and unable to use the power of the rules, this was undoubtedly the most troubling thing for LuZe. Looking out the window, he quietly murmured to himself, I must leave here. With that thought, LuZe began searching the room for tools to pry open the suppressor bracelet. However, after searching the entire room, he found nothing that could be used to pry something open. Forced by the situation, he decided to check outside the room. At this time, Lucifer and the others should be watching the Soul Master competition, so no one would be monitoring him. Thus, LuZe approached the door, slowly pushed it open, and cautiously peeked out, confirming that there was no one before carefully stepping outside. In the corridor, LuZe continued to look for something to pry open the suppressor bracelet. But just then, he heard a voice around the corner ahead. Alert! LuZe quickly hid in a nearby room. Through the crack in the door, he saw two unfamiliar figures approaching, but fortunately, he had managed to hide in time. After watching the two leave, LuZe sighed in relief, but at that moment, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Startled, LuZe instinctively recoiled and fixed his gaze on the person who had tapped him. LuZe. When LuZe recognized the person, he was momentarily stunned, not for any other reason, but because it was Chiao. Chiao was initially a bit incredulous upon seeing LuZe, but soon noticed his unusual state. Are you hurt? Chiao hurriedly approached with concern. However, LuZe, unable to speak, went to a nearby table, grabbed a pen and paper, and began to write. After seeing the contents on the paper, Chiao's brows furrowed. Your vocal cords were destroyed by Lucifer, and your abilities have been suppressed. LuZe nodded, then looked at her and wrote again, showing it to Chiao. After reading it, Chiao said slowly, Lucifer mentioned the suppressor bracelet to us, but we haven't seen the finished product and don't know how to open it. Hearing this, LuZe's expression turned serious. This truly felt like a dead end for him. But then Chiao said again, although I don't know how to open this thing, I should be able to forcibly remove it with my power. Hearing this, LuZe felt a glimmer of hope and extended his hand with the bracelet towards Chiao. Without hesitation, Chiao infused her hands with soul power and forcefully grabbed the bracelet in an attempt to open it. But in the next moment, LuZe was struck by a powerful electric shock and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chiao was startled by this and quickly asked, Are you okay, LuZe? Are you hurt? At her words, LuZe wanted to respond, What do you think? But instead slowly got up and looked at her again. At that moment, he seemed to have made a decision, so he wrote, Cut off my hand. When Chiao saw this, she was momentarily stunned, but after thinking carefully, it seemed this was the only way. However, she hesitated. Seeing her conflicted expression, LuZe wrote again, It's fine, as long as the suppressor bracelet is removed. I can recover. Understanding this, Chiao began to gather her soul power in her hands. Seeing this, LuZe did not hesitate and extended his hand. Chiao, seeing this, brought her weapon down. Just as she was about to strike LuZe's hand, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and kicked her in the abdomen. Bang! Chiao was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick, crashing heavily against the wall of the room. The one who kicked Chiao was Lucifer. I didn't expect you to help this fugitive, Lucifer coldly looked at Chiao. Upon recognizing him, Chiao said displeased, "LuZe is not a fugitive. All of this is because of your nonsense. The charge of being a fugitive was decreed by the Lord above. Why do you say it was caused by me?" Lucifer smiled. Chiao was at a loss for words, but still refused to side with Lucifer. So, she accelerated and charged towards LuZe's direction, a golden dragon spear appearing in her hand. Lucifer instantly understood and released his pressure. Chiao felt this pressure and immediately fell to the ground, unable to move. "I actually didn't anticipate this method," Lucifer murmured lightly. He then slowly looked at LuZe, his smile returning. "LuZe, I didn't expect you to be willing to harm yourself, but now is not the time." Saying this, he took out a larger suppressor and directly placed it around LuZe's neck without hesitation. At the same time, the suppressor on LuZe's hand was also removed by Lucifer. "This is better. I don't believe you would gamble with your own life," Lucifer said with a smile. LuZe stared intently at Lucifer, wanting to say something but unable to. He could only silently remember it in his heart. After dealing with LuZe's issue, Lucifer turned his attention to Chiao, who was lying on the ground. "Let us see. You helped the fugitive LuZe, so you must face some punishment, right?" Lucifer smiled and raised his index finger. Buzz. An even stronger pressure immediately bore down on Chiao, pain sweeping through her body. Cough, cough. Overwhelmed by this immense pressure, Chiao coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, but there was nothing she could do, as Lucifer was not someone she could contend with. Just when she was about to give in, Lu Xiaoyu walked in. "Lucifer, what are you doing?" Lu Xiaoyu's voice was cold. Lucifer felt a chill run down his back upon hearing this and awkwardly laughed. "Master, this guy wants to help your brother escape. I just acted to teach him a lesson." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu looked at LuZe, who was lying nearby, and noticed some minor injuries on him, causing her expression to instantly turn cold. Seeing this, Lucifer felt something was amiss and was about to explain when a golden long sword pierced through his shoulder. "Who allowed you to touch my brother?" Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Holding his pierced shoulder, Lucifer quickly said, "I'm sorry, Master. It was my fault. I guarantee it won't happen again." Just as he finished speaking, another golden longsword pierced through his knee, and for a moment, the raging power of rules ran rampant within him. With a thud, Lucifer knelt on one knee, his expression pained. "I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, Master," Lucifer said sincerely. After seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu stopped attacking and gently picked up LuZe. "I will handle Chiao's matter. You don't need to interfere," Lu Xiaoyu said as she turned to leave, holding LuZe. Just as she stepped out of the room, she seemed to remember something and added, "Remember, there won't be a next time." Her voice was cold and highly threatening. Lucifer slowly replied, "Understood, there will definitely not be a next time." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu ignored him and walked towards her room with LuZe. Lucifer watched her leave, a smile gradually appearing on his face. It seems that the relative truth is really being suppressed tightly. Chapter 187. The Savior has arrived in the corridor. Lu Xiaoyu was taking LuZe toward her room. "Brother, do you want to leave me?" Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked. LuZe remained silent, not moving at all. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression clearly showed her displeasure, and upon entering her room, she directly threw him onto the bed. Before LuZe could react, she pressed his hands down onto the bed. "You can't leave here without my permission, understand?" Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. She slowly got up and added, "I will never allow anyone to touch you." After saying this, she found a chain and directly shackled it to LuZe's foot. "The competition outside hasn't ended yet. Once it does, we can talk every day," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile as she turned and left the room. Meanwhile, LuZe, shackled inside, felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He then looked out the window, slowly murmuring to himself, "How did Xiaoyu become like this?" But the biggest issue was how to leave here. However, it seemed unlikely now, unless someone could come to rescue him. Thinking of this, LuZe recalled the person who had said they would come to save him if he got caught. Although it seemed unlikely, he still hoped that person would come. After all, that person was not simple and must have something special about them to see through his identity at a glance. At this moment, in the Sky Square, Feng Qi, who was watching the competition, had a furrowed brow. The two girls standing beside him were similarly concerned. After a while, Gu Linger suddenly asked, "Teacher, why hasn't LuZe appeared yet?" "I don't know," Feng Qi replied, not daring to guess recklessly. However, he had already formed the worst possible idea in his mind, that LuZe might have been captured. At this moment, Su Qian asked, "What if LuZe has already been captured?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qi's brow furrowed even tighter, and he slowly said, "It seems there is no other choice. You two should go back first. I will check inside the hall." but the hall is very dangerous. Gu Yulinger said anxiously. Feng Qi shook his head and replied, "Don't worry. If I really run into trouble, I can escape, but you too can't." Gu Yulinger understood this after hearing his words. If only she could become a bit stronger, she wouldn't have to go back to wait for news. Seeing her guilty expression, Feng Qi smiled and patted her head. "Don't blame yourself. Everyone has their weak moments." Gu Yulinger nodded and then took Su Qian's hand, leaving the sky square. Once the two of them left, Feng Qi became serious, realizing that continuing to wait might really lead to trouble. Therefore, he observed Lu Xiaoyu's position and noticed that Lucifer and his 6 companions were standing beside her. "It seems there's still a chance," Feng Qi murmured softly, then turned and walked toward the less crowded area. "Wait for me, LuZe. I'll be there to rescue you soon." Inside the Sky Hall, in Lu Xiaoyu's room, LuZe, shackled by chains on his feet, no longer knew what to do. It seemed impossible to remove the suppressor now. Feeling increasingly frustrated, LuZe realized he had little time left. Just then, the door to the room was opened. As soon as the door opened, LuZe became alert until he saw the face of the person who entered, and he finally relaxed. "LuZe, what happened to you?" The newcomer was Feng Qi. Using his powerful concealment ability, he successfully found this place within the vast Sky Hall. Seeing Feng Qi, LuZe felt a glimmer of hope and quickly pointed at the chains on his feet and the suppressor on his neck. Feng Qi instantly understood. Moving in front of him and without saying a word, directly unlocked the chains. When he tried to forcibly remove the suppressor, LuZe intervened. Feng Qi was puzzled but soon understood. Because LuZe wrote on a piece of paper, "Leave here first. The suppressor will alert Lucifer." After reading this, Feng Qi understood and extended a hand with a smile. "Let's go. We'll come back when we're sure." LuZe nodded, then thought of something and quickly wrote on the paper, "Go find someone and bring her with us." Feng Qi was slightly puzzled, but said nothing, instead gesturing for LuZe to lead the way. Without hesitation, LuZe got up and walked outside, heading towards the room where Chiyo was. Thanks to Feng Qi's powerful concealment ability, the two of them smoothly arrived outside Chiyo's room. LuZe pushed the door open and walked in without hesitation. At this moment, Chiyo, sitting in her room, became worried upon seeing LuZe and quickly stood up, saying, "LuZe, are you okay? Did Lu Xiaoyu do anything to you?" LuZe shook his head and wrote on the paper, "Come with us. We'll come back when we're sure next time." Upon seeing this, Chiyo was stunned, then noticed Feng Qi standing behind LuZe, and she understood. Without any hesitation, she said, "Let us go. I know the back door of the Sky Hall." Hearing this, LuZe smiled and turned to Feng Qi. Feng Qi said nothing and directly let Chiyo lead the way. The three of them began to walk towards the back door of the Sky Hall, but their time was running out. Lucifer had sensed something, and his expression instantly turned serious. "Leviathan, you go guard the back door of the Sky Hall." Lucifer communicated telepathically to Leviathan. Leviathan understood immediately and stepped away. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been sitting in the center, didn't notice this because the competition in the square was still ongoing, and she couldn't move around recklessly, or she would be a bit unqualified. At this moment, at the back door, LuZe and Feng Qi, guided by Chiyo, successfully arrived here. But just then, the three of them suddenly saw Leviathan guarding the back door. Why was he here? Shouldn't he be watching the competition over at the square? Chiyo felt something was wrong. However, Feng Qi patted her shoulder and whispered, "It's okay, he can't sense us. Just walk out slowly." Upon hearing this, Chiyo was initially a bit skeptical, but then she thought, if he could sense us, wouldn't he have known by now? And Leviathan currently showed no signs of awareness, which indicated that Feng Qi's concealment ability could evade Leviathan's detection. Thinking of this, Chiyo felt relieved and slowly walked backward. Why did Lucifer bring me here? Leviathan was a bit puzzled. Just as he was wondering, a presence was suddenly sensed by him. He turned sharply to look in the direction of LuZe and the others. Although there was no one in sight, Leviathan slowly smiled, realizing he had found them. Meanwhile, Feng Qi also sensed Leviathan's abnormality and quickly lifted LuZe, telling Chiyo, "Run, that guy has discovered us." Chiyo hadn't reacted yet when Leviathan was already in front of them. "Where are you going?" Chapter 188 saved. "Where are you going?" Leviathan looked at Feng Qi and the others, who had already been exposed, with a sinister smile. Then, with a sudden teleportation, he appeared right in front of Chiyo and, without saying a word, threw a punch. Boom! The immense force sent Chiyo flying. Feng Qi, standing beside her, instantly became serious upon seeing this and immediately picked up LuZe, running toward a safe place. After settling LuZe down, Feng Qi smiled and said, "You wait here for a moment I'll go take care of that troublesome guy and then bring you out. LuZe nodded in response and then wrote on a piece of paper, "Don't take too long, or Lucifer will come." Feng Qi smiled after reading the note and then turned to look at Leviathan. "You're a bit special. Not like ordinary people." Leviathan sensed something unusual about Feng Qi. But just then, Chiao, wielding the golden dragon spear, appeared behind him in an instant. Clang! The golden dragon spear struck Leviathan's back, producing a sound of metal clashing, which shocked Chiao. "Little girl, your thoughts are too naive," Leviathan said with a smile. He then grabbed her by the neck, lifting her into the air, while his other hand formed a metallic short sword, stabbing towards Chiao. Bang! However, before the attack could reach Chiao, Feng Qi had already kicked Leviathan in the ribs. The kick sent Leviathan flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the corridor. "Are you okay?" Feng Qi asked, looking at the collapsed Chiao. She shook her head and stood up again, gripping the golden dragon spear even tighter. At this moment, Leviathan slowly stood up, touching his ribs and slightly raising the corners of his mouth. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you could hurt me," Leviathan said excitedly, looking at Feng Qi. Feng Qi, on the other hand, mockingly smiled and said, "Isn't it normal to hurt you? You're not that strong. You bastard." Leviathan felt annoyed upon hearing this, and a terrifying pressure radiated from him. The pressure made it hard for Chiao to breathe, but for Feng Qi, it felt as if it didn't exist. However, seeing Leviathan's pressure, Feng Qi became serious. His body began to change. Black markings appeared on his face, and his eyes turned crimson. "You will not forget anything that happens today," Feng Qi said calmly. Then, with a teleportation, he appeared directly in front of Leviathan and kicked. Bang! Leviathan reacted quickly, but Feng Qi's kick was extremely powerful, sending him flying. The kicked Leviathan flew out of the back door of the Hall of Truth. Chiao was stunned upon seeing this. She didn't know how to describe the scene. Feng Qi then turned to Chiao, saying with a relaxed expression, "You quickly take LuZe away. I'll hold him off here." Without hesitation, Chiao rushed to LuZe, picked him up, and ran towards the back door of the hall. When Leviathan returned and saw this, he wanted to stop the two, but was blocked by Feng Qi. Feng Qi grabbed Leviathan's right hand and, without giving him any chance to react, punched him in the abdomen. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Leviathan felt his stomach churning, but it quickly settled down. "This power doesn't belong to you, does it?" Leviathan noticed something unusual. Feng Qi, however, showed no shock upon hearing this, instead smiling and saying, "Even if it doesn't belong to me, at least I'm the one controlling this power now." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Leviathan in the face. Boom! Leviathan couldn't withstand this kick and crashed through the corridor wall into the room inside. Feng Qi, seeing this, did not continue the attack, but instead turned and followed the direction where LuZe and Chiao had left. Inside the room, Leviathan slowly walked out, looking very disheveled, with his clothes in tatters. But more than feeling disheveled, he was angrier. After calming down from his anger, he thought of something terrifying: Lu Xiaoyu's angry expression when she found out LuZe had been rescued. He would definitely face severe punishment then. "This is troublesome," Leviathan murmured with a serious expression. At that moment, Lucifer slowly appeared behind him. "LuZe ran away?" Leviathan, hearing this, awkwardly replied, "Yes. The one who came to save him is strange. He has power beyond mine, but that power doesn't belong to him." "Is that so?" Lucifer said, resting his chin thoughtfully. Seeing him so relaxed, Leviathan quickly said, "What should we do if the Lord asks about this?" Lucifer smiled and replied, "I will explain it well to the Lord, so you don't need to worry about that." Hearing this, Leviathan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Xiaoyu really blamed him, he would definitely lose half his life. But with Lucifer helping to explain, it should be much better. A few hundred meters away from the Sky Hall, Chiao was running at full speed while carrying LuZe. At that moment, Feng Qi suddenly appeared in front of them. "You came out. What about Leviathan?" Chiao quickly asked upon seeing him. Feng Qi stiffly smiled and said, "Don't worry, they won't catch up for now." Before Chiao could respond, he collapsed to the ground, blood beginning to ooze from his skin. Chiao was startled and hurried to his side to check on him. LuZe, seeing this, was also taken aback, but he did not show much expression. He simply walked over to Chiao and wrote on a piece of paper, "Carry him and leave here quickly. We can't stay long." After reading this, Chiao nodded. After all, they were still within the range of the Sky Hall, and if they didn't leave soon, it would be over. Since Feng Qi was unconscious, LuZe's suppressor couldn't be moved for the time being. They could only wait for him to wake up before making plans. Thus, Chiao carried the unconscious Feng Qi and LuZe toward a place far from the Sky Hall. After an unknown amount of time, they found a relatively safe location and settled Feng-Chi down. "LuZe, what do you plan to do next?" Xiao asked seriously. LuZe slowly wrote on the paper. "Let's wait until Feng-Chi wakes up." "That makes sense. I can't take off the suppressor, so I can only see if this guy has a way." Xiao nodded slowly. Chapter 189. The Role of the Suppressor in the Evening. The Soul Master competition was temporarily on a break inside the Sky Hall. Lucifer and his 6 companions were standing before Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's expression was extremely cold, as if she were about to devour someone. "Lucifer, I'll give you a chance to explain," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Leviathan became tense, as he had already imagined the punishment he would face. At this moment, Lucifer slowly said, "Master, to be honest, the person who came to save your brother is not an ordinary one." Leviathan was completely suppressed and had no chance to fight back. "But didn't you notice? Why did you still let my brother be taken away?" Lu Xiaoyu said again. Lucifer remained calm and slowly replied, "I arrived too late. By the time I got there, they had already run away. This matter doesn't seem to be caused by you, right?" Lu Xiaoyu said, glancing at Leviathan. "Explain yourself." Leviathan quickly replied to the master, "This matter is indeed my fault. Please punish me." Leviathan understood that no matter how he explained, he would still face punishment, so it was better to admit it voluntarily. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly stood up, looking down at Leviathan. This is the first and last time. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden sword pierced directly into Leviathan's heart. Leviathan couldn't withstand the power of the rules. This sword severely injured him. Lucifer and the others felt a chill run down their backs upon seeing his condition. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly said, "Remember, there won't be a next time." After saying that, she turned and left, heading straight back to her room. Lucifer and the others looked at her retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions. "It seems the master is really angry this time," Mammon said slowly. "What can we do? After all, the master is particularly concerned about LuZe." Lucifer said with a faint smile, "All right, now everyone knows. Don't make mistakes again." Mammon and the others nodded and then left. At this moment, in an unknown place on Douluo continent, Feng-Chi slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake?" As soon as Feng-Chi opened his eyes, he heard Xiaoer's voice and smiled as he sat up. "Where's LuZe?" Feng-Chi immediately thought of him upon waking. Qiuer pointed to LuZe, who was sleeping beside them. Due to the suppressor, he was now like an ordinary person needing rest. Seeing this, Feng-Chi smiled and slowly walked over to him. Unable to believe that LuZe had been captured, it was hard to imagine. At that moment, LuZe was also awakened by the commotion. Slowly sitting up and looking at him, the two exchanged glances, and Feng-Chi quickly understood, "I'll help you take off the suppressor." After saying this, he reached out a hand, and black inscriptions spread across it. With a crack, the suppressor fell off instantly. As soon as the suppressor fell, a terrifying aura erupted from LuZe's body. "Finally, I can move." A voice echoed as the truth emerged from LuZe's body. Feng-Chi's expression did not change much upon seeing him, but Xiaoer was a bit shocked. "LuZe, is this your soul?" Xiaoer asked in confusion. "No," LuZe said, regaining his voice. "It's better if you don't know about this." Xiaoer understood, as everyone had their own secrets, and she stopped pressing for more information. Seeing Feng-Chi, Truth was momentarily stunned and then slowly said, "You are." Feng-Chi quickly stopped him when he noticed that Truth was about to reveal his identity. Truth immediately understood and swallowed his words. LuZe, standing by, felt quite puzzled, but being a clever person, he knew that Feng-Chi did not want his identity to be known, so he wouldn't ask. "Truth, what exactly is that suppressor?" LuZe asked slowly. Truth smiled and replied, "It's actually designed to suppress personalities. But you're not my personality, so why were you suppressed?" LuZe was very puzzled. "It's just similar. That suppressor can suppress all existences except you," Feng-Chi said slowly. "Is that so?" LuZe seemed to understand a bit. He then made a decision and said slowly, "Truth, you take over my body, and then try wearing the suppressor." "What do you want to do?" Truth asked, confused. "Just do as I say, and you'll know," LuZe said directly. Truth seemed to understand, and then took over LuZe's body. Feng-Chi then quickly placed the suppressor back on his neck. Xiaoer stared at LuZe without blinking, fearing that something unexpected might happen. As LuZe slowly opened his eyes, the crimson gaze instantly stunned both Feng-Chi and Xiaoer. "LuZe, you." Feng-Chi was about to say something, but suddenly realized, "You're Truth, right? I didn't expect that little guy to think like this, that's right." At that moment, LuZe was indeed Truth. Truth stretched his limbs and then looked at a large tree in the distance, pointing his index finger at it. "Bang!" Truth softly hummed. Instantly, a mass of colorless air devoured the large tree in the distance. Not bad. Truth was very pleased, and then directly took off the suppressor. At the same time, LuZe instantly regained control of his body and smiled, saying, I was not mistaken. The suppressor can only suppress either me or the truth. Then why can't you take off the suppressor? Chio asked, confused. Hearing this, LuZe laughed and explained, the suppressor can not only suppress either me or the truth, but it also resists the power of the rules. If the truth were to take over my body, he would be able to use the power of truth. What about the paradox? The truth suddenly asked, the power of paradox does not belong to me, nor to you. Why can I use it while you cannot? Did you forget that I have been using your power to activate the paradox since I lost my soul power? LuZe slowly replied. Upon hearing this, the truth immediately understood. It turned out that the suppressor regarded the power of paradox as my ability. Yes, LuZe nodded. However, he then thought of something else and looked at Feng Qi. Why did you faint back then? I couldn't help it. I overexerted my power. Feng Qi scratched his head and laughed. That power doesn't belong to you, right? LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi laughed, indeed. That power doesn't belong to me, but I can control it. LuZe did not ask whose power it was, but it was clear that Feng Qi was on his side. Soon, their conversation ended, but Shoer asked again, LuZe, when do you plan to go back for revenge? It will take some time. It's not too late to go when the opportunity arises, LuZe replied slowly. After hearing this, Chioder stopped talking, as she knew the current strength of the Sky Hall, relying solely on the three of them, would probably not be enough to resist. Where to now? Feng Qi asked, coming to LuZe's side. LuZe looked at the sky and smiled slowly. Let's go see the Divine Realm. Chapter 190. Searching for the Divine Realm. It has been nearly a month since LuZe escaped from the Sky Hall. During this time, they have been searching for the Divine Realm, which was hidden by Tang, sand, because of Lu Xiaoyu. Therefore, LuZe and the others have not been able to find the specific space of the Divine Realm. LuZe, how much longer do we have to walk? Chioer said with a gloomy face. Before LuZe could speak, Feng Qi beside him slowly said, What's the rush? The Divine Realm was severely injured last time, and is probably afraid of you coming to find them. Chioer was instantly at a loss for words. After all, she was part of that incident last time. In this world, LuZe said slowly, there's a town ahead, don't expose your identities. His words immediately alerted the two. Seeing this, Feng Qi directly took a mask and put it on his face. Chioer, on the other hand, wrapped herself tightly in a black cloak. Then both looked at LuZe. Seeing that LuZe did not disguise himself, they curiously asked, LuZe, aren't you going to disguise yourself? LuZe, who was deep in thought, slowly turned to look at them and smiled. I don't need to be so troublesome. After saying that, his appearance began to change, quickly transforming into an ordinary-looking young man. Chioer was stunned upon seeing this and exclaimed in surprise, LuZe, you have this ability too? Isn't that normal? LuZe replied, a bit puzzled. Chioer, after hearing this, became even more agitated and then thought of something. So she stepped forward and asked, LuZe, can you apply this ability to others? Yes, LuZe instantly guessed what she wanted to do. Upon hearing this, Chioer became excited and hurriedly said, then quickly help me become an unparalleled beauty. Not necessary. I think you're already very beautiful. LuZe laughed helplessly. Even Feng Qi beside them laughed and said, yeah, Chioer is already an unparalleled beauty. There's no need to add more flowers on top. Well then, Chioer walked in front of LuZe, looking dejected. Seeing her disappointed expression, LuZe smiled and patted her head while simultaneously using the power of the rules to help change her appearance. Can you not randomly pat other people's heads? Chioer still hadn't noticed the changes happening to her. However, she quickly became aware as she realized her hands were gradually shrinking and her height was decreasing. LuZe, what have you done to me? Chioer instantly became furious upon discovering her transformation. In nothing, LuZe averted his gaze and said slowly. Feng Qi, standing beside them, couldn't help but laugh at this. Upon hearing his laughter, Chioer became even angrier, puffed up her cheeks, and punched LuZe in the abdomen. However, LuZe easily caught her punch and laughed. You look very cute like this. Why do you want to hit me? This is not cute at all, Kia shouted, puffing up her cheeks. No, I think it's very cute. Feng Qi also came up behind Chioer and patted her little head. Once again being patted on the head, Chioer instantly swatted Feng Qi's hand away and glared at him fiercely, saying, don't touch my head. Although her expression was fierce, it appeared exceptionally cute in Feng Qi's eyes. So he teased, you look cute when you're angry too. You jerk. Upon hearing this, Chioer couldn't hold it in anymore and directly charged at Feng Qi. Seeing this, Feng-Chi laughed and dodged, and soon the two began to chase each other down the forest path. Lu-Ze, who was left behind, smiled and followed them. Before long, the three arrived at the town they had seen earlier. After arriving in the town, Feng-Chi and Qiu'er settled down, standing in place waiting for Lu-Ze to catch up. Soon, Lu-Ze arrived beside them. Looking at the two who had calmed down, he smiled and said, "You've had enough fun. It's time to behave." Turn me back." Qiu'er glared at Lu-Ze, clearly unhappy. But Lu-Ze pointed to a sign on the left and smiled. "Are you sure?" Feeling puzzled, Qiu'er looked in the direction Lu-Ze was pointing and was immediately stunned. The sign was plastered with wanted posters, with the most prominent ones featuring the three of them. "If I help you restore your appearance now, you are very likely to be captured," Lu-Ze said with a smile. "You." Upon hearing this, Qiu'er felt a mix of embarrassment and anger and turned her head away. Seeing her like this, Lu-Ze and Feng-Chi laughed again. After all, the smaller version of Qiu'er was indeed very cute. However, at this moment, they also understood that they were being hunted by the Sky Hall, and exposing their identities could attract pursuers from the Sky Hall. To be safe, Lu-Ze reminded Feng-Chi and Qiu'er not to act recklessly, even if it meant trouble would come to them. Feng-Chi agreed, but Qiu'er was very displeased, mainly because Lu-Ze had turned her body into her current petite form, which made her unhappy. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu-Ze and his companions found a place to rest. In the room, Lu-Ze and Feng-Chi were sitting beside a table, the three of them staring at each other. After a while, Feng-Chi slowly spoke up. "Lu-Ze, are you planning to go to the Divine Realm? I can only go take a look at the Divine Realm. Staying on the continent will eventually get me caught." Lu-Ze said helplessly, "I can't just tear open a spatial rift to go to another world again. That would only make things more complicated. Besides, I can't be sure where the rift will take me. What if I end up trapped in the rift?" Upon seeing his expression, Feng-Chi immediately understood and replied, "The Divine Realm is very hidden. Unless a god leaves some traces, it's hard to find. No need. You all keep an eye on the situation around here. I'll go look for traces left by the Divine Realm in the spatial rift," Lu-Ze said slowly. "No way. The spatial rift is too dangerous. Without someone to guide you, you might not be able to come back," Feng-Chi quickly said. But Lu-Ze replied very casually, "Don't worry, I won't get into trouble." Feng-Chi, who was about to say more, felt relieved when he saw Lu-Ze's relaxed expression. Seeing this, Lu-Ze stopped talking and smiled. "It's getting late. You should go rest. Just be careful during this time. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he directly stood up and walked to the window, tearing open the spatial rift without hesitation. "Be careful," Feng-Chi reminded him, watching his back. Lu-Ze smiled lightly in response, and then stepped into the rift. As soon as he completely disappeared, the rift closed instantly. After witnessing this, Feng-Chi went to the window to look at the starry sky, feeling an indescribable emotion on his face. "I hope nothing goes wrong. If you get into trouble, my mission will be impossible to complete." Chapter 191. Entering the Divine Realm in the Endless Void, Lu-Ze was slowly walking, searching for traces left by the Divine Realm. "Lu-Ze, have you found anything?" At this moment, Truth appeared. Lu-Ze shook his head slowly and said, "No, this void is a bit too vast. You're really useless," Truth mocked. Lu-Ze rolled his eyes at him and continued to drift towards the distance. But at that moment, a sense of pressure suddenly swept over. "Run, Lu-Ze." Truth was even more sensitive than Lu-Ze. Lu-Ze wasn't foolish. He could clearly feel the power rushing towards him. He immediately dashed away into the distance, and halfway there, he curiously asked, "Truth, what kind of existence is that power?" Truth, looking at Lu-Ze's curious face, slowly said, "It's actually a spatial storm. A spatial storm is not something an ordinary person can resist." "I see," Lu-Ze nodded, then turned to look back. "What are you planning to do?" Truth had a bad premonition. Lu-Ze smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing. I just found the entrance to the Divine Realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot through the void like a meteor towards the location of the spatial storm. Boom! With a loud noise, the spatial storm was forcibly stopped by Lu-Ze, and he wore a smile on his face. "I didn't expect those gods to be quite clever. They actually know that the most dangerous place is the safest place," Lu-Ze murmured with a smile. Upon hearing this, Truth immediately realized and laughed. "You found the Divine Realm. When else are you planning to go?" But Lu-Ze didn't choose to enter the Divine Realm immediately. Instead, he turned around and tore open a rift behind him, stepping into it without hesitation. At that moment, on Feng-Chi's side, Qiu'er, who had been resting, sensed a familiar aura. Soon, a spatial rift appeared here, and Lu-Ze slowly walked out. "Long time no see. How long have I been inside?" Lu-Ze asked with a smile. Feng-Chi walked over slowly, smiling lightly. "You've been in there for almost a week. If you didn't show up, I would have thought you were dead. How could that be? LuZe chuckled. Feng Qi then asked again, so, did you find the Divine Realm? LuZe nodded and said seriously, we found the Divine Realm. Let's go now, otherwise it might be too late. What do you mean? Feng Qi felt a sense of foreboding rise in his heart upon seeing LuZe's expression. Sure enough, the next second, an attack suddenly shattered the tranquility of the hotel. Boom, boom. In an instant, the small hotel was crushed into ruins by a powerful force, while LuZe stood unscathed in front of Feng Qi and Xiao. Looks like we're late, said Lucifer. Upon seeing Lucifer, LuZe teased with a smile. No, the timing is just right. As soon as he finished speaking, golden long swords began to gather in the sky, and LuZe showed no hesitation. In an instant, rain of swords fell from the sky, and Lucifer, caught in the downpour, became serious. You're really ruthless, Lucifer smiled faintly, then waved his right hand, and the world suddenly froze in the previous second. LuZe and the others hadn't reacted yet, but they were already standing in place as if being punished. Lucifer said nothing more and, in a breath, appeared in front of LuZe and carefully examined him. No wonder you're the brother of the master. You truly are a perfect existence, Lucifer began to appreciate. But the next second, with a crack, the surrounding space shattered and a crimson giant eye opened. What is this? By the time Lucifer noticed this, it was already too late. Buzz. In that instant, it felt as if the world had lost its colors, and everyone lost their purpose for living. Lucifer looked at LuZe with an awkward expression and stammered. LuZe, do you want to destroy this world? What does it have to do with you? LuZe replied coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous golden long sword began to gather above Lucifer's head. If it fell now, this region would likely face utter destruction. Just as the giant golden sword was about to descend, Lu Xiaoyu appeared, and his arrival instantly changed the situation of the battle. However, LuZe immediately reacted, bitterly smiling and murmuring, "This is really troublesome. It looks like I have to leave." But just as he turned around, Lu Xiaoyu spoke up. "Brother, are you going to abandon me again? Can't you stay by my side?" Lu Xiaoyu said sincerely. LuZe didn't answer him, but turned to Feng Qi and the others, saying, "It's not the right time yet. When the time comes, I will definitely come to find you." After saying that, he instantly carried Feng Qi and Xiao on his shoulders and entered the spatial rift. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, left outside, had an icy expression, filled with a murderous intent. "Lucifer, give me a full pursuit of truth. I want him to pay the price," Lu Xiaoyu coldly ordered. Hearing this, Lucifer smiled faintly and then turned to look at the sky, slowly speaking, "At your command." At this moment, in the space fissure, LuZe was standing in the void with Feng Qi and Xiao. After a while, Feng Qi and Xiao also woke up. "LuZe, where's this place?" Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. LuZe smiled and slowly said, "Let's go. It's time to see the Divine Realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he tore open a section of the void in front of him, and a crack instantly appeared before the three of them. "Don't hesitate, just go in," LuZe said slowly. Without giving Xiao a chance to react, he kicked her directly into the fissure. Seeing this, Feng Qi smiled, and then stepped into the space fissure as well. As a dazzling light flashed, when Xiao opened her eyes again, she was stunned by the scene before her. "Is this the Divine Realm?" Xiao stammered. Feng Qi patted her head and smiled. "What's wrong? Too excited?" "Not at all." Xiao rolled her eyes at him, then turned to LuZe and asked slowly, "LuZe, where are we going next?" Hearing this, LuZe smiled and looked toward the center of the Divine Realm. "Where else could we go?" "Of course, to meet the strongest in the Divine Realm, Tang San." After saying that, he stepped forward toward the central position of the Divine Realm. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened in the endless void, something that neither Lucifer nor LuZe had anticipated. Crack! A rift suddenly opened in the endless void, and a figure slowly walked out. Glancing around before a slight smile appeared on their lips. Is this the world where he once existed? Chapter 192 Alliance. In the Douluo Divine Realm, inside the Divine Realm Conference Hall, Tang San had sensed the presence of outsiders, and it was very powerful. But among them was an aura he was familiar with. "Third brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu asked with a worried expression. After seeing her arrive, Tang San slowly said, "Outsiders have come to the Divine Realm, and among them is the aura of the Imperial Beast." "The Imperial Beast?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. "But didn't third brother hide the Divine Realm in the void? How did she find it?" "I don't know, but it should be related to the person next to her," Tang San said with a serious expression, then directly used his divine sense to notify the gods. "All gods, come to the conference hall, we have guests." Before long, The more powerful gods in the divine realm had arrived at the conference hall, their faces filled with seriousness. Tang-san, are you serious? Did people from Douluo continent really come to the divine realm? The god of destruction said with a solemn expression. He vividly remembered the person they encountered last time when they descended, who could make their divine power disappear and reduce them to ordinary people. If they hadn't held back, they probably wouldn't have made it back. Hearing this, Tang-san said seriously, have you ever seen me lie to you? If you don't believe me, sense it for yourselves. The gods looked at Tang-san's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, so they focused. Just then, a voice broke through the heavy atmosphere. I didn't expect you all to be waiting for me here. I'm a bit touched. Upon hearing this, Tang-san and the others turned toward the voice and were surprised to find LuZe and the others standing at the entrance of the conference hall. The hearts of the gods tightened, fearing another conflict would erupt. At this moment, the perceptive Tang-san noticed that the other party harbored no malice. So he mustered his courage and awkwardly smiled. May I ask why you have come to our divine realm? Is there something you wish to discuss? Lucia nodded, and without further ado, he directly said, yes, I indeed have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, the gods breathed a sigh of relief, at least ensuring that this guy wasn't here to cause trouble. Tang-san smiled and said, then please take a seat. LuZe did not engage in pleasantries and directly took Feng-chi and Xiu'er to sit opposite Tang-san. The gods, seeing this, also nervously took their seats. The heavy atmosphere erupted instantly, and seeing this, Tang-san broke the silence. May I ask who you are? Lucia simply replied. Upon hearing this name, Tang-san was instantly taken aback, vaguely recalling that he had crossed paths with this person before. After some thought, he still felt it was a bit unclear. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and said, does the god of Shura remember what happened in the Stark-Do Great Forest over a decade ago? It was you. Tang-san suddenly recalled after LuZe's reminder, and his expression became even more awkward. I'm not here for anything else, just for one matter. LuZe said slowly at this moment. Tang-san, not wanting to show any extreme behavior, awkwardly asked, may I ask what it is? You should have heard of the Sky Hall, LuZe suddenly mentioned. Before Tang-san could respond, the god of destruction's emotions became more agitated. How can we not know about the Sky Hall? That's good to know. LuZe smiled and nodded. The god of destruction then asked again, may I ask what your relationship is with the Sky Hall? Why bring it up here? To be honest, the Sky Hall was actually established by my brother, Lu Xiaoyu. LuZe said very calmly. What? LuZe's words instantly caused the god of destruction and the others to exclaim in surprise. Seeing their excitement, LuZe didn't take it to heart and instead continued. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I am currently being hunted by the Sky Hall. Isn't the Sky Hall established by your brother? Why are they hunting you instead? Xiaowu asked, feeling very confused. Hearing this, LuZe could only awkwardly smile and said, because my brother was instigated by Lucifer, so he is now on the opposite side of me. Then what are you doing in our divine realm? The god of destruction was suspicious. Feng-chi laughed out loud upon hearing this, then said, with things having come to this point, do you still not understand? The gods looked puzzled, and seeing this, Feng-chi had to say, we are here to form an alliance with the divine realm. Alliance with us? Tang-san said, puzzled, then added, our current strength might not be able to compare to the Sky Hall. It's fine. You just need to help me deal with the other people from the Sky Hall. My brother and Lucifer are up to me, LuZe said lightly. After hearing this, Tang-san and the others expressed disbelief, as they knew how powerful Lu Xiaoyu and Lucifer were. LuZe, I know you are strong, but facing your brother and Lucifer alone might still be a bit lacking, Tang-san said solemnly. You need not worry about that. LuZe waved his hand. The fact that I can say this means I have a certain degree of confidence. Then how can we trust you? What if you're just putting on a show with your brother? Tang-san suddenly said. Hearing this, LuZe smiled. Think about it carefully. I was able to find the divine realm and enter. Why would I need to cooperate with my brother to put on this act? It would be better to bring people in and annihilate you directly, wouldn't it? Tang-san was suddenly at a loss for words. He then stood up and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was being overly suspicious. It's fine, I can understand that. LuZe smiled and then stood up, saying, so we are allies now, right? Yes, from today on, we are comrades standing on the same front, Tang-san said with a smile as he extended his right hand. LuZe smiled back and shook his hand. Thus, the God Realm and LuZe formed an alliance. However, at this moment, the Douluo continent was facing a significant change. In the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu was looking at Lucifer and others with a serious expression. He then slowly asked, does anyone know about the new force that has recently appeared? Are you referring to the Hall of Truth? Lucifer smiled. Yes, I can sense the aura of truth within the Hall of Truth. Lu Xiaoyu said with a grave expression. The aura of truth. Could it be the force created by the master's brother? Leviathan said slowly. But Lu Xiaoyu immediately denied this, saying, no, that aura of truth is not for my brother. It is even stronger than the truth aura for my brother and me. Is that so? Lucifer's expression became somewhat serious. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu said again, but fortunately, that new force seems unwilling to deal with us. It's best if we don't provoke them, or the consequences could be severe. After saying this, he got up and walked back to his room. Lucifer, standing in place, had a cold expression and gradually looked outside the hall. How could there be a third truth appearing? This is simply impossible. It seems this world is undergoing changes. Chapter 193. Tang Wutong in the Douluo God Realm. Tang Sen had arranged for LuZe and the other three to stay in a harmonious residence. LuZe, when do you plan to go back? Feng Qi asked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe looked out at the scenery and slowly replied, soon. Feng Qi said nothing more and turned to walk out the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, he encountered a girl with powder blue hair. Is LuZe here? The girl asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi smiled and said to the room, LuZe, someone is looking for you. LuZe, hearing this, slowly walked over and looked at the girl, smiling as he said, you must be Tang Wudong. The girl nodded and smiled, saying, my dad asked me to come get you. He has something to discuss with you. All right, you lead the way. LuZe smiled and then started walking. Feng Qi, seeing this, said nothing more and silently followed. On the way to their destination, LuZe looked at Tang Wudong leading the way and asked with a smile, can I call you Wudong? Tang Wudong smiled and nodded. Of course, you know my dad, so you can call me that. Good. LuZe nodded and then asked, do you still remember me? We just met. Of course I remember, Tang Wudong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately understood that Wang Donger's memory had been erased by Tang San. However, LuZe still wanted to try and see if he could help her remember a little. So he asked, Wudong, do you remember Hu Yuhao? As soon as Tang Wudong heard this, a heaviness filled her chest, and she felt an indescribable sensation. I seem to. Tang Wudong stammered, covering her forehead. It seems she really had forgotten. LuZe smiled. But for Yuhao's sake, I still want to help you restore your memory. After saying this, without giving Tang Wudong time to react, he pointed his finger at her forehead. In an instant, a white light flashed, and a dazzling radiance engulfed Tang Wudong. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, and Tang Wudong stood there in a daze. Seeing this, LuZe stepped forward and asked, so, do you remember anything? Tang Wudong slowly raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Finally, she could no longer hold back and cried out, Lugu, how is Yuhao now? I really feel so guilty. Looking at Tang Wudong's tear-streaked face, LuZe couldn't help but smile and gently patted her head, saying, don't worry. Yuhao is doing well now. Okay, Tang Wudong calmed down upon hearing this and smiled again, asking, when is Lugu going back? I want to find Yuhao. Soon. We will go back to the continent soon. LuZe smiled. Let's go. I will take you to my dad now. Tang Wudong smiled, then walked ahead of LuZe. While LuZe turned to Feng Qi and said with a smile, you go accompany Xiaoer. I will go find Tang San alone. All right, I can't argue with you. Feng Qi wisely turned and went to find Xiaoer. LuZe, seeing this, also came back to his senses and followed Tang Wudong's pace. Before long, under Tang Wudong's guidance, LuZe arrived at the location where Tang San was. Upon seeing him, Tang San directly dismissed Tang Wudong and Xiao Wu, facing LuZe alone. Did you call me here for something? LuZe asked straightforwardly. Tang San smiled bitterly and slowly said, actually, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to discuss the matter of going to the continent with you. I will naturally notify you when we go back, LuZe said slowly. I know. Tang San nodded and continued, I wanted to discuss what to do if we encounter an ambush when we descend onto the Douluo continent. Your brother's ability is too strong. You don't need to worry about that. I will deal with my brother myself, LuZe said slowly. He then stood up and asked, is there anything else? If not, I will be leaving. Tang San originally didn't want to say anything, but suddenly thought of something and asked, you restored Wudong's memory, right? Yes. LuZe did not deny it and nodded, saying, I don't understand why you erased her memory. Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his awkward expression, LuZe slowly said, I understand how every father feels, but I still hope you won't interfere with their choices. I understand. Tang San nodded and then looked out the window. LuZe also did not continue speaking, turned, and walked out the door. Upon seeing him come out, Tang Wudong wanted to see him off, but was gently refused. Thus, LuZe walked alone on the way back. In a forest outside the god realm, LuZe was walking slowly, and at that moment, a roar suddenly resounded. Roar! Hearing this roar, LuZe had no expression but looked in the direction of sound. A divine beast? LuZe smiled, then did not think much of it and turned back to continue walking forward. However, what he did not expect was that the divine beast actually came looking for him. Human, why are you here? You clearly do not possess the aura of a god, the divine beast said coldly. LuZe glanced at it lightly and then lost interest, turning to leave. The divine beast felt immediately displeased. It was the first time it encountered someone who wouldn't even look at it, so it blocked LuZe's path again. Human, I'm asking you a question. How? Get lost. LuZe shot at a cold glance, and the divine beast instantly felt as if its heart was being squeezed. It didn't understand why, but this human felt dangerous, as if he were its natural enemy. The divine beast, being wise, sensed the danger and obediently made way. Seeing this, LuZe didn't say much and walked straight ahead. The divine beast looked at his back, feeling a chill down its spine. What kind of existence is this human? Why does he make me feel fear? But no one was there to answer its question, as there were no other beings around. After returning to his residence, LuZe saw Feng Qi waiting for him in front. Without saying a word, he walked over. When Feng Qi saw him coming, he smiled and said, "You're back. What did Tang-san say to you?" "Nothing much, just talked about the arrangements for returning," LuZe replied slowly. Feng Qi smiled upon hearing this and then said, "I won't say much more, just make sure to rest well." After saying that, he turned and left, while LuZe stood there deep in thought. At that moment, Truth suddenly appeared. "LuZe, something big has happened." "What big thing?" LuZe asked, puzzled. Truth looked serious and said, "I vaguely sense that another truth has appeared on the continent." "Are you serious?" LuZe became serious as well. Truth nodded and reminded him, "You really need to be careful this time." After saying that, it disappeared back into his body. LuZe looked out the window with a serious expression, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind. This is troublesome now. Chapter 194, Brothers 1. As time passed, LuZe and the others planned to descend onto Douluo continent. Everyone was energized. This battle not only concerns the survival of our divine realm, but also the survival of the entire continent. Tang-san stood at the forefront of the gods and loudly announced. With this proclamation, the gods present erupted in passionate cheers. Seeing this, Tang-san approached LuZe and said softly, "We are ready. Now we just wait for your command." LuZe, who had kept his eyes closed, gradually opened them upon hearing this. He murmured, "It's about time. I should go see Xiaoyu." With that, LuZe entered a state of rules. His body wrapped in golden inscriptions, his eyes shining a brilliant gold, exuding an extraordinary majesty. The gods were momentarily stunned upon seeing LuZe like this. The power of rules emanating from him was unbelievably strong, as if he were the very origin of a world. "Gods, heed my command," LuZe shouted. Tang-san and the others quickly regained their senses and focused their attention on LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe smiled faintly and raised his right hand, gently waving it. Crack! In an instant, the boundary of the divine realm shattered, revealing an endless void before the gods. LuZe looked into the depths of the endless void, his expression gradually becoming serious. Set off. Douluo continent. On Douluo continent within the Sky Hall. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu also sensed something, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she stood up and loudly shouted, "Everyone, be on alert. Guests are coming." In an instant, the people across Douluo continent were stunned by the sight before them. The sky of Douluo continent had opened a massive rift, as if the heavens had split apart. Is this a joke? Is the apocalypse descending on the continent again? This was the unified thought of the people across the continent, as they carried the shadow of the last incident. But compared to this time, the last gods descending was merely a test, while this time it was a true arrival. At the same time, the Sky Hall responded. Lu Xiaoyu led many original sins, standing opposite LuZe. The two brothers exchanged glances, the atmosphere reaching its peak, as if it were about to explode at any moment. "Long time no see, my dear brother." Lu Xiaoyu floated in midair opposite LuZe, wearing a very excited smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe was flooded with various thoughts, then calmed himself slightly. "Xiaoyu, come home with me. I will save you," LuZe said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu merely smiled upon hearing this and replied, "You're the one who needs to be saved. That guy Truth will only use you." LuZe was at a loss for words, so he had no choice but to take action. "Come on, I hope I can wake you up." With these words, the second battle between the divine realm and the Sky Hall began. The sky was overcast that day, and a heavy atmosphere filled the entire continent. The news of the battle between the Sky Hall and the Divine Realm quickly reached the people of the Truth Hall. Inside the hall, a group of people stood neatly together, facing a young girl. A man dressed in a black suit, elegant in demeanor, slowly approached her side. "Hallmaster, should we go take a look?" The man said with a light smile. "It's still too early. Let's wait until they've fought for a while," the girl replied slowly. Upon hearing this, the man stopped speaking and stood obediently by her side. The people in the hall remained motionless, awaiting the girl's command. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, LuZe was fiercely fighting against Lu Xiaoyu and Lucifer. "Brother, why are you so determined to be my enemy?" "I'm clearly trying to save you," Lu Xiaoyu shouted. LuZe, holding a golden longsword, did not say much upon hearing this. Instead, he said seriously, "It's my fault for spoiling you too much, taking this opportunity. As your brother, I will make you see the reality." "Is that so?" At that moment, Lucifer suddenly appeared behind him. Reacting quickly, LuZe turned sharply, the golden longsword thrusting out in an instant. However, Lucifer had taken the battle seriously from the very beginning. This attack couldn't touch him at all. Dodging the sword, Lucifer produced a pitch-black spear in his hand. Break! In the next second, Lucifer's black spear struck LuZe's body. Bang! In an instant, LuZe's body sliced through the air and crashed into the ground, the surrounding environment instantly turning into ruins. From the ruins, LuZe slowly emerged. At the last moment of that strike, he had used the power of rules to block Lucifer's attack. Otherwise, he really might not be able to bear it. After all, apart from the power of rules, all other abilities are completely ineffective in front of Lu Xiaoyu. Truth can only act as an observer within him, unable to intervene at all. "LuZe, it seems you've really run into trouble this time," Truth said with a serious expression. LuZe forced a bitter smile, then tightened his grip on the golden longsword. He could only take a gamble. With that, the power of rules on him reached a peak. And by the time Lucifer reacted, he was already right in front of him. "You're very annoying. I'll deal with you first," LuZe said coldly. He then raised his hand and struck with his sword, instantly slicing into Lucifer's chest. Just as Lucifer was about to leave, LuZe's attack came once again. The golden long swords in the sky fell like rain, instantly striking Lucifer. Thud! The long swords pierced Lucifer, turning him into a porcupine, and he fell from midair. Lu Xiaoyu, watching from the side, frowned but quickly regained her composure. "As expected of my brother, truly impressive," Lu Xiaoyu smiled. Without giving LuZe a chance to react, she teleported in front of him. Clang! The two golden swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. The powerful force radiated for dozens of miles. Even those far away, including Tang San and his group, felt it. Truly powerful, the god of destruction sighed. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, as these 6 individuals here were roughly equal in strength to Lucifer. But just as he regained his focus, Leviathan suddenly appeared in front of him. "Don't get distracted in battle," Leviathan chuckled, then kicked out. Boom! The kicked god of destruction was sent crashing into the nearby mountains. Seeing this, Leviathan couldn't help but smile, then turned back to Tang San and the others, sneering. "I really don't know what gave you the courage to come looking for us. So what? We chose the right person. He will lead us to victory," Tang San replied coldly. He then unleashed a tremendous killing intent from the Shura Bloodsword, causing even Leviathan to frown. The killing intent is immense. But still lacking a bit, Leviathan smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from him again, and Tang San and the other gods instantly grew serious upon sensing it. "It seems we're really in big trouble this time," Tang San murmured gravely. However, despite this, he still didn't back down and charged forward, gripping the Shura Bloodsword tightly. Seeing this, Leviathan smiled faintly and then suddenly threw a punch. A terrifying aura instantly filled the surroundings, and Tang San hurriedly defended with the Shura Bloodsword. But it was of little use. He was still sent flying. Back to LuZe, he had multiple wounds on him, bloodied. "Brother, give up resisting," Lu Xiaoyu said with a gentle smile. LuZe slowly glanced at her, then pointed his sword at her again. "It should be you who gives up." Chapter 195, Brothers, Part 2. Clang! It was raining heavily, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the ruins, LuZe, injured all over, was locked in a fierce battle with Lu Xiaoyu. Though Lu Xiaoyu had a few wounds, they weren't as severe as LuZe's. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu, with a cold face, slowly questioned, "Why are you holding back?" Upon hearing this, LuZe forced a bitter smile and looked at her slowly. "Because you are my sister. I want to accept that," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly, lowering her head. LuZe smiled bitterly again, then tightened his grip on the golden longsword, I must do this to make you change for the better. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Lu Xiaoyu, thrusting the golden longsword at her. Clang! Lu Xiaoyu reacted quickly, directly blocking with her golden longsword, followed by a kick. He thought LuZe would dodge, but he didn't expect the kick to land solidly on his ribs. Boom! A dull sound echoed as LuZe was sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Cough, cough! LuZe coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood in the ruins, but quickly stood up again. LuZe, are you crazy? Even now you're still thinking about your sister. Truth scolded loudly from within LuZe. LuZe didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. But after all, he is my brother. This is all my doing, so I must understand. This isn't about whether you caused it or not. Your power of rules is clearly above your brother's. Why you let him? Truth shouted. LuZe didn't respond this time, but charged towards Lu Xiaoyu again. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu had mixed feelings. Clearly, her brother could have ended the battle early, so why did he hold back? Why? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer, gripping the golden longsword tightly and yelling at LuZe, just because I'm your sister, you have to hold back? Why is that? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and her grip on the golden longsword tightened even more. Clang! With a clear sound, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu locked eyes, both filled with past memories. Xiaoyu. LuZe was about to say something, but he swallowed it back. At that moment, a violent change occurred in Lu Xiaoyu. Terrifying and uncontrollable power surged forth. LuZe's expression turned serious, and just as he tried to distance himself, Lu Xiaoyu landed a punch on his chest. After taking this punch, LuZe felt a sweetness in his throat and then coughed up a large mouthful of blood. But before he could react, Lu Xiaoyu's attack came again. Boom! In the end, LuZe was kicked several hundred meters away by Lu Xiaoyu. What's going on? LuZe struggled to get up from a distance, feeling that those last few hits were several times more vicious. Meanwhile, truth emerged in this world. Looking grave, it's the relative truth. Your brother's personality is being eroded. What? LuZe felt shocked and abruptly stood up. That guy's already been backfired by my brother. Why is he still appearing? Truth smiled bitterly upon hearing this. I should have thought of it sooner. A truth of the same level as me cannot be easily devoured. Watching Truth's pained expression, LuZe's face turned serious. If the relative truth comes back to life, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? No, I can't accept this happening. Lucia murmured sheepishly. Seeing this, Truth understood and warned. The relative truth is very tricky. He probably also masters the rules, so be careful. Lucia nodded. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged directly towards Lu Xiaoyu's direction, wanting to take advantage of the fact that the relative truth had not fully resurrected yet to deal with him. In the blink of an eye, LuZe had already arrived in front of Lu Xiaoyu, ready to strike at any moment, but he was still a moment too late. You think too simply of me, don't you? Lu Xiaoyu said with a strange smile. At that moment, the golden sword in LuZe's hand instantly shattered into pieces. Swish! Before LuZe could react, Lu Xiaoyu pierced his shoulder with a sword, leaving a bloody wound that he had no time to tend to. You anomaly! The truth of this world is me. Lu Xiaoyu shouted angrily. Then, he followed up with a punch directly into LuZe's abdomen. LuZe felt his stomach turn upside down, as if an earthquake had struck. Bastard! Soon, LuZe stood up again, once more condensing a golden sword in his hand. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force with his legs and lunged towards Lu Xiaoyu. However, Lu Xiaoyu merely smiled faintly and raised his right hand, softly saying, Truth world, unfold, buzz. In an instant, everything around them began to distort, and LuZe sensed that something was amiss. He saw the golden sword in his hand shatter into pieces once again, and even the power of rules within him was gradually dissipating. This is my world, the relative world, Lu Xiaoyu said with a strange smile, then grabbed LuZe by the neck. You still don't know my ability, do you? I'll let you die understanding it, Lu Xiaoyu said with a wicked grin. In the relative world, aside from my abilities, all other powers will be ineffective, including the power of rules. Upon hearing this, LuZe was instantly stunned. His last trump card, the power of rules, was actually useless in this world, leaving him with nothing to counter Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing the shocked expression on his face, Lu Xiaoyu decided not to waste any more time. It was time for this to end. With that, he pulled out a short sword radiating a dangerous aura from his storage ring. The moment the truth saw this short sword, he was taken aback and quickly said, LuZe, whatever you do, don't let that short sword stab your heart, or we're doomed. What do you mean? LuZe, being choked, struggled to respond. Realizing the urgency, the truth recalled, "No time to explain, just get out of here." Upon hearing this, LuZe instantly understood that the short sword was dangerous and could truly threaten his life. But what could he do now? He couldn't even use the power of rules. Escaping or breaking free was nearly impossible. As the short sword was about to pierce his heart, LuZe exploded with energy, instantly breaking free from Lu Xiaoyu's grip. "You can still break free from my hold?" "Unbelievable," Lu Xiaoyu chuckled, then began to walk towards LuZe step by step. Seeing this, LuZe gathered his spirits and quickly pulled out a small black ball from behind, smashing it onto the ground. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area. Just as Lu Xiaoyu felt puzzled, he suddenly realized that LuZe had vanished. "Why are you running?" Lu Xiaoyu was furious, wanting nothing more than to destroy everything here. But at that moment, a figure holding a long knife appeared behind him. "You must die." It was LuZe. Even without the power of rules, he could still give Lu Xiaoyu a taste of his strength. However, he underestimated Lu Xiaoyu's reflexes. Lu Xiaoyu abruptly turned around and, without a word, grabbed LuZe by the neck again. "You think you can sneak attack me?" "How naive," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. He then delivered a powerful kick, leaving LuZe with no chance to retaliate, forcing him to take the hit. Cough, cough. The kick was heavy. If it had been anyone else, they would have turned into a pile of meat mush. It seemed that things had truly become troublesome. Chapter 196, Brothers 3. Now, LuZe was indeed in trouble, as the resurrection of the relative truth made him feel extremely strained. "Ha ha!" Lu Xiaoyu laughed mockingly at LuZe, a look of utter disdain on his face as he slowly walked towards him. LuZe felt a sense of foreboding. He was now as powerless as an ordinary person and couldn't resist this terrifying force at all. In the next second, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared in front of LuZe, throwing a punch without hesitation. Boom! The punch landed solidly on LuZe's face, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. After suffering another heavy blow, LuZe was on the verge of collapse. "LuZe, did you not see this day coming?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe sneered and looked at him. "Indeed, I did not foresee this, but you will never anticipate what will happen in the next second." "Ridiculous. If it weren't for you, I would have resurrected long ago," Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. Then he seemed to remember something and added with a smile, "But I must thank you. After all, the power of rules is not something that just appears." With that, two golden swords pierced through LuZe's body. LuZe, pierced through, immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and struggled to look at Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu had also approached him, looking down with a smile and saying, "This all should come to an end, right?" As he spoke, the short sword reappeared in his hand. Upon seeing it, LuZe became serious. In his current state, he could not dodge it. Just as the short sword was about to stab into LuZe's chest, a strange scene occurred. "Wah, what is happening?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. The hand holding the short sword was being firmly gripped by his other hand. The short sword stopped just a few centimeters from LuZe's chest. "Give my body back." Lu Xiaoyu suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. That voice was his own, or rather, it should be said it was Lu Xiaoyu's personality. At this moment, LuZe also sensed something was off. He could feel the power of the relative truth dissipating, and the strength within him was rapidly recovering. Realizing the situation, LuZe quickly teleported away using his power. "Truth, what's going on?" LuZe asked solemnly. The truth smiled lightly and replied, "You should be grateful. Your brother is fighting for control of the body with the relative truth, which is why his power is currently unstable." Upon hearing this, LuZe instantly understood he had a chance. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity to save Xiaoyu. With that, he teleported directly in front of the grimacing Lu Xiaoyu and without hesitation grabbed him by the neck. Paradox. LuZe originally wanted to use the paradox to eliminate the relative truth, but as soon as he activated the paradox power, he was suppressed once again by the ability of the relative truth. Boom! In a hurry, Lu Xiaoyu kicked LuZe in the head. "This is quite troublesome," LuZe said as he steadied himself and looked at Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's aura began to become chaotic, and if it were any later, there might truly be no chance left. So, once again, he rushed forward, but this time Lu Xiaoyu didn't have time to react. His chest was instantly pierced by a golden longsword. Lu Xiaoyu, pierced in the chest, was momentarily stunned, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, LuZe felt an overwhelming guilt. This was not the scene he wanted to see at all. "LuZe, don't hesitate, quickly erase him." Truth urged anxiously from within him. LuZe couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't guarantee that erasing the relative truth wouldn't cause any consequences for Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Truth became anxious. Hurry up. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Hearing this again, LuZe suddenly came to his senses and then murmured with determination. I can't let this happen because of me. With that, he unleashed the power of paradox. The colorless airflow instantly engulfed Lu Xiaoyu. Watching this scene, LuZe couldn't help but feel worried, but soon he was stunned again. Suddenly, LuZe felt a hand pierce through his chest from behind, and blood immediately gushed out. Wah, what? LuZe didn't understand. Even Truth didn't expect this to happen. Thank you. That guy has finally quieted down. The speaker was Lu Xiaoyu, or rather, the relative Truth. With that, the relative Truth pulled his hand out from LuZe's chest. As soon as the relative Truth withdrew his hand, LuZe collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. At the same time, he also realized that his abilities were once again suppressed, and the blood hole in his chest couldn't heal at all. Just in case, it's best to kill you, the relative Truth said with a wicked smile, then looked at him while holding a dagger. Am I going to die? This question kept swirling in LuZe's mind. He felt powerless at this moment. Seeing him still struggling, the relative Truth kicked him hard in the chest without saying a word. Bang! The tremendous force slammed LuZe against a distant stone pillar. The next second, Lu Xiaoyu appeared right in front of him, and without hesitation, the dagger in his hand stabbed directly into his heart. This should be the end. The relative Truth smiled at LuZe. At this moment, LuZe also felt truth dissipating, and his soul was fading away. Is it over? How pathetic. For a moment, memories of the past flooded LuZe's mind, but he revealed a faint smile. He then painfully raised his hand to touch Lu Xiaoyu's face. At that moment, the relative Truth suddenly stopped thinking. He didn't know what was happening, but it felt like he had lost something very important. Why do I have this feeling? The relative Truth released his hand, and at that moment, LuZe fell to the ground. He looked at LuZe's cold corpse, and a sense of loss instantly spread over him. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Why can't I feel happy? The relative Truth knelt weakly in front of LuZe's body. He had never experienced this feeling before. It was his first time feeling the loss, and it would also be the last. But just then, a presence that overwhelmed him filled this world. Who? Who is it? The next second, the world created by the relative Truth shattered in an instant, and a figure stood in the sky. When that figure saw LuZe's cold body, he was instantly numb. Why? After all the hardships I went through to find you. Why did you leave without a word? Why? A terrifying aura descended upon this world, and the relative Truth was all too familiar with it. Concept Truth. At this moment, Concept Truth descended, and another bloody storm began. Chapter 197 Epilogue. Did I die? LuZe thought mockingly. The next second, the voice of Truth echoed. How pathetic. We, who were the most promising, ended up dying here. Hearing this, LuZe glanced at him faintly, and then laughed self-deprecatingly. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Truth asked, confused. We're both about to leave. Yeah, but I still don't understand. LuZe fell silent after laughing. Seeing his expression, Truth said seriously, I forgot to tell you. Your brother was actually sent away by you yourself. WH. What? LuZe found it hard to believe his ears. But Truth didn't stop. He spoke bluntly. It was in the moment just before relative Truth was to be erased that your brother's personality swapped with his, so what was erased was actually. At this point, Truth fell silent. LuZe was first taken aback. Then he burst into an incredibly self-mocking laugh. Ha ha, ha ha ha. As he laughed, LuZe couldn't help but clutch his head tightly, his eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. After all this effort, in the end, all I got was despair, LuZe murmured, his eyes numb. Seeing him like this, Truth felt a pang of heartache. After all, he had been with him for so long, witnessing his growth every step of the way. Just as he was about to comfort him, LuZe spoke up. But that's fine. I never belonged to this world anyway, and now it's finally over. Is it really over? In the Douluo continent, the world at this moment was bleak due to the descent of Concept Truth, and the relative Truth felt strained. Did you kill LuZe? At this moment, Concept Truth looked down from the sky at the relative Truth with a cold expression. The relative Truth didn't know how to respond. After all, Concept Truth was far too powerful, and even the mere presence overshadowed the relative Truth and absolute truth. I was just removing the anomalies of this world. The relative Truth said heavily. But Concept Truth didn't think so, slowly saying, You're lying. Brother clearly liked you so much. Why did you still kill him? Concept Truth's emotions began to spiral out of control. And she was no one else but Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe's sister from the parallel world he once existed in. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu probably wanted to kill the relative Truth, but she knew she couldn't do that. She didn't belong to this world, so she couldn't interfere with the order of this world. She came here just to see her brother, LuZe. But now, she indeed saw her brother. Yet he would never be able to see her again. At this moment, I really couldn't say anything to the truth. Clearly, I had won, yet I felt so miserable. In the next second, Lu Xiaoyu instantly appeared beside LuZe's body. She didn't want him to die like this. What do you want to do? The truth asked when it saw her actions. Lu Xiaoyu stared fixedly at LuZe and slowly said, I want to save him. Upon hearing this, the truth smiled and then said with a face full of embarrassment, he was killed by the sword of truth. You can't bring him back. I don't believe it. Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. After that, she ignored him and began to channel the power of conceptual truth with both hands. As the white light illuminated LuZe's body, the next second, the light instantly vanished. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the dissipating power in her hands, her expression even more agitated. The truth, seeing her expression, felt an increasing sense of guilt and finally approached LuZe and held him in her arms. I don't know why. Perhaps because of Lu Xiaoyu. I feel like I can't leave you, the truth said slowly. After seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu kicked him away. This is all your fault, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Then she picked up LuZe's cold body and flew towards the Hall of Truth. The truth, who had been kicked away, felt immense regret. Even so, he couldn't bring him back. The truth looked at Lu Xiaoyu's departing figure, feeling even more self-reproachful. Just then, Lucifer suddenly appeared behind him. My lord, the annoying guy has been dealt with. We can proceed with our next plan now, Lucifer said with a smile. But the response he received was a golden longsword. Lucifer looked at the golden long sword piercing through his shoulder, confusion written all over his face. My lord, what is this? I don't want to see you anymore. Get lost, the truth said coldly. Lucifer was puzzled, but obediently got up and left. However, after leaving, there was a strange expression on his face. Since that's the case, the plan must be advanced. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the truth appeared here. The Lord has arrived. Leviathan, who was fighting with Tang San and the others, suddenly saw the truth. Tang San understood instantly upon seeing him. He came, and LuZe did not come, which could only mean one thing. LuZe is dead. How could this happen? Shower murmured weakly. It must be a lie. Upon seeing their expressions, Leviathan immediately rushed to the truth side and said with a smile, My lord, as long as we deal with them, we will win this time. But as soon as he finished speaking, the truth directly punched him in the face. Boom! The unprepared Leviathan took the punch hard, crashing into the ground. Tang San and the others were stunned upon seeing this. At this moment, the truth spoke, LuZe is dead. This statement instantly caused an uproar among Tang San's group. Although they had guessed it, this time it was confirmed. The one who reacted the most was Feng Qi, who suddenly rushed in front of the truth and grabbed his collar. You killed him, Feng Qi said furiously. It was me, the truth admitted. Bang! The next second, Feng Qi punched him in the face. But what was puzzling was that the truth could have dodged, yet this time he didn't. What do you mean by this? Feng Qi shouted loudly. The truth did not answer him, but turned his head aside. Seeing him like this, Feng Qi followed up with another punch. This punch shocked even Leviathan, who had just climbed up from the ground, and he rushed towards Feng Qi. But just as he reached behind him, a golden long sword instantly pierced through his chest, nailing him firmly to the ground. My lord, what are you doing? Leviathan asked in confusion. But the truth only said lightly, I am no longer your lord. I am now LuZe's brother, Lucia. W.H. Why? Not only Leviathan, but even Tang San's group felt puzzled. Then the truth slowly said, I will atone for my own mistakes until my brother is revived. What do you want to do? Feng Qi said coldly. As you can see, I am officially disbanding the Sky Hall. I will embark on a journey of atonement, the truth said loudly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi fell silent. After a while, he slowly said, Where is LuZe? Take me to see him. He was taken away by the conceptual truth, the truth said slowly. I understand. Feng Qi nodded, then turned to leave. The truth quickly asked, What do you want to do? Feng Qi ignored him and left with a single sentence. I'm going to save him. Chapter 198, The Method to Revive LuZe. Outside the Hall of Truth, Feng Qi stood with a serious expression. At this moment, a voice came from inside the hall. Who are you, and why have you come to our Hall of Truth? Upon hearing this, Feng Qi quickly said, I am here to save LuZe. After he spoke, the Hall of Truth fell into silence, which puzzled Feng Qi greatly. Just as he was about to enter the hall, a figure suddenly blocked his way. What do you want to do? The person said slowly. When Feng Qi saw the person, his expression instantly changed. The next second, he grabbed the person's collar and shouted, How are you here? Lucifer. Indeed, this person was Lucifer, but not the one from this world. I have always been in the Hall of Truth, Lucifer said calmly. After hearing this, Feng Qi realized and examined this Lucifer closely, finding that he was indeed not the Lucifer he knew. You don't belong to this world? Feng Qi had almost guessed it. Lucifer smiled upon hearing this and slowly said, Yes, our home master has allowed you to enter. Feng Qi was a bit skeptical, but he had no choice but to trust him now. So he followed behind Lucifer, but at this moment, LuZe's also arrived. Lucifer, how are you here? LuZe's exclaimed in shock. But the next second, he realized that this guy before him was not Lucifer, just someone who looked like him. The aura of truth? Lucifer turned to look at him. The next second, as Lucifer waved his hand, two figures immediately blocked LuZe's way. The Hall Master said that you cannot enter the Hall of Truth, one of the burly men said coldly. And he is none other than Wu Kuang, who followed Lu Xiaoyu into this world, and the one beside him is Yi Yu. Looking at the original sin-like power on the two of them. Although LuZe's could crush them, he did not do so, but obediently stood here. Feng Qi, if my brother is resurrected, remember to tell me. I want to apologize to him, LuZe's said heavily. Feng Qi glanced at him upon hearing this, then turned and entered the Hall of Truth. Inside the hall, Feng Qi, led by Lucifer, arrived in a huge room. In the center of the room stood a massive bed, on which lay a corpse that had already ceased to breathe. And that corpse was LuZe. Beside the bed, a young girl was staring intently at LuZe. Hall Master, the person has been brought, Lucifer said respectfully. Upon hearing this, the girl looked over and slowly said, You can leave now. All right. Lucifer nodded with a smile and turned to leave the room. Standing alone in place, Feng Qi looked at the girl with a serious expression. Do you really have a way to bring my brother back to life? The girl was Lu Xiaoyu. Feng Qi nodded upon hearing this and slowly approached. I have a 70% chance of saving him. 70%? Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback and then asked, What about the other 30%? No guarantee. Because I'm not too sure either, Feng Qi said gravely. Lu Xiaoyu did not think too much about it. At least the chance of revival was greater than that of failure. Feng Qi looked at LuZe's corpse and then slowly said, Once this method is initiated, I will leave this world. You mean to use your life in exchange? Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. Although she wanted her brother to be resurrected, she did not want anyone to sacrifice their life for it. Don't worry about it. My mission in this world is to protect LuZe. Once he dies, the people above will send others to take his place, Feng Qi said with a helpless smile. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyu realized a more serious matter. But Feng Qi looked at her coldly and said, That matter cannot be told to you, or else there will be punishment. What punishment? Lu Xiaoyu asked solemnly. You better not ask too much. In any case, that punishment is something you cannot endure. Feng Qi's expression was exceptionally serious. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu no longer pressed the issue and quietly looked at LuZe's corpse. I must save my brother, please. With that, Lu Xiaoyu directly exited the room. Seeing this, Feng Qi no longer continued to pretend, and a white light began to emanate from him. Soon, he came directly to LuZe's side, and without saying a word, pressed his forehead against LuZe's cold forehead. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Ding. System transferring. 1, 10, 35, 80, 99. Ding. Transfer successful. As the cold voice echoed, Feng Qi's body began to wither, as if it had been drained. I'm sorry. I can only help you this far. Feng Qi looked at LuZe with difficulty, then forced a smile. Yes, Feng Qi was actually not human, but a system. To be precise, he was the embodiment of the system. His purpose in coming to this world was to transfer the system to LuZe. He originally planned to wait until the war was over to personally tell LuZe everything, but now it seemed unlikely. At this moment, Feng Qi's body had begun to dissipate, and soon only his upper body remained. But even as he was about to disappear, he still remembered to smile. LuZe, the fate of this world is now in your hands. Their game has only just begun, so don't let me down. With that, Feng Qi's body transformed into countless specks of light and completely vanished from the room. For him, the mission was complete, and he could finally leave with a smile. In the midst of it all, LuZe was watching everything that had happened in his life. The truth beside him was the same. From the first time we met to now, as we die together, it must be said that time has really flown by. Yes, I feel like I haven't even officially started my journey, and it has ended prematurely, LuZe laughed. Just as the two were conversing, a cold electronic synthetic voice rang out. Ding. System is binding. 1, 28, 39, 69, 99. System binding successful. Welcome, host, to the game of the Creator God. What is happening? Both LuZe and Truth were bewildered. Urgently, the voice came again. Detected that the host has died, proceeding with resurrection. At that instant, LuZe felt his soul rejuvenating. Just as he was feeling excited, he suddenly noticed that Truth's soul was still dissipating. Truth, what happened to you? LuZe hurriedly inquired. Truth smiled upon hearing this, then slowly said, It seems I'm the only one who has to leave. You must pay attention to your safety alone. After all, without my reminders, you often do silly things. No, you must stay by my side. Didn't we already sign a contract? LuZe said with a panicked expression. Truth just smiled, then turned and waved his hand. The contract was void the moment we died. Now we have no relationship at all. With that, he floated away towards an unseen distance. Seeing this, LuZe wanted to reach out to pull him back, but ended up grasping at air. Please don't go, LuZe said softly as he knelt on the ground. Truth smiled upon hearing this and teased, What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with me this time? Didn't you always want to get rid of me before? LuZe remained silent. He wanted to speak, but couldn't. Truth waved his hand with a smile and said, Remember, it was I who didn't want you. I can finally live freely. Ha ha ha. As the laughter grew fainter, Truth gradually disappeared from LuZe's sight. When he saw this scene, despair filled his heart. The most trustworthy companion had left him, and he had erased his brother with his own hands. What was the point of him coming back to life? What is the meaning of living like this? LuZe asked himself in anguish. But at that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. System task. Please choose. 1. Resurrect. Accept the system. Join the game and achieve victory. 2. Resurrect. Refuse the system. Face the unknown challenges alone. Please make a choice. Chapter 199. Please make a choice. At this moment, LuZe's heart was filled with hesitation. He didn't know how to choose. Both options were full of uncertainty for him, and no matter which one he chose, he would ultimately have to face it. After a while, LuZe slowly spoke. System, is there a difference between these two choices? Host, there's a significant difference between the two choices. The former allows you to know many things, while the latter relies on you to understand things personally. Upon hearing this answer, LuZe smiled and gradually stood up, as if he had made up his mind. He then directly said, Having a system is indeed a good thing, but it is of no use to me now, so I choose option 2. I want to face the unknown challenges alone. The system was taken aback by this choice and took a while to respond. Since this is the host's choice, this system has no authority to interfere. However, please rest assured that all abilities from the host's previous life will be preserved after resurrection. How long will resurrection take? LuZe asked slowly. The system did not elaborate further, leaving only one sentence before completely disappearing. Unknown, it could be a day, a year, even 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. LuZe smiled faintly upon hearing this. I understand. Outside, after Feng Qi entered the room, nearly a day had passed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu outside the room was extremely anxious, and only when she felt the atmosphere inside stabilize did she open the door. Brother. Upon entering the room, she found that LuZe lying on the bed was showing signs of improvement. At least it could be confirmed that his vitality was slowly recovering. But she did not know when he would wake up. After seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu finally felt relieved and ordered, Lucifer, no one is allowed to approach this room until my brother wakes up. Lucifer, standing behind her, understood and nodded before taking his leave. Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly glanced at LuZe on the bed before turning to leave. Creak, the door closed, officially making this place a forbidden zone where no one could enter without permission. At that moment, Wu Kuang walked up to Lu Xiaoyu. Leader, that guy outside wants to see you. No matter what we say, he refuses to leave, Wu Kuang said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded upon hearing this and said, Let's go out and meet him. With that, she walked directly towards the outside of the Hall of Truth, followed decisively by Lucifer and Wu Kuang. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu stood before Lu Xizha. Upon seeing her, Lu Xizha hurriedly asked, How is my brother? He is not your brother. I hope you don't get mixed up, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Lu Xizha was instantly left speechless upon hearing this. He understood Lu Xiaoyu's current feelings. My brother. How is he? Lu Xizha still asked. Lu Xiaoyu looked at him coldly and said, It has nothing to do with you. I do have guilt, but I truly realize my sins. I hope you can give me a chance to atone, Lu Xizha said with his head lowered slowly. Lu Xiaoyu merely glanced at him and then turned to say, You did nothing wrong. You just did what you had to do. After saying this, she no longer paid him any attention and walked directly into the Hall of Truth. Hearing this, Lu Xizha immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, I will take practical actions. I will make you forgive me. But even though he knelt down, Lu Xiaoyu still did not look back at him. Sometime later, The Sky Hall was officially disbanded, and all the survivors who participated in that war survived and formed a new divine realm. Except for Lucifer, who was missing, Leviathan and the others chose to submit. The new divine realm was no longer governed solely by Tang San, but was jointly managed by everyone. They established a strict rule at the very beginning of the new divine realm. The people of the divine realm must never interfere with or spy on anything happening in Douluo continent. Of course, when they founded the new divine realm, everything in Douluo continent returned to its original state. Shrek Academy and other forces still existed, but had their memories of that war and past events erased. The reason for all this was Lu Xiaoyu. She used her ability of conceptual truth to completely erase all information regarding sins from this world, and everyone no longer had any memories of sins. This world returned to its proper track, back to the original state of Douluo continent, a place where only martial souls and soul power existed. The Hall of Truth also officially disappeared from the eyes of the public. No one knew what it was, nor did anyone know if it ever existed. Perhaps this was the result LuZe wanted to see the most, but he could not witness it with his own eyes. 10,000 years later, Douluo continent had undergone a qualitative leap. Thanks to soul guide devices, they had nearly reached modern civilization, and many things had become extremely convenient. Mom, can someone really become a god in this world? A little girl innocently looked at the woman beside her. The woman smiled upon hearing this and slowly said, "Of course. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, gods will naturally come to find you and take you to the legendary divine realm." Really, really? The little girl was very excited. Then I want to become a god in the future and take my dad and mom to see the divine realm. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. All right, our daughter will definitely become a god in the future. At this moment, in a place on Douluo continent that was unknown to people, a space crack slowly opened. A figure gradually walked out, and if one looked closely, they would find a fainted man lying on his back. Finally out, the man smiled faintly. He then looked at the space crack behind him, and without hesitation, sealed it off. "I still don't believe you really dare to follow me," the man chuckled. After saying this, he quickly left in another direction while carrying the man on his back. After an unknown amount of time, he found a place where he could temporarily stay. So he settled the man behind him. He looked around and then ran towards the nearby human residential area. However, what he did not know was that shortly after he left, the man who had been settled there slowly opened his eyes. What is this place?" The man mumbled drowsily. Then he suddenly pressed his hand against his forehead, his expression changing dramatically. "I have finally been resurrected," the man exclaimed in astonishment. He then got up to feel his body, realizing that everything was real. "I don't know how long I slept, but I can feel that this world is much purer than before." A smile slowly appeared on the man's face. Soon he stepped outside and looked at the advanced technology, feeling as if he had come to the wrong place. "Is this really Douluo continent?" The man looked shocked, but he quickly calmed down and, covering his face, bitterly smiled. "How long did I sleep? This change is too great. It seems I need to go take a look." After saying this, he left without looking back. As dusk approached, the man who had left earlier returned. But when he found the place he had settled empty, he was shocked. Where did he go? Chapter 200 New Era. Outside the vast city, a man was standing still. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still a bit shocked. Things have developed so quickly. Just a nap, and everything has changed, the man chuckled bitterly. The man was LuZe, who had died 1,000 years ago and was now reborn, completely unfamiliar with this era. Just as he was feeling bewildered, a honk suddenly echoed behind him. Coming to his senses, LuZe hurriedly stepped to the roadside and looked in the direction of the honk. "You reckless fool, standing in the middle of the road. Aren't you afraid of being hit by a car?" An irritable man rushed out of the car. He walked straight up to LuZe, who was only slightly shorter than him, but in terms of presence, he felt no less imposing. "Sorry, I just arrived here." LuZe scratched his head and smiled. Upon hearing this, the man replied, "Since it's your first time, I'll 1T hold it against you." After finishing, he returned to his car and zipped past LuZe. Watching this, LuZe couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that there were cars now, making this place more and more like Earth. After saying that, he took a step forward and walked into the city. The streets of the city were quite similar to those on Earth, but there were still some differences. However, what was most important for LuZe now was to grasp the current era's background. Just as he was pondering whom to ask, a sinister aura suddenly emerged. Upon sensing this aura, LuZe's expression instantly became grave. The aura of evil. LuZe abruptly raised his head and looked around, trying to locate the source of that aura. But with the bustling crowd on the streets, LuZe could not accurately pinpoint the source with just his eyes. Thus, LuZe's eyes turned crimson in an instant. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, LuZe disappeared from his spot, leaving passersby stunned. Meanwhile, in a small alley in the city, a young boy was surrounded by a group of people. "We've had our eyes on you for a while. Didn't he expect we'd finally get the chance?" the leader of the group said with a smile. "I warn you, if you touch me, your whole family will suffer." The boy shouted bravely, trying to suppress his fear. Upon hearing this, the man burst into laughter and walked directly to the boy, grabbing his small hand. "You got it wrong, little boy. You're in our hands now," the man said with a smile. The boy looked at this scene with fear in his eyes, regretting not staying put. "Kid, if you want to live, cough up some cash," the man stated his intention, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. The boy replied, "How much do you want?" "I can pay 5 million federal coins," the man demanded. The boy was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "I don't have that much on me, but I can have someone transfer it to you, as long as you let me go." "You think I'm stupid?" The man raised his voice. The boy was immediately intimidated and shut his mouth. Seeing him quiet, the man became increasingly agitated, knowing that if this continued, his family would find out sooner or later. Thus, he directly punched the boy in the stomach, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "Kid, don't force me," the man said with a fierce expression. The boy remained unmoved, prompting the man to lose his temper completely. He stepped forward, revealing a knife in his hand. The boy's pupils contracted in fear upon seeing the knife. "What are you doing?" Just as the man was about to strike, a voice rang out behind them. The man turned sharply at the sound, initially frightened, but upon noticing that the other person lacked spiritual power, he laughed. "Brother, do you want to be a hero?" the man said with a grin. "I just want to ask what you're doing." The person spoke again. Hearing this, the man's face darkened as he approached the stranger, grabbing his collar and saying, "Can't you see? Get lost." Listening to the man's threatening tone, the stranger remained calm and spoke again. "Your aura disgusts me." The man instantly became furious. "You bastard, ugh." Before he could finish, the stranger had grabbed him by the throat and lifted him high. The greedy aura, while not enough to be a minor sin, was still repulsive. The stranger muttered softly. With that, before the man and his companions could react, a mass of colorless energy instantly engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, the man vanished without a trace, leaving no aura behind. The others who had followed the man were terrified and immediately knelt on the ground. "Big brother, we didn't mean it. Please spare our lives." The stranger glanced at them and waved his hand. "You don't carry an aura of evil. Go." Upon hearing this, the group sighed in relief and hurriedly ran out of the alley. The young boy who remained in place looked at what had just happened with admiration. "Big brother, how are you so powerful?" The boy gazed at the stranger with starry eyes, as if he were looking at an idol. The stranger ignored him and turned to leave. Seeing this, the boy quickly got up and ran to the stranger's side. "Big brother, my name is Xie. What's yours?" the boy asked with a face full of admiration. "LuZe," the man replied with a faint smile, then patted Xie's head. "It's getting late. You should go home." Xie's face turned red after being patted, and he froze in place. LuZe felt embarrassed upon seeing this and asked again, "Little brother, you should go home. Your family must be worried about you." After saying this, he left the alley without looking back, while Xie hurriedly followed. Thus, one big and one small walked together down the busy street. LuZe didn't want to say anything at this moment, so he just stood still. Xie, not realizing, bumped his head right into LuZe's thigh. "Little brother, do you not know the way home?" LuZe said with a gentle smile. Xie rubbed his forehead and nodded with a smile. Seeing this, LuZe felt a bit troubled, but sighed. "Where's your home?" "I'll take you back." "I'm not sure. It seems to be that way." Xie pointed towards the center of the city. LuZe looked in the direction he pointed and smiled. "Let us go, I'll take you back." "Okay." Xie nodded and followed behind LuZe. Chapter 201. History. The sky darkened, and in the vast city, LuZe was walking around with Xie. At this moment, Xie sensed something was off and asked, "Big brother, you're not lost, are you?" "No. I just haven't been here in a long time." LuZe scratched his head. Seeing his expression, Xie was 100% unconvinced and said, "Big brother, follow me." After saying that, he directly grabbed LuZe's hand and ran in a certain direction. LuZe, who was being pulled along, could only smile awkwardly. Before long, under Xie's guidance, LuZe arrived outside a very luxurious building. "Is this your home?" LuZe looked at the building in front of him. Xie proudly said, "Of course, I'm the future heir of the Xie family in Donghai City. So this city is called Donghai City." LuZe smiled, then prepared to turn around and leave. When Xie saw him about to leave, he hurriedly ran up to grab his hand. Big brother, it's already so late. Why not stay at my house for the night? Is that really okay? LuZe scratched his head. The next moment, a middle-aged man walked out. Little brother, why not rest here for the night? Seeing that the other party had said so, LuZe could only agree to stay. Inside the Xie family in Donghai City, LuZe was sitting on a sofa in a living room. Xie was sitting next to him with a big smile. Big brother, that move you did today looked so cool. Can you teach me? I can't teach you. LuZe smiled. Hearing this, Xie immediately felt disappointed. Seeing this, LuZe patted his head. Don't be discouraged. You haven't awakened your martial soul yet. Once you become a soul master, you will definitely be stronger than me. Really? Xie said with disbelief. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? LuZe replied with a smile. Okay. Xie instantly perked up and jumped off the sofa. One day, I will definitely become the strongest. He smiled brightly. LuZe couldn't help but laugh at this. Then he patted Xie's head. At this moment, the earlier middle-aged man slowly walked over. Sir, can I talk to you privately? The middle-aged man said slowly. LuZe nodded and then got up to follow him out of the living room. Once they reached the balcony, the middle-aged man stared at the stars in the sky. LuZe, who was standing behind him, slowly said, I wonder what you wanted to talk to me about. The middle-aged man smiled, then turned around and said, You're LuZe, right? Yes, LuZe nodded. The middle-aged man continued, Mr. Lu, it seems you don't have any soul power fluctuations. How did you save our young master from that great soul master? The middle-aged man's expression was very serious, clearly wary of LuZe. It must have been a coincidence. LuZe said slowly, but the middle-aged man was not foolish. He took a step forward and stood directly in front of LuZe, his tone very threatening. While we are grateful for your help in saving our young master, if you dare to cause trouble, the CF family will not let you go. Oh really? LuZe laughed upon hearing this. The middle-aged man saw this and stopped speaking, directly turning to leave the balcony. Once he left, LuZe sat alone on a nearby chair. Looking up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, LuZe fell into brief contemplation. However, he wasn't thinking about the middle-aged man's earlier words, but rather about something else. An unknown challenge? LuZe couldn't help but think of the choices the system had given him before. At that time, there were clearly two choices, and the first one looked much better from any angle, yet LuZe chose the second one. At this moment, LuZe smiled again. Just an unknown challenge. Anyway, Xiaoyu is no longer here, and I have nothing worth reminiscing about. The next day at dawn, Xie woke up to find that LuZe had already left. Although he felt a little reluctant, he quickly recovered. Don't worry, big brother. The next time you see me, I will definitely be very strong, Xie said confidently. Although he said this, he would probably never think that he was just a passerby in LuZe's heart, coming and going in a hurry. In a vast Donghai city, LuZe found the library. After researching the history of the continent in the library, he learned a lot. In this era, it really is difficult to move without money. LuZe closed the thick book. Then a hint of an awkward smile appeared on his face. In fact, what troubled him the most wasn't those unknown challenges, but money. LuZe didn't have any money on him, and even his storage soul guide was gone. How could he survive in this era? So, LuZe made a decision. To find a job, LuZe walked out of the library, looked at the sky, and murmured, I never thought I would end up as a worker, Sai. Meanwhile, in a different space on the Douluo continent, the alternate space was vast, resembling a mirror image of the Douluo continent. Inside the alternate space was a very luxurious palace. What on earth are you all doing? Inside the hall, a woman was angrily scolding everyone present. There were so many people guarding my brother's room, yet he was still taken away. What was going on? The woman was very angry, wishing she could kill everyone in the hall, and she was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, a being powerful enough to crush everyone present, and also LuZe's sister. Lucifer, who had been standing by and not daring to speak, could only muster the courage to approach Lu Xiaoyu. Mistress, it seems to me that the one who took your brother away could only be that guy, Lucifer said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately understood and jumped up. I completely forgot about that guy. I didn't expect he would suddenly appear while I was in the divine realm discussing matters. Should we send someone to capture him? Lucifer asked with a smile. That's a good idea, but Lu Xiaoyu rejected it. No, the world of truth, like the new divine realm, must not interfere with anything on the Douluo continent. Then what should we do? Lucifer was a bit confused. Lu Xiaoyu could only shake her head and finally said helplessly, we can only wait. If anomalies appear on the Douluo continent in the future, the world of truth and the new divine realm can take action then, and it won't be too late to settle accounts with that guy. What the mistress said makes sense. In that case, we will take our leave, Lucifer bowed. Lu Xiaoyu saw this and did not hesitate, standing up and waving her hand. You may leave. If there is nothing major, do not seek me out, understood? Rest assured. Mistress. The voice inside the hall was very unified and orderly, like an elite troop. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu directly turned around and left. Brother, you must wait for me. Chapter 202, Wu Changkong. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, and the development of Donghai City was getting better and better, with the residents' lives improving as well. At a coffee shop near Donghai Academy, a handsome young man was serving coffee. Look, that's the particularly handsome waiter I mentioned. At this moment, a few customers, all girls, entered the coffee shop. Welcome. The young man noticed them and smiled politely. When the girls saw his smile, their eyes instantly sparkled with admiration. The young man was not surprised at this reaction. Rather, he seemed quite accustomed to it. Xiaozhe, the manager is looking for you. I'll take care of this for now. An older man walked over. The young man smiled and nodded, then walked into the back of the coffee shop. After he left, the girls immediately felt a sense of loss. But thinking about it being his job, they quieted down. Inside the coffee shop, the young man stood hesitantly outside a door. Just as he was hesitating, a loud female voice suddenly came from inside the room. Lucia, what are you doing standing at the door? Afraid I would eat you. The young man felt embarrassed upon hearing this, and had no choice but to push the door open and walk in. Manager, I was afraid of disturbing your rest, LuZe said with a slow smile. The manager, named Meng Yin, was a woman, but she was an actual soul master of the third ring, much stronger than an ordinary person. Meng Yan's appearance could be described as enchanting, showcasing the charm of an adult woman to the fullest. LuZe met Meng Yin 6 years ago on a certain night, which was quite a coincidence. At this moment, Meng Yin suddenly spoke. LuZe, you have been working here for so long and have lived here for free for 6 years. What do you say? Looking at Meng Yan's gaze, which seemed like she wanted to eat him, LuZe immediately felt a chill down his spine. Manager, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. LuZe said with an awkward expression. Meng Yin laughed upon hearing this and walked directly in front of LuZe. LuZe, you've been living here for free for so long. Shouldn't you pay a little price? What price? LuZe asked with a smile. It's very simple. Just spend one night with me, Meng Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt embarrassed and quickly distanced himself from her. Manager, it's been 6 years, and you still haven't given up? Of course, after all, you are my favorite man, Meng Yin said confidently with a smile. LuZe didn't know how to respond to this, but he slowly spoke. Manager, you probably didn't call me this time just for this matter, right? Oh, I didn't expect you to be so clever, Meng Yin said with a hint of surprise, but quickly smiled again. All right, since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. Meng Yan's expression suddenly became serious. Manager, your expression is making me feel a bit uneasy. LuZe sensed something was off. Sure enough, Meng Yin said the next moment. The person you asked me to find has a lead. Really? LuZe immediately became serious. He then asked directly, what is the lead? You need to go to Donghai Academy to find a guy named Wu Changkong, Meng Yin said slowly. LuZe nodded and then turned to say, Manager, I need to take a few days off. No problem, but you must be careful. That Wu Changkong is not simple. Meng Yin reminded him. LuZe was taken aback for a moment, then turned back with a faint smile and said, Don't worry. There is probably nothing on this continent that can harm me. LuZe, you still like to joke? Meng Yin covered her mouth and laughed. LuZe ignored her and left the coffee shop without looking back. After exiting the coffee shop, LuZe looked towards the direction of Donghai Academy, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. I'm really curious about how powerful the soul masters of this era are, LuZe smiled. Night fell. Inside the classrooms and dormitories of Donghai Academy, a handsome young man with lake blue hair was standing by the balcony of his dormitory. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and slowly spoke to the air with his back turned. Since you're here, let's talk. As soon as the handsome young man finished speaking, he slowly turned around to look. He saw a man radiating black particles standing there with a smile on his face. Wu Changkong, right? The man said slowly. That's me. May I ask who you are and why you enter my room without permission? The lake blue-haired young man said with a cold expression. The man smiled and replied, I am LuZe, and I want to ask you about something. What if I don't agree? Wu Changkong coldly responded. LuZe was not the type to be overly kind and stepped forward. The next second, Wu Changkong instantly sensed something was off. His dormitory began to twist and completely changed. At the same time, the aura emanating from LuZe instilled a sense of fear in Wu Changkong. He didn't know why. Can we talk now, Mr. Wu Changkong? LuZe said with a faint smile. Seeing this, Wu Changkong had no choice but to comply, knowing he was not a match for this man in front of him, and sat down obediently in front of him. Go ahead, what do you want to know? Wu Changkong said helplessly. LuZe wasted no time and politely asked, "Do you know someone named Lucifer?" Lucifer? Wu Changkong was taken aback at first, then shook his head. "Sorry, I don't know who Lucifer is." "Really? Then why do I feel a bit skeptical?" LuZe smiled, and then his eyes began to glow red. "Have you heard of Lucifer or not? Answer me." Wu Changkong originally wanted to come up with a lie, but upon hearing, "Answer me," he froze. He then answered vacantly, "I have heard of him, but I haven't seen him." Upon hearing this answer, LuZe's expression instantly became serious. "Where did you hear about him? Answer me." Wu Changkong struggled internally but still answered, "Inside Shrek Academy." After hearing this, LuZe understood and slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, Wu Changkong's dormitory instantly returned to normal, and he regained his senses. "All right, thank you for the information. I hope to find you again next time." LuZe smiled and prepared to leave. But just as he opened the door, a familiar yet strange figure blocked his way. "You are." Chapter 203, The World of Truth. "Is it you?" As LuZe opened the door, he heard a surprised exclamation. He looked closely and realized that this guy in front of him seemed familiar. But just as he was thinking, the person spoke again. "Big brother, how come you're here with the teacher?" "You are." LuZe seemed to have a vague memory, and then suddenly remembered. "You're Xie?" Yes, the person was indeed Xie, just looking a bit different. Upon hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, then patted his head. "It's been so long since we last met, and you've grown so much, what a surprise. I'm not only grown up, but I've also become stronger." Xie said proudly. "Well, that's good," LuZe smiled. He then prepared to leave. But at that moment, Xie suddenly asked, "Big brother, how do you know my teacher?" "Well," LuZe hesitated a bit. At this time, Wu Changkong happened to walk over, and LuZe immediately put a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "To be honest, I'm actually great friends with your teacher, right?" Changkong, upon hearing this, Wu Changkong instantly felt a hint of threat, then forced a smile and responded, "Indeed, LuZe and I are great friends." "Oh, I see," Xie nodded slowly. At this moment, Wu Changkong suddenly spoke. "It's getting late. What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Xie suddenly remembered his reason for coming here. "Teacher, I just want to become stronger." "You don't have to push yourself so hard to become strong," LuZe chuckled. Xie fell silent at this. LuZe looked at his expression and immediately realized something. He then walked up to him and asked, "Do you really want to become stronger?" "Yes." Xie nodded furiously. Seeing this, LuZe also laughed, then slowly said, "I can help you, but the process will be tough." "No problem. I'm not afraid of hardship." Xie was very confident. LuZe didn't know what to say in response and looked at him, hoping he would maintain this attitude later. Upon seeing his expression, Xie felt something was off. At this time, Wu Changkong also walked over. "Take me with you. Xie is my student, and I have a responsibility to protect him." "All right." LuZe did not refuse and clasped his hands together. World of Truth. Coverage. Buzz. In an instant, Wu Changkong and Xie's vision turned dark, and when they regained consciousness, everything before them shocked them. The world before them had turned into a hellish landscape, with Donghai Academy and even the entire Donghai city reduced to ruins. "Teacher, what on earth happened?" Xie was a bit taken aback. Wu Changkong's expression was also very serious. He had never encountered such a situation before. "I don't know, but there must be hidden dangers here. We need to be careful." Wu Changkong was very alert. Just by looking at the surrounding environment, he could deduce that there were potential dangers nearby. But what troubled him most was that LuZe was missing. In his view, this place must have been created by LuZe, and he himself must be hiding in the shadows, secretly observing his every move, to create a fictional space as large as Donghai City. "There probably isn't anyone in this world who can do that," Wu Changkong muttered with a troubled expression. Just as he was muttering, a furious roar came from a distance. With his extensive experience, Wu Changkong instantly recognized what it was. "Teacher, the thing that just roared seems very scary. Should we move further away?" Xie was a bit frightened. "It's fine. As long as someone is here, nothing will happen," Wu Changkong said confidently. He then walked ahead to lead the way, and they hadn't walked long when another roar came, and this time it was very close. "Is it coming?" Wu Changkong said solemnly. Then a blue ice sword appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying chill that created a sense of oppression. Boom! In the next second, an explosion suddenly happened right in front of Wu Changkong and Xie. Before Xie could react, a pitch-black hand shot out from the smoke and instantly grabbed him. "Teacher, what is this thing?" Xie panicked. Third soul skill, Frost Slash. Wu Changkong acted instantly, and a sword energy filled with coldness slashed down on the black hand. The black hand was instantly frozen into an ice block. And seeing this, Wu Changkong quickly grabbed Xie and ran. Teacher, what kind of monster are you? Xie asked in confusion. Wu Changkong did not answer. After all, he only knew a little. Let's get out of here, Wu Changkong said slowly. He then carried Xie on his shoulder and ran toward the nearby location. Meanwhile, in the smoke, a scarlet eye slowly opened. While Wu Changkong was running, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, thinking that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, while he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Forbidden zone ahead. Mortals prohibited. A man dressed in a black battle robe stood before Wu Changkong, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Upon seeing this, Wu Changkong instantly felt something was off, then asked, Senior, I must enter over there. Please let me pass. The man in the battle robe said seriously, No, ahead is a forbidden zone. Your auras don't even have a title. You'll only be courting death if you go in. Do we have to reach the title Douluo level to go in? Wu Changkong asked slowly. But he didn't expect the man to reply directly. No, even if you reach title Douluo, entering the forbidden zone without permission will still be a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. Is it really that dangerous? Wu Changkong became curious, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, the aura of the man in the black battle robe was as he expected. He should be a level 99 title Douluo. Even a level 99 title Douluo has become a gatekeeper. One can imagine how terrifying the forbidden zone inside is. Teacher, what should we do next? Xie felt troubled. Upon hearing this, Wu Changkong shook his head. He also didn't know what to do now. Just then, a figure appeared behind them. If you two want to enter the forbidden zone, you could talk to me. Wu Changkong felt curious and turned around sharply, only to find that it was LuZe. LuZe, what do you mean by that? Wu Changkong asked, puzzled. LuZe smiled and said, This is my fictional world, but some things inside may relate to the future. What do you mean? Wu Changkong felt very confused. Seeing this, LuZe laughed again. Everything that happens here may have a connection to the future. After saying that, his body transformed into particles and began to disperse, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, a black jade piece was left on the ground where he vanished. What is this all about? Wu Changkong felt a bit confused. Let's go, we can only go in and take a look. Chapter 204 Reunion with an Acquaintance. In the city of Donghai within the world of truth, the blood-red sky was quite unsettling. Wu Changkong and Xie, walking on the abandoned streets of Donghai City. Both wore serious expressions. At this moment, Xie suddenly spoke up. Teacher, why did that uncle just now not let us come over? But later agreed, because of the black jade piece given by brother LuZe. This is because this world was constructed by LuZe, and everything here is under his control, Wu Changkong said slowly. However, despite this, he still wore a pensive expression. All because of what LuZe had said to him. This world will be connected to the future. You must pay attention. Every time Wu Changkong thought of this sentence, he felt a strange sense of crisis, as if the Donghai city in this world truly existed. If it weren't for the surrounding space being in a highly distorted state, Wu Changkong would have likely taken this as reality. Teacher, look ahead. At this moment, Xie suddenly tugged at Wu Changkong's clothes, looking very panicked. Hearing this, Wu Changkong quickly looked ahead and was stunned. What kind of monster is that? Wu Changkong stared at the gigantic, pitch-black creature covered in tentacles directly in front of him. Before Wu Changkong could react, the creature sensed their arrival and launched an attack. Seeing this, Wu Changkong hurriedly grabbed Xie next to him and leaped toward a nearby tall building, quickly diving inside. However, those tentacles seemed unwilling to stop, all following them inside. Teacher, what kind of monster are you? It's so disgusting, Xie felt a bit nauseous. But Wu Changkong could not afford to let his guard down, his expression very grave, if he wasn't mistaken. That mask was just the tip of the iceberg of that monster. Its true form should be underground. What? Xie's expression went a bit blank. Then he said with a mournful face, Teacher, are we going to die here? Seeing his expression, Wu Changkong instantly didn't want to pay him any mind, and then headed up to the roof of the tall building. Sometimes, only by standing at a higher place can one better understand the current state of this world. The idea was indeed good, but reality was very harsh. Hiss! In the next second, several black tentacles suddenly emerged behind Xie, and before he could react, the tentacles directly pulled him down from the 10th floor. Wu Changkong immediately panicked. The 6 soul rings on his body lit up instantly, and terrifying soul power erupted. Heavenly Ice Battle Armor. This time, Wu Changkong didn't hold back. After all, the monster he was facing might be beyond a title Dalu. As a Soul Emperor plus being a Battle Armor Master, Wu Changkong's strength was not weak. At least there were no opponents in Donghai City. Heavenly Frost Slash. Wu Changkong, falling rapidly, directly slashed at the tentacle dragging Xie. But just as the tentacle was severed, another one emerged from another direction and wrapped around Xie again. This is troublesome. Wu Changkong's expression instantly became serious. But he didn't give up. Instead, he accelerated. And with the boost of the battle armor, his speed reached an astonishing level. 6 Soul Skill. Freeze. As the black soul ring behind Wu Changkong lit up, a terrifying cold aura emanated from him. In an instant, those tentacles were frozen, and Wu Changkong seized the opportunity to slice the tentacles into pieces. Xie was fine, just fainted. Wu Changkong held him in his arms and quickly dashed away, not daring to stay any longer. He didn't know when that monster would launch its next attack. While speeding away, Wu Changkong couldn't help but glance back at that place, his expression becoming even more serious. It seems this trial from LuZe also requires my participation. At this moment, in the prosperous Donghai City, the news of the disappearance of Wu Changkong, a special teacher at Donghai Academy, and Xie, the young master of the Xie family, had completely spread. The culprit behind all this, LuZe, was leisurely walking down the street. Would Shrek Academy know about that guy? LuZe thought to himself. He didn't know what had happened in that war, nor did he know the hidden crisis in this world. He didn't understand what the system's words meant back then. And once again, LuZe thought of what the system had said. What exactly counts as an unknown danger? Is this world reality or a game? Who is behind all of this? These questions plagued LuZe. He had lost the truth and the system's help, having to consider the impact of each step he took. After some contemplation, LuZe ultimately decided to stabilize himself in Donghai City first and consider the future when the unknown events occurred. Lost in thought, he returned to the outside of the coffee shop where he worked. Why am I back again? LuZe felt a bit amused and smiled as he walked inside. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, Meng Yin rushed up to him. LuZe, where have you been these past few days? Which? LuZe felt a bit embarrassed. But Meng Yin didn't consider his expression and hurriedly grabbed his hand, pulling him into the coffee shop. Manager, what's wrong with you? LuZe felt a bit puzzled. Meng Yin said anxiously, someone is looking for you. They've been hanging around here for a few days. Hearing this, LuZe's expression instantly became serious. He didn't remember knowing anyone from this era. So how could someone be looking for him? What is their name? LuZe asked gravely. Meng Yin casually replied, you'll find out in a minute. Oh. Not long after, Meng Yin brought LuZe to the outside of a room. You go in by yourself. That guy wants to see you alone, Meng Yin said slowly. At this point, LuZe became even more curious about who that person in the room was, as even he couldn't sense the other person's aura. With that, LuZe pushed open the door without hesitation and walked into the room without looking back. The room was dim, without lights. But LuZe could still feel that someone was in front of him. Who are you, and why are you looking for me? LuZe asked slowly. Then he turned on the light in the room. As soon as he turned it on, a figure suddenly lunged into his arms. Brother, long time no see, the person said with a smile. Upon seeing the person's face, LuZe was stunned, and his expression turned extremely cold. What are you doing here? LuZe said coldly. The person continued to smile and said, of course, I'm here to find you. Stay away from me, LuZe said with a cold face. The person didn't listen and continued to smile. Does brother not like me? Get lost. Suddenly, LuZe's voice became extremely loud, and even Meng Yin outside the door could hear it. Fearing something was wrong, she hurriedly opened the door and instantly arrived behind LuZe. LuZe, what happened? Meng Yin asked anxiously, but when she saw that nothing was wrong, the heavy stone in her heart instantly fell. What is going on here? Meng Yin looked at the scene in front of her, feeling very puzzled. Hello, the person standing in front of LuZe smiled, and then continued. Let me reintroduce myself. I am LuZe's brother, LuZe. Chapter 205, Inner Demons. I am LuZe's brother, LuZe. When Meng Yin heard this, she was instantly stunned, her mind stopping in its tracks. This. Meng Yin stammered, only able to point at him. Seeing her reaction, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, then waved his hand and said, Manager, you don't need to be so surprised. It's true, but I still can't quite react. Meng Yin said slowly, resting her chin on her hand. She then raised her head and smiled, saying, since you are brothers, I will step aside for now. Wait. Just as Meng Yin was about to leave, LuZe suddenly spoke up. Meng Yin felt very puzzled upon hearing this. What's wrong? I need to correct you. He is not my brother, LuZe said seriously. Meng Yin felt shocked again after hearing this. After calming down a bit, she asked again. Then who is he? I don't know him, LuZe said bluntly and directly walked out of the room. leaving LuZe's and Meng Yin staring at each other in confusion. Meng Yin broke the awkward silence, saying slowly, "Did you have a conflict with LuZe?" LuZe's nodded silently. Seeing him nod, Meng Yin comforted him with a smile, saying, "It's normal for brothers to argue. Just talk to your brother more." LuZe's, hearing this, seemed a bit incredulous. "Why do you believe that I'm really his brother so easily?" After hearing this, Meng Yin was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, but forced herself to find a reason. From LuZe's expression just now, it's clear that he knows you. As for whether you are actually brothers, I can't guess. Is that so? LuZe's murmured, lowering his head. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Meng Yin couldn't help but pat his shoulder and smile, saying, "Don't worry, your brother was just angry for a moment. As long as you talk nicely, he will forgive you." LuZe's nodded, then lifted his head, his face now full of smiles. Seeing this, Meng Yin smiled as well and turned to leave, but just as she was about to exit, she suddenly remembered something. So she said, "When LuZe is in a bad mood, he usually goes to the rooftop of the CAF. You can find him there." After saying this, she left with a smile, while LuZe's stood there smiling as well. He then stepped out of the room and headed straight for the rooftop of the CAF. Before long, LuZe's arrived at the rooftop. As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, he saw LuZe standing by the edge of the roof. He walked over with a smile. "Why did you come to find me?" As soon as LuZe's reached behind LuZe, he heard this question. LuZe's was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled. "You are my brother, so of course, I have to come find you," LuZe's replied with a smile. Hee. LuZe laughed upon hearing this, then turned to say, "My brother died in that war. On what basis do you claim to be my brother?" His voice carried a hint of hatred, but more so, guilt. LuZe's fell silent upon hearing this, and after a long time, he finally spoke. "I know you hate me, but I recognize my mistakes. I just want to make up for the harm I caused you," LuZe's said, lowering his head. LuZe's expression turned cold upon hearing this. "I don't need any compensation from you. Xiaoyu is already dead. Even if you wear his skin, you will never be him." LuZe's fell silent again. He didn't know how to respond to LuZe. It felt like every step he took was wrong. Seeing him silent, LuZe turned and walked toward the stairwell. Just as he passed by LuZe's suddenly grabbed his hand. "Let go," LuZe said coldly. Despite the hostility in his tone, LuZe's did not release his grip. "I truly recognize my mistakes. I want to make amends. Please give me a chance," LuZe's said slowly, lowering his head. LuZe showed no compassion after hearing this, and said mercilessly, "You owe me nothing, and I don't need you to make amends." "But, enough." LuZe interrupted him before he could finish speaking. "We have no relationship now. Don't appear in front of me again, relative to the truth," LuZe said coldly. He then shook off LuZe's hand and left the rooftop without looking back. LuZe stood there, feeling numb, as if he had lost his soul. With a thud, he sank to the ground, tears slowly streaming from his eyes. "I was truly wrong, please." This was the first time LuZe cried, and the first time he cried because of his own actions. Meanwhile, LuZe, who had already left the rooftop, looked quite grim as everything around him was visible to his eyes, including LuZe, who was crying on the rooftop. "Why did you come back? There is clearly no relationship anymore. Why do you still come looking for me?" LuZe felt a deep pain in his heart. Even though the person on the rooftop wasn't Xiaoyu, he was still the true owner of that body. Whenever LuZe saw that face, he would think of Xiaoyu, and thinking of Xiaoyu reminded him that he had erased him with his own hands. A wave of guilt instantly surged in his heart, and at that moment, he felt a heaviness in his chest. Covering his chest, he slowly walked back to his room, swaying as if he had just recovered from serious illness. Soon, LuZe finally returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. For him, Xiaoyu's departure was not only something he could never forget, but also a demon that constantly tormented him. But now, with LuZe appearing before him, the inner demons that had settled down suddenly erupted at that moment. Lying on the ground, trembling all over, LuZe relied on his will to slowly crawl toward his bed. What had once seemed like a short distance now felt as if it spanned thousands of miles, with obstacles at every step. Why is this happening? That guy is not Xiaoyu at all. Why am I like this? Why? LuZe's vision became increasingly blurry, and he was about to faint. At a critical moment, the door to the room was opened. "Brother." The person who came in was LuZe. He had already sensed something was wrong the moment LuZe collapsed on the floor, and without wiping his tears, he rushed over. When he opened the door and saw LuZe lying on the ground, about to lose consciousness, his expression turned grave. He hurriedly ran over and picked him up, then gently placed him on the bed. In LuZe's eyes, his vision was already blurred, and he felt as if he saw Xiaoyu. He then struggled to raise his hand to touch the person's cheek. But just as he made contact, he lost consciousness and completely fainted. I really hope I never wake up like this. Chapter 206. The Remnant of Truth, Brother, what's wrong? LuZe looked at LuZe on the bed and could feel that LuZe's body was extremely hot, as if it were about to catch fire. Worried for his safety, LuZe quickly carried LuZe to the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, LuZe didn't hesitate and directly placed LuZe in a bathtub full of cold water. However, despite this, LuZe's body temperature did not decrease. What's going on? LuZe was getting anxious. He was really worried now. He paced back and forth in front of the bathtub, his hands frantically scratching his head. At that moment, Meng Yin suddenly walked in. LuZe's younger brother. What's wrong with your brother? Meng Yin saw LuZe in the bathtub, and her expression instantly became serious. Seeing her, LuZe helplessly said, I don't know what's wrong with him. How would I know? Let us just get him settled on the bed first, Meng Yin said awkwardly. LuZe understood that if this continued, his brother's body might not be able to take it. So he reached out and pulled LuZe out of the bathtub, but his clothes were already soaked. Upon seeing this, Meng Yin suddenly realized something and blushed, saying, I'll step out for a bit. Just call me when you've settled him. After saying that, she hurriedly ran out of the room. LuZe noticed her demeanor and realized something, but he didn't rush like Meng Yin. Instead, he slowly helped LuZe out of his wet clothes. He then placed him on the bed and covered him with a blanket. He also put an ice pack on LuZe's forehead to help reduce his temperature. After doing all this, the sky gradually darkened. Xiaoze, how is your brother? At this moment, Meng Yin walked in again. LuZe looked at her when he heard her voice, and with a serious expression said, Much better. At least his temperature has gone down. That's a relief. Meng Yin sighed, and then smiled. Xiaoze, do you want to eat something? I can help you make it. No, manager, I just want to stay by my brother's side right now. LuZe replied with a faint smile. Meng Yin nodded and then turned to say, Then you take care. I'll go rest. In a state of confusion, LuZe slowly opened his eyes, but found himself in a boundless darkness. What? Where is this? LuZe felt puzzled, but he was more alert, as such places were not good. Just as he was wondering, a voice came from behind him. You're here. Who? LuZe suddenly turned around, but found no one behind him. However, he did not let down his guard, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. When LuZe saw the person's face, he was stunned. You're still alive? LuZe spoke with difficulty. Truth. But the person smiled and replied, No, by the time you see me like this, I'm already dead. It's just a remnant of myself left in your sea of consciousness. The figure was indeed Truth, but it was only a remnant left behind by Truth. I thought we wouldn't meet this way, but who would have thought? Truth sighed with a bitter smile. LuZe lowered his head upon hearing this. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, Truth said, The reason I left this remnant is that I anticipated this. So there are some things I need to tell you. What things? LuZe looked up at him in confusion. Truth slowly said, About the power of truth. Upon hearing this, LuZe's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Truth. Seeing this, Truth smiled and said, You should already know some things. There is not just one truth. There are also relative truth and conceptual truth. If I'm not mistaken, the one who saved you back then should be conceptual truth, and that Feng Qi. Truth said slowly. How can you be so sure? LuZe felt very puzzled. Truth smiled. I used the power of paradox to foresee the future. Is that so? LuZe nodded. But at that moment, Truth continued. I'm here to warn you to be careful of Lucifer. Everything between you and relative truth was orchestrated by him. If you wake up and find that guy is missing, remember, never seek him out, or you will die a terrible death. Why? I have the power to erase that guy now, LuZe said, confused. I know, but have you forgotten that every world has a truth, and this world has 3 truths appearing simultaneously? Do you know what that means? Truth's expression started to grow serious. Although LuZe didn't know, he understood that this was definitely not a simple matter, and could even be more severe. Let me be direct. The 3 major truths appearing in one world will definitely attract the attention of those guys. They will definitely send people to investigate the cause. Truth said with a serious expression. What do you mean? LuZe could only guess a little. Truth slowly spoke. There will definitely be people sent by that guy in this world. Don't underestimate them. Although they don't have truth, they possess conceptual weapons that can contend with truth. Conceptual weapons. LuZe realized the challenge he was about to face. So the system's earlier intention was this. The unknown challenge refers to the people sent by that guy. Do you know who sent those people? LuZe suddenly asked. Truth shook his head, indicating, I don't know. That guy has never shown his face. Not to mention me. Even the strongest conceptual truth might not be able to see through that guy's disguise. I understand, LuZe nodded. Seeing this, Truth smiled again and said, Don't be discouraged. Your strength is not inferior to conceptual truth. With my power combined with the power of paradox, I can achieve the effect of conceptual truth. Not to mention that you also have the power of rules that can grow infinitely. LuZe smiled, but soon became dejected again. Are you leaving? Truth nodded, then turned and slowly floated away. LuZe did not chase after him because he knew this was something he could not change. Just as Truth was about to disappear, he reminded him again, by the way, you have a heart demon. If you want to get rid of it, you must treat the relative Truth as your brother. Only then can you completely eliminate the heart demon. After saying this, Truth completely vanished from LuZe's sight. LuZe, who was left standing there, covered his chest, his expression conflicted. Is it really only this way? LuZe murmured softly. But he ultimately wasn't Xiaoyu. Chapter 207. Accepting the Truth Brother. Are you awake? Half asleep, LuZe slowly opened his eyes, only to find LuZe lying by his bed. Without hesitation, he sat up. Sensing the movement, LuZe suddenly opened his eyes. The moment their gazes met and LuZe saw his slightly red-rimmed eyes, he felt an indescribable emotion. LuZe smiled upon seeing him awake and directly hugged his head, softly saying, You finally woke up, I thought. As he spoke, tears began to fall again. Seeing him like this, LuZe didn't know what to say and could only allow him to hold on without resisting. After a while, LuZe slowly released him, looked at LuZe seriously, and said, I was really wrong. Please give me another chance. I will definitely do better than Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, LuZe fell silent, lowering his head, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, LuZe didn't disturb him and instead stood up, saying softly, I'll go out first. You can tell me when you've thought it over. I can wait. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room. LuZe wanted to say something but found the words stuck in his throat, unable to speak, and could only watch LuZe leave the room. After LuZe left, LuZe lowered his head again, a flood of thoughts rushing into his mind. Is it really only this way? LuZe murmured softly. At that moment, the door to the room opened again, but it wasn't LuZe who entered, it was Meng Yan. You're awake? Meng Yan smiled when she saw LuZe sitting on the bed. Hearing her voice, LuZe slowly looked up at her, then managed to squeeze out a faint smile. Thank you for taking care of the shop during this time. Not a bother. Meng Yan waved her hand and continued. You should thank your brother. He has been taking care of you all this time. Really? LuZe smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Meng Yan saw his expression and instantly understood. She then sat down beside him and smiled. Actually, your brother is a really good person. He started taking care of you the moment you fell unconscious. No matter what conflicts you have between you, I still hope you two can reconcile. Thank you. LuZe smiled slowly. Seeing this, Meng Yan nodded, then stood up and said, While you were unconscious, your brother covered for you at work. Don't let him down. Also, your brother is now living here, sharing a room with you. Before LuZe could react, she turned and left the room. Sitting on the bed, LuZe was left in a daze, not knowing what Meng Yan was talking about. Living together? LuZe's mind was racing. Right? After you recover, remember to come back to work. Otherwise, you won't have any money. At that moment, Meng Yan's voice came from outside the room. Though she was urging him to come back to work, he could still feel her caring nature. Hearing this, LuZe smiled, thinking it was just starting over. It wasn't a big deal. With that thought, he got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. After tidying up, he walked straight out of the room. Meanwhile, in the CAF, a group of fangirls was staring at LuZe, who was dressed in a waiter uniform. I didn't expect another handsome guy. How lucky. Yeah, I thought LuZe was already handsome enough. I didn't expect another one. It's just too much. LuZe heard their comments, but didn't react much, as he was used to it. At that moment, a blonde woman entered the CAF. The moment she stepped in, she locked on a LuZe and walked straight towards him. Upon seeing her, LuZe's expression changed instantly, and he turned to leave. But it was too late. The woman grabbed LuZe's shoulder with a friendly smile. LuZe, where do you think you're going? She said, word by word. Realizing he couldn't escape, LuZe slowly turned around and said, Welcome. What would you like to drink? I've been looking for you for almost a week. I didn't expect you to be working here as a waiter. The woman said coldly. What are you talking about, miss? LuZe pretended to be confused, but the woman wasn't buying it and said directly, Stop pretending. Come with me. Yanjia needs you. LuZe's was at a loss for words upon hearing this. What do you mean? Hurry up and come with me. The woman emphasized again. LuZe's was torn. He didn't know how to choose between his boss and his brother. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. LuZe's immediately reacted and turned around, surprised to say, "Brother, how did you come out? Your health." "I'm Fine." LuZe smiled and then looked at the woman. She noticed LuZe, first sizing him up, then looked shocked. "Brother, who are you to LuZe's?" she asked urgently. LuZe hesitated for a moment, but slowly replied, "I'm his brother." "Who are you to my brother?" LuZe's was stunned, staring blankly at LuZe, a storm brewing in his heart. "Wow, so you're LuZe's brother," the woman exclaimed, laughing as she stepped forward. "Brother, you have an extraordinary aura. Have you considered becoming a star?" she asked with a smile. Without any hesitation, LuZe directly refused, "Sorry, I haven't considered it. I just want to live a stable life." The woman felt disappointed upon hearing this and sighed. "What a pity. I see a unique aura in you that's different from ordinary people. If you joined us, you would definitely become the biggest star on the mainland." "I'm really sorry," LuZe replied with a faint smile. The woman, seeing this, gave up on him and turned to LuZe's. "Come with me." "No," LuZe's firmly refused. The woman was instantly stunned by the words. She shouted loudly, "LuZe's, do you know what you're saying?" "Of course I know, but I've already made up my mind this time," LuZe's said firmly. "Oh." The woman seemed to understand, then looked at LuZe. "Is it because of your brother? Let me tell you, if you refuse, your brother might suffer some consequences." The moment LuZe's heard this, a terrifying aura radiated from him, and he coldly stared at the woman, saying, "If you dare to touch my brother, you will regret it." The woman immediately sensed that terrifying aura and was engulfed in fear. It was the first time she had seen LuZe's this angry. The woman was so scared she couldn't even speak. Fortunately, at that moment, LuZe stepped in, patted LuZe's on the shoulder, and said slowly, "Enough. Go back to your room. I'll handle this." LuZe's, for some reason, felt his previously agitated emotions settle down the moment he heard LuZe's words. LuZe's nodded and then walked towards the room inside the CAF. After he left, LuZe looked at the woman again and said slowly, "What do you want with my brother? That's none of your business, but I can give you a chance. If you're willing to come with me, I promise not to look for your brother anymore." The woman sighed in relief after LuZe's left. But she didn't realize that the person in front of her was even more dangerous than LuZe's. "Are you making demands of me?" LuZe said coldly. The woman didn't know why, but the moment she saw the look in LuZe's eyes, a chill ran down her spine. I'll give you some time to think. When you're ready, I'll come back to find you," she said, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly left the CF. LuZe didn't chase after her, but stood in place looking outside before turning back to his room. Chapter 208. He is a dangerous person inside the CAF in LuZe's room. LuZe's, who had already returned to the room, wore a gloomy expression, unsure of why his brother had sent him back. Just then, the door opened, and LuZe walked in. "Brother, what do you want to say?" LuZe's smiled upon seeing him. LuZe didn't mind the way he addressed him and said flatly, "Explain." "Explain what?" LuZe's looked puzzled. LuZe directly sat down beside him, his expression cold as he said, "What else is there to explain? Who is that blonde woman? Aren't you able to see everyone's heart? Why are you asking me?" LuZe's replied, looking distressed. But who knew that the next moment, LuZe's received a dose of brotherly love. Bang! Ouch! LuZe's covered his forehead, wincing in pain. "Brother, what are you doing?" LuZe's asked in confusion. But LuZe slowly opened his mouth. The ability of truth cannot be misused. "What if those guys notice?" "Oh." LuZe's replied dismissively. Then he honestly explained, "It's like this, I'm just like you, just getting used to this era, struggling with currency, looking for work to make a living." "And then?" LuZe asked again. "Then I happened to meet Sister Yin." LuZe's replied slowly, continuing, "Sister Yin liked my looks and thought I had potential to become a star, so she invited me to join her company. And that blonde woman, what about her?" "LuZe's said slowly, "She is my manager, Sister Yin Xia." "So you're a big star now?" LuZe smiled. But LuZe's shook his head. "No, I haven't debuted yet. Sister Yin Xia is here to help me prepare for my debut." LuZe nodded upon hearing this, and then stood up, saying, "How did you find this place?" LuZe's was taken aback for a moment, then slowly smiled. "I sense your aura, so I followed it here," LuZe's said with a smile. LuZe fell silent upon hearing this. In the end, it was because of his own recklessness that he exposed his location, feeling quite ashamed. Thinking about this, LuZe felt he had no face to stay here any longer and turned to leave. just as he took half a step out of the room. LuZe hurriedly stood up and asked, "Brother, what did Sister Yanxia say later?" LuZe pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, "She said to give us some time and to come back when we're ready." "Oh, what do you think?" LuZe asked with a smile. LuZe ignored him and left without looking back. LuZe felt frustrated at this and rushed to catch up. "Brother, do you admit I'm your brother now?" LuZe asked with a smile as he followed LuZe. LuZe didn't answer him, focusing intently on what was ahead. Seeing that he didn't respond, LuZe felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but still obediently followed. Along the way, LuZe didn't speak, leaving LuZe at a loss for words. After a while, LuZe suddenly stopped, his eyes turning red. Before LuZe could react, LuZe vanished from his spot. Stunned, LuZe stood there, bewildered, before he began to look around. However, despite his efforts, he couldn't sense LuZe's presence. He seemed to have evaporated into thin air. But LuZe quickly realized and murmured to himself, did he go to the truth world he created? Thinking of this, LuZe wanted to try entering LuZe's truth world, but after several attempts, he couldn't squeeze in and ultimately had to give up and go back to help in the CAF. Inside the truth world, on the shattered streets of EC City, two figures were dashing away. Those two figures were none other than Wu Changkong and Xie. They were running fast because a group of monsters was chasing them from behind. "Teacher, why can't we kill these things?" Xie gasped for breath while running. Wu Changkong looked grave. He also didn't know why these monsters weren't soul beasts. Even if they killed one, several more would emerge, making it impossible to defeat them. "Stop talking nonsense. Just shake off these monsters first," Wu Changkong said seriously. Xie felt quite helpless upon seeing this, and had to quicken his pace to keep up with Wu Changkong. The two figures swiftly traversed the dilapidated streets, not daring to stop for fear of falling into the clutches of the monsters behind them. Just as they were fleeing, a figure slowly appeared on the nearby tall building. Still alive? The figure was LuZe. He thought that after such a long time, Wu Changkong and Xie must have died, but unexpectedly, they were still alive. It seemed he had underestimated them. LuZe smiled faintly. He then leaped directly into the air, diving straight down towards the ground. At the same time, his aura was instantly released, and the terrifying pressure caused those monsters to freeze in place. At this moment, Wu Changkong also sensed something and suddenly turned around, discovering LuZe standing in front of those monsters. Those monsters seemed to see their natural enemy, not daring to move an inch. "A long time no see." LuZe turned around and waved enthusiastically. Wu Changkong's expression instantly turned cold upon seeing him, and he walked directly in front of LuZe. Without saying a word, he grabbed LuZe by the collar. "Do you know we almost died here?" "I know," LuZe replied with a faint smile. Wu Changkong was momentarily speechless and ultimately had to let it go. "Take us out of here," Wu Changkong said slowly as he released his grip. LuZe nodded, then clasped his hands together and smiled. "I will take you back to the dorm. If you want to experience this life and death situation again next time, remember to call me." "Sorry, there won't be a next time," Wu Changkong directly refused. LuZe merely smiled at this, then released the truth world. Buzz. A flash of white light passed, and when Wu Changkong and Xie opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the previous place. "Teacher, who exactly is Brother LuZe?" At this moment, Xie, still in a daze, slowly asked. Wu Changkong did not answer him immediately, but looked out the window. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "LuZe, he's a very dangerous person." Chapter 209 Departure to the Tianhun Empire in Donghai City. In Meng Yan's coffee shop, LuZe and LuZe were busy with their own tasks. Because of their presence, the coffee shop's business was booming, and they were getting more and more tired. Soon, it was employee break time. LuZe looked at the time and directly sat at the front desk. Seeing this, LuZe walked over with a smile. "Brother, you're already this tired after just one morning. It seems you can't handle it." LuZe glanced at him and slowly said, "I'm getting old. What can I do? Also, when do you plan to resolve the matter with the blonde girl?" "I don't know. I'll talk about it when Sister Yanxia comes to find me," LuZe replied, resting his chin on his hand. Just then, as if summoned, Yanxia entered. "LuZe, when are you going to give me an answer?" LuZe's expression instantly darkened upon seeing her, and he directly hid behind LuZe. Yanxia hesitated but still approached. "LuZe, why are you hiding from me?" "What hiding?" LuZe stammered defensively. Seeing his expression, Yanxia was speechless, but considering LuZe standing in front of him, she chose to remain silent. Coincidentally, LuZe spoke up. "My brother doesn't want to go back. Who should I discuss this with?" Yanxia was taken aback at first, then slowly said, "Of course, you should find our boss. Where's she? LuZe asked as he slowly stood up. Upon seeing him stand, Yinxia instinctively took a few steps back and stammered. Our boss is not in Donghai City. Where's she? LuZe said calmly. Yinxia, a bit scared, replied she. She is in the Tianhun Empire. All right. LuZe nodded, then turned to LuZe. Let us go. Let us resolve this matter of yours first. Okay. LuZe smiled. Yinxia sighed in relief. In her mind, as long as the other party didn't seek trouble with her, that was the best outcome. Thus, LuZe and Yinxia agreed on a departure time, which was tomorrow. Yinxia did not refuse and directly agreed. After she left the coffee shop, LuZe headed straight to Meng Yan's office, and LuZe followed. In Meng Yan's office, LuZe stood in front of Meng Yan, who had a serious expression. She slowly spoke. Are you going to ask for leave again? Yes, to handle my brother's matter, LuZe answered calmly. Meng Yan nodded, then smiled. All right, just come back early. In her view, it was best if LuZe and LuZe could reconcile. After receiving Meng Yan's permission, LuZe returned to his room to start packing, as this was no longer the world of 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, he could have used paradoxes to travel. As night fell, LuZe sat beside LuZe, smiling faintly. Brother, are you really going to meet Sister Yin? LuZe asked with a smile. LuZe rolled his eyes at him. What else? If you don't deal with this matter, it's very likely to cause unnecessary trouble. What trouble? LuZe was a bit confused. LuZe replied indifferently. Did you forget about Lucifer? He currently has no leads and might be secretly searching for us. I see. LuZe suddenly understood. He remembered that after he had chased Lucifer away, he disappeared, and no one knew where he was or what his means were. Let us sleep. We have to go to the Tianhun Empire tomorrow, LuZe said slowly. He then lay down on the bed, and LuZe immediately lay down beside him without hesitation. But just as he lay down, LuZe complained. Don't you have your own bed? LuZe smiled and replied, I'm afraid of the cold alone. It's warmer to sleep with two people. LuZe didn't know how to respond, but reminded him, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll kick you off the bed. Oh, LuZe replied sulkily, then buried his head in the blanket. Seeing this, LuZe stopped talking, slowly closed his eyes, and soon fell into a dream. In a vast forest, a weak figure was frantically fleeing, closely followed by others. It was clear without much thought that the weak figure was being hunted. Soon, due to exhaustion, the weak figure fell into the hands of those pursuing him. Just as they were about to strike, he suddenly shouted, Help me! Help me! Brother! LuZe suddenly opened his eyes in bed, sitting up in shock. Was it a dream? LuZe murmured, covering his forehead. He didn't know what was going on. That dream seemed to be reminding him of something. At that moment, he noticed that LuZe sleeping beside him was a bit too much. LuZe had both arms tightly around LuZe's waist, and his feet were resting on LuZe's legs. Seeing this, LuZe felt speechless but didn't wake LuZe, instead looking out the window, finding it still dark outside. It really seems like a dream. LuZe sighed in relief and then lay back on the bed. The next morning, sunlight poured into LuZe's room. When LuZe opened his eyes, he found that LuZe was even more audacious, actually lying directly on top of him. Feeling speechless, LuZe kicked LuZe off the bed without saying a word. Thud! LuZe landed hard on the floor, and the sudden pain instantly woke him up, leaving him looking bewildered. Bro, what are you doing? LuZe asked in confusion. LuZe slowly got up and said, Don't you have any idea what you did last night? Upon hearing this, LuZe froze, thinking to himself that what he did last night wouldn't be found out, would it? However, LuZe immediately added, Remember, don't sleep on me again next time. LuZe breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he stood up, saying, Okay, I promise there won't be a next time. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just about him lying on LuZe. But thinking that what he did last night hadn't been discovered made LuZe quite happy, though his expression betrayed him. What are you smiling about? LuZe looked at LuZe, who had a silly grin, feeling a bit puzzled. Realizing he was being too obvious, LuZe quickly became serious again and said, Nothing. Oh, LuZe didn't pursue it further, then got up to tidy himself. Soon, LuZe and LuZe arrived outside a coffee shop to wait for Yinxia's arrival. After a while, Yinxia rushed over and smiled, saying, Let us go. LuZe nodded. At that moment, Meng Yan also came over to see them off, but the next second, she noticed the red mark on LuZe's neck. She instantly fell into deep thought, and just as she was about to say something, LuZe fixed his gaze on her. The moment Meng Yan met LuZe's eyes, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Feeling that chill, Meng Yan obediently smiled and said, "LuZe, be careful on the road." Upon hearing this, LuZe turned to look at her and then laughed. Okay. Chapter 210. The first appearance, is this the Tianhan Empire? As LuZe stepped off the train, he looked around the surroundings with a faint smile. Before long, Lu Xija and Yin Xia slowly walked over. Before LuZe could ask about their plans, Yin Xia spoke up directly. "Let us go. Sister Yan's people are already waiting for us outside." After saying that, she walked ahead of LuZe and Lu Xija. LuZe didn't waste any words and followed directly. Soon, the three of them arrived outside the station, and just as they peeked out, a woman in a black suit walked directly up to them. "Sister Yin, we've been waiting here for a long time," the woman said softly. Yin Xia smiled upon hearing this, and then said, "Let us go. This gentleman is here to see Sister Yin." The woman glanced at LuZe, unable to discern what was special about him. Perhaps the only unique thing was that he had no soul power fluctuations. However, since Yin Xia was there, the woman didn't dare say anything and could only walk ahead silently to lead the way. LuZe was not a fool. He could guess the woman's inner thoughts, but he simply chose not to mention it. The three of them got into a car under the woman's guidance, and soon they arrived at the base of a tall building. LuZe looked up at the building and then said, "Let us go. Take me meet your boss." Yin Xia didn't say anything further and directly led him and Lu Xija into the building. Upon entering the building, LuZe immediately sensed the difference. Looking at the handsome men and beautiful women in the lobby, he believed this really was a place for creating stars. However, these people were not worth LuZe's time to get to know. He just wanted to quickly resolve Lu Xija's matters and leave, while also taking a look at Shrek Academy. Before long, LuZe and Lu Xija arrived outside a room on the top floor of the building. "All right, Sister Yin is waiting for you inside. Just go in," Yin Xia said slowly, then turned and left. LuZe didn't hesitate, pushed open the door, and walked in. Upon entering the room, he saw a woman sitting in front of him. The woman had purple hair, and her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. As expected, she was the boss here, Sister Yin. "You're here," the woman spoke before LuZe could say anything. LuZe smiled faintly and replied, "Some matters, naturally, need to be resolved by the person himself. I am LuZe, Lu Xija's brother." "Hello, Mr. Lu," the woman said as she slowly stood up. "I am Lu Yin, the owner of Ming Yin Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Since that's the case, I won't waste any words," LuZe said. Pausing briefly before continuing, "I want to take my brother away. I hope you won't interfere." "Oh." Lu Yan's lips curled slightly as she walked directly in front of LuZe. "Mr. Lu, that sounds a bit absolute. With your brother's looks, he could easily become a sensation across the continent in under a year. Have you considered this?" "I have to decline," LuZe replied bluntly, then turned and added, "Miss Lu, please don't take it personally. We have our reasons." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin first froze, then laughed again, covering her mouth as she said, "All right. Since Mr. Lu insists on taking your brother away, I have no way to stop you, but..." At this point, Lu Yin suddenly fell silent, as if there was something she didn't want to tell LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe's expression immediately turned cold, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. "Miss Lu, does your statement have another meaning?" LuZe said coldly. Lu Yin couldn't help but shiver at his words, but she quickly calmed down and smiled again. "It's nothing, Mr. Lu, don't overthink it." Upon hearing this, LuZe no longer maintained his calm and directly ordered, "What do you mean? Speak." Lu Yin originally didn't want to speak, but her mouth just wouldn't listen, slowly opening. Then she stammered, "If Mr. Lu insists on taking Lu Xija away, then I will make sure you can't leave this place." After saying that, she slumped to the ground, her eyes filled with fear. "You want to force us to stay?" LuZe laughed coldly after deducing the outcome. Lu Yin stared at him in terror, trembling as she said, "WH, what do you want?" I warn you, don't act recklessly, or else." "Enough." LuZe suddenly interjected, and Lu Yin closed her mouth again, her eyes filled with fear. "This is the first time? There won't be a next time?" LuZe shot her a glance, and then directly pulled Lu Xija out of the room. After they left, a strange smile slowly appeared on Lu Yin's face. "It really is him. The master wasn't mistaken." Meanwhile, in a little-known place on the mainland, a man dressed in a black and red robe slowly opened his eyes. "He has returned." As the man spoke, several figures slowly appeared beside him. "Didn't you say that guy was dead? How'd he come back to life?" One of the men began to speak slowly. They were all dressed alike in unified black and red robes, with a string of numerical codes beneath their eyes. The numerical code beneath the eyes of these two men was 361. For for the former and 09 for the latter. 01, what should we do next? The man with the code 09 looked at the man who had been sitting beside him. The man's code was 01, and it was easy to tell that his status was very high. Hearing the voice, 01 slowly opened his eyes, then stood up and said, "Proceed according to the original plan. We will look for him after 02, 05, 07, and 08 return." Understood. 09 nodded after hearing this, and then stopped speaking. Indeed, there were 6 people here, including 361, while the other 4 were out on missions. The man with the code 361 glanced at them, and then went alone to the window, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "I'm really curious how long you can hold on." LuZe, in the Heavenly Soul Empire. After LuZe dealt with matters concerning LuZe's, he did not rush to leave, but instead found a hotel to stay in. "Brother, what are you going to do next?" LuZe's lay on the bed, looking at LuZe, who was sitting on the chair beside him. LuZe did not respond immediately, but continued to flip through the book in his hands. Seeing that he was being ignored, LuZe's immediately felt displeased and climbed onto LuZe's back. "Brother, why are you ignoring me? What are you so engrossed in?" LuZe's asked, annoyed. "It's nothing," LuZe replied flatly, then suddenly picked up LuZe's and tossed him onto the bed. "You stay here for the next couple of days. I have something to do," LuZe said slowly. LuZe's was puzzled and wanted to say he would go too, but LuZe tapped him on the forehead. "You don't need to follow me. Just stay here honestly," LuZe said coldly. LuZe's rubbed his forehead, looking at him with a face full of grievance, unable to say anything for a long time. Seeing this, LuZe ignored him and directly turned to leave the room, reminding him before leaving, "Wait for me to come back. Don't run around." Chapter 211, 9 Underworlds Below the Yellow Springs. In the eastern part of the Heavenly Soul Empire, in the eastern part of Shrek City, outside a large gate, LuZe slowly appeared. His arrival immediately drew the attention of the gatekeeper. "This guy has no soul power fluctuations. What's he doing in Shrek?" The gatekeeper murmured in confusion. Just as he was puzzled, LuZe took a step forward and walked toward the gate. The gatekeeper, seeing this, politely asked, "Sir, may I ask what brings you to Shrek Academy?" LuZe glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Just came to have a look." "Is that so?" The gatekeeper pondered. LuZe smiled and nodded, giving off a harmless impression. Even the gatekeeper thought he was just an ordinary person wanting to visit Shrek Academy. The gatekeeper then smiled and said, "All right, I see you have no soul power fluctuations. You must really want to enter Shrek Academy, right?" LuZe was somewhat speechless upon hearing this, but still smiled and nodded. The gatekeeper, seeing him nod, said with a smile, "Come on, follow me in. I'll show you around." "Thank you," LuZe smiled. With that, the two entered Shrek Academy together, but the area they visited was part of the outer courtyard. "Little brother, what's your name?" the gatekeeper suddenly asked. LuZe politely replied, "My name is LuZe, may I ask?" "I'm Shaolin, a level 55 attack type, Soul King, currently the gatekeeper of Shrek Academy," the gatekeeper said slowly. LuZe nodded and then asked, "Senior Shao, how is the development of Shrek Academy now?" Shaolin did not think too much and directly replied, "Shrek Academy has developed for nearly 20,000 years. It is now very strong. I naturally know this. I want to know about the current achievements of Shrek Academy." LuZe smiled. Upon hearing this, Shaolin immediately became alert and questioned, "Brother Lu, why do you ask this?" Seeing his alert demeanor, LuZe smiled calmly and said, "Senior, don't think too much. I have no ill intentions." "Really?" Shaolin was half convinced. Seeing this, LuZe continued, "Of course it's true." "No, I still can't tell you." Shaolin decisively refused. Hearing this, LuZe's face instantly darkened, but he still forced a smile and said, "It's fine, since Senior 1T say. I won't ask further." "Well, let us go. I'll take you to see other places." Shaolin smiled and turned around. But as soon as he turned, LuZe disappeared from his spot. Realizing something was wrong, Shaolin instantly became serious and quickly alerted the other guards. However, they never expected that LuZe had already found the Sea God Pavilion and successfully entered. The Sea God Pavilion had undergone changes, but some things still remained. LuZe looked at the surrounding buildings and murmured. At that moment, a deep voice came from ahead. "Who dares to intrude into the Sea God Pavilion?" Upon hearing this voice, LuZe looked in the direction of the sound and found a middle-aged man who seemed to have a very fiery personality. Before he could speak, the man rushed up to him and reached out to capture him. However, LuZe was not so easily captured. With a flash, he instantly appeared behind the man. "Senior, please don't be so agitated. I just came to take a look," LuZe smiled and said. But how could the man believe that? And he turned to capture LuZe again. Seeing this, LuZe no longer greeted him with a smile. His eyes instantly turned crimson, and a terrifying aura was released. Stop! That word seemed to carry magic. Upon hearing it, the man instantly froze in place, unable to move forward even by a centimeter. Senior, I just wanted to take a look. There is no need to be so angry, right? LuZe said again at this time. The man felt a sense of gravity that he had never experienced before. He was actually frozen by a single word. What is your background? The man asked, calming down slowly. LuZe smiled and said, I am LuZe. I just happened to pass by. Is that so? The man did not believe it, but he was unable to move at all. Seeing this, LuZe wanted to ask him some questions, but at that moment, another aura enveloped him. Do you not know that not just anyone can enter my Sea God Pavilion? After feeling this power, LuZe showed a small shock on his face, but soon regained his composure. He turned around to look behind him and smiled. Say, who might you be, Senior? I am Yunming, the master of the Sea God Pavilion. May I ask why you have come to our Sea God Pavilion to cause trouble? The speaker was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and said, So it's the master of the Sea God Pavilion. I apologize for my impudence. It's fine, I believe it wasn't your intention, Yunming replied with a smile. Seeing this, LuZe released the bindings of the man behind him and walked straight to Yunming. So, what brings you to our Sea God Pavilion? Yunming asked lightly. LuZe did not hesitate and directly said, I won't beat around the bush. Does Pavilion Master Yin know about Lucifer? Lucifer? Yunming was instantly stunned upon hearing this. LuZe noticed his expression and gradually grew suspicious, then continued to ask, Pavilion Master Yin need not worry. Lucifer is my friend. He disappeared many years ago, and I have come to find him. A long-lost friend? Yunming shook his head and sighed, slowly saying, I'm truly sorry. But I don't know anyone by the name of Lucifer. LuZe felt a bit disappointed. He could tell that Yunming was not lying. He sighed helplessly and said, Then I apologize for the intrusion. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave the Sea God Pavilion, but just as he turned, he was suddenly stopped by Yunming. You need not be so disappointed, Yunming said slowly. Hearing this, LuZe turned back. Does Pavilion Master have a way? Although I don't know Lucifer, there's a place that might, Yunming said with a hint of meaning. LuZe immediately perked up and asked, What place is that? The Valley of Yellow Springs in the Nine Hells, Yunming said cryptically, then added, You can ask in the Valley of Yellow Springs in the Nine Hells Imperial City. What's so special about that place? LuZe asked curiously. Yunming smiled and said, The special thing about that place is probably its depth. Depth? LuZe was puzzled. Is even the depth of Shrek Academy not comparable to that place? Yunming nodded. That place is a newly emerged force in 100 years, and until now, no one knows the true depth of the Valley of Yellow Springs. All that is known is that it is very dangerous, and even the abyssal plane may not compare. Is that so? LuZe pondered. He had never heard of the Valley of Yellow Springs before. As for the abyssal plane, he was somewhat familiar with it. Well then, I'll take my leave, LuZe thought to himself, smiling. In his view, that place might be related to those figures emphasized by the truth. Yunming looked at his confident expression and could only remind him, I know you are strong, but it's best to be cautious when you reach the Valley of Yellow Springs. LuZe replied nonchalantly, Don't worry, I've always been careful. After saying this, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Even Yunming, who was at the semi-divine level, could not detect him. Upon witnessing this, a look of shock appeared on Yunming's face, but he soon returned to calmness and smiled faintly. It seems he really is careful. Chapter 212. 9 Directions Pavilion on the Douluo continent. After 20,000 years of era changes, new forces are emerging more and more, while the old forces being replaced are gradually exiting the stage. Brother, what are we doing in a place like this? On a high mountain? LuZe complained with a worried expression. Next to him, LuZe smiled lightly and replied, There must be something we need to do here. Oh, LuZe responded sulkily, then looked ahead. About 10 miles in front of them, the sky was dark and heavy, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Below this expanse of heaven and earth was a city, which was the Nine Hells Imperial City. The Nine Hells Imperial City could be said to be a rare city in this era, as its buildings were quite retro, resembling ancient cities from previous eras. After a while, LuZe and LuZe arrived outside the city gate of Nine Hells Imperial City. Brother, is this place really a different world from the outside? LuZe said incredulously. LuZe, however, remained silent, just smiling helplessly. Let us go in and take a look. After saying this, he disregarded LuZe's expression and stepped inside the city. Upon entering the city, LuZe immediately realized that the interior and exterior of the city were completely different. From the outside, Nine Hells Imperial City looked like the underworld, while inside it was very prosperous. The streets inside were bustling with activity, and occasionally, shouts could be heard. Even LuZe's had forgotten his previous attitude outside the city and began to look around. "Brother, where are we going?" LuZe's asked curiously. Without hesitation, LuZe replied, "There should be places selling information in this city. Let's go take a look." LuZe's nodded silently and obediently followed behind LuZe. However, they had not walked far before they caught someone's attention. Inside a two-story hotel, a woman was staring at LuZe and LuZe's, then slowly said to a few men beside her, "Keep an eye on those two. Their identities are likely not simple." Understood. The men knelt on one knee, responding seriously. The next moment, they instantly disappeared from the spot, while the woman continued to observe LuZe and LuZe's. The Nine Directions Pavilion probably has the most extensive information in the Nine Hells Imperial City. LuZe found his way to the Nine Directions Pavilion after asking around, but he was now blocked at the entrance. "Sir, the Nine Directions Pavilion is currently closed to outsiders," a man in purple armor said in a very calm tone. LuZe, being quite reasonable, smiled lightly and said, "Senior, I have important matters that require entry into the Nine Directions Pavilion. Please allow me in." Despite LuZe lowering his stance, the man remained unmoved. "Sorry, this is the command of the Pavilion Master. Unless he comes forward himself," the man said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe no longer hesitated, his eyes turning red as he coldly said, "Take me in." The man was shocked, his eyes going blank as he said, "Follow me." After saying this, he turned and walked into the Nine Directions Pavilion, and LuZe and LuZe's followed him naturally. Although they attracted a lot of attention along the way, LuZe showed no signs of panic, remaining very calm. Soon, the three arrived outside a room, and it was only after reaching here that the man regained his senses, his pupils beginning to tremble. Who are you really?" the man said, looking terrified. LuZe calmly replied, "We're here to experience life." The man did not believe him, but soon a voice came from inside the room. "Let them in." Upon hearing this, the man became obedient and stepped aside. Seeing this, LuZe looked at LuZe's beside him and said slowly, "You should find a place to stay by yourself for a while. I'll come out later." "Can I go in?" LuZe's asked, a bit puzzled, but who knew that LuZe's words were somewhat hurtful. "If you go in, you won't be able to help, and you might even make things worse." LuZe's was instantly rendered speechless, but he thought to himself that he really might not be able to help. He could only sit down dejectedly on a chair in the corridor. As LuZe entered the room, he felt a strong pressure of soul power. And in the center of the room sat an old man. The aura on the old man was already comparable to a title Dalu of level 95. "What brings you to our Geofeng Pavilion?" the old man said slowly. Hearing this, LuZe smiled and replied, "I came here to inquire about someone." "What kind of person requires us at Geofeng Pavilion?" the old man asked. "Just one person, nothing special," LuZe continued. The old man became a bit curious upon hearing this, so he stood up and said, "Go on. What's that person's name?" "Lucifer," LuZe said slowly. The old man was taken aback upon hearing the name. Then after calming down, he said, "The last time Lucifer appeared was in the Huangquan Valley." "Got it," LuZe said, having obtained what he wanted, and he was about to leave. But just as he turned to leave, the old man suddenly said, "Sir, now that you've asked your questions, it's my turn to ask. What does this mean?" LuZe sensed something was off. The old man lowered his voice and asked, "How do you know about Lucifer?" "A friend," LuZe simply responded. The old man's expression instantly turned cold, and he stepped closer to LuZe. However, LuZe showed no signs of retreat, standing his ground like a mountain. "Lucifer is not someone from this era, unless you were from the previous era," the old man said, staring intently at LuZe. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on LuZe's face, and then he smiled. "Senior, are you joking? Who can live that long? Then how do you explain Lucifer?" the old man asked again. LuZe smiled. "Are you so sure that Lucifer is a human?" As soon as he said this, the old man paused because he had also suspected that Lucifer was not human. "Forget it. I want to interfere in your matters with him, as long as it doesn't involve our Geofeng Pavilion." The old man waved his hand and turned away. LuZe smiled faintly at this, and then turned to leave the room. The old man, however, was deep in thought, for the young man, just now like Lucifer, was an existence he could not see through. It seemed that the world was about to change again. Sigh. Chapter 213. Huangquan Valley Bro. "What did you say in there?" LuZe's asked as soon as LuZe came out. LuZe replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about it." "Oh." LuZe's responded somewhat unhappily. Before he could process what was happening, LuZe had already left his side, and he hurriedly followed. After a while, the two brothers walked out of Geofeng Pavilion. Bro, where are we going next? LuZe's asked curiously. LuZe remained expressionless. Huangquan Valley. Upon hearing this name, LuZe's froze and quickly said, "Don't go there, okay?" "Why?" LuZe asked, puzzled. LuZe's looked embarrassed and stammered. "It just sounds like a bad place. I feel like something bad is going to happen. A true reasoner like you is afraid of that place?" LuZe found it amusing. He then ignored him and walked straight ahead. LuZe's, seeing this, had no choice but to follow. The two brothers soon arrived at the entrance of a valley at the northernmost part of Geo Emperor City. At this time, the area outside the valley was already filled with people, leaving almost no room to step. While LuZe was feeling puzzled, a beautiful figure approached him. "Might I ask what confusion you have encountered, young master?" The figure said softly. Upon hearing the voice, LuZe looked at her and found that she was a very beautiful woman. "Who are you?" Although LuZe did not know who this woman was, he could tell from her attire that she was not an ordinary person. "My name is Huang Qinya. May I know your esteemed surname, young master?" The woman said gently. "Just call me LuZe," LuZe replied flatly. However, LuZe's next to him was a bit displeased and stood in front of LuZe, looking hostile. "Hello? I'm LuZe, LuZe's younger brother." Huang Qinya nodded with a smile, then continued to ask, "Is Lu Gongzi here for something in Huangquan Valley?" "Yes, I'm here to find someone," LuZe said without hiding anything. Hearing this, Huang Qinya was quite surprised and covered her mouth as she said, "Does Lu Gongzi have a friend in Huangquan Valley?" "Not exactly a friend, just an acquaintance," LuZe smiled. "Oh," Huang Qinya nodded and then stood next to LuZe. "Is Lu Gongzi familiar with Huangquan Valley?" Huang Qinya asked with a smile. LuZe shook his head, and upon seeing this, Huang Qinya smiled even brighter. "Just right. I happen to know a bit about Huangquan Valley. Would Lu Gongzi like to hear about it?" "Go ahead. I don't know much about Huangquan Valley," LuZe nodded. Huang Qinya then began. "Huangquan Valley is considered the most powerful force in Geo Emperor City, and so far, no one has been able to attract the attention of those inside Huangquan Valley. At the same time, Huangquan Valley recruits a batch of newcomers every year, and those who enter the valley are either geniuses from various paths or second-generation members with powerful backing." Upon hearing this, LuZe became interested and asked with a smile, "They recruit newcomers every year?" "Yes," Huang Qinya nodded and continued. "Lu Gongzi came at just the right time. This year's recruitment has just begun." "Just begun?" LuZe was shocked. "Yes, the recruitment method of Huangquan Valley is quite unique. The first test is to enter the valley while bearing pressure," Huang Qinya explained slowly. LuZe nodded upon hearing this. "And the second test?" "I don't know. The recruitment methods of Huangquan Valley change every year except for the first test, making it unpredictable," Huang Qinya explained slowly. Just then, a strong aura of soul power suddenly emanated from within Huangquan Valley, instantly enveloping all those present. Except for some powerful individuals and Dou armor masters with high-quality armor, everyone else felt it hard to breathe. Upon seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh. Just this aura of soul power already surpassed some forces on the continent, indicating that there were indeed hidden mysteries here. Huang Qinya, standing beside him, managed to maintain her posture but still found it somewhat difficult to breathe. In contrast, the two brothers, LuZe and LuZe, were completely unaffected and appeared quite nonchalant. "Miss Huang, are you all right?" LuZe finally snapped back to reality. Huang Qinya felt speechless but didn't dare to say anything, forcing a smile as she said, "It's nothing. This little pressure is something I can handle." "That's good." LuZe smiled and then patted LuZe beside him. "Let's go, it's time to go in and find someone." With that, he walked into the Yellow Spring Valley without looking back, and the passers-by were instantly shocked when they saw the two of them. Before long, LuZe and LuZe had already stepped into the Yellow Spring Valley. Upon entering, LuZe could see the appearance of the valley clearly. "I didn't expect it to be like this," LuZe said with a look of surprise. Beside him, LuZe looked puzzled. "Brother, can't you see through everything?" "I don't know. This Yellow Spring Valley I can't see through. It's like something is blocking it," LuZe said thoughtfully. However, at that moment, he sensed something was amiss. If there was indeed something blocking his sight, it meant there was something inside that could resist him. In other words, LuZe had walked into a tiger's den. Just as he was lost in thought, a hoarse voice came from the distance. "Everyone, being able to come here is also a fate. And now I will lead you into the next challenge," said an old man. Upon seeing this, LuZe deliberately concealed his aura, leaving LuZe confused. "Brother, what are you doing?" LuZe asked. LuZe said seriously, "Hide your aura." Without thinking much, LuZe complied, thinking that his brother must have his reasons. Shortly after, The old man spoke again. Everyone, this year's recruitment second round has changed, but not much. As long as you can cross this suspension bridge in front of you. That's it. The crowd was shocked. How can it be this simple? It can't be. I heard that the Yellow Spring Valley is very strict in recruiting. A moment of doubt arose among the crowd, but everyone quickly reacted. How can it be this easy? This bridge definitely has something strange about it. The old man then urged, hurry up, if you delay, there will be no chance. With that, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from spot. The people left behind didn't have time to think. To join the Yellow Spring Valley, they could only step forward. LuZe didn't walk at the front this time, but stood among the crowd, observing secretly. Brother, why aren't we going? LuZe asked in confusion. Bang! Just after asking. LuZe punched him on the head. This suspension bridge isn't simple. Let these people go up and test it first. Oh, LuZe said, rubbing his head. Seeing this, LuZe ignored him and continued to watch those who had already stepped onto the suspension bridge. However, he didn't discover anything unusual, which made LuZe breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Nevertheless, he still couldn't be sure because this suspension bridge, like his observation of the Yellow Spring Valley from the outside, was inscrutable. It seemed that this time he had truly walked into a tiger's den. Chapter 214. Thick fog in the 9 Nether Emperor City, within the Yellow Spring Valley. LuZe noticed that nothing unexpected happened to the Soul Masters who had already stepped onto the suspension bridge, so he took LuZe onto the bridge as well. Everything went smoothly on the bridge, and there were no sudden events. But LuZe remained vigilant, as he couldn't guarantee anything. After all, he couldn't see through the essence of the bridge. Brother, why are you so serious? LuZe asked curiously. But LuZe simply replied, caution makes for a safe journey. LuZe was even more puzzled, but at that moment, something unusual happened on the suspension bridge. A thick smoke slowly covered the bridge, and LuZe heightened his alertness. LuZe, be careful, LuZe said seriously, turning his back to LuZe. But at that moment, he realized something was wrong, and suddenly turned around, only to find that LuZe had vanished from his spot. Not only that, but even the Soul Masters who had been walking normally around him disappeared the moment the thick smoke enveloped the suspension bridge. This is troublesome, LuZe said with a wry smile. Yet he chose to continue walking forward, wanting to know the truth. He could only keep moving ahead. As he walked, LuZe found the thick fog obscured everything, including the chains of the suspension bridge, and he couldn't see a single figure. This made LuZe even more vigilant. Just then, he saw a vague silhouette appear ahead. With no other choice, LuZe had to walk toward that figure. Upon reaching the figure, he discovered it was an old man. The old man had his head down and his eyes closed, and there was no dangerous aura coming from him. Old man, do you know how long it takes to cross this bridge? LuZe asked straightforwardly, without any fear. The old man opened his eyes slowly upon hearing his voice, raised his head and smiled, saying, young man, I don't know either. Then how did you end up here? LuZe became suspicious. But who would have thought that the old man's next words would leave LuZe dumbfounded? I have been trapped in this thick smoke for 50 years, and I have never found the bridgehead, the old man said slowly, showing a sense of weariness in his eyes. LuZe was taken aback at first, then snapped back to reality and smiled. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. With that, he intended to pass by the old man and continue moving forward. But just as he was about to walk past the old man, a skinny hand grabbed his clothing. Young man, heed my advice, do not continue forward. The old man said with a hidden meaning. LuZe turned back lightly. Why? This bridge is not as simple as you think, the old man replied slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe did not show any shock, but said naturally, I know, but I must leave here. Is that so? The old man slowly released his hand. Seeing this, LuZe took another step forward, but the old man spoke again. Young man, if you want to leave here, then play a game of chess with me. Hearing this, LuZe was taken aback. He didn't know why, but he felt that this scene seemed familiar. The old man noticed his distraction, waved his right hand, and a small table appeared in front of him. On the table was a chessboard with black and white pieces placed on either side. Young man, don't be dazed. Come play a game of chess with me, the old man said, kneeling down and smiling at LuZe. LuZe snapped back to reality and sat down opposite the old man. Old sir, if I finish this game of chess with you, can I leave here? LuZe smiled. The old man smiled faintly and then placed a black piece in the center of the chessboard with his right hand. You will know once you finish this game. In the thick smoke, LuZe became serious after losing contact with LuZe. He knew that this bridge was definitely not simple, but he couldn't be sure what he would encounter. The only thing he could do now was to find his brother. However, after walking for a while, he realized that he couldn't find his brother this way. Is this a maze? LuZe's expression grew serious. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. Where have you been? Don't you know it's dangerous here? LuZe turned around sharply upon hearing the voice and was surprised to see LuZe standing behind him, looking very angry. Brother, where did you go just now? LuZe let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him. He wanted to rush forward to hug LuZe, but was instead grabbed by the ear. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Where did you go? Don't you know I've been looking for you? LuZe said angrily. Ouch. LuZe winced in pain from having his ear pulled and quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I won't run around again next time. Only after hearing this did LuZe let go, then said, let's leave here first. LuZe did not hesitate at all and followed LuZe closely. Although he wore a smile, he felt very alert inside. After walking for a while, the two brothers found that the end of the bridge was still not in sight, which made them realize the seriousness of the situation. Brother, what should we do now? LuZe asked with a serious expression. LuZe replied slowly, don't panic. A place like this can't trap me. At that moment, a black stick shot towards LuZe. LuZe, seeing this, did not hesitate and immediately saved LuZe. Are you okay? LuZe asked with concern. LuZe, still in shock, replied, in nothing. After hearing this, LuZe looked up in the direction the black stick had come from and coldly asked, who are you, and why did you attack us? The leader among the group of people sneered, Kid, what's with that look? I'm asking you a question. Who are you? LuZe emphasized his tone. The man's expression instantly turned cold, and he condensed another black stick in his hand. Get away for a while, LuZe whispered to LuZe. LuZe was a bit confused, but the next second, a black stick shot straight towards him. Barrier. Clang. The black stick hit an invisible wall with a crisp sound. Looks like you really are, LuZe said coldly. His eyes then turned red. Upon seeing his appearance, the man across from him suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to be the anomaly of this world, he said with a look of surprise. LuZe was momentarily stunned, but in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Duck. LuZe reacted quickly and activated the power of truth. But something unexpected happened. Bang! For some reason, the power of truth did not have any effect, and he was instead knocked back by a heavy punch. Moreover, the defense of the paradox did not work either. You didn't think your ability would work, did you? The man said with a faint smile. Seeing this, LuZe quickly ran to LuZe's side to help him up. Brother, what's going on? I don't know, LuZe replied. They must have something that restrains me. Then what should we do? LuZe began to worry. If even the absolute truth is restrained, let alone himself. LuZe slowly got up and said seriously, you find a chance to leave here first. I'll cover you. But, no buts. This situation is very serious. LuZe shouted. LuZe closed his mouth and could only stand silently in place. Everyone, be careful. That guy's getting serious. The man opposite began to take things seriously. It seemed he was not completely unafraid of LuZe's abilities. Chapter 215. What did he do wrong? Boom. A huge explosion sounded on the fog-covered suspension bridge, caused by LuZe and the black-robed men. Truth is indeed hard to deal with, one of the black-robed men complained. He then instantaneously appeared behind LuZe, giving him no time to react, and threw a heavy punch directly at his face. Bang! A dull sound echoed as LuZe struggled to block the punch with his arms, but was still sent flying by the powerful force. Brother. LuZe watched from the side, nearly worried to death. Just as he was about to rush forward to help, he was blocked by two black-robed men. Little guy, we don't want to hurt you. You'd better behave, one of the black-robed men said softly. Get out of my way. LuZe's eyes gradually turned cold. Hearing this, the black-robed men instantly laughed. But in the next second, LuZe, holding a golden sword, appeared in front of one of them and struck without hesitation. Swish! The black-robed man didn't react in time, and the sword cut through his robe, black liquid oozing from his chest. You little brat really have no respect. The black-robed man got angry. LuZe was shocked to see that his sword only scratched the surface. It was clear what kind of enemy LuZe and LuZe were facing this time. Fortunately, while LuZe was in a daze, the black-robed man had already approached him. Luckily, LuZe reacted quickly and pulled away. Quick reflexes, the black-robed man smiled. Another black-robed man walked over and said softly, Of course, you should be careful. The only force that can hurt us is probably the power of rules. True, I almost forgot, the black-robed man responded. LuZe stood not far away, watching them closely, not daring to let his guard down. I'm very curious where your power of rules comes from. One of the black-robed men suddenly appeared behind LuZe. Realizing it, LuZe turned around sharply, but it was still too late. Bang! The black-robed man behind him did not hold back and kicked him as soon as he turned. LuZe kicked away, quickly stabilized himself, feeling intense pain in his abdomen. Truth world. Unfold. Without any hesitation, LuZe's knew that this group of guys was stronger than his previous enemies. Oh, so this is the power of relative truth? The black-robed man felt the surrounding power and couldn't help but smile. LuZe's thought he was safe this time, but the next second, a voice came from behind him. What a pity. Truth is useless against us, the black-robed man said with a smile. LuZe's was shocked and prepared to distance himself. But the black-robed man grabbed his neck. You'll stay with me until that anomaly is taken care of, the black-robed man said with a smile. LuZe's struggled desperately, but it was futile. The black-robed man's strength was too terrifying. Meanwhile, LuZe, who was entangled in a fight in the distance, had already been injured. It's really troublesome. LuZe clutched his abdomen, where a cut had been inflicted, and his face showed an expression of struggle. To be honest, after all this time, it was the first time he felt pain, and it was pain that couldn't heal itself. The absolute truth is a bit tricky, but it's just a matter of time, the man in the black robe said with a smile. In the next moment, two other black-robed figures appeared directly on either side of LuZe. Even with LuZe's quick reflexes, this time, he was outnumbered, and the black rod pierced through his left shoulder in an instant, while his right hand tightly gripped the black rod pressed against his heart. Swish! In the next second, LuZe vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away. He pulled out the black rod that had pierced his left shoulder and tossed it to the ground, then looked in the direction of LuZe's, only to find that he had already been restrained. His expression grew increasingly grave. He knew that relative truth was not so weak. When fighting someone, don't you know not to be distracted? At that moment, the black-robed man appeared before him again. The black rod in his hand sliced through space, directly severing LuZe's left hand. What? LuZe was shocked. From a distance, the restrained LuZe's saw this and instantly became furious, unleashing terrifying power and breaking free from his restraints, charging towards LuZe in the blink of an eye. LuZe saw this and shouted loudly, "Run! You'll die!" LuZe's heard him but did not stop. Seeing this, LuZe had no choice but to kick away the black-robed figure in front of him and run towards LuZe's. The two brothers were about to meet, but then an unexpected event occurred. Bright red blood splattered onto LuZe's face, and the scene before him made him stop thinking entirely. LuZe's heart was pierced by 3 black rods, blood spraying out. "Brother!" LuZe's trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, LuZe struggled to say, "Get out of here, as far away as possible." As he spoke, he began to smile, then slowly closed his eyes, losing his breath. At that moment, LuZe's could no longer control his emotions, completely ignoring the black-robed figures, rushing to embrace LuZe's body. "Brother, wake up. Please wake up. I'm begging you," LuZe's said with red-rimmed eyes. But despite this, LuZe showed no signs of life. LuZe's completely lost control, weeping bitterly while holding LuZe's cold body. The 5 black-robed figures stood behind him, their expressions unreadable. "The mission is over. It's time to go," the leader of the black-robed figures said indifferently. He then turned and left. LuZe's, left behind, felt disheartened. He had lost twice, once because of himself, and this time again because of himself because he was too weak to protect his brother. If only he were stronger. If I were just a little stronger, you wouldn't have left me. LuZe's murmured in despair, LuZe's cold body constantly stirring his heart. LuZe's hesitated. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly got up, then picked up LuZe's corpse and continued towards the bridge's end. But the bridge seemed endless. No matter how long he walked, he could not see the end. Heartbroken, LuZe's finally knelt on the bridge, LuZe's closed eyes and the smile at the corner of his mouth continuously tormenting him. What wrong did he do? Why treat him this way? He had barely managed to survive. LuZe's shouted loudly, but no one responded to him. On a suspension bridge shrouded in thick smoke, LuZe's, devastated, closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually fading away. Wake up! Wake up! It's not time to sleep yet. Chapter 216, Illusion. Break. Young man, what do you think a person's life is really for? On the suspension bridge, covered in smoke, the old man sitting in front of a chessboard slowly asked LuZe, then placed a black piece down. After hearing this, LuZe picked up a white piece, smiled, and said, "Of course, it's for a better life." The old man continued, "You could have chosen to live as an ordinary person. Why intervene in this world?" Upon hearing this, LuZe's expression instantly became serious. "Old sir, what do you mean? You should know that only one truth can exist in a world. But because of your appearance, there are now two anomalies in this world, the old man said meaningfully, then placed another piece down. Young man, you see, this game is already set. It's time to give up, the old man smiled. LuZe looked at the chessboard and found that it had become a deadlock. However, he quickly smiled again. Old sir, your chess skills are superb, but you still made a wrong move. After saying that, a white piece landed on the board. The old man was initially puzzled, but was stunned the next second, for this deadlock was actually broken by that one white piece. Ha 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 ha. The old man burst into laughter. In his view, he surely had the game won, but he never expected someone to break this deadlock. It was truly a rare sight in 100 years. No wonder you're the truth. No matter which world you enter, you stand at the pinnacle, the old man said slowly. He then stood up and looked at LuZe, who also stood up and said, Old sir, can you take me away now? Follow me, the old man smiled and turned. Seeing this, LuZe followed. Along the way, the old man told him many things, each related to truth. But none of this shocked him. What truly astonished him were the changes around him. Whether it was his various experiences in Douluo continent or those before his crossing, all of these memories surfaced without reservation, as if watching a slideshow. The old man was not surprised by this. Instead, he smiled and said, LuZe, you have indeed had many experiences in your life. Yes, old sir, LuZe smiled. Then continued, I have experienced a lot, but my original intention has changed. Everyone changes. Few can keep their original intentions, the old man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe understood a little and no longer spoke. After walking for a while, the surrounding environment began to shatter, and at this moment, the old man also laughed. All right, the illusion is broken. You should go out now, the old man said, standing still and looking at LuZe. LuZe cupped his fists in a salute. Thank you. Ha, no need for courtesy. This is what I should do, the old man said happily. After hearing this, LuZe smiled again, then closed his eyes, his body beginning to dissipate. Once LuZe completely left, the old man spoke again. No wonder that fellow has his eye on you. You're truly different. When LuZe opened his eyes again, he found LuZe lying beside him. It seems we both fell into an illusion. LuZe smiled, but he was very curious about who could make him fall into an illusion. But he remembered the old man's earlier words. Everyone is in pursuit of truth. Everyone is truth. Everyone is not truth. He didn't understand what this meant, what truth really was, and why the old man said that. Forget it. Let's leave here first and think about it later. LuZe quickly returned to normal and then looked at LuZe beside him. Wake up. Wake up. It's not time to sleep yet. In the depths of his mind, LuZe seemed to hear someone calling him, and he wanted to open his eyes. Slap. The next moment, LuZe felt a sharp pain on his face, and then he opened his eyes wide. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was stunned, because the person who hit him was none other than his brother LuZe, who had just died. Brother, you are not. LuZe couldn't believe it, but LuZe was indeed alive and standing right in front of him. You fell into an illusion and almost couldn't wake up, LuZe said softly. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately realized, and he suddenly noticed that there were no bloodstains on him, and the body of LuZe that had been beneath him had also disappeared. Are you feeling better? LuZe asked again. After recovering a little, LuZe slowly got up and smiled. I'm fine. What should we do now? After thinking for a moment, LuZe said, let's go to the bridgehead. LuZe followed behind him honestly without any doubts. However, a different emotion appeared in his eyes. He was really afraid that the scene in the illusion would repeat itself before him. But LuZe didn't notice this and kept moving forward. Along the way, more and more people lay on the bridge, trapped in illusions, but some people also walked out of the illusions. When they emerged from the illusion, they found that the bridge was not as long as they had imagined, at most about 200 meters long. After a while, they finally reached the bridgehead. The old man who had guided them onto the suspension bridge had been waiting here for a long time. Congratulations on successfully arriving here, the old man said slowly. Before everyone could react, the old man directly initiated the next round of assessment. The next round is also the final round. I hope you can pass. The old man's voice was hoarse, and then he waved his hand, causing the surrounding scenery to change again. Brother, what's this again? LuZe became serious. LuZe shook his head helplessly. How would I know? While they were chatting, the old man said, the final round, question the heart. It's very simple. All you need to do is enter the spring water behind me. The old man pointed to the clear spring behind him, and everyone hesitated to act, as they had to be alert after their previous experiences. After thinking for a moment, LuZe directly stepped forward towards the spring, but just as he was about to step into the spring, LuZe grabbed his hand. What's wrong? LuZe asked. LuZe said seriously, Brother, don't go. There must be a problem with this spring water. I know that. LuZe replied somewhat speechlessly. Then why are you in such a hurry? LuZe was confused. After hearing this, LuZe smiled lightly. I have a clear conscience. What is there to be afraid of? It seemed to make a bit of sense upon hearing it. LuZe then obediently let go of his hand and followed behind him. The two brothers stepped directly into the clear spring, and a chill instantly swept over their bodies. But LuZe didn't care, slowly sitting down cross-legged, closing his eyes, and began to question his heart. P.S. The new book I Am Hunting Monsters in Douluo has been published on the Chidian app. I hope those interested can check it out and give a free collection. Chapter 217, Officially Entering the Yellow Springs Valley. Why have you come here? Knowing it is a tiger's mouth, why do you still venture deeper? In the depths of his mind, LuZe heard a voice from within himself. Listening to these words, LuZe replied calmly, I have things I need to do. But you have lost your original intention and can never return to the way you were. That voice echoed again. LuZe fell silent, and then suddenly opened his eyes. If lost, then so be it. At least I must ensure that my current goal remains. Crack! As LuZe's words fell, the surrounding environment began to shatter, and in the blink of an eye, this world completely collapsed. LuZe slowly stood up from the cold spring water. As questioning the heart ended, LuZe felt his physical condition. After realizing there were no surprises, he looked at LuZe beside him. He saw LuZe frowning tightly. It seemed he was encountering trouble. But even knowing this, LuZe couldn't help him because this was a hurdle in his own heart that he had to overcome by himself. Having completed the questioning of the heart, LuZe chose not to leave but to stay by LuZe's side. It shouldn't take long, LuZe murmured softly. In a blank world, LuZe was wandering within it. He had been wandering here for quite some time, but had not encountered any sudden events. Until the next moment, a voice rang out behind him. You have changed a lot. LuZe suddenly turned around upon hearing this voice, and the next second he was stunned. Because standing in front of him was none other than himself, or rather, Lu Xiaoyu. I don't understand. Clearly, the one who wanted to kill brother the most was you. Why have you become like this now? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a puzzled expression. LuZe smiled and replied, Isn't it good to become like this? Isn't this the result you wanted? That's right, I really don't want my brother to get hurt, but I can't stand you being by his side. Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. So what? You are already dead. The one standing by my brother's side now is me, not you. LuZe pointed at Lu Xiaoyu and shouted, I will definitely change the outcome. Looking at his determined expression, Lu Xiaoyu was also taken aback, then slowly smiled. But it was not the same smile as before. It was a genuine smile from the heart. I hope you can keep your word. I don't want to see that ending happen, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. After saying this, his body began to slowly dissipate. LuZe watched him silently, his expression already revealing his feelings. Crack! The world began to collapse. And LuZe gradually closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found that the soul masters in the spring water had completed their assessment. At this moment, he also noticed LuZe standing beside him. Brother! LuZe slowly uttered this word upon seeing him. LuZe glanced at him and then said, Let's go. It's time to check out the Huangquan Valley. After saying this, he stepped forward towards the shore, where the other participants of the assessment were also standing. Once everyone was on the shore, the elder from earlier stepped forward. Welcome, everyone, to become a part of Huangquan Valley. The elder's first words upon appearing were to welcome them for completing the final challenge. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed and began to celebrate. Only LuZe remained deep in thought, as he felt that this challenge was too easy and almost everyone could complete it. It was just a matter of time. However, before he could gather his thoughts, the door behind the elder had already opened. Under the elder's guidance, everyone entered the door. What they initially thought was nothing special left them completely stunned the moment they stepped inside. The scenery inside the door was entirely different, while the outside seemed lifeless. The inside was full of vitality, with green waters and lush mountains, resembling a new world. LuZe was shocked. He had thought it would be just as lifeless inside, but the contrast was too great. Not only he, but even LuZe appeared slightly dazed. It seems Huangquan Valley is not what I imagined. LuZe smiled after coming back to his senses. At this moment, a middle-aged man slowly appeared, smiling as he said, Welcome newcomers. Please report to me so I can assign you housing. Hearing this, a group of people rushed to the middle-aged man, their eyes filled with excitement. LuZe, however, remained steady at the back of the group. Brother, when are we going up? LuZe asked slowly at this time. LuZe replied calmly. Let's wait until they all go up before we report. LuZe guessed a bit, and then obediently stayed by his side. At that moment, A beautiful figure approached the two brothers. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems we are truly fated. It was Huang Qingya. Upon hearing her voice, LuZe looked over and smiled back. Yes, quite a coincidence. I didn't expect Miss Huang to be here as well. Are you questioning my strength? Huang Qingya laughed, covering her mouth. Not at all, LuZe quickly corrected. After chatting for a while, Huang Qingya reported to the middle-aged man and soon truly entered Huangquan Valley. At this moment, only LuZe and LuZe's remained nearby. The middle-aged man saw the two of them and warmly called out, "Little brothers, aren't you coming to report?" Upon hearing this, LuZe walked towards him with LuZe's, but the smile on his face gave a chilling feeling. What are your names? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. I am LuZe, and this is my brother LuZe's. LuZe replied directly. The middle-aged man paused for a moment upon hearing their names, then smiled again. Though his gaze had completely changed, LuZe then directly asked, "You know us, right?" The man quickly shook his head. "How could that be? We have never met before." "How could I know you?" "All right, here are the door plates for your residence. Just follow the directions to find it," the middle-aged man said again. LuZe took the door plate, smiled, and left the place. Once they were gone, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. He really came back. Chapter 2:18. Correct guess, it had been a long time since he felt this way. In Huangquan Valley, the new student residence area, LuZe and LuZe's were leisurely walking along a small path. At this moment, LuZe's looked very happy, but he soon noticed LuZe following behind him. So he smiled and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," LuZe replied flatly. He then continued walking towards their residence. LuZe's didn't say anything more, but he guessed some things. After all, they were now on what could be enemy territory, and something might go wrong. Thinking of this, he became increasingly worried about what had happened in the mist earlier. Although it was just an illusion, it was still a kind of warning. When he came back to his senses, he found that his brother had already walked far ahead, so he quickened his pace to catch up. After a while, the two brothers arrived outside a small bungalow. "Is this where we live?" LuZe's asked, a bit confused. The small bungalow not only had a small footprint, but also looked quite shabby. However, LuZe didn't mind and casually said, "It's okay," before entering the house. Seeing this, LuZe's didn't know what to say, but he still followed LuZe inside. Once inside, his emotions finally exploded. Is this a place for people to live? There's not a single decent piece of furniture, and even the bed is broken. How can anyone live here? LuZe's exclaimed unhappily, pointing at the arrangements in the house. It's still livable after some tidying up, although the space is a bit small. At least there's a place to shield from the wind and rain. LuZe maintained a nonchalant demeanor. This left LuZe's speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed there was only one bed, and he immediately shut his mouth, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. "What's wrong with you? Your expression is a bit strange," LuZe said, noticing his brother's goofy smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe's quickly explained, "In nothing, I just feel that as long as you're by my side, I'm willing to live in a doghouse." LuZe felt a headache coming on. "Get organized. Change what needs to be changed. We have to report to the Outer Academy tomorrow." "No problem," LuZe's replied eagerly, then began to take action. At this moment, he was as energetic as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline, moving very swiftly, which made LuZe feel a bit relieved. After some tidying up, the little bungalow finally looked presentable, and LuZe's lay down on the bed he had made. "Brother, come sleep," LuZe's said with a smile. LuZe ignored him and turned to the empty space outside the house. Confused, LuZe's chose to follow him, but as soon as they exited the house, he saw someone who made him feel displeased. "LuZe, I didn't expect you to live next to me. It seems we are truly fated." The person speaking was Huang Qingya. LuZe smiled when he saw her, and then replied, "Indeed, there is quite a connection between us." Huang Qingya smiled back, and then began to chat with LuZe. This made LuZe's, who was next to the door, feel irritated, but he couldn't find a reason to interrupt. LuZe and Huang Qingya chatted for a long time, and only said their goodbyes when it got dark. At that moment, LuZe's walked directly to LuZe. "Bro, do you have feelings for Huang Qingya?" LuZe's asked straightforwardly. LuZe was puzzled by this, but replied, "It's fine. At least she won't pose a threat to us." LuZe's responded irritably. Seeing his displeased expression, LuZe didn't take it to heart and walked straight into the house. Once in the room, he lay down on the bed, and the gloomy expression on LuZe's face instantly changed upon seeing this. "Bro, come sleep," LuZe's said with a playful smile. A night without conversation. The next day, LuZe and LuZe's arrived at the reporting station outside Huangquan Valley. Watching the bustling square, LuZe's didn't know what to do next. "Bro, why are we here?" LuZe's asked, puzzled. LuZe glanced at him and slowly said, "What else could we do?" "Of course. We're here to participate in the welcome ceremony of Huangquan Valley." Oh, LuZe nodded. Soon, the originally noisy square quieted down. LuZe noticed a familiar figure standing above the square, which made him pause for a moment. "Bro, isn't that guy?" LuZe also saw that figure and looked surprised. "Looks like I guessed right. Lucifer is really here." LuZe's expression gradually turned cold, but for some reason, he felt that making a move here would be disadvantageous. At that moment, LuZe noticed the outfit Lucifer was wearing and was stunned, because that outfit was identical to what those guys in the illusion on the suspension bridge were wearing. Thinking of this, LuZe became increasingly worried that the illusion had become real. Seeing his worried expression, LuZe softly comforted him. "Don't overthink it. Now is not the time to act." Comforted, LuZe slowly lowered his head. Seeing this, LuZe didn't say anything more and continued to look at Lucifer above the square. "Welcome, new members to Huangquan Valley." At this moment, Lucifer said loudly. He then continued, "I believe everyone knows about the background of Huangquan Valley. There is no existence in this world that can threaten us, except for beings not belonging to this world." Lucifer's words excited the crowd, while also making them bewildered. What did the last sentence mean? Beings not belonging to this world? Could there really be such beings? Hearing this, LuZe sneered, feeling a sense of admiration for Lucifer. He then began to observe his surroundings. There was nothing unusual around, which made LuZe even more vigilant, because Lucifer's words indicated that he already knew he was here. It also hinted that if he wanted to survive, he needed to be obedient. Although he didn't know why Lucifer hadn't acted against him, LuZe guessed a bit. They currently had a bigger problem than himself, and they had to deal with that problem before coming to find him. And that bigger problem was actually his sister, the owner of the concept of truth, Lu Xiaoyu. However, LuZe knew that Xiaoyu was doing well now, and the power of the rules left in her body hadn't caused any issues. But this was only temporary. He estimated that Lucifer and the forces behind him had already begun their plan against the concept of truth. "Bro, what should we do next?" LuZe pulled LuZe back to reality, looking at him lost in thought. Brought back to reality, LuZe looked at him and then thought of something. He grabbed his hand and softly asked, "Do you know where Xiaoyu is?" LuZe was momentarily stunned by this question, but still nodded obediently. Seeing this, LuZe became more certain of his plan, and the time to execute the plan would likely be in a few days. At that moment, Lucifer had already exited, but his expression was very strange. "The plan can begin now. I'll hold LuZe back," Lucifer said slowly to 01. After hearing this, 01 nodded and turned to remind him that LuZe isn't simple. "Be extra cautious." "No problem. I'll be careful. After all, we're old friends." Chapter 219. The cleansing plan begins. In the space where the Hall of Truth is located, their enemies finally arrived. Finally found them. Near a crack at the edge of the truth space, a man dressed in a black and red robe slowly spoke. Other individuals gradually appeared beside him. They were all dressed in the same black and red robes, and their faces were concealed by masks, making it impossible to distinguish gender or appearance. The leader was 01, followed by the others, 02, 03, 04, and 05. "Boss, is the target this place's master?" At this moment, a member with a hoarse voice walked up to 01. 01 nodded and then said slowly, 04, "Don't underestimate the target. Although we have weapons specifically designed to deal with truth, the concept of truth is still the strongest type of truth." "Got it. Otherwise, why would they send our team to execute the mission?" 04 chuckled. "All right, let's begin the operation." 01's expression changed, and he stepped forward. Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Truth, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing her expression, Lucifer realized something was wrong. He then asked, "Master, what's going on?" Lu Xiaoyu slowly got up and looked outside the hall, softly saying, "Guests are coming." This simple sentence was enough to make Lucifer serious, as he knew that no one in this world should know about this place, let alone enter it. "Do we need to prepare?" Lucifer asked. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. "The opponent is not simple. I only noticed them by chance. You take the others from the hall and go find my brother, understand?" Upon hearing this, Lucifer became worried, but there's no but. "If you don't leave now, there won't be another chance," Lu Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. Just then, a voice came from outside the hall. "What a pity, we have already arrived." Hearing this, Lucifer looked over and saw a man dressed in a black and red robe suddenly appear at the main entrance of the hall, and he was 02. But when Lucifer saw the person that 02 was holding, his emotions instantly became agitated. "Wu Kuang," Lucifer shouted and then questioned, What have you done to Wu Quan? Upon hearing this, 02 threw Wu Quan aside and casually said, he was in my way, so I had to kill him. At this point, not only Lucifer, but also Lu Xiaoyu was the most furious. However, she did not act rashly, but waited for an opportunity. Who would have thought that 02 would once again say something shocking at this moment? I forgot to mention, it seems that everyone in this hall has died before we arrived. This made Lu Xiaoyu unable to hold back any longer. Looking at 02's irritating expression, she appeared before him in a breath. Without saying a word, she kicked towards 02's head. 02, caught off guard, had no time to react and was about to be kicked when, at a critical moment, a hand emerged and grabbed Lu Xiaoyu's foot. Concept of truth. You should accept punishment for your sins. The newcomer was none other than 01, reeking of blood. Did you make them act? Lu Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. 01 did not take it seriously. Yes, do you want revenge? It's more than just revenge. Lu Xiaoyu's aura began to swell. At this moment, 01 finally understood the terror of the girl in front of him, but it was too late. A terrifying pressure instantly turned the hall into ruins. 01, however, managed to take 02 away at the last second, but just as he steadied himself, a jade-like hand rested on his shoulder. I will make you stay here forever. The speaker was Lu Xiaoyu. 01 quickly distanced himself from her, but he still paid the price. His entire left arm was held in Lu Xiaoyu's grasp. Looks like I underestimated you, 01 said without a hint of pain. But you should not know our identities. At this point, 01's severed arm instantly healed, and in the next second, 3 others dressed like him appeared. Sorry, we're late, 03 said apologetically. 01 said nothing, only fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaoyu. Clear the area. Understood. Lu Xiaoyu felt uneasy looking at the 5 of them. Why did she feel uneasy when clearly her strengths surpassed theirs? Just as she felt uneasy, 02 took action. A collar appeared and clamped around Lu Xiaoyu's neck. Reacting quickly, Lu Xiaoyu tried to use her abilities to break free, but soon discovered the flaw. Give it up. This collar is specially made for you truths. Once you wear it, you're no longer a truth, 02 explained with a smile. Then, he placed a hand on Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, a playful expression on his face. Little sister, you might as well give up. It's better to come with us than to die, right? 02 said with a smile. But in the next second, a golden long sword directly cleaved 02 in half. 01 was instantly shocked at this sight. Clearly, the powers of truth had been suppressed. So why did this happen? Don't worry, you're next, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. As her words fell, changes began to occur on her body. Golden patterns slowly crawled up her cheeks, and her pupils and hair gradually turned golden. 01 instantly sensed this aura. How do you possess the power of rules? You don't need to know. Lu Xiaoyu appeared in front of 01 and kicked him in the chest. Boom! The kicked 01 was sent crashing into a nearby low hill, unsure of his fate. But what puzzled Lu Xiaoyu was that even though their leader had been sent flying by her, there was not a trace of panic on their faces. Suddenly, a black short sword pierced through her chest from behind. Shocked, Lu Xiaoyu turned around to find that it was 02, whom she had just cleaved in half. Launching a sneak attack, you underestimated us. As cleansers, what do you think of our strength? 02 whispered in Lu Xiaoyu's ear with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu reacted quickly, kicked 02 away, and then flew rapidly into the distance. Just as 03 and the others prepared to chase, 01 appeared. No need, she's injured and with the collar. She can't escape, 01 said slowly. 03 then said, the concept of truth can have the power of rules. What if something happens? That power of rules is not hers. It was given by someone else. It won't last long, 01 replied again. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. At this time, on the Douluo continent, LuZe suddenly opened his eyes while resting in the Huangquan Valley. What's wrong, brother? Lu Xija sensed something was off and approached to ask. Xiaoyu is in trouble, LuZe said astonishingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xija could no longer remain calm and immediately said, what are we waiting for? Let's go save Xiaoyu. LuZe did not speak, but looked at a large tree in front of him. It seems I can't hide it from you. AI, LuZe. Why are you here? What do you want to do to Xiaoyu? LuZe questioned. The speaker was Lucifer, who then continued. Don't be anxious. You will be reunited with your sister soon. Lu Xija sensed something was wrong and instantly teleported in front of Lucifer, grabbing his collar and shouting loudly. If anything happens to Xiaoyu, I will kill you. Lucifer showed no fear and looked at him with a smile. I don't know, but I guess. She won't be able to live. P.S. Let me clarify, this is not the author being stuck. I just lack the motivation to continue writing. But rest assured, the author will still insist on completing this book. Here, I wish all readers an early Happy New Year. And may the Year of the Tiger bring you joy. Chapter 220, The End. In the Huangquan Valley, LuZe and LuZe's were glaring at Lucifer. Facing each other. You are very worried about that girl, aren't you? Lucifer suddenly said. LuZe wasted no time and instantly appeared in front of him. Boom. In an instant, Lucifer was kicked away. You've lived long enough, Lucifer, LuZe said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Lucifer, who was lying on the ground. Cough, cough. You really are impatient, Lucifer sneered. But the next second, LuZe's appeared in front of him, his right hand gathering immense power. It's over. Whoosh. Before Lucifer could react, his heart was pierced by a hand. Blood instantly dyed the ground red, and LuZe's stood up, wiping the blood off his hands. Seeing this, LuZe turned to leave Huangquan Valley. But just as the two of them had not walked far, a strange aura emanated from behind. Sensing something was wrong, LuZe quickly turned around and was met with a shocking sight. Lucifer, whose heart had already been destroyed, was once again floating in the air, his eyes pitch black, devoid of any color. His entire being seemed to be wrapped in darkness, exuding a strange aura. Hell, you didn't think I hadn't changed at all after all these years, did you? LuZe. Seeing this situation, LuZe also felt the obvious change in Lucifer, and then said to the nearby LuZe's, you go first, help Xiaoyu. What about you? LuZe's was very worried. He also sensed Lucifer's change. I will come over soon, LuZe said seriously. Seeing this, LuZe's said no more and turned to disappear directly into the Huangquan Valley. Once he left, LuZe became serious. Although I don't know what method you used to become so strong, LuZe said slowly, but you will still die here today. Lucifer sneered. Then let's see. At the moment his voice fell, a black arrow pierced through space and shot towards LuZe. LuZe reacted quickly, raising his right hand. Erasure. The colorless air flow instantly swallowed the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, the arrow disappeared from reality. But just at the moment the arrow was erased, Lucifer appeared behind LuZe. Get down. LuZe commanded directly, but something unexpected happened. Bang. LuZe was knocked away by Lucifer's punch, crashing heavily into a distant building. LuZe, who was sent flying, felt very surprised. The power of truth didn't work? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lucifer's maniacal laughter came from outside, followed by another urgent line. LuZe, you should know the people from that world, right? In the ruins of the building. LuZe instantly recalled Truth's previous words after hearing this. A conceptual weapon that can contend with truth. You join them? Lucia whispered. His voice was not loud, but Lucifer heard it very clearly. I can't call it a conceptual weapon, but at least it can ignore your truth ability, Lucifer chuckled. Upon hearing this, LuZe began to worry about Lu Xiaoyu. If Lucifer had something that could ignore his own ability, what about those who want to find Lu Xiaoyu? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? The power of truth is useless to me now. Do you still think I will die? Lucifer laughed arrogantly. With a whoosh. In the midst of speaking, a beam of golden light shot toward him, piercing his shoulder unexpectedly. The power of truth is useless to you, but that doesn't mean other powers are useless to you, right? Lucia sneered. Then, without giving Lucifer time to think, he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. He then grabbed Lucifer's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Boom! Instantly, the ground cracked, and Lucifer was pressed into the earth nearly 100 meters deep. Urgently, LuZe delivered a knee strike that sent him from underground to the sky. You think too highly of yourself. LuZe stood in the 100-meter deep pit. He posed as if drawing a bow, and then the power of rules condensed a large bow and long arrow in his hands. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring, drawing a bright line in the air. By the time Lucifer reacted, it was too late. The rule arrow had pierced through his body. Spit! Lucifer vomited a large mouthful of blood, clutching the wound on his body in pain. No wonder you're my opponent. Your strength is indeed frightening. Hearing this, LuZe felt that Lucifer seemed not to have reached the point of death yet. He then wanted to shoot another arrow, but at this moment he discovered that the blood holes on Lucifer's body had disappeared, and even the originally unstable aura had stabilized. It was at this moment that he realized the seriousness of the situation. It seems you really have the capital to be arrogant. LuZe retracted the longbow and then returned to the ground. Seeing this, Lucifer also slowly landed on the ground, and the two stared at each other. Two terrifying powers colliding instantly. At this moment, everyone in the 9 Nether Imperial City felt an inexplicable pressure, making it hard for them to breathe. This is the power that world has granted me. It's strong, isn't it? Lucifer laughed loudly. Meanwhile, LuZe had a cold expression. To him, the real danger was not Lucifer, but the people from that world who were with Lucifer. In other words, if Lucifer was this strong, would the people sent from that world be weak? He began to worry that there were people from that world lying in ambush around him. But at this moment, Lucifer said, "Don't worry, there's only one enemy in the entire 9 Nether Imperial City. They all went to find the conceptual truth." After hearing this, LuZe no longer hesitated. He directly flashed in front of Lucifer, holding no weapons, but the aura he emitted made Lucifer feel terrified. Erasure. Whoosh. A mass of colorless air flow swept through the reality where Lucifer was, instantly erasing everything within its range. Lucifer managed to evade by luck, smiling with relief. "That was close. Almost lost my life. I forgot you still have paradoxes. It seems this is really hard to solve," Lucifer said with a smile. But the next second, he felt completely unable to move. Paradox time stopped. Buzz. The surrounding world seemed to lose its color, freezing everything except for LuZe at a single point in time. Lucifer was relatively better off. At least he could think, but could not move. "You've talked enough. It's time to die." LuZe slowly approached Lucifer. He then raised his hand and placed it on Lucifer's shoulder. At this moment, Lucifer was immensely shocked. He never expected to fall into the time stop. "It's time to end," LuZe said softly, then waved his hand. Paradox erasure. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Lucifer disappeared from this world, and this time it was his true end. After resolving Lucifer, LuZe immediately followed the trace of Lucia that was left behind. Chapter 221 Heavy Injury. That guy Lucifer is dead? Inside the Hall of Truth, 01, who was in a stalemate with Lu Xiaoyu, suddenly sensed the disconnection from Lucifer. "Looks like I underestimated LuZe," 01 smiled. Crack. But Lu Xiaoyu did not want to give him any opportunity. A powerful force instantly tore apart the space where 01 was located. "That's dangerous." 01 easily dodged this attack. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu was a bit dazed, but just at that moment, 02 appeared right in front of her. During a fight, never get distracted, or you'll die a terrible death boom. The moment the words fell, Lu Xiaoyu was directly punched out of the Hall of Truth. However, just as she was blasted out of the hall, she squeezed her right hand. Buzz. In an instant, the Hall of Truth was crushed into ruins, and 01 and the others were directly buried in the rubble. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu dared not linger for a moment and quickly tore open space to escape to the Douluo continent. "What on earth are these guys?" Lu Xiaoyu gasped, murmuring. She couldn't believe that there were people who could ignore her power of truth. Soon, she arrived at the Douluo continent through a spatial rift. But as soon as she got here, she activated her ability. Annihilation. Lu Xiaoyu's right hand clenched fiercely at the air, and those who were unaware might think she was going crazy. But in reality, she had forcibly reduced the alternate space where 01 and the others were to nothingness. She didn't believe that those people, no matter how strong, could resist the annihilation of the alternate space. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to look for her brother, LuZe, a voice came from behind her. "Annihilation is truly terrifying. If 04 and the others hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have made it out either." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly shocked and turned around to see not just 01, but also 02 and 03 standing not far behind her. As for where the others went, they probably didn't escape from the annihilation. That was really dangerous. "I almost got annihilated along with the alternate space," 03 said with a look of relief. "Let's not talk about that. Let's complete the mission first," 01 suddenly commanded. Following that, 02 launched an attack directly. Countless beams of light shot toward Lu Xiaoyu, leaving almost no room to dodge. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to be negligent and raised her hand, creating a spatial rift in front of her. But this wasn't for escaping, it was to defend against those beams. The beams rushed into the spatial rift at an extremely fast speed, and Lu Xiaoyu suffered no harm. 01 said nothing upon seeing this. Instead, 02 approached him and spoke slowly. "The concept of space is a bit troublesome. I know, but it hasn't fully extended yet. If we don't seize this opportunity, there won't be another," 01 said softly. 02 and 03 nodded and then looked at Lu Xiaoyu. "I'm very curious about your limits," 03 said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu, delivering a kick as a form of greeting. However, an unexpected scene occurred. 03 actually passed through the spatial rift and kicked 01. Huh? 03 was a bit confused, but 01 was very relaxed. raising his hand to freeze 03 in midair. Then he looked at Lu Xiaoyu with appreciation. It seems you're quite impressive. Before 01 could finish his sentence, 03, who was frozen in midair, was cut in half. The space was cut open. 01 was a bit surprised. But it wasn't because 03 was cut in half. It was because of Lu Xiaoyu's judgment. She actually made that strike without hesitation. If she grows up, she will be formidable. You are Lu Xiaoyu, right? 01 slowly said, lowering his head. Lu Xiaoyu was a bit confused, but knew it wasn't the time to think wildly. She turned and directly disappeared from spot. Boss, aren't you going to chase her? 02 asked as he stepped forward. But 01 just grinned and said, chase? Do you think I need to chase her? When 02 glanced at his eyes, he instantly understood some things. We're done for. However, at that moment, 03, who had been cut in half, actually stood up unharmed. It's just a moment of carelessness that I got ambushed, 02 commented. This remark genuinely annoyed 03, but due to certain matters, he couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was panting heavily, having just felt the taste of death in that brief moment. Her spatial concept could not compete with that kind of creature. It was absolutely impossible. She needed to find her brother immediately, and Lu Xiaoyu had a serious expression. Just as she was about to use the spatial rift to continue her journey, a black spike pierced directly through Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been pierced, spat out a large mouthful of blood, but soon the wounds on her body disappeared. Little mouse, it seems you aren't running very fast. 01 said slowly as he walked out from spatial rift. Lu Xiaoyu was astonished, but quickly regained her composure. She raised her hand to tear open a spatial rift to leave, but the next second, she realized something was wrong. You can't escape. You've already entered my world. 01 said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu stopped speaking and became very calm. Boss, something's not right, 03 reminded. 01 didn't take it seriously and continued to stare at Lu Xiaoyu. In the next second, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive and surge toward her. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu did not hesitate. She waved her hands, and all the surrounding trees were instantly cut into sections. After resolving this, Lu Xiaoyu directly turned and ran off into the distance, thinking that avoiding these three was her priority. However, 01 and the others were not so easy to shake off. Short in the distance, 01 chuckled softly. The next second, Lu Xiaoyu, who had already run very far, suddenly returned to her original position. Sorry, 02 appeared behind her with a smile. Puffed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu's body was pierced by 02's hand, and blood sprayed out instantly. Cough, cough. Lu Xiaoyu lay on the ground with a serious expression. 01 then came to her back, looking down at her with a smile, and said, feeling powerless? That feeling of your ability being ineffective, isn't it? Lu Xiaoyu didn't respond, seemingly having given up. Seeing this, 01 didn't say much more and ordered, deal with her and go find LuZe. But the moment he finished speaking, the surrounding space began to shatter. In the next second, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Xiaoyu, catching even 01 off guard. Before he could react, Lu Xiaoyu had already torn a hole in his world and escaped. Upon seeing this, 01's face darkened, but he quickly returned to normal. Run, this is much more interesting. Chapter 222, The Gap, Happy New Year. The sky was gloomy, and the rain kept pouring down. In the dark forest, Lu Xiaoyu endured the pain and took one step at a time toward the front. She just wanted to see her brother as soon as possible. But the blood hole in her abdomen seemed unable to support her to meet her brother. She had wanted to use her ability to heal, but when she tried, she found that the injuries caused by them couldn't be healed with her powers at all. Just as she was feeling regret, a figure appeared in front of her. Xiaoyu. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoyu slowly raised her head and found that the person was actually Lu Xija. You came? Lu Xiaoyu said tremblingly. Lu Xija found it hard to believe that the concept of truth had fallen to this state. But there was no time to think, as he felt three powerful auras approaching this way. He hurriedly moved forward and carried Lu Xiaoyu on his back, running toward the direction they came from without looking back. Soon, 01 and the others caught up. Oh, someone got taken away, 01 said with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, 02 stepped forward to check and then said, they just left not long ago. They shouldn't have gone far. Chase, we can't let her get away, 01 said slowly. He then directly chased after the direction where Lu Xija and the others had left. On the escape route, Lu Xija felt Lu Xiaoyu's aura growing weaker and weaker. Lu Xiaoyu, you mustn't sleep. Your brother is very worried about you, Lu Xija said. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled faintly, but she seemed very weak. as if she had already accepted the outcome. Lu Xiaoyu, get your spirits up. Lu Xija shouted anxiously, not want to see this scene. But no matter how he called out, Lu Xiaoyu remained silent. It was at that moment that 01 appeared in front of Lu Xija. I didn't expect you to run quite fast, 01 said with a smile. Upon seeing the three of them, Lu Xija's expression instantly turned cold. Did you do this to her? So what if we did? And so what if we didn't? 01 replied with a smile, completely dismissing his words. Lu Xija fell silent upon hearing this, slowly placing Lu Xiaoyu under a nearby tree. He stood up, turned his back to 01, and coldly said, "You shouldn't have touched her." "Oh, is that so?" Bang! 01 smiled, but the next second, Lu Xija punched him right in the face. 01, who was sent flying, immediately turned dark-faced and glared at him angrily. "We don't need you for our goals, but if you act like this, I wouldn't mind giving you a lesson. Before that, I'll kill you." Lu Xija was furious. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of 02, not giving him any time to think, and kicked him. Rumble! In an instant, the ground cracked, and 02 was kicked into the earth by Lu Xija. It wasn't over yet. Lu Xija condensed a golden giant sword and dropped it directly into the pit where 02 was. There was no chance to dodge. 01, seeing this, couldn't help but smile, raising his hand to tear a crack in the sky. "I hope you can make me happy," 01 said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, countless beams of light shot out from the crack. Seeing this, Lu Xija used the power of rules to form a giant shield in front of him. Clang! 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 The beams fell on the giant shield like rain. They seemed harmless, but Lu Xija could already feel the difference. "How long can it hold?" 01 smiled, but soon, he looked at Lu Xiaoyu lying in the distance and said, "Let's see how fast you are." As soon as he finished speaking, the beams instantly changed direction and crazily shot towards Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Lu Xija panicked and, without thinking, exploded forward to shield Lu Xiaoyu. Whoosh! The speed of the beams was too fast. Before Lu Xija could unfold the giant shield, he was pierced through the body. In an instant, Lu Xija was covered in blood and couldn't stop himself from kneeling on the ground. "Ah, your reaction speed is quite fast, but still won't save anyone," 01 smiled. He then intended to end the battle, but 03 intervened at that moment to stop him. "Don't forget, that guy's not our target, and he can't die." Upon hearing this, 01 instantly came to his senses and smiled, saying, "That was close, I got a bit carried away." After saying that, 01 walked towards Lu Xiaoyu, a short sword appearing in his hand. Lu Xija slowly raised his head, then froze. He recognized that short sword. It was a weapon that could kill the truth. "Don't you dare touch her." Upon seeing the short sword, Lu Xija instantly lost control of his emotions and stood up to block Lu Xiaoyu. "You better step aside. Our target is not you," 01 said, somewhat displeased. Lu Xija knew the opponent's strength. Even his truth ability couldn't take effect. But so what? As long as he could hold on until his brother arrived, it would be fine. "If you want to touch her, you have to kill me first." Lu Xija said word by word. 01 was momentarily stunned by this statement, but the next second, 02 appeared from nowhere and pressed Lu Xija to the ground. "This is not up to you," 02 said slowly. After seeing him subdued, 01 no longer paid attention and approached Lu Xiaoyu. As a short sword was about to stab Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Xija panicked. "Stop!" In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from Lu Xija, and he grabbed 02's head, pressing him back to the ground. "I told you not to touch her. LuZe's aura surgit exponentiellement." 01 smiled upon seeing this. Is it worth using the source of life for an outsider? Yes, Lu Xija indeed used the source of life to gain powerful strength. Using the source of life could grant one immense power, but the cost of this ability was brutal. The longer the power was maintained, the faster the source of life would be consumed. If the source was exhausted and shattered, Lu Xija would truly die. "You will die before me." Lu Xija repeated his words. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of 01, snatched the short sword from his hand, and then kicked him in the chest. Bang! 01 was kicked away and crashed heavily into a distant boulder. "What a hassle," 01 said coldly. But before he could move, Lu Xija appeared in front of him again. Whoosh! 01 stood frozen in place, his heart pierced by the short sword that Lu Xija had just taken, blood gushing out instantly. "I didn't expect this," 01 said softly as he looked down. Lu Xija thought it was over, but the next second, a hand grabbed his neck. "What a pity. The short sword is useless against me," 01 said with a smile. He then tossed Lu Xija away. Feeling an overwhelming despair, Lu Xija thought, Was there really no way out? But just as he was in despair, a pair of hands caught him. Looks like I'm late. You've worked hard. Chapter 223. Is it over? You finally made it, LuZe. The timely arriving LuZe looked coldly at 01 in front of him, his eyes revealing a grave expression. He could sense the danger from this guy. Even he wasn't certain he could kill him. You're the one sent to eliminate me, right? Despite this, LuZe remained very calm as he spoke. Upon hearing this, 01 smiled and nodded, casually saying, "Good that you know." Before LuZe could respond, he continued, "I give you two options. Either you take care of yourself, or I will." After hearing this, LuZe didn't say much but turned to LuZe's and the others. "You all leave here first. I'll come find you soon." "No, you'll get in trouble," LuZe's shouted. She was well aware of what LuZe was thinking, but this time it wasn't as simple as it seemed. After hearing her voice, LuZe simply smiled faintly and said, "It's okay. I'll come find you soon." With that, he cast a cold gaze at 01. 01 noticed his expression but didn't take it to heart. "You can leave, but the girl must stay. She's an anomaly in this world, just like you, and must be eliminated," 01 said indifferently. Upon hearing this, LuZe's face immediately showed a serious expression. However, before he could react, 01 had already appeared in front of LuZe's and LuZe's. He then kicked LuZe's away and directly lifted LuZe's into the air. Seeing this, LuZe didn't think much and instantly moved to 01's back. Erasure. As a wave of colorless energy enveloped 01, LuZe's, who had been kicked away, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was over. But the next second, an unexpected event occurred. With a splatter of blood, a look of disbelief appeared in LuZe's eyes. LuZe's chest had been pierced by 01 with a single hand, and 01 had no injuries on him at all. "Do you think such an attack would be effective against me?" 01 said with a smile. LuZe didn't speak, but had already taken action. Just as 01 finished speaking, LuZe disappeared, along with the LuZe's he was holding. Realizing what happened, 01's expression darkened, and he turned to look towards LuZe's, running quite fast. But what good does that do? Yes, LuZe had appeared next to LuZe's while holding LuZe's, but the wound in his chest was still gushing blood. "Brother, you guys hurry and leave." LuZe's wanted to speak, but was interrupted by LuZe. Seeing LuZe's serious demeanor, LuZe's understood, but didn't want to leave him behind. "Xiaoyu, take LuZe's and leave immediately." LuZe could see LuZe's feelings. Xiaoyu didn't dare to hesitate. She had just learned LuZe's intentions. She directly threw LuZe's over her shoulder and ran away without looking back. Watching them leave, LuZe felt a sense of relief. "Do you think they can escape?" 01 murmured softly. The next second, he disappeared from his spot, and LuZe immediately felt a crisis. He quickly turned and chased after LuZe's and the others. Meanwhile, LuZe's and LuZe's, who were running away, had no idea that danger was slowly closing in. "What are you doing? Put me down. We can't leave our brother behind. He'll be in trouble." LuZe's shouted loudly from LuZe's shoulder. "Shut up." LuZe's couldn't take it anymore and snapped. "You have no idea how strong that guy is. We might not even be able to defeat him together." LuZe's didn't know what to say, but just then 01 blocked their path. "I told you, you can't escape," 01 said softly. He then raised his right hand and pointed at the two of them. In an instant, a terrifying chill crawled up LuZe's and LuZe's backs. At the last moment, LuZe's used the power of rules to conjure a suit of armor, but it still didn't help. As a beam of white light struck her, the armor shattered instantly, and the white light pierced through her body. A bloody wound appeared on LuZe's chest, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. LuZe's was thrown out by LuZe's at the last moment. When LuZe's stood up again and saw the scene before her, her mind went blank. "If it weren't for the mission target not including you, this would have ended long ago," 01 said to LuZe's. After saying that, he prepared to find LuZe, but just as he turned around, LuZe's called out to him, "Why are you doing this?" Upon hearing this, 01 paused for a moment and then said, "Each world can only have one truth. Any additional anomalies must be eliminated." "Why?" LuZe's still didn't understand. The next second, he charged at 01, but it was all in vain. 01 merely raised a hand, and a pressure enveloped him. Boom! With a loud crash, LuZe's was pinned to the ground. "You are the weakest truth I've ever seen. It's truly laughable," 01 said with disdain. But LuZe's simply sneered, then looked up at him and said seriously, "You said a world can only have one truth, right?" "Yes," 01 nodded. With the answer, LuZe's made a certain decision and stated directly, if I die, will my brother not have to die? Hearing this, 01 looked surprised. He never expected that someone would voluntarily relinquish the unique position of a world. Are you really going to do this? You will die, 01 asked. Without hesitation. LuZe's replied yes. After hearing this, 01 smiled, showing no mercy. Don't worry, your brother won't die. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of white light pierced through LuZe's heart. But he felt no regret. Instead, he smiled and closed his eyes. After confirming that LuZe's and the others were completely dead, 01 turned and left. Meanwhile, LuZe remained oblivious. He was blocked outside, an unbreakable barrier. Just as he was about to launch another attack, 01 slowly walked out. Upon seeing this, LuZe's expression turned serious. As 01 walked past him, he was shocked. Why aren't you attacking? LuZe asked in confusion. But 01's answer struck him like a bolt from the blue. Your brother died for you, 01 replied casually. LuZe's face twisted with anger as he grabbed 01 by the collar and threw a punch. Surprisingly, 01 did not dodge and took the punch squarely. Congratulations. You don't have to die anymore. My mission is complete, 01 said with a smile. LuZe shouted, what do you want? Each world can only have one truth. Any additional anomalies must be eliminated. That's the rule. 01 reiterated his earlier statement. After saying this, he slapped LuZe's hand away, straightened his clothes, and opened a rift in space. Goodbye, I hope to see you again next time. Chapter 224. Time Paradox, is it all over? I couldn't protect anyone. In the midst of ruins, LuZe knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the two corpses. He couldn't accept it. If it weren't for him, LuZe's and Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't have ended up like this. As the rain began to pour from the sky, LuZe trembled as he stood up and walked toward the bodies of LuZe's and Lu Xiaoyu. There must be a way. I will definitely bring you back. LuZe walked step by step ahead, holding the bodies of the two. A year later, on top of a high mountain, a man with a face full of stubble sat cross-legged on a piece of green stone. The sun slowly rose, and the man gradually opened his eyes. But there was not a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if he were dead. He was LuZe, who had felt guilty for the deaths of LuZe's and Lu Xiaoyu every moment over the past year. In the new year, it was a pity. LuZe slowly opened his mouth, but soon felt as if something was blocking his words, and he stopped talking, looking at everything in front of him. LuZe returned to the ground and walked along the small path next to the green stone. At the end of the path was a small bamboo house. Pushing the door open, what came into view were two coffins. And inside the coffins were LuZe's and Lu Xiaoyu, both with their eyes closed. LuZe stepped forward and gently stroked the two coffins, then whispered, I will definitely bring you back. This sentence was not a joke. He had been improving his strength for the past year. He wanted to use a paradox to return to an even earlier past and change everything. He didn't know how long had passed when LuZe slowly walked out of the bamboo house. He looked up at the sun overhead, and LuZe made up his mind. It was time. Buzz. As soon as he spoke, the world was instantly enveloped by a terrifying power. This time, no one would die. Oh, a cacophony of poultry sounds arose. A little boy slowly opened his eyes under a tree. The boy first felt his body, then began to mumble to himself. I did it. The little boy was LuZe, and he was the young LuZe. At this moment, he was very excited, but there was still one thing he needed to confirm. Truth, can you come out? LuZe said softly. The surroundings were silent. Only a flock of poultry was calling. Seeing this, LuZe thought it was not yet time. But just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. I didn't expect you to use a paradox to go back in time. LuZe was instantly surprised and turned around abruptly, finding it was his familiar companion. Truth. Did you guess it long ago? LuZe was both happy and surprised. Truth chuckled and then said, do you know you have done something monumental? Upon hearing this, LuZe realized something was wrong, and his expression became serious. What is it? Truth still had a mocking expression, but the next answer shocked LuZe greatly. You are not the only one who returned to this time period. To be precise, Truth and the guys from that world are not affected by the paradox. LuZe was stunned. He thought of the worst outcome, but quickly calmed down. So, according to you, do they all remember the time period before I came? Of course they do, but just them. Their vessels won't remember, Truth said with a smile. LuZe let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and Truth suddenly said, but they might wake up early like me, and then it will depend on whether they are willing to come find you. I hope they don't come, LuZe muttered with a dark face. Truth also began to look a little surprised. What happened after I was gone? LuZe did not answer him, but Truth guessed some things. Because of the Purifiers, right? Otherwise, how could you use a paradox to come back to this time period? Almost. LuZe's eyes lost their light when he heard the term Purifier. At this moment, Truth no longer smiled, but asked very seriously, "So, do you want to face the Purifiers alone?" LuZe hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I have no choice." Truth was stunned after hearing this, and after a while said, "Well, since that's the case, I'll accompany you one more time. I've long been unhappy with the Purifiers." At this point, LuZe also revealed a long-lost smile. "It's really good to have you." 10 years later, a ridiculously powerful boy appeared on the Douluo continent. It is said that even a titled Douluo cannot withstand a glance from him, and with a wave of his hand, he could annihilate a group of strong opponents. Bro, are we really going to find that legendary figure? On a forest path, a boy who looked to be only 10 years old was talking to the Phantom floating beside him. The Phantom looked serious. "You must go find him. Only he can help you." "Really?" The boy replied innocently. "Of course, if you trust me, you won't be wrong." The Phantom smiled and patted his head, then drilled into his body. The boy said no more and honestly walked toward the place the Phantom had pointed out. Unknowingly, the boy arrived at a vast bamboo sea. Looking at the endless bamboo sea in front of him, the boy felt very shocked. It was his first time seeing such a scene. "Go in. He is waiting for you," the Phantom said with a smile. The boy did not hesitate and directly stepped into the bamboo sea, but just as he stepped into it, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Feeling this powerful aura, the boy instantly panicked, and his muscles tensed up. The next second, a gentle breeze brushed across the boy's face, and before he could react, a cold voice came over. "Why are you here?" After hearing this, the boy turned to look in the direction of the voice, and when he saw the other's appearance, a different feeling spread deep within him. The Phantom felt the same. It was as if time had frozen. "Why did you come here?" At this moment, the other person spoke again, pulling the boy and the Phantom back to reality. The boy stuttered after hearing this, but the Phantom smiled and said, "Long time no see, LuZe." Relative truth. LuZe was momentarily stunned, then looked at the boy beside him and slowly walked over. The boy was initially very scared, but he quickly calmed down. LuZe approached the boy and hugged him without saying a word. "Welcome back, Xiaoyu." LuZe's eyes became moist, because the boy in front of him was his brother Lu Xiaoyu, not Lu Xijia as portrayed by Relative Truth. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned because he felt a long-lost familial affection in front of this boy. At this moment, Truth also appeared, looking at Relative Truth beside him. "You have changed a lot, because of the Purifiers?" Relative Truth nodded, sighed, and said, "I had no other choice at that time. So you chose to exchange your life for LuZe's life, right? Well, after all, he is also considered my brother. LuZe probably means more to you than just a brotherly friendship, right?" Truth teased with a smile. "That should have been before. It's different now." Relative Truth shook his head. Yes, he understood in his heart that he was merely a substitute for Lu Xiaoyu. Clearly he was the true master, but had become a guest. At the moment he died, he had already seen the truth. But I didn't expect that LuZe would use this method to speak again about Relative Truth. At this moment, it was LuZe who answered him. "Don't think too much. If it weren't for you all, I wouldn't choose this way," LuZe said with a smile. At this moment, he no longer held any resentment towards Relative Truth, and was even quite happy that he could peacefully coexist with Xiaoyu. In the bamboo sea, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu gathered together like reunited family members. But the crisis was slowly approaching. "I didn't expect we would meet again in this way." "Wait for me," LuZe said. Chapter 225, You Can't Escape. Truth, what are my chances of defeating the Purger right now? In the bamboo sea, LuZe sat on a blue stone and whispered. Truth emerged upon hearing this, his expression very serious. "It's very precarious. The Purger's strength has surpassed the dimensional level." After hearing this, LuZe looked up at the sky and then smiled. "It seems this time it's really troublesome." In the early morning, LuZe had already returned to the bamboo house. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu who was sleeping on the bed, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes and said drowsily, "Brother, good morning." "MHM," LuZe responded with a smile. He then opened the window to let the sunlight in. "Let's go, I'll take you to play in the outside world," LuZe said gently. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, then got up and dressed before following him. After leaving the bamboo sea, LuZe took Lu Xiaoyu to the human world. "Xiaoyu, is there anything you want to play?" LuZe asked. Lu Xiaoyu thought carefully for a moment, then spread her arms and smiled. "Brother, can you hold me?" LuZe was momentarily taken aback when he heard this, then laughed and held Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. "Where to? You decide," LuZe said with a gentle smile. "Over there," Lu Xiaoyu pointed to a tall building in the distance. LuZe glanced at it, then slowly walked towards that tall building. Along the way, holding Lu Xiaoyu attracted a lot of attention. At first, it was fine, but later some people started coming over to greet them. Because of this, Lu Xiaoyu held on even tighter, afraid that someone might take LuZe away. LuZe felt quite helpless about this and could only smile wryly. After a while, they arrived at the foot of the tall building. Just as they were about to enter, two men blocked their way. "Little brother, this place is not for ordinary people to enter," one of the men said politely. LuZe didn't say much. "Then how can we enter?" "At least be a soul master," the man replied. LuZe smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. After all, he had never used soul power from the beginning, always relying on paradoxes and rules, so it was normal not to have any soul power on him. "Can you tell me what it's for inside?" LuZe asked in a calm tone. The man showed no anger and said lightly, "It's a place for soul masters. Usually, those entering are students from various academies." "I see." LuZe seemed to have other thoughts. The man looked puzzled but still seriously blocked LuZe's path. "Let me in." Who knew LuZe would suddenly say this? And the man, not knowing what had happened, obediently stepped aside to make way. The other man was stunned. He had just stepped forward to block them, but after making eye contact with LuZe, he also moved aside. "Brother, what's going on?" Lu Xiaoyu looked confused. But LuZe casually replied, "I don't know. They probably let us through because they found Xiaoyu cute." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu was half convinced. LuZe smiled and patted her head, then directly walked inside. Once inside the building, many people turned to look at them. Why don't those two have soul power? Yeah. How did they get in without soul power? In an instant, the surroundings were buzzing with discussions, but LuZe didn't care about that and continued walking. "Brother, why do I feel like these big brothers and sisters seem to have opinions about us?" Lu Xiaoyu said with some concern. LuZe still looked nonchalant. "Don't worry. They won't make trouble." After saying this, he glanced at the people around. Just that one glance made everyone feel an invisible pressure, and they immediately shut their mouths and looked elsewhere. "Let's go see what fun things are inside," LuZe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and began to look around. Before long, she noticed a crowded area and quickly tugged at LuZe's shirt. "Brother, let's go check that out. There's so many people." Lu Xiaoyu pointed to the crowd. LuZe looked over and then walked towards it. Once inside, they found a group of people surrounding an old man. The old man had set up a stall with the words fortune-telling written on it. The moment LuZe saw these two characters, he thought of a fortune teller. However, he didn't care about that. Instead, Lu Xiaoyu was very interested. "Brother, I want to try," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe had no choice but to ask the people around to make way and walk directly to the old man. "Old sir, can you help me read my brother's fortune?" LuZe politely greeted. The old man looked up at him and then smiled kindly and nodded. Seeing this, LuZe put Lu Xiaoyu down. The old man looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "What is wrong with this child?" LuZe asked with a bit of seriousness. The old man looked at him again, then stood up and said, "Your brother's fate is affected by calamity, but it is influenced by certain factors. Sometimes it appears, sometimes it doesn't." "And you?" "Me?" LuZe was taken aback. The old man shook his head, turned, and said, "You can't escape." After saying this, the old man disappeared right in front of everyone. LuZe, standing in place, kept pondering over the old man's words. "I can't escape." LuZe fell silent. He didn't know what this sentence referred to. After this small episode, LuZe spoke less. In the evening, LuZe was preparing to take Lu Xiaoyu back to the Bamboo Sea. But on the way, he suddenly said, "Xiaoyu, I have something very important to resolve. I originally wanted to spend more time with you, but time seems to wait for no one." "What is it?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. LuZe didn't answer him, just glanced at him. Lu Xiaoyu instantly felt something was wrong and quickly said, "Can you not go? It must not be anything good. Please don't go." Looking at his eager eyes, LuZe hesitated, but this time he couldn't listen to Xiaoyu. Fall into a deep sleep? Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. The moment he heard these words, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness. But just as he was about to close his eyes, he recklessly reached out and firmly grasped LuZe's hand. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu completely fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the relative truth emerged. "What do you want to do?" The relative truth asked with a serious expression. LuZe forced a smile. "I can't drag Xiaoyu down. All of this is caused by me. You want to go find the purger alone?" The relative truth quickly realized. LuZe didn't answer, but his eyes already revealed his intention. The relative truth immediately became displeased and pointed at LuZe, reprimanding loudly. "Are you crazy? You should know the strength of the purger, right? Not to mention they, like us, retain memories from that time. Are you going to them to seek death?" I have no choice. If I don't go find them, They will still come looking for me, LuZe said slowly. It's okay. We can wait for them to find us. We can prepare in advance. The relative truth responded seriously. No, Xiaoyu's current body can't bear your power at all. I don't want to see you lying before me. LuZe shouted back, then fixed his gaze on the relative truth. The relative truth was left speechless. Lu Xiaoyu truly couldn't withstand his power right now, and blindly using it would only result in backlash. Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive, LuZe said with a smile. The relative truth said nothing, just stared blankly at him. After I leave, you take Xiaoyu to find a suitable place to stay. Okay, wait for me to come back, LuZe said again. Though very reluctant, the relative truth still agreed. At this point, a hurdle in LuZe's heart was finally put down. Chapter 226. The warship in the void in the bamboo sea. Two shadows were gathered together, conversing. Are you really going to find the purger? There's no other choice. Only I know that place. After saying this, the first shadow was stunned. But the other shadow smiled and left. Brother, don't go. Don't leave me. No. Lu Xiaoyu woke up from his dream and panicked when he realized his brother was not beside him. He quickly jumped out of bed and began searching around the bamboo house. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find LuZe's trace until the relative truth appeared. Xiaoyu, your brother. Brother has left without saying goodbye, right? Lu Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, looking utterly exhausted. The relative truth hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Don't worry, LuZe will definitely come back. The relative truth comforted gently. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have transformed into a different person, as if he had matured significantly in an instant. Can you tell me everything about my brother? Lu Xiaoyu said softly. The relative truth was surprised and asked, Do you really want to know? Lu Xiaoyu replied firmly. Seeing this, the relative truth had no choice. Some things were better off said. Your brother came back from the future. On a high mountain, LuZe stood at the edge, gazing into the distance. What? Are you reluctant to leave here? The truth appeared, smiling. LuZe shook his head and softly said, Let's go. It's time to settle the score. After saying this, LuZe climbed to the mountaintop, and his eyes instantly turned red. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a crack appeared before him, and without a word, he stepped inside. The crack led to an endless void, and LuZe, guided by the truth, moved in one direction. Truth, how do you know the location of that world? At this moment, LuZe suddenly spoke. The truth just gave a wry smile and said lightly, I was born in that world. LuZe fell silent. He seemed to have guessed something, but didn't speak it out loud. The two finished their conversation, and after an unknown amount of time, they ran into trouble. Roar! A deafening howl echoed from the boundless void. Hearing this howl, LuZe felt puzzled, but the truth became serious. What was that sound? LuZe asked. Void Devourer, a troublesome creature, the truth replied with a grave expression. The next moment, a beam of red light shot past their faces. If they hadn't reacted in time, they might have been devoured. When the red light disappeared, a giant long worm appeared before the truth and LuZe. Is this the Void Devourer? LuZe felt extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a creature, and the aura it emitted was far beyond that of God King. Stop looking. Getting entangled with this thing usually ends badly, the truth suddenly said. Without a moment's hesitation, LuZe turned to escape as he still didn't know much about this void. He quickly darted in another direction. However, the Void Devourer seemed to have locked onto him, wriggling its body as it slid towards him. Seeing this, LuZe felt like crying but couldn't stop. Stopping would mean a fierce battle. Come on, since the Void Devourer has appeared, it means we are not far from there, the truth said beside him. LuZe didn't know what to say, but soon he sensed a powerful aura not far ahead. Truth, this really can't be helped, LuZe said somewhat helplessly. But surprisingly, the truth did not respond. Even his aura disappeared. Truth? Truth? LuZe called out twice, but still received no answer. This is troublesome, LuZe said with a hint of frustration. But soon, he saw a cosmic warship appear ahead. With no choice, with the Void Devourer behind him and unknown dangers ahead, LuZe had no option but to take a gamble. Without hesitation, he quickly sped onto the deck of the warship. However, he was soon surrounded by a group of people. Who are you? One of the men questioned warily. LuZe felt awkward because he didn't understand what they were saying and could only hurriedly point to the Void Devourer chasing him behind. The man looked puzzled, but upon seeing the Void Devourer, he instantly understood. He turned and shouted, Everyone be alert. There's a Void Devourer ahead. Prepare for battle. The crew on the deck quickly took positions to face the Void Devourer. Roar! At this moment, the Void Devourer let out another howl. Just as everyone was sweating nervously, the Void Devourer actually turned and fled. It was at this moment that LuZe sensed that powerful aura again. What happened? At this time, a figure stepped onto the deck. When LuZe clearly saw that figure, he was momentarily stunned. The figure was a woman. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that terrifying aura emanated from her. Upon seeing the woman, the man ran over eagerly and said with a flirtatious expression, "Captain, why did you come out personally? Oh, can I come out?" The woman replied with a smile. Although she was smiling, it gave off a suffocating sense of oppression. This left LuZe extremely shocked. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, he still felt that sense of pressure. At that moment, the woman also noticed LuZe, who was dressed in strange clothing, and slowly walked up to him. "Who are you?" the woman asked coldly. LuZe knew that the other party couldn't understand his words, so he could only gesture with his hands. Upon seeing this, the woman instantly understood. It turned out he was mute. After a round of questioning, they discovered LuZe's secret. Not only can you not speak, but you also can't understand our language. You are from another world. The woman became alert. However, since LuZe couldn't understand what she was saying, he could only nod in response, and then he was restrained by a group of people. "Someone, bring me the language translator." The woman ordered her subordinates with a serious expression. Those people didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran inside the warship, returning shortly with a collar. Seeing this, the woman ordered them to put the collar on LuZe. LuZe did not resist, but obediently put on the collar. "Who are you?" the woman asked again. LuZe initially thought he wouldn't understand her words, but the next second he realized he actually did. So he attempted to speak. "My name is LuZe, a small wanderer." What shocked LuZe was that the woman understood him and coldly replied, "What is your purpose in approaching my fleet?" Now LuZe felt relieved, as they could communicate properly. "I have no purpose. I accidentally boarded this warship while trying to escape from the Void Devourer," LuZe said sincerely. "Really?" The woman seemed half convinced, but seeing that LuZe wasn't acting erratically, she let it go. "Fine, consider this saving your life," she said, turning to leave. The man from earlier then asked, "Captain, how should we handle this guy?" "Let him stay on the ship for a while. We'll decide what to do when we return," the woman said without looking back. The man had no choice but to order those restraining LuZe to disperse. "You better be careful," the man warned LuZe as he left. Though LuZe didn't take it to heart. After all, the only one who could threaten him here was that woman. No one else was worthy. Thus, LuZe temporarily found a place to stay, but the truth was still missing, which made him feel serious about the situation. Chapter 227. A new civilization in the void. In an endless void, LuZe stood on the deck of the warship, gazing into the distance. "Kid, what are you doing standing here?" At that moment, the man from earlier appeared behind him, harboring some hostility. LuZe did not show any emotional fluctuations upon hearing his words, but smiled gently. "I just wanted to see what hidden treasures lie in this endless void." "I have no other thoughts," LuZe replied with a smile. This left the man at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to LuZe. "That's for the best. If you have other thoughts, I advise you to abandon them. Otherwise, you'll regret it," the man said forcefully to save face. After saying that, he turned to leave, while LuZe continued to gaze into the endless void. Time passed, and eventually LuZe spotted civilization. At this moment, the female captain came to his side. "You've been standing here for quite a while," she said softly. LuZe nodded, not saying much. However, the woman took this opportunity to introduce herself. "Let's get reintroduced. My name is Kaishi, and I'm the owner of this warship." LuZe was a bit surprised, then smiled and said, "Hello, Kaishi. I am LuZe from a remote civilization. Thank you for your care along the way." "Haha, don't say that. I haven't seen anyone take care of you," Kaishi replied with a smile. She then returned to her cold demeanor, saying, "We are about to reach the warship's landing point. Are you going to follow me to the next void? Or, I can't trouble you any longer. I have my own matters to attend to," LuZe answered decisively. This made Kaishi look at him differently and piqued her interest. "Aren't you afraid to wander alone in the void?" Kaishi asked. "Everyone has things they fear," LuZe replied simply. This statement resonated deeply with Kaishi, and she stood there contemplating for a long time. By the time she came back to her senses, the warship had already reached its landing point, and LuZe had disembarked. Standing on the deck, Kaishi watched LuZe's departing figure with a slight smile. She hadn't expected to encounter such an interesting person on this trip. It seemed the world was indeed vast. After LuZe disembarked, he began to examine this new cosmic civilization. This civilization was highly advanced. People's means of transportation were all hover cars, and the streets were filled with things he had never seen before. However, he could confirm one thing. This was not the place he was looking for, but for now, he could only stop and adjust himself. After arriving, he happened to encounter a few small-time thugs in an alley. "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you, or you'll regret it," the leading thug said arrogantly. But LuZe merely smiled faintly and then looked at him and spoke. "What place is this? Speak." The thug leader was instantly stunned upon hearing this, and the few lackeys beside him felt something was off and stepped forward to inquire. However, as soon as they took a step, their eyes met LuZe's, and they froze in place like wooden statues. The thug leader then slowly spoke. "This is Aniva City. Give me more details." "This is Aniva City, located on Angel Star in the Godly Star system." "Is that so?" LuZe pondered, then spoke again. "Hand over all the money you have." After he finished speaking, the thugs' bodies involuntarily pulled out a type of bracelet from their pockets and handed them to LuZe. Looking at these bracelets, LuZe was a bit puzzled, but quickly understood. It turned out that here, humans use points for trading, and these points were transmitted through the bracelets. After transferring the points from several bracelets onto one, LuZe left the alley with the bracelet. However, just as he stepped out of the alley, Truth suddenly spoke in his mind. "Have we landed safely?" Truth asked curiously. LuZe nodded and then asked, "What were you doing before?" "You didn't say a word." Truth smiled bitterly and then explained, "You don't know how dangerous it was before. That woman had the aura of that place on her. If I had waited a little longer, I would have been exposed." "What would have happened if you had been exposed?" LuZe asked curiously. Truth's face darkened as he said, "If I had been exposed, there wouldn't have been any immediate problems since that woman is no match for you. But what if she had called for help ahead of time? In that void, there would be nowhere for you to run." LuZe nodded and then walked onto the street. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at him. After all, the communicator around his neck was well known, and anyone wearing it would be classified as someone from another civilization. LuZe didn't care much. It was no big deal, but soon trouble found him. "Sir, you need to come with us." LuZe was stopped by several people in uniform shortly after he stepped onto the street. Judging by their attire, LuZe guessed they were something akin to the police in this civilization. After all, he was from another civilization and would certainly be seen as an illegal immigrant, requiring an investigation. Soon, LuZe was taken to the relevant department. Sitting in the interrogation room, LuZe appeared very natural. At this moment, a woman entered with two others. "What is your name?" the woman asked. "LuZe," he replied. "Do you have a pass?" "No." "How did you get here without a pass?" "I hitchhiked." After a series of inquiries, the woman found the situation quite tricky. After some discussion, she said again, "Since you were from another civilization, you need to apply for a pass here. Do you understand?" "I do." LuZe nodded. He then smiled and asked, "May I ask, miss, how should I arrange my stay until my pass is processed?" The woman thought for a moment and then said, "You can stay with me until your pass is processed. But let me be clear, if you dare to cause any trouble, you will bear the consequences." The woman had a serious expression, while LuZe simply smiled lightly. Soon, evening arrived. LuZe was taken back to the woman's home by the female officer. "Miss, do I have to stay here during this time?" LuZe asked curiously. The woman nodded and coldly replied, "Where else would you want to go?" LuZe awkwardly smiled and then closed his mouth. The dusk in this civilization was beautiful, even more so than in the Douluo world. Looking at the sunset, LuZe couldn't help but think of the place he lived before he crossed over. "I haven't seen a sunset like this in a long time," LuZe murmured to himself. Truth chuckled in his mind, saying, "With your current strength, you could easily go back. But why haven't you returned? What else could it be?" "My mission isn't complete," LuZe replied with a helpless expression. He regretted getting involved with Douluo in the first place. He might have been lying at home watching TV by now. Truth just looked at him without saying anything, but it seemed he had already made a decision. Chapter 228, Encountering the Fortune Teller Again. Angel Star and Derva City. LuZe was brought into a residence, and after a leisurely evening chat, he learned that the woman who provided him shelter was named Daisy, a law enforcement officer, essentially a police officer in this city. The next day, at dawn, Daisy woke up and began preparing to go to the law enforcement bureau. When she arrived in the living room, she saw LuZe standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. For some reason, she felt a sense of weariness emanating from LuZe. Curiosity piqued. Daisy approached LuZe and asked softly, "Why are you looking into the distance? Would you believe me if I said my home is over there?" LuZe smiled faintly. Hearing this, Daisy was momentarily stunned, then regained her composure and spoke again. "Is your hometown far away?" LuZe didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell silent for a moment before responding. "It's close yet so far, as if it's destined that I cannot return." This statement left Daisy perplexed. She didn't understand why LuZe said that, but she felt a deep pity for him. So she patted his shoulder and said with a rare smile, "It's okay. Since you can't go back, just stay here. Once I sort out your identity issues, You can become a resident here. Daisy's smile was sweet, completely contrary to the persona she projected. LuZe smiled back and then fell silent. Soon, Daisy went to work, leaving LuZe to watch the house. Before she left, he specifically asked Daisy how to use the electronic devices. He wanted to use this time to learn more about this world. At first, everything was fine, but soon he was drawn to a piece of text. Angel Star and the entire Heavenly God Star system are managed by higher dimensions. LuZe pondered this text. Truth seized the opportunity to say, the one managing this star system is the Purger we are looking for. Purger is responsible for maintaining the balance of a universe and appears whenever there is a major event in the universe. LuZe, who was initially a bit confused, suddenly understood upon hearing this. He then smirked slightly. If I do something big here, will it attract a Purger? It should. But what big thing are you planning to do? Truth became curious. Are you going to destroy this planet or release your aura to draw them to you? LuZe rolled his eyes at Truth and said irritably, forget it. If one comes, that's manageable. But if too many come, who can handle that? You have to know that in the Douluo world, the Purger who fought me won't lose their memory and will remember me. So what do you plan to do now? Truth was increasingly curious. LuZe smiled faintly and said, get to know this world better and then see how it goes. Truth suddenly found it a bit uninteresting. However, LuZe didn't mind and instead said with great planning, Purgers send one to patrol various civilizations in the void every 6 months. The last time a Purger came was a month ago. So you plan to act when the next Purger arrives? Truth almost guessed something. LuZe didn't answer, but smiled and nodded, making his intentions clear. I still haven't got to know this world well. I should go out and explore. LuZe murmured. After all, the cities in this world were quite similar to those he experienced on Earth. Though the Douluo world had also developed modern technology, it still lacked a bit compared to Blue Star. Soon, LuZe walked out of Daisy's residence and headed straight to the street. The flow of people on the street was substantial, and LuZe hadn't felt this atmosphere in a long time. However, because he lacked an identity, he could only wander around. But while wandering, he noticed an area on the map. In the old town, it should be quite similar to the cities of Blue Star. LuZe smiled faintly. He then followed the map's instructions to the old town. As soon as he arrived, he felt a sense of coming home. Occasionally, children played and laughed on the streets, and some vendors were selling goods. What is this? Do I feel like I'm home? Truth suddenly chimed in with a smile. LuZe lowered his head and chuckled, then raised it to say, yes, I do have that feeling. But as soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted nearby. LuZe was instantly drawn to the disturbance and turned to see a crowd gathered not far away, unsure of what was happening. Curious, he walked over, and to avoid breaking the atmosphere, he had to force his way in. However, when he saw what was happening inside, he was stunned. An old man was sitting on the ground with the two large characters fortune telling in front of him. Initially, just an ordinary fortune teller. He seemed extraordinary to LuZe, because that old man was the one who had predicted for him and Lu Xiaoyu in the Douluo world. The old man also noticed LuZe at this moment, but instead of being shocked, he showed an expression of expectation. The old man then stood up and smiled at the onlookers, saying, friends, my work for today has concluded, so I will take my leave. After saying this, he began to pack up his stall, but unlike the previous instant disappearance, this time he was very leisurely. The onlookers dispersed, leaving only LuZe behind. After a while, the crowd had cleared, and only LuZe and the old man remained. Seeing this, LuZe didn't stay stunned any longer and walked straight up to the old man. Sir, haven't we met before? LuZe asked with a smile. The old man paused his actions upon hearing this and directly replied, let us go to a quiet place to talk. This confirmed it. The old man was indeed the one LuZe had encountered in Douluo. Soon, the old man took LuZe to a rooftop. Sir, you should be able to tell me your name now, right? LuZe spoke again. The old man smiled and then turned to say, indeed, our meeting here suggests a certain fate. Since we are fated, I will tell you my name. Remember, I am Dream Tianji, a fortune teller. Is it really just a fortune teller? LuZe could hardly believe it. Dream Tianji noticed his attitude and simply laughed. What? You don't believe it? Of course. A fortune teller can cross the void to come to another universe. Isn't that a bit unbelievable? LuZe left. Haha, you're quite the talker. Dream Tianji laughed heartily, but you guessed wrong. I really am just a fortune teller. I just enjoy fortune telling in various places. Is that so? LuZe replied lightly. But the next second, Dream Tianji's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke seriously. You may not know this, but because of your departure, the Douluo world has saved a life. Chapter 229. An unshakable person. What do you mean by that? LuZe looked at Dream Tianji with a puzzled expression, just because of his earlier statement. Dream Tianji smiled, and then turned to say, to be honest, if you had left Douluo world a bit later, the Purger would have arrived. The Purger came after I left? LuZe was quite surprised. Yes, you should know now that the Purger roams among various worlds. And once they detect abnormalities in a world, they will initiate a cleansing plan. Just a week after you left, the Purger descended upon the Douluo world. And I also left at that time, Dream Tianji explained calmly. Hearing this, LuZe increasingly felt that this old man was not simple. So, the Douluo world is fine now, right? LuZe smiled as he asked. It should be fine, Dream Tianji hesitated. Seeing his expression, LuZe immediately felt something was off and asked, what do you mean by should be fine? Well, Dream Tianji started to feel uneasy, and LuZe felt even more that something was wrong. Tell me, what happened? LuZe's face turned cold. Seeing his expression, Dream Tianji had no choice but to sigh. He slowly said, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just about the truth in the Douluo world. He said he would come and find you when he grows up. Upon hearing this, LuZe's face darkened. However, he thought to himself that it was all right, as Lu Xiaoyu was still quite young, and by the time she grew up, he would probably have resolved this matter and returned home. But at that moment, Dream Tianji suddenly added, by the way, the flow of time in the void is different from that in the Douluo world. What is different? LuZe felt puzzled, as he really hadn't sensed anything. To put it simply, staying in the void for one day is equivalent to 100 days in the Douluo world, Dream Tianji explained. LuZe initially thought it was not a big deal, but Dream Tianji's next sentence shocked him directly. The truth from the Douluo world entered the void with me. But he was slower than me. He should be arriving soon, Dream Tianji said with an awkward smile. Hearing this, LuZe was instantly petrified, unable to believe it. So, if Lu Xiaoyu comes to this world, she will already be grown up? LuZe asked with a darkened face. Dream Tianji didn't answer, but politely nodded. Now, LuZe felt he was truly in big trouble. Forget it. I'll just hide well, LuZe said with a wry smile. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Dream Tianji then spoke again, his expression becoming very serious. A world can only have one truth. This world has a truth, and if you expose your aura, the Purger will probably come looking for you. Hearing this, LuZe was taken aback and simply replied, okay, I will be careful. After saying this, he walked down the building like an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Dream Tianji, who remained in place, smiled faintly. He then looked up at the sky and said meaningfully, you can come out now. It was unclear who he was speaking to, but soon a person appeared out of thin air. Thank you, sir, the person said politely. Dream Tianji waved his hand and laughed. It's nothing. He asked your brother, not mine. Just remember our agreement. The man smiled at this and turned to say, don't worry, I won't forget. Dream Tianji smiled, then suddenly remembered something and reminded, by the way, you heard that too. Remember not to expose your identity. No problem, the man said before heading downstairs. At this moment, LuZe felt a chill run down his back, sensing that something was about to happen. Soon, he returned to Daisy's house and went back to the balcony to bask in the sun. Life has been pretty good, and at that moment, Daisy walked in. You're back. LuZe heard her voice and slowly got up to look over. Daisy walked over slowly and then took out a wristband and threw it to him. This is your pass. Remember to keep it safe and don't lose it, Daisy said. LuZe picked up the wristband and examined it carefully before putting it on his wrist. Thank you, LuZe smiled gently. Bathed in sunlight. His warm smile immediately made Daisy blush. All right, now that you have your identity, go find a place to stay. Daisy turned around and said, okay, I'll head out now. LuZe got up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Daisy suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, do you have credit points? LuZe was momentarily at a loss, but then remembered that he had robbed a few thugs earlier. So he replied, I have some, but not much. After hearing this, Daisy said, how about this? I'll lend you 100,000 credit points. Is that okay? LuZe felt a bit awkward. What are you thinking? You'll pay me back once you have a job, Daisy replied, looking exasperated. Hearing this, LuZe could only laugh awkwardly and said, all right, I'll pay you back then. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Once outside, Truth popped up and asked, where are you going now? You're unfamiliar with this place. I'll figure something out. LuZe smiled. Truth didn't want to bother and directly merged into his body, ignoring him. LuZe then carefully studied the wristband he had on. He found a bench in a park and sat down. After studying for a long time without figuring anything out, a figure appeared in front of him. Bro, are you in trouble? LuZe didn't react in time and responded, yeah, I'm a bit confused about this wristband. Let me teach you how to use it, the person said again. Sure, LuZe smiled and looked up. The moment he looked up, he was nearly scared to death. What are you doing here? LuZe was a bit shocked. What? Should you be happy to see me here, my dear brother? It was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing LuZe's surprised expression, Lu Xiaoyu immediately smiled and hugged him. Did you know I've been looking for you? Lu Xiaoyu looked just like a child, although he was now a bit taller than LuZe. Didn't I say I'd come back to find you after finishing this matter? LuZe felt a bit embarrassed. You're lying. Lu Xiaoyu tightly hugged him. LuZe felt even more awkward. He had indeed lied, as his real intention was to return to Blue Star after finishing this matter and live a normal life. But soon he thought of a way out and thickened his skin to say, how could I lie to you? When have I ever lied to you? You've lied to me many times, Lu Xiaoyu said without giving him any face. LuZe was immediately left speechless. Can you let go of me first? No, Lu Xiaoyu said firmly. LuZe had a black face again, but didn't he know what to say. So they just hugged for a long time. Bro, let me take you home, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly said. Home? Douluo world? LuZe asked. But Lu Xiaoyu replied, no, it's the house I rented in this world. Oh. LuZe reacted a bit slowly. What did you say? You rented a house in this world? Chapter 230, Home. When exactly did you come to this world? LuZe questioned while on the way home with Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu just smiled faintly and said, I've been here for almost a week. What? LuZe's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had only just arrived in this world. Yet his brother had been here for almost a week. When did you come? After calming down a bit, LuZe asked again. A week ago, Lu Xiaoyu smiled innocently. But LuZe couldn't stay calm. When did you leave Douluo? Lu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but seeing LuZe's serious expression, he finally relented. He said lightly, I left the day after you did. That is not right. With your ability at that time, you wouldn't have been able to break the void. LuZe was full of doubts. Actually, I was brought over by that fortune teller, Lu Xiaoyu said quietly, turning his head. Upon hearing this, LuZe couldn't stay calm, and his inner thoughts began to curse. That old man dared to deceive me. When I catch him, I'll make him pay. Bro, you don't have a job yet, right? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked at this moment. LuZe shot him a glance. What do you think? Are you planning to support me? He was just joking, but unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoyu really dared to say, sure, I'll support you. Lu Xiaoyu smiled. Lu Xiaoyu. He didn't expect his brother to actually have a job. Where are you working now? LuZe asked with a dark face. Lu Xiaoyu smiled lightly and said, I work at a beverage shop. LuZe responded perfunctorily. Before long, the two chatted and arrived outside a public rental house. We're here. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and opened the door. LuZe took a glance and then followed him inside. As soon as he stepped into the house, he felt a different kind of feeling. Hasn't it been a long time since you lived in such a house? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind LuZe and whispered in his ear. Wow, don't get so close. LuZe was startled. Seeing him this scared, Lu Xiaoyu immediately smiled. Then he walked in front of LuZe and slowly extended his right hand. Welcome home, brother. For some reason, upon hearing this, LuZe felt an inexplicable heartache, and his eyes began to redden. Bro, what is wrong? Lu Xiaoyu noticed something was off and quickly asked. LuZe reacted and hurriedly turned his head, saying nothing, just thinking of some things. Lu Xiaoyu understood that his brother's heart held not only memories of Douluo continent, but also other matters that he couldn't pry into right now. I really didn't expect you to come here. At that moment, truth emerged. At the same time, the relative truth within Lu Xiaoyu also appeared. What's wrong? Aren't you welcoming me here? Relative truth smiled lightly. There's no unwelcoming, just reminding you to be careful. If we get exposed, we'll all be in trouble. Truth smiled, and then merged back into LuZe's body. Relative truth also just smiled lightly, and then looked at Lu Xiaoyu. You should pay attention to yourself. During this period, I will isolate myself, so you'll have to rely on yourself, just as absolute truth advised. As soon as the voice fell, it completely disappeared from here, leaving no trace. Although absolute truth did not tell LuZe, he knew it himself. This meant that during this time, only LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu would face it alone. It was getting late, and I have to go to work tomorrow, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. After hearing this, LuZe said nothing more and simply replied, then you should go to sleep. What about you? I'll sleep too, but there's only one bed. However, I believe you won't mind, so let us sleep together. Lu Xiaoyu smiled innocently, while LuZe felt a bit scared. What are you afraid of? I won't do anything bad, Lu Xiaoyu said, resting a hand on LuZe's shoulder. LuZe felt a bit uncomfortable at that moment, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, the two brothers quickly washed up and lay down on the same bed. Lights out. The night enveloped the city, and LuZe lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu had already fallen into a deep sleep. If I don't go find the Purifiers now, Can I live the life I want? Yes, if LuZe doesn't go looking for the Purifiers, just living a plain life like this is exactly what he wants. Isn't it? But he couldn't because the Purifiers wouldn't forget about the events before the time rewind. Even if LuZe didn't go looking for them, they would come looking for him. After thinking for a while, LuZe moved his body and happened to see Lu Xiaoyu sleeping peacefully. Looking at him sleeping soundly, Lu smiled. He then stopped thinking too much and gradually closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. A night without conversation. The next day at dawn, LuZe slowly opened his eyes, then froze. He saw Lu Xiaoyu's right hand resting on his collarbone, his left arm tightly hugging his waist, and his head buried deep next to his ribs. Lu Xiaoyu, let go of me. In the previously quiet bedroom, LuZe's reprimand suddenly echoed. Although the voice was loud, Lu Xiaoyu still held onto LuZe tightly. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't take it anymore and directly sat up, kicking Lu Xiaoyu. The sleeping Lu Xiaoyu, not knowing what was happening, was unexpectedly kicked off the bed. What happened? Lu Xiaoyu looked confused, but he quickly saw LuZe's gloomy expression and immediately understood. He awkwardly smiled, slowly getting up and saying, well, I have to go to work now. There's food in the fridge. After saying that, he quickly ran out of the bedroom. When LuZe walked out of the bedroom, he realized Lu Xiaoyu had already left. Looking at the empty house, LuZe gave a bitter smile. He then went to the balcony to look outside and sat down on a bench. Continuing like this ISNTA solution. I need to find something to do, LuZe thought with a bitter smile. Saying to do it, he got up and walked directly outside. Once outside, he began looking for part-time jobs. However, during his search, he sensed that someone was following him. Sighing, he slowly walked toward a small alley. Once inside the alley, a gentle breeze blew, and LuZe disappeared on the spot. The person who had been following him arrived and was surprised to find no one there. Where did he go? He clearly came in here. The person was very confused. Are you looking for me? At that moment, LuZe's voice came from behind him. Reacting quickly, the person turned around and assumed a combat stance, ready to respond. Who are you? LuZe didn't waste time and got straight to the point. The person coldly stared, showing no intention of answering. Seeing this, LuZe also didn't waste any more words. He instantly appeared in front of him. The person didn't react in time and was directly pinned to the ground by LuZe. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity by doing this? Chapter 231. The Job Search. What do you mean? LuZe felt surprised by the words of the person he had pinned down. If you dare to move against me, your identity will be exposed. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down? The person warned again. LuZe became a bit interested and smiled, asking, what am I afraid of? I don't even know who the other party is. Why should I be afraid? Don't you know about the Black Forces in Andervar City? Don't you know about the Black Hand? The person seemed a bit scared. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately laughed. He thought it was the Purifier subordinates coming after him, but it turned out to just be the local Black Forces. I thought it was someone important, LuZe smiled. After saying that, he directly let go of the person and stood up, walking toward the exit of the alley. The person who was pinned down felt confused as soon as LuZe released him. After getting up in a fluster, he asked, who exactly are you? You don't need to know. LuZe waved his hand and left without looking back. The person, seeing this, hurriedly chased after him, stealthily following behind again. After walking for a while, LuZe felt a bit exasperated. He suddenly appeared behind the person and grabbed him by the back of his collar, lifting him up. Why are you following me? I don't think I've offended anyone, LuZe asked, puzzled. The person, being lifted, began to struggle wildly and accidentally tore his hooded coat. LuZe finally got a clear look at the person's true appearance. He didn't expect that the one who had been following him was just a small boy, and he was dressed very raggedly. You don't even know who the Black Hand is, do you? LuZe pointed out. The boy panicked and, in a flustered manner, said, I know him. He's my older brother. Really? LuZe didn't believe him at all. The boy, seeing LuZe's expression, became anxious again, but at that moment, someone called for LuZe. The boy took this opportunity to run away without looking back. LuZe, how come you're here? The person calling LuZe was Daisy. She happened to pass by while on a mission. LuZe looked at the boy who was gradually running away and didn't think much of it. He turned around to face Daisy and smiled, saying, I came out to look for a job. Did you find one? Daisy asked curiously. Not yet, but I found a place to stay, LuZe replied with a bitter smile. After hearing this, Daisy stopped asking further and then remembered the boy from earlier. So she said, do you know that kid from earlier? I don't know him, LuZe answered decisively. That's good. That kid should be a vagrant, Daisy explained. Vagrant? LuZe felt puzzled. Seeing his confused expression, Daisy suddenly realized something and awkwardly smiled, saying, I almost forgot you just got here. It's normal not to know about vagrants. Can you tell me about it? LuZe became interested. Vagrants are actually orphans who rely on begging and stealing to survive. It's best to stay away from them. Daisy explained. Why? Some drifters will stop at nothing to get what they want. Why do you think that is? Hearing this, LuZe awkwardly scratched his head. By the way, are you free now? Daisy suddenly remembered something and asked. Of course, LuZe felt speechless. Once Daisy realized, she also felt embarrassed, and her little face turned red. What do you need? LuZe asked again. Coming back to her senses, Daisy replied, I have a job offer here. Would you like to consider it? Sure, what job? LuZe smiled. It's not convenient here. Come with me. Daisy turned and said. Soon, the two arrived at a beverage shop. They sat by the window, and Daisy first ordered 2 drinks, then started chatting with LuZe. So what is the job? LuZe asked first. Daisy paused for a moment and then smiled, saying, the law enforcement agency is hiring now with a monthly salary of 5,000 credit points. If you think it's good, you can let me know. What do I need to do? LuZe took a sip of his drink and asked again. Daisy thought for a moment and replied, it's not difficult. Just help residents solve some small issues or assist the investigation team with some cases. So, what do you think? LuZe pondered for a while after hearing this, then answered, no problem. I can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and extended his right hand. Daisy instantly realized and stood up to shake his hand. Unfortunately, this scene was seen by Lu Xiaoyu, who was working there. When she saw LuZe and Daisy chatting and laughing, her face darkened, and when their hands clasped together, her expression turned even darker. Without thinking, she walked over with a tray in hand. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here, Lu Xiaoyu said as she approached LuZe's table. Her smile was very sinister, as if she wanted to eat someone. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe was immediately surprised. Oh, you work here? Lu Xia awkwardly smiled. Daisy, who was beside them, looked a bit confused and asked, do you two know each other? Know each other? Yes, my good brother, Lu Xiaoyu said with a grim face. Daisy felt an inexplicable sense of crisis upon hearing this, but still curiously asked LuZe, I didn't expect you to be his brother? Yes, actually I can't find him, LuZe lied. After hearing this, Daisy didn't say anything more and got up to settle the bill, preparing to leave. Before leaving, she reminded him, come for the report tomorrow, and remember not to be late. Okay, Lu Xia nodded. After she left, Lu Xiaoyu directly pulled LuZe into an empty small room. Who is she? Lu Xiaoyu got straight to the point. Are you talking about Daisy? LuZe was a bit confused, but explained, she gave me a pass for this world. You could say she saved me. What did she just say to you? Lu Xiaoyu pressed further. She just introduced a job to me. It's nothing major. LuZe said with a wry smile. Didn't I say I support you? Why do you still want to find a job? Lu Xiaoyu questioned. This left LuZe at a loss, making him feel like a kept man. I'm still your brother. How could I always rely on you? Wouldn't it be better for the two of us to work hard together? LuZe thought for a long time before explaining with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu was instantly speechless. With no other choice, she began to sulk. No, I don't want you to go find a job. I can support you. Just stay at home. How can you talk like that? I'm your brother. How can a younger brother command his older brother? LuZe looked at her with a wry smile. This made Lu Xiaoyu even more anxious. Sigh. What do you mean? If you really want to have a good conversation, wait until you get off work and come home to talk. LuZe tapped her forehead. After being tapped, Lu Xiaoyu puffed up her cheeks, but had no other choice but to follow LuZe's words. So, she returned to her post while LuZe was kept in the beverage shop. Chapter 232 Law Enforcement Agency. Soon, dusk enveloped Eniva City. The people on the streets wore smiles. I really don't understand why you had to keep me there. Wouldn't it be better to let me go home early? LuZe complained about Lu Xiaoyu's actions as they walked. But Lu Xiaoyu didn't think she was wrong. In fact, she believed it was the best course of action. Brother, what do you want to eat? Lu Xiaoyu smiled and leaned close to LuZe. LuZe was startled by this gesture and quickly pulled away, saying, just something casual will do. All right, I have a recommended place. Lu Xiaoyu grabbed LuZe's hand and ran in a direction. Being pulled by his younger brother, LuZe felt an inexplicable warmth. Perhaps this was the life he wanted, though it was tea on Blue Star, it felt quite similar. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu brought LuZe to a restaurant. The food here is great. After finding a spot, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said. LuZe was surprised. Do you often eat here? Yes. I've been eating here since I came. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Hearing this, LuZe smiled back at his brother's expression. Soon, all the dishes Lu Xiaoyu ordered were served. After they finished eating, Lu Xiaoyu suggested they go for a stroll, and LuZe didn't say much, just went along with it. The two began to wander the streets. They didn't know how long they had been walking when they arrived at a park. The park was bathed in moonlight, looking very peaceful and quiet, which made LuZe feel at ease. "Brother, let us sit there for a while." Lu Xiaoyu pointed to a bench and smiled. LuZe nodded and walked over, sitting on the bench, feeling the evening breeze brushing against his face. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly spoke. "Brother, what do you think of this world?" LuZe thought for a moment before replying. "It's great. At least there are no violent conflicts." "Then can you not seek the Purifiers and let us live here together?" Lu Xiaoyu pressed further. Upon hearing this, LuZe fell silent. Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu understood and reached out to grab his clothing. "Can't you avoid looking for the Purifiers? I don't want to see you get hurt again," Lu Xiaoyu said softly. LuZe merely smiled and said calmly, "I wish I could, but even if I don't look for the Purifiers, they will come looking for me." "But, no, buts. This time I have reasons I must go," LuZe interrupted him. "Don't you want to live this kind of life?" Lu Xiaoyu didn't want to compromise. "But what can I do?" LuZe repeated his point. "I want to, but things haven't been resolved, so I can never live the life I want." Lu Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and hugged him, speaking in a very gentle tone. "Trust me, I will resolve this quickly this time." Lu Xiaoyu, being hugged, fell into silence and could only nod. The next day, when Lu Xiaoyu opened his eyes and found LuZe was not beside him, he immediately panicked. But after he walked out of the bedroom, he found a letter on the coffee table. "I went to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I'll be back at night. Take care of yourself at work." LuZe, after reading the letter, Lu Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. He thought his brother had left him again to find the Purifiers, but it seemed he was overthinking it. Andhwa City, West District Branch of the Law Enforcement Bureau. LuZe arrived here according to yesterday's agreement with Daisy. As soon as he got there, he saw Daisy and then politely greeted her. Noticing him, Daisy ran over and smiled. "I didn't expect you to come quite early." "Well, after all, you can't be late for work," LuZe smiled. "Then let's go. I'll get you set up for your job." Daisy turned and walked into the Law Enforcement Bureau. LuZe smiled and followed her. Once inside the bureau, LuZe saw several familiar faces. "Don't worry. Everyone here is very kind and won't target you," Daisy introduced. "That's good. I was afraid I might be targeted as an outsider," LuZe joked. "Daisy, are you bringing a new person?" At this moment, a handsome man walked over. "Hitler, your team seems to be short on people, right?" Daisy asked directly upon seeing the man. Hitler smiled and said, "Indeed, our investigation team is short on personnel." After saying this, he turned to LuZe and extended his right hand. "Brother, do you want to join our investigation team?" "What do you mainly do?" LuZe politely shook his hand. Hitler smiled and introduced. "Our team is generally quite free. We mainly investigate suspicious cases and report to the action team." "All right, then I'll join you guys." LuZe agreed after hearing this. Hitler laughed out loud, then patted his shoulder. "Good. I'll help you sort out the paperwork now." Daisy felt like she hadn't helped much, but still smiled as she approached the two. "Then I'll take LuZe to fill out the employment forms." "Bye. See you later," Hitler said his goodbyes. Seeing this, Daisy directly took LuZe to the employment office. After a simple registration process, Daisy brought LuZe to the investigation department led by Hitler. After introducing LuZe, Daisy left, while Hitler fell into thought after reviewing his information. He then waved to another man. "Shiva, take LuZe to investigate the old city's southern district and take care of him," Hitler said lightly. The man named Shiva didn't think twice and immediately agreed. He then took LuZe and left the Law Enforcement Bureau. On the way, Shiva curiously asked, "LuZe, I heard you came from another world?" LuZe nodded. Upon hearing this, Shiva became interested. "Can you tell me about your original world?" LuZe thought for a moment and then said, "That world has no law enforcement bureau. It's quite chaotic, to say the least." "Is that so?" Shiva suddenly felt like he shouldn't have asked. Thus, the two didn't say another word along the way. It wasn't until they reached their destination that Shiva spoke again. "Our purpose this time is to investigate the recent cases of missing persons," Shiva said. "All right." LuZe nodded. They then split up to conduct investigations in the Southern District, which was an older, rustic area with a long history. However, it had recently become quite strange due to the ongoing reports of missing persons. The missing individuals left no trace, and the investigation team had been working in the area for a long time without progress. However, everything would change with LuZe's arrival. Chapter 233, First Mission. Andhwa City, Southern District of the Old City. The streets of the Old City usually had very few people, except for times like market days, similar to LuZe's hometown when it would be bustling. "LuZe, do you really believe what Shiva said?" Truth asked beside him. LuZe glanced at him and said, "Whether I believe it or not, at least I can experience the life of an ordinary person again. can I? Upon hearing this, Truth immediately reacted and smiled. Yes, this life is too unstable for you right now, even if it's just for a few days. It's worth it. All right, I really need to seal myself off and fall into a deep sleep now. I will awaken if I sense the presence of the Purifiers. Truth's expression suddenly became serious. LuZe didn't say anything in response, just smiled faintly, and then began to focus on his work. Seeing this, Truth stopped talking, then merged into his body and fell into a deep sleep, his presence genuinely disappearing this time. It must be said that although LuZe was just a new enforcer at the Law Enforcement Bureau, he was quite familiar with the position. This was thanks to his previous world before he crossed over. Although he wasn't doing this type of work then, he still had some understanding of it. He then arrived at the door of one of the missing persons' homes based on the task information provided by the Bureau. Standing in front of the door, LuZe raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. With a ring, the door opened shortly after. LuZe looked up and saw a man open the door. "Hello, sir. I am an enforcer from the West District Branch of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Amber City, here specifically to address the issue of missing persons in the Old City," LuZe said very politely. The man inside looked surprised and then said, "Come in and talk." After saying this, LuZe followed the man inside. Upon entering, he immediately felt an indescribable sensation as the room was empty. The man glanced at him and then smiled wryly. "Ever since my child went missing, not long after, my wife also fell into a coma because of this and is now in the hospital. I'm the only one at home. Please don't mind. It's okay. I'm here specifically to solve this matter," LuZe said in a comforting tone. The man nodded and then gestured for him to sit on the sofa. After sitting on the sofa, LuZe asked, "Can you tell me what happened before your child went missing?" The man paused for a moment and then slowly said, "Actually, there's not much to say. My child went to school that morning and normally would return home on time, but that day he didn't come back on time. At first, we thought he was playing with classmates, but it wasn't until late at night that we realized the seriousness of the situation." And then, LuZe pressed for more details. The man spoke again. "That day, my wife and I went out to look for him late at night. First, we went to the school to ask his teacher, but the teacher said that the students had all gone home after school. After getting no result from our inquiries, we went to several of our child's good friends' homes to ask, but they all said our child did not go to play with them. At that moment, we began to panic and started searching along the road between the school and home, but we couldn't find him all night." The man fell silent at this point, slowly lowering his head. "All right, I understand," LuZe said, looking at his haggard appearance, and he no longer pressed for more details. "Officer, my wife and I are really worried about our child. I beg you, please help us." The man suddenly looked up and tightly grasped LuZe's hand. Seeing his desperate expression, LuZe felt a pang in his heart, and then said seriously, "Please rest assured, I will definitely give you an answer." Okay, thank you." "Officer," the man said, and he was about to kneel down. Fortunately, LuZe reacted quickly and stopped him, then helped him up and spoke again. "Do you have a photo of your child? If you do, please show it to me." The man did not hesitate and ran into a bedroom, returning shortly with a picture frame. Inside the frame was a photo of a cheerful little boy. When LuZe saw the photo, he was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "Have I seen this child before?" Unsure, he did not say anything but comforted the man. "Sir, please rest assured, I will definitely bring your child back." The man nodded vigorously. He then respectfully escorted LuZe out of his home. Once back on the street, LuZe began to ponder. If the little boy he had seen before was indeed the man's child, then this matter was serious. He then inquired at several similar households and learned that the missing persons were all children. Immediately, he understood the truth of the situation. He couldn't believe that child trafficking existed in this world. LuZe's eyes turned cold. Even in his original world, this was an abhorrent act. Moreover, he was the one handling it now, and for a moment, he wished he could immediately eradicate those human traffickers' lairs. However, as he was lost in thought, a voice came through the communicator from Ziva. "LuZe, come here right now. I've encountered the person responsible for the disappearances in the Old City. I've sent you the location. Hurry over." Upon hearing this, LuZe felt the temperature around him drop several degrees. He then quickly followed the location Ziva had sent. Following the coordinates, LuZe soon found Ziva, who was chasing someone. Without a second thought, he jumped down from a 3-story height. Bang! The next second, the person Ziva was pursuing was pinned to the ground by LuZe's sudden descent. Looking down at the person he had subdued, he shouted loudly, "Tell me, where is your lair?" Ziva, who had just caught up, looked at LuZe, whose expression was cold, in shock. He then stepped forward and said, "LuZe, let's take this guy back to the station for interrogation. What you're doing now won't solve the fundamental issue." After hearing this, LuZe calmed down and pulled the person up. Not long after, in the interrogation room of the West District Law Enforcement Bureau, LuZe and Ziva sat across from the captured individual, with an iron table separating them. What is your name? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Ziva fired off a series of questions, his gaze fixed on the captive. The man glanced at them, then displayed a disdainful expression. What can you do to me if I don't talk? Go ahead, kill me. Hearing his arrogant tone, both Ziva and LuZe showed clear signs of displeasure. We definitely want to kill you. After all, this incident hasn't been resolved yet, and you play a significant role in it, Ziva said coldly, trying to remain calm. Then I want to tell you anything. The captive became even more arrogant. Seeing his attitude, even the most mild-mannered person would probably find it unbearable. Ziva was no exception. He slammed his palm on the iron table, stood up, and shouted, "This is your last chance. If you don't talk now, don't blame us for taking extreme measures." The captive was startled by this sudden outburst, but still stubbornly claimed he wouldn't say anything. Seeing this, Ziva could no longer hold back, stepping forward to grab the man's collar. "Ziva, don't be impulsive." At a crucial moment, LuZe timely stopped him from taking further action and pulled him out of the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, Ziva looked at LuZe in confusion and asked, "Why did you stop me?" "Senior, this one solved the problem," LuZe replied directly. "Do you have a plan?" After calming down a bit, Ziva asked. However, to his surprise, LuZe nodded and walked to the door, smiling gently as he said, "Let me handle it. He will confess." Looking at LuZe's smile, Ziva instinctively chose to trust him. "Then it's up to you. As long as you can get any information, it's fine." "No problem." Introduction. Do I still have a chance? Can I bring them back? A journey of cross-time redemption. Will it be a beautiful ending or a tragic beginning? Who is the one standing above the truth of every world? And what are they truly after? How did the Purifiers come to be? And what do they rely on to eliminate anomalies? All these mysteries will be thoroughly revealed in the final segment. Let us wait and see.